6 years ago, the man Su Yu and his wife Lu Qian, who was 3 months pregnant, broke through the encirclement of 1,000 enemies with only a machete and a 5-shot pistol. When they escaped to the edge of a cliff, they were finally caught up by their enemies. Across the street, dozens of big men glared fiercely. Su Yu tightly held the already broken machete in one hand, and shielded his wife behind him with the other hand, shouting loudly, "Lin Feng, calamity should not befall family members. Don't make it difficult for Lu Qian." The man known as Lin Feng wiped the gun in his hand, snorted coldly, "Su Yu, have you read too many novels? Still worried about your family? Who let you be soft-hearted back then? Not to exterminate me, just to exile me from Hua country." As he spoke, Lin Feng aimed the gun at Su Yu's forehead, revealing a touch of madness in his smile. Su Yu looked at the dark barrel of the gun, his cold eyes gradually turning into a plea, "Brother Feng, I beg you to spare Lu Qian, my life is yours." "Ha ha, brothers, did you see that? This is the famous knife maniac Su Yu in the martial arts world. Now he is actually begging me for mercy. How rare." Lin Feng's dozen or so brothers behind him also laughed along, never imagining that one day they could control the fate of the madman in the rumors. The former Su Yu, with his superb swordsmanship, made a name for himself in the martial arts world and became a prominent figure in the city. 3 months ago, Lu Qian became pregnant, and in order to give her a stable and peaceful life, Su Yu chose to retire from his criminal life. He thought he could live a peaceful life from then on, but due to his past kindness, he is now in a desperate situation. Su Yu, don't say I didn't give you a chance. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, I might consider sparing your woman," Lin Feng said, licking the barrel of the gun, then pointing it at Lu Qian. At the sight, Lu Qian grabbed Su Yu, who was about to kneel down, and said, "We absolutely cannot kneel to him. Even if we die, we must be together." Su Yu patted Lu Qian's hand, "You must live on. You are already pregnant. You cannot let this innocent little life perish." The conversation was not finished, and Lu Qian covered Su Yu's mouth. "But do you really think he will let me go? Brother Yu, I have been with you in the rivers and lakes since I was 18. My hands are already stained with blood. Even if I can survive, I can't escape the law enforcement's arrest. If I am caught, then our child will truly become an unwanted wild child. Let's fight him. Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope." Su Yu's heart is struggling immensely at this moment. He is not afraid of death. But what about Lu Qian and the child? Clap clap clap. Lin Feng clapped his hands, looking at the 2 people in front of him. "What a touching and heartfelt love story. I think your woman is right. Maybe taking a chance could make you survive." Su Yu looked at Lu Qian, tightly holding her hand. "Maybe you are right." Then, his eyes turned cold again, raised the machete and pointed at Lin Feng. "Since you won't let us live, then let's die together." He then turned around and forcefully pushed Lu Qian into the nearby bushes, then rolled and threw the knife directly at Lin Feng. The translation is, Lin Feng's eyes changed slightly, aimed at Su Yu, and pulled the trigger. With 2 gunshots, Su Yu groaned, clearly hit in the chest and abdomen. When facing death, a person will burst out with great power. Adrenaline surges at this moment. Even the pain is temporarily thrown aside. Lin Feng was also hit in the calf by the knife thrown by Su Yu. His center of gravity was unstable, and he knelt directly on one knee. He roared at the little brother behind him, "What are you looking at? Get him for me," and then dragged his injured body back. Su Yu suddenly stepped forward and fiercely threw a punch towards the crowd, knocking down the thug in the front instantly. Then, Su Yu quickly picked up the thug's knife and started waving it towards the crowd, knocking down several people before chasing after Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked by Su Yu's reckless play, shouting and retreating, "What are you guys doing? He is already at the end of his strength. As long as we kill him, you will have a chance to stand out." The younger brothers realized this at this moment, and then everyone raised their knives and chased Su Yu again. At this moment, Su Yu only had Lin Feng in his eyes, ignoring the people behind him, taking a step forward and chopping towards Lin Feng. The swift Lin Feng raised his hand and fired a shot, but the bullet hit the blade. The huge inertia directly sent Su Yu flying. Just as he was stunned, his henchman behind him rushed up and slashed Su Yu's back with a knife. Feeling the pain, Su Yu turned around and grabbed the opponent's knife, then kicked out and snatched the knife in his hand. At this moment, Su Yu, covered in blood, was like a god of death and hell, raising the knife and chopping towards Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng tilted his head and raised his gun directly to shoot, but there was no sound of bullets being fired, only a crisp clicking sound. "Oh my god, who used the gun? Why are there only 3 bullets? Suddenly, Lin Feng broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, a dozen or so law enforcement vehicles quickly approached from a distance, and Su Yu stopped his hand movements and looked at the approaching vehicle. "Ha ha, Su Yu, you couldn't have imagined it. Surprisingly, someone from the law enforcement team has come. You can't kill me. You can't kill me, haha. Lin Feng laughed heartlessly, and the law enforcement team, too, stepped out of the car with a loudspeaker in their hands. Listen to those in front. Drop your weapons and don't resist unnecessarily, or I have the right to shoot you down. Su Yu looked at the law enforcement team and then at Lin Feng's arrogant face. A small smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Yeah? Think I won't dare to kill you if the law enforcement team comes? The words were just finished, and once again the knife in his hand was raised. Go to hell! With the fall of the knife came a gunshot, and Lu Qian, who was in the middle of the grass, climbed out at this moment. A tear slipped down Lu Qian's cheek, and there was a hole in Su Yu's brow. Then it fell straight down, and the knife that slashed onto Lin Feng only came close to the shoulder half of the blade. Lin Feng was breathing heavily. I didn't expect that this Su Yu would risk certain death to hack himself to death, but it's a good thing the law enforcement team's guns are accurate enough. Otherwise it's really you who will die. He let out another bout of deranged laughter after the robbery, and one by one, the law enforcement men surrounded them with their guns raised. Drop your weapons, or we'll shoot. All the juniors saw this scene and had no courage to resist. There was a flurry of knives in their hands. One by one, they then slumped to the ground and waited for the law enforcement team to put on the handcuffs. Lu Qian, on the other hand, ran over lifelessly and cried bitterly as she hugged Su Yu's corpse. There were a few law enforcement members who wanted to go forward to intercept them, but they were stopped by the captain. Let her be. Apparently this captain knew Lu Qian. When everyone was handcuffed, the captain came to Lu Qian, took out a handcuff. You can't come back from the dead. Take it and come with us. Don't worry. Our law enforcement team is very humane and will bury him. At this time, Lu Qian simply couldn't listen to anything, deadly clutching Su Yu's body, and with the efforts of multiple law enforcement members, that's what separated the two. Chapter 3, Dark Prison 1. After the law enforcement team grabbed everyone, a truck approached slowly. All dead personnel were then thrown into the back bucket. Of course, this included Su Yu, because Lu Qian is pregnant. The law enforcement brigade did not make it too difficult for Lu Qian. It was just held in an interrogation room. The rest of the dozens of people who were recaptured were held in makeshift cages. Lu Qian sat on top of the tiger bench with empty eyes, hands in handcuffs, and in front of them sat 3 members of law enforcement. Looked at Lu Qian, and then looked at the criminal record in his hand. Several people sucked in a breath of cold air. I didn't realize that the woman in front of me, who was less than 30 years old, had committed so many murders. He is even carrying dozens of lives on his back. The 3 men looked at each other. Head, do we still need a trial? Just have her sign it. It's definitely her in person, whether it's a picture or a name on it. The man known as the head looked up at Lu Qian, who had empty eyes. Okay, let's get her to sign it. A member of the team then took the document in his hand and placed it in front of Lu Qian. Sign it. Lu Qian didn't even look at the content on the paper. There was no color in her eyes at all, just sitting there quietly. Then the team member put the pen in Lu Qian's hand again. You can't get away with the fact that you killed someone by sitting there like that. Sign it honestly, the player went on to say. Still, Lu Qian was unmoved. The captain looked at the scene and said, okay, you come back first. Just as he finished speaking, the door to the interrogation room was opened. 3 men came in from it. At the head of the group is the director. Looking at the 3 in front of him, his eyes signaled them to go out first. He then looked at Lu Qian, who didn't say a word, and made way for the 2 men in black behind him. There were no words from the 3. Instead, the man in black pulled a photo out of his arms for comparison. After determining that Lu Qian in front of him was the target person this time, nodded toward the chief. The director didn't say anything, but walked out on his own. There was no way that he could not afford to mess with these 2 people even as the director. When the chief was gone, one of the men in black said, name Lu Qian, 28 years old this year, born in the town of Happiness. To date, 36 people have been killed. I wonder if it makes sense to imprison you in the dark prison now. The man in black said a lot, but Lu Qian remained unmoved. And this man in black is not used to Lu Qian, and does not care if you are pregnant or not. Directly grabbing Lu Qian's hand, he took out a dagger and directly cut his fingers. A handprint was then placed on the document. Then he said to the man behind him, take it away. The man in black behind him nodded silently. As soon as he pulled up Lu Qian, as if he was carrying a small chicken cub, it was thrown directly onto an incredibly dark explosion-proof vehicle, and the bodywork is emblazoned with only 2 large letters. Dark Prison. The Dark Prison is under the Special Department and is also an extremely special prison. No one knows when it was founded, much less what it exists for, because once you enter the Dark Prison, there will be no one who will leave alive. But Lu Qian, who should have been sentenced to death, was pregnant, but by mistake, he was placed in a dark prison. I don't know if this is good or bad for her. As the vehicle traveled, It also traveled through many mysterious places along the way, and Lu Qian, who was in the car, was put on a pitch-black hood, but never had any expression. Chapter 4, Fong Wentian. The car traveled for a long time, a full day and night. It was probably early in the morning before it slowly pulled into a compound full of high walls, and the peeling siding proved that the dark prison had existed for quite a long time. Two men in black then stepped out of the car. After the car door opened, he directly removed the hood from Lu Qian's head, and Lu Qian's eyes remained mute. Go! The man in black yanked Lu Qian out of the car, not knowing anything about compassion. After 7 turns, the few came to a ramshackle building, and on top of the building flew a flag that was black in color and did not have any design. Just like that, the two men in black escorted Lu Qian to the corner of the second floor. That office sign also fell to the ground, covered in dust. The moment the door opened, a stale odor hit the room. Just see the office. The facilities are extremely simple. There's only this one tattered desk. There were still some spiders hanging from the books and papers stacked up on top, and in front of the desk sat an old man who also looked to be in his 80s or 90s. When the old man saw Lu Qian's stomach, his eyes flashed with a glint. This is Lu Qian who carries dozens of murders? The old man looked at the two men in black and asked in a flat tone. Yes, Lord Prison Emperor. The two replied respectfully. Okay, I get it. You guys get out. The two men in black saluted, nodded and walked out. Lu Qian, welcome to Dark Prison. The old man looked at Lu Qian with a smile on his face, and Lu Qian still didn't have the slightest bit of gleam in her eyes, ignoring the old man at all. The old man was slightly stunned, and could see that the Lu Qian in front of this was overly sad. He then walked forward and gently patted Lu Qian's shoulder, and in the very next moment, feeling the warmth of the old man's palm, Lu Qian's eyes suddenly flashed with silver light, then let out a loud cry. It was extremely pathetic looking, and the old man returned to his sitting position, quietly looking at the crying Lu Qian. Just cry it out. When Lu Qian heard the old man's words, that crying voice unexpectedly got louder again, and bent down and, hugging his legs, he just cried endlessly. I don't know how long it's been. The tears have dried up. Only then did Lu Qian look at the old man in front of her with tears in her eyes. It's much better to cry it out. Lu Qian didn't say anything and wiped her tears with her sleeve. I'll introduce myself. My name is Fong Wentian, one of the 4 great administrators of this dark prison. They all call me the Prison Emperor. You can call me that if you like. Or, it's fine to address me as Grandpa Fong. Fong Wentian looked at Lu Qian with a kind face. Fong, grandfather? Due to crying for too long, Lu Qian's voice was also a bit hoarse. Fong Wentian nodded and said, I know everything that's happening to you. People can't come back from the dead, and for the sake of the fetus in your belly, you must pull yourself together as well. Kids. Lu Qian gently stroked her stomach. A smile with a touch of warmth appeared. Yeah, and I have kids. Brother, you, don't worry. I will definitely raise our child. Definitely not going to let him go down our path again. You once told me that if it were a boy it would be called Su Xiaokun. If it's a girl it's Sawani. Really looking forward to the little one's arrival. Fong Wentian looked at Lu Qian, who had regained her senses, and let go of his heart. When Lu Qian finished speaking to herself, she then carefully sized up Fong Wentian. Fong, Grandpa Fong, can I have the baby? Lu Qian asked cautiously, because she had nothing left now, not even her freedom. She doesn't want to lose the baby. Fong Wentian nodded. Don't worry, in this dark prison, I'm in charge. I've ordered to pack out a room for you, and when it's disinfected, disperse the odor and you're good to go. Fong Wentian said. I don't have to go to jail? Lu Qian asked with some incredulity. Oh, I said I'm in charge here. Even China has no right to ask about things here. Feel free to stay here, except you can't go out. You're still free. Freedom? Lu Qian was even more puzzled. If you don't have to go to jail, now you're free. I really can't imagine what kind of place this dark prison is. Fong Wentian could see Lu Qian's doubts. Oh, girly girl, you don't have to wonder. That's what this dark prison is supposed to be. Tens of thousands of people are held here, each one an outlaw with dozens of lives. But as soon as they get here, life and death are in their hands. There's no such thing as a firing squad around here. If you're good enough, it's also a great place to retire. Fong Wentian explained. Lu Qian is listening to the clouds. Simply do not know what Fong Wentian said, but it was nice to hear that you don't have to die. This will at least keep the fetus in the womb company as it grows. And Fong Qiantian was now too lazy to explain it all over again. If Lu Qian hadn't come to the dark prison in her 6th body, how could he, as the prison emperor, receive it personally? It would have been thrown in somewhere random and left to fend for itself long ago. Fong looks after the fetus in her womb, not Lu Qian herself. With the room packed, Lu Qian also managed to live there. Seeing all the amenities inside, It was surprisingly more complete than he had been outside. That impressed her a bit. In this way, Lu Qian spent 6 months peacefully under Fang Qiantian's shelter. They say it's an October pregnancy and today happens to be the 9th month. Lu Qian's stomach had grown so large that even getting out of bed and walking was extremely laborious now. But there was, on his face, a happy smile. And Fang Qiantian, too, called a midwife. In a place like dark prison, there's not much else but talent. There are plenty of midwives, not to mention cooks. The midwife looked at Lu Qian's large belly with slightly unnatural eyes. Then he called Fang Qiantian to the side. Lord Prison Emperor, this Lu Qian's belly is a bit beyond normal. It would be plausible to say twins, or triplets, but after my examination, it was found that there was only one birth. I reckon that if this child is born, Lu Qian's life is not guaranteed. But now if the child is aborted, Lu Qian's life is still in danger. The midwife didn't know what to do. Fang asked Tian to think about it. I don't care what you use. This baby has to be saved. As for your lordship, if you can be saved then do your best to save it. Fang Wentian's tone was filled with majesty. The midwife frowned. Lord Prison Emperor, I'll try my best to keep the mother and child safe. Chapter 5, Delivery. Deliver a newborn child. The time wobbles. Another 10 days passed. And today is the day Lu Qian goes into labor. There was no way the belly was too big to wait until the full moon to be born. For a while, 7 or 8 old ladies followed suit. Fang Qiantian, on the other hand, sat in his office, and was apprehensive. Lu Qian, who was lying on the bed at this time, was already sweating profusely. Weak as hell. Granny, you must keep the baby. Lu Qian grabbed the midwife's hand with a death grip. The midwife nodded heavily as well. After all, Lu Qian was the person concerned, and some dangerous situations were recounted to him. The first thing you need to do now is relax. Don't ever get psychotic. Don't worry. Before I was in the dark prison, I was the foremost authority on midwifery. The midwife reassured. In fact, in her heart, she wasn't 10% sure. Lu Qian nodded with difficulty. I'm ready. After receiving Lu Qian's affirmation, the midwife shouted at the door. Hot water, hot towels, 2 more people to give me a hand. For a while everyone was organized in following the midwife's directions. You, stand on either side of her and grab her hands. Lu Qian, when I tell you to push harder you push harder, know it? The midwife looked at Lu Qian seriously and said, At this time, Lu Qian's painful beads of sweat kept sliding down, and even speaking was extremely difficult. Good. Ready. Harder. As the midwife's voice fell, Lu Qian's lower body pushed hard, and a sharp pain came. Then a miserable scream came out of Lu Qian's mouth. The midwife frowned, placing his hands on Lu Qian's huge belly. Then a little bit of sliding back and forth downward. Come on, don't be in a hurry to follow my mantra. Lu Qian desperately clenched her teeth. 1, 2, 3, push. As the numbers counted down, Lu Qian once again riveted her whole body. The next time, the child in the womb, surprisingly, went down a bit. Well, that's that. Again, the midwife's hand kept gently pushing Lu Qian's stomach, and Lu Qian exerted herself once more, only to feel a tearing pain coming from her lower body. It's like someone is peeling your skin off and almost passing out from the pain. I can do it. Lu Qian clenched her teeth raw, at this time weak and incomparable. A scene from motherhood is thoroughly on display. Cheer up. Go for the jugular. The midwife's voice came once more. The intense pain that came from that was beyond the limits of what the human body could endure. Lu Qian also hissed out madly at this moment. With a burst of force, the child's head had surprisingly been exposed. Quick, get me hot towels. Just as the words were spoken, a hot towel was handed to the midwife. After receiving the towel, he felt the temperature and placed the towel directly under the child's head. Lu Qian, you have to hold on. The baby's head is out. Hearing these words, Lu Qian's body seemed to gain a trace of strength. Then push again. And the midwife was holding the baby's head and moving it outward a little. Halfway there. Hang on. At this time, Lu Qian was like a flashback. Dedicate your whole body. With a sound of flesh tearing came. That child was also born at that moment. And looking at the baby, who was a little purple, the midwife hurriedly patted the child's back gently. A hand then picked at the child's throat. With a mouthful of spit being gouged out of the boy's body also slowly regained its original color. Wow! The baby cried out. It's good to cry. It's good to cry. The midwife carefully carried the baby and came to Lu Qian's side. At this moment, Lu Qian closed her eyes tightly, and her breathing stopped at this moment, but a smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Yes, she did. The baby survived and she lost her life. Lu Qian, the midwife yelled, rushing to do artificial respiration. Along with a burst of chest compressions, Lu Qian still showed no signs of awakening. After a 2-hour-long resuscitation, Lu Qian's body had gone cold and stiff, and the midwife's hand stopped at that moment. A sigh escaped, and tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. "You're a great mom." The midwife choked and then covered Lu Qian's head with the quilt. And at this moment, Fong Qiantian also walked into the room, looked at the already sleeping baby and breathed a sigh of relief. But upon seeing the dead Lu Qian, there was also a pang of regret. After a few months together, it would be a lie to say that there were no feelings. Then he beckoned in and walked a man in black. "Take care of her remains. Arrange for a good burial outside." The man in black nodded, while the midwife helped get dressed. A black armed car pulled up to the door. The two men in black who came down also placed Lu Qian in a customized coffin, sailed away from the dark prison. 6 years went by in a flash. Fong Wentian followed Lu Qian's last words and named the child Su Xiaokun. With Fong Wentian's care, Su Xiaokun's body is also long and sturdy. And just today, 3 uninvited guests found Fong Qiantian. ****. Old man Fong, you're a bit unorthodox, aren't you? How dare you harbor such a good seedling yourself and not even tell us? That is, if the men hadn't said you had more than one child here. It's really getting past you." The 3 of them directly messed up Fong Qiantian's head with your words. "Come on, you guys can stop bickering. I hadn't intended to keep it all to myself," Fong Wentian said. "That's more like it. If you dare to take it all for yourself, watch out, I'll rip your mouth off." An old woman walked over to Su Xiaokun's side and carefully looked around. "Hey, this kid is great. Definitely a good seedling for martial arts training." Su Xiaokun was also looking at the 3 people in front of him with wide eyes, not knowing what was going through his mind. "Little fellow, wifey, my name is Yin Hongxue. Are you interested in worshipping me as a teacher?" Yin Hongxue crouched down and held both of Su Xiaokun's arms with both hands. Su Xiaokun was also somewhat at a loss for words as he looked at Fong Wentian. Fong Wentian, however, said, "Whether you worship or not is your business. What are you looking at me for?" "Hello, little fellow. My name is Bai Si Hai. My medical skills are unrivaled in the world. Do you want to learn?" Another old man also came to Su Xiaokun's side. "And me, I'm Willow Burgundy Red. I can get you into other people's dreams. It's especially fun. How's it going? Want to learn?" Su Xiaokun listened. Into other people's dreams? The eyes were a little slightly distracted. Lu Burgundy Hong saw that there was a show and hurriedly said, "Good. You can easily get into someone's dreams whenever they're sleeping. Play with him. So awesome? You're blowing awesome, right?" Su Xiaokun glanced at Lu Gonghong and then he looked at Yin Hongxue in front of him. "What can you do, old woman?" Yin Hongxue didn't expect that this Su Xiaokun would address himself in such a manner. But there was no anger. A smile on his face said, "I'll be much more powerful than theirs. I can control ghosts to serve me. Oh, damn. Another." Su Xiaokun muttered under his breath. "I'm ing. Yin Hongxue choked. "Enough. Little one. Seeing is believing." Yin Hongxue then took out a paper figure from her arms and then he nodded on Su Xiaokun's forehead. In the next instant, Yin Hongxue moved with a thought, and the paper man in front of her. Surprisingly, it really transformed into a headless ghost. Ghost. Su Xiaokun was startled by Yin Hongxue's maneuver and hurriedly hid behind Fong Wentian. Chapter 6, The Way of Martial Arts. Old haunted. Don't you scare the baby, silly. Fong Wentian looked at Yin Hongxue with some anger. "Hey, look at me. Just rushing to prove myself." Then ordered the knight to fly out. Then, not a moment later, in the hands of this stern ghost, surprisingly, he flew back with a large watermelon in his arms. Yin Hongxue then looked at Su Xiaokun. "What's the matter, little waif? Do you want to learn?" It's totally obedient. In fact, Su Xiaokun hadn't been that scared. After all, growing up in prison, seen a lot of things. Even the daily killings in prison have long been taken for granted. But after seeing that it was possible to have such an obedient ghost, it was also heartened. It also believed the words of Yin Hongxue and the others. "I want to worship." Su Xiaokun made his decision and then looked at Fong Wentian. "Grand Master, can I learn?" Fong Wentian had already worshipped his teacher while nurturing Su Xiaokun as he grew up. But since the body is not yet grown, it doesn't teach anything. Of course there was daily study. After all, one had to read and write as well. "Yes, you can, if you like." Fong Wentian nodded, a small smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. But there was something intriguing about that smile. With Fong Wentian's approval, Su Xiaokun flung himself at the trio and knelt down. "Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance." "Ha ha, well. It looks like having to live in prison from now on won't be boring." Yin Hongxue smiled and helped Su Xiaokun up. "Unbeknownst to me, the day of suffering has come." Subsequently, after a discussion among the 4, it was decided that Fong Wentian would start teaching first. After all, no matter what you learn, you need to be in good shape, and here in the face of the body of the most understanding, in addition to the ghost doctor by Si Hai, it is Fong Wentian. With a few of them clicking together, it was decided that it would be good for each of them to train Su Xiaokun for a month, and so on and so forth from now on. The time wobbles. 10 years passed by in a hurry, and Su Xiaokun also grew into a big young man. At first, Su Xiaokun thought that his great master would just know some martial arts to strengthen his body. It was only when the training began that he realized why Fong Wentian had become the boss of several people. Because this world is not as simple as the books tell us. What ghost control? What dreaming? That's all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's amazing that it could actually exist. And Fong Wentian's martial arts are not as simple as they seem. He surprisingly possessed a complete martial Dao inheritance, belonging to the Kunlun lineage. And it's just like the world of martial arts. There are also 5 major realm divisions in the martial arts. They are external strength, internal strength, harmonization strength, patriarch, and earth immortal. And under each realm there are 3 sub-realms: early, middle, and late. Fong Wentian, on the other hand, was a powerhouse at the late stage of the patriarchal realm, breaking 10,000 pounds with a single palm, just as if he were an immortal. Godly. Of course, the realm of earth immortal only exists in legends, and according to rumors of possessing earth immortal strength, you can fly through the air, but for the blue star of the end times, no one could reach the earth immortal realm. That's why it's said that the patriarch is the pinnacle. During these 10 years, the 4 masters' unique techniques, Su Xiaokun had also learned 9 times out of 10. Only Fong Wentian's martial arts had barely entered the inner strength. But even if that was the case, there were only a handful of prisoners in this dark prison who could outshine Su Xiaokun. Old man Fong, this martial way of yours is too difficult to cultivate, isn't it? I've been practicing for 10 years, and I've only just managed to reach inner strength. Su Xiaokun, who was dressed in black, looked at Fong Wentian, his eyes filled with helplessness. Chapter 7, The Eve of Release from Prison. Kid, be content. You know, I started cultivating when I was 8 years old, and I only reached inner strength at 20, and harmonization strength at 40. Only at the age of 80 did he enter the realm of the sovereign. You're already considered a genius for only using 10 years to become big enough to reach inner strength. I estimate that with your qualifications, you'll be able to reach Zhongshi at the age of 70. Fong Wentian blankly cursed Su Xiaokun with a laugh. Old man Fong, are you kidding me? 70 years old and yellow. Su Xiaokun said with some dissatisfaction. Bastard. What do you know? You know, after you reach inner strength, your metabolism will be slower than normal. When you reach harmonization power, your lifespan can reach at least 200 years. Of course, if you can reach Zhongshi, then you can have a lifespan of 500 years. This still seems slow to you? Fong Wentian looked at the shocked Su Xiaokun and said, Old man, according to you, wouldn't you have a lifespan of 500 years that? Then why are you in a hurry to pass the mantle? Fong Wentian froze, then knocked Su Xiaokun's head. Brat, do you think I don't want to live? If it weren't for the fact that I've suffered serious internal injuries from a great battle. How could such a good thing be your turn? Just with my qualifications, how can I peek into that legendary earth immortal realm? Fong Wentian finished speaking with a hint of melancholy on his face. So, old man White can't cure you either? You should know that Ghost Doctor by Si Hai is the only heir to the Ghost Gate 13 Needles. Don't say you're dying. Even if you still have a breath, you can be saved. Old man White? Fong Wentian shook his head. With this internal injury of mine, old man White is for nothing. He heals people, heals ghosts all right, whereas I'm backfired here, and there's nothing he can do about it. Su Xiaokun sighed. After all, he was brought up by Fong Wentian. Sure hope he's well. All right, brat. You don't have to grieve too much. Work hard at your training. It's not a problem for me to live for 40 or 50 years in old age. When you're strong, you might even find a way to heal me. Su Xiaokun nodded. Although on weekdays, Su Xiaokun's masters were extremely strict, especially Fong Wentian. Under his hellish cultivation, broken arms and legs were commonplace. If it wasn't for the presence of Bai Si Hai, Su Xiaokun didn't know how many times he had died. Spring to fall. With Su Xiaokun's wasteful cultivation, there were almost no opponents left in the dark prison, except for those 4 masters. Of course, whenever Su Xiaokun thought he could defeat his master, these 4 people always had endless means to easily defeat Su Xiaokun. It caused Su Xiaokun to be extremely depressed as well. However, Su Xiaokun, who has fought all over the dark prison, it was also crowned by the inmates as the lord of the dark prison. The reputation was even steadily overpowering the 4 great prison emperors. That is, his 4 masters. Time flies. Today Su Xiaokun is 26 years old. All that can be learned has been learned. And today the four masters made a big decision. That's to get Su Xiaokun out of jail. After all, he was too young to live in a dark prison all the time. Ah, little Koan, we four old guys have decided to send you out tomorrow. In Hongxue looked at Su Xiaokun with some reluctance and said, after 26 whole years, I've become familiar with everything here. The outside world is incredibly foreign to me. Even if you guys explain the outside world to me every day, I haven't lived outside after all. I don't want to go. Su Xiaokun played with the paper man in his hand, and for a while he was a little sad. Chapter 8, Lin Feng's late death. Little Koan, it's not realistic to stay here forever. You should get more exposure to the outside world. And, a few of us, the old guys, have a surprise for you out there in the world. I'm sure you'll like it. Bai Sihai comforted. Available. Su Xiaokun was still about to say something when Fong Wentian interrupted. That's the arrangement, but there are some things you still have to do before you get out. Fong Wentian then said to the black-robed man beside him, bring him up. The man in black nodded and walked out. In no time at all, it came with a man in his 60s. The moment the man saw Su Xiaokun, his eyes became alarmed. Su you, no, you're his son. The man looked at Su Xiaokun and cold sweat ran down his face. Su Xiaokun looked at the unfamiliar man, but when he heard Su Yu's name, Su Xiaokun knew what was going on and then looked at Fong Wentian. He is. Fong Wentian nodded and said, he's Lin Feng, the culprit who killed your father. Hatred from the bloodline. How can Su Xiaokun not remember? If it wasn't for him, his own father might not have died. If it hadn't been for him, his own mother might not have died in childbirth. It was the man in front of her that ruined a family that was supposed to be happy and uneventful. Su Xiaokun's eyes were icy cold. That looked like Su Yu back then. Indifferently, he looked at Lin Feng in front of him. Let go of him, Su Xiaokun said to the black-robed man next to him. The man in black nodded respectfully. Prison master, spare my life. I have a lot of money out there. I can give you all of it. As early as 20 years ago, with his strong background, Lin Feng, he was released from prison after only 6 years. It's even more of a mixed bag out there. How could you possibly give up the life you have now? But faced with the current situation, he didn't even have a shred of courage to resist. Spare your life? Think my father begged you the same way back then? But did you ever give him a chance? Now you know you regret it? What did you do in the first place? Su Xiaokun took a step towards Lin Feng. With every step, the air around him got colder. While the two were close at hand, a smell of urine came from Lin Feng's pants. The yellowish liquid dripped to the floor. I didn't think that the big brother of the mob would have a time when he was scared to pee. No, you can't kill me. Lin Feng looked at Su Xiaokun's raised hand and hissed madly. Me? I have hundreds of millions of dollars out there. I'll give it to you right away if you give me a way out. Lin Feng was now really scared. Su Xiaokun had grown up in prison and had no concept of money at all. Besides, even if there was a concept, it would be disdained. This Lin Feng must die. Die. The next moment Su Xiaokun directly stretched out his index finger and pierced it into Lin Feng's forehead. And Lin Feng's wide-eyed, to the point of death, didn't know why he was being poked to death with a finger. Dad, Mom, did you guys see that? I killed my enemy back then with my own hands. You may rest easy in the knowledge of your springs. Su Xiaokun looked at the sky and shed a tear. Fong Wentian waved his hand. At once a man in black stepped aside and stripped the body. In Hongxue, on the other hand, came to Su Xiaokun's side and patted his shoulder. Well, don't let him be sad since his great revenge has been avenged. Su Xiaokun took a deep breath, looked at the caring In Hongxue and nodded. A bemused smile then reappeared. Chapter 9. Bai Sihai came forward and took out a roll of cloth from his arms and handed it to Su Xiaokun. It is? Su Xiaokun looked at the age-filled rag in front of him suspiciously. Oh, little Koan, isn't this the 13 needles of Xian iron that you've been longing for? What? Take it out and you don't recognize it? The 13 needles of ghostly iron, on the other hand, are crafted from extraterrestrial meteorite iron, and to harness the 13 needles of ghostly door, it was necessary to use the 13 needles of Xian Tai. Otherwise the patient's illness would not be cured, but he would give himself away first. This is why the Ghost Gate 13 needles were lost. Hearing that this was the Xian Tai 13 needles, before Bai Sihai could react, he felt a blackness before his eyes. The object in his hand then disappeared. Looking at Su Xiaokun who couldn't wait to unwrap the cloth roll, Bai Sihai smiled helplessly. Old man, you're so willing to part with it. It's your family heirloom. Just giving it away? In Hongxue looked at Bai Sihai's look that was tinged with flesh pain. Che, what can I do? Gonzo's getting out of jail. If I, as a master, don't come up with something, won't I be looked at as a joke? Bai Sihai didn't forget to scan the crowd when he finished. You old man, you make it sound like we're stingy. Come on little Kunzi, Look at the wife, I'll give you a life-preserving weapon, said Yin Hongxue, carefully taking out a blood-red jade pendant from her bosom. Put it into Su Xiaokun's hands. Su Xiaokun, who was still playing with the 13 needles of Xian iron, hurriedly put the needles away, then took the blood jade and asked, Granny Yin, what is this? When the remaining few people saw Yin Hongxue take out this red jade pendant, there was incredulity in his eyes. Old ghost woman, you've really hemorrhaged money this time. Surprisingly, you even took it out. Yin Hongxue didn't care about the gazes of a few people, but said to Su Xiaokun, Little Kunzi, this jade pendant has been with my wife my whole life. Inside there is a 1,000-year-old stern ghost I've subdued with the strength of a grandmaster. With it in your hand, even if you are facing a Zongshi, you will have the power to fight this battle. But remember, this blood jade can only be used 3 times in a lifetime. Wifey, I used it once, and I can use it twice more when it comes to you. Su Xiaokun sucked in a breath of cool air. I didn't expect that in this small jade pendant, there was actually a Zongshi level night ghost sealed in it, and my eyes contained shock. This won't do. This is too expensive. I can't take it. He said that he was going to return the blood jade, but Yin Hongxue had a strong attitude. Just keep it. There's not much use in keeping this here with me while you go out and make a name for yourself. It also needs to have some life-saving cards. Seeing that Yin Hongxue would not accept it, Su Xiaokun could only accept it and then hung it around his neck. By the way, Granny Yin, what did you mean when you said you could only use it 3 times? Su Xiaokun stroked the jade pendant at his neck. Hey, this is the deal I made with it back in the day in order to take it in. Otherwise, do you really think that with me? I can also subdue a stern ghost of the sovereign realm? Yin Hongxue was caught up in her memories continued. The name of this stern ghost is Zuolingchan, and she was also the daughter of a great general 1,000 years ago. Nay, I was framed by a villain to become a knight's ghost, so you must take her well. She needs to be nourished with your blood every day. Don't wake her up easily, only when in danger of her life. And the way to awaken it is also very simple, and that is just to drop and break this blood jade. After Yin Hongxue finished speaking, she took out another blood jade. You take this one blood jade, and when the day comes that you drop it, with it you can take back Zuolingchan. Su Xiaokun also stopped being pretentious and then accepted the blood jade. He then cut his fingertip and took a drop of blood and placed it on the blood jade he wore. The blood was quickly absorbed, flickered with 2 flashes of light, and began to fall silent again. Well, that's how it's fed. Just 1 drop of blood a day. Yin Hongxue nodded with satisfaction looking at Su Xiaokun. Lu Burgundy Red looked at the 2 men have sent gifts. They can not send. A crystal-like object was then taken out of his arms. Ah, little Cohen, take this crystal. Although it's not as good as the ghost woman stuff, this item is not mortal. Su Xiaokun took the crystal stone, looked left and right but did not see a doorway. Old man Willow, what's this for? Why can't I see it? Su Xiaokun put it on his eyes and looked at it, then covered it with his hand and looked at it. Didn't find it useful in the slightest. Brat, I've already said it's not mortal. What can you tell by looking at it like that? Lu Burgundy Red laughed and cursed, but still explained. It's a dream-making crystal. The way I taught you, you can only go into someone else's dreams, and can't change the person's dreams. With the Dream Creator Crystal, you can recklessly alter this person's dreams for your use. Of course, the most important thing about the Dream Crystal is that it allows all human and animals within a radius of 1,000 meters to enter the same dream state, and at any time and anywhere. Of course, a powerhouse above the sovereign level cannot be controlled by this. Kind of its only downside. As for how to use it, you just drop a drop of blood on it. After saying that, Lu Gonghong proudly looked at Su Xiaokun, who had a surprised face. Doesn't this mean that there is no invincibility under the patriarch? You know, as long as people who haven't reached the sovereign realm, with this dream-creating crystal, it can put them to sleep anytime, anywhere, and it's just a killer. Ahem. Alright now, one by one, you have brought out the most valuable thing you have. If this big brother of mine doesn't come up with something good, won't I be looked down upon? Fong Wentian, interrupting the surprised Su Xiaokun. After all, everyone's giving away something absolutely extraordinary. Fong Wentian couldn't just take a random rag and deal with it. Fong Wentian then unlocked the wrist guards he wore on both hands and placed them in front of Su Xiaokun. Old man Fong, you're a bit stingy, aren't you? Su Xiaokun was a bit speechless as he looked at the weathered wrist guard. What do you know, brat? Hurry up and put it away. Beware of him backtracking. Yin Hongxue looked at the wrist guard with shocked eyes. Others didn't know what the wrist guard was, but she knew best. Su Xiaokun didn't rush to take away the wrist guard, but looked at Fong Qiantian, who wanted to speak. What's wrong with you, old man Fong? Su Xiaokun asked. Hey, put this pair of wrist guards on. By the way, you'll need a drop of blood before you bring it on. Su Xiaokun was somewhat speechless. I've found out that, except for the things given by Old Man White, all the ones you guys give have to see blood before you can use them. Ha, brat. Seeing blood used can be a good thing. Don't know what's good for you. I'm sorry. In Hongxue scolded with a laugh. Bai Sihai's voice also faintly attacked. Ahem. I forgot to mention that this Shintai 13 needles of mine also need to see blood. And more blood than they'll ever need. Well, you need to take these 13 pins and it takes 12 hours of soaking in your blood to make it belong to you. Otherwise, it's hard to drive. Of course, you can also stick these 13 needles in your own body for 12 hours as well. It takes a lot to familiarize them with your scent. Old Man White, I realized that I suddenly kind of hate you. Alright, listen to me. Fong Wendian interrupted the two. You start by putting a drop of blood on the wrist guard. Su Xiaokun knew that these masters couldn't trap him, and then put a drop of blood on top of the wrist guard. As the blood slowly disappeared, it was as if there was an extra space in Su Xiaokun's mind. Old Man Fong, why do I feel as if there's an extra space in my head? Su Xiaokun looked at Fong Wendian suspiciously. Good. This space is yours to use as much as you like, though it's not a big place, but it also has 30 square feet. In this you can store things. Simply place your palm on what you wish to store and store it with a silent receipt in your mind. Su Xiaokun froze. Is it so amazing? Su Xiaokun held the white 4C's cloth scroll in his heart. Collect! Only to see that the cloth scroll with the Shintai 13 needles instantly disappeared. Then a roll of cloth was added to the space in his head. Mindfulness. Fetch. The cloth scroll then appeared in his hand once more. Chapter 10, Release from Prison. This is really good stuff. Fong Wendian looked at Su Xiaokun playing so vigorously and interrupted. This pair of gauntlets can not only be used as storage space, but can withstand external weapons when it matters. Swords and guns are invulnerable. Even hot weapons will never break in front of this pair of wrist guards. Fong Wendian said somewhat smugly. If the remaining three masters were giving away life-preserving things, then what Fong Qiantian gave away was the most practical thing and it could save his life. Su Xiaokun was shocked in his heart. Although this wrist guard is very small, it can definitely protect the vital places. Of course the most practical part is the 30 square feet of space. After collecting the gifts from the four, Su Xiaokun stood up and solemnly kowtowed 3 times. Thanks for the gift of the masters. Come on, don't kowtow. We old guys are still alive. You're kowtowing when we're dead. In Hongxue helped Su Xiaokun up. The meal ended with a lot of laughter from the crowd. Su Xiaokun had actually made a breakthrough to the early stage of Huanjing in a single leap during this last year. This caused Fong Wendian to be surprised in a good way. It was predicted that Su Xiaokun would be able to enter the sovereign realm at the age of 50. 26 years is a long time, but it goes by fast. Today, on the other hand, is the day Su Xiaokun was released from prison. Above the dark prison square, tens of thousands of people stood in crow's feet, each whistling waving at the youth in the center of the square. There was no reluctance in his eyes, but excitement. Su Xiaokun could not have gotten to where he is now without the help of these tens of thousands of people. All the people in the dark prison. It can be said that there is no one who hasn't been beaten up by Su Xiaokun. The number of those killed is also countless. Of course those who were killed by Su Xiaokun were those who had insulted their parents. Otherwise, Su Xiaokun would not normally kill painfully. Pestilence. Slow down. Don't ever come back. The crowd was shouting madly. Sending Su Xiaokun away was one thing. The main thing was that they will witness a man who has come out of the dark prison alive. How about it? Little man, today's the day you get out of jail. Is there anything you want to say? Fong Wendian looked at Su Xiaokun with a smile. There is nothing to say. Is someone can't let go of you guys? Su Xiaokun, eyes a little red, forced himself not to cry. After all, after 26 whole years of living here. Okay, this Thai place. What's there to keep? Get the hell out of here. Your pickup is coming soon, too. Fong Wendian patted Su Xiaokun, then whispered in Su Xiaokun's ear. At that moment, Su Xiaokun's sad expression became excited. After saying goodbye to these 4 masters one by one, he walked towards the gate without looking back. Just as we arrived at the gate, we saw 4 men in black, and the car was still a black bomb-proof car. The 4 of them bowed at the 4 prison emperors, then put a hood on Su Xiaokun and left. On June 16, 200, Su Xiaokun was officially released from prison. Su Xiaokun had followed Fong Wendian since he was a child, so even his dress was extremely similar. It's quite an ancient flavor. The car, as it were, drove for a long time, about a day's traveling before it slowed to a stop. Then the co-pilot quickly pushed the door and ran down, jogging all the way to Su Xiaokun's side. Respectfully, he opened the door. Warden, it's here. The man in black made a gesture of invitation, causing Su Xiaokun to faintly stare, but then he was relieved. It was all arranged by his 4 masters. Su Xiaokun nodded slightly and looked at the unfamiliar place. Where is this? Turning around to look. Behind himself was actually a mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of meters and could not be seen. And right across the street was, well, a forest. Obviously not a city. Back to the prison master. This is beyond the dark prison. And it was the 4 prison emperors who arranged for you to get off here. Once heard of the 4 masters arranged, Su Xiaokun will not say anything more. Since you have arrived at your destination, prison master, we will leave first. Hey, no, what's the point of leaving me here? Su Xiaokun looked at the few people who got on the bus. Warden, don't worry, someone will come to get you in a moment. The dusty car disappeared. Only Su Xiaokun was left messy in the wind. Anyway, in terms of Su Xiaokun's current strength, he had nothing to fear. After all, there is this strength. Stretching out his arms, there was a crackling sound that came from his body. So cheerful. It seemed to be celebrating the rebirth of Su Xiaokun. You don't say. The air is just fresh out here. Unlike inside the dark prison, where the smell of blood permeates everywhere. Su Xiaokun moved his muscles. A roar appeared in the distance. 4 tiger head bends slowly appeared in Su Xiaokun's field of vision, followed by a dozen solid black Santanas. Su Xiaokun frowned as he watched the 4 cars that drove up. It was clear that he couldn't possibly recognize them. When the 4 tiger bends came to a stop, several men ran down from the passenger side in droves and opened the back door. With the car door open, one by one, the beautiful figures appeared in Su Xiaokun's field of vision. Every car has a beautiful woman walking down slowly, straight toward the direction of Su Xiaokun, and from time to time, they point. I have to say, though, that every single one of them has a face that looks like a big star. Su Xiaokun was thrilled for a moment as he watched. You are Su Xiaokun? A young girl in a red dress with an umbrella. Her face was somewhat angry as she looked at Su Xiaokun. I am. I wonder who you are. Su Xiaokun thought to himself, and did not offend the few people in front of him. Why are all of them looking at themselves with anger? TSK, is that all there is to it? I thought it was some kind of godly figure, but it turned out to be a psychopath. The red-clothed girl walked around Su Xiaokun, and looked at Su Xiaokun, who was dressed in an ancient costume. Some dislike. What age is this when there are still men with such long hair? It's just that. It's incestuous and misogynistic. It looks disgusting. At this moment, 2 more young girls surrounded them, catering to the words of the girl in red and mocking Su Xiaokun. However, Su Xiaokun wasn't angry, but he didn't pay attention to the 3 people in front of him either. After all, with his current state of mind, how could his defense be broken by just a few words? Have you guys seen enough? Su Xiaokun frowned and looked at the 3 women with some displeasure. Che, who cares to look at you? Come with us. The girl in red pinched her nose and passed by Su Xiaokun in disgust. Where to? Su Xiaokun's heart has already had some anger, which came up first to himself to count a meal, and then to make yourself follow. Even a mudblood has a little fire in him. Chapter 11. Surprise. Where are your questions? Just let you come with us, the girl in red said with anger. How am I supposed to go with you guys if you don't say where you're going? Just as the 3 girls in red were about to say something, they were interrupted by another female voice. Su Xiaokun is it? Su Xiaokun raised his head and looked at the person who spoke, causing Su Xiaokun's eyes to light up. The girl wasn't very tall. She looked like she was about 5 feet 6 inches or something like that. She had long, silky white hair, pale skin as delicate as lamb's fat jade, willow leaf eyebrows, large clear and bright eyes. It is like 2 bright stars, blinking with playfulness and spirituality. A light pink dress outlined a petite and delicate figure, like a porcelain doll. The slender waist was not a handful, as if it could be broken with a gentle pinch. Standing in this forest, it was like that unearthly elf. It's beautiful, especially this long white hair with the jade-like skin. It's all natural. It's my kind of thing, Su Xiaokun thought in his heart. You are? The young girl looked at Su Xiaokun's straight eyes and her cheeks burned a little. My name is Chu Qingyi. Sweet. So sweet. This voice is sweet but not greasy, Su Xiaokun commented in his heart. Miss Qingyi, I wonder what you want to see me about. Su Xiaokun smiled like a spring breeze as he looked at Chu Qingyi. Actually, we are all here to fulfill the marriage contract. Chu Qingyi's small face instantly turned red and, as if water could drip out, shyly not daring to look at Su Xiaokun. What did you say? Fulfillment of a marriage contract? What marriage contract? Su Xiaokun was confused. Bumpkin. Still want to have a marriage contract with us, you dream on. The icy voice of the woman in red rang out again. Chu Qingyi returned to the car and took out a red envelope and handed it to Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun opened the envelope suspiciously. Marriage, Su Xiaokun? Chu Qingyi. A paper of marriage is submitted to the heavenly court, lowering the sound of hell. When the 9 heavens are played, the heavens bear witness. If I fail my beloved, I will die for the crime of deceiving heaven. If you lose your wife, you are intentional, and you will be removed from the 3 realms and never be reincarnated. Witnesses, Fong Qian Tian, Chu Tianlong. After reading the marriage certificate, Su Xiaokun's entire body was bad. When seeing the name of the witness, in an instant Su Xiaokun remembered that these masters said surprise. What the do you call a surprise? Call it a ing surprise? This old thing. It doesn't care if I agree or not before it betrothed me? Su Xiaokun cursed in his heart, then turned her head to the other 3 women. You also have this marriage contract? The 3 women nodded, and one after another, they took out their marriage certificates, and casually threw them. It was thrown at Su Xiaokun as if he was throwing garbage. When Su Xiaokun saw the name of the witness, there was an instant urge to strangle these masters. That's right, one person arranged a marriage for Su Xiaokun. What do you guys mean? Su Xiaokun looked up at the several women. Humph, does a toad still want to eat swan meat? The girl in red, 100 times unhappy. That's right, how could we, the 3 great families of the imperial capital, choose a stinking beggar like you? Not good, not to mention you're a murderer. You've been to prison. I advise you to be sensible and break off the engagement, or I'll leave you with no place to stay. And this reason was what Fong Qitian and the others claimed to the public. After all, having grown up in prison, more or less out of place, the 3 young girls clearly loathed themselves one more than the other. Then Su Xiaokun turned his head to look at Chu Qingyi. What do you mean? Su Xiaokun frowned slightly. I comply with the marriage contract. Chu Qingyi lowered her head and stood on tiptoe, not daring to look at Su Xiaokun in the slightest. Su Xiaokun nodded slightly, then looked at the other 3 women. Oh, very well. Don't say you don't recognize the marriage contract. Even if I admit it, I won't marry you. After saying that, he directly tore up the marriage certificate in front of the 3 women. From now on, you are free, and this marriage contract is terminated. But Chu Qingyi's marriage certificate was put away by Su Xiaokun. Even if all 4 wanted to marry themselves, then Su Xiaokun would also find a way to back out of the 3, which was even better, as they couldn't see themselves anyway. You, the girl in red stomped her foot in anger. Humph, you just marry this white-haired witch. She won't live long anyway. The woman in red then turned away with the 2 women and roared off in her own tiger-headed ben. Only Chu Qingyi and a driver were left behind. Seeing the rest of the few people leave, Chu Qingyi's chauffeur stepped down and it was a man around 50 years old who came to Chu Qingyi's side and looked at Su Xiaokun and then Chu Qingyi. Miss, if you're not satisfied with this marriage, I'll go back and tell the old master. The man's voice was extremely gentle. No need Feng butler. I'm all for what grandpa wants. Chu Qingyi's red and pretty face, looking in Su Xiaokun's eyes, a burst of love in his heart. Qingyi girl, that, if you are interested in withdrawing from the marriage, I will talk to old man Feng. No need. Grandpa Feng is a family friend with our family. I believe in his vision. Chu Qingyi's good eyes no longer dodged, but firmly looked at Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun's height of 1 meter 8, although there is no outstanding appearance, but the knife-cut face of the features are distinct, but there is a hard man's beauty, belonging to the type of dress thin, undressing meat. Thanks. Su Xiaokun nodded slightly. Let's go. I'll familiarize you with the outside world. Chu Qingyi said and opened the car door, making a gesture of invitation. Su Xiaokun didn't make any pretense and sat his butt in the car next to Chu Qingyi. Tiger head Ben's space. Really not cover. 2 people sitting together is not at all crowded. Seating even 5 people would be a breeze. As the car started, several people left the area and headed for civilization. Along the way, Chu Qingyi also slowly opened her words, introducing Su Xiaokun to what had happened in recent years. However, Su Xiaokun was unconcerned, and only guessed in his heart, through Chu Qingyi's understanding that, why there are 4 marriage contracts. All 4 of these people suffer from rare diseases, and of course the most serious one is Chu Qingyi. You can tell by the gray hair, and this marriage letter was also set by Fong Wentian 10 years ago, for the Chu family to become one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital. It was entirely created by Fong Wentian's hand. Therefore, the Chu family was also particularly grateful to Fong Wentian, and even if they married Chu Qingyi, who was 8 years apart, to Su Xiaokun, they would never complain. These 4 great families were the Bai family, the Lu family, the Yin family, and the Chu family. As you can see from the names, all 3 are related to Su Xiaokun's master. Don't look at him. These 4 masters are in a dark prison, but they know everything about what's going on outside. How far Su Xiaokun could go in the future, they couldn't be clearer in their minds, so they rushed to place the marriage contract. I just didn't expect that there were 3 families that did look at Su Xiaokun so poorly. This also deserved the Chu family to rise. Chapter 12. With the passage of time, Su Xiaokun 3 people also gradually drove into the downtown area. The 2 and didn't say much during this time, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward for a while. Well, they say I'm a murderer and have been in jail. Aren't you afraid? Su Xiaokun looked at Chu Qingyi and said in a soft voice. It's not true that you're not afraid, but that's only when you haven't seen you. Now that I've seen it, instead, I don't feel scared, Chu Qingyi said frankly. In fact, Su Xiaokun understands in his heart. This marriage contract is nothing more than wanting to make himself. It's just a matter of helping out the chosen family. As for liking it or not, hell no. Right, big brother Su, do you have a place to go? Chu Qingyi asked. Looking at Chu Qingyi's churlish appearance, Su Xiaokun fell into deep thought in a moment. Yeah, is there a place to go by himself? Su Xiaokun himself didn't know. On second thought, he had never worshipped his parents then asked. By the way, do you know about Happy Town? Chu Qingyi thought for a moment. You're talking about that Happy Town in S province? Su Xiaokun nodded slightly. His parents were arranged to be buried there by Feng Wentian. Province S is not very far from the imperial capital, only about 300 kilometers away, and by car, it also only takes about 4 hours. But if Big Brother Su wants to go, I can accompany you. Speaking of accompanying you, the sound seemed minimal. Su Xiaokun smiled slightly and shook his head. Not long after, Chu Qingyi's car had already entered the imperial capital, and stopped in front of an extremely luxurious hotel. Brother Su, we're here, hearing Chu Qingyi's voice, only to see 2 rows of people standing neatly in front of the hotel. There was also a fire pit in the center. It is? Su Xiaokun looked at Chu Qingyi in disbelief. It's like this, Brother Su. You've just been released from prison. Boast the fire pit to remove the bad luck. Burn your past and welcome your new life. Su Xiaokun nodded, not expecting this little girl to be so considerate. There was no pretense, and when he got out of the car, he stepped over the fire pit and into the middle of the hall. Chu Qingyi followed closely behind Su Xiaokun and took out a room card, put it in Su Xiaokun's hands. What is this? Su Xiaokun looked at the room card suspiciously. This is the room card. The room is on the 8th floor. You go to take a shower first. The words were not finished. A middle-aged man around 30 years old ran over quickly. Miss Chu, you're here. I believe this is Mr. Su, right? Aha. Chu Qingyi nodded. Before her release from prison, everything had been arranged by Chu Qingyi. This made Su Xiaokun somewhat impressed. Hello, Mr. Su, I'm the manager of the Rainbow Hotel. My name is Wang Liang. In the future, if you have anything, just look for me, said shaking hands with Su Xiaokun. Manager Wang, you first take Big Brother Su to wash up. Chu Qingyi instructed Wang Liang. Okay, Ms. Chu. Wang Liang answered and led Su Xiaokun to the 8th floor. There are only 4 rooms on the 8th floor, but each one is the size of a presidential suite. The price for one night is 6,600, which is equivalent to an average person's salary for half a year. Mr. Su, you are staying in room 1. After saying that, he took the room card and swiped it. The door to the room was then opened. Wang Liang then retreated after an introductory beat. And tell Su Xiaokun restaurant is on the 3rd floor. Go down and you can see. After entering the room, Su Xiaokun looked at the huge room and his heart was filled with emotion. This place, it's so big. At least of it has 300 to 400 square feet, right? Su Xiaokun looked around. That's before walking to the bathroom. Su Xiaokun in the dark prison is eating well, though, but that's not even close to a place to live. After all, at that time, he was just thinking about cultivation and didn't care too much about the place to live. When seeing the facilities of this presidential suite, Su Xiaokun felt as if he had come to the future. What can be motorized here is never manual. If not for Wang Liang's information, with the Su Xiaokun who just got out of prison, he would not be able to play in this life. An hour later, Su Xiaokun finished his bath, when the door of the room was knocked. Who is it? Su Xiaokun looked at the door of the room. It's me, Wang Liang, Ms. Chu, the clothes for you. I sent them over. Well, you leave it by the door. Okay, Su, show yourself. Only after the people left did Su Xiaokun open the door to his room and took 2 sets of clothes. It's the same style as what you wear. 1 white and 1 black. 2 sets in total. This little girl, she really has a heart. To find 2 sets of flying fish costumes in such a short time. Following Feng Wentian's taste, Su Xiaokun also liked this kind of clothes, no matter if it was a fight. Still flying off the handle. This dress is extremely comfortable. After fixing his hair and putting on a white fly fishing suit, he eased out of the room and, toward the 3rd floor dining room. Just as he arrived at the 3rd floor dining room, he saw Chu Qingyi with a head of white hair. It's a big restaurant, and there's no one there but the waiters. This made Su Xiaokun a little surprised. Maybe it wasn't mealtime, but he didn't think deeply about it. In fact, this entire hotel has been wrapped up by Chu Qingyi, and for a period of time to come. This Rainbow Hotel specializes in serving Su Xiaokun alone. Looking at Su Xiaokun, who was dressed in white, Chu Qingyi didn't know what she was thinking, her small face slightly red. Over here, big brother Su. Chu Qingyi beckoned. Su Xiaokun nodded and sat his butt down opposite Chu Qingyi. By the way, do you know where there's a station? Su Xiaokun looked at Chu Qingyi and faintly asked. After all, worshipping one's parents is a big deal. The station? Is big brother Su going to Happy Town? Chu Qingyi asked. Well, to honor my parents, to be precise. After all, I haven't visited for many years. Su Xiaokun's eyes, somewhat dimmed. Don't bother, this is for you, said Chu Qingyi. Took out a bank card, and a car key, and placed it in front of Su Xiaokun. What does that mean? Su Xiaokun looked at the two things. This is my grandfather's bank card for you, and as to how much money is in it, I don't know, and this car is the one I prepared for you, so that it's more convenient for brother Su to travel. Chu Qingyi looked at Su Xiaokun's hesitation to accept, wanting to refuse, and hurriedly said, Brother Su, don't think too much. This card is my grandfather's payment for your consultation. I've been to all the famous doctors for my disease and they can't help. Or Grandpa Fong asked someone to find my grandpa and said you could cure it. Of course the requirement is for me to give my body in return. Saying that, Chu Qingyi's little face reddened once again. These things, Su Xiaokun had guessed long ago. However, since it is said to be a diagnosis that Su Xiaokun is not polite, after all, he is now poorer than the face of the pocket is clean, and without further pretense, he simply loaded up his bank card, then toyed with his car keys. In the dark prison, the simplest skill like driving a car, Su Xiaokun had learned it a long time ago. After all, the four major prison emperors, each had a car. As for the driver's license, Su Xiaokun does not have one for the time being. Chapter 13, Tomb Sweeping. Su Xiaokun, embarrassed, scratched his head. Well, and I can drive. But you know, being in prison prevents me from getting a driver's license. Only then did Chu Qingyi react and said with a smile, Brother Su, this is simple. A phone call followed. In this day and age in 200, a driver's license can be bought with a little bit of connections that, for Chu Qingyi, this kind of thing couldn't be simpler. After a few seconds passed, Chu Qingyi smiled sweetly. Brother Su, the driver's license is done. In about 2 hours, it will be delivered. Su Xiaokun, who is in prison, naturally does not know the tao of this, but in his heart, he still admired Chu Qingyi's ability to do things. Thanks in advance then. After Su Xiaokun thanked him, the two of them had their meals served and had a chat. By the way, Brother Su, are you sure about my condition? Chu Qingyi's beautiful eyes stared straight at Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun pondered for a moment, and just as he was about to open his mouth, he was interrupted by Chu Qingyi. Actually, it's fine, Brother Su. The hospital side has already given me a critical notice. I was told I wouldn't live to be 20, so you don't have to be embarrassed. I'm happy to know you, Chu Qingyi said with some tears glistening in her eyes. Who wants to die if they can live? In fact, it's not that Su Xiaokun can't be cured. With the Ghost Gate 13 needles, it would be easy to save Chu Qingyi. But Su Xiaokun realized that Chu Qingyi wasn't sick, but possessed a rare physique. Immaculate body. As the name implies, the body is extremely pure, without a trace of dirt, and this type of physique. It was an excellent cultivation physique that could not be found in 10,000, and white hair was the most obvious symbol of the unsullied body. Su Xiaokun knew that with Fong Wentian's strength, it was impossible for him not to know about this type of physique. After all, it was still Fong Wentian who taught him about the physique. I just don't know why Fong Wentian didn't tell her the reason for this in person. Also thinking of asking questions before deciding how to treat it. Miss Chu, you don't have to worry about that. Your condition is very treatable for me, but now there's something I don't understand. After I figure it out, I will treat you myself, Su Xiaokun said after a moment of contemplation. When Chu Qingyi heard that her illness could be treated, the eyes that glistened with tears that, a look of excitement filled the room. Really, big brother Su? Chu Qingyi looked at Su Xiaokun incredulously. The disease that could not be treated by all the famous doctors in the country. When it came to Su Xiaokun's mouth, it felt as if it was very simple. For a moment, Chu Qingyi was also in a bit of disbelief. Well, don't worry, Ms. Chu, I'm sure of your condition. Give me some time, and when I figure out what's going on here, I'll heal you, Su Xiaokun said with certainty. Hearing Su Xiaokun being so certain, Chu Qingyi also let go of the years of repression in her heart. Even the meals were extra sweet. When the two of them had had their fill of wine and food, Wang Liang took the freshly baked driver's license and, quickly, he came to Chu Qingyi's front. Ms. Chu, this is something that was handed to me just now. Looking at the black driver's license in Wang Liang's hand, Chu Qingyi took it. Thank you, Manager Wang. Ahem, that Ms. Chu doesn't need to thank me. These are all things I should do. Then he respectfully retreated, no longer disturbing the two. Now Chu Qingyi handed the driver's license to Su Xiaokun's hand. Now you can drive without worrying. Actually, even if you don't have a driver's license, I can get it for you. I'm sorry, Chu Qingyi muttered in a small voice. In fact, this kind of thing, Su Xiaokun also know. After all, eat people's mouths are soft, take people's hands are short. Su Xiaokun also did not want to owe too much, took the driver's license, said a thank you, and put it away. That, Brother Su, I have something else to do this afternoon, so I won't accompany you. You can call me if anything comes up. Then Chu Qingyi seemed to remember something and, from his bag, he took out one of the latest Noah 8800 cell phones, which cost about $10,000 on the market. This one's for you. Chu Qingyi handed his cell phone to Su Xiaokun, who also knew that he had no contact information right now. If Chu Qingyi's condition flared up, he himself wouldn't know, so he simply took the cell phone. Brother Su, there's my cell phone number in here. If there's anything you need, you can call me directly. Then he simply taught Su Xiaokun how to use it before leaving. After Chu Qingyi left, Su Xiaokun took out the red car key that Chu Qingyi had given him, came to the parking area of the Rainbow Hotel. In the parking area, there were only a few scattered cars, the most eye-catching of course being a red supercar. This wouldn't be the car Chu Qingyi prepared, would it? Su Xiaokun unbelievably pressed the unlock button. The red supercar lights flashed twice. Holy, it's still true. Is this Chu family so rich? I'm sure it would be nice to be a house son-in-law. Although he said so on his lips, Su Xiaokun wouldn't really go as a door-to-door son-in-law. After all, he's still rather old-fashioned in his thinking. Faraday 360, 200-year-old, $4.5 million. Keep in mind that in this day and age $4.5 million can buy a neighborhood. Although Su Xiaokun didn't know the exact price, but looking at it, it wouldn't be cheap. Then drove the supercar and set off in the direction of Happy Town. In 200, there were no speed limits on the highway. After familiarizing yourself with the vehicle, 1 foot on the gas goes dry. Instantly Faraday shot out with a roar like a cow with chicken blood, reaching 200 plus mph in a flash. With a supercar on board, more than 4 hours of travel, hardly let Su Xiaokun compress to 2 hours. After buying some tribute on the side of the road, I drove to my parents' grave. I thought the grave must be overgrown with weeds, since I hadn't been there for 26 years. But once he saw the grave, Su Xiaokun was a little disbelieving, for there were no weeds in front of the grave, but it was packed extremely clean, and there was a man standing in front of the tombstone in a law enforcement uniform, probably around 50, watching Su Xiaokun come to the tombstone. The man looked at Su Xiaokun. You are Su Xiaokun, right? The man was sure for a long time before he recognized Su Xiaokun. Who are you? Su Xiaokun frowned slightly but didn't get angry. After all, the graveyard was cleaned up so cleanly. It should be the work of the man in front of him. I'm sorry, I don't know you, but thanks anyway. You can help my parents clean their gravestones, Su Xiaokun said indifferently, then took out the tributes and placed them in order in front of the tombstone. 3 hard kowtows were given before he formally looked at the man. Oh, little one, it's normal not to recognize me, yet I knew your mother. Su Xiaokun slightly froze, did not speak, just listened to the man in front of him to tell himself. My name is Zhang Jiuli. You can call me Uncle Lai. Actually, it's still related to you that I've been able to come to this position now. Zhang Jiuli looked at Su Xiaokun with a smile. Chapter 14, Stomping the Ground. Related to me? Su Xiaokun frowned. Good. Back in the day, because I knew your mother. It's what got me to the position of director of S province today. You know, the position of director is much better than any mayor or governor in this day and age. As to what causes I do not know. The man who met me just told me to take care of your parents' graves and wait here for you to get out. To be able to walk to such a high position, in fact, cannot be separated from Zhang Jiuli's own ability. Of course it's one thing to have the ability, it's another to have someone to promote. And did they say anything to you? Su Xiaokun looked at Zhang Jiuli and asked. That's not true. Then Su Xiaokun thought about the person who could have such a great ability to. It was probably only his own masters, as they were the only ones he knew. By the way, Lin Feng has a son who is also in S province now. Zhang Jiuli added another sentence. Who is it? Su Xiaokun asked as he looked at Zhang Jiuli. His name is Lin Tianai. He inherited Lin Feng's position, and now he's doing very well. Zhang Jioli looked at Su Xiaokun and realized that there wasn't much fluctuation. Where is he? Su Xiaokun clenched his fists. As long as he was related to Lin Feng, then the roots must be cut out. Province S. City Y. Named the Amano Kai, an organization of Yakuza nature. It currently controls a large portion of Y City's underground forces. You're going to have some trouble trying to deal with him, Zhang Jioli said after considering for a while. After all, the feud between the two of them was not something that Zhang Jioli could moderate from. And Zhang Jioli determined that Su Xiaokun definitely has a big man behind him. Otherwise he couldn't have climbed so high himself. Since it had already come up, it was natural to need to pave the way for Su Xiaokun. It's not for you to worry about whether it's troublesome or not. You just need to tell me now that. His exact location. Su Xiaokun's face went cold. Feeling Su Xiaokun's icy gaze, even if Zhang Jioli had met so many people, and couldn't help but shiver. He owns a nightclub called Xintiandi in Y. It's also his base. It should be possible to find him there. Zhang Jioli spoke truthfully. Okay, I get it. Thank you for visiting my parents' graves all these years. There's nothing I can repay you for just getting out. But there are 3 things I can do for you as a return favor. Su Xiaokun said indifferently. He was not willing to owe anyone a favor. He also didn't believe that anyone would be kind enough to help himself. Elder brother Su. What kind of words are these? I'm happy to be able to help you. Zhang Jioli didn't feel that Su Xiaokun's repayment was of any use. However, fearing the big shot behind Su Xiaokun, he was still happy to receive Su Xiaokun's promise. Zhang Jioli wanted to stay Su Xiaokun dinner, but was refused. The two left each other contact information. Su Xiaokun then drove to Y City. The city of Y wasn't very far, only about 100 kilometers. Half an hour later, Su Xiaokun's red supercar stopped at the entrance of Xintiandi nightclub. By now it was about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Although Xintiandi was not yet open, there were many people gathered at the entrance. When they saw Su Xiaokun's supercar, they were all starry-eyed. Wow! Whose supercar is this? I can't believe it's a Faraday 360. You know this car can be worth a small $5 million. That's right. I've been in Y City for so many years, but I've never seen such an awesome supercar before. It's over. I think I'm in love. Even if it's a bad old man who's driving, I'd be madly in love with both. Che, don't you take a piss and see what you look like. Someone who can drive a car like that can look at you? A group of spirited guys, little 2 girls, surrounded Su Xiaokun's car and looked at it for a long time. Even some of the girls who thought they were a bit of a looker went so far as to take the initiative and knock on the car window. Su Xiaokun, who was still in silence, saw someone knocking on the window of the car, which brought him back to his senses. Opened the window. You are? Su Xiaokun looked at the heavily made-up girl in front of him with some revulsion. Yikes. So it's a little brother. The girls who were watching saw Su Xiaokun's face, and one of them was in a state of spring. This is even more determined to chase Su Xiaokun. Hello little brother, can I get acquainted? The young girl looked at Su Xiaokun and said with a voice that she thought was very sweet. In Su Xiaokun heard that deliberately whole dead movement, flooded with a burst of goosebumps. Roll. Old me hates dead clips the most. Su Xiaokun waved his hand and said he was about to slam the window down, but was stopped by the maiden, who, though she resented being called a dead clamp, but also not angry. After all, a but can be involved with Su Xiaokun. Pulling some soup, are enough to eat their own. Still brazenly said, come on little brother, you don't like the clip sound, then I'm changing my voice. I'm sorry, he said and made his voice imperial. Su Xiaokun froze. You're pretty damn versatile, but I'm sorry, you're not my type. I don't care what anyone else's face looks like when I finish, I just close the window. After stepping on the spot, drive away. But one of them, a young lady, got on a motorcycle and, tightly following behind the supercar driven by Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun, who didn't have any cash on his body, brought the bank card given by Chu Qingyi to the cash machine. It was a real shock to see the balance on the card. Only a long list of zeros came into view. This Chu family is really rich. Su Xiaokun sighed. The whole $10 million, just gave himself. Then took out 50,000 put in the car. Not Su Xiaokun do not want to take. Rather, large withdrawals need to go to the counter to withdraw money. And Su Xiaokun is too lazy to stand in line. Mainly because he didn't know that this gold card he was holding could take the VIP lane without queuing. Just as Su Xiaokun was getting into the car, the little Taiwanese girl who was chasing after him on her bicycle, it also walked to Su Xiaokun's side. Hello little brother, would you mind getting acquainted? Su Xiaokun cried and laughed as he looked at the little Taiyu. He had just finished withdrawing money and someone came to accost him. I thought to myself that I should keep a low profile from now on, but the $50,000 was lying quietly on the passenger seat. And the little Taiwanese girl didn't even look at it. This was somewhat surprising to Su Xiaokun. What's the matter with you? Su Xiaokun carefully sized up the little Taiyukai. Although the little Taiyukai was dressed in a more fashionable manner, the stunningly beautiful face of the and that proud body is to see the Su Xiaokun hot blood, especially the high peaks on her chest. Even more so, Su Xiaokun thought that this little ninny had grown up on hormones. Secretly, he mentally compared two hands, neither of which he could hold. Chapter 15 Tsunami Gang. It's not much, it's just that I feel that little brother is quite rich and I want to get to know him. Su Xiaokun froze, not expecting this little girl to be so blunt, not shying away from his thoughts in the slightest, but different from others. As for this face value, it's indeed on par with Chu Chingy's, especially those legs that were as straight as chopsticks. People couldn't help but look at them twice. Sorry, I'm not interested in getting to know you, said Su Xiaokun and prepared to leave. At the time of just starting the car, the little Taiyu directly blocked the way of Su Xiaokun. What are you doing? Like I said, just wanted to get acquainted with you, seeing as how you look so new. Must be your first time in Y City, the little Taiyukai said to herself. None of your business. Su Xiaokun was a bit speechless. Are girls so open nowadays? As much as I love money, I will earn it in my own way. I don't know if you need a guide. I'm incredibly familiar with this why. The little Taiyukai looked at Su Xiaokun with wide eyes. Well, Su Xiaokun thought about it. Nowadays there are so many changes. Also really need a person who is familiar with the road. At that moment, he wasn't refusing. After all, who would refuse a big beautiful guide? That's fine. I don't know how you charge for it. 300 a day. Eat, drink, and shop with me, not sleep with me. The little Taiyukai continued thoughtfully. I can't even raise the money. I have my own principles. Little girl, realize that the average person only earns, at most, $1,000 a month. That's 300 a day for your mouth. Are you worth it? Su Xiaokun looked at the little Taiyukai with interest. The little Taiyukai thought for a moment, then straightened her proud figure. I think it's worth it. Looking at the little sister that erect huge, Su Xiaokun also feel the value, regardless of whether it can sleep or not. At least it looks more eye-catching too. Okay, you get in the car. Without further ado, the little Taiyukai parked her motorcycle and stepped into the passenger side. Then out of the $50,000, no more, no less, came 300. Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned. You're quite self-conscious for a girl. But he himself took 2007 out of the 50,000 and handed it to the young lady. I figure I'll be here for about 10 days. So I'll give you this money up front. The little Taiyukai was also not polite, and directly collected the bills. Where are you going down there? The little Taiyukai asked. After all, the money had been collected and something should be done about it. As for where to go, I haven't thought about it. I wanted to ask you about the Xintiandi nightclub. The little Taiyukai's beautiful eyes blinked. So, no wonder, you stopped in front of Xintiandi, but didn't ask why, and then introduced the new world. Xintiandi was founded 5 years ago and is owned by Lin Tianai. Of course Lin Tianai's estate isn't the only one. He's got 5 other bars, a sandlot, 3 KTVs to his name. It can be a handful in Y City, over $100 million in assets to his name. The little Taiyukai added. Su Xiaokun also didn't expect that Lin Tianai was so rich, but he didn't put it on his mind. It's just a matter of minutes before he's dead, and certainly not letting him die so peacefully. By the way, let me ask if he has any nemesis. You have a grudge against him? The little Taiyukai turned her head to look at Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun nodded slightly. Well, as far as I know, Y City is divided into 2 underground forces. One is the Tenno Club, which is based on Lin Tenno, while the other is the Tsunami Gang. The gang leader's name is Song Xiaotian, nicknamed Song Tiger. Its strength is not as huge as the Amano Club, but it should not be underestimated. After all, the two have been rubbing up against each other for years, and neither one can do anything about it. Su Xiaokun nodded thoughtfully and had an idea in his mind. That's trying to build a power of your own. Otherwise you're left to do everything yourself. No matter what, it's still a bit overwhelming. Can you make an appointment with this Tiger Song? Su Xiaokun asked a mouthful. You really look up to me. However, my cousin is the head of one of his subdivisions, so it would be a good idea to try to make an appointment. Su Xiaokun's eyes lit up slightly. He didn't expect that this little girl even had a mob background. Okay, then you try. And when it's done, you'll be rewarded. Okay, but I'm not sure it's going to work. After all, people are powerful people. Well, it's okay, even if the date doesn't work out, you're still in for a treat. Su Xiaokun nodded slightly. The little Taiyukai then got out of the car, took out a delicate little smartphone and made a call. Maybe it's because of the poor signal from the SCT. The little Taiyukai's phone call was extraordinarily loud, and even passers-by were disgusted when they saw it. Su Xiaokun also had a red old face and hurriedly closed the car window, no longer looking at her. About 5 minutes later, the little Taiyukai pulled open the car door and looked at Su Xiaokun with a happy face. Well, that boss, the man gave you an appointment with investors from out of town. The little Taiyukai looked at Su Xiaokun with a smile. You can really make up identities for me. All of a sudden you're an investor. That can't be helped. It just so happens that Song Xiaotian wants to open a nightclub even bigger than Xintiandi. It's worried about money, and it wouldn't have come out to see you if I hadn't said so. Su Xiaokun thought about it and also did not say anything more. After some familiarization between the two, Su Xiaokun knew that the girl in front of him was named Luoli. His brother Luo Tianxiong is Song Xiaotian under the hands of the number 1 horse, but also the gold medal fighter. Extremely advocate force, can be said to be a living martial arts obsession. He was in charge of the Tiger Hall under Song Xiaotian's name, and also had several hundred minions following him. The appointment was at 9 o'clock in the evening at one of the biggest restaurants in Y City, the Rising Restaurant. Su Xiaotian looked at the time on his cell phone. It was only an hour away from 9 o'clock. He then took Luoli and drove towards the Ascension restaurant. The two had just reached the door of the tavern. A Tiger Ben and 3 or 4 vans were parked right next to Su Xiaokun's car. From the car stepped a stout man. Probably only about 5'7", with a big greasy haircut. He had the look of a successful man, and next to him followed a tattooed youth, probably about the same age as Su Xiaokun. When she saw several people get off the bus, Luoli flew to the side of the youth covered in tattoos. Brother, how did you guys get here so quickly? Luoli took the youth's arm as soon as she could. A greeting was then given to the greasy-headed man. The greasy-headed man nodded slightly as well. Brother, this is Boss Su, who I told you about on the phone. Want to come to Y City to invest in some projects? The oil-headed man, looking at Su Xiaokun's car, had some surprise in his eyes. It was then that he formally sized up Su Xiaokun. Boss Su, this is the brother I told you about. Luo Tianxiong, this greasy-headed uncle. On the other hand, is the famous Song Xiaotian of Y City. Lori introduced herself. Chapter 16, Song Xiaotian. Several people nodded. Song Xiaotian took the lead and walked up, shaking Su Xiaokun's hand. Oh, Boss Su is really young and promising. A luxury car like Faraday at such an age. Saying that, he also did not forget, and pinched his palm hard, wanting to give Su Xiaokun a downward spiral. Feeling the force coming from his hand, Su Xiaokun smiled faintly, not caring at all. And, instead, he used his own hand slightly with dark energy. There was a crackling sound coming from both hands. At that moment, Song Xiaotian trembled for a moment, his brows furrowed, and then he let go of Su Xiaokun's hand. What a hero. I'm sure Boss Su was a practiced man as well. Song Xiaotian hurriedly hid his hand in his sleeve and trembled a few times. Come on, let's eat and talk. Su Xiaokun sighed a little. Song Xiaotian is worthy of being the big brother. He just got a little bit of dark power. At least pinched and broke a few of his bones. But I didn't expect Song Xiaotian to not say a word and harden his stoicism. Satisfied, he nodded. A few people just entered the door shortly, whimpering from the van down a group of punks, followed by a few people. You guys, sit anywhere you want, and eat and drink on my tab. I'm sorry, Song Xiaotian said to a group of minions. Then he looked at Su Xiaokun's flat eyes. Boss Su is joking. It's been rather uneventful lately. I can't help being in the jungle. Su Xiaokun nodded to show his understanding. Even if he brought more people, Su Xiaokun wouldn't care. After all, a few randomly thrown paper figures could be set up, without even needing to do anything themselves. The Tianzino, one private room, the largest private room in the Rise restaurant, was now wrapped up by Song Xiaotian. After all, it was a dinner invitation for the big boss, so it couldn't be too shabby. As for whether or not it could be negotiated, Song Xiaotian didn't give it a second thought. After all, in his own territory, we can't talk about it over drinks, so let's beat this investment. The large private room had more than 20 chairs alone. You can imagine how big this table really is. Luoli brought Su Xiaokun to the main seat of the grand guest, and then sat next to him herself. Song Xiaotian, on the other hand, followed Luo Tianxiong and sat across from the two. It's not that Song Xiaotian doesn't want to bring a few more people to show off, but with Luo Tianxiong sitting on the fence, that Song Xiaotian was quite trusting. He didn't believe that anyone could beat a martial arts nerd like Luo Tianxiong in single combat. Boss Su, I wonder what kind of wine you usually like to drink. Song Xiaotian was the first to ask. Su Xiaokun smiled faintly. Any kind of wine will do. We're mainly here to talk business this time, aren't we? There's plenty of opportunity for drinking. Okay, Boss Su is quick enough. It just so happens that I have brought 5-grain terrace with me, so you can taste it. Wuliangtai is also a relatively famous wine, and a random bottle can be no less than 4 figures. Luo Li was also more discerning, and directly took the Wuliangtai over. It was opened and one person filled a glass of wine down. Song Xiaotian said, I don't know. What industry does Boss Su intend to invest in this time? Is there a specific amount? Su Xiaokun played with the wine glass in his hand and glanced at Song Xiaotian. Of course I'll invest in whatever industry makes money, and as for the exact amount, that also depends on the investment. Ha ha, Boss Su is really wealthy. In that case I won't hide it from you. Old brother, I happen to want to invest in a nightclub recently. I wonder if Boss Su is interested. After Song Xiaotian finished, he looked at Su Xiaokun, who had an old-fashioned look on his face, and wondered what kind of medicine the gourd was hiding. Su Xiaokun pretended to think for about a minute before he said, how much is the investment and is it profitable? As soon as Song Xiaotian heard that there was something to do, he hurriedly said, in this world nowadays, besides gambling and drugs, then the most profitable is naturally the nightclubs. Other than that, Boss Su of the Xintiandi nightclub knows, right? New World? Su Xiaokun said upon hearing this. I've heard of it, but I'm not sure exactly. Ha ha, that's easy. I'll understand when I take you on a dashing trip after dinner. The main source of a nightclub is, firstly, the drinks and secondly, the young ladies. I'm sure Boss Su is well aware of that. Su Xiaokun just released. He is clear a dara. Only, Song Xiaotian how to say. He nodded how he did, as if he had been in the field for a long time. You go on. Xintiandi. A night's profit on drinks would be about the same. It would be 10W. If you add in the lady, you can probably get close to $200,000 a night. Song Xiaotian looked at the thoughtful Su Xiaokun and then said, if we can add gambling and drugs, the benefits will be even more substantial. But I have a principle as a person. While I'm not a nice guy, I'm not going to condone someone under my thumb dealing drugs. No one can. These are my rules. Even if we can cooperate with you, Boss Su, then we will definitely not allow the appearance of drugs. Listening to Song Xiaotian's words, Su Xiaokun was somewhat impressed. I didn't think a jungle mixer would care about that. Su Xiaokun had no intention of cooperating, so he agreed. I don't know. How much money you're short? Su Xiaokun asked what was on his mind. $8 million. As long as we have $8 million, I can guarantee that our nightclub will surpass Xintiandi. 8 million. That's not much. Su Xiaokun said indifferently. After all, there was still over $9 million lying in his own card. Yes, but I have a request. Su Xiaokun saw that it was about time and was ready to get to the point. Song Xiaotian, thinking about the car at the door, and looking at Su Xiaokun's calm appearance, not like a penniless lord, he then asked, you can mention whatever you want, as long as old brother I can help, I will definitely help. In this acre of Y City, old brother I still have that much of a thin skin. Su Xiaokun nodded slightly. I'm asking you to take over Lin Tianye's industry within a month. Can you do it? When Su Xiaokun had just finished speaking, Song Xiaotian got on his temper and slapped the table. Boss Su, if you want to invest, I welcome it, but if you want to make crooked, I'm not a vegetarian either. Looking at Song Xiaotian, who was slapping the table, Su Xiaokun had no waves in his heart. Don't be so agitated. Old brother Song, what I said is the truth. Looking at Su Xiaokun's appearance that didn't look like he was fooling around, Song Xiaotian couldn't make up his mind for a moment. Slowly, he sat down. What does Boss Su mean? Might as well be straightforward. There are no outsiders here. Su Xiaokun didn't beat around the bush either. I have a grudge against Lin Tianyi. If you can take over his territory. As for Lin Tianyi himself, I will deal with him myself. After all, Su Xiaokun wanted to cultivate his own forces. Also want to observe if the person in front of you is suitable for cultivation or not. If you can't even do that, I don't think there's any point in us working together. Su Xiaokun finished looking at the stunned Song Xiaotian. After considering for a long time, Song Xiaogai said, Boss Su has a big appetite. I'm afraid your cooperation is a lie. It's true that you want to use my hand to get rid of Lin Tianyi, right? Chapter 17, The Lord's Fall. Su Xiaokun looked indifferently. Song Xiaotian said, you think too highly of yourself. I'm just trying to cultivate my own forces. That's why I'm giving you a chance to submit to me. Otherwise, with trash like you want to work with me? After saying that, he looked at Song Xiaotian with a disdainful face. What do you mean, Boss Su? The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. Luoli on the side didn't dare to breathe a single breath and looked at Su Xiaokun in horror. I didn't expect that this extremely young-looking man in front of me would dare to speak to Song Xiaotian in such a manner. The heart instantly regretted bringing the two together. Carefully, he pulled Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun, however, ignored Luo Li's movements, said to himself, Tiger Song, You're really an old man who's living on a dog. Can't you understand such simple words? I think you should stop calling yourself Song Tiger. How about Song Mouse instead? Asterisk 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 Q. Boy, you were still wearing crotchless pants when the old man was hanging out. I'll call you Boss Su if I give you face. You're a JB if I don't. Song Xiaotian also came to the fire, rolled up his sleeves and was ready to Su Xiaokun. But he was stopped by Luo Tianxiong on the side. Leave it to me, boss. Luo Tianxiong's faint voice rang out, then rushed towards Su Xiaokun. Brother, he's my boss. Can you give me face and let's forget about today? Luo Li got anxious and hurriedly rounded off the scene. I'm sure Boss Su definitely didn't mean to look down. Luo Tianxiong stopped where he was and looked at Song Xiaotian. After all, Luo Li was Luo Tianxiong's younger sister. Song Xiaotian still gave a face with extreme reluctance. Brat, if it wasn't for Luo Li, you'd be dead today. Luo Tianxiong also retreated. Really? I'd really like to know how to write the word death. Will you teach me? Su Xiaokun pulled Luo Li aside. Stop it, Boss Su. If you keep talking, I won't be able to protect you. Luo Li also didn't expect Song Xiaotian to give himself face. Somewhat angrily, he glared at Su Xiaokun. You're teaching me things? Su Xiaokun looked at Luo Li with dissatisfaction. You, forget it, do what you like. I don't care about you. Luo Li was also a little annoyed by Su Xiaokun's tone. Asterisk 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 Q. You're pretty wild, aren't you, little brat? How many years has it been since anyone dared to talk to me like that? You're good. You're the first. Then I'll see if you have the capital to be arrogant. Song Xiaotian couldn't help but explode as well. When he heard insulting his parents, Su Xiaokun's eyes went ice cold. Have the guts to curse at me. The voice was gloomy and terrifying. Song Xiaotian was also startled by Su Xiaokun's eyes, but after all, they were children of the jungle. How could they be subdued? I said, me, grass, you. Mom hadn't even cursed out yet. Only to see Su Xiaokun directly pick up the chopsticks in front of him and slightly exert himself. The chopsticks shot out as if they were bullets. Luo Tianxiong raised his hand to block Song Xiaotian's face, but it was of no use at all. The chopsticks went straight through Luo Tianxiong's arm and it then stuck hard on top of Song Xiaotian's brain, and then shot out, entering the wall 3 times. Only then did it stop. A generation of lords, Song Xiaotian, died in the hands of Su Xiaokun without warning. Eyes were wide open till death. Can't believe I died on a disposable chopstick. Kill, kill. Luo Li looked at Song Xiaotian, who was lying dead on the table, and fell into fear. Luo Tianxiong was okay, at least he was used to seeing dead people. Masters, this was Luo Tianxiong's first thought. Although Luo Tianxiong was hanging out with Song Xiaotian, there was little affection between them. You want revenge? After Su Xiaokun did this, he picked up the warm handkerchief on the table and glanced at Luo Tianxiong. Don't want to. Even if I did, I couldn't beat you. Luo Tianxiong said frankly. Good. You're more honest like your sister. Su Xiaokun nodded and placed the handkerchief on the table. Boss Su, I know I can't beat you, but I still want to spar with you. Let's see how big the gap really is. Luo Tianxiong's eyes erupted with fierce battle intent at this moment, because he was a martial arts nerd. If you want to become strong yourself, then you have to challenge someone stronger. Whether it was Lin Tianai or Song Xiaotian, they were all trash to Luo Tianxiong. Only Song Xiaotian gave Luo Tianxiong a bite to eat, so he followed Luo Tianxiong. Yes, Su Xiaokun nodded lightly, because Su Xiaokun was more optimistic about Luo Tianxiong than Song Xiaotian because a martial arts nerd that it will be better controlled. Thanks a lot. Then please, Luo Tianxiong said as he headed for the door, thinking of a different empty place. No, it's fine here. Against you, one move is enough. Luo Tianxiong froze in place. I admit you're strong, but one move. Aren't you looking down on me a bit? Su Xiaokun nodded slightly. Show me your strength if you want me to look at you. Yes. Luo Tianxiong violently erupted and swung his fist towards Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun didn't even bother to dodge as Luo Tianxiong's fist was about to land on him. Su Xiaokun extended his middle finger and flicked it slightly. At that moment, Luo Tianxiong felt as if his arm had been hit by a train, and there was a click. Broken into 3 sections, it whacked down feebly. I lost. Luo Tianxiong looked at Su Xiaokun incredulously, not realizing that the stance he was proud of. Surprisingly, he couldn't even resist a single finger of Su Xiaokun. Facing the broken arm, Luo Tianxiong unexpectedly did not say a word, as if the broken arm was not his own. Luo Li exclaimed in shock and hurriedly checked Luo Tianxiong's arm. You, Su Xiaokun, you're too ruthless. Be a man and leave a line. Luo Li angrily accused Su Xiaokun, forgetting in the slightest that Su Xiaokun made his arm break with just one finger. Maisie, stop it. It's because I'm not as skilled as I should be. It has nothing to do with Boss Su. Let's go. said Luo Tianxiang as he prepared to leave with Luo Li, but Su Xiaokun's voice rang out. If you get out of here, your arm will be ruined. Trust me, no one in this world can heal your broken arm but me. Su Xiaokun's flat voice rang out, shocking Luo Tianxiang. Luo Tianxiang was a martial arts nerd after all. Of course he knew the seriousness of his arm. I thought that I would say goodbye to my martial arts career in the future, but I didn't think that Su Xiaokun would be able to cure it. The figure that was about to go out paused. What are your demands? Luo Tianxiang looked at Su Xiaokun. It's simple. I'll give you 3 days to take over the tsunami gang and make it my force. It's too short a time for me to do it. If it's 3 months I'm sure I can do it. Luo Tianxiang looked at the still indifferent Su Xiaokun and said, what if I had my support? Su Xiaokun raised his eyebrows and a smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 18, Subduing Luo Tianxiang. Luo Tianxiang said after thinking for a while, if Boss Su can do it himself, I believe that the district's tsunami gang will be in my pocket in less than 3 days. Apparently Luo Tianxiang misunderstood Su Xiaokun's meaning. No, it's better for you to do this on your own. I'm not going to do it myself. Su Xiaokun drank a mouthful of Wuliangtai and said indifferently, but I'll send you something, and there it is. You can completely subdue the tsunami gang in 3 days. 3 days from now. I wish to hear about the rise of the Tianxiong society. After saying that, Su Xiaokun pretended to take out a paperman from his arms and handed it to Luo Tianxiong. Luo Li froze and looked at the paperman with anger. Su Xiaokun, if you want to help, then help. If you don't, forget it. What's the point of taking a paperman? Su Xiaokun raised his eyebrows slightly and didn't pay any attention to Luo Li. Instead, he picked up Luo Tianxiong's palm, and with a gentle scratch, a bloody gash appeared. The blood was then smeared on top of the paperman. Just when the two of them didn't know what Su Xiaokun was going to do, the paperman suddenly flashed with red light and flew directly out of Luo Tianxiong's palm. He was transformed into a red-robed ghost with a black aura. The tiger looked at Luo Li and the two of them intently. Ghosts! Ghost! Luo Li exclaimed. This completely shattered Luo Li's worldview, and she, who had been instilled to believe in science since she was a child. Surprisingly, I witnessed something extremely unscientific. A paperman turned out to be a stern ghost. You are a human being or a ghost? Luo Li looked at Su Xiaokun in horror and unconsciously hid behind Luo Tianxiang. Though Luo Tianxiang lived a life of knife-edge bloodshed every day, but it was also stunned in place by this scene. This is ghost harnessing? Luo Tianxiang looked incredulously at the stern ghost that was exuding a murderous aura. Not bad. I didn't expect you to know about ghost harnessing. It seems you have some insight. Su Xiaokun looked at Luo Tianxiang with slight surprise. Boss Su, my family lives in the far north, where there are quite a few ghostly legends. It's just that I heard the old man say once that there was such an evil art. At first I didn't believe it, but until today, I didn't realize that there really are ghosts in the world. Then Luo Tianxiang seemed to think of something. I wonder if Boss Su knows about martial arts. When martial arts were mentioned, Luo Tianxiang's eyes once again erupted with a scorching gaze, staring straight at Su Xiaokun. You're smart. Su Xiaokun also didn't expect that in such a small city, there were people who knew about martial arts. Then in that case, Boss Su is an heir to the martial arts? Or from an ancient martial arts family? Hearing Su Xiaokun's acknowledgement, Luo Tianxiang, extremely excited, looked at Su Xiaokun. I haven't heard of the ancient martial arts family you mentioned, but I am indeed a martial arts heir. Why do you have a problem with that? Su Xiaokun raised his eyebrows and looked at Luo Tianxiang indifferently. Then, you? Luo Tianxiang's voice trembled. I want to worship you. Luo Tianxiang calmed down and looked at Su Xiaokun with a blazing gaze. It's like seeing a little widow with no clothes on. Looks like you're really a martial arts nerd. It's not impossible to take you, but I still say, as long as you subdue the forces of the tsunami gang within 3 days, I might consider it. Put at ease, Boss Su, even if I die. It is also certain that the tsunami gang will be subdued within 3 days. It will definitely make the Sky Heroes Club resound throughout Y City. Luo Tianxiang was thrilled with old tears. He'd only heard of such a thing as martial arts by chance, and hadn't realized that. It was surprising that he himself would one day be so close to martial arts. The end of martial arts is Budo. Only by entering the martial arts path that is the beginning of cultivation. Well, if you have my paperman to help you in not getting the Tsatsi gang's territory, then you're not worth training for me. Su Xiaokun nodded in satisfaction. Then with a gentle wave of his palm, the red-clothed stern ghost immediately entered Song Xiaotian's body. In a flash, Song Xiaotian's body moved before standing beside Su Xiaokun. This scene caused Luo Li to close her mouth in surprise, and a deep fear rose from the bottom of her heart. She knew that her life was bound to Su Xiaokun's side from now on. After all, the fewer people who knew this kind of secret, the better it must be. That Boss Su, don't worry, I definitely won't say anything about today. Luo Li's voice was tinged with trembling, and tears flowed down unconsciously. Su Xiaokun waved his hand. There's no harm in it, even if you tell it, no one will believe it. For the time being, you'll follow me around these days. Then he took out $10,000 from his arms and placed it in front of Luo Li. This is the favor I promised you. Take it. I don't know why you need to use the money so badly, but it must have its own difficulties. Luo Li didn't say anything, but carefully collected the money. Okay, you guys go. Take him. Su Xiaokun pointed at Song Xiaotian. Don't worry. Song Xiaotian's strength now has the control of the Li ghost and will definitely be above you. But this stern spirit will dissipate in 3 days, so you'll have to be quick. As for your broken arm, for the time being, I'll leave you to heal it as a test for you. Meet my requirements after 3 days and I will heal you myself. Luo Tianxiang nodded and stopped speaking, but the excitement in his eyes was indeed unconcealable. He then took his sister and left the Ascension restaurant. When they went out, the dozen or so juniors also got up one by one to follow a few people. It's a good look. Only after a few people left did Luo Li ease up a bit from her shock and looked at Luo Tianxiang. Brother, is this Boss Su really so powerful? After saying that, he didn't forget to look at Song Xiaotian who was walking in front of him. If it weren't for the hole in his forehead where a chopstick went through it, Lori would have thought it was a dream. Well, this Boss Su is great. At least it's better than any master I've ever seen. And you must keep today's events a secret, or it will lead to murder. Luo Tianxiang solemnly admonished and left with a group of people. He intends to do it tonight. After all, inside Song Xiaotian's body, there was a stern ghost given by Su Xiaokun. If he still couldn't take down the Tsunami Gang, then he really had no face to worship. After 12 midnight, the entire underground order of Y City has begun a shocking reshuffle. Of course these Su Xiaokun didn't care much, drove up to, and walked in front of, Zinti Andy. Although he didn't care about the money, but after all, this new world would become his own property in the future. And who cares about more money not, when the power is huge? Su Xiaokun also knows that the money needed will be astronomical. When I first walked into Zinti Andy, I was immediately greeted by a bunch of heavily made-up women, dressed in extremely revealing clothes. They could not wait to come out naked to receive customers. Each one of them was showing off their poses. After all, they had seen the supercar parked in front of the entrance. It was determined that Su Xiaokun was a tycoon. Chapter 19, Zinti Andy Nightclub. Handsome alone? One was almost in her 30s, wearing a fiery red cheongsam slit to the base of her thighs. The pimp with an unobstructed view of the scenery came to Su Xiaokun's body. Su Xiaokun nodded slightly as he looked at the old pimp who had smeared several layers of powder. Handsome guy, look at your face. You must be from out of town. Yes, Su Xiaokun answered. I wonder if little handsome boy has a girl of his choice. The old biddy slowly made a flirtation and vigorously rubbed her chest against Su Xiaokun's arm. Su Xiaokun froze, did not expect the people in the Wind and Moon place to be so proactive. His body moved slightly. Silent ducking. The old pimp that is a long time in the battlefield immediately realized that Su Xiaokun is still a virgin. He said that he was going to dig into Su Xiaokun's crotch, wanting to verify his guess. What are you doing? Seeing the pimp's movement, it scared Su Xiaokun and hurriedly dodged away. Hey little handsome, don't be so shy. Come here to play and be open-minded. Or do you not like me, sister? The pimp didn't forget to throw a wink when she finished. Gave Su Xiaokun a whole body jolt. Okay, cut the crap and take me to the booth. Not bad. The bigger the better. Saying that, he took out $10,000 from his bosom and threw it directly on the pimp's chest. When the old biddy saw the pile of old people's heads, she immediately smiled, her mouth to the heel of her head, and took the money and stuffed it into her bra. Handsome boy, what a generous offer. You know, this $10,000 is close to a year's salary for the average person. Supreme 88 is invited. The old bod shouted and took a long stride with her long legs, her buttocks wiggling as she walked in front of Su Xiaokun. Looking at Su Xiaokun was a moment of diaphoresis. By now, it was nearing 12 o'clock and most of the booths were packed. Of course, there are fewer people who come to a supreme room like this one. After all, the cost of a private room is worth 3 months of an average person's salary. Anyone who comes here for fun doesn't come for the ladies, so it's not so much about the private room. When the pimp pushed open the door of Supreme 88, an 8-silk disinfectant smell greeted him. Su Xiaokun frowned slightly and stopped at the doorway for a while. When the smell faded slightly, then he walked in. But when all was said and done, this private room was indeed large, and could be about 80 square feet at eye level. There is also a small dance floor in the center for guests to work up a sweat. When Su Xiaokun had just sat down, the pimp sat his ass down on the table and, it was only 3 feet away from Su Xiaokun. That slit cheongsam couldn't even block the scenery inside now. The pimp didn't care and said with a fawning face, What type of sister does a handsome young man like? After all, what person who can come here to play isn't looking for a sister? Well, Su Xiaokun thought for a moment. Any college students? That calm looked like an old hand. Yo, little handsome, you were so reserved just now, but I didn't expect to play quite flowery. Of course there is. Just a moment sister, I'll call it for you. With that, he turned and walked out of the booth. In a short time the bot pushed open the door of the room and they were followed by a full 20 or so rather young-looking girls. One was dressed in an incredibly revealing outfit, especially the girl in the sailor uniform. Even if she didn't have a hook, it also squeezes hard out of the ditch. However, when Su Xiaokun's gaze turned, he saw an extremely familiar figure, then pointed at her. You've got a good eye, handsome. This is just the day before yesterday. Today just worko said still a virgin but she only drinks and sings with them. She doesn't outsource her projects. If the little handsome boy has the ability to take then we won't care the pimp introduced with a face of excitement, not forgetting to throw a wink. Just her. Su Xiaokun's faint voice rang out. The pimp didn't introduce too many more, and directly waved her hand at the rest of the girls. Only the girl Su Xiaokun ordered just now was left behind. The girl looked at Su Xiaokun, with a bit of panic and unknown excitement in her eyes. Then play nice little handsome boy. Drinks will be delivered later. The words closed and the pimp walked out of the private room, closing the door in the process. Only then did Su Xiaokun say, didn't I just give you quite a bit of money? Why are you still out doing this? That's right. This new girl is Luoli. It was also Su Xiaokun's luck that Luoli was called to Su Xiaokun's room just after she went to work. If it had been one step later, with Luoli's stunning looks, she would have been ordered away long ago. Su boss. Luoli didn't know what to say, but could only open a bottle of beer that came with the package, poured a cup for Su Xiaokun, while later pouring a cup for himself. Are you that short of money? Su Xiaokun picked up his wineglass and looked at Luoli. Luoli didn't know why, but when she saw the look in Su Xiaokun's eyes, she herself was like a little daughter-in-law who had done something wrong, and she had a strange feeling in her heart, and she didn't know how to talk about it. Toast you, said Luoli, cleanly dried a cup, but Su Xiaokun didn't drink. Su Xiaokun actually didn't know himself what he felt inside. There was just an inexplicable desire not to have Lori in the business. He then patted the seat beside him and gestured to sit down. Tell me what's so difficult. Su Xiaokun's voice was flat, but his tone was filled with a domineering flavor. Luoli's small hand pinched the corner of her coat and lowered her head in contemplation for a long time, before she took a deep breath and, gathering up his courage, he met Su Xiaokun's eyes. Boss Su, can you lend me $200,000? You should know that $200,000 in those days was the salary of an ordinary person for more than 10 years. Give me a reason. Su Xiaokun didn't refuse, but his heart vaguely guessed something. My mother has bone cancer and needs a bone marrow transplant that costs $260,000. I've been saving up some money lately, too, and I'm just shy of $200,000 for the operation. Su Xiaokun nodded. Does Luo Tianxiong know about this? Well, my cousin he knows. He is in charge of a parish, but his salary is very small indeed, and he can do very little to help me. The two of us only managed to scrape together $60,000. There's 10,000 or you just gave it to me. Luoli spoke truthfully, with a few tears in her eyes as well. Then the pink fists clenched and the body trembled a bit, as if some kind of decision had been made. As long as Boss Su can lend me, then I am Boss Su's person. I'll do whatever you want me to do, including warming the bed. Speaking in a very low voice. But Su Xiaokun was a martial arts heir. His ear power was quite good. Su Xiaokun's heart seized. I didn't expect Luoli to be able to do this for her parents, so she thought she was a great filial son. I can lend you this money, but I have one request. Chapter 20, Zhu Tianlong's critical illness. Luoli's eyes were filled with gratitude when she heard that Su Xiaokun didn't reject herself. Boss Su, say it, I'll promise you whatever you ask. Luoli seemed to want to open up, as she wrapped her arms around Su Xiaokun's arm, rubbing that huge mountain peak against Su Xiaokun's arm. Su Xiaokun has seen a lot of things, but how to say is also a single 26 years old virgin. By Luoli's hole this time, his little brother immediately reacted, hurriedly pulling away. Ahem! Su Xiaokun reddened his old face, picked up the wine cup and drank it all in one go, that cold feeling into the abdomen, and the restless dick slowly relaxed. All I ask is that you never do this again. Su Xiaokun has regained his old demeanor. However, Luoli had a smile on her lips. Su Xiaokun Su Xiaokun, although you have godly means, but after all, it's a man too, and look at the way the old lady will be able to take you. Luoli thought secretly in her heart, but she didn't dare to say it. Is that all that's required? Luoli opened her big watery eyes, That look of pity, especially when the arms were just close to itself. The proud peaks of a deep career line appeared. The fire that Su Xiaokun had just suppressed from watching, instantly surged up again. It couldn't be helped that Lori was wearing too little. The slightest movement and there's scenery to be seen. With that proud figure, coupled with a stunning face, even a bald ass would immediately return to secularism. You're good. Stop leaning on me. You're really not afraid I'm going to eat you. Su Xiaokun was somewhat speechless. It's that simple a request. Su Xiaokun's mouth was dry by Luo Li's entirety, and he picked up a full bottle of beer and directly dried it. Boss Su, I'll accompany you one. Lori also picked up a beer and proceeded to drink it, but just 2 sips in, Luo Li choked, and the beer gushed out of her mouth. Wet the lapels of his chest. Su Xiaokun was quick on his feet and rushed to help wipe the alcohol off his body. Just wiping 2 times, Su Xiaokun seemed to know what was going on, as if electrocuted, quickly retracted his palm. Big, soft, this was Su Xiaokun's first feeling, followed by an involuntary nosebleed from his nostrils. Luo Li's little face was also reddened by the scene just now, as if water could drip out of it. Right. Sorry I didn't mean it. Su Xiaokun hurriedly explained. I know Boss Su. You don't have to explain. Even if you wanted to, I would. Luo Li stopped going on. For the reddened little face it made Luo Li feel slightly dizzy. He then took out a tissue and helped Su Xiaokun wipe the nosebleed. Ahem. That's a dry day haha. Su Xiaokun took the paper towel and wiped himself. He didn't dare to ask Luo Li to help anymore. Looking at that Luo Li's flushed little face, Su Xiaokun secretly said in his heart, what a little leprechaun. If this were in ancient times, what Shishir Wang Zhaojun will all pale in color. Right? Su Xiaokun then turned around and walked into the bathroom and washed his face with cold water. That's what squelched some of the fire. Come with me tomorrow to pick up the money. The voice drifted out of the bathroom. Lori smiled and looked in the direction of the bathroom. Thank you Boss Su. Don't worry. I'll pay it back even if I'm a cow. After a few more rounds of drinks, both of them were inebriated, and as Lori sang a few songs, then the trip ended. Because Su Xiaokun came, in fact, just to see if the nightclub really earns money. Under Luo Li's escort, the two of them found a hotel nearby and stayed there. Luo Tianxiong, with the help of the possessed Song Xiaotian, had received almost half of the territory. Of course, there are still some of the more senior ones who don't agree with Luo Tianxiong being in charge of the Xiaotian gang. Luo Tianxiong was not spoiled, and led his own cronies, going door to door to make them submit. Perhaps having had more to drink, the two slept until noon. Luo Li looked at the clothes on her body with no traces of being moved, and her heart couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. You're awake. Su Xiaokun rubbed his somewhat drowsy head and looked at the languid Luo Li. Well, Luo Li nodded slightly. After some lunch, Su Xiaokun took $300,000 in cash and gave it to Luo Li. I was going to check on Lori's mother in person, but then I got a phone call. Hurriedly drive to the imperial capital. The old man of the Chu family, Chu Tianlong, Chu Qingyi's grandfather. Due to his constant traveling, life is at stake with stomach cancer. After all, with a marriage contract in place, Su Xiaokun still had to go and take a look. When the car traveled to the entrance of the Sky Rainbow Hotel, Chu Qingyi had already been waiting for a long time. Seeing the appearance of the red supercar, Chu Qingyi jogged all the way to Su Xiaokun, eyes slightly red. One look is crying. Miss Chu, I'm coming. Su Xiaokun snorted. Su big brother, can you save my grandfather? Chu Qingyi looked at Su Xiaokun with tears in her eyes. It should be fine. Su Xiaokun said calmly. My grandfather has been given a critical notice, saying there's a chance he won't live through the night. Chu Qingyi's parents died young, and it was Chu Tianlong who single-handedly brought him up. That's why the two of them had a particularly deep bond. And hearing this bad news, Chu Qingyi was momentarily out of control. When remembering Su Xiaokun, and with the attitude of beating a dead horse, went to the phone to Su Xiaokun. Well, Miss Chu, your grandfather will be fine. Show me. Su Xiaokun didn't know how to appease, so he simply followed Chu Qingyi to Chu Tianlong's residence. The Chu family was one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital and had its own medical team. Of course, the medical skills of all these people are also top-notch, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they are the saints of the country. The car had been traveling for about an hour or so, and an extremely luxurious estate that it appeared in Su Xiaokun's field of vision. Excellent feng shui with mountains and water. This made Su Xiaokun secretly sigh at the life of the rich. It was really trenchant, but the scenery was even better. At this time, Su Xiaokun had no interest in appreciating it. Because of the tears of the beauty on the side, the heart of Su Xiaokun who watched it was not a good taste. A person dressed as a noblewoman came to the front of the car just after a few people stopped. Xing Yi, you're finally back. did you pick up the people? The noblewoman looked at Chu Qingyi with some anxiety. Aunt, picked him up. That's him. Chu Qingyi pulled Su Xiaokun and said. The person called Auntie carefully sized up Su Xiaokun, and didn't notice anything special about it other than the fact that it was more rigid looking. It is? Right. Auntie, let me introduce you. This is Su Xiaokun. Also, my fiancé. Speaking of her fiancé, Chu Qingyi's little face instantly rolled. Chu Qingyi's marriage. This aunt is also clear about it. Was also extremely opposed to the marriage in the first place. After all, a man who had been in prison for 20 years. How could it be worthy of a powerful family like the Chu family? Chapter 21, Chu Tianlong awakens. Brother Su, this is Zhang Lin, also my aunt. Su Xiaotian nodded slightly as a greeting. Let's hurry inside. Any later and I'm afraid the old man won't be able to hold out. Su Xiaokun said to Chu Qingyi. Okay, let's go. The two were just about to move when they were stopped by Zhang Lin. You can go in. He can't. Zhang Lin glared angrily at Su Xiaokun. Auntie, big brother Su's medical skills are very good. Please believe me. Let brother Su he look at grandpa. Maybe a miracle will happen. Chu Qingyi blocked in front of Su Xiaokun's body. Che, what can a guy who's been in jail for 20 years be capable of? Besides, he's so young, he knows about medicine. You know, the older the healer, the better the credentials. Su Xiaokun frowned, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Just as he was about to have a fit, he was stopped by Chu Qingyi. Big brother Su, Auntie is usually very nice. Please don't blame her. And, Auntie, believe me for once, could I have harmed my grandfather? Saying that, he didn't care if Zhang Lin agreed or not, and took Su Xiaokun and walked in. At this time, the huge hall, already overcrowded, either political dignitaries, or business elites. One by one, they talked and laughed with each other, not caring at all about Chu Tianlong's death. When the crowd saw Chu Qingyi's appearance, one by one, they greeted. It was like it was familiar. However, Chu Qingyi was in no mood to take care of them right now, directly bringing Su Xiaokun to the front of Chu Tianlong's hospital room. Just as he was about to push the door in, he was stopped by another middle-aged man. Chu girl, the old master's ward is not something that any outsider can enter. After saying that, he did not forget to sweep Su Xiaokun with his eyes. Get out of the way. Big brother Su is not an outsider. He's my fiancé. Chu Qingyi opened the man's hand and directly opened the door of the hospital room. At this time on the hospital bed was lying a head full of white hair. The body is extremely weak. Chu Tianlong. Even consciousness was a little unclear. If it was in the past when he saw Chu Qingyi come over, then Chu Tianlong would definitely be overjoyed to the extreme. Of course, in the ward, besides Chu Tianlong, there were also 3 doctors in their 60s or so. One held the medical records and the other checked Chu Tianlong's body. Doctor, is my grandfather okay? Chu Qingyi asked softly. The doctor sighed slowly and shook his head. Elder Chu's body is probably not going to be able to resist tonight. After the doctor had just finished speaking, Su Xiaokun's voice followed. Bunch of quacks. What did you say? You know, these 3 doctors are all very well known. Now being called a quack by a brat, how could he not be angry? I say you're quacks. Su Xiaokun repeated again. Zhang Lin followed. Is this what you call the older a person is the better their seniority? Su Xiaokun looked at Zhang Lin and mocked. What do you know, brat? These are the holy hands of the nation, the Tarzan of medicine. If they all say it's hopeless, then it must be hopeless. Zhang Lin looked at Su Xiaokun angrily, and at this moment, she could not wait to eat Su Xiaokun alive. Su Xiaokun didn't pay attention to Zhang Lin, but instead looked at Chu Qingyi. Want your grandfather to live? Chu Qingyi nodded heavily. Think, do you have a solution, big brother Su? Chu Qingyi looked at Su Xiaokun with tearful eyes. Do you trust me? Su Xiaokun did not answer Chu Qingyi, but asked if he believed it. Actually, Chu Qingyi didn't know whether to believe the man in front of her or not. After all, it's only been a short time since we met. But seeing Su Xiaokun's confident look, Chu Qingyi also had an inexplicable conviction in her heart. Nodded at the moment. I believe you, brother Su. I'll marry you if you can save grandpa. Su Xiaokun smiled faintly. You let all these people out, he said and pointed at Zhang Lin's few people. As for these doctors, let them stay here. I'm going to show them whether they're quacks or not. Good. Chu Qingyi nodded her head, then pushed Zhang Lin and a bunch of other relatives toward the door. The crowd wanted to say something, but with 3 titans of the medical profession sitting there, and so it goes, habit glared at Su Xiaokun. After the crowd went out, Chu Qingyi came to Su Xiaokun's side. Su Xiaokun gave Chu Qingyi a reassuring look, then looked at the 3 aged doctors. Quacks. Watch and don't blink. Anyway, Chu Tianlong couldn't survive the night, so the 3 doctors made way for Su Xiaokun. Let it be saved. Even if you can't save it, you have nothing to lose. Kid, I'll see if you're still crazy if you can't be saved later. Su Xiaokun didn't bother with a few people, but took out the Xian iron 13 needles from the space of his wrist guard. Take 6 of its needles, run the breath in your body and... It was then quickly and precisely inserted into 6 of the 13 major ghost points. Kid, are you crazy? Don't you even need to sterilize your needles? Su Xiaokun looked at the person who spoke as if he was looking at a, but did not care. You know, there's no need to sterilize the 13 Xian Tai needles, even if they are sterilized. That each needle is wrapped with Su Xiaokun's internal force, and the bacteria have long since gone up in smoke. The older doctor on the side seemed to see what was going on, and hurriedly pulled the man who was speaking, and... not to be disturbed. After all, it is most taboo to be disturbed when administering needles. In case the wrong acupuncture point is stuck, then this patient will instantly die a violent death. As the 6 needles fell, a white gas that, following the needle one by one, it entered Chu Tianlong's body. Chu Tianlong, who was in the middle of unconsciousness, frowned tightly, and then his body began to struggle. Brother Su. Chu Qingyi looked at Chu Tianlong's struggling body and felt a sudden sense of misfortune in her heart. But seeing Su Xiaokun's extremely confident eyes, he no longer said anything more, because right now Chu Qingyi could only trust Su Xiaokun except for prayers. After about 5 minutes of struggling, Chu Tianlong's body slowly calmed down. That tight frown gradually unfolded into a comfortable smile, and Su Xiaokun's forehead also seeped out a lot of sweat. Obviously applying needles extremely consumes internal energy. As the time passed bit by bit, Chu Tianlong's bloodless face, it is also slowly glowing. Seeing Chu Tianlong's face return to normal, Su Xiaokun took a deep breath and, straight away, he pulled out the 6 Xian Tai needles. Just the moment the needle was pulled out, Chu Tianlong suddenly sat up, a mouthful of black blood spat out. Grandpa! Chu Qingyi shouted out in fear, rushing forward to assist Chu Tianlong. Miss Chu, don't worry, the old man is fine. Su Xiaokun's voice was somewhat weak at this time. After all, it is still extremely difficult to use 6 needles at once. After spitting out several mouthfuls of black blood, Chu Tianlong gradually opened his eyes. For a moment, he looked at the crowd with some confusion. What is going on with me? Chu Tianlong's pale voice came out. When she heard Chu Tianlong's voice, Chu Qingyi cried tears of joy. Grandpa, it's me. I'm Qingyi. Chu Tianlong looked at Chu Qingyi on the side, his eyes full of doting. Chapter 22 13 Needles of the Ghost Gate. This is the Lost Ghost Gate 13 Needles, the aged doctor suddenly exclaimed, looking at Su Xiaokun with a shocked face. Kid, it's my eyesight that's wrong. I didn't expect you to have mastered the Ghost Gate 13 needles at such a young age. It seems I was really looking the other way. I admit it. I'm a quack. The 2 remaining doctors' jaws dropped when they heard about the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate. One looked at Su Xiaokun incredulously. Although they didn't recognize the technique of administering the needles, they had heard of the Ghost Gate 13 needles. That's a stitch that dares to snatch a man from Hades. Not to mention that Chu Tianlong only had stomach cancer. Even if his head fell off, the Ghost Gate 13 needles would be able to sew it up. I'm convinced. After decades in the medical field, today I can actually see the lost Ghost Gate 13 needles. I have no regrets in dying. I also admit that I'm a quack. At one time all the doctors admitted that they were quacks. Little brother, I don't know who the teacher is, the aged doctor asked. Su Xiaokun also did not expect them to admit their shortcomings so cleanly. The heart is also very pleased. You should know that those who can be called the sage of the nation are not arrogant people with real skills. Now that he could apologize to a young man who was dozens of years younger than himself, his heart could be imagined. Su Xiaokun also stopped making things difficult for a few people. Master's name is not easy to utter, so please understand. Oh, since I understand, I don't know little brother's name? Several of you are highly respected seniors. It's a bit of a discount to call me that. My name is Su Xiaokun. You guys can just call me Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun said with a smile. Oh, what a hero. Old man Zhang Guodong. These 2 are my senior brothers, Wang Dongliang and Qin Yan. Zhang introduced a few people. Su Xiaokun also arched his hands one by one as a greeting. Puff! There was a. Without warning, Zhang Guodong knelt in front of Su Xiaokun. It immediately startled Su Xiaokun, rushing to help Zhang Guodong up. Elder Zhang, what do you mean by that? I want to worship you as my teacher. Zhang Guodong's old face blushed. When the words were just finished, Wang Dongliang and Qin Yan also knelt down. That meant the same thing. Don't. You guys stop. Get up quickly. These 3 old guys are stubborn too. No. If you don't accept us as disciples, we won't rise. Seeing the 3 people playing a rascal, Su Xiaokun did not know what to do. I am so small. How can I be the master of a few old gentlemen? Master, don't you say that. The medical profession doesn't distinguish between age and size. Only medical skill. While the few people were talking, Chu Tianlong awkwardly looked at the few people to round up the conversation. That, or you might as well take it, or these old guys won't get up. They're stubborn as hell. Chu Tianlong also helped the three old men. This, well, Su Xiaokun helplessly agreed, and only then did he help the three of them up. That, you guys don't call me master anymore. If you don't mind calling me Quinny Jr. Su Xiaokun didn't want to be called his master every day by a group of old guys who were half buried in the earth, chasing after his ass. Oh, good. In fact, the three knew that this was Su Xiaokun's fear of wiping their face. I guess you're the Su Xiaokun that Elder Fong was talking about? Chu Tianlong interrupted a few people talking. Exactly. Su Xiaokun nodded. Ha ha, not bad. To have a handful of divine medical skills at such an age. Truly a divine doctor of the world. Chu Tianlong quipped, as he now felt all better. But even so, the three old doctors still gave Chu Tianlong a full body checkup. When the three of them confirmed that Chu Tianlong's cancer had been cured, they were deeply shocked again and at the same time, I'm glad I made the choice. Needless to say that the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate were all learned. Even if 3 needles were learned, that would be useful for a lifetime. Since Elder Chu has been cured, then I'll leave first, kid. Su Xiaokun left his contact information for the 3 doctors and prepared to leave. Wait, Chu Tianlong said hurriedly. This one's for you. Chu Tianlong took out a black card from under his pillow and handed it to Su Xiaokun. Xiaokun, there's a $1 billion overdraft limit in here. If you don't mind, take it. It seems like a lot of money to give, but in fact, as long as Chu Tianlong lives, it's still easy to make $1 billion. However, Su Xiaokun did not accept it, but instead contained a deep meaning glance at Chu Qingyi. Chu Tianlong, this old oil man, saw Su Xiaokun's eyes, and how could he not understand? Xiaokun, don't worry, old man, I'm not that kind of pedantic person. Turn around and pick a good day to finalize the marriage as soon as possible. Chu Tianlong put the black card away. After all, having married Chu Qingyi, the big Chu family will belong to Su Xiaokun, who let Chu Tianlong only Chu Qingyi such a granddaughter. Even if they wanted to have another boy, that body would certainly not allow it. Su Xiaokun touched his head awkwardly. I don't mean this. Obviously Chu Tianlong misunderstood Su Xiaokun. Okay, now that it's crowded, and I know you're embarrassed, here's the deal. Let the girl keep you well company these days. This old bone of mine is going to fix the Chu family style. I'm sorry, he said with an angry glance at the door. Right, this girl will be 19 next year. I don't know about her condition. Are you sure? Chu Tianlong looked at Chu Qingyi's white hair and his heart was filled with heartache. Don't worry, Elder Chu. I know Miss Chu's condition in my heart. She will live well. Su Xiaokun gave Chu Tianlong a peace of mind. At first, Chu Tianlong did not believe how powerful Su Xiaokun was in Fong Wentian's words. He was forced to marry off his granddaughter due to the pressure. But today, after seeing Su Xiaokun's unparalleled medical skills, it was also assured that Chu Qingyi would be handed over to Su Xiaokun. Chu Tianlong's vision is so poisonous that he could tell at a glance that Su Xiaokun was by no means a pool animal. With Su Xiaokun's leadership, the Chu family might enter a higher level. Qingyi girl, stay with Xiaokun for these few days, and if the condition flares up, it can still be discovered in time. Chu Tianlong looked at Chu Qingyi kindly. Chu Qingyi saw Chu Tianlong healed. Her mood was also extremely good. After hearing that said accompanying Su Xiaokun, the little face reddened again and nodded sheepishly. Okay, you guys go. I won't keep you for dinner. Since I'm better now, I'd like to see which ungrateful one dares to covet my Chu family's property. After the two left, Zhang Guodong and the others also left, and when the family crowd saw the living and breathing Chu Tianlong, there were those who were happy and those who were disappointed. Chu Tianlong scanned the crowd. What? I'm going to disappoint you all by staying alive? The voice filled with majesty immediately startled the crowd, their heads shaking like rattlesnakes. Chapter 23, A Kiss for the Heart. The two of them walked aimlessly through the manor. At first, Su Xiaokun hadn't scrutinized it much. The shock was unparalleled at the sight of a helicopter parked on that huge tarmac. You know, there are quite a few that can buy up airplanes, but the ones that can launch their own routes, but not many people can do that. From this, it could be seen how huge the Chu family's power really was. Brother Su, now that Grandpa is cured, I'll keep my promise to marry you. Chu Qingyi lowered her head, not daring to look at Su Xiaokun's eyes as she toyed with her fingers. That will come later. Even if you were to marry me, I'm sure those in your family would do everything they could to stop it. Su Xiaokun thought about it and said, after all, how could the large Chu family be easily given away? I'll convince them. Chu Qingyi looked at Su Xiaokun with determination in her eyes. In this moment she only had this man in her eyes. Well, Miss Chu, don't think too much. Even if you can talk your way out of it, I need to have my own power. I'm not a soft touch person. Oh. Su Xiaokun scraped Chu Qingyi's arched nose. Brother Su. Chu Qingyi's heart also gradually accommodated Su Xiaokun. I wonder what Big Brother Su has planned next. Chu Qingyi changed the topic. To continue, it would only look awkward. Well, since the old man is cured, I want to go back to Y City first. There's some unfinished business over there. How can Su Xiaokun spare Lin Tianai so easily? He wants to play him to death a little bit. And, use me with you? No. If you have something to do, go ahead. Master Chu is just getting sick, and I think you should help him organize the family. I see that your Chu family is just a scattered mess now, each with their own agenda. If I hadn't saved Elder Chu, I'm sure you would have been eaten away to the bone by now. Su Xiaokun analyzed. Chu Qingyi also knew that what Su Xiaokun said was the truth. Well, that's actually what I meant. Chu Qingyi nodded. Thank you, Brother Su, for understanding. Hey, no harm done. Su Xiaokun waved his hand. In that case you can go back first. I should go to Y City as well. I will come to the imperial capital to look for you since I'm done with my work. Su Xiaokun said, looking towards Chu Qingyi. In his heart he wanted to embrace her into his arms, but dropped the hand that was about to be raised. Chu Qingyi's small face reddened once again when she saw Su Xiaokun's movements. Then with great speed, he kissed Su Xiaokun on the face, turned and ran away blushing. Big Brother Su, you must come. Oh, consider this your reward for curing Grandpa. Su Xiaokun smiled helplessly and drove his supercar towards Y City. When it arrived at Y City, it was also already dark. Solely found a random hotel and stayed there. There's still one day left. Don't let me down. Su Xiaokun looked at the sky indifferently. Early the next morning, Su Xiaokun was woken up by the ringing of the phone. Seeing that it was Lori's caller, he picked up the phone. Something wrong? Su Xiaokun's tone was flat. Boss Su, are you back? Well, that, and I'd like to pay you back by buying you dinner, because the hospital side starts preparing for surgery in a week. Su Xiaokun thought that there was nothing to do anyway, so he agreed, booked the time and went to wash up. He then changed into a black fly fishing outfit and nodded in satisfaction in the mirror. Looks like there's a need to have this girl, Xing-yi, prepare more clothes like this for me. Noon. Wearing ultra-short hot pants, Luoli rode a motorcycle to the hotel where Su Xiaokun was staying in a windy manner. When he saw Luoli's costume, the straight and slender white legs, his heart was very emotional. After lamenting, he looked at Luoli with an indifferent face. Boss Su, let's go. How about a ride on my little motorcycle instead of driving today? Luoli smiled playfully and pulled Su Xiaokun towards the motorcycle. Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned, but didn't say anything more, since Su Xiaokun had never been on a motorcycle. Just as soon as he got on, that hand that has nowhere to rest is in the wrong place. After being given a blank stare by Luoli, he then placed his hands on his waist. TSK, this is the legendary water snake waist, isn't it? Good thing the hotel isn't very far, half an hour away. It's still the Rise and Shine Tavern. The spending here is expensive, but in order to repay Su Xiaokun's favor, Luoli also tightened her belt and chose this place. It's still the Tianzino. One box. Actually, it's just the two of us. There's no need to pick such a big private room. Just sit anywhere. Su Xiaokun said indifferently. How can that be? It's the first time I've invited Mr. Su to dinner. How can I be shabby, right? Luoli smiled sweetly and said to the waiter at the side, just serve the food. Just go up to your standard of 88. Well, as for the wine, go on the 5-grain terrace. Okay. The waiter agreed and walked out. Can you eat all that you ordered? Su Xiaokun said with dissatisfaction. But Luoli didn't care. Well, Boss Su, just listen to me. It's not like you come here every day. Okay. Su Xiaokun no longer said anything more. Just as the two of them were waiting for their food, there was a cursing noise from the doorway. Asterisk. Which ungrateful person dares to rob my Tianzino? One private room. Don't you know? I'm going to feast on a big shot today. A bearded, burly man with a tattoo of an over-the-shoulder dragon, cursing at the store manager in front of him. Kai, Skyward One did book ahead of you, and there are people eating in there right now. Or you can go to Ground Zero. There's not much difference between the two, the store manager said, cautiously. After all, the man in front of him is the famous over-river dragon Shen Kai on the road. Give him 10 guts, also dare not offend. But how many people who can go to Tianzino, one for dinner, have simple identities? Neither end is afraid to offend. This shopkeeper also recognized Su Xiaokun. Knowing that Su Xiaokun was the person who had dinner with Song Xiaotian a few days ago, he must have an extraordinary background. Asterisk off. The old man never needed a reservation for dinner. You have 1 minute to get the hell out of there. Chen Kai looked at the store manager with an angry face. The store manager was in a bit of a bind. Hurry up! Chen Kai slapped the store manager across the face and the store manager was slapped in the eye, but didn't dare to be angry in the slightest, and had a smile on his face. That's going. When the store manager pushed open the door of Tianji No. 1, he then looked at the two Su Xiaokun in embarrassment. Big brother, can we change the private room? This one's been booked. I'm the one who didn't arrange it. As a token of my apology, I'm giving you a set menu worth 188, in the private room at ground 01. What do you think? After saying that the store manager, he still did not forget to look at Su Xiaokun's eyes, fearing that Su Xiaokun was getting angry. Slap yourself too. Still, this store manager is a better person, and in this day and age, he can come up with a little $20,000 to buy someone a meal. You can also see the drive of this store manager. Chapter 24, Chen Kai, the Dragon of the River. Oh, no need. We will leave after eating. Don't forget that Su Xiaokun is the overlord of the dark prison. No one has ever dared to let him change his room, or what to make him do. Not even his four masters. The store manager didn't know what to do for a moment. Just then, Chen Kai walked in and kicked the store manager out of the store. It hit the chair so hard that it was smashed into two pieces. Asterisk. You can't even do something right. You're a ing loser, said with an old spit. Then he looked at Su Xiaokun. Little Thane, I don't care who you're with. Get the hell out of the booth if you know what's good for you. Or don't blame me. The two doglegs beside Chen Kai dragged the fallen store manager out. You're talking to me? Su Xiaokun frowned and looked at Chen Kai. Crap, is there anyone else in here? Just after saying this, he saw Luoli. He was stunned by Luoli's beauty, and his eyes were dead set on Luoli's chest. It took a long time to move away. Asterisk. That ball. It's so damn big. Feeling Chen Kai's gaze, Luoli hurriedly covered her chest. Stinking rascal, what are you looking at? Luoli, who had a mob background, had a bad temper since she was a child and was not the least bit used to Chen Kai in front of her. Of course Luoli also knew that in the Dao, Chen Kai's lust was well known. TSK, the chick is pretty intense. I like it. Chen Kai's eyes then glanced downward. Asterisk. This big white leg. What a ing eye candy. Chen Kai didn't hide his greed at all, because to him, Luoli already belonged to him. As for Su Xiaokun, Chen Kai didn't put it on his mind at all. Kid, I've changed my mind about letting your girlfriend stay with me all night. How about we call it a day? Chen Kai stared unblinkingly at those white as jade legs and questioned Su Xiaokun. Oh yes, Su Xiaokun said flatly, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Count on your kid's sense. Get lost. I'm going to have a good time here at Tianji No. 1 today, said waved his hand impatiently, but his eyes still didn't leave Luoli's body. So what if she sends you as long as you have a life? Su Xiaokun's voice went ice cold. Hearing the threatening words, Chen Kai then looked back at Su Xiaokun. What did you say, you little brat? I didn't hear you, Moncler. Say it again if you can. Asterisk. Su Xiaokun cursed, and beside him, Luoli snorted out a laugh. Did you hear that? Boss Su said you were. But still, he quickly came to Su Xiaokun's side and whispered. This Chen Kai is Lin Tianya's right-hand man, and is used to acting like a bully. Every time we travel, this Chen Kai has at least a dozen minions by his side. I think we'll just go ahead. A good man is not a good man. Lori whispered. Want to go? Chen Kai heard Luoli's voice. Asterisk. Nobody's ing leaving today. Little Thane. Especially you. I'm going to make you watch how I trash your woman. Although Chen Kai was wild. Every time he said that Luoli was Su Xiaokun's woman, Luoli's little face was also slightly red, and kinda enjoyed being told it's a woman. Su Xiaokun patted Luoli to signal reassurance. When thinking of Su Xiaokun's skill, as well as that ghost harnessing technique, Luoli's heart dropped. The icy cold voice once again came out from Su Xiaokun's mouth. You've got 1 minute. Go get everyone you can. Asterisk. You hairless brat. It's enough to deal with you, old man himself. After saying that, Chen Kai walked towards Su Xiaokun. Raising his palm, he was about to whip it at Su Xiaokun's face. Pop! A crisp sound rang out, and Chen Kai's figure flew out backwards. The fiery pain still lingered on his face. It didn't take long for half of Chen Kai's face to swell up. Asterisk. You mom. How dare you hit me, little brat? Chen Kai covered his face and looked at Su Xiaokun incredulously. When he heard the insults to his parents, Su Xiaokun instantly had a killing intent, an icy cold aura that, even Luoli, who was on the side, felt the substantial killing aura. It's impossible to have such a strong murderous aura without having killed a few people. Luoli also couldn't stop shivering. Looking at Su Xiaokun's face that was filled with coldness, his heart was in awe. You. Looking for. Die. Su Xiaokun said word for word. Chen Kai was also shocked by the killing aura and froze in place. Not caring about the pain. Turning around, he yelled up at the stairs. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Get thee up here. There were several footsteps on the stairs. When he saw the dozen or so minions holding katana, Chen Kai also came to courage. Once again, he confronted Su Xiaokun's eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm just going to yell at you. What? Me? You? Before the last word could be cursed, Su Xiaokun arrived in front of Chen Kai with a flash. Then he raised his palm and slapped it down hard. This time, Chen Kai even had his ears slapped, and that highly swollen face was a bloody mess. Asterisk asterisk. Cut him down for me, Chen Kai shouted angrily. In a moment, a dozen or so katana-wielding minions poured into the box. The good thing is that the box is relatively large and doesn't look too crowded. A few of these juniors directly overturned the table and raised their katana towards Su Xiaokun's head. Su Xiaokun furrowed his brows. Slap. A few sounds fell, and at once the few juniors who leaned forward were slapped and flew out of the room, collapsed and lost the fight. These hot-blooded youths, seeing their companions on the ground, paid no attention at all, and, holding up the katana in their hands, greet Su Xiaokun in a life-threatening manner, because once they were able to take down Su Xiaokun, then these people would have their day of reckoning. Little Thane, you're on a rampage. I still can't hack you to death with so many people? Now Chen Kai had even slurred his speech, and blood kept flowing down his cheeks. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Whoever can hack this little brat to death will be rewarded 1,000 each. With the bonus of money, these minions rushed even more desperately. Su Xiaokun looked at his little brother who had fallen into madness and revealed a bloodthirsty smile. It's been a while since I've killed so many people. Then he slowly raised his palm and slashed it down. And instantly the katana in the hand of one of the juniors snapped in half. Asterisk asterisk. Where did you idiots buy that crap? Chen Kai looked at the knife that broke in half and, cursing, but then the cursing stopped, only to see Su Xiaokun's hand knife, directly slashing at this junior brother's neck, slashing through without any resistance. The head rolled off at once, blood bared. The ceiling was also stained red with the blood of this headless minion. Asterisk asterisk. Are you still a ing human? Just this one hit completely shattered Chen Kai's mental defenses. Of course Luoli exclaimed out in shock when she saw the scene in front of her. You know that's a living human being. Just like that, Su Xiaokun chopped off his head with one palm, and the body was still crawling forward after it fell to the ground. It almost made Luoli faint from fear. Even if he had seen Luo Tianxiang chopping people up, it wasn't this bloody. Chapter 25, Chen Kai's Heart. Chen Kai trembled and tried to escape from here, but how could Su Xiaokun give him a chance? The only one who has insulted his parents is currently alive, Lin Tianai. The rest of them have graveyard grass that grows no higher. Hands rose and palms fell, and blood and flesh flew. For a while Su Xiaokun was like a killing god in hell, constantly harvesting the lives of his kind. The screams stumbled. In less than 30 seconds, the entire room fell silent. Dismembered limbs were scattered all over the room, and Su Xiaokun's palm had already stabbed into Chen Kai's heart by now. The intense fear. For a moment Chen Kai actually forgot about the pain. No, don't kill me. Me. I have money. I'll give you money. Please let me go. Chen Kai also didn't expect that he had kicked the bucket by pretending to be a bully. Spare you? Didn't you just have to cut me to death? By the way, I forgot to tell you that no one who has insulted my parents can live. You're no different, said Su Xiaokun, retracted his palm while still grasping a meatball in his palm that kept bouncing. When he saw the object in Su Xiaokun's hand, Chen Kai's pupils dilated, and the smell of urine came out with it. He knew it was his heart. Su Xiaokun exerted a slight force, and the rolling, writhing heart thumped and burst, and Chen Kai collapsed, ending his life of sin. A whole 18 people couldn't come up with a complete body, so you can imagine the horror that lay before them. No one survived. Luoli, on the other hand, curled up in the corner and couldn't stop her body from trembling. The shock she received today was too great, especially when she saw Su Xiaokun pull out Chen Kai's heart. Lori spat it out. After doing all this, Su Xiaokun seemed like a nobody, picked up the towel on the table and, wiping his hands, he then covered Chen Kai's face. Looking at Luoli, who kept shivering on the side, Su Xiaokun helped her to her seat, and then took out his cell phone and made a call. Ascension Restaurant, Tianzi No. 1 private room. Collect the corpse. A few short words with a tone that brooked no doubt. All that came out of the phone was a sigh. After hanging up the phone, a middle-aged man sighed. Is it on? Su Xiaokun put away his cell phone, opened the wugwang tai, and poured 2 cups full. Drink it and maybe you'll feel better. Su Xiaokun handed one of the cups to Luoli. Luoli's body still couldn't help trembling now. Shivering, she picked up the white wine and, 1 drink. Perhaps it was not enjoyable enough to pick up a whole bottle of Wu Liangtai and gulp it down. After 5 minutes had passed, Luo Li's trembling body calmed down but still, there was fear within. Re-examined Su Xiaokun. What? Scared? Su Xiaokun looked at the pale Luo Li and said flatly. Yes. Lori's voice was a little dry. Maybe from the white wine spice. Maybe from the shock. From the first day you followed me. You had to be prepared for this. Su Xiaokun took a sip of white wine. When you saw me use ghost harnessing, you should have known that you're tied to me for life. Or you'll just die. No. Luo Li nodded her head mechanically, and at this time the wine was coming up, and the white little face it was also becoming red at this point. A short while later, a rush of footsteps came again. Lori dropped her glass on the floor nervously. Su Xiaokun patted Luo Li's small hand. No need to be nervous. One of our own. Luo Li's mind was roaring. Not nervous? Why not? You know you've killed 18 people. But any other person with poor mental health would have to die of shock on the spot. Bang! The door to the booth was opened again. Zhang Jiuli took the lead and walked in. When he saw the ground full of broken limbs and sprawling corpses, even he, who was used to seeing dead people, sucked in a breath of cold air. You did all this? Zhang Jiuli looked at Su Xiaokun incredulously. Su Xiaokun didn't say anything, but smiled and nodded his head. It was as if these human lives were so insignificant to him. Okay, you go. I'll take care of the rest. Zhang Jiuli didn't say anything and ordered his men to take a few black bags to pack the bodies. Aha! Su Xiaokun nodded slightly and directly picked up the drunken Luo Li and left the rising restaurant. Around 5 o'clock, Luo Li was still in deep sleep, but Su Xiaokun's phone rang. Boss Su, it's done. The Tsunami Gang has become history, and now there is only the Tianxiong Society. Luo Tianxiong's voice rang on the other end of the phone. I know. You came to me. After saying the address, Su Xiaokun hung up the phone. In less than 10 minutes, Luo Tianxiong arrived in front of Su Xiaokun. The arm was still bandaged. Sit down. Su Xiaokun lightly glanced at Luo Tianxiong. Luo Tianxiong nodded slightly. Next mission. Grab all of Lin Tianya's territory for me. I'm going to make him lose his reputation. At this time, Luo Li also woke up and saw Luo Tianxiong coming. He also got up and came to Luo Tianxiong's side. Even now, Luo Li was still fearful when she saw Su Xiaokun. Only by Luo Tianxiong's side could he ease up a little. Su Xiaokun didn't bother with Luo Li, then lifted Luo Tianxiong's broken arm. A slight force was applied, and there was the sound of bones rubbing together. Then he took out the 13 needles of Xian Tai. With just one needle, Luo Tianxiong felt the arm connect with himself. Then the second stitch was applied, and the misplaced broken bone returned to its original position. When the third stitch was administered, the broken bones began to slowly join together. With the gust of white aura entering Luo Tianxiong's arm, the broken arm had already gained sentience. This is internal power? Luo Tianxiong looked at Su Xiaokun incredulously. A helpless smile followed. It seems that he had underestimated Boss Su after all. Half an hour later, Su Xiaokun's forehead was flooded with beads of sweat. Only after exhaling a mouthful of turbid breath did he put away the Xian Tai needle. Well, you try. Luo Tianxiong moved his arms and was instantly delighted. After a couple of swings, it was a satisfying relief, though still a little painful. But not in the way. 3 days of rest and recuperation and you will be cured. Luo Li looked at that divine needlework, finding herself more and more unable to see past the man in front of her. Thanks, Boss Su. Luo Tianxiong arched his hand in thanks. No harm done. You deserve it. He then took out a fist technique from his spatial wrist and handed it to Luo Tianxiong. This is the hegemony fist. Take it and cultivate it. After all, you can't be too weak to follow me, or else you won't even be able to do what I told you to do. Luo Tianxiong cupped his hands around the hegemony fist, his eyes filled with excitement. This isn't just any martial art. This is real Budokai. Once successfully cultivated, it would be an official step into the ranks of martial arts. It was also the pinnacle of Luo Tianxiong's pursuit. Thank you, Master. Luo Tianxiong directly knelt in front of Su Xiaokun and heavily kowtowed 3 times. Su Xiaokun nodded in satisfaction. Call me Quinn from now on when someone is around. You too. Su Xiaokun glanced at Luo Li. Then he said, from now on, your sister will follow me. Luo Tianxiong looked at Luo Li with a face of excitement. Today was considered to have officially hugged Su Xiaokun's thigh. Chapter 26 Lin Tianyi. Not long after Luo Tianxiong had just left, Luo Li fell asleep once again. Su Xiaokun took out the dream-creating crystal and played with it in his hands. Lin Tianyi, enjoy the rest of the day. Su Xiaokun murmured under his breath, and at once the dream-creating crystal emitted a burst of mist. In an instant, a layer of mist covered the sky over a radius of 1,000 meters. Just in time to envelop the new world. At this time, inside the private office on the top floor of Zintiandi, a bald, fat, full of, was frantically fondling the young woman in her arms. The cheongsam that was slit to the root of the thigh was like paper in the hands of the fat man, and it was shattered when he lifted his hand. Only a tearing sound was heard. The young woman's slightly chubby body was exposed. It was fragrant for a while. The stitched scar on the top of that head looked hideous in the light. Just as the two were doing their exercises, the scene around the fat man began to change, but the sweaty fat man was preoccupied with the young woman. Not the slightest notice. Lin Tianyi. The fat man was awakened by the sudden sound. That's when I realized I was in an orphanage. And not far away stood an unfamiliar teenage figure, looking at himself with an eerie expression. Asterisk. What the hell? Lin Tianyi was confused by the scene in front of him. Am I dreaming? But upon seeing the young woman underneath him, he wondered if he was blind. And the young woman underneath her had somehow turned into the shadow of the creepy teenager. Lin Tianyi was startled, looking at the teenager with a wry smile on his face. Asterisk your mom. Fatty was so scared that he hurriedly jumped to the side, not even being able to lift his pants. Being in a state of shock, he didn't care about that. The scene then began to change again, only to see the teenager walking slowly towards Lin Tianyi. Then he took out a slate from somewhere and ruthlessly smashed it towards Lin Tianyi's head, while smashing, and grinning widely, and that grin was growing larger by an eerie margin. Eventually the whole face was torn off. Staring straight at Lin Tianyi, he let out a horrible laugh. Lin Tianyi, too, was smashed full of blood. No, don't you come over. Lin Tianyi frantically fled. The teenager, on the other hand, twisted his body and chased after Lin Tianyi with his back turned. Suddenly a sound of bones rubbing together rang out. Su Xiaokun's head twisted a little bit, but his body was still with his back to the fat man. Asterisk you? Ghost. Lin Tianyi ran desperately, but no matter how he ran, that youngster's young figure always appeared behind Lin Tianyi. Help! Help! An extremely familiar voice came, and Lin Tianyi stopped his steps and turned his head to look back. The teenager was seen grabbing a child and slapping the slate in his hand directly on its face. A little. 2 clicks. 3 down. The kid's face was slapped so hard his bones showed, and his eyes flew out of his head. It rolled right down to Lin Tianyi's feet, and that child who was beaten by the teenager turned out to be Lin Tianyi's childhood. While crawling, he stretched out his blood-covered hands and mouthed, "Eyes, my eyes. Lin Tianyi, do me a favor and put my eyes on." At this moment, Lin Tianyi only felt the hairs of sweat standing on end and goosebumps rising all over his body. "No, don't you come any closer." Lin Tianyi stepped back with a trembling body. Just as he took a step back he tripped over a bloody slab. Sitting down on his butt, legs and feet, he didn't dare to stop at all. Scrambling backward, "Lin Tianyi, I'm you. Pick up my eyes quickly will you?" Gah! Terrifyingly piercing laughter came out of the young Lin Tianyi's mouth. "Get out! Asterisk off." The current Lin Tianyi's body couldn't stop trembling, and his strength was gradually disappearing, running slower and slower. And that teenager who was chasing Lin Tianyi, his figure strangely disappeared. The next second it changed into 3 more of Lin Tianyi's juvenile appearance. The teenager held up the slate and smashed those 3 young Lin Tianyi's heads flat, one after the other in a raw manner. Brains burst. While the teenager was doing this, the 3 dead little Rintinos, suddenly crawling in the direction of the current Lin Tianyi. "Lin Tianyi, we're all dead because of you. Give us back our lives." My eye. Lin Tianyi helped me pick up my eyes. In a moment, 4 extremely dead Lintinos, with a bizarre pace of, step by step, he approached the current Lin Tianyi. "No! Get out! Get thee out of here!" Lin Tianyi frantically waved his arms, trying to stop these kids from going forward. Under a wild wave of his hand, he seemed to touch a hard object then he smashed hard towards Lin Tianyi who had dropped his eyeballs. Obviously all hands on deck. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. A miserable shriek came. It instantly woke up Lin Tianyi. The scene in front of me suddenly returns to the office, and there was a naked young woman lying in front of Lin Tianyi's body. There was a bloodied ashtray on the side. Blood flowed from his head. He stomped his legs hard and stretched out a hand towards Lin Tianyi for help. "Help! Save me!" As soon as the words were out of her mouth, the young woman lost her breath. Lin Tianyi was panting heavily, his sweat miserably staining his entire body with urine. The shock is not over. A rush of footsteps sounded. There was a knock on Lin Tianyi's office door. "Big brother, are you okay?" Without Lin Tianyi's word, no one dared to open the office door. When he heard someone speak, Lin Tianyi came back to his senses and put on his clothes. On the other hand, Su Xiaokun, who was in the hotel on the other side, hung an evil smile. Lin Tianai, the fun begins. Enjoy your last remaining moments. I will make you live in fear every day. With the existence of the dream-creating crystal, Su Xiaokun could make Lin Tianai enter a dream anytime, anywhere. He then pulled out the phone and called Zhang Jiuli once again. Zinti Andy, top floor office. One female body. Be quick, otherwise it's been dealt with cleanly. Aha. There was a soft on the other end of the line. This ing really makes me your garbage collection plant. As soon as there's a dead body, it's me. Can't you get someone else? Zhang Jiuli has some complaints. After all, just finished the murder not long, and then another one. Even if Zhang Jiuli was in a high position, he was still a bit overwhelmed. Chapter 27, The Hongmen Banquet. However, people were still urgently sent to Zintiandi and blocked the exits with great speed. When Zhang Jiuli led the men into Zintiandi through the back door, just in time to see the waiter dragging the body of the young woman, easily snapped. However, Lin Tianai is not for nothing, casually found a little brother and pulled out to take the blame. Nay, the evidence was destroyed, and there was nothing Zhang Jiuli could do. Release Lin Tianai after you take a statement. In fact, Su Xiaokun has long known that the crime of not being able to cure Lin Tianai is also under control. For the next month, Lin Tianai kept having the same dream every day. The spirit was extremely depressed, and even the field under his own men had been pretty much swept away by Luo Tianxiong. Now there is also just one Zintiandi left to be taken. But these are all at the behest of Su Xiaokun. Lin Tianya's body that was 300 pounds froze and dropped to 150 pounds in a month. The past is a thing of the past. He doesn't know why he's always having the same dream lately, and is close to the edge of breaking down. Later, Su Xiaokun asked Luo Tianxiong to put out the word that Su Yu's son had been released from prison and was looking for him. This made Lin Tianai almost wet his pants, especially the nightmares every night. Lin Tianhua suspected that this teenager is Su Xiaokun, who was born in prison. At first, Lin Tianai only dreamed at night when he was resting, but Su Xiaokun didn't think it was cool enough, and almost a large part of the day was spent keeping Lin Tianai in a dream. This is also the reason why Lin Tianhua could lose a lot of weight. It was just after noon. Lin Tianya's office, which was filled with people, and beside him stood a tall, lanky man. This man was deliberately placed aside by Lin Tianai, for letting the man slap himself awake whenever he dozed off. Looking at that Lin Tianai with ice on his highly swollen face, he knew that he hadn't received a lot of slaps, because slapping other places can't wake up Lin Tianai at all, but slapping his face is good. Of course this is also controlled by Su Xiaokun. Brother Wild, this Luo Tianxiong didn't know what he used to replace the Tsunami Gang, founded the Sky Heroes Society. Now it's constantly beating up on our turf. Even the sand field was leveled by Luo Tianxiong yesterday, said the man with an eye in the sky tattooed on his head, who of course was also nicknamed Eye in the Sky. Like Chen Kai, they all belonged to Lin Tianya's right-hand man. However, Chen Kai had already been destroyed by Su Xiaokun, and now only he was left. Lin Tianai rubbed his temples. The Sands and Zintiandi were his most violent money-making divisions, and now with one of them missing, it also made Lin Tianai furious in his heart. But this group of people under his command, without Lin Tianya's leadership, is completely like scattered sand, each with their own agenda, completely unable to resist Luo Tianxiong's pace. Forget it, just lose the sand. You will now arrange all the little brothers who are outside, all of them, in various parts of the new world for me. I feel like it won't be long before Luo Tianxiong hits here. Lin Tianai said after thinking for a moment. Brother Wild, now that Luo Tianxiong is in power, most of our men have followed Luo Tianxiong. Only a portion of the genii are still with us. Heavens, I was also extremely speechless. In that case, Sky Eyes, take an inventory of how many of us are left. Lin Tianai said with a frown, then took out a bottle of painkillers from the drawer and ate it. This last month Lin Tianai was always haunted by nightmares, causing headaches and headaches. It can only be maintained by medication. Well, Wild brother, I've already counted we probably have about 100 or so left, completely unable to with Luo Tianxiong at full strength. How about we talk to him? Or let's evacuate this place first. Sky Eye analyzed. Evacuation? No, I can't leave. Lin Tianai shook his head. It was hard for me to inherit this piece of the old man's foundation, so how can I just say I'm leaving? This way you make an appointment with Luo Tianxiong. Just say that tonight. I'll have a banquet at the Rise restaurant. Rise and Shine restaurant. Although there was a shocking murder, but due to the secrecy with which Zhang Jiuli handled the case, and yet very few people know about it. Even those who know have already been arrested by Zhang Jiuli. That's why the Rise and Shine Tavern is still open. Only it has changed owners. And that boss is Luo Tianxiong. Okay Wild, said Sky Eyes and walked out. It didn't take long for Luo Tianxiong to receive a call from Heaven's Eye. After answering the phone, this was said to the young man beside him. Brother Quinn, Lin Tianyi has asked us to negotiate at 8 o'clock tonight at the Rise restaurant. Luo Tianxiong said calmly. Aha, it's about time to meet. Tonight, it's just you and me. During this period of time, Luoli, who has an accounting background, will Tsunami Gang and the property of the Tenno Club that was laid down. It was well managed and only appeared at Su Xiaokun's side at night, now sitting in the Ascendant restaurant, by the people in the road crown with the name of Red Sister, because Luoli had followed Su Xiaokun for too long. Su Xiaokun had also taught some martial arts to his side, so become ruthless, anyone who offends, are bound to see red, without exception. The name of Red Sister is also so earned. 7:30 in the evening. Su Xiaokun came to the office of the Rise restaurant and looked at the surveillance. On the other hand, Luo Tianxiong was sent to receive Lin Tianai and the others. At around 7:50, 10 vans plus a Tiger Ben appeared in the surveillance area. When the door of the Tiger Head Ben opened, the tall and thin Lin Tianai stepped down, with Sky Eyes following beside him, and none of the minions in the van got out, each waiting for a signal. Lin Tianai knows that once the talk cannot be that can only be a firefight, so it is also with enough family money. Even the shotguns carried a dozen or so, and himself and Sky Eye carried a 5-shooter. Ha ha, it's been a long time since I've seen you, Wild. Luo Tianxiong greeted him and looked at Lin Tianai with a smile on his face. Oh, Brother Xiong has been on a roll lately, collecting a lot of territory. Lin Tianai said with a leathery smile, Big Brother style. Instead, Heaven's Eye was left out in the cold. Oh, what are you talking about, Brother Wild? It's not like we have to thank Brother Wild for the gift. With that, he led Lin Tianai into the Tianzino, one private room. Lin Tianai had also only brought 2 people with him, the big man who slapped him, and Heaven's Eye, because these 2 have the highest force value. Luo Tianxiong, on the other hand, only brought Luo Li into the private room. Oh, Brother Wild is here in a big way. Why didn't you inform my little sister? Luo Li's clear and pleasant voice rang out. Oh, I believe this is Sister Hong, who has recently risen to fame. Lin Tianai arched his hand. Yeah, that's what people on the road call it. You're a senior. I can't afford this Sister Hong. Luo Li smiled flirtatiously. Looking at Lin Tianyi was a heartbeat, but he had the heart to do so. Serve, Luo Tianxiong said faintly. Luo Li clapped her palms, and instantly 7 or 8 waiters walked in with steaming dishes, deliberately revealing the matching gun on her waist. Obviously telling Lin Tianai that she wanted to act wildly in my mother's territory. Look at your own strength as well. Chapter 28, 26 Years of Hatred. Lin Tianai frowned slightly and muttered in his heart as he looked at the matching gun on the waiter's waist. But thinking that he still had more than 100 minions outside, he also put his heart down. When the few people were seated, Luo Tianxiong was the first to speak. Brother Wild, why have you lost so much weight since January? Luo Li, on the other hand, arranged for the waiter to open a few bottles of Wuliangtai and filled a glass for each person. Asterisk. Don't mention it. I don't know what's going on lately. I'm especially sleepy. There are times when you can fall asleep walking down the aisle. It's messing with my appetite. 2. Lin Tianai cursed. Oh, Brother Wild really has his heart in the right place. Here's my toast, said Luo Tianxiong as he picked up his wine glass. Just as the 2 were about to clink their glasses, Luo Tianxiong's hand loosened, and suddenly the wine glass fell to the ground. Gee, sorry Wild. Hand slipped. Then he poured himself another glass and drained it in one gulp. Consider this cup as me making amends. Luo Tianxiong looked at Lin Tianai with extreme disdain. Lin Tianai was instantly enraged, and just as he was about to snap, he was stopped by the Heaven's Eye on the side. Wild, hold on, we're here to negotiate. Lin Tianai nodded slightly. Since Brother Xiong is giving me so much face, I'll do it too. I'm sorry, he said, taking a drink of his own. Ha, Brother Wild is a good drinker. Sister, I'll toast you too, he said and picked up the glass in front of him and drank it all in one go. Nor did he give Lin Tianai a chance to catch his breath. The waiter on the side was also very knowledgeable and hurriedly filled up Lin Tianyi's plate. Lin Tianai, who had a bellyful of anger, could only drink another cup with indignation. 2 glasses of wine down, Lin Tianyi's stomach was on fire. There will be time for wine later. Let's get down to business. Lin Tianai put down his wine glass. Business? What business? Luo Tianxiong pretended not to know, and looked at Lin Tianyi's heart with hatred. You've been sweeping up all my venues for the past month. Isn't it going to give me a break? Lin Tianai said with full of anger. Oh, Wild can't say that. You can't keep an eye on so many fields. Brother, I'm doing you a favor. Luo Tianxiong looked at Lin Tianai with a smirk. Asterisk. Luo Tianxiong, you're nothing but a betrayer of your big brother to the throne. Still think you're somebody? Said Lin Tianai about to storm off. Still, it was stopped by eye in the sky. Brother Wild, what kind of words are you talking about? In this bowl of the Jianghu, whoever fists nature listens to. Now that I have a bigger fist than you, how come you bit me? Luo Tianxiong rolled his eyes and looked at Lin Tianai through his nostrils. Asterisk asterisk. Luo Tianxiong, don't be too crazy. Be careful of retribution. Lin Tianai was furious and straight dejected. Retribution? Oh, if a man dies and doesn't die, what do I care about retribution? Since I decided to eat this food, I've long since put my head in my pants. I'll give you face and call you Brother Wild. Without giving you face, you're not even ing qualified to see me. You still think you're the old you? Lin Tianai, your time has passed. Luo Tianxiong directly shattered his wine glass and looked at Lin Tianai condescendingly. Luo Tianxiong, you, believe it or not, I'll flatten you here. Lin Tianai was so angry that his veins flared up and he almost lost control. Flatten me? With these shrimp soldiers you brought with you? Said Luo Tianxiong. He walked to the window and pulled the curtains open. As he opened the window, there was a loud smashing of vehicles from outside. See for yourself. Lin Tianai got up and looked under the window, and a cold sweat came down. Just see. Outside the crow's nest is full of people. A glance at about 500 or 600 people. Each one of them was armed with a brightly shining open sword. Surrounded the 10 vans with everyone trapped in them. Lin Tianai knew that the tide had turned and sat down on his butt in the chair. What do you want? Oh, hand over New World and get out of Y City from now on. But anyone who sees me and my brothers, call me master. Or I'll you. Lin Tianai almost didn't draw breath. You're a ing bully. Just after saying this, the door to the private room was opened. Deception? You have the face to say that? Lin Tianai looked up, and the person who spoke only felt an inexplicable familiarity. Who are you? Forget the dream so soon? Su Xiaokun said with a playful face. With a swish, the silhouette in front of him overlapped with the nightmare in Lin Tianai's heart. Said with eyes full of incredulity. You're Su Yu's son. Oh, it's okay to remember. Su Xiaokun sat on his butt opposite Lin Tianai and poured himself a glass of wine without slowing down. Come on, a drink? Su Xiaokun shook his wine glass and looked at Lin Tianai with a faint smile on his face. Luo Tianxiong and Luo Li then stood behind Su Xiaokun. Quinn. Su Xiaokun nodded slightly. It was only after a long time that Lin Tianai came back to his senses. Are they all your men? Or what? Lin Tianai looked at this person who had appeared in his nightmares many times. All of a sudden it seemed to have aged a lot. Zinti Andy is yours from now on. After saying this as if it had taken all his strength, he fell limp on the stool. There was no way Su Xiaokun gave him too much fear. Not enough. Su Xiaokun's flat voice came out. This is the last of my estate. I'll give you an extra 500 million. That's okay. Lin Tianai was somewhat close to growling, but his hand unconsciously touched his waist. This kind of small action, Su Xiaokun did not care. Still not enough. Then what exactly do you want? Lin Tianai stared at Su Xiaokun dead in the face. I want you dead. Live 20 years or so, that's enough. Just after saying these words, Su Xiaokun's killing intent flourished. But then he saw Lin Tianai pull out the 5 rounds on his waist and emptied his clip directly towards Su Xiaokun. Then you go to hell too. Ha ha, Quinn, be careful. No, Quinn. 2 voices rang out from behind Su Xiaokun's back, but it was too late, and with shots fired at such close range, even if Luo Tianxiong was a practitioner, he couldn't stop it. Just as Lin Tianai was letting loose with his laughter, he was suddenly interrupted by a terrifying voice. That's it? Only to see Su Xiaokun sitting intact on a chair, stretching out an arm and it had private rounds clipped to it. Bah! Su Xiaokun then spat into the wine glass. There was a crisp crashing sound. That's right, the 5th bullet. Su Xiaokun actually caught it with his teeth. Seeing this, Lin Tianai was confused, but quickly turned to react, because today Su Xiaokun does not die. He shall die. Then he growled at the 2 men beside him. Kill him for me. Chapter 29, The Heavenly Sun Society. And without further ado, the 2 men pulled out their respective 5-shooters and there was a frenzy of shooting at Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun was indifferent from the beginning to the end, waving his palm. When the 2 men ran out of bullets, Su Xiaokun also stopped swinging. Then both hands clenched fiercely, and there was a clash of metal. Then he loosened his grip, only to see the 10 rounds hardened into a ball of. It fell on the table. You're a man or a ghost? Lin Tianye's trio were all confused. Even Luo Tianxiong Luo Li behind them was confused. I didn't expect Su Xiaokun to be so powerful, but I should know that it was a gun. It was just so easily blocked. There was also a moment of fear in his heart, thanks to not offending the youth in front of him. Looking at the shocked trio, Su Xiaokun clapped his hands and wiped them with a towel again. You need not know what I am. Ready to die? Su Xiaokun smiled blandly, and that substantial killing aura burst out. Straight out of his space wrist, he took a slate. When he saw the slate, Lin Tianye's heartfelt fear suddenly filled his eyes all over his body. Couldn't stop the trembling. Su, no, Quinn, I was wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Please forgive me. Wrong? Where are you wrong? Su Xiaokun moved a little closer to Lin Tianyi. I was wrong in that I shouldn't have been Lin Feng's son. At this time, Lin Tianyi had already leaned against the corner of the wall, both hands constantly scratching something on the ground. If it wasn't Lin Feng's son, how would I be looking for you? If it wasn't for your father, how could I have been born in prison? If it wasn't for your father, I think I'd be living happily now. But is there an if in the world? I am what I am today because of your father. A father's debt is paid, and now you're asking me to spare you? Bang! Su Xiaokun hit Lin Tianye's head hard with a slam. It looked just like a dream scene, though with Su Xiaokun's ability today, it would only take a slate of. But now Su Xiaokun just wants to torture him. No, you can't kill me, otherwise I won't let you go even if I turn into a ghost. Lin Tianyua's anger overcame his fear and copied the stool beside it smashed over towards Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun didn't dodge, letting the stool hit his body and turn into crumbs. Ha! Nightmare? Bang! Another slate slammed down, and instantly Lin Tianye's brain shell shattered and blood gushed out. ***. You! Kill me if you dare. Since he was going to die anyway, Lin Tianyi was no longer afraid of Su Xiaokun. Instead, he grabbed the slate that was about to fall. Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned. Do you fight back from the dead? Then with a slight smile, his palm gently exerted force, and instantly Lin Tianye's arm was broken in half. You're just like your father. You have such a cheap mouth. Bang! This slate contained Su Xiaokun's internal force, directly smashed down, and immediately the slate turned into slag, and Lin Tianye's head was slapped into his neck, breaking his life. Aren't you going to be transformed into a stern ghost? I'll help you. Then Su Xiaokun took out a paperman and, in front of everyone, hardly had Lin Tianye's soul been yanked out, the crowd was confused. The two heavens' eyes directly pissed their pants. Even the two of them, Luo Tianxiong, who had seen a severe ghost before, were deeply shocked by this scene. Su Xiaokun pinched Lin Tianye's soul. Oh, aren't you going to turn into a stern ghost? Come on, I'll give you a chance. Lin Tianyi, who had been transformed into a ghost for a while, was still in a state of confusion, and when he saw his corpse, it was a rude awakening. Looking at Su Xiaokun in horror. You, who the hell are you? Why can you catch ghosts? Why can I catch ghosts? And it's not because of your father? Saying that, he slapped Lin Tianyi, and even his soul dimmed a bit with him. No, brother Quinn, spare me. You've already killed once. Just set me free. I can't threaten you now. Lin Tianyi crazily begged for mercy. Su Xiaokun's methods completely made Lin Tianyi lose his fighting spirit. Don't worry, I won't let your soul fall apart so easily. He then sealed Lin Tianye's ghost amongst the paper people and casually threw it to Luo Tianxiong. You take his ghost and find all his assets, Su Xiaokun said calmly. At this moment, the siblings were truly convinced by Su Xiaokun's means. Don't even dare to have a little bit of betrayal in your heart. After all, this harmless youth in front of you can not only easily kill your people, surprisingly, it captures your soul. Let you live forever. Well, Luo Tianxiong nodded respectfully as a drop of cold sweat fell. Oh yeah. Just drop your blood on the paperman and you can control Lin Tianyi. Su Xiaokun gave an explanation and then let him retreat. After doing all this, Su Xiaokun's heart was empty, suddenly feeling that he was missing something. Luo Li came behind Su Xiaokun and didn't know what to think. Directly from behind, he encircled Su Xiaokun. That huge mountain peak was tightly pressed against Su Xiaokun's back. The sudden scene pulled Su Xiaokun's thoughts back. Backhandedly and fiercely held Luo Li in his arms for a long time, unable to separate. And Luo Li just quietly hugged and didn't disturb Su Xiaokun. I don't know how long it took, but Su Xiaokun's heart calmed down and let go of Luo Li. Thanks. Call Zhang Jiuli and let him handle it. The explanation was given and he walked out. Luo Li only felt her face burning hot, and her inner paths were frantically rattling around. Mechanically, he nodded. As for the remaining two, don't worry about them, they're scared idiots. The voice came in, and Su Xiaokun's figure faded out of Luo Li's sight. Returned to normal after 3 days. And all the small gangs in the whole of Y City have defected to the Sky Heroes Society. There was only one voice in the entire underground order. That would be the Sky Heroes Society. Luo Li also organized all of Su Xiaokun's industries now. Of course, it's the industries that were robbed. When she saw the number on it, Luo Li was also shocked. 1 sandlot, 2 large nightclubs, 12 KTVs, 11 bars, There are countless little comings and goings of the billiard hall game room kind. These industries alone could create more than $1 billion of profit for Su Xiaokun every year. And after Luo Tianxiong finished raiding Lin Tianai and Song Xiaotian's private property, the amount is also up to about $2 billion. Su Xiaokun has transformed into a top 10 entrepreneur in Y City. Of course, none of these industries were under Su Xiaokun's name, but were distributed and found to be held on behalf of others. After everything returned to calm, Su Xiaokun also traveled to the imperial capital alone. It's enough to have these two siblings in Y City, and Chu Qingyi was nearing the onset of the disease. As early as a month or so ago, Su Xiaokun had then contacted Fong Wendian through a secret method to see how to treat Chu Qingyi, but now there was no news. Chapter 30, Mothers and Daughters. Tudor. After Su Xiaokun contacted Chu Qingyi, he came to Chamsley Park and walked aimlessly. It wasn't that Su Xiaokun didn't want to treat Chu Qingyi, but if he could allow Chu Qingyi to cultivate, it would be better. But right now he didn't have any feats for Chu Qingyi to cultivate. This was because the Gongfu Fong Wendian gave him was only suitable for men to cultivate. Damn, is this old man Fong dead? It's been a month and no messages back. Help! Help! A cry for help came into Su Xiaokun's ears, and the voice was extremely small. The ordinary people can't even hear it. But with the strength of Wanjing, he could hear it clearly. Su Xiaokun walked in the direction of the call for help. It wasn't that he liked to mind his own business, but mainly, barring that, the owner of the voice was a woman. If it was a male, Su Xiaokun was also lazy. It was not long before the cries for help grew louder. I saw 4 strong men, who were surrounding a mother and daughter. From time to time, he slaps the woman in the face. Bitch, pay up, the man at the head of the group whispered. I don't have any money. I gave you my house. I'm broke. The women wimped out. Besides, it's not like I owe you this money. Whoever owes you goes after you. Asterisk asterisk. You think I don't want to find it? Damn, your man owes our tiger money and ran away. Who do we find if not you? He said, slapping the woman in the face again. And the teenager, who was only 6 or 7 years old in front of him, died protecting the woman's body. Don't you guys hit my mom. The teenager stared angrily at the several people, without the slightest look of cowardice. Little bastard, get out of here, he said, about to slap the teenager. But before his hand fell, he only saw his eyes go black and flew backwards. Su Xiaokun blocked in front of the mother and daughter. What kind of skill is it for a bunch of you big old men to bully a couple of lonely men and women? Then he turned around and picked up the mother and daughter. Thanks. The woman looked at Su Xiaokun, who was first moved and then became nervous. Little brother, run away. They're not good people. You're no match for them. With that, the women pushed Su Xiaokun and tried to make him leave. Su Xiaokun waved his hand. No harm done. Asterisk asterisk. You're tired of living. Brat, aren't you? Dare to meddle in our tiger's business. The man who flew out of the room, patting the dust off of his, pointing at Su Xiaokun's nose, he cursed. I'll bail on this mother and daughter. So get lost. Su Xiaokun's faint voice rang out, also ignoring the 4 burly men in front of him. What are you? Get lost if you know what's good for you. After all, these 4 people didn't know Su Xiaokun's background, and didn't choose to make a move in the first place. I'll say it again. I'll bail on this mother and daughter. You can either roll, or die. Su Xiaokun's voice went ice cold. Asterisk asterisk? The burly man took off his jacket, revealing a hideous tattoo. Are you telling me a line? Dare to threaten me in my territory? You're the first. Su Xiaokun also did not bother to talk nonsense with it, and directly, at an extremely fast speed, a punch sent the speaker flying. Then in less than 10 seconds, everyone was lying on the ground wailing in pain. Save your lives and go back and tell your tiger. My name is Su Xiaokun. Let him come to me if he doesn't obey. Su Xiaokun threw down a sentence and left with the mother and daughter. This mother and daughter obviously did not expect Su Xiaokun to be able to fight so well, and had a feeling of having been robbed of their lives. Thank you again and again. That little guy, on the other hand, was looking at Su Xiaokun with little stars in his eyes. Big brother, can I learn to fight from you? The small child's innocent eyes looked straight at Su Xiaokun. Oh, fighting is bad. What's your name? Su Xiaokun rubbed the child's head and asked. My name is Wu Jiang. I want to learn martial arts from you. I want to protect mommy. Wu Jiang clenched his small fist and waved it a few times. To this day, his mind was still filled with the appearance of Su Xiaokun's strike just now. The woman smiled awkwardly and took Wu Jiang in her arms. Little brother, thank you for today. You'd better go. They're very powerful. Definitely going to try to get back at you, the woman said with some trepidation. Who are they? How did you offend them? Su Xiaokun looked at the mother and daughter. Since he helped, he had to help to the end. Otherwise the mother and daughter would only be more miserable. Hey, it's a long story about that. With the woman's patient explanation, Su Xiaokun learned that it turns out that the mother and daughter have extremely wealthy families themselves, but his man somehow suddenly got addicted to drugs and gambling one day. In just 6 months, he lost hundreds of millions of dollars in assets and owed tens of millions to the casinos. And the boss of this casino is Wang Hu, also the tiger brother in the mouth of those punks just now. This Wang Hu has a lot of power in the imperial capital, controlling close to half of the imperial capital's underground forces. The other half is in the hands of Li Dinyo and Li Ernyo, commonly known as one tiger and two cows. To be able to have this kind of power in the imperial capital, there are powerful backers behind you, otherwise it would have been leveled long ago. After some understanding, Su Xiaokun let the mother and daughter stay in the Rainbow Hotel. Originally they didn't agree, but the houses were all taken by Wang Hu. Now homeless, there was no choice but to comply with Su Xiaokun's suggestion. Don't look at the time that has passed. As soon as Su Xiaokun appeared in the imperial capital, the Chu family would just charter the entire Rainbow Hotel. Originally Chu Tianlong was thinking of sending a set of villas to Su Xiaokun, but Su Xiaokun didn't accept it. Instead, I quite like the location of the Rainbow Hotel, because just this small area actually had the aura that Feng Wentian had mentioned. It allows for faster cultivation, realizing that in these end times, it's almost impossible to find a place with aura. Now it was at the Rainbow Hotel. Don't look at the very thin aura, but it's better than nothing. And Su Xiaokun's cultivation was slowly approaching the middle stage of Huanjing. After arranging the mother and daughter, Su Xiaokun came to the most luxurious restaurant in the imperial capital, Sacred Sky Restaurant. The Rainbow Hotel has its own meals, but after all, the Rainbow Hotel is primarily a lodging establishment, and the Holy Sky Restaurant is really famous for its meals. Su Xiaokun had just entered the restaurant when he saw a white-haired girl in casual clothes. Miss Chu. Su Xiaokun snorted. Big brother Su, you're here. Chu Qingyi looked at Su Xiaokun sweetly. During this month or so, Chu Qingyi, in addition to helping Chu Tianlong organize the family business, it's just daydreaming about the person in front of her. Even she herself doesn't know when she started to like Su Xiaokun. Brother Su, you should not call me Miss Chu, or Miss Chu in the future. Can you call me Xingyi? Chu Qingyi looked at Su Xiaokun with a puff of air. It seems a little rusty when you call people that. After all, we still have a marriage contract. Speaking of the marriage contract, Chu Qingyi's little face flushed red. Looking at Su Xiaokun, he really wanted to kiss him fiercely. Chapter 31, The Appearance of a Grandmaster. Good. The two of them chatted for a while, and Chu Qingyi's originally white and tender little face was currently turning red with the naked eye. This includes skin that is slowly turning red. Su, big brother, I seem to be having an attack. Chu Qingyi's body trembled slightly, and her eyes became slightly disoriented. Su Xiaokun hurriedly grabbed Chu Qingyi's white and reddish wrist, well on the pulse. After all, he hadn't seen exactly what it was like for Chu Qingyi to have an attack. Just touching the pulse, Chu Qingyi trembled as if she had been electrocuted. Su Xiaokun frowned slightly. As soon as he picked up Chu Qingyi, he utilized his internal energy in his feet and disappeared in the next second. But luckily they were in a private room and no one noticed anything, and the people in the hall only felt as if they had been blown by a gust of wind and fell to the ground. Climbing to his feet, he looked to see that there was nothing in front or behind him, and shook his head and cursed. Half an hour's journey, with Su Xiaokun running at full speed. It took only 2 minutes to arrive at the entrance of the Rainbow Hotel. With a forceful leap of his body, he directly jumped into the air, holding Chu Qingyi in his arms. And Su Xiaokun's room is on the 8th floor, which happens to have an open window, so he directly jumped in. This scene caused the heart of Chu Qingyi in her arms to be filled with shock, and she was unable to calm down for a long time. He knew that Su Xiaokun's medical skills were outstanding, but he didn't expect that his hands were also so good. It's beyond human. Big brother Su, you are? Chu Qingyi's voice was extremely small, but it also contained unbelievable shock. Don't talk for a while. I'll help you suppress the fire in your body first. But now there's a point where I'm going to have to take off your clothes. I don't know. Su Xiaokun didn't dare to say any more and quietly waited for Chu Qingyi. Su, big brother. It's okay. We have a marriage contract. And, I like you too. You do it. Chu Qingyi's face was like a burning cloud, so red that it could drip blood. Human life was at stake, and Su Xiaokun couldn't care less. After all, with a marriage contract, the two will always get married. A deep breath was taken, followed by a nod. Don't worry, Qingyi. After the treatment, I'll go and propose marriage. After making the decision, Su Xiaokun began to undo Chu Qingyi's clothes. Chu Qingyi also closed her eyes, those long eyelashes, trembling slightly. And at that moment, downstairs on the road, there was walking an old woman in an old-fashioned dress. Probably looked to be in his 50s. When walking downstairs to the Rainbow Hotel, a light suddenly shot out of his eyes and, deadly staring at the room where Su Xiaokun was. Immaculate body eruption? The old woman gave a low mutter and her figure disappeared in the next second. Just as Su Xiaokun was about to take off Chu Qingyi's intimate clothing, this old woman unexpectedly appeared in Su Xiaokun's room silently. Stop! The old woman bellowed, interrupting Su Xiaokun's movements. The two men were taken aback by the suddenness of the scene. Chu Qingyi hurriedly wrapped up the quilt, and both of them looked at the old woman at the same time. Who are you? Su Xiaokun's eyes went cold. After all, the treatment was imminent, and if it was delayed for too long, Chu Qingyi would perish. Surprisingly, it really is the unsullied body. Ha ha, the Emperor's heaven is not a burden to the people who have a heart. Surprisingly, I really found the unsullied body. The old woman had a face of excitement, staring straight at Chu Qingyi. I don't care who you are, please leave now, or die. Su Xiaokun's hell-like voice came out. Only then did the old woman look at Su Xiaokun. Well, not bad. I didn't expect to be able to cultivate to Huanjing in this place with no aura. He then didn't care about Su Xiaokun's murderous gaze, but instead walked towards Chu Qingyi on the bed. Don't you dare! Su Xiaokun directly stopped in front of the old woman. The old woman didn't say anything, but just waved her sleeve gently and Su Xiaokun immediately felt as if he had been hit by a truck. It flew out directly and slammed hard against the wall, a mouthful of blood spurting out. Shocked, he looked at the old woman. You know, the current Su Xiaokun is hard to hurt with a knife or a gun. Surprisingly, he was hit by a winded old woman just once until he spat out blood. The last time this feeling of powerlessness had risen was when he had faced Fang Qiantian, and he had only felt that. This old woman was a few points stronger than Fang Qiantian. Patriarchal powerhouse. Su Xiaokun determined the strength of the old woman. The old woman didn't pay attention to Su Xiaokun, but stretched out a pale forefinger and, with a single finger, he pointed at Chu Qingyi's brow. Don't you dare! Su Xiaokun instantly erupted a berserk aura within his body. It exploded like a cannonball at the old woman. But all this was undoubtedly a mantle to the old woman. And raising her other palm slightly, a finger pointed towards Su Xiaokun's brow. It instantly dissolved Su Xiaokun's raging breath. Then a powerful internal force shot out directly from the old woman's fingertips. It sent Su Xiaokun flying once more. A deep sense of powerlessness made Su Xiaokun realize that he and the old woman before him. It's a world of difference. With that, he took out the blood jade in his arms and was just about to shatter it when he was interrupted by the old woman's voice. Kid, I advise you not to fall, even if you release the soul of the patriarch inside. Nor am I a match for them. Su Xiaokun's hands stopped in midair. Who the hell are you? Su Xiaokun looked at Chu Qingyi and realized that the flesh on Chu Qingyi's body had already receded. Apparently it was this old woman who made the treatment. Only then did he put the blood jade away. Chu Qingyi was already unconscious at this point and fell into a deep sleep. After doing this, the old woman then withdrew her palm and looked at Su Xiaokun. You are Fang Wentian's disciple, aren't you? The old woman looked at Su Xiaokun indifferently. Who the hell are you? Su Xiaokun's heart was shaken beyond belief. To know that he'd never mentioned his master to anyone. Little one, you don't have to be surprised. I can feel the technique you're practicing. It's just like that old man Fang Wentian. What do you want? Su Xiaokun stared angrily at the old woman. If the old woman really did anything, then even if you die, you will die with her. The old woman looked at Su Xiaokun's wrist. TSK, I didn't expect this old man to be so generous as to give you all the Xin spirit wrist guards. It really does seem like you're being taken over. It was also the first time that Su Xiaokun knew that this wrist guard actually had a name. Obviously this old woman's relationship with Fang Wentian was extremely uncomplicated. No, it would kill you to answer my question. Who the hell are you? Su Xiaokun got up and came to Chu Qingyi's side, checking the pulse, before putting down his heart. The anger in his heart had dissipated by a large margin, but he still didn't dare to let his guard down. There's no need to be hostile toward me. Little one, if I wanted to kill you, you'd be a corpse by now. Is that old man Fang Wentian okay? The old woman looked out the window and sighed deeply. Chapter 33, Teacher's Maiden? Old man Fang is fine and dandy. No, who the hell are you? Su Xiaokun could notice that every time the old woman mentioned Fang Wentian, an involuntary smile would always appear at the corners of his mouth. But it quickly tightened. The old woman stood with her arms folded and looked at the sky for a long time before she turned her head to Su Xiaokun. I'm from Kunlun. You're from Kunlun too? Kunlun is what place? Su Xiaokun also do not know. But Fang Wentian told him that. He also came from the Kunlun lineage. 60 years. You disappeared for 60 whole years. Are you still avoiding me because of that? 60 years should be enough hiding. The old woman's expression became a little angry. Holy, You wouldn't be the master's wife, would you? Su Xiaokun jumped up in surprise, pointing at the old woman incredulously. Sort of. The old woman sighed and looked at Su Xiaokun. Come on, you don't have to care so much. You just need to know that I'm not going to hurt you guys. Can you tell me where he is? The old woman had a prayer in her eyes. Old man Fong He. Su Xiaokun didn't know if he should tell the old woman in front of him, in case she was an enemy. Wouldn't that harm Fong Qitian? The old woman could see Su Xiaokun's worry. Fong Wentian, you have a good disciple. Then there was a flash of light in the palm of a belt that was extremely similar to the wrist appeared in the old woman's hand. This is the Xianling belt. As I'm sure you can see, they were originally a set. Su Xiaokun took the belt in the old woman's hand and compared it with his own wrist guard. Indeed. It doesn't matter if it's patterned or made of the same material. That's what convinced the old woman. He's in the dark prison. Su Xiaokun returned the belt to the old woman. But the old woman did not take it. Keep them. They are meant to be one. And there will be an unexpected surprise when they come together. Su Xiaokun also didn't confiscate it, but put it on the bed. No merit. You'd better take it back. The old woman flinched slightly. You should know that this belt is no ordinary item. If it falls into the hands of a martial artist, that was also something that was being robbed like crazy. And I didn't expect that Su Xiaokun's eyes didn't have the slightest bit of greed in them. Not bad. Little guy. Take it. Consider it a meeting gift from Master Maiden. The old woman smiled kindly. Dark prison. I said how I couldn't find you. So you actually went to the dark prison. The dark prison is inherently mysterious. And no one knows where he is. Only that to get to the dark prison. Then someone has to lead the way. Or the key. Otherwise you can't find it even if you search the ends of the earth. Little one. I wonder if you have a way to get to the dark prison. The old woman asked. This. I don't have. No matter in or out, I'm blindfolded. Su Xiaokun answered truthfully and continued. You and old man Fong are both strong in the sovereign realm. So I'm sure finding the dark prison will be simple. Right? The old woman helplessly glanced at Su Xiaokun. Easy for you to think. The dark prison is, to put it nicely, an official place for death row inmates. To put it badly, it's a small world of its own. No one can find out without the key. The old woman explained. What's a small world? Su Xiaokun was a bit confused. This fresh word was the first time he had heard of it. It seems that old man, apart from the inheritance, didn't tell you anything else. Actually, you can understand it this way. Blue Star is a big world. Dark prison, on the other hand, is a small world which is officially controlled. Take Quinlan. Maybe ordinary people have heard of Kunlun, but no one has ever been inside. That's because Kunlun is a small world. 2. In disguise, it's another world that exists on Blue Star. Easy to get out, hard to get in. Su Xiaokun nodded thoughtfully. Unexpectedly, this world was really just as Fong Wentian said, becoming more and more different and outrageous from the world he understood. My name is Ancient Autumn Moon. If you have a chance to meet Fong Wentian, tell him that I'm waiting for him in Kunlun. Ancient Autumn Moon sighed. Well, don't worry. I'll talk to old man Fong. Bastard. Not even a word for master's wife. Ancient Autumn Moon gave Su Xiaokun a blank look. And Su Xiaokun scratched his head. That. Mastermind? Alright. I know you don't really believe it, but let me tell you. This Xianling suit. It was originally Fong Wentian's. The belt is a token of affection. Or else that stingy old man stuff. Who could have gotten it? When Su Xiaokun thought about it, Fong Wentian was generous except to himself, and stingy to others to the home. This was known only to a few people around him. This point also made Su Xiaokun believe in the Guqiu Yu in front of him. But this little ninny I'm taking with me. Guqiu Yu pointed at Chu Qingyi. No. After all, Su Xiaokun didn't know what kind of person Guqiu Yu was. If it's a bad guy, it's over. Decidedly refuse. Oh, if I don't take it away, the next time she's having an attack, it could be her death. Guqiu Yu looked at Su Xiaokun calmly. I can heal. With that, Su Xiaokun took out the Xian Iron 13 needles, proving that you have it in you. When she saw the Xian Iron 13 needles, Guqiu Yu's eyes lit up slightly. Oh, little one, there are quite a lot of good things. I didn't expect to even have the Xian Tai 13 needles, but let me tell you, even if you know the Ghost Gate 13 needles, it's useless. The 13 needles of the Ghost Gate are only useful for mortals, and Guqiu Yu has backlashed that. It's not something that can be solved by the district's ghostly needles. Of course, if you can perform the complete 13 stitches in one breath, it would be possible to renew this little ninny's life for a year. But only for a year, and with the strength of your harmonized power if you use up the 13 stitches. I think you know your consequences. Knowing the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate, even a patriarch wouldn't dare to use the last one so easily, because the last shot will not be recognized by the heavenly Tao and will be countered by the heavenly Tao and die. These Su Xiaokun certainly knew. I'm not afraid to die. Su Xiaokun looked at Chu Qingyi with a firm face. You are not afraid to die. But what about a year from now? You have no choice but to come with me if you want your little lover to live. But, if there is a technique that she can cultivate, it can also solve this problem, can't it? Su Xiaokun asked. What you say is indeed true, but don't forget that first you have to have the feet. Secondly, she's 18 years old, past the optimal age for cultivation. Even if the technique is given to her, she won't be able to cultivate successfully in this place with no aura. The old woman took great pains to explain. What about me? Didn't I succeed in practicing in this very place? However, just after he finished speaking, Su Xiaokun vetoed his words, because he was cultivating in the dark prison. He also realized that ever since he left the dark prison, his cultivation had stopped progressing, and it was only when he arrived at the Sky Rainbow Hotel that he started to make a slight progress. Chapter 34, Spirit Stones. Another day passed and Su Xiaokun woke up from his cultivation, feeling the internal force. It was one step closer to the middle stage of Huanjing, but the stone in his hand had disappeared. Su Xiaokun smiled helplessly, mentally estimated that if he were to cultivate himself through this kind of stone, it would probably take around 100 pieces to reach the sovereign realm, but there were only 19 pieces in the space, which was totally insufficient. Looks like there's still some figuring out to do. He then walked out of the room, drove the supercar that Chu Qingyi had given him, and headed to the Chu family. After all, Chu Qingyi's departure, Su Xiaokun also needed to speak to Chu Tianlong. After the two met, Chu Tianlong was also surprised that, as a member of the four great families, Chu Tianlong naturally knew about martial arts and martial artists. I didn't expect Su Xiaokun to be a Huanjing powerhouse. You should know that internal strength powerhouses belong to the existence of offerings in the four great families. With their help, they were able to ascend to the top of the four great families. Chu Tianlong also had internal strength powerhouses by his side, but these could be hired at an extremely high cost. If Su Xiaokun can help the Chu family, then the Chu family would be able to ascend to the top of the four great families in a very short period of time. However, when he heard about Chu Qingyi's departure, it was also a bit of a pity, but at least Chu Qingyi was able to survive, though he might see him again in 50 years, but by that time, Chu Tianlong would probably have become a pile of white bones. Chu Tianlong looked at Su Xiaokun and asked, I don't know, Qin, what do you have in mind? After all, Chu Tianlong doesn't want to lose such a big help as Su Xiaokun. To know that harmonization power that is not money can be found, and, as long as the patriarch doesn't come out, Huanjin is the existence of invincibility, and in this mortal world, the sovereign master is comparable to a phoenix, so Su Xiaokun, as long as he doesn't die, then he can walk sideways. Su Xiaokun wasn't stupid and obviously knew what Chu Tianlong was thinking. Elder Chu, don't worry, I have a marriage contract with Qingyi. The Chu family's affairs are my affairs, just let me know if you need anything. Since Qingyi has gone to Kunlun, I will guard the Chu family on her behalf. Chu Tianlong got Su Xiaokun's reply and smiled with satisfaction. And glad I made the decision in the first place. After some chatting, Chu Tianlong bought out the Sky Rainbow Hotel. It was given directly to Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun also preferred this place and didn't refuse anymore. After all, in the event of a refusal, Chu Tianlong still didn't know what he would be rambling about. After the two bragged about it, Su Xiaokun left. After returning to the Rainbow Hotel and explaining about the mother and daughter, Su Xiaokun drove to Y City. At first the mother and daughter always felt that they had been indebted to Su Xiaokun. But Su Xiaokun, in order to let them live in peace of mind, simply let her help manage the hotel operations, which they agreed. Rise and Shine Tavern. Qin. As soon as Luoli saw Su Xiaokun, she hugged him with her big breasts. It made Su Xiaokun blush for a while. Qin, why are you back so soon? Su Xiaokun pushed Luoli away. In hugging down, guaranteed to have an accident. The main reason I came back this time is that I have some things to arrange for you. You notify Tian Xiong and tell him to come find me. Luoli nodded her head. Su Xiaokun's words, for Luoli, it was holy orders. Soon after, Luo Tianxiong appeared in front of Su Xiaokun. Qin. Su Xiaokun nodded slightly. He then took out a stone that could be used for his own cultivation and placed it on the table. Have you ever seen a stone like this? Luo Tianxiong held the stone and only felt a burst of comfort. Even his cultivation increased somewhat. It is? Luo Tianxiong looked at Su Xiaokun in surprise, obviously knowing the magic of this stone. This is something I discovered inadvertently, and I'm sure you can feel it. This stone has great benefits for cultivation. I don't care what you use. Send all your own men out to find this stone. Let me know as soon as you hear anything. Luo Tianxiong nodded heavily, then returned the stone to Su Xiaokun. No, you can take this. Use it when practicing, it will get twice the result with half the effort. Do a good job in the future. and the benefits will not be lacking. Luo Tianxiang was touched in his heart, and after collecting the stone, he walked out. Overnight, thousands of minions under Luo Tianxiang's command all spread out. The big and small gangs and law enforcement teams thought there was going to be a big, massive firefight. It was also a night without rest, but after realizing that these people seemed to be searching for something, they simply stopped caring and let them be. Luo Li took Su Xiaokun's arm and said sweetly, "Brother Koan, why don't you take a look at the stone gambling workshop? There might be something about the whereabouts of this stone." Su Xiaokun's eyes lit up and scraped the bridge of Luo Li's nose. "Don't tell me, you're pretty smart for a little girl." "Che, I'm not the one who's small, okay, no," said Luo Li. Also did not forget to take a look. That high chest. It wasn't small in the first place. After the break, Luo Li drove Su Xiaokun's supercar and led Su Xiaokun to the most famous gambling stone workshop in the area. The car just drove into it, and Su Xiaokun was instantly stunned. The variety of stones is dazzling to look at. However, after sensing it carefully and realizing that there was nothing he needed, he was a bit lost. Luo Li also looked out and took Su Xiaokun's arm. "Well, Quinn, didn't we just get here? In looking around, maybe we'll run into it." Su Xiaokun nodded slightly and allowed Luo Li to take his arm. Upon seeing a store with grand specifications, the two walked in as well. But there were not many people in the store. Only this one old man. Looking at the store, upon seeing the two men enter, the old man also greeted them with a smile. "I don't know you two. Are you here to gamble or buy stones?" Su Xiaokun didn't talk nonsense and directly took out his own stone and placed it in the old man's hand. "Do you have such a stone here?" As soon as the stone appeared, excitement filled the old man's eyes. "This is a spirit stone. Dare I ask if little brother is a martial artist?" Su Xiaokun nodded slightly. After acknowledging this, the old man brought Su Xiaokun to a secret room. As soon as he entered the secret room, Su Xiaokun saw a number of stones. But most of the stones here are ordinary. There was only one piece, which made Su Xiaokun's heart burst with excitement. Then picked it up and felt it. Though it didn't have as much spiritual energy as his own stone, but it also contained at least some of the spiritual energy inside. The old man smiled slightly. "Little brother has a good eye. This is a raw stone I just recently collected in Sakura country. It's not as good as yours, but you don't get this kind of grade just anywhere." "The Sakura country?" Su Xiaokun was stunned that a projectile place could even have this. "You say this is a spirit stone?" Su Xiaokun then remembered the old man's reaction when he first saw the stone. Chapter 35 News of the Spirit Stones. Nice. This kind of spirit stone is simply out of reach of ordinary people. Even some martial artists don't always have access to it. The old man explained. "And do you know where you can get this stone?" Su Xiaokun carried a touch of excitement. "Well, as I said earlier, the Sakura country might have, because that's where I acquired this spirit stone." Su Xiaokun nodded slightly. "You're a martial artist too?" Su Xiaokun didn't feel the old man's aura, so that's why he asked. The old man shook his head. "I'm not, but the family behind me is. It's just that I don't have the cultivation qualifications, so I was cut out of the family. This kind of spirit stone can not only be used for cultivation, but the wearer will also prolong his or her life." The old man paused and asked, "I wonder what realm little brother is in." Su Xiaokun thought for a moment. Mid-inner strength. The old man's expression instantly became extremely brilliant, and the dry claws that directly grabbed onto Su Xiaokun's hand. Inner strength? The face was full of incredulity, as if he had seen a treasure. Next to her, Lori was a little hard to look at. Mind you, even he himself hadn't held Su Xiaokun's hand much. A hand then knocked the old man's hand away. "Old thing, if you have something to say, just say it, don't move your hands." Luo Li had a displeased look on her face. Sorry. I was so excited. You should know that such a young inner strength powerhouse has never been seen even in my family." "Che, that's you being insular. My brother Quinn is a genius. You know?" Yes. The old man nodded repeatedly. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Lian Yen. I don't know your name." "Little brother." Su Xiaokun was also in the mortal world. The first time he heard the news of martial artists, and knew that there were still martial artist families. Subsequently concealed his real name. "My name is Long Ao Koan. There is no way. Who let this Luo Li, just now called himself Koan brother, can only make up a temporary Long Ao Koan? Could it be?" As if the old man knew something, the smile on his face grew even wider. "If little brother doesn't mind, you can address me as elder brother Lian." Su Xiaokun also did not know why this old guy changed his expression when he heard his name. But looking at the other man's age himself, it was not too much to call him grandpa. However, Su Xiaokun didn't know that in the world of martial artists, it was all about strength, not by generation. Well, just as well, when Lian Yen heard Su Xiaokun agree, he also hurriedly changed his address. Ah, old brother Long. I wonder where you got this spirit stone in your hand. Don't say that Su Xiaokun doesn't know the origin of this spirit stone. Even if he knew, he wouldn't tell the old man in front of him. Oh, from the family elders. Su Xiaokun casually found an excuse to muddle through, but Lian Yan was indeed convinced. Then Lian Yan's eyes rolled. Elder brother Long. I wonder if a piece of business could be of interest. What business? Su Xiaokun could also vaguely guess something. It's like this. The country has basically run out of this kind of spirit stone to mine. At the moment, I've only found this kind of spirit stone in the Sakura country, but they are very resistant to trading in our country. Even this piece of spirit stone in my hand was obtained at an extremely high price. And it's still smuggled. If elder brother Long can condescend to make a trip to Cherry Blossom country and open up the market, then no matter if it's for you, it's still a huge benefit to me. Su Xiaokun smiled faintly. After all this time, this old thing is waiting here. You said you came from a martial arts family, so for something like this, you'd be better off working with your family, right? Su Xiaokun said without moving. Bah! Lian Yan spat viciously and asterisk. They're a bunch of guys that use people facing forward and not backward, just like ing vampires. Old me, I just don't have the ability. If I had the ability one by one, I would give them a raid. Su Xiaokun's face was speechless. It seemed that this Lian Yan hadn't been persecuted by the family much. Ahem. Lian Yan realized that he had lost his temper a bit and said hastily, "Oh, I'm sorry, don't be offended. I can't stand being persecuted any longer than I have to. In this case, I'll provide the location and the funds, and elder brother Long will be responsible for going to develop the overseas market. What do you think about splitting the profits 37? Su Xiaokun glanced at Lian Yan with some dissatisfaction. Oh, look at my brain. 7 for you and 3 for me. Hearing this, Su Xiaokun then nodded. In order to enhance his strength, he also had to cooperate with the old man in front of him at the moment. Could be. Even if Lian Yan was more powerful, he wouldn't dare to antagonize Su Xiaokun, who was a martial artist. After all, it was only a matter of minutes before he would strangle himself. I was going to sign the contract, but on second thought, I abandoned the idea. In case he offended Su Xiaokun, it would really be a loss. Then I wish us good cooperation. The old man extended his dry palm and the two shook hands. As a sign of good faith, this is for you. Lian Yan gave Su Xiaokun the spirit stones he received, and Su Xiaokun didn't make any pretense. It was put away straight away. Subsequently negotiated for a while. Su Xiaokun also knew that this spirit stone produced from the Sakura countries, Persimmon Hill. Leaving his contact information, he got up to say goodbye. The two returned to the car, and only then did Luoli ask, "One look at this old guy and he's no good. Can what he says be true?" Su Xiaokun nodded. "I can feel he's not lying to me. Besides, he wouldn't dare lie to me if he had 100 balls." This kind of confidence Su Xiaokun still had, because Su Xiaokun understood that the family behind him, the highest strength is only late-stage Huanjin, and the old ancestor of the sovereign realm had long since disappeared for hundreds of years, just by virtue of Su Xiaokun's undercard. Even at the late stage of Huanjing, he had the ability to fight. "So when are we going to Sakura country?" Luoli looked at Su Xiaokun with big blinking eyes, eager to accompany her. Su Xiaokun smiled faintly. "It's nice to have some company. Well, it's not too late. We'll move tomorrow. You book the tickets." The two then drove back to the Rise and Shine restaurant, Ascension restaurant. In order for Su Xiaokun to have a resting place, the 9th floor had been transformed into an ultra-luxurious room of nearly 900 square feet. Here, besides Luoli coming here to rest, no one had ever come in. Even if Luo Tianxiong wanted to rest for a while, Luo Tianxiong couldn't do anything about it. Naturally, he could also see Luoli's mind. It was just that Luo Tianxiong knew that their siblings and Su Xiaokun were from two worlds. It's hard to be with that. When Su Xiaokun came to the room, he was also really shocked. This kind of decoration, it is estimated that without 100 million cannot be taken down, but did not say anything. After all, he had little concept of money. "You have a heart." Su Xiaokun nodded at Luoli. "I'm glad you like it, Quinn. I was afraid you wouldn't. Don't worry about your room. No one's been in it but me," said the little face with a hint of shyness. How many times have I fantasized about sharing a bed with Su Xiaokun? Chapter 36 Traveling to Sakura Country. Early in the morning, Su Xiaokun woke up from his cultivation. The two ate breakfast and then boarded the plane. On the airplane, Luoli also told Su Xiaokun something. After all, they're all organizations of a Yakuza nature. They, the Sky Hunger Club, had some business dealings with the Korakuchi group in Sakura country, so it's also more familiar. When the plane landed, a dozen or so old black Sonics were parked right in front of the airport. making a big noise. A group of men in black stood on each side of the exit. There was also a sign in his hand that said "Welcome to the Sky Heroes Society." In fact, Su Xiaokun had also heard that the entire Sakura country, behind the scenes, was ruled by the Black Mouth group. Membership is in the hundreds of thousands. It can be said that for every 10 people, there is a possibility of one member of the Black Mouth group. The strength is predictable. Because Luoli was on a chartered plane, the entire plane was just the two of them. When he saw the black pressurized people, Su Xiaokun was still a little surprised. Other than that, the whole etiquette of this Sakura country is still good. As the two appeared in front of the airport, a man with a big greasy hair came to them. After all, there was a relationship of cooperation, and they also knew that Luoli was this number. "I believe that you are Ms. Luo." The man's fluent Chinese language made Su Xiaokun look twice more. Luoli nodded slightly, not paying the slightest attention to the man's outstretched palm. After all, Luoli had sworn in her heart that she would only recognize Su Xiaokun as a man in her life. Only the man in front of him was qualified to hold his hand. The man wasn't angry either. "Oh, we, Yamamoto-kun, have arranged a hotel for all of you, so please follow me." Luoli nodded slightly. Su Xiaokun, on the other hand, was recognized as Luoli's bodyguard, which made Su Xiaokun happy to be quiet. After getting into the car, the vast group of cars, following behind Luoli's car, fully escorted. After all, in this day and age, the security in the Sakura country was still somewhat poor. Since it was a convoy of the Korokuchigumi, no one dared to come up and look for trouble. The ride was relatively calm as well. "I wonder, Miss Luo, is there something you want to do this time in the Sakura country?" the greasy-headed man asked. "I've heard that your persimmon hill is rich in strange stones, and I'm rather fond of them, so I've come to take a look," Luoli said. After all, with the strength of the Korokuchigumi, it's still more than enough to find out about the two men's travels, solely not hiding it either. "Oh, Miss Luo has a good point. I wouldn't dare say anything else, but we do have a lot of strange stones here. Ms. Luo can pick whatever she likes, and all consumption will be borne by our Black Mouth group," the greasy-headed man said with bravado. That's not necessary. Our Tianxiong society isn't too bad." Apparently Lori didn't want the Black Mouth group to get involved too much. The Sakura country is not big by nature, so it was not long before we arrived at the pre-arranged hotel. After the two had checked in, the greasy-headed man stopped interrupting and said that when the rest of the Yamamoto-kun received it personally. "Oh, you two siblings can do it. It's all about transnational organizations." Su Xiaokun blankly glanced at Luoli. "Hey, it can't be helped. Originally, we didn't want to bother with them, but after annexing the Amano Kai, their resources naturally come to us. One of them is with this Korokuchi group. Actually, Lin Tianyi has been secretly selling drugs to the Black Mouth group. We've continued to work together as far as following that line as well," Luoli explained. But Su Xiaokun's face clouded over. "Who told you to deal drugs?" Luoli felt a chill and hurriedly explained. "Quinn, don't worry, we've never sold drugs to the countrymen. And, with the strength of the Sky Heroes Association, we have monopolized all the drugs in Y City. It's to keep drugs from spreading in the Y. Of course, the idea is to sell to these mother ***** heirs, and it's their people who are going to die. I will not forget the national shame." Luoli's eyes were filled with hatred for the Sakura kingdom when she finished speaking. Su Xiaokun nodded, no longer angry when he heard it said so. After all, the Sakura country was already disliked by all nations, and it was a good choice to scourge it. The icy aura was then withdrawn. "Very well, when you return home, go on a drug-buying spree and try to take control of the country's drug. Sell them all to the Sakura country for me. Don't worry, Quinn, I feel the same way." After the chill was gone, Luoli then dared to be unrestrained in front of Su Xiaokun again. "Although I know that Su Xiaokun kills without blinking an eye, but also divided into people." Having never struck out at the people around her, Luoli slowly stopped being so afraid of Su Xiaokun. After all, there was cooperation with the Sakura country, and the Heavenly Hero Society also had a branch in the Sakura country. After some communication, all the people from all the divisions were sent out to find spirit stones for them. After all, one person's energy is limited. After the two of them finished eating, Su Xiaokun entered cultivation once more. Just as soon as he practiced, Su Xiaokun noticed that the aura of the Sakura country was surprisingly denser than the aura of the Sky Rainbow Hotel. Although it was 100,000 miles worse than a spirit stone, it was better to have it than not to have it. A terrifying idea sprouted in Su Xiaokun's mind on this. Early the next morning, the two drove to Persimmon Hill. After all, the Sakura country is so friggin' big that it wouldn't take long, even if you circled around the country. So, it's only half an hour away from Persimmon Hill. but that's half an hour. But it's across a city center. So you can imagine how small Sakura Nation is. Kakizan is not only the birthplace of strange stones, but also a tourist attraction with many visitors from abroad. The first place of choice will always be Persimmon Hill. The mountains are filled with cherry blossoms, which also represent the origin of the name of Sakura country. Just after walking down the hill, Su Xiaokun felt that the aura here was surprisingly more abundant than the aura outside. This moment was even more decisive in the mind. Then he said to Luoli, "How much do you think it would cost me? Roughly, if I were to buy this Persimmon Hill?" Su Xiaokun said lightly, but almost did not give Luoli surprised finished. "My god, this Persimmon Hill. They're not going to sell it. You know, this Persimmon Hill is the national hill of Sakura country." Luoli blankly glanced at Su Xiaokun. "Well, okay, that's right. While looking for spirit stones, also find out for me how strong this Sakura country is." Hearing this, Luoli was clearly stunned. "Boss, you're not thinking of taking Sakura country for yourself, are you?" "Well, is not out of the question," Su Xiaokun said calmly, but Luoli was not calm. Although Su Xiaokun's strength that is unquestionable, but even if it is again strong, after all, this is a country, not to mention how strong individuals are. Even nuclear weapons are not something humans can resist, neither can the patriarch. Su Xiaokun smiled and allowed Luoli to walk towards Persimmon Mountain on his arm. Lori was mad. He felt more and more unable to see through the man. "But so what if we were enemies of the Sakura kingdom? As long as you're by this man's side, even if she was allowed to die immediately, Luoli wouldn't have any complaints." Chapter 37, The Body of Pure Desire. Persimmon Hill is huge. No one knows how big it is. There are a lot of areas spread out in it. However, Su Xiaokun was in no hurry to find the strange stone. Instead, it follows the aura concentration. This was because he felt that the denser the aura was, the more likely it was to produce this kind of stone. In fact, Su Xiaokun guessed correctly. Because he couldn't drive up the mountain, Su Xiaokun could only choose to walk. But Luoli's physique was vastly different from Su Xiaokun's. After a few hours of walking, one feels sore. It wasn't that Luoli was pretentious, but after walking for more than 4 hours in a row, Su Xiaokun froze with no intention of stopping. Quinn, can you take a break? I can't." Looking at Luoli, whose small face was flushed, especially the sweat on that collarbone, it looked even more tantalizing, and Luoli's body fragrance, at this moment, was more intense than ever. Even Su Xiaokun was deeply infatuated with this flavor, couldn't help but smell it for a long time. This body odor is different from perfume. It's impossible to describe it, but it is so overwhelming that hormones explode in those who smell it. It was only after feeling the changes in his body that Su Xiaokun reacted and, embarrassed, he looked at Luoli. Luoli was also made to blush by Su Xiaokun's actions, but inwardly, "I do like this feeling very much." At least there was one thing about herself that could fascinate the man in front of her. Just as Luoli was secretly thinking about it, her eyes began to become mesmerized. One wrapped his arms around Su Xiaokun's neck. The pink red lips kissed up towards Su Xiaokun's mouth. Su Xiaokun was a little bit confused by this sudden scene. Kissed in tandem as well. Since it was the first time for both of them, they were extremely rusty, and Luoli was not paying attention to biting Su Xiaokun's lips. Only then did Su Xiaokun awaken from his sinking, hurrying to push Luoli away. And at this moment, Luoli had already been drenched in fragrant sweat, and her eyes were occupied by desire. The delicate lips kissed Su Xiaokun once more, but it was dodged by Su Xiaokun, because Su Xiaokun sensed that something was wrong. Now Luoli's body fragrance was more prevalent than ever before. It's like a sudden outburst. Hurrying to pick up Luoli, he returned to the hotel with great speed, laying Luoli on the bed. But even then, Luoli had been in a state of disorientation. It simply won't go away. And that body odor completely exploded at that moment. The entire room was filled with it, a mesmerizing scent. At this moment Su Xiaokun was also lost in the scent, and his hands couldn't help but climb up to the peak. The next moment, the cell phone rang, pulling the engrossed Su Xiaokun back to a bit of sanity. Then he bit down on the tip of his tongue with a deadly grip, and a bloody taste spread through his mouth. And that's what completely sobered me up. Looking at the mysterious caller displayed on the phone, that's when he picked it up. Just as he was about to say something, he was suddenly scolded by a familiar voice on the other end of the line. "Brat, it's me." The person on the other end of the phone was precisely Fong Wentian, who had been in contact for a long time. "Old man Fong." Su Xiaokun had just said a word when Luoli pounced and directly hung onto Su Xiaokun's body, completely lost his will, as if he had taken an aphrodisiac and couldn't help himself. Su Xiaokun hurriedly placed Luoli on the bed, and then pressed Luoli dead still. "Old man Fong, listen to me now. Su Xiaokun then told Fong Wendian about Luo Li's situation. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone before Fong Wendian's voice rang out again. If my guess is correct, this little girl beside you should be a pure lust physique. What is a pure desire physique? Su Xiaokun was also a little confused, but now he had to figure out the symptoms in order to treat the symptoms. If I'm right, she must have just turned 18. Aha! Is it the indulgent scent that emanates from your body under every strenuous exercise? Su Xiaokun thought about it. It was indeed because he had walked for a long time today that this situation had occurred. Yes, boy, you've picked up a treasure. This girl is surely a pure lust physique without a doubt. This pure desire physique is rare in 10,000 years. It's a fine cultivation cauldron. Fong Wentian's tone also became somewhat excited. A cultivation cauldron? Not bad. Once it's combined with the pure desire physique, then your cultivation will grow a lot. If the pure desire physique is a cultivator, then her cultivation will be transformed into yours. This is a treasure that many people dream of getting. I really don't know what kind of luck you kids have had. Spare me the small talk. First you tell me exactly how I can cure it. Su Xiaokun was a little anxious, because at the moment, Luo Li was near to madness, exploding with the body odor that, even Su Xiaokun was already on the verge of being unable to suppress it. It cannot be cured, except by bonding with her. Otherwise this girl child will surely die. Is there really no other way? Can't even the 13 stitches of the ghost gate work? Crap. It's not like this ninny has a disease. What's the point of that? Listen to me, hurry up and combine. Any later and this little ninny will really die. Of course if you don't want to save her. Forget I said anything. Fong Wendian then hung up the phone. After all, this kind of occasion was not suitable for further conversation. Su Xiaokun was also struggling madly inside. After all, he already had Chu Qingyi. If and wanted Luo Li, it would definitely hurt Chu Qingyi. What to do? Someone tell me what the hell to do. To save or not to save only in Su Xiaokun's thought. The two of them have experienced, scene by scene, from the time they met, to the present. It all passed through my mind like a slideshow. It would have been okay for someone else to see him die, but it was false that this Luo Li was not heartwarming to Su Xiaokun. Just when Su Xiaokun didn't know what to do, the aroma within Luo Li's body once again erupted violently. It directly washed away Su Xiaokun's remaining bit of sanity. Then, catered on Luo Li. And so it went on all through the night, before the two felt tired and, a deep sleep fell. The two who were both in heavy slumber did not notice the changes in each other's bodies in the slightest. They were all wrapped in a light mist, with the mist going back and forth in and out of each other's bodies. Finally, after a couple of hours, it didn't enter the two men's dantian. These two, on the other hand, showed no signs of awakening. That sleep was 2.5 days. Su Xiaokun was the first to wake up. A wave of self-condemnation flooded his heart as he looked at the splash of red on the bedspread. But what can you do when you're beating yourself up? It's already happened. Just as Su Xiaokun was blaming himself, Luo Li also awoke. Feeling the softness of his body, and the pain in his lower body, he glared at Su Xiaokun, then said faintly, "Quinn, you're not responsible for that." Luo Li also saw Su Xiaokun's difficulty and hurriedly said, but inwardly she was lost beyond measure. Chapter 38 Cultivation Surge. Hearing Luo Li's words, Su Xiaokun came back to his senses and looked at the disappointed Luo Li with an angry rebuke. What the are you talking about? Am I that irresponsible? Now that it's happened, I'll take responsibility to the end. Hearing Su Xiaokun say this, Luo Li's downcast expression suddenly cheered up. Thank you. Although Lori didn't know why her body was like this, but all the processes in between were known to her. While the two were chatting, Su Xiaokun's phone rang again. As soon as he saw that it was a mysterious caller, he knew that it was Fong Qitian who had called. Old man Fong. Ha ha, brat, how was it? Did you not hold back? You've come to see my jokes, you old man for old age? Su Xiaokun cursed. Get on the side. I've estimated the time and it's about time you guys woke up. What do you mean? Su Xiaokun was a bit puzzled. You're a real creature of the lower half of the body. Don't you realize that 2.5 days have passed since it happened? Only then did Su Xiaokun look at the time on his cell phone. As Fong Wendian said, 2.5 days had indeed passed. Kid, don't worry. Once the body of pure desire explodes, after bonding with a person they will fall into a phase where their spiritual powers teleport to each other. That's why you've been asleep for so long. Right. Feel the cultivation level and see how much it has grown. In fact, Fong Wendian had never seen the body of pure desire, and had only heard about it from hearsay. It was fine if he didn't check, but once he did, Su Xiaokun was immediately shocked. One's cultivation level has actually reached the peak of Huanjing, just 1 foot away from entering the unattainable realm of the Grandmaster. Well, Fong Wentian's voice rang out. It's not bad, it's at the peak of harmonization power now. Fong Wentian was speechless for a while. Being content. Just by your normal practice, it's impossible to reach the peak of Huanjing without a few decades. You're a lot less traveled. Su Xiaokun then told Fong Wentian that he had met Gu Qiuyu, and take Chu Qingyi away from the matter. Fong Wentian was also silent for a long time before he said, "Leave it to her and you can rest assured. Ancient Autumn Moon will definitely not treat that little ninny poorly. As for the Xianling belt, since she gave it to you, you can take it. It contains something I left behind when I was in Kunlun. It's enough for you to break through to the sovereign. By the way, when you want to break through to sovereign, you must return to the dark prison, or your life will be in danger." Fong Wentian said, Old man Fong, I'd like to go back, but you won't tell me how. Even contacting you wasted dead weight. Su Xiaokun complained. Alright brat, stop complaining. I've been a bit busy in recent times, and be kind to this little girl of pure desire. Don't be woefully unsuitable for people after you've wreaked havoc on them. If you dare to do that, old man, I'm going to implement the family law. Stinking old man, don't worry. Aren't you clear about what kind of person I, Su Xiaokun, am? Oh yes, tell me your address. I happen to have a copy of the genjutsu here to give to you. You let this little ninny practice. Otherwise, just by the age of the martial artists, a few of them would have survived you. Su Xiaokun then told Fong Wentian where he was. What are you doing in Sakura Land? It's not you yet? I found spirit stones in space, and finally looked it up, and Persimmon Hill showed up and, so here it is. Fong Wentian pondered even longer this time, so long that Su Xiaokun thought the other party hung up the phone. Old thing? What are you doing? Su Xiaokun muttered lowly. Well, if it's possible, take Sakura Nation. As for what the reason is, I'll tell you myself when you break through the sovereign. Fong Wentian then hung up the phone. The call between the two was actually heard clearly by Luoli, because Su Xiaokun didn't deliberately prepare her. After all, now Luoli already belongs to Su Xiaokun's woman. That, is she pretty? Luoli asked with some loss. As beautiful as you are. Su Xiaokun did not know how to comfort. After all, this kind of thing will be known sooner or later. It's better to tell now. Will you leave me behind? Luoli's eyes were misty, and she looked at Su Xiaokun with bashful eyes. That look was extremely pitiful. Su Xiaokun took a deep breath and said, No, I said I'd be responsible for you. Fu Luoli also took a deep breath following Su Xiaokun's example. That's good. A sweet smile followed. Don't worry Quinn. I won't make you look bad. I'm sure Sister Qingyi will accept me. Su Xiaokun obviously didn't expect Luoli to say this, obviously trying to get himself to take both women. By the way, you can't fail Sister Qingyi either you know, or we'll both clean you up. Okay, don't call me Quinn anymore. What's that called? Luoli looked at Su Xiaokun with big blinking eyes. How about a husband? Luoli flirted. Su Xiaokun didn't bother with her. Husband? Hubby. Luoli shouted several times in a row, turning Su Xiaokun's face as thick as a city wall red. It's not married yet. Where do you get to call it that? Forget it, you'd better call Quinn. Su Xiaokun was also rendered speechless by Luoli. However, seeing the naked Luoli, Su Xiaokun's blood suddenly spilled. Luoli seemed to have felt something against her as well, and at that moment, her little face blushed. There's a first time, there's a second time, a sleepless night, and it begins again. There were no words all night, only endless ambiguity. Both were up early at dawn, and though the flap had been going on for some time, but the spirits of the two men were indeed as good as they had ever been. After getting dressed, the two made their way to Persimmon Hill once more. Although his cultivation level had advanced a great deal, he hadn't reached the sovereign realm. After all, Su Xiaokun still had to check the source of this aura. This time, however, the two of them had been walking for several hours, and surprisingly, Luoli didn't even feel tired. This made Su Xiaokun lament the power of the body of pure desire. But nay, no matter how the two of them walked, they were always far away from the place where the aura was thick. There are times when it's like ghosting in place. Su Xiaokun also thought of going to Fong Qitian to ask, but there was no record of a call between the two on the phone. There is no way to even know the number. After searching for a long time without success, Su Xiaokun could only bring Luoli to the strange stone area. Although Lin Yan had bought the spirit stones from this place, after walking around for a while, Su Xiaokun didn't find a single spirit stone. This also put Su Xiaokun in a daze. Doubt I'm being scammed. However, fortunately for the emperor, in the deepest part of the strange stone area, there was a rather old-looking storefront that felt the aura coming from the spirit stones. Chapter 39, The Stone Seeker. The storefront was shabby. Even the wooden sign had long been riddled with holes. The two walked into the house and realized that the store wasn't very big. It's probably only about 40 or 50 square feet. Inside, There are a few odd stones sporadically placed, and that wooden counter held a wigwam about half a meter high, with a small viewing fish pond underneath. The aura was also emitted by this wigwam. The owner was past midlife, and had a mustache on his upper lip. At first glance, it's an authentic Sakura person. Upon seeing the entrance of Su Xiaokun and the others, he only slightly looked up at them and then he put his head down and fiddled with the stone he was holding. "Hey, boss, can't you see someone coming?" Luoli said with some dissatisfaction. After all, the visitor is a guest, and with such hospitality, the store deserves to be cold. When the boss heard that it was in Chinese, an imperceptible glint flashed in his eyes, but still keeping his head down, he said in fluent Chinese, "Choose what you like," and then stopped talking. Su Xiaokun was also a bit helpless, casually looking around the store. Then his eyes rested on the wigwam. "How do I sell this?" Su Xiaokun pointed to the wigwam. The owner looked up. "Not for sale. Extremely bad attitude." "Hey, stinky old man, what kind of attitude is that? Believe it or not, I'll call the Black Mouth Group to smash your store," Luoli said angrily. When he heard Korakuchi's group, the boss raised his head and sized up the two men. "Oh, the Korakuchis have to be reasonable too. But for the sake of you knowing the Korakuchis, I say again, this wigwam stone is not for sale. The owner remains greasy. What's the big deal if it's not for sale?" Pulling Su Xiaokun, he was ready to leave. But Su Xiaokun opened his mouth. "Since it's not for sale, can you tell me where you got this stone?" Hearing this, the boss's eyes lit up slightly and said, "You really want it?" "Yes, it would be better if you could tell me where you found it." 1 million. The owner named the price. "Sakura coins?" Lori asked. "No. 1 million Chinese dollars, the owner said with conviction. "Why don't you go grab it? You know $1 million is considered a lot of money even in Sakura country." But Su Xiaokun didn't care. "Could be, but you need to tell me where you got this kind of stone." No, this gentleman, I think you've misunderstood. It takes $10 million to find out where the stone is." The boss looked at Su Xiaokun's wealthy and generous appearance, and his greed rose. "Are you poor and crazy?" Luoli looked at the boss with dissatisfaction, and that chest was heaving up and down with anger. "Buy it or leave it." After that, he stopped talking to the two. Luoli also got on her temper. "Serves you right that there's no one at your store. Save it for your coffin." Then pulling Su Xiaokun, he walked out. Su Xiaokun froze slightly and said nothing more. This boss in front of him was indeed a bit greedy. A single message in the district dares to be sold to $10 million. Even if Su Xiaokun doesn't care about money and it's not stupid to be so letting people pit. "Grandma, this son of a is really seeing money. I don't believe it. I can't find anyone else to sell it but him." Just as Luoli was complaining, a youth wearing black-rimmed glasses walked over. "A couple of you are here to buy rocks, right?" The youth was a Chinese, and he was also very polite to Su Xiaokun and the others. "Why do you have a rock?" Luoli's anger hadn't subsided yet, and her tone wasn't exactly soft. "Oh, it depends on what you two need. Just now I saw that the two of you were interested in this boss's wigwam. The kind of rock he has, I have at home." Hearing these words, Luoli's eyes lit up. "Are you sure?" "Yes." The youth nodded. Luoli also looked at Su Xiaokun. "Well, go look." Su Xiaokun also lazy nonsense. He desperately wanted to know the whereabouts of the spirit stones now. The teenager didn't say anything and led the two of them to his place. Please wait." The teenager let the two Su Xiaokun stand at the door. But even if he let them both in, and they both won't go in, because the moment the teenager opened the door, a stench of garbage came out of the. Looking down the doorway, there were leftover lunchboxes scattered all over the place. One look at it was so dated that it made Lori recoil. Pulling Su Xiaokun, he then walked a long distance, which felt the disappearance of the flavor. After 10 minutes, the teenager was covered in dust, accompanied by a strong stench of. Holding a stone the size of a palm came to the two men. "That, you don't come over, you just throw the rock." Luoli pinched her arched nose and looked on with some disgust. When he just saw the stone, Su Xiaokun already felt that it was indeed a spirit stone. The heart is not immobilized, but there was no expression on his face. The youth wasn't angry and just rolled over on the ground with a rock. Luoli took out a handkerchief and wrapped the stone before handing it over to Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun smiled slightly, looked at the stone in his hand and asked, "How much are you going to pay out?" The youth held out 2 fingers. 2 million? Luoli was a little disbelieving that this Chinese man dared to ask for so much money. No, you have misunderstood," the youth hurriedly explained. 20,000. Luoli no longer said anything, because she knew that the price of 20,000 was already a money-losing price. "I'll give you $200,000 to tell me where you found this stone," Su Xiaokun said flatly. When the youth heard this, he was overjoyed. Yes, you guys come with me. The teenager then took the two of them, Su Xiaokun, and headed to the place of discovery. It was probably close to an hour's walk before the three arrived. However, just as soon as he walked here, Su Xiaokun felt that the aura here was indeed more dense. It might actually be possible that it was found here. This place is a river. There's no beach, just this endless gravel. And this one river, surprisingly, has dozens of people digging this rock, one by one, carefully selected. Big brother, it's right here. The youth pointed to the center of the river. Su Xiaokun nodded slightly. The youth continued. I'm a stone hunter, so I'm more familiar with the area. I also found this stone by chance while fishing for rocks in the center of the river. As to whether it's worth anything or not I don't know. But anyway, when I picked up this stone, it put me in a good mood to stay. In fact, a spirit stone is the same as an ordinary stone in the eyes of an ordinary person. Nothing more than the aura emanating from the spirit stones would make ordinary people feel relaxed and refreshed, which made it possible for them to survive. Yeah, I know. Come with me later to get the money, Su Xiaokun said, then closed his eyes, carefully feeling the breath in the river. Chapter 40, Secret Dispatch. 5 minutes over. Su Xiaokun's eyes snapped open. Then he walked towards the river. Bending down, he picked up a pebble. I felt it and was a little surprised. Although the stone in his hand, its spiritual power was dim, it was indeed a spirit stone. The youth took a look and was slightly surprised, sighing at Su Xiaokun's good luck. Oh, the boss's luck is truly extraordinary. Just came and found the stone I wanted. The youth patted his ass. Su Xiaokun faintly opened his mouth. Come with me to get the money. Several people then returned to the car and took $200,000 in cash and handed it over to the youth, and gave him an address. If in the event of finding such stones, you may come to me at this address. After saying that, he took Luoli and left. After returning to the hotel, Su Xiaokun asked Luoli to gather the scattered members of the Tianxiong Association. 300 to 400 members of the Tianxiong Society appeared at the entrance of the hotel at one time. Each one wore a Chinese mountain jacket with a bear tattooed on his chest. Seeing these people, Su Xiaokun was also somewhat slightly surprised. I didn't realize that the Tianxiong Society had so many members in the Sakura country. Then he gathered them together and brought out the stone he had just found. After all, these members of the Tianxiong Association didn't know who the boss behind the scenes was, so they only recognized Luoli. Luoli opened her mouth. Look at this rock. You guys, if similar, or the same, is found, the reward is great. Take this stone. If it's the same size, 20,000 across the board. Luoli had just finished speaking when the following shouted. Sister Hong is mighty. Quiet. You'll see, and then you'll disperse. This stone was found on Persimmon Hill. You guys can go there and check it out. The crowd looked at the stone and took out their cameras to take a picture, then returned the stone to Luoli. By the way, this stone is different from ordinary stones, and when you hold it in your hand, then you will feel a coolness. As long as all the stones in your hands feel this way, bring them all to me, no? Luoli scanned the crowd, and the aura of that higher power burst out. Got it, Sister Hong. Hundreds of people then dispersed. You know, finding a piece of that is $20,000 in cash, with the added bonus of money. These guys are selling out one by one, because finding a rock doesn't just mean that you can make an ungodly amount of money. More than that, he could show his face in front of Sister Hong, and maybe even become a junior leader. That night, the oil-headed man came to the hotel where Su Xiaokun was staying. An invitation was sent to Luoli. After all, the two parties had a cooperative relationship. The Korakuchis have to do their part as hosts. After opening the invitation and realizing it was from the man at the helm of their Korakuchi Gumi in Sakura City, after the two of them memorized the address, they arrived at the biggest restaurant in Sakura City, Sakura Dining Hall, at the agreed time. As soon as they entered, the two of them realized that the Sakura Dining Hall, at the moment, had been wrapped up by the Korakuchi group. After presenting the invitation, he was led to the private room by a member of the Korakuchi Gumi. The main seat, on the other hand, was occupied by a middle-aged man, probably about 40 years of age, dressed in a black suit that, watching the two men arrive. Then he got up and said in fluent Mandarin, Miss Luo is better than a sight. Not only is her beauty outstanding, but she is also a heroine. Luoli also knew that this person was the Yamamoto Takeo written in the invitation. Oh, Mr. Yamamoto is welcome. We're supposed to be coming over for a visit, and we're asking Mr. Yamamoto to break the bank like this. The two men were polite before they sat down. However, Luoli pulled out the chair for Su Xiaokun first, something that made Yamamoto Takeo look at him. It was clear to understand that this youth's identity was definitely higher than Luoli's. I wonder what this gentleman is. Yamamoto Takeo asked with a smile on his face as he looked at the indifferent Su Xiaokun on the side. Oh, Mr. Yamamoto, this is my husband, Mr. Long Aokun. Luoli smiled and explained, not avoiding her identity with Su Xiaokun in the slightest. Su Xiaokun didn't say anything, just acquiesced. After all, the two had already been married. Ha ha, Mr. Long really is a talented young man. The two of them then shook hands and used a force at the same time. This caused Su Xiaokun to be a little surprised, because this Yamamoto Takeo in front of him was actually a cultivator as well. But the breath in the body is not internal force. As for what it is, Su Xiaokun does not know, but one could also sense the approximate strength, almost close to the late stage of inner strength. Su Xiaokun also didn't expect to come across a cultivator in such a barren place. I'm sure the Sakura country is also extremely uncomplicated. Of course Takeshi Yamamoto was of the same mind, because he felt that Su Xiaokun's strength was above his own. So the smiles are more exuberant, feeling the oppression that comes from a great nation. If I'm right, Mr. Long is a martial artist, right? After all, Takeshi Yamamoto was also a cultivator, so he would naturally know some information about martial artists. Su Xiaokun didn't say anything, but nodded. It's true that you're young and talented, Takeo Yamamoto exclaimed in admiration as the two men took their seats. I wonder if Mr. Long and Miss Luo have ever drunk our Sakura country's national wine, Sakura Brew. Takeshi Yamamoto looked at the two men and opened a bottle of wine. The two men shook their heads. We, Sakura Brew, are not as strong as your country's white wine, though, but the flavor is not inferior to your country's palate, he said and had the waiter fill a glass for each of them. Welcome, both of you, to Sakura country. Takeshi Yamamoto raised his glass and took a drink. Su Xiaokun also tasted a mouthful. There is a faint cherry blossom flavor. The taste is on the sweet side. The degrees are pitifully low. Still, the taste was quite good, and this Sakurakuni was quite good at enjoying it. A toast followed. After some courtesy, Su Xiaokun realized that the Yamamoto Takeshi in front of him, surprisingly, they are rumored to be ninjas. Ninjas are divided into 4 classes: lower ninja, middle ninja, upper ninja, and ninja god. Takeshi Yamamoto in front of him, on the other hand, was an Akanabu, which is the equivalent of a martial artist's internal strength. A ninja god is also equivalent to a clan master powerhouse. Su Xiaokun also had a rough guess in his heart. The strongest was only the Zhongsha realm, which gave Su Xiaokun a certain amount of certainty in his heart. But to really get a country, it is almost impossible to do it by Su Xiaokun himself. After all, every country has its own nuclear weapons. Although the Sakura country, this small place cannot independently develop nuclear weapons. But after all, there is a good father behind to provide. After the wine and dinner, Su Xiaokun and the two of them got up and left. Back in the hotel, Su Xiaokun and the two of them combined their efforts. It was decided that Luo Tianshong, in batches, would take 500 people to the cherry blossom country. After the decision was made, the two sank back into the air, and it was a fragrant time. Chapter 41, Xianyin Technique. The door to the room was knocked on just as he awoke in the morning. An extremely tightly covered person appeared in front of the two and handed Su Xiaokun an item that. Then he left in a hurry. Su Xiaokun was thinking of inquiring about it, but that person had long since disappeared. Hesitantly this unwrapped the package. An ancient book appeared in his hand. Genjutsu. I didn't expect this old man Fong to be quite fast. You should know that this is a cross-border courier. Normally speaking, it is difficult to deliver without 10 days and half a month. It was not known what method this Fong Qiantian had used. After opening it, Su Xiaokun had a black line on his face. The first page is about practicing the art of extracting yin and replenishing yang. The art of interchanging yin and yang. Once you practice Xianyin technique, you must have a man as a companion to complement each other. A living book of rhubarb feats, especially since it surprisingly has pictures on it for reference. This caused Su Xiaokun's heart to flood with mutterings. But the second piece is the martial arts. Xianyin elimination finger. The final drop was that only the body of pure desire could be cultivated. Su Xiaokun was also quite speechless, and wondered what kind of great cleverness it took to concoct such a feat. However, this Xianyin technique did have one advantage, and that was that one did not need to use aura to cultivate. It's all about picking up the sun. That is to say, in order to enhance the cultivation level, that can only be entangled night after night. Su Xiaokun didn't know if he could top it or not. Honey, what is this? Luoli had just finished her shower and walked out wrapped in a bath towel. That white tender and huge hemisphere was exposed in the air. Seeing Su Xiaokun was a burst of fire. Hey, this body of pure desire. It's too overbearing, even with my fixation. All extremely difficult to suppress. Su Xiaokun muttered, not dare to look again. That cultivation technique that old man Fong gave you has arrived. Just forget it, you can see for yourself. As for whether you want to practice or not, it's all up to you. Su Xiaokun's old face blushed as he handed over the Xianin technique to Luoli. Luoli proceeded to do her feats with both hands, but the bath towel was obviously a bit small due to the huge peaks on her chest. After leaving the control of his hands, he slipped off at once. Luoli's mind was focused on her gongfu, and she completely didn't notice that she had gotten naked. But Su Xiaokun was not calm, although the two had already met frankly many times. But this body of pure desire, right? The temptation is too strong. And Su Xiaokun found that this body of pure desire can even automatically repair Luoli's body. That is to say, no matter how many times the two had gone through personnel, Luoli was the first time. Every day the sheets see a splash of red. Ahem. Su Xiaokun coughed forcefully, pulling Luoli's thoughts back. Feeling a coolness, he realized that he was standing naked in front of Su Xiaokun. However, Luoli was not shy and directly hugged on Su Xiaokun's body. That mountain peak was squeezing Su Xiaokun's chest to death. Honey, this kung fu, I want to practice, said unconsciously kissed Su Xiaokun's lips. As a burst of body odor erupted, Su Xiaokun also sank in, and that Xianin technique, surprisingly, began to operate in Luoli's body on its own. It is now noon. Only then did the two part in love. After Luoli took a shower, a wave of internal power suddenly erupted within her body. Su Xiaokun looked up and was shocked. Early stage of inner strength. Su Xiaokun incredulously felt Luoli's cultivation level. You have to know that the two of them have only just cultivated for half a day. Surprisingly, it was worth the results of Su Xiaokun's little 10 years. Where is this going to be justified? What Su Xiaokun didn't know, however, was that the two were united for the first time. At the time that the internal forces pulled on each other, and Luoli had long had internal forces in her body. It was only that Luoli didn't cultivate at that time, which was why she couldn't feel it. When practicing the Xianin technique, the cultivation naturally came to fruition. Of course, in the future, if the two of them were cultivating, they wouldn't be able to make such a terrifying progress, because Su Xiaokun also realized that the gains brought to Su Xiaokun by combining the two of them right now was very small. Otherwise, he would have already broken through to the sovereign. In this, Su Xiaokun also used spirit stones to cultivate, but a few spirit stones were used up, like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no growth in cultivation. Only the combination of the two can bring a hint of that. Congratulations, you have officially entered the martial way today, Su Xiaokun said with a smile. After all, if one's woman could also cultivate, that would naturally be the best. That way the two can stay together longer. Luoli had long known that there was a martial arts path in Luo Tianxiong's near martial arts obsessed state. Together with Su Xiaokun's information, he was now also officially stepping into the path of a martial artist. Of course, the current Luoli could be more powerful than Luo Tianxiong. After all, Luo Tianxiong's age was there. Even if Su Xiaokun had given him the body fist, today's cultivation level was only able to touch the threshold of the external power, and was dead set on not being able to reach the stage of external power. After the two of them packed up, Luo Tianxiong entered the Sakura country and quietly arrived at Persimmon Mountain, waiting for Su Xiaokun. Because this was a secret entry, it didn't make the Black Mouth group notice. Luo Tianxiong was slightly stunned when the silhouettes of the two appeared in front of him. I didn't expect Luoli to be so intimate with Su Xiaokun, and my heart snickered. It seems that letting Luoli accompany Kun to Sakura country is really the right place to come, Luo Tianxiong muttered. Quinn. Su Xiaokun nodded slightly. How many people came? So far, about 300 have come in. The rest will all arrive tomorrow, Luo Tianxiong respectfully said. Well, that's good. Did you bring what you were told to bring? Luo Tianxiong nodded, then took out a small bottle and handed it to Su Xiaokun. Opening the bottle, Su Xiaokun smelled it. Is this the product you made with the Korakuchi group? Yes, Quinn. Su Xiaokun frowned. How many more like this one are there? Probably. Well, probably have a ton or so left, Luo Tianxiong said thoughtfully. Su Xiaokun then took out a picked up spirit stone and pinched it to pieces with a slight force. It's like powder in a bottle. The two were then stirred together. Spirit stones can only be used by martial artists for cultivation, but they cannot be swallowed directly. Otherwise the person who swallows it will become manic and die a violent death soon after. Su Xiaokun looked at the drugs in his hand with satisfaction. It was only a pity that the thing called spirit stones were too rare. Otherwise say whatever you want to dope that ton. You find a local junkie and distribute this for half the usual price. Remember, don't let anyone know that it was the Sky Hero Society that did this. Su Xiaokun gave an explanation, and Luo Tianxiong left with the new type of drugs. Honey, are you trying to? Luoli smiled wryly from the side. Not bad. If you want to unify the Sakura country, you naturally have to use other methods. As long as the purpose is served, nothing else matters. Su Xiaokun smiled and wrapped his arms around Luo Li's water snake waist. Chapter 42, New Drugs. After Luo Tianxian left, he divided the bottle of new flour into 50 small bags, spreading the word through the newly arrived members of the Sky Hunger Club. Then the members were repatriated once again, doing what could be described as an airtight job. That night, within a wine shop, 3 men and 2 women were already slightly drunk. One of the Chinese-looking men then took out a small bag of flour and placed it on the table. This is a new product from the Kurakochi Gumi these days. Will you guys try it? The flavor is much more potent. The aftertaste is also longer. And this little bag of, there's enough for you guys to get high for 3 days, said the man with a look of excitement on his face. Taking another small bag from his pocket, he poured it onto the paper towel in front of him and a straw was then produced, and with a sharp snort through the nose, the neck was suddenly thrown back, the face trembled and twitched violently, and after about a few dozen seconds had passed, tears were left in the eyes of a sharp shake of the head. Yes, the man exclaimed. The remaining 4 were strangely tickled as they watched the man in front of them having such a good time. Ha ha, Matsumoto-kun, I wonder what the price is for this new type of flour. Kimura-kun, wouldn't talking about money hurt your feelings? This time it's on me. With that, Matsumoto-kun took out 4 small bags and shared one with each person. The 4 of them also couldn't wait to open the pouch and gently sniff it with their noses. Then his brow relaxed and he looked to the rest of the group. Yosi, good stuff. Matsumoto-kun put on an evil smile and looked at the 4. The new flour this time. You can drink it with alcohol or just snort it like I did. Of course it would be more exciting to just suck it up. Matsumoto's eyes held excitement and his body shifted as if he was actually coming to feel it. The remaining few nodded their heads without any nonsense and followed Matsumoto-kun's example, sucking it right in. When a few people just inhaled it as Yamamoto-kun did, their necks threw back and the body couldn't stop shaking. Seeing this scene, Matsumoto exited the room, escaped from this place with great speed. A meeting with a man in black ensued. Sucked? Matsumoto nodded. Boss, is this ready to arrange for my return? Not bad. You did a good job this time. Go back first. You're needed at home. The man in black nodded. A car was then driven to take the man away from the area. The man sitting in the car sneezed repeatedly, tears and snot spewing from his nose. You sucked? The man in black's voice went ice cold. Because he could sell that. But absolutely no one from any country should be allowed to suck it up or no good will come of it. Suck. Achoo. Suck my ass. I've at least whole packets of instant noodle seasoning to mix up the flour a bit. And if I don't demonstrate, how can those brats be relieved? Achoo. Hey, don't tell me this instant noodle seasoning has a really strong aftertaste. Achoo. The sneeze was a bit of a shock. The man in black froze, followed by a loud laugh. You've got a future, kid. You dare to try this stuff. Back home. Just say I, Luo Tianxian, said that. Make you a squad leader. Thanks to. Achoo. I'll go. Thanks, big brother. This junior brother cried bitterly with a snotty nose and tears, thanking Luo Tianxian. Ha ha, you kids good. Soon the 2 appeared at a ruined dock, and when the abandoned dock saw the car appear, 7 or 8 people came out from various places. Seeing the black men, all nodded their heads. Boss, it's all done. Just finished speaking. A sound that rang the heavens thoroughly sneezed out of the mouth of your person beside Luo Tianxian. Aha! The entire silence of the night was broken by the sneeze. Holy, Baldy, did you suck it up? Asterisk off and suck your head off. I'm a ING leader. Sucked a whole packet of instant noodle seasoning. These mother asteriskers are real sneaky. And they won't suck if I don't. Baldy cursed. You're awesome. You are so ING raw. Brother Baldy is mighty. Everyone applauded at once. Come on. You guys are running away. Don't make such a big deal out of it. Then Luo Tianxian took out his phone and made a call that. At once a ship on the sea flashed its lights 3 times. Alright, you guys go. Go to Xintiandi to pick up $100,000 each when you get back home and get some rest. Yeah, thank you Hung. Cut the ass kissing. You deserve it. Get out of here. Luo Tianxian then drove into the darkness. Almost an hour had passed since this series of events took place. The 4 men in the liquor store still showed no signs of awakening, and if they had not still been breathing in the owner was going to think the guys had drunk themselves to death. But it didn't matter anymore. After all, in the Sakura country liquor stores were open 24 hours a day, and almost every liquor store in Sakura City would have 4 or 5 youths unconscious. Close to about 2 o'clock in the morning, all these youths suddenly awoke. The eyes were each bloodshot. The body was also grotesquely twisted, and walked as if it were drunk and wobbly. Then an unearthly cry escaped from their mouths, and they rushed out into the street in droves, declaiming. And Su Xiaokun was standing at the highest point of this hotel, with his arm around Luo Li, looking down on the crazed addicts below. Looks like the potion is a little strong. Su Xiaokun smiled crookedly. Darling, that's a poisonous trick you've got there. Immediately after this group of people, they suddenly became even crazier. Like zombies, biting people on sight. It directly tore off the skin and flesh, and its mouth kept chewing on the flesh of its kind. This, Luoli looked at the people below incredulously. These people aren't mutating, are they? In fact, Su Xiaokun didn't really understand it, and he knew that the flour mixed with spirit stone powder will make people crazy. To what extent he does not know, and this effect seemed to be beyond Su Xiaokun's cognitive range, and it's amazing how much stronger the bodies of those who have inhaled this flour are than normal people. Although it couldn't reach the level of an external power martial artist, it wasn't much different. Just then the man who had been torn sprang to his feet, his eyes bloodshot beyond measure, and bowed. As if drunk, he wobbled and started running in all directions. Instead of biting on sight as it were, there wouldn't be so many people in the middle of the night if it were in the country. But the Sakura country has an extremely rich nightlife, and most of them are still young people, roaming the streets, one by one. Either that or the ladies are standing around, these flower sniffers, and the bitten ones, who bite people whenever they see them. Of course when they see their own kind they leave. They have some kind of sense of each other. Throughout the night, there were screams. Isn't that cruel to these people? Luoli said as she looked at the hell-like scene below. Sakura people are considered people? Su Xiaokun glanced disdainfully at the people below and, taking Luoli back into the room. Honey, let's practice. With a burst of body odor, the two began a new round of cultivation. Chapter 43, 500 pounds of new drugs will soon flow into Sakura country. Of course during this night, Luo Tianxiong could be exhausted, summoned back all the scattered minions, a whole 800 or so. It even cost a high price to charter a cruise ship and put everyone inside. After all, Sakura City is so flipped now that it's no different than hell. One night later, early the next morning, the two woke up early. Even the search for spirit stones was temporarily abandoned by Su Xiaokun. After all, he only wreaked havoc on the Sakura people. Still don't want to put your fellow man in danger. Su Xiaokun opened the window and looked down. The streets were empty. In its place, the self-defense forces of the Sakura country, patrolling back and forth from time to time, and those who went berserk are long gone. My dear, I didn't realize the Sakura nation had two tricks up its sleeve. I'm surprised the riot was suppressed so quickly. Luoli stood beside Su Xiaokun's beautiful eyes looking down. Su Xiaokun didn't say anything, but closed his eyes and finally perceived it. Nope. What's wrong? Luoli looked at Su Xiaokun. I can sense a number of other frenzies nearby, but they're all in slumber. It should all be hidden. They need to sleep too? Luoli looked at Su Xiaokun in doubt. I don't know, but it is necessary to go out and investigate this matter. The drugs were only scattered in 50 packets though, but the contagion is extremely strong. Overnight, enough to spread to every corner of Sakura City. After saying that, Su Xiaokun put his arm around Luoli, and directly leaped out of the window, following the perception that came to a basement. It's so dim inside that it's almost impossible for a normal person to see. However, for Su Xiaokun and the two of them, they could still see what was inside. As soon as she walked into the basement, Luoli almost exclaimed in shock. I just saw the 50-square-foot basement packed with people, and all of them had bite wounds of varying degrees, and some of them were even revealing the white bones. From a distance it looked as if they were dead, but one gasped for breath, closed his eyes and, obviously resting. You wait here for me, Su Xiaokun muttered in a small voice, and before Luoli could say anything, his figure disappeared into thin air. In less than 2 seconds, Su Xiaokun's hand carried a sleeping person out of the room, bringing Luoli to the top of the street. Straight away, he threw the man he was carrying in his hand into the sunlight. At once the man awoke with a hissing roar. As the sun burned, the man actually began to smoke, frantically dodging the sunlight in all directions. But with Su Xiaokun around, it wouldn't let it escape at all. After 10 minutes had passed, the man turned into a heap of white bones, and then a small breeze. The white bones unexpectedly and bizarrely turned into ash. As expected, Su Xiaokun muttered, hugged Luoli, and returned to the hotel in a few dashes. What is this? This? Luoli was still immersed in the mirror image from earlier and froze as she looked at Su Xiaokun. Dropping. Cell phone rings. Su Xiaokun picked it up. Old man Fong, can you guys give me a way to contact you? Isn't it a bit much to always have you contacting me? Su Xiaokun grumbled with some dissatisfaction. Alright brat, the dark prison is its own little world. The phone can't come in. Even if I were to find you, I'd have to get out of the dark prison to do so. Right, the feats were received. Right? Fong Wentian's voice carried a bit of teasing. Aang received it. I can't believe that you can even have this kind of technique. But it changed the subject. He then told Fong Wentian what had happened outside. You're saying that the drugs, along with the spirit stone powder, actually give ordinary people strength close to that of an external power? Yes, it's these people who become berserk instead after inhaling it. Even the soul is gone. Su Xiaokun thought back to the scene just now. If a spirit stone is taken directly, there is only one effect, and that is to explode and die. And you ground the spirit stone into a powder, which would reduce the vast majority of the effects of the. Even then a normal person would go into a frenzy if they accidentally ingested it, because the energy of the spirit stone is too violent. It can only be refined slowly. Perhaps in having the drugs added to it, it should have produced a mutation. Those who haven't practiced will have their souls shattered by this violent energy, thus turning them into walking corpses, become a killing machine. I didn't realize that your kid had even researched this kind of thing. It looks like taking down Sakura Nation. You're just around the corner. Fong Wentian thought about it and continued. However, if my analysis is correct, this kind of walker can only survive for 3 days at most. It will be reduced to ashes. Aha, I think it's about the same. Su Xiaokun said. By the way, why can't I grow my cultivation when I've been absorbing spirit stones lately? Su Xiaokun asked out of doubt. Nonsense. You've reached the peak of harmonization power now, and you need an opportunity to break through. Of course, your little girlfriend next to you is the opportunity, as long as you guys have more. Hey, you know. Fong Wentian gave a cheap laugh. Be sure to come to the dark prison if you feel something in your body about to break. I'll send someone to pick you up when the time comes. Well, I know. The two then hung up. Since this new drug has such an effect, why don't I add more fuel to the fire? Su Xiaokun then took Luo Li and headed to the cruise ship where Luo Tianxiang was. Although Su Xiaokun couldn't do treading water, his speed was indeed extremely fast. It's no different than running on water. When a huge cruise ship was in sight, it was a leap of faith. This shocked the minions of the cruise ship guard. If Luo Tianxiang hadn't sensed Su Xiaokun, these minions will probably turn on their handlers. Quinn. Su Xiaokun nodded. 4 drugs. How much more do you have here? There's not much left in this sub-band. Probably about 500 pounds left. Aha, very good. Take me. Luo Tianxiang then led Su Xiaokun into the cabin and to his private room. It's all here. Luo Tianxiang dragged out 2 large bags of flour from under the bed and said. Su Xiaokun didn't say anything either, but took out 5 spirit stones. These spirit stones were the ones Fong Wentian had left in his belt. When he saw the spirit stone, Luo Tianxiang's eyes sizzled slightly, but there was no look of greed. Su Xiaokun threw him one. Go practice. Su Xiaokun then crushed all 4 spirit stones into powder and stirred them into the drug. Only after doing so did he nod in satisfaction. Little ghosts, I hope you enjoy this great gift. Holy, Luo Li exploded. Honey, are you crazy? If these 500 pounds of drugs flow into Sakura country, I reckon that even if we don't destroy the country, half of them have to be dead or wounded too. Luo Li analyzed. Chapter 44, Mother and Child Arrested. It doesn't matter. My goal was originally to bring about the destruction of the Sakura kingdom. As for the rest, it's none of my business. Then he called Luo Tianxiang over again. You arranged to have all these drugs divided up, then scatter the people all over the Sakura country. Remember, if there's a death, make sure you take care of his family. Anyone who dies because of this will be given a $5 million pension. $5 million? Even if he was rich, Luo Tianxiang was shocked by the amount of the pension. In this day and age, $5 million could buy the life of a national leader. However, Luo Tianxiang didn't dare to have an opinion. After all, he still had to point to Su Xiaokun to reach the summit. After saying that, Su Xiaokun left the boat with Luo Li in his arms. I got a call from the Rainbow Hotel just as I got back on the road. The reason is that the mother and son were surprisingly captured. And the hotel, in the presence of Chu Tianlong. That's how you avoid getting smashed. The two of them then hoofed it and directly left the Sakura country to rush back to the imperial capital. Through Chu Tianlong's inquiries, he realized that he was captured by Wang Hu's men. The location of Wang Hu was then found through Chu Tianlong's connections. Night after night, night after night, night after night, night after night. Night and day is also extremely luxurious in the imperial capital, a place where every inch of land is gold. It also covers an area of thousands of square feet, not much smaller than the Rainbow Hotel. And there is also a huge casino underground, which is also where Wang Hu sits. Of course this casino can't get in without an introduction, but Chu Tianlong was a member of the 4 great families, so it was still more than enough to get a membership. Su Xiaokun brought Luo Li to night and day. After pulling out his membership card, he was then brought to the middle of the casino by the watchman's little brother. There are 3 elevators in all, and the remaining 2 are used night after night. Only one of them leads directly to the underground casino. Extremely secretive. Even before going to the casino, they are all hooded. and they are sent to the casino only after they have circled around confused gamblers 7 times. Of course, this kind of detour is of no use to Su Xiaokun. Upon following this janitorial little brother to the casino, Su Xiaokun was slightly surprised. I didn't think the casino would be too crowded, but it was the opposite. The fire can be more crowded than a nightclub. After bringing the 2 down, the watchman junior left. Su Xiaokun looked around and realized that the interior of the casino was extremely huge. The variety is also extremely wide. After all, Su Xiaokun doesn't know this kind of thing either. Solely, he took luoli, changed 100W of chips, and came to the table for betting on the size. One pulled away from the gambler who was preparing to place a bet, and the gambler, though displeased with, but seeing Luo Li's astonishing appearance, she willingly stepped aside. This made Su Xiaokun somewhat speechless. Being good-looking is kind of a pass. Su Xiaokun glanced at Luo Li, only to see a big blank stare. Su Xiaokun didn't say anything, but looked at the bet in front of him. There are a number of separate boxes on top, and in the boxes are the number of points and their size. As long as the bet is won, the money will be split according to the multiplier above. Su Xiaokun did not even think about it, and directly bet all 100W on the 3 sixes of the leopard, knowing that leopards are all tenfold. Few people press because it is known that the probability of something like a leopard is so low. But Su Xiaokun didn't care. The old man was looking at the beautiful lotus girl. The Dutchman was also stunned by Su Xiaokun. Although the casino is not short of rich people, but directly out of $1 million to hit the water is still the first time to see. Beauty begins, Su Xiaokun said indifferently. The Dutchman then nodded and shook the dice in his hand. After about a minute of shaking it, that's when the dice cup was viciously placed on the table. Place your bets, please. The crowd thought for a moment and chose the number of points they had in mind, but most of them are oversized. After all, the chances of winning this one are high. Yet no one bets on the leopard. After all, they think anyone who can bet on the leopard is a cutie. Either that or they are absolute masters. Obviously they wouldn't believe that Su Xiaokun was this expert. Su Xiaokun closed his eyes and sensed. It was found that the number of points in it was really 3 sixes, which saved you from having to do the trick. After the crowd had placed their bets, the Dutchman then opened the dice cup. The crowd was shocked when they saw it was a leopard. They all looked at Su Xiaokun, not expecting this strange kid who had just arrived to be so lucky. Both regret not following the bet, because it was 10 times. Su Xiaokun's 1 million quickly turned into 10 million chips. Put it in front of you. Su Xiaokun still had his eyes closed, signaling Luo Li to continue pressing 3 sixes. Luo Li was also incredibly calm, once again placing $10 million on 3 sixes. Go on. These people were going to see what Su Xiaokun bet on, so they could follow the pressure. But seeing that it was still 3 sixes, they gave up their ideas. After all, luck can be good once, not one after another. These people, unbeknownst to them, are getting farther and farther away from the billions. Lotteries this time, but as a careful look at Su Xiaokun, and did not find anything after another round of dice began. This time the shake was slightly longer. After all, if we let Su Xiaokun bet on it again, that's a direct loss of $100 million. While the casino is not bad for the money, it does not let gamblers win too much. Dang, the dice cup fell. Su Xiaokun sensed it and found that the points were surprisingly 1, 3 and 5. Then with a slight movement of the inner force, it suddenly became 3 sixes again. However, these small moves were not noticed by the Dutchman. After all, the Dutchman was just an ordinary person. After everyone had placed their bets, the dealer opened the dice cup. 3 sixes appeared in plain sight. There was unparalleled shock, and for a moment they all hated themselves for not placing a bet. But even more shocked than the crowd was, of course, the Dutchman. After all, this one would cost the casino $100 million. Even the Dutchman was at a loss for a moment, but a voice came over the Dutchman's headset telling her to go on and that someone would be sent later. $100 million was thus pocketed by Su Xiaokun. Of course the voice in the headphones was also captured by Su Xiaokun. Is it finally coming? Su Xiaokun waited for this moment. He wanted to meet Wang Hu and mess with the casino in the meantime. Getting a message back in his headset, the Dutchman then took a deep breath and resumed shaking the dice. And Luo Li lightly continued to place 100 million in chips over 3 sixes. For a moment the crowd also sucked in their cold breath, wondering if they should follow. After all, if we win again, that one is $1 billion. You know, $1 billion is not a small amount of money, not to mention whether or not you can convert your chips into money. Even if they could, this money would never be brought out. These people, too, at the first sign of trouble, gave up the idea of betting. All of them looked towards Su Xiaokun whose eyes were tightly closed. After 5 minutes had passed, the Dutchman, sweating profusely, put down the dice cup in his hand. Just as he was about to open, he was stopped by a big hand, and the person who came was none other than Wang Hu. You go down. I'll drive this one. Wang Hu gazed at Su Xiaokun. Little brother is a bit of a stranger. Must be his first time here. Only then did Su Xiaokun open his eyes when he heard Wang Hu's voice. Chapter 45, Meeting Wang Hu. Nice. How come unfamiliar faces aren't allowed to play? Su Xiaokun looked at Wang Hu indifferently. Oh, little brother. You're joking. The visitor is a guest. I'll open the pot. I don't know if you have an opinion. Su Xiaokun shook his head. To him no matter who opened the result was the same. Then Wang Hu picked up the dice cup, shook it and put it on the table. His ears twitched slightly, revealing a flash of joy. 2, 3, 6. Just as he was just about to open the cup, Su Xiaokun closed his eyes, and with a slight movement of his inner strength, the dice instantly became 3 sixes, and Wang Hu's face clouded over. His ears could be said to be so strong that he could hear a pin drop on the floor even when it was noisy. Why don't you open it yet? Su Xiaokun opened his eyes and looked at Wang Hu. Oh, little brother is a master. Wang Hu didn't move and tapped the table, but the dice were just as glued to the dice cup as the, not moving in the slightest. This makes Wang Hu cold sweat down. After all, this open can be a loss of $1 billion. As it dragged on for so long, the spectators got anxious to see the points. One by one, they all followed suit. Even the gamblers at the other tables were flocking to the side. Under pressure, Wang Hu had to open the dice cup in his hand. The 3 sixes lay steady on the table. Asterisk asterisk. Where did this little brother come from that his luck is so unbelievable? It's just 3 leopards in a row. All the same, I don't see how it's luck. It must be cheating. No way. But I was with him the whole time, and his body never even touched the table. Someone relieved Su Xiaokun. Wang Hu realized that something was wrong, and his eyes tightly stared at Su Xiaokun, because Wang Hu did not know exactly how the youth in front of him cheated. As the man said earlier, Su Xiaokun never touched the table at all. Even Luoli, who was beside him on the side, was far away from the table. There's no way to touch the dice. Very good. Get him the money. Since this little brother won, then this casino will not disown him. Said also scanned the crowd. This advertisement is even Su Xiaokun are a little speechless. At this point $1 million a chip has been replaced with $100 million a chip. It's also the casino's biggest bargaining chip. Su Xiaokun calmly glanced at the 1 billion in front of him and signaled Luoli. Go on. Just as Luoli was about to bet, she was interrupted by Wang Hu's voice. Since little brother's gambling skills are so high, do you want to play in the VIP box? That's a lot of big bucks in there. Wang Hu looked at Su Xiaokun and said. This was also what Su Xiaokun had in mind. A nod followed. When the two arrived in the private room, they saw a gambling table similar to the size of a pool table. 2 stools were placed at each end. Su Xiaokun was the first to take a seat, while Wang Hu also sat down with his 2 little brothers. I wonder if little brother knows how to play cards. Wang Hu looked at Su Xiaokun who had a calm face and asked. No, but if it's a bet on the size, it's alright. Okay, in that case, let's play blackjack. Su Xiaokun nodded. 21 points were well understood. As long as the rows on your table make it to blackjack you win, or a similar blackjack counts as a win. On the other hand, if you go over blackjack, you lose. J is for 11, Q is for 12, K is for 13, and A is for 1. Then Wang Hu ordered his men to bring a new stack of poker. After all, to play a game we'll have to change a new pair. In case of cheating, do you need to check? Wang Hu looked at Su Xiaokun, only to see Su Xiaokun shaking his head. Begin. Then directly afterward, he put $1 billion on the line. Winning up to blackjack is just double the amount, while winning at 21 is 10 times the amount. Wang Hu signaled his little brother to unwrap the poker, subsequently disrupting it. Su Xiaokun, on the other hand, closed his eyes but didn't stay idle, took a paper man out of space and transformed it into a ghost that possessed himself directly on the little man who dealt the cards. Then a connection was made to this little brother. Su Xiaokun took the lead with a jack, and Wang Hu was holding an ace. Both signaled at the same time to continue asking for cards. Su Xiaokun a 5, Wang Hu a 10. The 2 men nodded to the minions dealing the cards, signaling to continue dealing. Wang Hu got a 9 to add up to a full 20 points this time, and obviously didn't dare to fight again. Instead, he waited for Su Xiaokun's card, and Su Xiaokun was only 5 points away from exploding his points. Wang Hu didn't believe that he's going to be so lucky. If the points are small, then Su Xiaokun probably won't order anymore. If it's big then it's a straight-up popping point and Wang Hu was in a winning position left and right. But just as the dealer pulled out a card, Wang Hu's heart was in his throat. After all, once it's 5, then the casino is facing $10 billion in gambling money. Although Wang Hu was confident that the other party would not be able to get the money, he also wanted to minimize the losses. Bang! The cards fell hard, and a 5 of hearts appeared directly in front of the pair. The piercing red heart made Wang Hu's cold sweat run cold as he watched. No! No way! How can you possibly get 21 points when I have 20? Are you cheating? Wang Hu pointed at Su Xiaokun's nose in disbelief. Oh, where are your words? Your people dealt the cards the whole time, and it looks like I didn't even open my eyes. Did I? You should have thought of a better excuse for calling me a cheater. Su Xiaokun looked at Wang Hu with disdain. Wang Hu also knows. After all, the whole process has his little brother in the watch. Even Wang Hu himself did not see Su Xiaokun cheating. In that case, change the chips for me. No more games. Such a big store. And you're slandering people for cheating. Don't play. With that, he was ready to get up, but was stopped by Wang Hu. Dude, 10 billion is not a small amount. You have to give me some time to raise the money, right? Wang Hu looked at Su Xiaokun with an unkind face. In fact, 1 billion is okay. 10 billion liquidity. Not to mention Wang Hu. Not many people in 200 years could come up with such a huge amount. Even if he could take it out, then Wang Hu's casino wouldn't need to be opened. Su Xiaokun smiled faintly and looked at Wang Hu flatly. If I'm right, you're Tiger, aren't you? Wang Hu froze, but he at least in the road is considered no one knows. It wasn't too much of a surprise. Not bad. You have something? Wang Hu looked at Su Xiaokun. There is a business that can exempt you from this $10 billion. I wonder if Brother Tiger is interested. Su Xiaokun also knew that he couldn't take it out, so he just stopped pretending. After all, coming here wasn't originally for gambling, but just to meet Wang Hu. Wang Hu raised his eyebrows. Tell me about it. Su Xiaokun then told the news about the mother and son, but Wang Hu was a bit confused. He didn't know his men had captured a mother and son. Are you sure my men captured it? Yes, or we wouldn't have met in this way. How did you know I'd come back to see you? Wait, you cheat. Wang Hu reacted to something. If Su Xiaokun didn't cheat, it's also unlikely that you'll win away so much money. Although Wang Hu didn't know how he did it, he was already sure of it in his heart. Chapter 46, a Huanjin martial artist appears. Oh, Su Xiaokun smiled blandly, and Wang Hu did not know who the person behind him was. But the other party even did not want this 10 billion, but only to find the mother and son too, so Wang Hu was not pursued. After all, Wang Hu was still thinking of collecting Su Xiaokun, because his cheating technique was too amazing. It was important to know that Wang Hu was not only the controller of the underground order, but also the rumored gambling saint Wang Hu. Okay, give me 3 minutes and I'll find out who caught it. Su Xiaokun nodded slightly. He then pulled out his phone and made a few calls, hanging up shortly after time. Little brother, not bad, it's someone my men captured. The reason is that his man, who owes our casino $30 million, but since he's your man, little brother, that's $30 million even. If you are so righteous, I will be gossiped about by the community if I am not more righteous. Just as the two were talking, there was a knock on the door of the room. Come in, Wang Hu said faintly. Then walked in a strong man. This strong man is when Su Xiaokun saved the mother and child. The one that kicked off first. It's you. The strong man also recognized the person in front of him. Since you guys know each other, that's fine. I've promised this little brother that. Release that mother and child. You don't have a problem with that, do you? Wang Hu looked at the visitor. The little brother had no words for a while. What? Think I'm farting when I talk? Or have I been too good to you guys lately? Wang Hu's domineering aura of a superior person flowed out, frightening this junior brother to instantly fall to his knees. Tiger, it's not that I don't hand over the people, but the people are no longer in my hands. Where are the people? Wang Hu asked. The man. The little brother was so frightened that his body began to tremble in a cold sweat. After all, he didn't expect that this Su Xiaokun would come to his door in such a way. I'm asking you, where are the people? Wang Hu's voice went ice cold. People were sold by me. Sold for 2 million. The little brother shivered. Who told you to sell it? Did you ask my opinion? Tiger, but the 2 million I gave you. And you complimented me on a job well done. My little brother was in a hurry and said everything. I put your mom's ass. Wang Hu kicked his little brother's body and kicked the man straight out and slammed him hard against the wall. Tiger, it was you who agreed that I dared to do this. The little brother coughed dryly a few times and looked at Wang Hu in shock. Wang Hu was also extremely angry in his heart. He did not expect this little brother to be so unintelligent. Even if Lao Zi instructed him, then he shouldn't have said it at this time. Wang Hu then glared at his little brother. Oh, Tiger, leave the acting for later. Let's talk about what to do now. Wang Hu, after all, was also a person who was in charge of half of the underground order of the imperial capital. and then looked at Su Xiaokun. What do you want to do? Simple. You hand over the mother and child and I'll take the man. Wang Hu's expression darkened and he turned his head to look at his little brother. Where is the man sold? Maine. Maine North. The little brother said, shivering. Wang Hu was shocked in his heart, because selling to that kind of place, this mother and son were probably already cold. You know, the north of Maine. Not only fraud is famous, that karma waste is a good hand. Then he looked at Su Xiaokun. Little brother, I'm sure you know that once a person gets to northern Burma, there is very little hope of staying alive. How about this? I'll give you $100 million. How about this matter is over? The current Wang Hu, too, still wanted to keep Su Xiaokun by his side. After all, the profit that a Su Xiaokun can bring to Wang Hu, that is absolutely astronomical. So he intends to spend money to put things to rest. Oh, Su Xiaokun's brows furrowed as he had also heard of this place. What if I were to say no? Su Xiaokun's voice went ice cold. Wang Hu was not intimidated either, and confronted Su Xiaokun's icy gaze. Kid, I advise you to take the money. Don't be a toast. Wang Hu looked at Su Xiaokun being so oily and salty, he also came to lose his temper. Oh, I'm a man of all things, but I like to take penalties, so if you can do it for me. Su Xiaokun remained cold-eyed. I'm sure you've heard of my name. Wang Hu, are you really going to offend me over a mother and child? Wang Hu's face was fierce. Hand over. Su Xiaokun also ran out of patience. I'll pay your mom. With that, he commanded his minions towards Su Xiaokun. And Su Xiaokun was not spoiling for a fight. Picking up the chips in his hand and flexing his fingers, the chip was like a bullet, directly chopping off the heads of the two minions. Seeing Su Xiaokun being so glib, Wang Hu was shocked in his heart, then looked at Su Xiaokun with cold eyes. A martial artist? Su Xiaokun nodded. Since you know that I'm a martial artist, then you'll hand over your people. Su Xiaokun looked at Wang Hu indifferently. Wang Hu also sighed. Not that he was afraid of Su Xiaokun. After all, martial artists were not something even he wanted to offend. You've heard it just now. I definitely can't hand over the person. So let's do it this way. I'll give you $1 billion. Consider it a friend. What are you? How dare you make friends with my Kuan? Luo Li looked halfway. Also came to temper, not giving Wang Hu the slightest bit of face. Not to mention how strong Su Xiaokun was. She herself was now an inner strength expert. Not the slightest bit afraid of the person in front of him. Asterisk. Bitch. Say that again? You know, Wang Hu has been around for so long and no one has ever dared to talk to him like this. Not even Ernie would dare. Noisy, said Luo Li with a flash to Wang Hu's side. Calmly put on her gloves and, then, in Wang Hu's gaze, he slapped down a hard slap. It immediately gave Wang Hu a slap in the eye. Asterisk your mom. Wang Hu, which had been subjected to this kind of anger, got up and was ready to fight back, but when he saw Su Xiaokun's gaze, at once, he dropped his hand. Because the current situation was unfavorable to him, Wang Hu also had the strength of peak external force. Overcome with rage, he had forgotten that he could easily slap himself with obviously also martial artists, stronger than him. Very well, you wait. Wang Hu reacted and then made a phone call, and Su Xiaokun did not stop. After a burst of compensatory laughter, Wang Hu hung up the phone. Asterisk. You guys wait. Even if you are martial artists, you will not be able to walk out of here today, Wang Hu said viciously. Shortly after time, a man in a Taoist robe walked in. Wang Hu hurriedly got up to greet him, and that look was as respectful as it could be. Elder He, you're here. The man known as Elder He has the strength of an early stage of Huanjing. Looking at the breath fluctuations still slightly remaining on his body, it was obvious that he had just broken through. The mood is also extremely great. Little tiger. Today, old me, I've just broken through to harmonization power, and I'm in a good mood. Just don't get on your bad side. Elder He looked indifferently at Wang Hu, then at Su Xiaokun, while Luo Li also felt the pressure, retreated back to Su Xiaokun's side. Chapter 47. Wang Hu is dead. Su Xiaokun patted Luo Li's hand to signal reassurance. You two are the ones who dared to come here looking for trouble? Do you know whose property this is? Elder He looked at the two. Old thing. Love, you're the ones who took our men. Is it wrong for us to come to you for your people? Luo Li looked at Elder He, not giving the slightest bit of face. Little girl child, don't think that you can talk like that just because you're a bit presentable. Humph. Luo Li coldly grunted. On the phone he had learned what had happened, but after all, the man had been sold. One can only think of other ways to compensate. In fact, Elder Ho was unwilling to offend martial artists so easily, because he didn't know exactly where the two men in front of him came from. If it was from an existence that one could not afford to mess with, it was also asking for trouble. Oh, I've learned a bit about things. How about for my sake? How about we let Tiger pay you $1 billion and forget about it? Elder He looked at the two with a smile on his face as he felt that the strength of the two, at most, it would be around inner strength. After all, Wang Hu was only at the peak of external strength. Old thing, do you have a face? Luo Li looked at Elder He with disdain. You, little girl child, don't think you're so great just because you're a martial artist. You should know that the old man's back is not an existence you can mess with either. Which martial artist is not full of pride? If it were an ordinary person, He Lao would have killed him long ago. Where else would you talk so much crap? Yo, is this another background spell? I'm not afraid to tell you. You'll have to deliver today even if you move your father here. Luo Li's beautiful eyes stared at Elder He as he believed that the man beside himself was an absolutely invincible existence. Even if the other party was a martial artist, it was still trash. You, Elder He was also furious, blowing his beard and eyes out, and had long since lost the spiritedness he had at the beginning. The old man will not tangle with you. He then looked at Su Xiaokun, as only this man was more composed, making him a bit impenetrable. What do you mean? He Lao asked. What she means is what I mean. If you don't hand them over, you'll all be stranded here today. Su Xiaokun's indifferent tone, filled with majesty, did not put He Lao in the least bit. Just a slight surprise in my mind. After all, Su Xiaokun did not expect that a gangster in the district would have a Huanjing martial artist in attendance. Truthfully, I'm not afraid to tell you. Wang Hu is someone trained by the Bai family. I am the Bai family's offering. Be sensible and take the money and leave. Or don't blame me for being merciless. Elder He also ran out of patience. The White family? Su Xiaokun smiled slightly. There was only one Bai family that could be called in the imperial capital. That's one of the 4 marriages that were ever made. Su Xiaokun didn't have a good impression of this anyway. You talk too much. Old thing. Su Xiaokun sat in place and stretched out his palm to gently wave it, and then a strong wind blew over him. It slapped directly on He Lao's face. Elder He was instantly struck dumb, but immediately cold sweat ran down his face. Internal power outward. You're a grandmaster. Elder He looked at the youth in front of him in shock, his face full of disbelief. But internal force externalization, that is the unique sign of a patriarch. In fact, Su Xiaokun also discovered by chance that he could release his inner strength out, but it was a bit of a struggle. After all, he was only at the peak of harmonized power. Such a young patriarch. He Lao was also a bit unconvinced. After all, he was also considered a genius. Now at 70 years old, he has only just stepped into the Huanjing. He didn't dare to make a move for a while, because he didn't dare to bet that if Su Xiaokun was really a grandmaster, then he wouldn't dare offend even if he had 100 guts. Little brother has such strength at such an age. I suppose the teacher is a famous person? Elder He didn't take the slap he had just received to heart at all, but instead looked at the teenager in front of him in shock. None of your business. I'm saying this for the last time. Get the man back or you don't have to open this casino. Wang Hu froze. Cursed little bastard. He Lao is here and you still dare to act like a pussy? Let alone the casino. I won't give you even a dime. Su Xiaokun's eyes went cold, and at once, the breath in his body erupted. You're good. Insulting my parents and cursing my woman 3 times. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Su Xiaokun was thinking of saving it for the end. But I didn't expect this Wang Hu to be in such a hurry to die. Su Xiaokun then gathered his internal energy in his palm. The next moment the palm of the hand was violently flung away. An internal force was like a wind blade, and when He Lao wasn't paying attention, directly removed Wang Hu's head. ***. It's really a sovereign. He Lao was dumbfounded, thinking in his heart that thanks to the fact that he didn't make a move just now, or else he would be the one to die now, because all the people under the master are ants. Even if you're at the peak of Huanjin, but in front of the master, still as fragile as paper. After all, the patriarch cannot be insulted. After Su Xiaokun did this, he looked at He Lao lightly. What do you say, old man? This patriarch lord is above. This Wang Hu indeed deserves to die. He Lao couldn't do anything about it. After all, he was simply powerless against the zone master. Even if Wang Hu is the controller of the underground order, the big deal is just to talk to the Bai family and get another person. I mean to deliver or not to deliver. Su Xiaokun fiercely glared at Elder He, who was instantly scared out of his wits, turning his head to his little brother, who was huddled in a corner. ********. Didn't you hear the sovereign master talking to you? Sell the people how they are and get them back for me. If a hair is missing, I'll kill your whole family. He Lao angrily scolded his little brother. He Lao, I will call and contact now. This little brother was also scared and pissed his pants, knowing that his top brother, but he has just had his head chopped off by Su Xiaokun. The fact that he's still able to not go psychotic is already considered to be more powerful in his mind. The junior then shivered and took out his cell phone and made a call. Put it on speakerphone. Elder, he angrily scolded. This little brother rushed to turn on the speakerphone. Hey! There was some impatience on the other end of the line. So, where did the mother and child get to? The little brother said carefully. What, the mother and son? Morning Bill, you have something to say. The same two who just sold you yesterday. Morning Biao gave a reminder. Then carefully looked at Su Xiaokun and the others. Oh, damn, I'm still awake. The mother and child have been sent to northern Maine, and are presumably out of the country by this time? What? Another new piggyback? Hearing that the mother and son were still alive, this little brother named Morning Biao rejoiced. Asterisk asterisk, where's a piggy bank? You hurry up and bring this mother back to me. I'm not for sale. As for the 2 million, I'll call you later, said Morning Biao. Glanced at Hilao. After all, Morning Biao didn't have so much money. Seeing Elder, he nodded. Morning Biao then said, hurry up and stop inking. Asterisk asterisk, your mom? Morning Biao, you've gotten fat with guts? How dare you talk to me like that? You sold it for $2 million and you want to redeem it for $2 million? Where's the good in that? A little delay. Dear readers, write into the 100,000 word debut of. During this period, as long as the popularity of each increase of 100, then Tosu I will update one more chapter. And each increase of 10 favorites will also explode one more chapter. Of course, every 10 more comments will also explode a chapter. And if there are freebies, it will explode 2. Thanks for the favorites. Family, comment more. We'll create a better novel together. Today's popularity is 100% higher than yesterday's. So an extra chapter is added. Chapter 48, Waigong Village. Asterisk asterisk. What do you want, old man? Funeral Biao also came to temper. After all, if we can't retrieve the person today, it's likely that he or she will live to see the end of the line. Asterisk asterisk, you're a ing pain in the ass. $5 million and I'll let him go. This mother and son will be at Wagongzai about 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. So think for yourself. The old ghost then hung up. Morning Biao was on the verge of tears at the moment, looking at Elder He and Su Xiaokun not knowing what to do. Pay him, Hilao said. Funeral Biao hurriedly called the phone over once again, but the other party showed that they were not in the service area. Crap! A pang of fear ran through Morning Biao's mind. Anyway, since he knew that the final location was at the Waigong walled city, Su Xiaokun was also too lazy to talk nonsense. With a big hand, he sent Morning Biao straight to the box. That sovereign lord, this matter is indeed what this kid Wan who did wrong. Look, for whatever it's worth, I'll pay for this. Elder He looked at Su Xiaokun somewhat nervously, fearing that the next palm would land on his body. You're definitely paying for this, but you tell the White family that. Give me the night and day honestly, or let them wash their necks and wait. Of course, if you want to stand up for the White family, I don't mind destroying you together. Su Xiaokun said it lightly, but the tone was undoubted. Hilao's cold sweat broke out. Lord Patriarch, how could that be? I'll resign from my position as the Bai family provider. Saying that, he hurriedly left the room. There was no way. Su Xiaokun was giving him too much pressure. If we stayed on, it was expected that the Taoist heart would be damaged. Su Xiaokun also didn't care about Hilao. After all, he had already gotten the news he wanted. Ali, prepare the airfare for Maine North and leave immediately. Well, Luo Li was full of joy. After all, this is the first time Su Xiaokun called himself Ali. The heart was sweet. Having just arrived at the imperial capital to deal with things and not having time to rest, Su Xiaokun and the two of them rushed to the northern part of Myanmar. Of course, airports can only land in the center of Myanmar, and Su Xiaokun and the two of them still have to take the bus to the north. After all, if they're one step behind, the mother and son were probably just having their organs harvested. Burma is an unregulated area. Just after getting off the airplane, Luoli got a military SUV through the connections of the Tianqiong Association. No way, this place is so run down. Trash everywhere. And the gutters stink to high heaven. Conditions are extremely harsh. It's not a star behind. The two of them drove across the country in their SUVs and, from time to time, one could also see local villagers dressed in rags, casting greedy glances at oneself. After all, anyone who can drive a car in Burma in this day and age is rich and powerful. On a hot summer day, with a temperature of 40 degrees, no beads of sweat could be seen at all on the faces of the two men. Even if military vehicles don't have air conditioning, after all, people who cultivate the metabolism can be adjusted to the most comfortable one body temperature according to themselves. After traveling for roughly half a day, Su Xiaokun's vehicle of the two arrived at the area of Waigong village, and it is guarded by a local warlord. The so-called warlords are just mercenaries hired by rich people to make themselves kings. Myanmar is divided into 4 main regions: drug growing, drug producing, wire fraud and organ trafficking zones. Each district is controlled by one or more warlords and is a haven for sin. And the wagons are best known as an organ trafficking area. Almost no one who comes here makes it out alive. If you're in the blackmail zone, at least there's hope of survival. 7 tanned men, seeing Su Xiaokun's SUV, stopped it. Chinese? The man at the head of the group looked at the 2 men with an AK in his hand. When he saw Luo Li's stunningly beautiful face and long, white legs, his eyes instantly straightened. The team members on the side, however, had no qualms about whistling at Luo Li. After all, in this place of Wagongzai, the women are all dark and thin, so they can't even look at them. It was really the first time in their lives that they had seen such a plump and rounded beauty like Luo Li. Luo Li frowned slightly and looked at the several people in disgust. Seek death. Luo Li's silver teeth clenched, and just as she was about to snap, she was stopped by Su Xiaokun. It's not good for a girl to fight. I'll do it. The dragon has scales. If you touch them, you'll die. In addition to his parents, it is Luo Li and Xu Qingyi that are Su Xiaokun's scales. Su Xiaokun casually picked 7 leaves from the side and looked at the 7 people as if they were looking at dead people. There was no emotion in his eyes. Of course, the gazes of these 7 people were all fixed on Luo Li's body, not noticing Su Xiaokun's movements in the slightest. It can't be helped. Who made Lori wear camouflage shorts and a camouflage undershirt? That perfect body was in full view. Su Xiaokun whisked the 7 leaves away with his 2 fingers, followed by a slight reveal of his inner strength. At once the leaves were as hard as steel. With a gentle toss, those 7 leaves were like flying daggers, instantly shooting into the brows of the 7 people. When the 7 men reached their deaths, they still had lewd smiles on their faces. Hubby, you're so much more graceful at killing people now. It's not as bloody as it used to be. Moving around and chopping off each other's heads, Luo Li gave Su Xiaokun a thumbs up. Su Xiaokun laughed helplessly and drove on towards the headquarters of the Wagong village with Luo Li in the car. The mercenaries were rarely seen along the way, but instead there were more villagers. One by one, they looked at the 2 Su Xiaokuns with unfriendly faces. After all, unfamiliar faces. It will give them a great sense of crisis. The headquarters of the Wagongzai warlord, on the other hand, is situated in the center of Wagongzai, and the building is mostly made of wood. It's kind of palace-like. The interior of the fortress, on the other hand, was patrolled by dozens of men armed with AKs. From time to time, a scream could be heard. Su Xiaokun and the 2 of them parked the car on the opposite side of the fortress and wanted to find a place to eat. However, the local villagers seemed to resent outsiders, not to mention the food. It was good that he didn't arrest the 2 Su Xiaokun on the spot as piggies, but this did give Su Xiaokun an idea. That's posing as an escaped piglet, so as to better get inside the fort. The 2 men didn't have long to walk down the street, and were soon patrolled by a patrol organized by the local warlord. The gave a snap. The 2 didn't resist, letting the men hold up the AK and bring the 2 of them into the fortress. Just as I entered the fortress, I saw a lot of mercenaries pressing a man covered in rags, and the small, waxy-faced piglet looked very much like a Chinese, since the 2 were driving and dressed to look extremely wealthy. So these mercenaries didn't make things difficult for Su Xiaokun and the 2 of them. Instead, he pressed right up to the commander of the group. The commander, a Chinese national, probably about 50 years old, saw the 2 men and, eyes glazed over slightly, waved his hand, signaling the mercenary to release him, then stood behind the general, AK in hand. The 2 people who were looking at Su Xiaokun with unfavorable faces. I believe the 2 of you are friends from China. Let me introduce myself. My name is Vanna King. Everyone here calls me Commander King, and you may do the same. King Vanner smiled as he looked at the 2 Su Xiaokun, but that smile was indeed so ominous. Chapter 49, Lord Varna. Bah! Being a Chinese, you have a foreign name. Shame on you. Luo Li looked at King Vanner with a mocking expression. Oh, little girl, you need to watch what you say in this place. It's been a long time since these men of mine have had any meat. King Vanna glanced at Luo Li and threatened. Are a few of you here for pleasure, or looking for someone? Lord Varna asked. After all, he didn't believe it when he came here for a visit. The odds were that he was here to find someone. Su Xiaokun, while the 2 were talking, had already felt the inside of the fortress clearly. There was no sign of the mother and child. This made Su Xiaokun a bit puzzled, but on second thought, he, on the other hand, had come here by airplane. Guess they shouldn't have arrived yet. Feeling the people in the fortress, there was probably around 700 or 800 people. That means there are quite a few more still to come. It was only then that he looked to King Vanna. Oh, Commander King, I'm here to find someone. I wonder if you've got a mother and daughter here. Sure, money's good. Su Xiaokun looked at King Vanna and said calmly. After all, after entering here, it was the first time to see 2 people like Su Xiaokun who were so calm. It is also doubtful that the 2 have any background behind them. It didn't offend the two too much for a while. After all, if the two were a god of wealth and offended themselves, it would be too great a loss. Oh, I wonder where you two are from. King Vana changed his face to look at the two with a smile on his face. The Celestial Heroes Society. Luo Li was the first to speak. King Vana pondered for a moment and came to a realization. For he had heard of the Sky Heroes. After all, this Vana King had once worked with Lin Tianya's Tianai Society, and the Tianai Society had been destroyed. He is also aware of some of the situation. So it's someone from the Tian Xiong Society. It's really a sight to behold. Men, give a seat. King Varna spoke up. At that moment, two black maids, holding two stools came in front of Su Xiaokun. The two of them didn't make any pretense and just sat down. Since the two of you are from the Tianxiong Society, I'm sure this is the famous Luo Tianxiong, right? King Vana looked at Su Xiaokun and said. After all, he had never seen the real thing either. Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned, then nodded with a smile. So this is the rumored Sister Hong? Luo Li looked at King Vana with disdain. I didn't think you knew much. Oh, I have heard of the deeds of the two of you. Surprisingly, two major gangs were exterminated in just a month's time. It's hard not to be famous. King Varna was playing his own little game. After all, the strength of the Tianxiong Society was there, with over 1,000 gang members. If we can work with it, the benefits can be imagined. Commander King, I won't bowl ****** you. Did anyone sell you a mother and son 2 days ago? Luo Li asked with some annoyance. Mother and child? King Vana thought for a moment. Yes, there is such a thing, but the mother and child are not with me now. King Vana picked up the red wine in front of him and drank it all in one go. If you two want, I can arrange to come over. But, price? Lord Varna held out a finger. $1 million? Lori asked. No. I'm sure that with the strength of the Sky Heroes Association, $10 million should be a small number. King Vana looked at the two with a faint smile. After all, in his territory, he didn't believe that the two people in front of him dared to bargain. ***. Are you poor and crazy? Luo Li was flabbergasted by the amount and exploded. Sister Hong, don't be so hot-tempered. We're both businessmen. Of course we talk in terms of money. In that case, I won't make it difficult for you. How about I consider these two as a gift to you as long as you send me 20 more? King Vana looked at the two with interest. Ha! Luo Li gasped and laughed. What if I don't? King Vana's face grimaced. Gentlemen, no matter how powerful you are at home, but when you get here, it's the dragon that gives me the coils. It's the tiger lying down for me. I'm not bargaining with you. I'm informing you. King Vana instantly shattered the glass of red wine in his hand with a slam. Hundreds of people instantly raised their AKs at the two men. Luo Li was slightly stunned. After all, this was hundreds of guns that. She also wasn't sure if Su Xiaokun would be able to retreat in one piece. When he saw Su Xiaokun's old and calm demeanor, he instantly let go of his heart as well. Just as Luo Li wanted to say something, an SUV drove in from outside the fortress. A man stepped down from above, then leaned over and muttered something in King Vana's ear. Tell them to get off. When the mercenary finished, King Vana commanded. When the car door opened, a mother and child were seen stepping down. Little faces pale and it was also dirty and bore a number of shoe prints. Su Xiaokun frowned, and the child at the moment was the first to see Su Xiaokun. Big brother, yes, these two are the mother and son who were sold. Big brother, I'm Wu Jiang. The woman also heard the child's voice, turned her head to look at Su Xiaokun, and immediately had a kind of inexplicable peace of mind. Nodding at Su Xiaokun. Oh, I suppose you two are here to find this mother and child? King Vana said as he looked at the two. Not bad, let go. Su Xiaokun's words were flat, but his tone was unquestionable. Oh, you two, I've just said, either $10 million, either that or take 20 for it. I suppose with the strength of the two of you, this kind of request is simple. King Vana looked at the two without any fear. I say again, let go. You, Brother Xiong really is a great artist, and he dares to clamor like this even in my territory. If it were at home, I might be afraid of you, but don't you forget, this is in Wagongzai. I am the emperor here. King Vana glared angrily at the two men. With you shrimp soldiers and crab generals, dare to claim the throne here? Su Xiaokun's tone went ice cold, and he swept around the circle. Finally, his eyes fell on King Vana. Then calmly, he took out a crystal from his arms. King Vana thought that Su Xiaokun had compromised and took out a treasure of some sort. Oh, this broken crystal of yours? I'd say it's worth $10,000. At most. That's not enough. King Vana, looking at the crystal of Su Xiaokun, said, enough, you'll find out later. A trace of internal energy was then injected inside the crystal. The crystal emitted a white aura that instantly enveloped 1,000 meters in a radius. When this was done, King Banner looked at Su Xiaokun with some puzzlement. Magic tricks? Su Xiaokun didn't pay attention to King Banner, but gently snapped his fingers. All the people within 1,000 meters fell in response. This bizarre scene startled King Vanna. ***. What kind of sorcery is this? Though King Varna reigned in northern Burma, he had no concept of martial artists or anything, let alone the dream-making crystal that Su Xiaokun took out put everyone to sleep. Chapter 50, Rescue. Looking at his fallen mercenaries around him, King Varna was confused and, when had he ever seen such a scene? Even the women and Wu Jiang, who were on the side, were shocked. Wu Jiang hurriedly ran to Su Xiaokun's side and looked at the fallen man. Big brother, what happened to them? Wu Jiang asked. Su Xiaokun touched Wu Jiang's hair. Oh, they're fine. They're probably too tired to sleep. The ghosts believe that they are all asleep, even if they are tired. We must know that there are 700 or 800 people in this fortress. Surprisingly none are standing now. What do you want? King Banner looked at Su Xiaokun in horror, but his hand unconsciously dug towards his waist. Just as soon as he touched the coldness of that waist, King Vanna gradually gained some momentum. After all, with firearms in hand, the world is mine. Luo Tianxiong. I don't care what method you used to make my people fall, but you didn't bring me down. That's a sign of your arrogance, he said, instantly pulling out the sandhawk at his own waist. 7 consecutive shots were fired at Su Xiaokun, just in time to empty the clip. The women next to them and Wu Jiang subconsciously closed their eyes, not daring to look at the scene in front of them. When King Vanna dashingly blew away the smoke from the muzzle of his gun, he then looked at Su Xiaokun. Boy, let you offend. The words were not finished. Just see Su Xiaokun playing with these 7 rounds of warheads in his hands. Very good. Courageous. Su Xiaokun narrowed his eyes at King Vanna. King Vanna instantly broke out in a cold sweat, his clothes wet with sweat. You're a man or a ghost? Even if King Varna regarded human life as grass, he was still trembling with fear at the scene before him. After all, how can a human being catch a bullet with his empty hand? Oh, since the mother and child have been found, I don't see any need for you to live anymore. Just as Su Xiaokun was about to finish off King Vanner, the women stopped in front of Su Xiaokun. Kuan. The women also did not know how to address Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun looked at the woman in disbelief. After all, he had come to save her. Now instead she protects King Varna. It's like this, Quinn. It's not that I'm going to bail him out. Rather, there are a number of our compatriots in the place where I am being held. The woman's voice was a little small. After all, she also felt that Su Xiaokun was able to come a long way to save her, and then mentioning this kind of request would be a bit too much. But after all, they were all compatriots of China, and one could be saved. Su Xiaokun waved his hand, signaling the woman to duck. Do as she says and release all of my fellow Chinese, or you know the consequences. Although Su Xiaokun is not a good person, deep down, he still has a conscience. No way. Those piglets are the wealth, and more importantly, the lifeblood of King Vanna. How can you just say release? Just as King Vanna refused, Su Xiaokun violently threw out a bullet. It was nailed hard to the wall above King Varna's head. King Vanna instantly trembled even in his soul, never having felt so close to death. What did you say? I just missed it. Su Xiaokun arched his eyebrows and looked at King Vanna. Release. King Vanna also gave up resisting. After all, money would no longer be so important for his life. But how am I supposed to release my men when you've got them down? King Vanna looked at Su Xiaokun somewhat timidly, only to see Su Xiaokun snap his fingers once more. 5 men rose from the ground. You've got 10 minutes to get all the Chinese, and call them here. Otherwise, the consequences are not what you want to know. Su Xiaokun said indifferently. Yes. King Varna hurriedly arranged the 5. Xiong, why don't we eat while we wait? King Vanna looked at Su Xiaokun. We wouldn't dare eat the food you have here. Luo Li snorted coldly, not spoiling King Vanna in the slightest. Yes, what Sister Red said. King Vanna wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. As little by little time passed, the atmosphere was awfully silent for a few people, and as if Wu Jiang had discovered a new continent, he painstakingly picked up an AK and played with it. An inattentive pull of the trigger, a bullet was fired instantly. It just shot out of King Varna's head. King Varna instantly pissed himself. Little ancestor, hey, this is not a casual game. Someone will die. King Vanna trembled that fat face and looked at Wu Jiang with some fear. In case it went off the rails, one's own little life may be accounted for. The women, too, grabbed the gun in Wu Jiang's hand. Kids don't play with such dangerous things. The 2 men had just finished speaking when they saw 5 trucks driving in. The back of the truck was filled with Chinese, each with a yellow face, and obviously hungry for more than a day or two. When he saw the people coming, King Varna was relieved. Su Xiaokun then snapped his fingers again, and all of a sudden the 5 people who were driving fell into a deep sleep. King Vanna was also certain that the fall of these people was entirely the work of the youth in front of him. Couldn't muster up a single ounce of resistance. Brother Xiong, the people have all arrived. I don't know. Su Xiaokun nodded. Lori smartly walked toward the 5 cars and opened the fence. The people in the car looked at the mercenaries who had fallen to the ground and did not dare to get out of the car in their hearts. After all, they don't know any better. That's when the women came forward. Comrades, get out of the car. We're saved. There was a good deal of silence. A woman in the car, probably around 27 or 28, shivered and looked at the women, asking cautiously, "Really? Sister Zhangman? This young girl is the one who was locked in a cage with Zhangman. She was and is in debt to loan sharks and was sold here." Zhangman nodded. "Come down, comrades. We are truly saved. It was Gon who saved us." With that, he pointed at Su Xiaokun. The crowd looked towards Su Xiaokun, only to feel that all this seemed like a dream. Only after Su Xiaokun nodded his head did the group dare to get out of the car. Su Xiaokun roughly estimated that there could almost be about 100 people. The vast majority are men. The crowd came to Su Xiaokun's front and knelt down collectively. "Thank you, Quinn." Su Xiaokun froze slightly and waved his hand. "There's no harm in that. You guys go ahead and wait off to the side. I'll have something to say to you later." King Vanna looked at all the Chinese people being released, and then he said nervously, "Hung. Oh no. Quinn, can you spare me now?" "Spare you? How many of your compatriots have you miserably murdered? And how can you be so kind as to ask us to spare you?" Luoli looked at King Vanna with contempt. "In no more Chinese?" Luoli glared at King Vanna. King Varna was in a cold sweat. "No more. Really no more. A total of 120 are here." Then he looked at Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun glanced at the Vanna King before snapping his fingers, and the Vanna King also fell asleep. Chapter 51 Zhangman. Then he turned to look at the 100 or so of his compatriots. "All of you here are knocked out by me, so you can say what you think now." Because Su Xiaokun knew that even if he killed a Vanna King, there will be thousands and thousands of Vanna Kings to follow. He needed to find a way to do it once and for all. I want to go home." Most of the people who spoke were women, but the men kept their heads down one by one. "Very well, for those who want to go home, go to Ori and record the names. Since you're all here illegally, you'll have to be smuggled back in when you go back." Su Xiaokun looked at the crowd. At one time there were 7 or 8 women with injuries on their bodies who came to Luoli and wrote down their names, but the vast majority are still standing still. We can't go back. These people are either fugitives wanted on the internet or people whose gambling homes have been destroyed. They are literally ashamed to return to the country. At this point one of the more daring and strapping looking, the middle-aged man with a bearded face walked over to Su Xiaokun's side. "Quinn, I want to follow you," said the bearded man. Kneeled down, and Su Xiaokun did not stop him. Because most of these people are extremely evil and do not deserve pity. Only a very small percentage are trafficked. When the bearded man went down on his knees, a string of people followed suit. We want to follow you too." As they watched close to half of them fall to their knees, everyone couldn't help themselves, either. One by one, they fell to their knees. Except of course the 7 women who didn't, because they really wanted to go home. Also people who were really trafficked. Big brother, I want to hang out with you too." Wu Jiang also followed the crowd's example and knelt in front of Su Xiaokun, and Zhang Man didn't stop it, and was struggling violently inside, because she knew that the man in front of her had saved her life twice already. Although he knew that he was not worthy of Su Xiaokun, he wanted to do Su Xiaokun a favor. Su Xiaokun helped Wu Jiang up, scanned the crowd, then he snapped his fingers, and at once more than 100 men fell to the ground. Only the bearded man remained standing. Upon seeing everyone fall, the bearded man was also confused and didn't know what was happening, but he knew in his heart that it was definitely this young man who had done it. Kuan, don't worry, as long as I follow you, I will never betray in this life." What Su Xiaokun wanted was also this effect. After all, if he didn't deter these people, they don't know fear either. Left to their own devices, they are guaranteed to become the second Vanna King. This was followed by a snap of the fingers. Everyone awoke and looked at the man in front of them in shock, because they realized that just now, in this one short minute, the man appears in everyone's dreams. Oh, there's no need for everyone to be surprised. Without some means, you can't be saved, can you? Then pulled out a paper man. A drop of blood is thrown directly into the air. In an instant, the paper man transformed into a cloud of black mist that, slowly out of the black fog came a headless ghost dressed in red. The timid ones fainted at this scene, while the bold ones were frozen in place with shock. Ghost! I don't know who yelled out first. waking up the fainting people at once. Those people rubbed their eyes vigorously, and only then were convinced that they hadn't misread there was indeed a headless ghost standing in front of him, and this stern ghost, surprisingly, was bowing to Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun smiled with satisfaction and then ordered the stern ghost to directly possess within the body of King Vanner. In the midst of King Varna's violent trembling, he suddenly stood up and, mechanically, he came in front of Su Xiaokun, bowed hard. Master. Su Xiaokun nodded. How about it? Anyone else want to hang out with me? Su Xiaokun coldly swept his eyes over the crowd, and at once all of them, in this 40-degree weather, a shiver ran down his spine. The bearded man was shocked for a moment, his eyes filled with determination. Quinn, I want to follow you. The bearded man respectfully knelt on one knee and looked at Su Xiaokun. Very good. What about you guys? There was a murmur of words, and then all of them knelt once more. So are we. At this moment their rebellious hearts were completely convinced by Su Xiaokun's means. Very good. Changman also made a huge decision at this point, kneeling down towards Su Xiaokun. Quinn, I've decided that I'm going to help you here. There are still many of our countrymen in this Burma. I'm going to save them. Jiang Man said firmly. Are you sure it's okay? Su Xiaokun looked at Jiang Man. Yes. Jiang Man nodded heavily. I've decided. You've saved me twice. Let me help you this time. Big brother. Me too. Wu Jiang also knelt down. Su Xiaokun shook his head helplessly. You're still young. You need to read, you know. Lu Oli helped Wu Jiang up and persuaded him. No. Read wherever you want. I want to help big brother. Wu Jiang's young body, however, erupted with a strong will. Su Xiaokun didn't say anything more but nodded, because he knew that even if he was forced to do something he didn't want to do, it would only backfire. Good. Su Xiaokun then took out 2 more paper figures. You too, take out a drop of blood and put it on the paper man. The mother and son nodded, and without meaning to hesitate, they simply bit their fingers through and dropped the blood on top of the paper man. The paper man instantly transformed into 2 stern ghosts and stood beside the duo, because of whose blood this paper man listens to. Big brother, is this really a ghost? Although Wu Jiang had already seen it once, this time it did appear directly by his side. Still a little scared. Good, these are the night ghosts, but with your blood, they will listen to you. You can try. After saying that, he looked at Wu Jiang with a smile on his face. Wu Jiang looked fearfully at the severe ghost in front of him, which was close to 2 meters, and ordered the first task in his life. You go get me that watermelon. Wu Jiang had long been drooling as he looked at the watermelon on King Vanner's table. Only the night ghost nodded, then raised his palm slightly. He saw the plate of watermelon, but it flew towards the night ghost. It was then placed in Wu Jiang's hand. Wu Jiang looked at the watermelon in his hand with a burst of excitement, constantly controlling the night ghost to do this and that, having fun, and the crowd was stunned by the scene. Alright, stop playing. Jiang Man stopped Wu Jiang. These 2 nights are for your defense. I have other business and need to leave, so I'll leave you guys to run this place. Su Xiaokun instructed Jiang Man, then glanced at the crowd. From now on, you all listen to Jiang Man, okay? Those who want to lay hands on them, you can try all you want. Su Xiaokun then picked up the AK on the ground and burst towards Jiang Man. As a puff of smoke passed, Jiang Man unexpectedly stood unharmed. Surprised, he looked at Su Xiaokun. In his heart, he was very thankful for the life-preserving base card given by Su Xiaokun. After all, she was a woman. Not everyone would listen to her. Pass, the popularity is 100 more today, so 4 chapters are offered, so please feel free to watch it. Tusu said to do, as long as to the requirements, then burst more. Chapter 52, The White Family. The most shocked, of course, was the group that was rescued. This next time the heart has not even a little desire to resist, with such a perverted ghost to defend you, unless you've lived long enough. Otherwise absolutely no one would dare to mess with this mother and son. The bearded man was quite knowledgeable. Turning to Jiang Man, he called out, Sister Man. Su Xiaokun saw that things on this side had been almost arranged. Then he gave the Vanna King, who was possessed with a severe ghost, to Jiang Man to manage. After all, a large mercenary army. Without the help of King Vanna for a while, it's hard for Jiang Man to control them. After I'm gone, you guys remember that you can't be in the business of organ trafficking, or else it's just like it. Su Xiaokun then picked up the AK and bent it in his hand for a while, and it ended up as an iron ball thrown to the ground. The crowd had a cold sweat when they saw the scene, and each of them nodded their heads and called out to Brother Cohen and Sister Man. Jiang Man also knew that Su Xiaokun was doing all of this to help establish himself. Quinn, don't worry, I won't be letting them do such illegal things. Su Xiaokun nodded. You have 1 year to take complete control of northern Burma and monopolize drug cultivation. Understand? Su Xiaokun glanced around the crowd. Got it, Quinn. Well. Su Xiaokun nodded in satisfaction and left with Luo Li. A rush. Even with the cultivation of Su Xiaokun, his body was a bit overwhelmed. When he returned to the imperial capital, he brought Luo Li to rest in the Sky Rainbow Hotel. Of course the two couldn't forget a bit of a romp. When elder he returned to the Bai family, he told the current family head, Bai Yue, everything that had happened. Of course Su Xiaokun's strength was hidden from him. He then hastily resigned from his position as an offering and left the imperial capital for good. This was a place he never wanted to come back to in his life. Although elder he is gone, the Bai family is after all one of the 4 great families, with a full complement of 6 envoys. All of them are at the peak of internal strength. Although he was a little sorry to be gone, he did not take Su Xiaokun's threat to heart. Elder Ho had also persuaded the rest of the offerings to go with him, but the men were paid huge sums of money by the walking. That's impossible. In the White family, it was an existence that called the shots. However, if you take someone's money, you have to do something for them. Bai Yue also found out where Su Xiaokun lived and sent someone to send an invitation early in the morning. Having not gotten much rest, these two fell asleep until noon, getting up and not forgetting to cultivate once more in the process. It was only then that he was satisfied with a shower and came to the restaurant on the 3rd floor. Although the Rainbow Hotel is now Su Xiaokun's property, but before with Zhang Man's management, the Rainbow Hotel is now open to the public. However, on Su Xiaokun's return, he had commanded that from then on, the Rainbow Hotel is no longer open to the public, and the employees are paid as they are. They just need to take care of this Luo Li. Just as several people had just taken their seats, Wang Liang came over with an attentive face, handing over the invitation sent by the Bai family. He then respectfully retired. What is it? Luo Li asked as she ate. Su Xiaokun pushed the invitation to Luo Li. Honk. Su Xiaokun smiled faintly and ate. This Bai family really is a death wish. Just want to spend $1 million to put the matter to rest. Isn't that a little too down on us? Luo Li muttered in dissatisfaction, but her small mouth didn't stop, eating to herself. If I'm right, this White family should know who I am. That's why it's so emboldening. After all, the Bai family's understanding of Su Xiaokun is still at the stage of just being released from prison, because they also had their own condescension and were too lazy to investigate what Su Xiaokun had done all this time. But even if they knew that the White family wouldn't take it to heart. So are we going or not? Luo Li looked at Su Xiaokun. Go, why not? The White family, wants to have some fun, so I'll play with them. I don't mind. From now on there will only be 3 families in the imperial capital. Su Xiaokun smiled blandly, clearly not putting the Bai family in his heart. Just as the two were eating, Chu Tianlong gave Su Xiaokun a phone call. Oh, little Cohen, how about being busy? Chu Tianlong said politely. Well, it's all about time. Is there something wrong with Chu Lao? I hear that you want to have fun night after night? Chu Tianlong asked. There's really nothing to hide about this sort of thing. After all, Chu Tianlong's intelligence network was no joke. Well, there is such a thing, Su Xiaokun still said in a salty manner. This White family, I've heard that one of the offerings has recently gone, but even so their family still has 6 offerings. Do you need help? After all, our Chu family also has 3 offerings. Chu Tianlong's tone asked with concern. No need, just a bunch of trash. Well, line, if you need anything feel free to contact me. I know Chu Lao. Thanks. The two then hung up. The White family invitations are at 6 p.m. The location is the Bai family manor. Arranged here is also want to let Su Xiaokun look at the strength of the Bai family. Tell Su Xiaokun not to strike a blow with a stone. The reckoning is loud, but who cries and who laughs will have to be seen in the end. The two of them ate and rested for a while, and it was almost close to 5 o'clock. Getting into the red supercar, he drove towards the White family estate. The White family manor is slightly away from the imperial capital. There's probably 100 kilometers or so. It was the Bai family who bought a mountain at great expense and leveled the whole thing to build a manor. The handwriting can be huge. Just as they reached the foot of the mountain, they were stopped by the Bai family's bodyguards. After presenting the invitation, the bouncer then rearranged a car to take the two inside. Outside vehicles are not allowed to enter, and it is also the White family's intention to give Su Xiaokun a downward spiral. After all, to the White family a man who had been in prison for 20 years was nothing to be flattered by. It was also unknown why the previous generation family head, Bai Si-hai, had arranged this marriage for Su Xiaokun, but it's a good thing Su Xiaokun tore up the marriage contract. Otherwise, the Bai family really couldn't give Bai Si-hai an explanation. After all, for the Bai family to be where it is today, with pharmaceutical companies all over the country, it was all built by Bai Si-hai. The vehicle probably traveled for a full half hour, from the bottom of the hill to the top. It was only then that a huge and splendid manor appeared in the eyes of the two. The scent of medicines of all colors filled the air, refreshing the mind. But what surprised Su Xiaokun the most was the aura here. Surprisingly, it was thicker than any place he had ever been. No wonder elder he was able to break through from inner strength to harmonization strength. Su Xiaokun also secretly smacked his lips, and in his heart, he wanted to take this place for himself. Even Luoli, who was on the side, felt the richness of the aura. A moment of mindfulness arrived. The security guard's icy voice said without a trace of emotion. Su Xiaokun was also lazy. Just as soon as he got off the bus, he was once again stopped by the security guards in the manor, wanting to search him. Being able to park the car at the bottom of the hill was already Su Xiaokun's biggest concession. I didn't expect these people to be so ungrateful. Luoli was also infuriated by the mess. A slap was thrown in the guard's face. Chapter 53 Uncle Lung. Get out. The security guard was instantly slapped by the sudden slap, dumbfounded in place. The security guard next to him was about to step forward when he saw this, but it was stopped by a chortle. Oh, Su Xiaokun, you're awesome. Just came to our White House and you dare to hit someone. Is it true that our Bai family is a vegetarian? Su Xiaokun looked at the visitor and already recognized him. This is one of the women who was there when he was first released from prison. Since you White family can't control your own dogs, then the old lady will take care of it for you. Luoli looked at the young girl in front of her. Although her appearance surprised Luoli a little, but his own looks were by no means inferior to the young girl before him. That confidence is still there. Where's the little too young girl, dressed in an unorthodox manner, the same as Su Xiaokun? What about role-playing? The young girl disdainfully looked at Su Xiaokun, who was dressed in ancient clothes. White. The security guard walked up. None of your business. You can go down. The Bai family is really big, inviting people over. Is this how they treat their guests? Luoli's beautiful eyes were cold as she looked at Miss Bai. Guests? You guys count? Bunch of poor bastards. Just as Ms. White was about to say something else, a man, probably in his 50s, interrupted. Well, the white spirit comes as a guest. Dad. Bai Ling stomped her foot in anger, but didn't say anything else. This little brother must be Su Xiaokun, and please do it inside. From the beginning to the end, Su Xiaokun didn't say much and followed the man inside. Oh, let me introduce myself. My name is Bai Fengtang. You can call me Uncle Bai. Bai Fengtang looked at the two Su Xiaokun with a smile on his face. Su Xiaokun didn't even look at Bai Fengtang squarely. Instead, he walked himself over to the couch and sat down on his butt. Cut the crap. I'm here to collect today. Bring out the transfer contract for night and day. Su Xiaokun looked at the Bai family with some impatience. If the Bai family didn't know what to do, then Su Xiaokun wouldn't mind destroying the Bai family. After all, martial artists were not under the control of the law enforcement team, but rather had a specialized martial artists association to manage them. Bai Fengtang frowned, not expecting Su Xiaokun to be so faceless. Naturally, he wouldn't be polite to him. Oh, little Cohen. I know more or less about your affair with Wan Hu. We're willing to put up $1 million as compensation. What do you think? After all, a person who had just been released from prison, Bai Fengtang believed that Su Xiaokun had never seen so much money. The Bai family is so big. What about $1 million? It's scary. Luoli lightly patted her towering peaks and looked at Bai Fengtang with disdain. Do you really think we're beggars? If you don't hand over night and day today, then prepare $10 billion. After all, it's your casino that owes the money for the bet. I guess a mere $10 billion is a drop in the bucket for the Bai family. You guys haven't seen any ING money? $10 billion? It could buy the lives of your entire family, Bai Ling said with dissatisfaction, when she saw Su Xiaokun's murderous gaze. Subconsciously, he knew he had said the wrong thing, but after all, it's impossible to take back what's been said. Bai Ling, who had been pampered since childhood, straightened her chest and looked at Su Xiaokun proudly. What? Am I wrong? Bunch of poor bastards. Shut up, Bai Fengtang suddenly roared, startling Bai Ling. White Wind Hall, you dare to yell at me? Bai Ling looked at Bai Fengtang incredulously, tears rolling in her eyes. Get thee out of here. Bai Fengtang angrily rebuked this Bai Ling. Fine, Bai Fengtang, how dare you yell at me in front of outsiders? I'll tell Uncle Long. With that, Bai Ling turned around and ran. Bai Fengtang knew that the Su Xiaokun in front of him was also a martial artist, and that whoever dared to insult his parents, but not a single survivor. Bai Ling didn't know yet that she had already walked through the ghost gate. Seeing Bai Ling leave, Bai Fengtang replaced his face with a smile and looked at Su Xiaokun. Little Cohen, Bai Ling, this girl is still young. Don't be general with him. This girl has spoiled me since she was a child. Su Xiaokun looked at Bai Fengtang with a flatness in his eyes. Luoli, who was on the side, looked at Su Xiaokun's indifferent face and knew that the This is the precursor to Su Xiaokun's murder. White Wind Hall. I believe you should have investigated me. With your strength, I'm sure some of the things I've done should be clear to you, but if you don't give me an explanation today, then I don't see the need for your white family to exist. After Su Xiaokun had just finished speaking, he was interrupted by a cold snort. Where did the curmudgeon come from? How dare he speak so loudly? And you're not afraid of the wind? Su Xiaokun looked toward the person who spoke. A quaint dresser, probably around 60 years old. On the side, Bai Ling was holding this old man. Uncle Lung, that's him. He doesn't just bully me, he also scolds me. Bai Ling didn't know who gave the bottom line at the moment, showing the inversion of black and white to the fullest. Oh, little spirit, it's alright, Uncle Long will help you out. Uncle Long caressed Bai Ling's hair. Perhaps it was the appearance of this Uncle Dragon that made Bai Fengtang straighten his back as well. Kid, I've let you go again and again, people. Don't go too far. Who do you think you are if you want to destroy our Bai family? Bai Fengtang walked up to Uncle Long and saluted. Uncle Long nodded slightly, looking at Bai Fengtang. Old Bai, you're really getting back to your old self, to be threatened by a brat. Bai Fengtang followed along and didn't say anything. Su Xiaokun just looked at the three. Oh, just you kid called Su Xiaokun, ah? What's wrong with being young and learning how to extort from others? I cover the white family, so go back where you came from. Uncle Long looked at Su Xiaokun with a face full of disdain, because Uncle Long couldn't feel any cultivation fluctuations, so only treat Su Xiaokun as an ordinary person. Old man, who let you out with their pants down? Don't give a about old age. Luo Li's words really shocked Su Xiaokun. Luo Li also knew that what she said was a bit revealing, and playfully spat out her little tongue towards Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun smiled helplessly. I for one have little patience. You've got 3 minutes to get your contracts ready, or get $10 billion ready, or else the white family will be removed from the scene today. Su Xiaokun was also too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Very good. Old me, I haven't seen such a wild young man in a long time. That's Uncle Lung. Teach him a good lesson. Break his legs, then let him crawl out of our White House. Bai Ling didn't mind egging Uncle Long on. Oh, don't worry, little spirit. Come to my room at night. Your cultivation has fallen a bit these days. I'll fill you in. Uncle Long had a lecherous smile in his eyes, and Bai Fengtang didn't dare to say anything. Chapter 54. Uncle Long is cold. Oh, boy. Since spirit has spoken, let me break your legs. Be self-conscious and interrupt yourself. If I were to make a move, it wouldn't be so simple. Uncle Long looked at Su Xiaokun with contempt. Dry tongue. Su Xiaokun swung a palm in the air, and an internal force slapped Uncle Long's face solidly. Uncle Long was confused on the spot. That arrogance was instantly gone. Unbelievably, he looked at Su Xiaokun. Clan Master Realm. You're a Clan Master powerhouse. Su Xiaokun didn't pay attention to Uncle Long, but continued. You have 1 minute left. If you think you're capable, then call all your offerings. This is your last chance. After Su Xiaokun finished speaking, he no longer cared about the shocked gazes of several people. Such a young patriarch. They wouldn't even dare to think about it, let alone have seen it. Even if you could see a living patriarch, which one wasn't over 100 years old? Uncle Long was not particularly convinced inwardly that the youth in front of him had the strength of the sovereign realm. Instead, he gave Bai Ling a look, because Uncle Long knew that even if it wasn't the sovereign realm, then it was at least a harmonization powerhouse, by virtue of the fact that you simply can't go up against it. White Spirit was also very sensible and left. Su Xiaokun didn't stop either, but rushed in the direction Bai Ling had left. 1 minute to go. Hurry up. I'll kill one when the time is up. Bai Ling stumbled and nearly fell over when she heard this, but didn't dare turn around and ran straight ahead. At this moment, the hall was terribly quiet. Even if a pin fell on the ground, it was clearly audible. No one dared say anything else for a while. As for Bai Fengtang, when he heard that Su Xiaokun was a powerhouse of the sovereign realm, cold sweat instantly came down. To know that his own sure realm powerhouse, destroying the Bai family, it was just a matter of waving their hands. For a moment, he was out of ideas and could only place his last hope on the remaining 5 martial artists. 30 seconds to go. Luo Li looked at her watch, her voice indifferent. No, you can't. Bai Fengtang didn't know where the courage came from, and looked at Su Xiaokun and said with some horror, our Bai family is at least one of the 4 great families. If we just give up our night and day to you like this, wouldn't that make the rest of the 3 great clans laugh? 10 seconds to go. Su Xiaokun didn't talk nonsense and let Luo Li count down the time. Don't you bully me too much. Bai Fengtang also came on fire. Even if you're a patriarch, you still have to be reasonable, don't you? Put. Su Xiaokun laughed out loud. Reasoning? First of all, it was the dogs you whites raised that captured my men. Secondly, I won $10 billion at your casino, and I haven't seen a dime of it. In the end, all I received when I came to your White House was cold mockery. Reason with me now? Su Xiaokun looked at Bai Fengtang with disdain. Kid, I don't know what method you use to be able to externalize your internal power, but I advise you to be sensible and leave. Otherwise those 5 come over. I don't believe that the 6 of us still can't keep you. Uncle Long thought, after all, there are 6 martial artists with internal strength, even if they are Zongshi. He also wanted to arm wrestle. Time's up. Which one of you will die first? Luoli swept a glance at the crowd, her voice icy cold. Brother Long protects me. Pak Fengtong hid behind Uncle Lung, and Uncle Lung couldn't do anything about it. After all, if you take someone's money, you have to do something for them. Kid, stop bluffing. Su Xiaokun raised his head slightly and picked up a fruit knife placed on the table. I told you, it's time to die. Then someone has to die. And since you're so much of a show-off, you're going to die. In a flash Su Xiaokun wrapped his internal force around the fruit knife. It was flung violently towards Uncle Long, like an arrow off the string, instantly cutting across his neck. Blood spurted out directly. Uncle Lung covered his neck in death, and at this moment he believed that the youth in front of him really had the strength of a Zongshi, and the words snapped into his mind, and he fell to the ground unwillingly. The patriarch cannot be insulted. It then struggled twice and stopped breathing. Zong, no way. Bai Fengtong's body trembled as he looked at the dead Uncle Long. A little bit backward. You're just a criminal who's been in jail for 20 years. How could you become a Zong master? Su Xiaokun didn't care about Bai Fengtang, and continued with a low voice. Since the time has come, the White family will disappear from now on. Bai Fengtang tripped over the steps and sat down directly on the ground. No, you can't. We have a marriage contract with you. Bai Fengtang didn't know what he was thinking, but now he had even lifted this up. A marriage contract? I'm sorry, but I'm only engaged to the Chu family. As for your White family's marriage contract, it was annulled a long time ago. Su Xiaokun looked at Bai Fengtang icily, not saying that the marriage contract was okay. As soon as he said that the marriage contract, Su Xiaokun was instantly furious. He hadn't forgotten how the women had laughed at him. Then you can't kill me either. I'm Bai Sihai's nephew. Bai Fengtang was also out of ideas and could only raise Bai Sihai as a shield. Hearing Bai Sihai's name, Su Xiaokun also stopped. Bai Fengtang rushed to say as soon as he saw that there was something going on. The original marriage contract was prepared by Bai Sihai. Even if you disavow the contract, then you should also recognize Bai Sihai. You should know that the Bai family's success today is all because of Bai Sihai's handiwork. If you destroy our Bai family, then Bai Sihai won't spare you either. As if Bai Fengtang had grabbed the backbone, he even began to threaten Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun arched his eyebrows. Interesting. After all, Bai Sihai was also his own master, so to say that he was not giving him face was definitely impossible. As for having said that he would exterminate the White family, then he definitely had to exterminate it, or else his own Taoist heart would be damaged as well. It will be difficult to make progress in the future. How dare you, boy! 5 old men in their 60s and 70s walked in, while Bai Ling followed at the end. Upon seeing the dead Uncle Long, Bai Ling was also scared, because she didn't expect that Su Xiaokun really dared to kill. But what was even more shocking was that Su Xiaokun was actually able to kill a martial artist. Su Xiaokun looked at the 5 people. Bai Fengtang, when he saw the 5 people come in, his legs didn't go weak and he hurriedly came to the side of the 5 people. The bottom line was instantly full again. Boy, my men are coming. No matter who you are, you can't escape death today, Bai Fengtang said viciously. You who, old man, this is to see people come and you think you can do it again? Luoli looked at Bai Fengtang with disdain, hating this kind of villain in her heart. I really don't know how the White family got up with people like that around. However, the 5 were slightly surprised to see Uncle Long's corpse, but they didn't take it to heart. After all, these 5 felt that the kid in front of them was so young that, even if he's powerful, he's only a Huanjin at best. With them all being at the peak of inner strength, even harmonization strength wasn't enough. Chapter 55, The White Family's Offerings. Kid, I'll give you a chance to get the hell out of here. Now that you've scrapped your own legs, how about I pretend this never happened? The old man at the head, looking at Su Xiaokun, that voice was as wild as it could be. The old man is not dead. You're half buried and you still dare to stand up for someone? You're a living dog at your age? Luoli was also not accustomed to the person who spoke before her. A girl with sharp teeth. It just so happens that lately, old me, I've been feeling a surge of power and I need a cauldron to release it. After killing this kid, let's see if I don't toy with you properly. The old man clasped his hands in front of his chest and looked at Luoli colorfully. You! Luoli stomped her foot in anger. Seek death. Su Xiaokun squeezed out 2 words and appeared in front of the old man in the next second. A hard slap on the mouth. His mouth was slapped and his mouthful of teeth were knocked out. Just as the old man tried to fight back, Su Xiaokun directly slapped him again, and the teeth that were about to fall out of it was swallowed by the old man. Ahem! Asterisk asterisk. Kid, you don't speak martial arts. How dare you sneak attack? The four people next to him watched Su Xiaokun strike, and for a moment, they all took out their weapons. A long sword appeared in the hands of the four, its cold aura flashing. Bai Ling and Bai Fengtang hurriedly hid to the side when they saw that the situation was not good. The big battle is imminent. Kid, let's see who you really are. Saying that, he raised the long sword in his hand and attacked towards Su Xiaokun. Luo Li wanted to go forward to help, but was stopped by Su Xiaokun. I told you, it's not good for girls to fight. Go over there and eat some fruit, and watch me clean up this bunch of old and sick people. Luo Li nodded with a happy face. After all, being able to be protected by her own man, and what woman wouldn't want to see that? Luo Li sat on top of the sofa just like a little woman, casually picked up a slice of watermelon and put it in his mouth to chew. Go for it, hubby. But she knew that Su Xiaokun was only one step away from reaching the sovereign realm. The few people in front of them were completely inadequate. Looking at the sword coming towards him, Su Xiaokun did not resist and let the sword fall on his body. A white aura flourished and emanated from Su Xiaokun's body. Dang! The four swords ruthlessly stabbed on top of the light, emitting a burst of crunching sounds, and it was difficult to enter the slightest bit further. Is that all you can do? Su Xiaokun mockingly looked at the four old men in front of him. Inner strength outward. You're a clan master. The four old men were greatly shocked. If the youth in front of them was really a patriarch, then today, these four people would have to peel off their skin without dying. Farting clansman. I reckon he just has a body protector. When we take it down, the treasures will all be ours. Yes, it is. I don't believe there could be such a young zone master in this world. Watch my great river sword technique. An old man flew backwards. Then with a leap into midair, the sword in his hand kept changing. The sword aura instantly transformed into a huge and incomparable sword spinning in the air. Die, kid. The giant sword stabbed along Su Xiaokun's neck. Oh, not bad, there's two of them. It was also the first time Su Xiaokun had seen someone else use a martial art. Then hold out both palms and draw a circle. A picture of Taiji appeared in front of Su Xiaokun, and the giant sword had struck. It stabbed directly at the Taiji diagram. Ka-ching! The moment the two touched, the Taiji diagram's light flourished, instantly shattering the giant sword. Go you! Su Xiaokun drank lowly under his breath, and his hands violently pushed forward. The Taiji pattern, which flew rapidly towards the four people, quickly grew larger, like a cloud covering the sun. The Bai family's father and daughter next to them had been stunned. Is this still ing human? Even a TV show wouldn't dare to act like this, would it? The two froze in place in shock. The shock before their eyes was like a dream. Asterisk asterisk. What are you guys waiting for? The old man using the great river sword technique angrily cursed the remaining three. Meteor sword technique. One of the old men, looking at the Taijita's approach. Hurry up and make your best move. In an instant, the long sword in his hand transformed into two, and two into three. Dozens of swords immediately stabbed towards the Taiji diagram. One sword of heaven and earth. Sword rain. All of them struck out at the same time. All of their famous stunts, only to ward off this strike from Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun smiled faintly. Blast! A word came out of his mouth. At that moment, that Taiji diagram exploded violently. It shattered all the skills as much as it could, and the power of the explosion directly covered the four people. Boom! The sound was deafening, and the Bai family's father and daughter hurriedly covered their ears. With a puff of smoke dissipating, the wretched figures of the four were revealed, their clothes blown to pieces. His body was also blown up in a bloody mess. One by one, they were lying on the ground looking at Su Xiaokun in horror. The full force of the four could not even withstand a casual strike from Su Xiaokun. That's when the four finally saw reality. Where are the body protectors? It's really internalized and externalized. Unexpectedly, the four people who were accustomed to the scenery had really touched the iron plate. Patriarch Sama. The four old men couldn't care less about their heavily injured bodies, and one by one, they knelt naked in front of Su Xiaokun. Lord Patriarch, it's us who have eyes, and please spare our lives. The four men shivered, their heads knocked hard on the ground, and at this moment what the dignity of a martial artist that? None of it is as important as staying alive. And it was only then that the father and daughter of that Bai family realized that the young man in front of them really had the ability to exterminate the Bai family. For a time, he also knelt on the ground trembling, not daring to look at Su Xiaokun, fear in making it angry. Spare you? The patriarch cannot be insulted. You die. Su Xiaokun was not accustomed to a few people, raised his hand and a palm wind crossed. Suddenly 3 heads rolled to the ground. One of them, however, had a light appear on his body. blocking Su Xiaokun's casual strike. No! Master Sovereign, you can't kill me. My elder brother is the president of the Martial Artist Association, Lin Tianhe. He's also a Zhongsher. If you kill me, he will definitely avenge me. Su Xiaokun raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect that a sovereign would pop up, and with his current strength, he really couldn't be an enemy to a sovereign. So what? Since you're on the wrong side, you can go to hell. Su Xiaokun picked up the sword on the ground and swung it out. With an unwilling look, this old man's head and body separated. Luoli shook her head when she saw this scene. It seems that this husband of his still likes to behead people. Just as this was done, a dark shadow quickly fled into the distance. Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned. Trying to escape? The long sword in his hand was flung violently, like a meteor, instantly penetrating the black shadow's body. The black shadow stopped, turned his head and looked at Su Xiaokun with eyes full of fear, then collapsed to the ground. So far 5 peak inner strength martial artists. None of them survived. Chapter 56 Destruction of the White Family. Dead. Dead. All dead. Bai Fengtang stared blankly at the headless corpse in front of him, as if his body's strength had been drained in an instant. Sitting helplessly on the floor. The White Family is finished. Bai Fengtang couldn't believe what was happening in front of him until now. Su Xiaokun indifferently looked at Bai Fengtang's father and daughter. As I said, the White Family is removed today. Blame it on your eyes. No, Quinn, don't you kill me. We're engaged. Bai Ling reacted and hugged Su Xiaokun's leg. That pathetic look. Tears kept slipping down. A marriage contract? That's not what you said when I got out of jail. Quinn, that was all because Ruyan Lu encouraged me to do so. I actually approve of the engagement. As long as you spare the White Family, then I am your person. Bai Ling's head rubbed hard against Su Xiaokun's leg. Stinking, dare to rob my old lady's man. You seek death. Luoli instantly rushed out when she saw this scene. A slapping leg kick sends Bai Ling to the side. Smoothly, he wrapped his arm around Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun smiled bashfully. This woman can be much more terrifying than a man when she is jealous. Bai Ling on the receiving end of that leg kick. It took half a day of struggling to get up from the ground. Sister, you be the big one. I'll be the little one. Let's serve Quinn together, okay? As long as you spare our Bai family today, I can listen to you all. Luoli froze. I didn't expect Bai Ling to be so shameless. Luoli angrily pinched Su Xiaokun. I beg you, spare the White Family. Okay, I'm very good and will serve you all comfortably. This tone, Su Xiaokun also hit a cold war, because even if you can't see it, he could also feel Luoli's murderous gaze. Okay ally, leave it to me. Su Xiaokun turned around, not daring to look at Bai Ling, and with a slight stroke of his palm, an internal force directly decapitated Bai Ling's head. A miserable scream came out, and Bai Ling's fragrance died, and White Wind Hall was awakened by the scream. Looking at the dead white spirit, his head exploded with a wang, deadly running towards the white spirit. With one hand, he cradled Bai Ling's body in his arms. No, spirit! A hiss came out, tearing at his heart. You killed Linger. Kill me too if you can. Bai Fengtang was in a frenzy at the moment. He knew that he was not Su Xiaokun's opponent, but the Bai family's corpses were all over the place now. It's not what it used to be. Su Xiaokun didn't bother to talk nonsense. His internal force shot out directly. 2 headless fathers and daughters, hugging each other tightly. After doing this, Su Xiaokun returned to the hall. Stinky hooligans. Is it good? Luoli huffed and puffed about Su Xiaokun, not the least bit disturbed by the bloodshed in front of her. Ali, you know, I don't want to. That doesn't work either. Who asked you to look? I'm pissed off. Don't want to talk to you. In fact, Luoli wasn't really angry. He knew that it was all Bai Ling's own doing, but inwardly, he just wanted Su Xiaokun to comfort him. Hey! Su Xiaokun sighed helplessly. The palm of his hand changed and he pinched out a spell. A small flame appeared on his fingertips. A flick followed, and all the flames shot towards the body outside the door. The moment the flames come into contact with the body, a deflagration occurs. There was a chorus of screams. That's right, a soulful scream. When the sound stopped, the flames outside faded out. Those 7 or 8 corpses, surprisingly, turned into flying ash, and even their souls were scorched clean. Only after doing this did Su Xiaokun look at Luoli. Well, they all let me burn them. Humph. Luoli was actually startled by this maneuver. The fire in his heart had long since dissipated. I don't care. If you can't satisfy my old lady tonight, then, Su Xiaokun had black lines on his head, knowing that Luoli had a very spontaneous character, but so spontaneous that even Su Xiaokun was somewhat speechless. We'll live here from now on. I feel that practicing here will allow me to reach the sovereign realm faster. Su Xiaokun looked at Luoli. Luoli nodded as well, because she knew that Su Xiaokun was bent on reaching the sovereign realm. Go to Kunlun to look for Chu Qingyi. Tick-tock. While the two were talking, Su Xiaokun was interrupted by the ringing of his cell phone. Once he saw that it was Luo Tianxiong, he picked up. Quinn. Gone. Sakura Nation's gone crazy. Luo Tianxiong's stuttering first sentence confused Su Xiaokun. Slow down. On the other end of the line, several deep breaths were taken before he continued. Quinn. All the drugs you told me to disperse have been dispersed. Half of the population of Sakura Nation is now infected with drugs and in a state of madness. Although Sakura Nation is also trying its best to suppress it, the infection is spreading too fast. It has gotten out of hand. Where are you? Su Xiaokun had already guessed this outcome. I'm at sea. A total of 38 minions were lost this time, and the remainder have been withdrawn to the ship. And, according to the Sakura government, to drive all the infected to a unified city, conduct a nuclear demolition. Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned, not expecting this cherry blossom country to be so decisive. Then go back to your country with your brethren first and don't get affected. Wait until this matter calms down, and follow me to reclaim the Sakura country. Su Xiaokun thought for a moment and said, Okay Quinn, then hung up. Hubby, it looks like the day is not far away from recapturing the Sakura country. Luoli snuggled into Su Xiaokun's arms and analyzed. Su Xiaokun nodded slightly. Then another call went to Chu Tianlong. When he heard that the Bai family's offerings and father and daughter had all been destroyed, Chu Tianlong was also shocked. Pinched a cold sweat. It was fortunate that he had made the right choice in the first place, or else the Chu family would probably be just like the Bai family, lost in history. As for the rest of the White family's forces, Chu Tianlong didn't put too much stock in them. Once Bai Fengtang died, the White family is the equivalent of being without a helmsman. It's only a matter of time before they are scattered and want to annex them. However, Su Xiaokun is too lazy to care, so he simply left it all to Chu Tianlong. Of course, all the profits of the White House. Chu Tianlong did not dare to ask for a point, just temporarily help Su Xiaokun in custody, because Chu Tianlong knew that even if he handed it over to Su Xiaokun had no desire to manage it. Chapter 57, Returning to Dark Prison. Time passed, and January passed. The White family has Chu Tianlong's appearance, completely controlling all of the White family's assets, although the remaining two great clans were eyeing each other to get a piece of the pie. However, after learning that the White family had been exterminated by the Patriarch, they all fell silent for a while. It was because they wouldn't dare offend the Patriarch or they would disappear just like the White family. In the immediate aftermath of the destruction of the White family, a new type of family flourished. That's the Su family. And the Su family jumped up and became the head of the four great families directly. The reason for this was that Su Xiaokun, the head of the Su family, was a Zhongshe powerhouse. No one dared to be unconvinced, and both the Lu family and the Yin family sent congratulatory gifts. And the congratulatory gift turned out to be half of the family estate, because these two families know that if they don't come up with a heavy gift, in case Su Xiaokun took the excuse of being taunted when he was first released from prison, no one can withstand its wrath. Su Xiaokun is also lazy to be bothered with it, but the gift should be received or to be received. Luo Tianxiong was also arranged by Su Xiaokun to do something in the imperial capital. As for Y City, of course Su Xiaokun will not lose it, but Chu Tianlong has arranged for someone to go over and take care of it. No one thought that the decision made by Chu Tianlong in the first place. Surprisingly, they let the Chu family become the one who represented the Su family's words, and each one of them had their intestines turned green with remorse. Of course the most regrettable are the two women who were once engaged. In this month of constant cultivation with Luoli, Luoli's cultivation had also reached the peak of inner strength. Even Luo Tianxiong had been instructed by Su Xiaokun and had reached the cultivation level of the early stage of the inner strength. After all, it's okay for Su Xiaokun to be there. If something happens to Su Xiaokun that day, then the Su clan would soon be eaten up without a martial artist to hold them down, and there wouldn't even be any crumbs left. Su Xiaokun also felt a vague sign of rupture within his body. It seemed like he could break through at any time. But thinking of Fang Qiantian's words that he must go to the dark prison before breaking through, contact was also made through a secret method. It was said that there would be certain benefits to bringing Luoli along. That night, the dark prison's car arrived at the Su Manor, the White family's former manor. Upon seeing Su Xiaokun walk out from the manor, the people in the car hurriedly got out of the car, and one by one, they greeted respectfully. Prison master. Su Xiaokun nodded slightly and brought Luoli into the car, driving in the direction of the dark prison. Both men were still hooded, though. Su Xiaokun also felt it, and could not feel the outside world in the slightest. The mind also wondered what this headgear was made of. Just after the car had been traveling for about a couple hours, the driver nodded slightly to the passenger side. The co-pilot took out a jade slip from his pocket and threw it out into the sky in front of him. A black hole like a wormhole appeared in front of the car. Seeing the appearance of the black hole, the driver slammed on the gas and dove in toward it. In an instant, the scene in front of him began to change. When coming out of the black hole, already at the gates of the dark prison, then they stopped the car and removed the hoods of the two men. Su Xiaokun looked at the broken building in front of him and smiled faintly, with an inexplicable sense of belonging in his heart. It's like coming home. Luoli, on the other hand, looked a little confused as she looked around at everything unfamiliar. Is this the place where you stayed for 20 years? Luoli looked at Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun nodded slightly. Ha ha, little Quincy, welcome home. Perhaps receiving the news, the four masters appeared in front of Su Xiaokun at the same time. Su Xiaokun wasn't polite and gave a hug to one person. You old guys are still alive? Su Xiaokun glanced at the four, and his eyes were touched. Go brat. Don't delay me from seeing my apprentice daughter-in-law. In Hongxue pulled Su Xiaokun away and came directly in front of In Hongxue. The dry palm directly grabbed onto Luo Li's slender jade hand. Luo Li is a little overwhelmed. After all, these four masters have also heard Su Xiaokun say that the master is like a father. Su Xiaokun doesn't have parents. Then the master in front of him is the parents, which also belongs to meeting the parents. For a moment the excitement in his heart was unparalleled. Ha ha, girl child, you're this brat's daughter-in-law? Not to mention, this brat has a poisonous eye. Such a great beauty to find. But according to me, you following Xiaokun is completely in vain for someone like you. In Hongxue abruptly said a great deal, not caring at all about Su Xiaokun's gaze. I say Granny In, I am at least your disciple. Have you ever said that? Su Xiaokun was a bit dissatisfied. Alright, old hag, show me the apprentice daughter-in-law. Lu Burgundy Red and Bai Sihai came forward to size up Luo Li. That gaze was more satisfied than one. And when looking at Su Xiaokun, eyes one more contemptuous than the other. I say, you kid, what a lucky break. Where did you find a daughter-in-law? Lu Burgundy Han looked at Su Xiaokun suspiciously. Alright, Xiaokun just came back. Go inside first. The group then arrived within the ramshackle building. Although the outside was shabby, the inside had surprisingly been renovated once. You can do it, old guys. You're so idle that you're even renovating this side of the house. Asterisk off. You think we're doing this for you? This is all for the apprentice daughter-in-law. You'd better go live in your cage with old man Fong. In Hongxue waved her hand. Though the current dilapidated building isn't very luxuriously decorated, but at least it looks similar to a regular hotel. There's everything. Even the cafeteria is ready. In Hongxue held Luo Li's hand and asked kindly, girl, you're hungry, aren't you? Go wifey, I'll take you to eat something delicious. Saying that, he pulled Luo Li towards the cafeteria. Upon seeing the overflowing food lorry was shocked. At first, I thought how hard it was to get to Su Xiaokun's place. Upon seeing the meal, which was no less than a full course meal, it instantly negated his thoughts. Even though you can't contact the outside world for the past 20 years, life in here is too good, isn't it? Luo Li blankly glanced at Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun could also guess Luo Li's thoughts and smiled awkwardly. Still, it was a little unnerving to think of the dark training that had taken place. As soon as they were seated, one by one, all the masters except Fong Wendian gave Luo Li dishes. Instead, it was given a big blank stare when it came to Su Xiaokun. Quinny, you're home, do it yourself. It's Li's first time here, so might take good care of you. Don't end up dumping you again. In Hongxue looked at Luo Li with a smile and didn't forget to peel the shrimp for Luo Li. Granny In, I'll eat it myself. Luo Li looked at In Hongxue with some embarrassment. This kind of intimacy was a little too much for Luo Li to bear. You can't really blame these guys. After all, a place like dark prison, hardly ever will this new face show up. The main thing is that this is the grandson's daughter-in-law, so she must be taken care of. Chapter 58, The 999 Heavenly Tribulation. After the meal, Su Xiaokun was called away by Fong Qitian alone. Luo Li, led by In Hongxue, walked through every place where Su Xiaokun had been. You kid really got lucky. TSK, the body of pure desire can even let you stumble upon it. I thought it would take you another 40 or 50 years to reach the sovereign. I didn't realize that it's only been about a year and I'm almost at the Zong Master. Fong Wendian looked at Su Xiaokun with some envy. Alright, old man, tell me why you want to return to the dark prison before breaking through the sovereign realm. Su Xiaokun was a bit impatient because he had just come to dark prison. He then felt the bursting inside him getting worse. It's on the verge of being almost too much to suppress. It's actually quite simple. In the secular world, the laws aren't complete enough to allow cultivators to break through to the sovereign, whereas the dark prison belongs to the small world, where the laws are more complete. But it's also barely enough for you to break through to the sovereign. Once you break through, this dark prison will connect with the outside world. Becoming an ordinary prison will not help anyone become a sovereign again. Su Xiaokun frowned and nodded. What are the consequences? Su Xiaokun knew that once the dark prison was aligned with the world, then it would definitely have serious consequences. Fong Wendian looked at Su Xiaokun and sighed. The consequence is that all the inmates in the prison will die. When he heard the answer, Su Xiaokun also sucked in a cold breath. It was important to realize that the current dark prison had at least close to 100,000 inmates. If they were all killed, Su Xiaokun wouldn't dare to think about it down the road. Fong Wendian looked at Su Xiaokun's shock and continued. It can't be helped, because the prisoners who live in the dark prison are by nature extremely evil people. They should have died a long time ago. It was the dark prison that gave them a break. But, you have to know that the prisoners of the dark prison, the physical fitness that absolutely exceeds the ordinary people by a lot. The vast majority of them have the strength of the peak of the outer realm. Even the internal energy has a lot of it. Once these people stray into the secular world, the horror can be imagined. Nearly 100,000 martial artists will definitely give China a headache for a long time. Fong Wendian sighed. It would be a lie to say that he didn't have any feelings with the prisoner. After all, he didn't want the prisoner to die. So there's no other way? Close to 100,000 martial artists. What a huge force that is. If we can take it for ourselves, that's simply invincible. The way is there. But Chinese officials know that you're going to break through to the sovereign. So the power of life and death over these prisoners is given to you. The condition is that you will drive for China for 100 years without compensation. Fong Wendian looked at Su Xiaokun, not knowing what he was thinking. Why? Su Xiaokun was puzzled. Not that he was unwilling to be driven for 100 years. After all, as a Chinese, paying for China, that's unquestionable. Because you are the youngest sovereign ever. The Walpo will do everything in its power to support you. Because they feel that you will definitely be able to become the Earth immortal realm within 100 years. When the time comes, we can check and balance the ancient martial family. Ancient martial arts family? Su Xiaokun hadn't heard that there were such clans. Not bad. Do you think the 4 great families of the imperial capital are powerful anymore? Actually, the 4 great families in the imperial capital are just a pawn. Oh yeah, now that the White family has let you destroy them, the Chu family has also become dependent on you. Actually, they are all controlled by ancient martial arts families behind them. But it's the state that's holding it down here that's keeping you out of trouble. Or do you think you can do whatever you want with your peak Huanjing strength? Su Xiaokun also did not expect that everything he did outside was tacitly authorized by the state of China. This ancient martial arts family, with 1,000 years of history, were once all families that had produced strong Earth immortals. But I don't know what for. But in a few hundred years, all the Earth immortals disappeared. The highest is only the sovereign. But even if that's the case, every ancient martial arts family has at least a few if not 10 sect master powerhouses. It's just that they have the constraints of the state and can't walk around in the world as they please. Otherwise, just by the fact that you cut off their finances, 9 lives won't be enough to keep you alive. Su Xiaokun nodded, but he wasn't in fear. There's no point in talking more. You now release your cultivation with all your might. I feel it. Fong Wendian said indifferently. Su Xiaokun wasn't hiding anything either. The internal energy in his body in a flash was like a flood that surged out wildly. The breath climbed crazily until it slowed down at the peak of Huanjing. But in that time, a dark cloud was surprisingly hanging over the dark prison. Fong Wendian looked at the sky, and then at Su Xiaokun. Well, is about right. It should be 3 days before you break through. During this time, you must abstain from sex and keep your heart. I'll take you somewhere later. That's all you can do for the next 3 days. 3 days from now, you will have the 39 minor heavenly tribulations. What's the 39 little heavenly tribulations? Su Xiaokun looked at Fong Wendian doubtfully. The whole thing is quite mysterious. Like cultivating immortality. Cultivation is meant to go against the heavens. When you reach the sovereign realm you will have to face a thunderbolt baptism. 39 minor heavenly tribulations. 3 thunderbolts in all. And as long as you can get through them, then you will become the realm of the sovereign. If you fail, you die. Otherwise how come there are so few patriarchs in this world? Su Xiaokun took a deep breath. Now he finally realized what Fong Wendian had said at the very beginning. It turns out that the world is different from what one perceives, and it's getting more and more outrageous. Surprisingly, even a thunderbolt could appear. Su Xiaokun didn't dare to think what else would appear. Okay, it's getting late. Come with me. Fong Wendian got up and led Su Xiaokun towards the mysterious place. Dark prison is big. So big that Su Xiaokun has lived here for 20 years. Never traveled everywhere either. With the two of them rushing with all their might, like a meteor, they shot off into the distance as a stream of light. After roughly half a day of walking, the scene in front of Su Xiaokun had changed. From what started out as a prison, it became a mountainous area. And there was a flat clearing in the very center of the mountain and river. There was also a rusty iron bar stuck above the clearing. Get over there, that's the lightning rod. Fong Wentian pointed at the empty space and said. Su Xiaokun nodded and walked towards the lightning rod. When Gundam stood in front of the lightning rod, Fong Wentian took out an incomparably thick chain from somewhere, directly binding Su Xiaokun on top of the thunder drawing stick. Holy, what are you doing, old man? Su Xiaokun was somewhat speechless as he looked at the chain that was as thick as his arm. Kid, for the next 3 days you'll only have the thunder drawing stick for company. In order to prevent you from escaping, old me I can only trap you first. When you break through to the sovereign, old me I will naturally release you. Just after the words were said, Fong Wentian walked away without looking back, letting Su Xiaokun shout as much as he wanted to. All indifferent. Damn, 3 days shall not starve me to death. Well, at least give a drink of water. You Fong pickpocket. Chapter 59, Transition. As time passes, the dark clouds thickened even more in the sky of the dark prison. There were also arcs of electricity traveling back and forth through the clouds at one point. Watching Su Xiaokun was a heartbeat away. You know that's a heavenly calamity. Being struck by lightning. Even if Su Xiaokun's current cultivation was strong, the moment Su Xiaokun thought of being about to be struck by lightning, and he couldn't stop his sweaty hairs from exploding at the roots. At this moment, it was as if static electricity was generated around Su Xiaokun. The air was oppressive. Just moving around creates all kinds of static electricity that crackles on your body. And 2 days had already passed. The sky had darkened so terribly that it could be described as reaching for the sky. However, in this darkened sky, from time to time, a faint arc of electricity appeared on Su Xiaokun's body, appearing so bright in the dark night. ***. Damn, when the hell does it start? Su Xiaokun cursed and looked at the sky. With his hands bound, he was so strangely itchy that trying to scratch the itch was impossible. In his heart, he even cursed Fong Wentian. But Fong Wentian was quite nourished right now, following In Hongxue and the others to coax Luoli to play if nothing else. In Hongxue also taught Luoli her own watchful skills. The 4 of them were more and more satisfied with this daughter-in-law. When the 3rd day fell, the lightning in the clouds had been as thick as an electric snake, as if it was about to split down at any moment. And Su Xiaokun's body that had been tied up for 3 whole days was already exhausted. Looking at the arcs of electricity surging in the sky, his eyes were a little wooden, and his thoughts were even emptier than ever. Fong Wentian, the 4 of them, and Luoli, on the other hand, stood on top of the roof of the building, looking at the place where Su Xiaokun had crossed the threshold. Let's hope the kid pulls through, Fong Wentian murmured in a low voice. Luoli had also heard that if Su Xiaokun wanted to reach the sect master realm, he would have to cross the 39 heavenly tribulations. The heart was also seized up fiercely, and the hands were folded together in unceasing prayer. Boom! A loud thunderous sound spread throughout the entire dark prison, and at this moment, everyone's hearts were gripped fiercely. Go for it! For a while all the people prayed silently. Su Xiaokun, on the other hand, was shocked by this thunderous sound and exploded. That shriveled look awakened at once. I chow! Want to it up like that? It's going to scare people to death. Okay. Su Xiaokun looked at the thunder rolling through the air, and in the next moment, a huge electric snake slashed violently towards Su Xiaokun. ***. That thick? God, you're playing with me? Su Xiaokun looked at the arm-thick thunderbolt and kept cursing, but it doesn't help. The thick thunderbolt, in the next second, ruthlessly struck the lightning-inducing rod. The darkened sky was blasted with lightning at this moment. A miserable scream came out from Su Xiaokun's mouth. That thunder drawing stick unexpectedly transmitted all the power of thunder into Su Xiaokun's body. A smell of roasted meat filled the air. Skin was also tightened at this point by the lightning burn. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Unconsciously, Su Xiaokun began to struggle frantically, wanting to escape from here. But nay, it was bound to death by Fong Wentian's chains. The maximum you can do is turn your head. ***. Old man Fong, are you going to get me killed? Su Xiaokun's head of long hair was all split into ashes by this thunderbolt. Old man Fong, when I get through this, I'm going to you. Just as Su Xiaokun cursed, a thunderbolt even thicker than that began to brew in the sky once again. It was as thick as an adult's thigh. As soon as Su Xiaokun saw that thick thunderbolt, his entire body shook from his soul. I'll be damned. Is this something people can carry through? Su Xiaokun was also stunned and puzzled. However, the thunderbolt didn't give Su Xiaokun any chance to catch his breath. The force of thunder that was as thick as a thigh instantly blew away the rust on the lightning rod, revealing the original golden look, as if it were a weapon. Then the thick lightning directly wrapped Su Xiaokun's entire body. At this moment, Su Xiaokun's skin was instantly blown apart by the lightning. Flesh and blood were completely exposed to the air, and on the head, Surprisingly, white bones were revealed. That intense pain let Su Xiaokun's whole body trembling forbidden up. Muscles throbbed uncontrollably. Even the consciousness, at this point, started to disappear little by little. Is it going to be over? Su Xiaokun clenched his teeth in death, and his face skin was burnt. Even his eyes were no longer able to open. It's as scary as it needs to be. Perhaps the heavens are afraid that Su Xiaokun will not die. This third thunderbolt was even brewing for a long time. So long that Su Xiaokun thought spent. The current one couldn't even see the terror brewing in the sky. One could only feel that the outside world had violently erupted with an extremely dense suppressive force. However, there was one thing that allowed Su Xiaokun to feel better. That was the internal force within the Dantian. At this moment there was as deep as an ocean. If the internal force of a peak Huanjin was a bowl of water, then the internal force of a patriarch was a lake. Su Xiaokun also finally understood why all the people under the sect masters were mole crickets. Just as Su Xiaokun was lamenting the power of his inner strength, then a thunderbolt as big as the size of an adult's waist fell violently. That loud ringing sound spread throughout the dark prison. The immersed Su Xiaokun only felt deaf. Boom! The last thunderbolt struck Su Xiaokun's body fiercely. That originally exposed flesh and blood unexpectedly turned into a puff of blood mist in an instant. The current Su Xiaokun is quite a person when you say it's nice. But when you say it's not nice, that's just a skeleton wrapped in internal organs. When the blood mist dispersed, Su Xiaokun also completely entered unconsciousness. A skeleton as white as jade was exposed to the air like a work of art. By now, 3 thunderbolts had passed. That dark sky suddenly sprinkled a pillar of light, directly enveloping Su Xiaokun in it, and the sky turns into day at this moment. Su Xiaokun, who had fallen into a coma, was completely unable to feel the changes in his body right now. That lost flesh and blood was being repaired by the pillar of light at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bright red muscle tissue, too, began to wind its way down the layers of bone. If the Su Xiaokun's body before the transmigration was filled with impurities, then right now Su Xiaokun's body was as pure as Chu Qingyi's immaculate body. Once you enter the clan, then your body will be baptized flawlessly by the thunderbolt. About half a day passed. Only then did Su Xiaokun awaken from his coma, and the pillar of light that had enveloped Su Xiaokun had also dissipated. However, Su Xiaokun's body had completely recovered as before at this point. The delicacy of that skin was as tender as a baby's. Of course the most conspicuous thing was the big shiny bald head. It couldn't be helped. That original head of long hair had long since been split into ashes. Little fellow. Congratulations on successfully entering the sovereign realm. Fong Wendian walked over with a set of clothes. Because Su Xiaokun's clothes had long since been split to the point where not even crumbs remained. Chapter 60, is this the Grand Master? Old man Fong, you almost killed me. When Su Xiaokun saw Fong Wentian's appearance, he split his head and cursed. Fong Wentian's old face was also cursed red. Come on, aren't you standing here in one piece now? Hurry up and put your clothes on. They're all here. Just as Fong Wentian had finished speaking, Luo Li's figure suddenly appeared and wrapped her arms around the naked Su Xiaokun, tears in his eyes as he watched. Although Luo Li didn't know what it was like to cross the threshold, being struck by lightning, that's certainly not something regular people can stand. Hugging Su Xiaokun, he cried for a long time, and only then did he feel as if he was being held against something. Then the little face went red. You stinking rascal! Luo Li hurriedly dressed Su Xiaokun. However, when he saw Su Xiaokun's shiny bald head, he snorted and laughed. Used to think you looked like a rascal. Now, well, it's more like it. Luo Li took a careful look around Su Xiaokun, but looking at that glowing skin made Luo Li envious for a while. Ahem, would you two like to wait before making out? Fong Wendian interrupted the two. Then he said to Su Xiaokun, don't you want to know why I locked you up? Look back. Fong Wendian looked at Su Xiaokun with a smile on his face. Su Xiaokun also turned to look, only to see that the lightning-inducing stick that was tying himself up was surprisingly golden in color. There were also runes engraved on it that made Su Xiaokun unable to read. It is? Su Xiaokun looked at Fong Wendian in disbelief. It belongs to you, little one. Fong Wendian pointed at the lightning rod and said, this lightning rod is the core of the dark prison. As long as you remove it, then the dark prison will be completely integrated into the secular world. And of course by tying you to the stick, it's also tainting the stick with your scent, so that it will recognize you as its master. Just as well you don't have much of a weapon on your side. It's better with it. Once Su Xiaokun heard that it was the core of the dark prison, he asked in confusion. Since this stick is the core of the dark prison, wouldn't the dark prison remain a dark prison if I don't take it away? Oh, it's not that simple. Even if you don't take it away, this stick is stained with your blood. The dark prison will disappear just the same. Chief among them is, the power of this stick can no longer support the continued existence of the dark prison. And of course this stick was given to you by the state. Just take it. Although Su Xiaokun had a lot of questions that were a bit confusing, but there was a real lack of a handy weapon in hand. The hand then grasped the top of the stick. It was as if the stick had felt the call of its master. There was a roaring sound. Su Xiaokun then exerted all his strength and directly lifted the stick. Just as the stick left the ground, the entire sky of the dark prison also began to shatter. The earth was even shaking crazily like an earthquake. When the stick was in his hand, a thought suddenly appeared in Su Xiaokun's mind. That is, one can change the size of the stick at will. Then with a slight movement of his mind, the stick actually did turn into the size of a palm just like a weapon. After all, Su Xiaokun's two spatial storage things had already been shattered by the thunderbolt. It's not really good to collect sticks without space storage, but the good thing is that you can change the size at will. This made Su Xiaokun nod in satisfaction. From now on, I'll call you the coiled dragon stick, Su Xiaokun muttered as he looked at the stick lying in the palm of his hand. The stick also seemed to sense its name, emitting a burst of golden light to show its satisfaction. Then the mind moved again, and the stick was put into the ear like a needle. I can't help it. I'm so impressed by Journey to the West. All of this was completely subconscious on the part of Su Xiaokun. With the shattering of the dark prison, almost a day had passed. It took a moment for that trembling earth to stop shaking, and at this moment, the dark prison grew from a small world and completely integrated into the mundane. Of course, right after the dark prison fusion succeeded, the inmates inside let out a riot. However, when Su Xiaokun pulled out his pan-dragon stick and split the entire dark prison into two halves with a single strike, one by one, these prisoners also prostrated themselves and gave up the idea of rioting. Completely recognized Su Xiaokun as the king. The name of the prison lord even resounded through the land. Su Xiaokun was also shocked by his blow. In fact, the zongsure should not have been so powerful, but Su Xiaokun's pan-long stick in that hand hardened Su Xiaokun's strength by a notch. When reaching the sovereign realm, one can stay in the air for a short period of time, possesses flight-like abilities, but it was extremely draining of internal energy. Su Xiaokun didn't care about this and directly stood in mid-air, looking down on tens of thousands of people on death row. There was not the slightest bit of pity in his eyes, and the tone of his mouth was even colder. Now for your two ways. One is death, one is submission. The voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. Nearly 100,000 people looked at Su Xiaokun in mid-air and without the slightest hesitation, they directly knelt down. We sink and float. Long live the warden. Even Luoli and the four masters, who were on the side, were shocked by this pomp and circumstance. To know that these four masters that are the top of the strongest, is to suppress the dark prison by absolute means. Inevitably, there will be many hearts and minds, but Su Xiaokun was different. He was sweeping right across, with one man's strength. Let all hearts be afraid and willing to sink. Very well, since you have chosen to submit, immediately, I will arrange for you to enter the Sakura country. You can wreak havoc on the Sakura country, but whoever dares to bully the Chinese, then they must be prepared to die. Got it? Just as he finished speaking, a powerful aura violently erupted from Su Xiaokun's body. Tens of thousands of people who were instantly pressed were unable to get up. It was important to know that the strongest of these people had the strength of harmonized power, but surprisingly, they were like ants in front of Su Xiaokun. This is the strength of the patriarch. Unrivaled. Very well, all of you go back to your packing. As for arranging when you will leave, I will be in notice. Then whimpering crowd. To Su Xiaokun violently kowtowed 3 heads. This is the only way to retreat in an orderly fashion. After doing this, Su Xiaokun landed on top of the ground. Rolling his eyes, he changed his expression. What? I'm okay, right? Su Xiaokun looked at these few people. These few people were also crying and laughing, and were somewhat speechless by Su Xiaokun's actions. But at this moment they all knew that Su Xiaokun had grown into a heavenly tree. Even Fong Wentian was unable to match it. After all, the coiled dragon stick was too terrifying. Come on little guy, don't fool around. In a few moments the state will send someone over to negotiate with you. Since you chose to keep these people, it must have paid off. So you get ready, Fong Wentian said. Su Xiaokun also nodded slightly. After all, what should come is still coming back. Standing on the soil of Huaxia, it is natural to contribute to Huaxia. Chapter 61, The Dark Sections. Shortly after the words were spoken, 3 black Wapiti cars then drove in. Su Xiaokun looked toward the black car just in time to see 7 or 8 people walking down. The leader also carried a black box in his hand, not knowing what it contained, but the man looked to be about 50 years of age, in a Zhongshan suit, upright and revealing the aura of a long time in high places. As soon as the man came down, he walked towards Fong Wentian. The 2 men shook hands. Elder Fong, long time no see. The middle-aged man looked at Fong Wentian with a smile on his face. Fong Wentian also nodded. Yeah, haven't seen you in about 10 years or so. I didn't realize that your boy was in a high position now. Oh, it wasn't thanks to your blessing that I was able to get to where I am now. After the two exchanged pleasantries for a while, they looked at Su Xiaokun. I believe this is Su Xiaokun. Little brother Su, who has been making a lot of noise lately. The middle-aged man also went forward and shook hands with Su Xiaokun. Let me introduce myself. My name is LV Liang, from the dark side of China. Su Xiaokun politely shook hands, but the dark sector was a department he had never heard of. Afterward, under Fong Wentian's leadership, the few people arrived in the middle of the conference room. LV Liang also placed what he was holding on the table. I'm sure Elder Fong has told you all about something. LV Liang asked as he opened the door. Aha. Su Xiaokun nodded slightly. In that case then I'll be straight with you. LV Liang then opened the black case and took out a folder. On it was written everything that had happened to Su Xiaokun from birth until now. Surprisingly, he knows more than Su Xiaokun himself. Su Xiaokun frowned, not knowing exactly what this Lu Liang meant. Oh, little brother doesn't need to be nervous. Actually, I'm showing you these because I also want to tell you that for you we, China, have always been very attentive. I'm sure you can notice that whatever you do, it's almost always a green light all the way around. Su Xiaokun nodded slightly. As for the history of the dark prison, I'm sure you already know about it. By the time you took the lightning rod, the dark prison no longer existed. It stands to reason that the Walpole would have taken the nasty step of killing all the prisoners. But Elder Fong recommended you to us, said you could control these people. That's why we didn't go for the nasty tactics in the first place. Su Xiaokun already had a generalization in his mind as he listened to what Lu Liang said. If you need me to do anything, just say so. Oh, little brother is quick. Then I'll be blunt. Since little brother has now reached the sovereign realm, then, the Chinese nation will make every effort to cultivate you and strive to send you to that legendary Earth Immortal realm. The condition is that it is made available for 100 years for China to drive. Of course, you'll only be asked to step in if you're faced with a crisis where you can't step in. Normally, you're still free. Su Xiaokun nodded. As for the deaths of the 86,312 people in the dark prison, it is now in your hands as well. Of course, these are the people you have to keep in check. Otherwise Hua doesn't mind taking care of these people for you. Lu Liang said as he looked at the indifferent Su Xiaokun. Oh, Mr. Lu, don't worry about it, but if any one of them dares to make a move that is harmful to China, needless to say I won't let him see the sun tomorrow. Lu Liang nodded back. In that case I won't say any more. If I'm right, you're planning to send these people to the Sakura country, aren't you? Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned, not expecting that this Lu Liang could even think of all this. Good, that's exactly what I was thinking. Besides, I've got my sights set on Sakura Nation. Lu Liang let out a laugh. Oh, boy, that's courageous. Realize that Sakura country is small. It's still a country, though you cost Sakura Nation a lot of money a while back. But the total population of Sakura Nation is now over 80 million. Of course there would have been a population of 100 million, or thanks to you, it left over 20 million people dead in the Sakura country. You kid is really mean nah. LV Liang looked at Su Xiaokun with a smile on his face. Ha, just brats. Dead is dead. Nothing to feel sorry for. Su Xiaokun said with disdain. How many of our countrymen did they brutalize back then? I'm just collecting some interest first. Alright, as for what you do to Sakura Nation, China won't care. Even if you were to be captured by the Sakura Nation, of course the Chinese nation would not step in. I believe you should know this. Of course, if you do destroy the Sakura kingdom one day, I think the Wagakure will be happy to cooperate. Lu Liang looked at Su Xiaokun with a smirk. Su Xiaokun, of course, knows that he personally cannot represent the country, and he can be as neat as he wants to be, but if the state were to step in, it would be tantamount to a world war. This is something that other countries would love to see. After all, in the event of a world war, neighboring countries can reap the benefits. Saying that, Lu Liang took out another document and put it into Su Xiaokun's hand. Here's the drive contract. Take a look at it. Su Xiaokun picked up the contract and swept through its contents. The overall idea was to have Su Xiaokun assume the position of Vice Minister of the Dark Ministry. The term is 100 years. But of course, it will be null and void after 100 years. What is this dark side? Su Xiaokun asked. Oh, the Dark Ministry is the special department of China. There aren't many people in there, but they're all worldly powerhouses. And Fong Lao is one of them. At the mention of Fong Wentian, Su Xiaokun glanced at However, Fong Wentian had an intriguing smile on his face. The dark side takes orders directly from the nation's top leaders. It's a real one-man department. Wherever you go, as long as you have a dark side identity, then even if you're armed locally, you can mobilize them all at will. Hearing this, Su Xiaokun was secretly shocked. After all, even the troops can be mobilized. The strength can be imagined. Here's the dark side certificate. LV Liang then took out a palm-sized certificate from his arms and placed it in front of Su Xiaokun. The certificate is blackened overall, with only 2 stamped words on it. Dark. After opening it was Su Xiaokun's picture and name. The position, on the other hand, is Deputy Minister of Darkness? Can't you fake it with just a little book like that? Su Xiaokun looked at the extremely simple certificate with some doubt. Oh, this won't be faked by anyone, and no one would dare to fake it, because there are only 10 people in the dark side. Plus you of course. Who do you think dares to impersonate? Once Su Xiaokun thought about it, he signed his name on the document. After all, now Su Xiaokun can have a lifespan of more than 500 years, a district of 100 years, a snap of the fingers. When he saw Su Xiaokun sign his name, Lu Liang stood up. Respectfully, he bowed to Su Xiaokun. Dark Ministry. Lu Liang see Vice Minister. Chapter 62 Lin Tianhe's battle appointment. Su Xiaokun froze. This sudden deference was a bit of a surprise. You are? Oh, since you've signed the papers, you're my top man. Lu Liang wasn't much upset about his parachuted leader, because he knew how terrifying the strength of the teenager in front of him was. And on the side, Elder Fawn also stood up. Oh little Kunsight, get reacquainted. Head of the Dark Ministry, Fong Wentian. Dark Ministry Ghost Woman. Yin Hongxue pays her respects to the Vice Minister. Dark Ministry Ghost Doctor. Bai Sihai pays his respects to the Vice Minister. Dark Ministry Nightmare. Willow Burgundy Red pays her respects to the Vice Minister. For a while, except for Fong Wentian, each and every one of them bowed to Su Xiaokun. It made Su Xiaokun a little helpless. Good. You few old things, you're hiding deep enough. The 3 of them smiled at each other. Ha ha, it's true that the wind and water have changed. Little Kunzi shifted. Surprisingly, he's become our top man. Yin Hongxue said with a big grin. Not a care in the world. And what about the other 4? Su Xiaokun asked. Oh, those 4 are, respectively, the Commander-in-Chief in charge of the Chinese military region, Wang Zitian, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Dongfang Shang, Chen Yanwu of the Martial Dao Ruling Institute, and Wu Changfeng, who has been in hiding. These people, only Wang Zitian and Dongfang Shang, Su Xiaokun had seen on TV. As for this Martial Judgment Institute, it was also the first time Su Xiaokun had heard of it. When he saw Su Xiaokun's doubt, Lu Liang continued. The Martial Judgment Institute is an organization that is officially in charge of martial artists, and the Private Martial Artists Association is organized by the private martial artists themselves. Speaking here, LV Liang glanced at Su Xiaokun. You kid, be careful if you leave the dark prison. What do you mean? Su Xiaokun looked at Lu Liang suspiciously. What do you mean? It wasn't you who killed Lin Tianhe's brother, Lin Tianfeng. Looking all over the world for you right now, Lu Liang said somewhat breathlessly. Having just seen Su Xiaokun's profile at first, Lu Liang was also extremely confused. Because this kid, he's either killing or on his way to killing. It's like an addiction. It was then that Su Xiaokun remembered that when the Bai family was exterminated, there was a man who said that his elder brother was Lin Tianhe, and it's also the president of the Martial Arts Association. By the way, you've only just entered the Sovereign Realm, while Lin Tianhe has already been famous in the Sovereign Realm for a long time. I think you'd better be careful and avoid him for now, Lu Liang persuaded. But for Su Xiaotian, hiding was definitely not his character. As for Lin Tianhe who dared to seek himself out, then killing was the way to go. However, Su Xiaokun still looked at Bai Sihai. That, Master Bai, you're not angry that I wiped out your Bai family, are you? Bai Sihai was also somewhat speechless. Why are you telling me when you've extinguished it all? But still said, if the white family is destroyed, then it's destroyed. I got a family at first just out of spontaneity. Their deaths are not my concern, Bai Sihai said without a care in the world. In fact, for them, the secular family no longer mattered. The quest is higher. For example, everlasting life. It is said that when one breaks through to the earth immortal realm, one has a lifespan of 1,000 years. That's why they're willingly working for China. Because the Walpo will pour resources into them. Taking a step back, if Su Xiaokun could reach that legendary earth immortal realm, and these people will not be forgotten. And the biggest taboo for martial artists is to be worldly. Because the lifespan of a martial artist is much higher than that of an ordinary person. Emotions are almost non-existent for them. Of course, if they were the same martial artist, that would be a different story. After chatting with a few people for a while, Lu Liang hurriedly left, and Su Xiaokun had a goal in mind. With Luo Li's help, Su Xiaokun also made a general count. There are roughly 218 Huanjin powerhouses. There are more than 600 internal strength powerhouses. The rest were almost all external strength powerhouses. After organizing the people, Su Xiaokun left behind 100 Huanjing powerhouses to send to the imperial capital Su family. After all, the Su family was too weak right now, with only himself and Luo Li being martial artists. And with these 100 Huanjing powerhouses moving in, the era of the Su family had completely come to an end. The remaining tens of thousands of people were divided equally among these 118 Huanjing powerhouses to lead them. Through the connection between Luo Tianxian and the Korakuchi group, silently more than 86,000 criminals. The unification was transferred to the Sakura country, and the Korakuchis never dreamed that their decision to this. Surprisingly, it brought about the destruction of the Sakura country. Having arranged everything, Su Xiaokun, the four masters, the deadbeat followed Su Xiaokun back to the Su family estate. It's all confidential. Of course, after all, the Su family had 4 more patriarchs, and 100 harmonization powerhouses, all at once. Even an ancient martial arts family would have to weigh in. With the addition of Su Xiaokun, the Su family now has a full complement of 5 grandmasters, as well as 101 Huanjin powerhouses, and that 01 is Luo Li. Luo Li had successfully broken through to Huanjing with the help of the 4 masters. Now it could be said that the strength of the Su family was no weaker than some ancient martial arts families. Of course these were all tacitly authorized by China. After all, these 5 patriarchs could all be China's own people, and the dark sect has a total of 10 grandmasters, directly comparable to the top ancient martial arts clans. It was also China's attempt to check and balance these ancient martial arts families, which were too powerful after all. It's a good thing that Sojourners is bigger. Even if there were 1,000 more people, it wouldn't seem crowded, let alone this mere 100 or so. These criminals, though out of the dark prison and back to freedom, but with Su Xiaokun here, they didn't dare to be too reckless, honestly stayed in the sojourn. When Su Xiaokun returned to the Su family on the 3rd day, Lin Tianhe then sent someone to send a letter of war. It was agreed that the showdown would take place a week later at Sunset Mountain, at the top of the country of China. Sunset Mountain, the first high mountain in China, and a famous scenic spot. But the highest part of Sunset Mountain is closed off and no one is allowed to enter. And at the top of this was the dueling platform that China had set up specifically for martial artists. This week, on the other hand, Su Xiaokun didn't have much to do, except to consolidate his own cultivation. It's just practicing with Luo Li. However, Su Xiaokun realized that as long as he cultivated with Luo Li, then his own cultivation would automatically be consolidated. It can be consolidated faster than one's own cultivation. This was something that made Su Xiaokun ecstatic. Hubby, why don't we have a baby? Luo Li was lying in Su Xiaokun's arms, and that lazy body was obviously just after practicing. The slightest beads of sweat were still hanging on his body. That slender jade finger drew circles back and forth on Su Xiaokun's chest. Su Xiaokun also took a deep breath. After all, the two had been together for a long time, and it was time to give Luo Li a name. But Su Xiaokun was still thinking about Chu Qingyi. After all, Chu Qingyi was still waiting for him in Kunlun. Wait a little longer. Su Xiaokun patted Luo Li's shoulder. Is it because of Sister Qingyi? Luo Li also knew what was in Su Xiaokun's mind. Well, I want to marry you all together when I meet Qingyi then. Chapter 63, The Decisive Battle. The week passed quickly as time went by. This battle can be gimmicky. The youngest patriarch ever to take on the president of the Martial Artists Association. You know it takes more than just this absolute strength to become the president of the Martial Artist Association. All the more reason to have this certain mind. And this time, Lin Tianhe was determined to kill Su Xiaokun. After all, the current Su Xiaokun had already become a threat to him. Not only did he kill his own brother, but Su Xiaokun's reputation is just too big right now. Even Lin Tianhe, who was the president, was already somewhat unable to suppress the martial artists. It was just the right time to take this opportunity for Lin Tianhe to frantically proclaim it everywhere. For a while, martial artists from near and far were heading towards the top of Sunset Mountain. Even the ancient martial arts clans had sent out quite a few martial artists of the younger generation to watch the battle. After all, great battles in the Sovereign Realm were quite rare, and by the time they reached the Sovereign Realm, it had almost amounted to invincibility in the mortal world. And Su Xiaokun's side also intends to take this opportunity to directly use this opportunity to completely rise the Su family. With more than 100 people in tow, he set off towards the top of Sunset Mountain. However, when they had just walked here, they realized that at this moment, the top of Sunset Mountain had long been overcrowded, except for an old man standing on the dueling platform. No one dared to step forward. Su Xiaokun came here this time originally intending to make a name for himself, so he didn't hide it. The breath in his body instantly exploded. The people in the way were immediately shaken away, just as the road blocker wanted to say something. For more auras of the Sovereign Realm suddenly erupted, instantly frozen in place. That wasn't all. The strength of the remaining 101 harmonization strengths also violently erupted out. At once, a vacuum area was formed where Su Xiaokun and the others were. Holy, this age should be that rumored Su Xiaokun, right? I didn't expect that. I thought it was blowing awesome. So this son really does have the strength of a grandmaster. This Su family is too strong, right? Surprisingly, there isn't a single person under Huanjing. I'm afraid that even the old families can't compare to this kind of lineup. For a while the crowd was shocked as they looked at Su Xiaokun's team. And Lin Tianhe on the battle stage also looked towards Su Xiaokun. When he sensed that he was only at the beginner's level, Lin Tianhe had a disdainful look on his face. Kid, I guess you're Su Xiaokun. Since you killed my brother, a life for a life is okay, right? Lin Tianhe looked at Su Xiaokun in a condescending manner. Su Xiaokun indifferently glanced at Lin Tianhe. Oh, no problem. Just wondering, if you get killed by me, will there still be a big brother out there? Su Xiaokun mocked. You, kid, the hour is up. Come up and die. Su Xiaokun didn't talk nonsense. His foot stepped on the air as if he were stepping on a step. One step into the air. That look forced the paradigm. Even the martial artists on the side who were about the same age had little stars in their eyes. Because this is a unique masterpiece of the patriarch. The step in the air. Lin Tianhe was somewhat speechless. His heart darkened. This kid is too damn good at pretending. I should have known I'd come later. I didn't think I'd make it early. But the pussy was loaded by Su Xiaokun. Do you think Su Xiaokun can win? I think it's hard enough. After all, this Lin Tianhe has been famous in the sovereign realm for a long time. I estimate that right now, he is at least in the middle, if not late, stages of the sovereign realm. And although this Su Xiaokun is the youngest Zongshi in history, he has only just entered the Zongshi after all. There's almost no chance of winning. A cadre of people analyzed the strength of the two. I don't think so. A young man in his 30s or so looked at the two on the stage. You should know that this Su Xiaokun is the pinnacle of the younger generation. By virtue of reaching the sovereign realm at the age of 26, there must be quite a few cards in his hand. So young, you can think with your ass that there's definitely support behind it. How could it be possible to allow such a genius to fall? Well, makes sense. The crowd then looked at the two men preparing to face off. Kid, such a high profile, be careful of losing too much later. Lin Tianhe looked at Su Xiaokun with dissatisfaction, while Su Xiaokun didn't care, but stepped into the air step by step. Although he consumed a lot of internal energy, but at least this be he's going to play it round. Su Xiaokun then took out a gold post from his bosom and threw it directly at Lin Tianhe. Sign it, old man. Whoever dares to flee will surely be laughed at for 10,000 years. Lin Tianhe took the golden post. Life and death. Lin Tianhe was slightly stunned, not expecting Su Xiaokun to do such a great job. I'm afraid one of us is bound to die in this battle. But Lin Tianhe didn't take it to heart, and with a wave of his hand, he directly signed his name. It was then thrown on top of the stone monument on the side of the dueling platform. The three big words in hot gold had caused the watching crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. You know, once you sign a life and death contract, it will be irreversible. Even if you have the life to escape, then this patriarch will have to remain anonymous in the future. Seeing Lin Tianhe sign his name, Su Xiaokun also carried the pretense to the extreme. With a direct finger in the air and an outward release of internal force, he also signed his name on the life and death certificate. Then his head tilted and a golden needle fell into his hand. In the next second of silence in his heart, the golden needle suddenly turned into a 2-meter long rod. Asterisk asterisk. You're the Monkey King. Why are there even weapons? The people below were a bit confused. Su Xiaokun didn't care about the words of these people, but stared at Lin Tianhe. Old man. Start. Su Xiaokun then took the lead and smashed directly towards Lin Tianhe with the Pandragon stick in his hand. Lin Tianhe froze slightly and took out a large ring sword from behind his back. Instantly blocked Su Xiaokun's stick. After just a slight test, Lin Tianhe had a judgment in his heart. The corner of his mouth smiled slightly. Kid, leave your life behind today. Then Lin Tianhe raised his great ring sword and mouthed. Yen chopping 13 blades. In a flash, Lin Tianhe pulled the great ring sword in his hand out into the air. 13 blade ons appeared in the space, one after the other, chopping towards Su Xiaokun. Asterisk asterisk. Vile. This old man doesn't speak of martial virtues. Surprisingly, he came up and used his famous stance. Even if we win, we won't win. The spectators below obviously recognized this martial skill, and one by one, they fought for Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun smiled faintly. Famous technique? Just in time. The moment of pretense has arrived. Beat the dog with 13 sticks. Su Xiaokun followed Lin Tianhe's example, and 13 stick silhouettes immediately appeared in space. It directly greeted Lin Tianhe's 13 blades. Lin Tianhe was surprised in his heart. Asterisk asterisk. Kid, you learn from me? Because Su Xiaokun's martial arts skills, that really learns in a decent way not to miss a beat. Humph. Vain. Dang. A blade against a stick. The stick blocking the blade. As the 13 blades fell, Su Xiaokun's 13 sticks also dissipated into the air. Chapter 64 Lin Tianhe explodes. Su Xiaokun's life and death unknown. Seeing this moment, Lin Tianhe violently stormed. A loud cry escaped his mouth. 13 blades to 1. Then with both hands holding his sword, a giant projection appeared from behind Lin Tianhe's back. And, holding a giant large ring blade in his hand, he slashed towards Su Xiaokun. Patriarch's unique skill. Incarnation. So would I, old man. In terms of actual combat experience, Fong Wentian was the first in the world, incarnating outside of his body and visualizing his dharma. Of course it was all imparted to Su Xiaokun, a brat who had just entered the clan. Otherwise, by Su Xiaokun's own fumbling, how to take a year and a half. That's the beauty of a strong teacher. Only a slight movement of Su Xiaokun's figure was seen. A nearly 100-meter tall ape silhouette appeared in the space behind him, holding a golden stick in his hand. Greeting the huge silhouette behind Lin Tianhe whirled his stick to directly confront him. Lin Tianhe was slightly shocked, not expecting Su Xiaokun to even know this move. But there was no time to think about it, because Su Xiaokun's figure was already approaching Lin Tianhe. Holding the pan-dragon stick in his hand, he swung it wildly towards Lin Tianhe, completely without any rules. It can't be helped. Who let Su Xiaokun not have any martial arts skills to take advantage of? One could only rely on his cultivation to smash away with one stick after another. Lin Tianhe raised his sword to resist, slightly losing the battle at this moment. Lin Tianhe cracked his mouth. Asterisk. Little Thane. What the kind of stickwork is that? Lin Tianhe couldn't figure out the trajectory of the stick at all, and in a moment of inattention, the Lumpy took a solid hit. The figure flew backwards, looking angrily at Su Xiaokun. Oh, this is the chaotic stick beating dog, which I created myself. Although the two stopped, the two huge phantoms in the void faced each other ferociously. In particular, the giant ape incarnated by Su Xiaokun was just like a second-rate, holding up a stick and smothering it, not caring in the slightest about the blade awnings that landed on his body. It's a total fight for your life. Extremely vicious. Asterisk. Lin Tianhe looked at this scene with disbelief. His own embodied avatar was actually being pressed at this moment, and even his figure was somewhat much thinner. A mouthful of old blood spurted out. Obviously, if the out-of-body incarnation was injured, Lin Tianhe would be injured along with it. Of course at this moment Su Xiaokun wasn't feeling so good either. Stiffly, he swallowed back the blood that was about to spurt out of his mouth. Because he can't throw up, he's going to fake it to the end. Old man, it looks like you're not going to make it. It's my turn to strike this time. In the next moment, Su Xiaokun waved the pan-long stick in his hand and a huge Taiji diagram was drawn directly in the air. 1 transforms into 2, 2 transforms into 3, and 3 transforms into everything. Taiji 2E diagram. Su Xiaokun drank lowly under his breath. That Tai Chi diagram was also painted and completed. It enveloped the entire sky in an instant. It smashed towards Lin Tianhe's out-of-body incarnation. And Su Xiaokun's incarnation looked at Su Xiaokun with that huge head lowered. A wry smile followed. Holding that huge disc dragon stick in his hand, it suddenly began to grow, reaching a length of 1,000 meters in an instant. He raised it high, and with the Taijita's vicious stick, it smashed toward Lin Tianhe's incarnation. As for Lin Tianhe, all of his energies were focused on his out-of-body incarnation at the moment. After all, once the incarnation was shattered, then Lin Tianhe also faced serious injuries. Su Xiaokun, however, doesn't care about this, taking advantage of your illness. His body violently erupted with the aura of that patriarch, and he violently leapt into the air. It happened to overlap with the giant ape. Die, old man. The wind was so fierce that even the people watching the battle were caught in the waves and blown around. Those who didn't have the strength of a sovereign were blown to the ground one by one. You have to know that this is just the aftermath. One could imagine just how terrifying that real attack was. Is this the strength of the sovereign realm? I guess the gods are just like that, aren't they? The shocked crowd below lamented in their hearts that this trip had been worth it. Lin Tianhe was also shocked for a long time. As the attack was about to arrive, Lin Tianhe violently erupted with his full strength, and that late stage of the sovereign realm's strength was unmistakable. Asterisk. This old man has actually reached the late stage of the sovereign. Fong Wentian looked at Lin Tianhe with cold eyes, obviously not expecting that either. This old thing was surprisingly so strong. Kid, I'll let you know today the difference between late stage and early stage. Lin Tianhe also leapt up at this moment, instantly becoming one with his avatar. Raising his large ring sword, he met them. As soon as the Zhongshe realm powerhouses who were present to observe the battle saw this type of situation, their brows immediately furrowed. Straight away all of the clerics had their internal energy released, nodded to each other, and in an instant a great shield was formed that, protecting everyone in it. After doing this, the two people in the sky attacked one after another. Boom! Su Xiaokun's coiled dragon stick ruthlessly smashed on top of the great ring blade. At this moment the two great shadows were also in a deadly competition, and that huge energy fluctuation, which directly shields the protective shield made up of dozens of patriarchs below. A crack was shaken out. At this time, the entire heaven and earth trembled with it. Like an earthquake, the birds and beasts in the mountains and forests fled in all directions. After a stalemate of roughly a quarter of an hour, Lin Tianhe's silhouette gradually faded. The large sword in the hands of that shadowy figure also began to show cracks and finally turned into nothingness. And when Su Xiaokun's silhouette saw this scene, it directly raised its giant stick once again and it smashed down hard towards Lin Tianhe's silhouette. In an instant, Lin Tianhe's silhouette was smashed apart alive. Lin Tianhe was also overwhelmed and a mouthful of blood gushed out. The body flew backwards and slammed hard onto the dueling platform. When Su Xiaokun saw this scene, he was also gasping for air, because the quarter-hour competition just now was all about exertion. However, it was good that the pan-dragon stick in Su Xiaokun's hand was not known to be a weapon of any level. It hardened and dispersed Lin Tianhe's virtual shadow. Otherwise the one who falls will be Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun then withdrew his virtual shadow. Carrying the coiled dragon stick, he stepped down step by step through space towards Lin Tianhe. Even if it is a strong crossbow, then the pussy that should be pretended is still to be pretended. When Su Xiaokun walked to Lin Tianhe's side, he looked at the dying Lin Tianhe and said disdainfully, "Old man, aren't you strong? Aren't you in the late stage of the clan? How is it that you can't even compare to me, a first-time clan master?" Hearing Su Xiaokun's mockery, Lin Tianhe spat out another mouthful of old blood. "You have the balls to make another date." Lin Tianhe's heart was unwilling, obviously not wanting to die. "On a date? Do you think the life and death certificate is a fake to sign?" Su Xiaokun also didn't give Lin Tianhe a chance, raising his pan-long stick and smashing it towards Lin Tianhe's head. Since you want me to die, then you die too." In the next moment, Lin Tianhe unexpectedly chose to explode himself. Fang Wendian was furious in his heart, just about to step forward. It was then sent flying by a huge explosion, and the shield was reduced to dust in this explosion. That huge aftershock instantly blew up those with weak cultivation, all together. On the other hand, Su Xiaokun, who was closest to Lin Tianhe, lived or died and disappeared into the dueling stage. Chapter 65 Su Xiaokun's dantian was destroyed and his cultivation was lost. When the smoke cleared and the dueling platforms had been blown up, not to mention the silhouettes, not even a splinter, Luoli was vibrated out by the aftershocks, but with Yin Hongshue's protection, she was only slightly injured. Upon seeing the miserable dueling stage, Luoli broke down. "No, honey." Luoli looked at the disappearing silhouette as tears slid down her face. Ignoring the crowd, he ran straight to the dueling platform. No way. You're not going to die. Honey, you're the strongest." Luoli used those white fingers to frantically dig into the surrounding rocks. Over and over again, he dug into every corner of the dueling platform, muttering under his breath, "Honey, come on out. I'm not forcing you to get married. You get out of there. Don't leave me." At this moment, Luoli was just like crazy, while Fang Wentian and the others wanted to go up one after another to stop them, but she was stopped by Yin Hongxue. After all, in the face of her man's disappearance, even death, it all needs to come out on its own. Otherwise you will be wallowing in misery for the rest of your life. However, Fang Wentian didn't think that Su Xiaokun had died just like that. Although a patriarch's self-destruction, even he himself might not be able to survive if he met it head-on. But Fang Wentian just had strong confidence in Su Xiaokun. In this battle, Su Xiaokun became famous, but due to Su Xiaokun's disappearance, China also sent out search troops to search for the Su Xiaokun. For 3 days in a row, Luoli searched every corner of Sunset Mountain in a deadly manner. And because of the disappearance of Su Xiaokun, the open tourist area of Sunset Mountain, it was completely blocked off to outsiders. The casualties were counted at the state and were also shocked by the realities of the situation. Lin Tianhe blew himself up, surprisingly killing over 1,000 martial artists below the inner strength. Even those above the inner strength died by the dozens. However, none of Su Xiaokun's 100 or so men were injured. It was only because there were 4 great masters who had taken action at the same time that they were spared. Although some ancient martial arts clans were eyeing the Su family, but even if that was the case, they were still watching from the other side of the fence. After all, there was no doubt about the Su family's heritage. At this time an extremely dark space, a youth was tattered and his body was a bloody mess, but his breathing was relatively steady. "I can't imagine that I can still be alive after such a serious injury. and this youth was Su Xiaokun, who was blown away. At this time, Su Xiaokun was still in a coma, but the body was being slowly repaired by that strong cultivation. Lin Tian's self-explosion tore apart space, and it was in such a moment that Su Xiaokun, who was seriously injured, discovered the spatial crack that, no hesitation in drilling, that's what saved a life. Time did not know how long had passed before Su Xiaokun awoke from his coma. Looking around at the pitch blackness, it took a long time to slow down and regain his vision. Feeling the cultivation that was about to be depleted within his body, he smiled helplessly, because most of the cultivation was absorbed by the body autonomously and used to recover. I wanted to get up and meditate to restore my cultivation, but Su Xiaokun realized that one's own dantian was unexpectedly unable to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. But there was indeed an incomparably large amount of aura around here. After absorbing it several times to no avail, Su Xiaokun finally discovered a terrible problem. That is, one's dantian was surprisingly broken. When the aura had been converted into internal force and run through the body for a week, the internal force, which should have sunk into the dantian, surprisingly, it flowed out along the broken dantian. This made Su Xiaokun annoyed. Once Su Xiaokun lost his cultivation, if the outside world knew about it, then there's a good chance you'll be rounded up. After all, there must be a secret to reaching the sovereign realm at such a young age. In case it was found out about Luoli, Su Xiaokun didn't dare to think about it. No, why is that? The unbelieving Su Xiaokun practiced over and over again. However, at the end of the day, the internal energy in the dantian still emanated. Just like this, Su Xiaokun was tirelessly and frantically cultivating. It wasn't until a ray of sunlight shone on Su Xiaokun's face, which made Su Xiaokun recognize reality. I lost my cultivation. Su Xiaokun's eyes were lifeless, but even without his cultivation, but at least the body was still the body of the sovereign realm. After all, having been baptized by the thunderbolt, it would be difficult to injure it under the sovereign. It couldn't be helped that Su Xiaokun knew too little about martial artists, knowing even less about sovereigns. I didn't expect that when they reached the sovereign realm, they could even self-destruct. Otherwise, Su Xiaokun wouldn't have talked nonsense to Lin Tianhe, but would have directly beheaded him on the spot. There would be no such thing, but there is no medicine for regret in the world. Even now Su Xiaokun's intestines are remorseful. It doesn't help. I think, people are going crazy trying to find me now. Luoli, are you okay? Su Xiaokun shook his head helplessly. Old man Fong, if it were you, what would you do? Xingyi, will I ever see you again? Su Xiaokun has lost his old style. In the old days, God blocked the way to kill God, Buddha blocked the way to kill Buddha, and now that it's become a waste, it's hard for anyone to accept it for a while. Dad, Mom, what should I do? Su Xiaokun looked at the dark cave and was a bit obsessed. Then he got up and walked toward the glimmer of light outside the cave. And the pan-dragon stick was also thrown in the cave by Su Xiaokun. The light also dimmed, perhaps sensing the dishevelment of its owner. That speck of rust began to grow. It was as quiet as scrap metal stuck in the ground. The first battle of the sovereign masters ended with one dead and one wasted. When Su Xiaokun stepped out of the cave, the warm sunlight sprinkled on his face, but the eyes were disheveled. Looking around, I realized that this was no longer Sunset Mountain. As for where it was, Su Xiaokun didn't care. Then dragging his tired body, he headed for a running creek. Looking at the reflection in the water, a scene from the history of the scene floated in front of my eyes like a slideshow. Bullying at age 6, murder in a reformatory, and 20 years in a dark prison are like a dream. Yeah, it's time for the dream to wake up. Maybe I should have died 20 years ago. Su Xiaokun looked at himself in the water and ruthlessly slapped his palm on top of the reflection. There was a splash. When the water calms down, Su Xiaokun's own figure, on the other hand, turned into the scene when he met Chu Qingyi for the first time. That head full of white hair. The roots tickled Su Xiaokun's heartstrings. There is the joy of a long goodbye and the sadness of parting. In the next instant, the reflection turned into Luo Li's appearance. The beauty of the first meeting, the willingness to sell her body for her mother's cure. For the first time, I saw Su Xiaokun kill the body that trembled with fear. The first outbreak of pure lust. Accompanied himself everywhere and never had any complaints. All the scenes made Su Xiaokun slowly come to his senses. Yeah, this is not a dream. I still have my love. I still have my master. I'm not alone. Chapter 66, The Mysterious Small World. Su Xiaokun's eyes gradually took on color. I still have to break through to that earth immortal realm to save Fong Wendian. I still have to go to that Kunlun to look for Chu Qingyi. And I'm going to give the two of them the most perfect wedding ever. Su Xiaokun in this moment of decadence completely awakened. He has too many things to take on. And he's not alone. He has many people behind him who care about him. He can't fall. Thank you. Su Xiaokun's eyes were filled with fighting spirit at this moment. It was back to the unbeatable him. The reflection in the water also turned into Su Xiaokun's bald appearance. A touch of baldness followed. Asterisk asterisk. At least I'm still the body of a patriarch. If you want to deal with me, you can try. Su Xiaokun straightened his back and looked into the distance like a javelin. Powerful conviction took over the whole body once again. Wait. Far away? Is there a ing far sight here? Su Xiaokun looked at the place less than 100 meters in front of him. There are layers of thunder and lightning. And the wind has materialized. Like knives fighting with lightning nonstop. It was like reaching for the sky. Su Xiaokun didn't know that this phenomenon was actually spatial turbulence. And the area in front of him, Su Xiaokun clearly felt fear. He was inwardly convinced that if he went into that unknown region of the body will immediately be crushed without even a crumb left. Su Xiaokun shivered coldly. And only then did he look around carefully. This place is probably less than 100 acres. There was spatial turbulence all around. And only this place within 100 meters was safe. Upon seeing that there was a thatched hut on the edge of the small hoe and that smoke was curling up from the cooking, it was only then that he approached the thatched hut. However, Su Xiaokun did not enter the room in the first place. Instead, they circled around the thatched cottage. Upon seeing the two graves erected behind the thatched hut, Su Xiaokun was a bit nonplussed. Only a few large words were engraved on the tombstone, making Su Xiaokun feel like he was still in a dream. The Tomb of the Yellow Emperor. Tomb of the Imperial Mother. Holy, what kind of international joke are you playing, big brother? The Yellow Emperor? That's a figure from ancient myths and legends. The generation of great emperors who hold the Regulus sword and kill Chiyu with their hands. Do you have to make things up so much to write a tombstone? Su Xiaokun obviously did not believe that this tomb was the tomb of the Yellow Emperor. After all, that's just myth and legend. But coming to someone's place, still respectfully, he knelt down to the two tombstones. 3 hard kowtows. There is no intention of offending your precious land. I hope the 2 seniors will pardon me. Su Xiaokun kowtowed earnestly, but just after the 3rd kowtow, suddenly 2 stone pillars unexpectedly rose in front of the 2 tombstones, and on top of the stone pillars were placed 2 wooden boxes. The ancient flavor, at a glance, was age-old. Su Xiaokun got up and froze for a while before he took the wooden box in his hands. When the hand first touched the wooden box, a ray of light immediately entered Su Xiaokun's mind, and Su Xiaokun's eyes turned hollow. The deepest part of consciousness. Surprisingly, there was a top man erected, wearing golden armor and holding a golden holy sword, looking at Su Xiaokun in front of him. Little one, congratulations on finding my little world. I am the Yellow Emperor, but of course you can call me by my other name, Regulus the Great. I am originally a spirit body and cannot speak to you, so listen to me. To be able to find this small world, your luck is one aspect, and your strength is even more so, because my little world is hidden in spatial turbulence. It's impossible for someone with low strength to look for it. In fact, the Yellow Emperor didn't know that Su Xiaokun was lucky against all odds. That's how he just happened to come across this small world when he entered the spatial rift. Otherwise, with Su Xiaokun's sovereign realm, a turbulent current would be enough to turn Su Xiaokun into dust. I am the first great emperor of the human race, Emperor Xian Yuan. In the great battle with Chiyu, although Rayon and I eventually sealed Chiyu, but we are already seriously injured. Shortly after opening this small world, he died. Since you were able to find me, I will give you my inheritance right here. I hope you take my legacy with you and completely destroy Chiyu, because in the beginning, I just sealed Chiyu and used all the energy of this star. That's what made it work. So far, let this planet come into the end times, and sooner or later, my seal will be broken by Chiyu. So, little one, please, after you've gotten my inheritance, when she unseals it, it can completely kill it. At that time, this star will also revive and return to its ancient glory. Speaking of this, Emperor Xian Yuan sighed. There was a lot of resignation in that look. Oh yeah, if you want to inherit my legacy, then you have to dissipate your own cultivation. Otherwise it will be rejected by my legacy. After saying these words, Emperor Xuan Yuan's figure began to dissipate and the space of consciousness began to collapse. Su Xiaokun also returned to his body. The shock within his heart could not be calmed for a long time. You know, this is a real ancient god. Legendary characters. Surprisingly real, even if Su Xiaokun was mentally prepared for it. It was also deeply shocking. But the most shocking thing is that the Chiyu even has the possibility of resurrection. After a long time, Su Xiaokun returned to the thatched hut holding the 2 boxes. Only then did he open the box of Regulus. A simple and ancient gongfu was lying peacefully in the box. Originally, Su Xiaokun didn't recognize the font on it either. But for Su Xiaokun too, as long as it's a treasure, the drop of blood is done. When the blood just dripped on top of this gongfu, This gongfu unexpectedly turned into a stream of light and entered Su Xiaokun's mind. Regulus Yellow Emperor technique. Just as Su Xiaokun was studying the gongfu, the Yellow Emperor's voice came again. Congratulations, little one, on receiving my legacy. You can safely cultivate in this place because the flow of time in this place is very slow. Cultivating for a year in this small world, that's only one day that has passed for the outside world. Of course, to get out of here, all you have to do is break up this thatched hut. Then you can return to the real world. Inside the chest I left my space ring, and there's something else in here that, guess you could use it. It can't be helped. During the battle against Qiyu, all my magic treasures were used up. And of course Regulus. After saying these words, a generation of human emperors completely dissipated into the small world. All there is that circulating myth. Su Xiaokun picked up the space ring placed in the wooden box and dropped a drop of blood to recognize the owner. At once a party of space appeared in Su Xiaokun's mind. The size of the space made Su Xiaokun a little confused as well. As far as the eye could see, it was the size of a planet. In fact, what Su Xiaokun didn't know was that this spatial ring was precisely a star refined. Chapter 67, Repair of the Dantian. There were some pills, herbs and other items scattered in the space. There was also an ancient book. Su Xiaokun took out and looked at it. This book was nothing special. It was an alchemy book, and along with it, there was a relatively ancient alchemy furnace. After reading it, Su Xiaokun then opened the other box, like the Yellow Emperor's chest, which contained a gongfu, and a key that I don't know what it does. As for the gong method, it is only suitable for women to cultivate. So he just stopped caring and put it away in the middle of the space ring. When checking out the Xian Yuan Yellow Emperor's secret, Su Xiaokun realized that the cultivation system in here was completely different from what one perceived. Qi refining stage, foundation building stage, Jindan stage, Yuaning stage, and transition stage. Through the introduction to the inside, Su Xiaokun knew a rough idea. The Jindan stage is equivalent to the Sect Master realm, while the Yuaning stage is equivalent to the Earth Immortal realm. Of course the transitional succession stage had completely surpassed Su Xiaokun's cognition. As for whether there were any realms behind, at this moment, Su Xiaokun could not see it. It seemed to be sealed by some kind of power, and it was estimated that one could only view the contents behind it by reaching the appropriate realm. The martial artists in the secular world cultivate their internal strength. On the other hand, the Xian Yuan Yellow Emperor technique that Su Xiaokun was cultivating at this time was spiritual power. In contrast, internal energy was disorganized, while spiritual energy was the purest energy. The two are worlds apart. It's as if, no matter how much a martial artist cultivates, that's just a powerful martial artist in the end. The end is still a pile of yellow earth, and cultivating spiritual power, that's the same as opening the door to the immortal cultivation realm. And once you reach the transition stage, that would mean having an eternal lifespan, and it's not too much to say that it's a long life. Seeing this, Su Xiaokun was also in shock unrivaled. Now that I think about it, what I practiced before was like a load of lost as a treasure. Cultivating the Xian Yuan Yellow Emperor technique required the support of aura before one could cultivate successfully. However, it was good that the aura of this small world was still relatively abundant. As for what realm Su Xiaokun could cultivate to, he did not know. Su Xiaokun then calmed down and adjusted to his best state, and then followed the Xian Yuan Yellow Emperor technique to cultivate. Sitting cross-legged, holding on to the unity of the body, the aura was absorbed in the whole body, and after traveling for a week, it was converged into the Dantian, converted into spiritual energy for the party's own use. Although Su Xiaokun's Dantian had been broken, but this time, after transforming the aura into spiritual energy, that broken Dantian also began to be repaired little by little. This made Su Xiaokun's mood a little brighter. After all, a year of cultivation here would only top a day outside. Perhaps it was because of the cultivation technique. Su Xiaokun was no longer hungry, fully engaged in the cultivation of. As for Luoli in the outside world, she still hadn't given up looking for Su Xiaokun's footprints. All day long, he washed his face with tears, and there were times when even Fang Qitian suspected that is Su Xiaokun really dead? Otherwise it would have been time to come back after so many days. After a year of time in the small world, Su Xiaokun finally repaired the broken Dantian as much as he could. From this moment on, he also formally entered the ranks of immortal cultivation. The moment the Dantian is repaired, Su Xiaokun realized that the speed at which he absorbed the aura had actually become faster. The Xian Yuan Yellow Emperor technique also became smoother, and his cultivation level was steadily rising. Surprisingly, it was even faster than when he had just practiced. After searching for a long time, Luoli didn't know whether she had thought about it or had given up. Back in the middle of the Su family estate, for 3 days in a row, he locked himself in the house without a drop of water. Yin Hongxue wanted to break the door several times, but she was afraid of seeing the disheveled Luo Li. So felt that there was no danger to his life, and stood by in silence. Of course Fong Wentian wasn't idle, constantly investigating the Martial Artist Association, including whether or not Lin Tianhe still had remnants surviving and wanted to exterminate them one by one. It wasn't until the evening of the third day that Luo Li quietly found Fong Wentian. Elder Fong, I wonder how the Martial Artist Association's investigation is going. Luo Li no longer had her usual smiling face, and in its place was a face of ice and coldness, the breath of the living. Fong Wentian took out a document and placed it in front of Luo Li. Check it out. This Martial Artist Association isn't simple, and Lin Tianhe's background isn't simple either. After so many days of investigation, I realized that Lin Tianhe actually comes from an ancient martial arts family, the Lin family. Their family has a full complement of 7 Zhongshe realm powerhouses, and their old ancestor even has strength beyond the peak of the sovereign realm, commonly known as half-step earth immortal realm. With our strength, we can't fight it now. A murderous intent flashed in Luo Li's eyes. Nodding, he looked at the papers in his hands. After all, the Martial Artists Association is the property of the ancient martial arts Lin family. It was also an organization created to rule over secular martial artists. Their ambitions were extremely large, and their strength even exceeded that of the dark sections of China. As for what was brewing, there was no way of knowing. Elder Fong, I know that revenge is not urgent, so let's start with the Martial Artist Association first. Currently, the Martial Artist Association is without Lin Tianhe, and the strongest is merely the vice president, Lin Nan, the strength of an early Zhongshe. As long as you can keep him in check, those minions aren't worth mentioning. Luo Li looked at Fong Wentian. Fong Wentian also sighed heavily and shook his head helplessly, because he's the head of the Dark Division. He can't just strike out at secular martial artists at will. Even more so, he couldn't take a shot at the Lin family. After all, once the Lin family jumps over the wall, unless China uses large-scale nuclear weapons, otherwise, it will only end up being a lose-lose situation. Don't worry, even though I can't make a move, it's still possible to stop the other party from making a move. As for what you want to do, just let it go. You have the full support of us 4 old guys. After all, you don't belong to the dark sector, and the Kingdom of China doesn't have constraints on you. Luo Li nodded, knowing that this was the maximum Fong Wentian could do. Hubby, you wait and see. You must bless me in heaven to kill all these people. Luo Li's eyes contained determination. This one's for you, but remember, you must not use it until it's a matter of life and death, or you will perish. Fong Wentian placed a crimson-colored elixir in his palm, emitting a palpitating aura. Originally, Fong Wentian didn't want to give it, but Luo Li's heart died along with Su Xiaokun. Even if she didn't take out this elixir, Luo Li wouldn't give up on that idea of revenge. It is? Luo Li looked at the elixir. This is the Berserk Pill, which can instantly raise your strength to the sovereign realm, but the side effects are that the lighter ones lose all their cultivation and the heavier ones perish on the spot. Remember, this elixir only lasts for 20 minutes. Run away in 20 minutes whether you can beat it or not. Luo Li nodded and put away the elixir. At first, it was a headache how to deal with the powerhouses of the Zhongshe, but with the elixir this is all good. And of course Lori is no cutie pie. Even if we were to deal with the Martial Artists Association, it would have to be nibbled away at one by one. She was young and had plenty of time to take her time with them. Chapter 68 Top of Sunset. Luo Li's duel with a patriarch. During these few days, Luo Li and Luo Tianxiong, with 50 Huanjin inmates, a frantic attack was launched against the Martial Artist Association. As long as you don't get left behind, and if you do, you'll get a sea of beatings, or you'll be out of the Wushu Association from now on. It's either that or die. For a moment, the people of the Martial Artist Association were alarmed. After all, this group of people were too strong. Sovereigns don't come out, then they pretty much sweep. Although these prisoners are without the suppression of Su Xiaokun, but at least there are still 4 masters of the suppression. So one by one, they were also honestly following the command of Luo Li's siblings. It can't be helped. After all, if people didn't send out a sect master realm powerhouse, even Lin Nan wouldn't dare to make a sudden move, because he was also afraid of the 4 patriarchs behind that. However, even if Luo Li and the others were currently in the upper hand, but Lin Nan also began to recall exiled martial artists from all over the world. For a time, the entire imperial capital was surging with dark currents. A large number of strangers have poured into the empire. There are more than 70 strong people in the refinement realm here, but it still wasn't enough for Luo Li. Directly pouring out their nests, they once again dispersed the converging martial artists. Of course there are those with iron heads who swear allegiance to the Martial Artists Association. When a few people were decimated, one by one, they were also honest. Lin Nan was also anxious and scratching his ears. After all, if he was letting Luoli go crazy, I'm afraid the reputation of the Martial Artists Association will not be saved. Finally, after Luoli led her people to hit the gates of the Martial Artist Association, Lin Nan finally exploded, because he couldn't let the Martial Association die at his own hands, also risking the world. He actually launched a life and death battle against Luoli. The location was at the top of Sunset Mountain 10 days later. Luoli smiled slightly and looked at Lin Nan in front of her. Can't help it at last? Lin Nan's old face was red with anger. Stinky girl. You know that a patriarch died on Laozi's side as well. You are not the only ones who have suffered. We didn't seek revenge on you guys. But you're good. Blocking the door and bullying our people every day. Do you still want your face? Face? You mentioned face to me? Damn, you're late Zhongshe chairman. Challenging someone who just entered the Zhongshe with no regard for his face. Do you guys want a face? You old fool. Still with the strength of a Zhongshe. A life and death order against me. A woman of Huanjing? How dare you mention face to me? Lin Nan was scolded face green and purple. No way who let people say the truth. It's not like you can refute it yourself. Female child, don't try to show off your tongue. It's not good for anyone if it goes on like this. Just ask if you dare to sign a life and death contract. If you don't dare, take your men and get out. Stop yelling. Otherwise there will be a next time I'll personally strike and exterminate you little shrimps. Asterisk asterisk. Old thing. You think I wouldn't dare? Said Luoli directly took the life and death certificate and signed her name without a hint of hesitation. Remember, old thing. My name is Luoli. Su Xiaokun is my husband. I'm going to make your Martial Artist Association bury him with me. After saying that, Luoli walked out of the Martial Artist Association without looking back. Luo Tianxiong walked up the first time and asked with concern, "How's the talk going, old girl?" "It's fine. Suspend the attack on the Martial Artist Association for 10 days. 10 days later, enlist manpower to start the war on all fronts." Luoli's eyes flashed a hint of sinister. Even if she died, that doesn't spare the Martial Artists Association. Of course, Luoli didn't tell Luo Tianxiong about the life and death situation. Instead, he asked Luo Tianxiong to go to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom and recall his men. Luo Tianxiong was also excited. He hadn't been this hot-blooded in a long time. Of course, the matter of Luoli signing the life and death certificate could definitely not be hidden from Fong Wendian and the others. You ah. What a silly girl you are. You know Lin Nan, that's a patriarch. How could you challenge him? Yin Hongxue looked at the emaciated and much thinner Luoli with heartache, and did not know what to say. Don't worry Granny Yin. I will definitely kill him. Luoli didn't have the slightest worry in her eyes. And Su Xiaokun, who was in a small world of cultivation, not knowing in the slightest that Luoli outside was facing a life and death duel. And in this duel, Luoli, win or lose, will either lose all her cultivation or perish. Su Xiaokun also cultivated in the small world for 3 whole years. The current strength had also reached the foundation establishment stage, still cultivating frantically without stopping. It was because he knew that with the strength of the foundation establishment stage there was no use at all. It would take at least as long as it took to cultivate to Jindan to return to peak cultivation. Don't dare to slack off for a moment. Through the pills in the ring, Su Xiaokun discovered an infant breaking pill. As long as one reaches the late stage of Jindan and takes the infant breaking pill, one can directly enter the realm of Yuaning. It is also known as the earthy mortal realm in the secular world. The time to make a baby is the time to come out of the world. Luoli, Xing Yi, wait for me. Su Xiaokun exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. To say that it is not worried, that is false. After all, Luoli's nature. Su Xiaokun didn't understand, however. If he couldn't find himself, he would definitely find a way to take revenge on the Martial Artist Association. Then once again, he entered into cultivation. And Luoli wasn't idle, as the 4 teachers taught Luoli at the same time. Within these 10 days, he had hardened Luoli's cultivation and raised it to the late stage of Huanjing. But even so, it was still no match for the Sovereign Realm, because the Sovereign Realm was too strong. And it wasn't an empty claim that all under sovereigns were mole crickets. I was thinking of giving Luoli something to save her life. But nah, except for Fong Wendian. The good things of the remaining 3 were given to Su Xiaokun. Yin Hongxue had almost practiced herself into a severe ghost several times and gave it to Luoli to save her life. But Luoli didn't dare to do so, and persuaded bitterly. When he heard that Fong Wendian had given Luoli a berserker pill, he was relieved. After all, with the Berserk Dan, with the techniques of the 4 great masters, even if they could no longer allow Luoli to cultivate, that would at least save a life. It is also considered to give Su Xiaokun an explanation. 10 days passed in a flash. Luoli led the crowd towards the top of Sunset Mountain in droves. Only this time it's a different protagonist. I didn't realize that only less than half a month had passed. The top of the sunset had surprisingly witnessed another patriarchal battle. Only this time, it was Zhongshe fighting Huanjin. The Martial Artists Association had tried to keep the duel as secret as possible, as it was too humiliating, bullying the small with the big. But for all the broken mouths, there were no fewer people watching the battle this time than last time. Instead, more came. This caused Lin Nan's old face to flush with heat, because it was almost entirely taunted below, and could only be hardened. Pretending not to care, he stood on the dueling platform. The dueling platform, many days ago, has been repaired, just as it was. This Martial Artist Association is a ing disgrace. I'll turn around and cancel the Martial Artist Association. I can't afford to be ashamed of this. A Grandmaster realm. To give a life and death certificate to a Huanjin Jr. What a way to live to a dog's age. Chapter 69 Luo Li's Strongest Strike. That's it. Damn shame about such a great beauty. It seems to be rumored that it's also Su Xiaokun's daughter-in-law. AI. It's really pathetic. I didn't realize that the youngest patriarch in history. I can't believe it fell the way it did. There were those who lamented on the stage and those who cursed the Martial Artist Association. Right at this moment, Luo Li led the crowd over. While the crowd did not have the slightest bit of joy on their faces, all of them were hanging on with a touch of heaviness, and each of them stared angrily at Lin Nan on the battle stage. When the crowd saw Luo Li's appearance, they also consciously made a path, because to them, Luo Li avenging her husband's death was honorable. There was a huge difference in strength, but at least people dared to go on. Go Lori! I don't know who shouted first, and for a while, a sea of people were all cheering for Luo Li. Luo Li's eyes were dead set on Lin Nan, ignoring the words of the crowd. Have you really decided? If it's not too late to regret it, I'm sure no one will say anything about you. Fong Wentian, Yin Hongxue, and the others were still doing their final persuasion. I've decided and I don't regret it. Today he must die. Consider it my last contribution to my husband's departure. After saying that, Luo Li walked towards the dueling stage without looking back. The crowd followed suit, with a shake of the head and a sigh of relief. The four Fong Wentian then nodded to each other, making some sort of decision. Old thing. I'm coming. Luo Li made a dashing leap and jumped directly onto the dueling platform. Lin Nan also looked over, blushing her old face. Ahem. That one you could have not come. Lin Nan said. After all, facing so many people's insults, anyone's face could not hang. Oh, cut the crap. I'm here to take your dog's life today. All of you in the Martial Artist Association deserve to die. Even if my old lady dies, I'll also pull you as my back. Saying that, he directly pulled out a soft sword from his waist, which was also given to him by Fong Qitian. It was a personal weapon that had followed Fong Wentian in the battlefield for many years. The moment the soft sword was drawn, an internal force was instilled by Luo Li. The sword was straight and emitted a gurgling sword sound. Die, old man. Luo Li stabbed his sword at Lin Nan, and Lin Nan didn't dodge because he didn't feel the need to. And so it is. When the sword was just about to touch Lin Nan's body, it was suddenly clamped by two of Lin Nan's fingers. Difficult to advance a bit. You're no match for me. And if you're going to run away now, I'm not going to chase you. Lin Nan spoke again. Escape? Dream on. I told you, I'm here to take your life today. With that, he pulled out the Berserker Dan and swallowed it without hesitation. In an instant, Luo Li's aura began to climb. ***. You take forbidden drugs. Lin Nan was also startled and hurriedly let go of his sword and stepped back. This was because the aura that had erupted from Luo Li in just this instant was already no weaker than Lin Nan's. Looks like I underestimated you after all. I didn't realize you even had this forbidden drug. So let's begin. Lin Nan also took out his own battle sword. Since you want to take revenge, then you must have the realization of being killed. Lin Nan let out a low gulp under his breath and instantly charged towards Luo Li. Luo Li wasn't willing to show weakness either. Feeling the unprecedented energy in her body that was incomparably powerful, a burst of confidence. Falling flower sword technique. This swordsmanship was taught by Fong Wentian, and although the time of learning it was very short, Luo Li's intelligent mind that it has been practiced to a small degree, only to see Luo Li frantically waving her sword around. A rose made up of sword chi was pulled out in front of his body in a flash, and it looked beautiful. Go! Luo Li drank lowly under her breath. The rose with the sword aura immediately flew towards the attacking Lin Nan. Lin Nan froze slightly and bellowed under his breath. Chopper 1. A nearly 2-meter-long blade arrived instantly. It directly slammed into Luo Li's rose sword chi. As soon as the two touched, Luo Li's rose sword chi dissipated at a rapid pace. Lin Nan's blade awnings, on the other hand, had only dimmed just a bit. Die! Lin Nan shouted. ***. This Lin Nan is so damn shameless. Famous stunts are used. But how did this Luo Li's cultivation suddenly reach the sovereign realm? Che, didn't you hear Lin Nan say it was medicine? But look at this. Even if you take pills, You're no match for Lin Nan. After all, it's the potion that boosts strength, not as much as cultivation. The crowd has spoken. Luoli also didn't expect that at the Zhongshe realm there would still be a considerable gap with Lin Nan. At that moment, he hurriedly crossed his soft sword in front of his chest and fought against Lin Nan's blade. Clank! The blade slashed viciously on top of Luoli's soft sword. A mouthful of blood spurted out and Luoli flew backwards. That stunningly beautiful little face suddenly turned pale and clenched her silver teeth in death. Once again, he raised the soft sword in his hand. You give up. You're no match for me. I'm really going to kill you if you keep this up. If Lin Nan hadn't been afraid that the four great patriarchs behind Luoli would strike, he would have killed Luoli a long time ago. How can you still be persuaded over and over again? And Yin Hongshue's heart underneath the stage was viciously clenched together. Lore, come down. Yin Hongshue's eyes were a little moist as she looked at Luoli, but Luoli's eyes were still filled with determination. She wanted revenge. For a moment the appearance of Su Xiaokun came to mind. Luoli instantly stared at Lin Nan with crimson eyes. I said, it's either you or me today. 10,000 swords to 1. This is the surefire technique that Fong Wendian taught her, and she can't use it until it's crucial. Otherwise the time of that berserker Dan would be cut in half. And 5 minutes had now passed. Just 15 minutes left until the end of the rampage. At this moment, Luoli didn't care about so much and only thought about avenging Su Xiaokun. The berserk aura suddenly skyrocketed, and his cultivation broke through to the middle stage of the sovereign master in an instant, steadily overpowering Lin Nan by a head. But berserk also has only 5 minutes left. Facing this sword, Lin Nan's brows furrowed, because he knew that this sword was hard to resist. Wave breaker! At once Lin Nan frantically waved the long knife in his hand and a blade on that was like a wave instantly appeared in front of one's face, like a brick wall, and thousands of swords had gathered in the sky on Luoli's side. In a split second, the densely packed sword instantly transformed into a huge sword that it stabbed towards Lin Nan's bronze wall. Sound cuts through the void. Even space became distorted at this moment. Dang! The sound of metal clashing appeared in the crowd's ears. That huge sword ruthlessly impacted on top of the copper wall. Luoli then violently erupted her entire body's internal force, all of which was poured into the giant sword. At once, cracks appeared in Lin Nan's bronze wall. Luoli's eyes were delighted. In a mouthful of blood spurting out, the already white face of the now turned as white as a sheet of white paper. Go to hell! Chapter 70, Su Xiaokun's strong return. At this moment Luoli's long hair was flying, like a female god of killing holding the soft sword in her hand in death, instantly becoming one with the giant sword. Human sword unity. Only to see Luoli's entire body suddenly erupt in a gust of blood chi wrapped around her entire body. Holding the sword with both hands, he stabbed fiercely at the soon-to-be shattered bronze wall. Bang! When the human sword unity just touched the copper wall, it instantly turned into debris. Lin Nan's strongest defense was unexpectedly shattered by Luoli at this moment. But even so, Luoli didn't stop her attack. And Lin Nan was also frantically backed up by Luoli's desperate counterattack. You, stinky girl, do you want to die so badly? Lin Nan bellowed, but it didn't help, only to see Luoli appear in front of Lin Nan in an instant. A sword viciously stabbed Lin Nan's chest. Clank! Luoli's soft sword seemed to have touched something hard, in that it was difficult to advance the slightest bit. You are despicable. Luoli angrily withdrew the soft sword in her hand. Only Lin Nan took out a mirror at his chest. Fortunately, I went out with a heart protector, or else I would have really fallen this time. Lin Nan breathed heavily, a wave of fear coming over him. However, when looking at Luoli's body that was beginning to shake, the corner of his mouth smiled lightly. Little girl, you're overdosed, oh? Since you want to die so badly, then I'll give you a ride. Old man. At this moment, Luoli couldn't care less and hurriedly flew back because it was just as Lin Nan expected. Due to Luoli's overloaded use of internal energy, the raging elixir had begun to dissipate. That sovereign's realm quickly fell to the early stage of Huanjing like a tidal wave. It just hasn't stopped. It keeps falling down. Is it going to be over? Luoli reluctantly looked at the large sword that was about to slash at her body and shed a tear. Just as Fang Qiantian and the others were about to make a move, an icy voice suddenly came from the sky. Old piker, you seek death. Lin Nan instantly stopped his figure, and the large knife was only a centimeter away from Luoli. Who's playing God? Lin Nan looked into the air. Only the air suddenly became distorted, and then a pair of palms were revealed. In the next moment, these palms of the hands exerted themselves slightly. The space was hardened and torn out. Lin Nan instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Earth immortal realm. Even the crowd watching the battle was dumbfounded, having thought of many kinds of outcomes, only not realizing that surprisingly, someone could tear through space with their bare hands. Me, I got it. It's the Earth Immortal Realm's unique signature space shuttle. But ripping through space with a hard hand is the first time I've heard of it. The old men below saw the strength of the owner behind these hands. Earth Immortal. No, it can't be. You know that the Earth Immortal Realm has long disappeared for nearly 1,000 years. How could that happen? Everyone didn't believe it, but no one but an Earth Immortal could do such a thing with the scene in front of them. Not even the peak of the Sovereign Realm or a half-step Earth Immortal could tear through space with their bare hands. Just as everyone was shocked, the gaping hole in space that was torn was getting bigger and bigger. When torn to about the size of a man, a figure walked out, with layers of electric arcs still surrounding it. Dare to touch my woman. Have you thought about how you're going to die? That voice didn't carry an ounce of emotion. It was cold as hell. Even Lin Nan's body began to tremble uncontrollably. The moment the person appeared, Lin Nan felt an unprecedented pressure. The pressure was too much for him to breathe. When Luoli looked at the person who came out of the space, she couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her face. The face that had haunted me so many times finally appeared once more. Li, hard work. Not too many words. That's right, at this time the person who came out of the space was none other than Su Xiaokun, who had disappeared for a long time. Now that he had taken the infant breaking pill and had just stepped into the realm of the Yuanying stage, he left the small world. Today's Su Xiaokun's face did not have the air of childish teasing. Instead, there was a faint vicissitude, as if he had seen through everything in the world. When Fang Wendian saw Su Xiaokun, those eyes were also wet with tears. Brat, I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Su Xiaokun nodded slightly. We'll catch up when I'm done with it. For others it may be 10 days without seeing each other. But for Su Xiaokun, that's over 10 years since I've seen you. No, even if you're not dead, it's impossible for you to enter the Earth Immortal Realm. Lin Nan looked at Su Xiaokun. Her body couldn't stop trembling. Even the long knife in his hand fell to the ground without notice. Disappointed that I'm not dead? Su Xiaokun looked at Lin Nan indifferently. Afterwards, he held Luoli in his arms and took out an elixir from his ring and gave it to him to swallow. Luoli's body, which had been ravaged by the berserk Dan, unexpectedly, the moment she took the Dan, then the restoration began. He then wrapped his arms around Su Xiaokun in death and refused to let go, fearing that this was a dream. His head was also buried deeply in Su Xiaokun's arms, sniffing Su Xiaokun's body fragrance with all his might. This is a life and death battle. Even if you live, you can't participate. Lin Nan looked at Su Xiaokun's inner fear could not be concealed. It was the pressure from the soul. Oh, Su Xiaokun raised his eyebrows. Life and death? Life and death? That's just a game for the weak. For the strong, nothing is worth mentioning. So go to hell. Su Xiaokun then raised his palm toward the sky and then violently clenched it. Lin Nan's body instantly turned into blood mist. Not even a single piece of residue was left behind. Seconds to kill a grandmaster? At this moment, not only was everyone shocked, even Fang Wendian was shocked. Even Su Xiaokun's hand didn't touch Lin Nan. It was just a slight grip in the sky. Lin Nan then turned into a mist of blood. This kind of power had already surpassed Fang Wendian's cognition. He couldn't think of anyone other than an Earth Immortal who could do it. And, even if it was an Earth Immortal, Fang Wendian felt that it was something impossible to do. Humph. Su Xiaokun snorted coldly and scanned the crowd. A slight wave of the palm of the hand. A soft spiritual energy wrapped around the 100 people Luo Li had brought in the Four Masters. In the next second, the wrapped-up crowd as well as Su Xiaokun's silhouette dissipated into the heavens and earth. A bunch of martial arts practitioners. How dare they compete with immortal cultivation? They don't know how to die. As the voice appeared, a man in black followed. The crowd, still amazed, was shocked for a long time before they reacted. Is this the Earth Immortal Realm? Kill a Zong Master in seconds with a wave of your hand. At this moment, everyone knew that the missing Su Xiaokun had returned in a strong manner. Cultivation was even more out of reach. The only one in the world. Then, from now on, even the ancient martial arts families would have to honestly cower. As for the ancient martial arts Lin family, they even issued a sealing order, recalling all the martial artists outside. Never take a step into the Red World. The Martial Artists Association is hereby dissolved. This was the terror of the Earth Immortal Realm, transcending the realm of humans. It was a true immortal. Chapter 71, The Immortal Creation Program. In just a breath of time, everyone appeared within the compound of the Su family estate. You know, this is hundreds of miles away from Sunset Mountain, and you're back in just a flash. Everyone's gaze towards Su Xiaokun was nothing but shocked and unbelievable. And Luoli was at the moment as quiet as a kitten snuggled in Su Xiaokun's arms. That body that had been ravaged by the Berserk Dan had been repaired as if it was the first, but a body of cultivation was reduced to nothingness. But even if that was the case, Luoli was still satisfied and, after all, the man he loved was surprisingly not dead. and there were few things happier than that. That night, the Su family compound was brightly lit, and at this moment all the people were gathered together. Drink up. Instead, Fong Wendian was looking at Su Xiaokun and wanted to say something. Su Xiaokun also discovered the clues. Elder Fong, just say what you have to say. There aren't any outsiders here. Su Xiaokun smiled lightly as he looked at Fong Wendian, who had a preoccupied face. At this moment, the four masters and Luo Li all put down the chopsticks in their hands and looked at Fong Wendian. Have you really broken through to the Earth Immortal Realm? Fong Wentian's eyes were filled with fire. This is also the answer that everyone wants to know. After all, the current Su Xiaokun means too mysterious. Su Xiaokun thought for a moment and then said, whether it's to the Earth Immortal Realm or not I don't know, but at the moment, with my strength, even the Earth Immortal Realm won't necessarily be my opponent. After all, Su Xiaokun's current realm could no longer be represented by a martial artist's realm. Fong Wendian flashed a flash of surprise. Although Su Xiaokun didn't admit it, he at least admitted that the strength was no less than the Earth Immortal Realm. Fong Wentian's old face reddened, somewhat ambiguously. Elder Fong is talking about the healing, right? Su Xiaokun hit the nail on the head. Fong Wendian nodded his head because his big day was indeed approaching. In the past, it was Su Xiaokun who was incapable, but the current Su Xiaokun that was in existence that surpassed the Earth Immortal. This is for you, to take and try. Su Xiaokun took out an elixir for Luo Li and gave it to Fong Wendian. After all, Su Xiaokun didn't know if it was possible to treat Fong Wentian's age-old injuries. Fong Wendian received the elixir with a happy face, and before the crowd could react, just swallow it. The next moment Fong Wentian's aura violently erupted. That late stage of the sovereign realm's strength was unmistakable. Su Xiaokun was also somewhat slightly surprised. After all, he only knew that Fong Wentian was in the sovereign realm, and he really didn't know the specifics. Fong Wendian couldn't care less about others and hurriedly closed his eyes to meditate, because at this moment, he had already felt the terrifying medicinal power. As a little bit of time passed, layers of sweat beads appeared on Fong Wentian's forehead. The body involuntarily trembled. Su Xiaokun frowned slightly and placed his palm on Fong Wentian's body. In a flash, he felt the terrifying medicinal power of the. Surprisingly, he followed a breath within Fong Wentian's body to fight. After feeling it for a while, Su Xiaokun realized that this internal force did not belong to Fong Wendian himself. It was estimated that this was the source of what had caused Fong Qiantian to be injured. Then the spiritual energy in his body moved slightly, wrapping a little bit around this internal energy, and Fong Wentian's body calmed down. The very moment it was wrapped, the medicinal power began to travel throughout the body. Su Xiaokun realized that the meridians in this Fong Wentian's body were actually broken in every way. At first glance, it looks like it's been building up over time. However, under the fierce repair of the medicinal power, it gradually improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. And for a moment, Su Xiaokun didn't dare to dispel the internal force that didn't belong to Fong Wendian, because the internal organs are the most vulnerable. A single slip could cause Fong Wendian to directly fall on the spot. An hour passed. That medicinal power was also almost used, and the injured meridians were repaired as before. Right at this moment, Su Xiaokun's spiritual energy moved slightly. The internal force that didn't belong to Fong Wendian was instantly transformed into pure power that surged into Fong Wentian's dantian. Only after doing this did Su Xiaokun withdraw his palm, and the aura within Fong Wentian's body began to climb once more. Pinnacle of the clergy. All the way to the half-step Earth Immortal Realm this stopped. Congratulations to Old Man Fong. This time it's surprisingly a blessing in disguise. Not only have the injuries been repaired as much as possible, but the cultivation level has also increased. Su Xiaokun looked at Fong Wentian with a smile on his face. Fong Wentian also nodded excitedly. How many years had it been? It had been plagued by that inner strength that had kept him awake, sometimes woken up in the middle of the night with pain. I can finally get a good night's sleep this time. Little Kunzi. The old man, I really didn't look at the wrong person. On this trip to Kunlun, it seems that it is necessary for the old man me to accompany you on your journey. It's also time to see an old friend. Fong Wendian said with satisfaction as he felt his cultivation level. Su Xiaokun then took out an elixir and broke half of it and handed it to Fong Wendian. This elixir can help you break through to Earth Immortal, but it's too overbearing. So after you've refined half of it, I'll give you the other half. Su Xiaokun was also afraid that Fong Wendian was in a hurry and didn't dare to give him all the pills. Hey, I said Su boy. You only have eyes for your mastermind. A few of us old things aren't your masters? In Hongxue said jokingly. In fact, no matter who Su Xiaokun gave something to or helped, they're not going to fall out over this. Su Xiaokun blankly glanced at a few people. Look at you guys, I didn't get around to taking it out. He then took out 3 more pills and gave them to the 3. The 3 of them were not polite. and they directly put away the pills. By the way, this elixir should be able to help your door break through to a half-step earthy mortal. In time, even the earthy mortal realm is within reach, Su Xiaokun said. The three of them were also slightly startled, knowing that Su Xiaokun definitely had a big opportunity with his disappearance this time. But what was even more shocking was the power of this elixir. Knowing that every small breakthrough in the patriarchal realm required a huge amount of aura to support it, and the end time simply cannot provide such a huge amount of aura. That's why no earthy mortal can appear within 1,000 years. Su Xiaokun was able to reach the Yuaning stage entirely thanks to the blessing of the small world. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to break through to Jindan in a decade or so. In fact, Su Xiaokun also had his own thoughts. That's the immortalization program. After all, with the strength of Su Xiaokun alone, if Qiyu is resurrected, that is almost no chance of winning. But fortunately, the Yellow Emperor's spatial ring contained this kind of cultivation-enhancing elixir. There were more than 100 of them. I can't say that there are more, but it's still easy to create 50 or 60 earthy mortals. In Hongxue and the others didn't ask Su Xiaokun what opportunities he had encountered. For them Su Xiaokun living is better than anything else. Everyone has their own secrets as well, and since others don't talk about them, they don't ask. Just like where that internal force inside Feng Wentian's body came from, Su Xiaokun wouldn't take the initiative to ask either. Chapter 72 Feng Wentian breaks through to Earth Immortal. For 3 days in a row. In addition to Su Xiaokun lingering with Luoli to his heart's content, these 4 masters of his seemed to be possessed. After swallowing the pills given by Su Xiaokun, they all entered into cultivation. Of course Su Xiaokun didn't stay idle and took out the other merit law he had obtained, because everything Luoli had done for him, Su Xiaokun had seen it in his eyes and remembered it in his heart. Is this the technique you got in that small world? Luoli was full of joy as she held the ancient gongfu. After all, Luoli had also heard about Su Xiaokun's disappearance for this period of time. Such precious feats were taken out. This was something Luoli could not even think about. From a nameless little sister, she had traveled all the way to become a legendary martial artist. And that's not all. If one succeeds in cultivating this technique, then Luoli would become a true immortal cultivator just like Su Xiaokun. Well, Su Xiaokun nodded drolly. The first drop of your blood on it, this gongfu will automatically integrate into your mind. Luoli didn't know what she was thinking, and was slow to follow what Su Xiaokun did. Is there a problem? Su Xiaokun asked. If I cultivate, then will Sister Qingyi not be able to cultivate? Luoli blinked her big eyes at Su Xiaokun. Silly girl, let's not talk about it first. Qingyi has entered Kunlun and might have immortal cultivation techniques. Even if it's not, this technique requires the waste of the entire body's cultivation to be cultivated. If she wants to cultivate, you can just teach her. Su Xiaokun also did not expect that this Luoli actually thought so, and his heart was also touched for a while. Hearing this, Luoli nodded. Su Xiaokun picked up Luoli's slender jade finger and gently scratched it, and a drop of blood flowed out. It was then dripped on top of the feats. In an instant the gong method turned into a stream of light and entered Luoli's body. Luoli also lost consciousness at this moment. After 10 minutes had passed, a gleam appeared in Luoli's eyes. Well, how does it feel? Su Xiaokun looked at the awakened Luoli and hurriedly asked, because Su Xiaokun also didn't know what this gongfu was exactly. Luoli pondered for a moment, her face blushing a little. I'm not telling you. Luoli twisted her head to the side, her small face getting redder and redder. Su Xiaokun was dumbfounded. Taking Luoli's shoulders he turned his body around. How the hell? Is there any discomfort? Su Xiaokun's face was concerned, and Luoli couldn't bear to continue hiding it. Instead, he said, Stinky husband, I did realize that everything you give me is so yellow. Where is this going to be justified? Good Ari, I don't know what kind of kung fu this is either. Never mind telling you so. You'll find out sooner or later anyway. Luoli then told Su Xiaokun about what she had just seen. In the deepest part of his consciousness, Slave was surprisingly in front of Luoli. This technique is called the Rayon secret code. The method of cultivation was surprisingly extremely similar to the Xianin art. The difference, on the other hand, was that the Slave secret code could enhance one's cultivation by absorbing the aura of heaven and earth. However, once one reaches the breakthrough realm, one needs to complement yin and yang, otherwise the cultivation will stagnate. Whereas the secret book can only be used on one man, the Xianin technique can be used with more than one man. In other words, if Su Xiaokun had fallen, then Luoli had cultivated this secret code, then it will be impossible to break through to a higher realm. Benefits. Slave secret code. You don't need to cross the Thunder Tribulation to reach the Zonshur realm, or the Tribulation stage. The bad thing about combining men is that they can't die, and if they do, everything is played out. Of course the biggest benefit is that when it's time to break out of the realm, the two of them engage in yin and yang. It would infuse as much of the huge spiritual energy used in the breakthrough into the man's body. Men's training grows with them. If one were to say that this was a powerful technique, it would be better to say that it was an overwhelmingly powerful auxiliary technique. Hearing this, Su Xiaokun was once again in a daze. For a moment there was some doubt as to whether or not he had a colorful body. Such an odd feat could be obtained. Ahem. That Oria. I seem to have sensed Elder Fong calling me. Su Xiaokun's eyes flickered a little. Now he's so embarrassed he could pick a 3-room apartment with his toes. But perhaps Fong Qitian was more cooperative. In the middle of the compound. Surprisingly, Fong Wentian's voice really rang out. Su Xiaokun was delighted in his heart and quickly disappeared in front of Luo Li. What's up, Elder Fong? Something wrong? Su Xiaokun's calm demeanor was as if he was a nobody. Seeing Su Xiaokun's sudden appearance, Fong Wentian was also delighted in his heart. Kid, take that. Fong Wentian indiscriminately attacked Su Xiaokun with a palm right towards him. Although Su Xiaokun was a bit confused, he also reacted and extended a palm to collide with it. The moment the two palms touched, a violent explosion rang out violently. Su Xiaokun was slightly startled and hurriedly condensed a protective shield to protect the manor. Just kidding. This kind of sparring, a little aftershock can level the Su family estate in a moment. Fong Lao. How many % of your ing power did you use? Su Xiaokun frowned and cursed. If it wasn't for his own strong strength, the manor would have to be dead or injured by more than half with just this one strike. Fong Wentian retracted his palm, but that palm was shocked out of blood by Su Xiaokun. It's obviously been hurt. 10%. Fong Wentian looked at Su Xiaokun and sighed with emotion at how powerful Su Xiaokun was. Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned, because he himself had just used only half of his strength, and if he had used his full strength, Su Xiaokun felt like he could slap Fong Wentian to death. You broke through to the Earth Immortal Realm? Su Xiaokun felt the force just now. Fong Wentian nodded slightly. With all his strength, he slashed at the air, and space was torn apart. This was the sign of the Earth Immortal Realm, tearing through space. However, Su Xiaokun sensed that Fong Wentian's seemingly light-hearted approach was extremely difficult. I didn't expect that old me would be able to break through to the Earth Immortal Realm in my lifetime. It's worth it even if I die. But what kind of wonders do you kid have? I've reached the Earth Immortal Realm. I can't believe I can't beat you. Fong Wentian was speechless to the core. Both suspected that their Earth Fairy was a fake. It's really nothing. Su Xiaokun then told what had happened to him, and he asked Fong Wentian if he cultivated his own gongfu. After all, Fong Wentian was also the person closest to him. However, as soon as Fong Wentian heard that he would have to scrap his current body of cultivation, coupled with his own age, decidedly, he declined. At the same time, he was also secretly shocked, not expecting Su Xiaokun to suffer such a blow. Your kid's luck is truly against the odds. If I didn't know you had parents, I'd wonder if you were God's bastard. Such bull **** can happen to you. Chapter 73, Entering the Kunlun. Alright, old man Fong. You don't have to bull **** me. I don't want this strange encounter. This kind of life-for-life wonderment. I think it might be really cool to do it again. Su Xiaokun blankly glanced at Fong Wentian. By the way, you said something about going to Kunlun last time. When do you plan to leave? After all, Su Xiaokun was also a bit anxious inside. Without the sound of Chu Qingyi's voice. I don't know if it's going well or not. Well, tomorrow. There are some things that should be addressed as well. Fong Wentian looked into the distance, his mood inexplicably low. Luo Li also came to Su Xiaokun's side at this time, took Su Xiaokun's arm. Can I go with you guys? Although Luo Li's heart was still more fearful of seeing Chu Qingyi. After all, the two of them built the relationship first, but Luo Li didn't want to leave Su Xiaokun. After all, no matter if it was cultivation or selfishness, neither wanted to lose the man in front of them again. Su Xiaokun thought about Luo Li's gong method. All that could be done was to nod. With that, the three agreed to leave early in the morning. Anin Hongxue and the others decided to help Su Xiaokun guard the Su family, and also intend to take a trip to Sakura country myself and collect a few souls to play with. Add a fire, by the way. When Su Xiaokun returned, Luo Li had already told Luo Tianxiong to keep watch over the Sakura country. Everything at your command. The world only knows that the Kunlun Mountains are a tourist attraction, but it does not know that behind the Kunlun Mountains, there is a huge cliff. And this cliff is the location that leads to the small world of Kunlun. Early the next morning, the three set out in a hurry. Although Su Xiaokun was stronger nowadays and could tear through space and walk. However, Luo Li's body could not withstand the turbulence of space. The three could only take a plane to the Kunlun Mountains. There's no way to drive 3,000 kilometers apart. And I don't know how long it would take. But Su Xiaokun doesn't know what to think. Surprisingly, He had put the supercar that Chu Qingyi had given him into the middle of the space ring. With his current cultivation level, he couldn't use this type of transportation at all. 3 hours or so, the three then got off the plane. Su Xiaokun found a place where no one was, and held Luo Li in his arms, flying in the direction of the Kunlun Mountains. After roughly only 10 minutes, they were led by Fong Wentian to the place of the cliff. Fong Wentian then took out a jade slip and threw it in the direction of the broken cliff. In an instant, the jade slip shattered and a spatial door appeared in front of the three. Then with a flash, Fong Wentian took the lead and flew into the door. Su Xiaokun followed closely behind. When all three entered, the door to space dissipated. The moment Su Xiaokun entered Kunlun, it was as if he had arrived in ancient times. It was surprising that the people in here were dressed in ancient attire. Long robes were predominant, and they looked as if they were all immortal. Fong Wentian looked at it before he said faintly, "This is the town of Castle Hill. Why isn't it uncomfortable?" Fong Wentian looked at Su Xiaokun with a smile in his eyes. Su Xiaokun nodded his head slightly. From the world of technology to the ancient times all of a sudden, it was like traveling through the world. I'll be damned if I can get used to it. Oh, just take your time. Kunlun is a naturally formed small world, and its size isn't much smaller than Blue Star. You can also think of this place as ancient. But, every so often, the people in Kunlun also go to the secular world to pick up some items. Oh, Su Xiaokun nodded. But the aura here is quite thick, though not as dense as that broken little world of the Yellow Emperors. But at least it's a few times better than the secular world. Fong Wentian glanced at Su Xiaokun. That's natural. This is a holy place for cultivators. How many people dream of coming to the place? For the worldly, it's not too much to call this place the immortal world. Su Xiaokun also shared the same feeling. Without the exhaust of the world, this place is really suitable for life. By the way, old man Fong, where is the master's mother? Su Xiaokun asked. After all, he came here to look for Chu Qingyi. Seen your mother? Fong Wentian froze. You're talking about ancient autumn moon. She's in the cloud spirit sect, and your little girlfriend is probably there too. By the way, time here flows differently than in the world. A month here and only a day in the world. What? Su Xiaokun was a bit confused, knowing that he hadn't seen him for almost half a year. Doesn't that make it 15 years of not seeing each other for Chu Qingyi? Though it's been more than 10 years since I've seen you even for myself. This is in Kunlun. A lot can happen in 5 years. Where is the cloud spirit sect? Su Xiaokun asked. Fong Wentian then pointed in a direction. Head north about 1,000 kilometers or so and you'll see the town of Cloud Spirit. Wait until you get there. You can find it by just asking around. I have some personal business to settle, so I won't accompany you. Fong Wentian's heart was heavy at this moment. No one knew what he was thinking. Su Xiaokun didn't stay any longer, but took out the supercar from the ring. Holy, hubby, still you have foresight. Lori looked at the supercar and her eyes glazed over. If we didn't have transportation, we'd have to walk for a year, Luoli said in surprise. In fact, what surprised Luoli the most was that this is in the ancient place suddenly appeared a supercar. That kind of scenario think a little dreamy. A lot of people have been out there, but most of them are natives of Kunlun. Only a very small percentage of people have ever seen a car. Su Xiaokun shook his head helplessly as he looked at the surprised Luoli, opened the door and sat up. Luckily, there are relatively few people here, or else it would really cause a stir. Gone. What are you looking at? Su Xiaokun said, and Luoli also hurriedly sat on the co-pilot. Although supercars burned oil to be able to drive, but Su Xiaokun realized that it was surprisingly possible to drive it with spiritual power. This made Su Xiaokun somewhat glad. But right, spirit power can be much fiercer than fuel, slightly releasing a little bit of spirit power. Su Xiaokun's supercar was like an arrow off the string, instantly bursting into flames, directly turning into a stream of light. Disappeared in place. You know, this supercar is an exclusive customization. It can even reach speeds of 600 kilometers per hour. It explodes directly into the air at a rate that can be imagined. At over 1,000 kilometers, it is estimated that you can get there in about 2 hours. Although it is said that there are no highways in Kunlun, this road paved with no idea of what. It was also extremely flat, not much worse than the highway at all. With the two making small talk along the way, 2 hours passed quickly. Yunling Town also appeared in Su Xiaokun's field of vision. It's very recognizable, and although it's written in traditional Chinese characters, it's good to know that it's in Chinese characters. When a city appeared in front of Su Xiaokun also found a deserted place to put the car away. Holding hands, the two of them then walked into the city. If there's one place to ask for information, from time immemorial, that only places like taverns are the most well-informed. Chapter 74, Chu Qingyi to marry? The two of them saw the Cloud Spirit Tavern after walking around the city for a while. and saw that there were a lot of people inside. Just walk in. Ancient and rustic welcomes you. The wooden seats are as ancient as they come. Su Xiaokun and the two of them casually found a place by the window and sat down. Luoli, the snacker, just sat down with her eyebrows flying, yelling about eating this and that. The food is actually pretty much the same as what's out there. A few random dishes were ordered and savored. The flavors were rather average, and the seasonings used were rather sparse. Most dishes just have a little bit of salt. However, it was good that the food here was extremely fresh, which did allow Luoli to eat quite a bit. Su Xiaokun just took 2 symbolic bites. After all, at this realm there was no longer a need for food to fatten the stomach. Just as the two were eating, at the next table came 2 young men, looking about 30 years old. Before he even sat down, he began to talk about something in the Cloud Spirit sect. Hey, have you heard? It's rumored that the Cloud Spirit sect's holy maiden is getting married. Well, I also heard about it. It seems that the male party is still the young master of the Lin family, Lin Xiaofeng. Listening to the conversation between the two, Su Xiaokun and Luoli also perked up their ears. Hey, it's really a good look for a man and a woman. This Lin Xiaofeng, he became a zone master at the age of 28. That's the best of the younger generation. What does he count as? You know that the holy maiden of the Cloud Spirit sect, but it only took 15 years of cultivation to reach the sovereign realm. This Lin Xiaofeng has been cultivating since he was 8 years old. So if we're talking about qualifications, we'll throw Lin Xiaofeng off a few blocks. 15 years? Su Xiaokun's eyes went a little cold. 2 brothers, what is the name of this Cloud Spirit sect maiden you are talking about? Su Xiaokun turned to look at the person who spoke. The two also belonged to the hospitable people. Looking at Su Xiaokun, this brother looks very unfamiliar. I'm sure he's not from Cloud Spirit Town? Su Xiaokun nodded. I am from the town of Green Mountain. The two nodded slightly. No wonder I don't recognize the holy maiden. This holy maiden is named Chu Qingyi, and is said to be someone who came in from the outside world 15 years ago. Only the saintly woman was a little sickly when she first came here. In the end, I realized that where was the disease? It was the legendary immaculate body. To have broken through to a sovereign in just 15 years, one could say that the future is boundless. The youth at the head of the group said, his face saying unending envy. Su Xiaokun froze, and then became enraged, realizing that the same name might appear that. But to come in from the outside world and still have the same name is obviously Su Xiaokun's woman, Chu Qingyi. Su Xiaokun suppressed his anger. I wonder what you two just said about the marriage contract. A marriage contract? It's all the rage these days. This Lin Xiaofeng lost to Chu Qingyi after participating in the Cloud Spirit sect competition last month. Since that time, this Lin Xiaofeng has been obsessed with Chu Qingyi. After all, Chu Qingyi's world-weary face, how many people don't like it? A courtship was launched for some time, but Chu Qingyi was unmoved. Nay, the power of this Lin family is not something the Cloud Spirit sect can afford to mess with, so the marriage was agreed upon. No, the day of the marriage proposal is in 3 days. The youth took a sip of wine and glanced at Su Xiaokun. When he saw Luoli, he was also shocked by the astonishing appearance. He had seen Chu Qingyi, but I'm afraid that the only one whose appearance could match it was Luoli, and a dirty thought came to mind that, after all, it was still unclear how strong Su Xiaokun was, so he could only answer any questions first. Where is this Cloud Spirit sect? Do you guys know? Su Xiaokun was burning with rage, and even Luoli's beautiful eyes were frosty. This Cloud Spirit sect is just above the back of the Cloud Mountain sect. It's about 100 miles or so from here. The youth spoke up. Su Xiaokun couldn't care about anything else. He wanted to see Chu Qingyi immediately now. Then he pulled Luoli up and left. Not long after leaving the tavern, the waiter came up to let the two youths pay the bill. After all, who let Su Xiaokun go and was still talking and laughing with these two? They had no choice but to eat their words. Swear that the next time you meet, you must get Luoli into your hands. Otherwise it will be hard to solve your heart's hatred. With the youth's guidance, Su Xiaokun brought Luoli to the foot of the Cloud Spirit sect very quickly. The Cloud Spirit sect had beautiful scenery, but at the moment, Su Xiaokun and his duo had no intention of viewing it. Who is coming? The Cloud Spirit sect's gatekeeper disciple stopped the two of them. Su Xiaokun, seeing Luoli's astonishing appearance, she was quite polite. Two brothers, please take the trouble to inform the holy maiden of your sect, and say that a deceased person is visiting. The two disciples were slightly stunned, then hung a look of disgust. Roll on, why so many people come to climb on the bandwagon now? The two men looked impatient. Luoli was just about to get angry, but she was stopped by Su Xiaokun. After all, when she first entered Kunlun, the exact strength is not yet known, and it is not easy to cause trouble. Two brothers, as long as you tell the holy maiden that I'm Su Xiaokun, I'm sure she's glad to see me. Su Xiaokun barely managed to squeeze out a smile. If it were the other way around, he would have slapped these two to death long ago. After all, Chu Qingyi was the holy daughter of the Cloud Spirit sect, and it wasn't too good to offend the people of the sect too much. Did I tell you to get lost? The holy maiden is getting married soon and won't see anyone. Not even her own mother. The disciple guarding the door tugged as if he was 2,500, and did not put Su Xiaokun in the heart in the slightest. Asterisk asterisk? Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's the first time someone has dared to talk to my mother like that. I think you guys are looking for death, said Luoli, who was about to make a move, but was interrupted by a cold voice. What is it? When the gatekeeper disciple saw the visitor, he immediately became respectful. Elder Gu, these two say they're relatives of the holy maiden, and they have to force their way through the mountain gate. We are trying to get them out. Elder Gu looked at the two Su Xiaokun. It took a while to recall this before there was a hint of surprise in his eyes, but Su Xiaokun recognized her when she first appeared. That was Su Xiaokun's teacher's wife, Gu Qiu Yue. Alright, no more of your business. They are indeed relatives of the Holy Virgin. Gu Qiu Yu waved at the two Su Xiaokun. Come with me. The two disciples no longer blocked the way and allowed the two Su Xiaokun to follow behind them. No one spoke first at this point. It was only when they reached a more secluded courtyard that Gu Qiu Yu said, Old man Fong is here too, isn't he? Su Xiaokun nodded slightly. Yes, but he said he had some errands to run and didn't follow me here. Gu Qiu Yu also knew that without Fong Wentian's leadership Su Xiaokun wouldn't have been able to enter Kunlun at all, because she didn't believe that Su Xiaokun could reach the sovereign realm so quickly. After all, only about half a year of secular time had passed. It seems that this old thing, after all, doesn't want to spare me a visit. Ancient Autumn Moon spoke to herself. By the way, Senior Mother, how did I hear that Qingyi is getting married? Chapter 75. Ancient Autumn Moon's thoughts were pulled back. This, Gu Qiu Yu didn't know what to say. After all, when Su Xiaokun handed Chu Qingyi over to her, but the promise was good, to protect Chu Qingyi. Although Chu Qingyi's body was fine, but being forced to marry by the Lin family, Gu Qiu Yu didn't know how to explain it. Actually, I didn't want to. Nay, the patriarch has used his strength to oppress people, and is determined to make this marriage happen. I have a heart too. Once I also wanted to take Qingyi to escape from the Cloud Spirit sect, but the patriarch repeatedly blocked me, even after telling him about Qingyi's engagement, and still nothing is done about it, and put Cyan under house arrest. Even I can't visit. Ancient Autumn Moon sighed with a sad face. Su Xiaokun nodded. After all, with the strength of a sect master realm like Gu Qiu Yu, it was indeed impossible to fight against a sect, not to mention the fact that there was a Lin family watching. And, where is Cyanide now? She is at the sovereign peak, guarded by the sovereign himself, just waiting for the Lin family to propose marriage in 3 days. Gu Qiu Yu looked at the angry Su Xiaokun for a moment and did not know how to persuade him. You had better leave the Cloud Spirit sect, or else if the patriarch knows about it, think it will kill you. This place is not like the world. It has a security administration, and here the strong are honored and there is no such thing as order. Whoever has the biggest fist is the hardest. Gu Qiu Yu said worriedly. After all, Su Xiaokun was Fong Wentian's disciple, but even if Fong Wentian appeared here, it wouldn't help. Oh, well, very well, whoever has the biggest fist is the hardest. I'd like to see just how big this Cloud Spirit sect's fist is. By the way, where is the sovereign peak? Su Xiaokun stared angrily at Gu Qiu Yu. If the person in front of him wasn't his own master's wife, Su Xiaokun would have slapped her to death long ago. Hey, forget it. This whole thing was supposed to be my fault, and you followed the path all the way to. When it comes to the highest peak, that's the sovereign's peak. Ancient Autumn Moon pointed ahead and said, well, I know Master Ji. Please help take care of Lori. I'll be right back. After all, Su Xiaokun wasn't there to have fun. That's why bringing Luoli around might cause unnecessary trouble. Ancient Autumn Moon nodded. Don't worry, as long as my wife is around, no one can harm a hair on her head. Su Xiaokun nodded, and although Luoli also wanted to follow, she knew that it's a burden to go by yourself. Be safe. If something happens to you, I won't live alone. Luoli firmly looked at Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun nodded without saying anything more. The figure disappeared in the next second. On the other hand, Gu Qiu Yu was looking at the direction Su Xiaokun left with a surprised face. She sensed that Su Xiaokun's cultivation had already reached the sovereign realm. Although he was surprised, he didn't think too highly of Su Xiaokun. After all, the patriarch of the... It's unfathomable. Otherwise, Gu Qiu Yu would have long ago left with Chu Qingyi. Su Xiaokun released his divine sense and opened fire. It instantly covered the entire Cloud Spirit sect. The next second a familiar aura appeared in Su Xiaokun's perception. Xing Yi, sensing the direction, Su Xiaokun instantly turned into a stream of light and flew in the direction of Chu Qingyi. And, Xu Qingyi is sitting in her boudoir at the moment. There was also a middle-aged man in front of him who was bitterly persuading Xu Qingyi. Qingyi, you should know that the Lin family is very powerful. Marry and you'll have better resources. The middle-aged man's name was Duan Liang, and he was none other than the current Cloud Spirits sect leader, Patriarch Duan. You don't have to say it. I already had a marriage contract as early as when I came to your Cloud Spirit sect. I am not going to marry anyone else. Xu Qingyi looked at Duan Liang with an angry face. Qingyi, you have to realize that you are no longer an ordinary person now. Relationships in the world are no longer for you. Marrying Lin Xiaofeng is the best choice for you. Duan Liang didn't give up in the slightest. After all, the Lin family had given him a huge favor. Patriarch Duan, you don't have to say anything. I won't marry him even if you tell me everything. Xu Qingyi turned her head away and stopped looking at Duan Liang. You, Xingyi, realize that I'm doing this for your own good. Marry and you'll have whatever you want, and you'll enjoy untold riches and honor in this life. Is there anything you're not satisfied with? Marry if you want to. I'm not marrying anyway. Xu Qingyi's face was frosty as she glared at Duan Liang. Fine. The Lin family will propose marriage in 3 days. When the time comes, you'll have to marry if you don't. Having cultivated my Cloud Spirit sect's technique, you were born a member of my Cloud Spirit sect. Death is the ghost of my Cloud Spirit sect. Never think of leaving the Cloud Spirit sect for half a step. Me. Xu Qingyi didn't expect that the always peaceful patriarch. Why did it suddenly become this way? Big deal. I'll give you back this cultivation. Xu Qingyi also made a decision because she would not allow herself to betray Su Xiaokun. Fine. I'm telling you, unless you die. Otherwise get ready to marry the Lin family. With a wave of Duan Liang's sleeve robe, he immediately sealed all of Xu Qingyi's cultivation. Just as he was about to say something else, he was interrupted by an icy voice. The Cloud Spirit sect has a big mouth. How dare you threaten my woman? When she heard the voice, Xu Qingyi froze. 15 years. 15 whole years. Figures that used to appear in dreams, and now it has appeared in front of him. Inwardly in disbelief, rubbing his eyes vigorously, when he saw Su Xiaokun's upright figure, the tears came at once. Su big brother, is it really you? Su Xiaokun looked at Xu Qingyi with a face of pity, and a whole bunch of memories flooded his heart. Wasn't it for the person in front of him that he had cultivated so desperately? It's me, Greenie. I'm coming. I told you I'd come to you. When she heard Su Xiaokun's confirmation, Xu Qingyi could no longer endure it. Towards Su Xiaokun, he ran over, but he was stopped dead in his tracks by Duan Liang. You're her man of the world? I didn't expect a mere mortal to come to Kunlun. Looks like you have some strength, but go back where you came from. For Qingyi's sake, I'll leave you alone. Duan Liang looked at Su Xiaokun plainly, although he couldn't feel Su Xiaokun's cultivation. But looking at such a young man, he was at most in the sovereign realm. Get your filthy hands off me. Su Xiaokun's face was chilling. What? You don't understand when I speak? Duan Liang hung a trace of anger, originally thinking that Su Xiaokun would know what to do and retreat, then find an excuse to kill him. I didn't expect Su Xiaokun to be completely unafraid of him. Big brother Su, run away. You're no match for him. Chapter 76, Break Your Arm. Xu Qingyi woke up with a start, and it occurred to her that even if Su Xiaokun could come here, his cultivation would not be much higher than a zongsher. After all, Duan Liang was a powerful person of the earthy mortal realm. He's been famous for hundreds of years. Says. One time. Release. Open up. No. Then. Die. Su Xiaokun said word by word. His anger was already almost too much to suppress. Fine. After centuries, you're the first one who dares to threaten me. Even Qingyi can't protect you today. Saying that, Duan Liang slapped out his palm, not giving Su Xiaokun the slightest time to react, and the moment he struck was a sure kill. Die, bastard. As long as you die, Qingyi will also be done with it. Su Xiaokun didn't dodge and allowed a palm to come. However, in the next second, Duan Liang only felt a chill on his arm. Then he looked down, his eyes full of disbelief, only to see his arm, surprisingly, fall to the ground. Of course Qingyi was also shocked out of her wits. Su big brother. Su Xiaokun cast a reassuring look. A burst of pain brought Duan Liang back to his senses and, because he didn't even see how Su Xiaokun struck. What did you do? Duan Liang covered his broken arm and stared at Su Xiaokun in death. A mere middle stage of the earthy mortal realm dares to speak out. Take one of your arms and make you remember, not anyone's woman you can touch. Su Xiaokun said icily. He then held Xu Qingyi in his arms. I'll stay in the Cloud Spirit sect for 3 days and make Lin Xiaofeng bring his head up, or else the Cloud Spirit sect removes its name. Just after the words were said, Su Xiaokun's figure disappeared in place. Duanliang picked up his arm, unable to believe what had just happened. But the broken arm was just sitting there, and it had to be believed. One must know that Duanliang was a strong person in the middle stage of the Earth Immortal realm, but he had his arm silently chopped off, and hadn't realized how the other guy had struck. This caused Duanliang's heart to palpitate for a moment. He didn't believe that Su Xiaokun's strength was that strong. At most he was at the Earth Immortal realm like himself. After half a day of guessing, he guessed that Su Xiaokun might possess an immortal weapon, and only then did he leave with the broken arm. As long as the catch is made in time, at least the arm will be saved. Things happen back and forth, and it's only a minute or so. The next second Su Xiaokun's two figures reappeared in front of Guqiu Yu. When Guqiu Yu saw Chu Qingyi's figure, she had a look of disbelief. I didn't expect that it was only a minute or two, but it really brought Chu Qingyi back. If it was said that Duanliang was not at the sovereign peak, then Guqiu Yu would not believe it to death. These past few days, Duanliang had watched Chu Qingyi to death, but the fact that the two had just appeared out of nowhere had to convince her as well. The sovereign just let the person go? Guqiu Yu looked at Su Xiaokun and asked. Su Xiaokun didn't say anything either, but placed Chu Qingyi in his arms on the ground. Luo Li didn't know what she was thinking at the moment, not daring to look up at Chu Qingyi. Rather, it was Chu Qingyi who realized what was going on, and greeted Guqiu Yu with that small hand, then pinched Su Xiaokun's waist. The pain caused Su Xiaokun to bare his teeth. What should be faced must be faced after all. Su Xiaokun sighed. After all, Guqiu Yu's age was there, so she helplessly shook her head and entered the room. Leaves plenty of room for the trio. Wait for ancient autumn moon to leave. Chu Qingyi gave Su Xiaokun a big blank stare, then walked towards Luo Li. Take a long, hard look, and Luo Li's blushing cheeks were buried dead in the rippling peaks in front of her chest. Looks like you've had a pretty comfortable time in my absence, Chu Qingyi said in a conspiratorial manner. Engaging Su Xiaokun was neither standing nor sitting. I don't know what to say. However, Luo Li was able to see Su Xiaokun's embarrassment, and at that moment, her heart crossed and she directly said, Sister Qingyi, it's me. Before Luo Li could finish, she was interrupted by Chu Qingyi. You are not allowed to speak, and you're not allowed to excuse him, Chu Qingyi said, pretending to be fierce. Luo Li was so scared that she didn't dare to squeak anymore either. It can't be helped. The majesty of the boss regardless of cultivation level. Ahem. That. Cyanide that's a long story. I'll give it to you slowly later. Okay. Su Xiaokun scratched his head. It's a long story, so make it short, and if you dare to hide a single thing, I will. Chu Qingyi didn't know what to say either. I'll waste you. Chu Qingyi glanced at Su Xiaokun's legs. Su Xiaokun immediately clenched his legs. Okay. The two of them were shivering like a cat that stole fish and was seen by its master. But after all, sooner or later you have to be honest. So Su Xiaokun talked about everything that happened from the time he met, until he entered Kunlun. Not a single drop. Only after a long time did Chu Qingyi nod. Why are you so stupid? To challenge someone stronger than you just after reaching sovereign? What if you die? What do you want me to do? Chu Qingyi completely lost her aura from earlier and replaced it with a face full of concern. Looking at Chu Qingyi's pitiful appearance, Su Xiaokun wrapped him in his arms. I'm not fine. I don't think I would have been able to get here so quickly if all this hadn't happened. Then again, I should be more thankful to Lori. Without her I wouldn't have been able to reach the sovereign realm so quickly. Although, Su Xiaokun was just about to say more when a sharp pain came from his waist once again. And you say? Chu Qingyi's small face was slightly red, and her hand kept pinching the soft flesh around Su Xiaokun's waist. You come here. Chu Qingyi looked at Luo Li. Luo Li didn't know what to do. Hearing Su Xiaokun's explanation, he didn't expect to speak in such detail. Even his own body of pure desire erupted and gave it away, but only slowly. Chu Qingyi circled around Luo Li. You don't say. You have a good eye. Such a great beauty can be found for you. Gee, boobs are bigger than mine. That's racy. Su Xiaokun was stunned by Chu Qingyi for a while. Really dare to say anything? This Kunlun folk are so tough? Surprisingly, it has inculcated the well-behaved cat like Chu Qingyi to say anything. Su Xiaokun, Luo Li and the two of them. You look at me. I look at you. For a moment I didn't know what to say. Just awkwardly kept standing. Alright, teasing you guys. Look how nervous you guys are. Let's forget it this time. If I know you still dare to find a woman, your dick will be cut off for you. Saying that, Chu Qingyi didn't forget to gesture her scissor hands. Su Xiaokun immediately felt his lower body go cold and winced. Instead, Luo Li followed suit and catered. Chapter 77, Two Girls Meet. Don't worry, Sister Qingyi. If he dares to dabble in womanizing, we'll clean him up together. Luo Li took hold of Chu Qingyi. The look was as close as it could be, as if they were long-lost sisters. Directly, He left Su Xiaokun hanging out to dry and walked off to the side with a smile and a laugh. What's all this? The two are making up here? In fact, what Su Xiaokun didn't know was that Chu Qingyi had also let go after being exposed to cultivation. Because which one with power in Kunlun doesn't have concubines? Especially since reaching the Earth Immortal Realm also has 1,000 years of life expectancy. It's not lonely to have one more person to keep you company. The three of them had a great time flirting. However, it made Duanliang, who was on the side, break down a bit. Although he didn't know the exact strength of Su Xiaokun, he knew that he would definitely not be an opponent. The entire Cloud Spirit sect had the highest cultivation level, and there was nothing anyone could do to take Su Xiaokun. Although he thought about beating Su Xiaokun in a group, but in case Su Xiaokun ran away, then the Cloud Spirit sect will definitely suffer from Su Xiaokun's retaliation. Never dare to do that until the last step, but barring that, he didn't dare to tell the Lin family what Su Xiaokun had explained to him. After all, the Lin family was also a behemoth. Seeing that it was the day of the marriage proposal, Duanliang's heart was incomparably irritated. Actually, I think this whole thing is pretty simple. Just follow what Su Xiaokun said and tell the Lin family the words as they are. Just let the Lin family handle it. An old man stood beside Duanliang and said with an attentive face, "Will it work?" Duanliang looked at the old man. Could it be that the patriarch has a better way than this? If this Su Xiaokun is truly powerful, then he can also diminish some of the Lin family's power. It doesn't hurt us either. If Su Xiaokun didn't have that kind of ability and was killed by the Lin family, wouldn't you have nothing to lose, patriarch? The old man analyzed. Duanliang also felt that this was reasonable. Just do it. You send someone to notify the Lin family and say that Chu Qingyi has been robbed. The old man nodded with a grim smile on his face and retreated. Oh, let you break my arm. Next you'll be prepared to face the wrath of the Lin family, Duanliang said viciously, gently stroking his bandaged arm. Apparently the broken arm had been attached. Night. The two women were talking to each other in Su Xiaokun's room. Big brother Su. Me. I want to cultivate with sister Luoli, can I? Chu Qingyi looked at Su Xiaokun's small face slightly red. What's wrong? It wasn't that Chu Qingyi wasn't allowed to cultivate. After all, Su Xiaokun also needed to figure out what was going on here. Chu Qingyi then told Su Xiaokun about the conversation with Duanliang. Only then did Su Xiaokun realize that Duanliang had actually sealed Chu Qingyi's cultivation. This Duanliang seeks death. Su Xiaokun's fists were clenched, obviously not expecting this Duanliang to dare to go this far. Then a hand grabbed Chu Qingyi's hand and felt it. Indeed, there was a force at Chu Qingyi's dantian that bound Chu Qingyi's internal energy. The current Chu Qingyi was actually just like an ordinary person. If one wanted to undo this seal, even if Su Xiaokun had the strength of a Yuaning, he couldn't do it. But it is possible to destroy this force. Once destroyed, Chu Qingyi's cultivation would truly be reduced to nothingness. And Duanliang had already entered into Su Xiaokun's must-kill list. It's fine if she doesn't practice her bull ***** technique. At most, she can only reach the Earth Immortal Realm. Trying to go further is simply not possible. Su Xiaokun said with anger. He sort of understood that the kung fu in this world, even in Kunlun, it's all just garbage. Even if they practiced any more, they wouldn't cultivate spiritual power. For them too, the Earth Immortal Realm was already the highest level. Chu Qingyi nodded slightly. I can help you nullify your current cultivation, but it might hurt a little. You need to bear with me, Su Xiaokun said heartily. But when Chu Qingyi thought about it, the gongfu that Su Xiaokun had obtained could be practiced until the end to live forever. Nodding heavily as well. First, she had already seen through the Cloud Spirit sect, and second, even if she had cultivated to the Earth Immortal Realm, the lifespan is only 1,000 years or so, and in the end it becomes a pile of yellow earth. Better to fight while you're young. Okay, then you bear with me. Saying that, Su Xiaokun gently lifted Chu Qingyi's palm. Then he controlled a spiritual force to enter Su Xiaokun's body. He was also afraid that too much spiritual energy input for the first time would destroy Chu Qingyi's internal organs. Dare to increase your spiritual power only a little bit. When Su Xiaokun's spiritual energy came into contact with Duanliang's internal energy, Duanliang's inner strength was like seeing a ghost and instantly tried to flee. But how would Su Xiaokun give it a chance to escape? After all, if this internal force was allowed to escape, it was likely to destroy Chu Qingyi's organs in an instant. Su Xiaokun's spiritual power moved. At once, this internal force was wrapped in spiritual energy. Then he looked up at Chu Qingyi. Ready? It might hurt a little bit next. Chu Qingyi nodded firmly. Brother Su. Doesn't. Honey. You do it. I can do it. Letting someone else's internal energy into their body. That would be as unreserved as standing naked in front of this person. And, as long as this person had the slightest bit of crooked thoughts, then Chu Qingyi would immediately perish. At this moment, Chu Qingyi truly accepted Su Xiaokun and at the same time changed her name. Su Xiaokun nodded and stopped talking, carefully controlled the spiritual power. Little by little, when the spiritual power increased to a certain level, Duan Liang's inner strength began to shatter a little bit. It turned into threads and began to peel away from Chu Qingyi's body. And this was just the beginning. As layers of sweat appeared on Chu Qingyi's pretty face, an involuntary frown creased his brow. Luoli didn't dare to disturb in the slightest now. Taking out a silk scarf and gently wiping Chu Qingyi's sweat, Su Xiaokun knew that the current Chu Qingyi was definitely in pain. The hard stripping of internal energy from the body was like being sucked by a vampire, and it was extremely hard to endure. Su Xiaokun sighed. Increase your spiritual power once more. And this time directly even Chu Qingyi's original internal force was wrapped in it. It was because Duan Liang's inner strength had eroded Chu Qingyi's inner strength. Unless Duan Liang took it back himself, no one could remove it, only forcibly erase it. This meant that Chu Qingyi's entire clan master cultivation had gone down the drain. When Su Xiaokun's spiritual energy just touched Chu Qingyi's internal energy, Chu Qingyi immediately let out a delicate cry. Apparently the pain was unbearable. Qingyi, hold on, otherwise it will be countered by my spiritual power. Su Xiaokun gave a reminder. Chu Qingyi nodded with difficulty, sweat already wetting his lapel. Chapter 78, Abolition of Cultivation. When the spiritual energy wrapped Chu Qingyi's internal energy airtight, Su Xiaokun drank lowly under his breath. Shatter me. At that moment, Chu Qingyi's internal energy began to compress. When compressed to the size of a fingernail cap, Su Xiaokun spoke violently. Bear with me. It's going to hurt a little. Chu Qingyi froze slightly and prepared herself mentally. Su Xiaokun's spiritual energy suddenly surged, wrapping around the internal energy and moving along the meridians. At this moment, Chu Qingyi only felt as if his meridians were about to split open. Shuddered with pain. Go Sister Qingyi. Lori spoke up. Hang in there in a minute. Su Xiaokun's forehead was also covered in layers of sweat. Now comes the most critical time. When the spiritual energy entered the mouth, Chu Qingyi could no longer hold back and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The pretty face directly became white and bloodless. But fortunately, this mouthful of blood spat out the spiritual energy as well. Su Xiaokun's eyes were quick. As soon as he grabbed the spiritual power in his hands, he suppressed it to death. Because this was the entire internal strength of the patriarch. Once there was an explosion. It was no different from a patriarch blowing himself up. Su Xiaokun held his spiritual power in his hand and revealed an evil smile. Consider this a meet and greet gift for you. Then the palm of his hand fiercely exerted force and directly threw out the internal force. The internal energy turned into a stream of light and flew straight towards the sovereign peak. The current Duanlian was still cursing with his head down, completely not realizing that danger had come. This Lin family. It's really. The words were not finished, but suddenly he frowned. Instantly rushed out of the house. In the next second, a violent explosion directly blew a deep pit out of the sect master's peak, and Duan Liang was also blown backwards by the explosion. Although Duan Liang had defenses, this was after all the entire internal force of a grandmaster, and it was no exaggeration to say that that explosion was as powerful as a missile. A mushroom cloud rose to the sky. The next moment all the Cloud Spirit sect disciples rushed up to the sect master's peak. Upon seeing Duan Liang's clothes all gone from the bombing, one barely stifled a laugh. However, it was good that Duan Liang was strong enough, otherwise this blow would have taken half his life. Who the is that? Su Xiaokun smiled bashfully. Even Luoli and Chu Qingyi laughed. I didn't expect Su Xiaokun to be so detrimental. Luoli had the pills provided by Su Xiaokun. The body is also back as it was. However, when hearing the Rayon secret code, breaking through the realm, it is surprising too. For a moment, he was a bit overwhelmed, his cheeks scarlet and red. Still, he followed Luoli and cultivated. After all, they have decided that the man in front of them is worthy of their life. Luoli, on the other hand, had reached the stage where she should break through the chi refining stage, and needed to merge with Su Xiaokun. But Lori didn't know what to think. It had to wait for Chu Qingyi's breakthrough to come together. This made Su Xiaokun cry and laugh. But it's exciting to think about. 3 days had passed in a flash. The Lin family traveled to the Cloud Spirit sect with congratulatory gifts in great numbers. At the head of the group was Lin Xiaofang, with an arrogant face. A little scumbag from the outside world. Dare to steal a woman from me. When you guys see someone in a while, you don't have to give me any crap. Just chop him up for me. Yes, young lord. A line of attendants nodded their heads, each of them rubbing their fists, completely not putting Su Xiaokun in their hearts. After all, a secular martial artist, even if he was a patriarch, was still trash to them. After all, Kunlun's cultivators, the gold content that is not blowing, Patriarchs weren't said to be running all over the place, but there were several times the amount in this world. Just like Lin Xiaofeng's entourage, all of them had 5 sect masters. There was also a half-step earthy mortal realm powerhouse. Only when one reaches the earthy mortal realm, then they are truly strong. Even if one was as strong as Kunlun, earthy mortal realm powerhouses were extremely rare. About 10 in the morning, Su Xiaokun and the others then waited for Lin Xiaofeng to arrive in the compound. Ancient Autumn Moon was also accompanying a few people. Of course Duan Liang didn't dare to show up here at the moment. After all, there was still a considerable fear of Su Xiaokun's strength. Just as a few people were talking to each other, Su Xiaokun's eyes became serious, because he sensed at least 20 people coming his way. Coming, Su Xiaokun murmured, and the women also looked toward the gate. Not long after, a young man of about 30 or so walked in with a group of people. The youth, on the other hand, was followed by Duan Liang with an attentive face. Just after walking to the gate, several people stopped and looked at Su Xiaokun and the others. When he saw Chu Qingyi, the youth's eyes lit up, but when he saw Luo Li, those eyes simply couldn't stay away. Especially the peaks on his chest made the youth stop for a long time. Ahem, Duan Liang coughed, pulling the youth's thoughts back. This is Su Xiaokun? The youth looked at the man in front of him with intent. Duan Liang nodded, a flash of cunning in his eyes. You guys can't even handle a mere secular martial artist? I see that your cloud spirit sect is really in vain. Although Duan Liang was filled with anger, he still cooperated with the youth and disparaged his own mountain gate. Even the disciples who were with him looked at Duan Liang with a pang of contempt in their eyes. The youth came forward in large strides and looked at Su Xiaokun. You're the one who robbed the young master of his woman? Su Xiaokun looked at the youth indifferently. Ugh, shameless. Lin Xiaofeng, I've said it many times. I'm already engaged. Please stop pestering me. Chu Qingyi was the first to speak. That's right. Don't even take a piss and look at yourself. It's as long as a groundhog dropped on the floor and got stomped on twice. Where did you get the face to chase Sister Qingyi? Haluoli's mouth is so spiteful that a living person could be angry with you. Not spoiling Lin Xiaofeng in the slightest. Lin Xiaofeng knew that he was ugly, so this had all become a taboo. It was a good thing he had a powerful family behind him, which was why no one dared to talk about his looks. Lin Xiaofeng was just about to get angry, but when he saw Luo Li's stunning face that was no less than Chu Qingyi's, hardly swallowed his anger. Oh, now let's get you talking more. When I take this man down, I'll serve you well. Lin Xiaofeng unknowingly challenged Su Xiaokun's bottom line. And this scene was exactly what Duan Liang was happy to see. That's right, young Master Lin. I see that this little ninny's breasts are really big. It must be great to touch, Duan Liang said on the side without being too serious. He was deliberately trying to make Lin Xiaofeng annoy this youth. Damn, get out of my way. How dare you look at my woman? Lin Xiaofeng looked at Duan Liang with disdain. Duan Liang had a look of anger in his eyes and didn't say anything else, but in his heart, he cursed Lin Xiaofeng's ancestors. Kid, be sensible and hand over these 2 women. I can spare your life. Lin Xiaofeng Awesome Boom looked at Su Xiaokun, not caring at all about Su Xiaokun's icy cold eyes. Su Xiaokun was also made to laugh by Lin Xiaofeng's words. I've seen some crazy people, but not this crazy. It seems that this Kunlun is really a party of water and soil. Chapter 79, Mountain Protection Formation. Su Xiaokun didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. Lifting his palm, a spiritual force struck over. Young lord, be careful. The half-step earthy mortal directly protected in front of Lin Xiaofeng and received the strike. Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned, even though it was just a random strike, not even using 10% of his strength to be able to be blocked. It was also enough to make Su Xiaokun take a second look, but only at a glance. You dare to strike? Do you know that I am the only young master of the Lin family? Lin Xiaofeng looked at Su Xiaokun incredulously, knowing that in this cloud spirit town, the Lin family was an absolute hegemon, controlling the entire Lin city. Cloud Spirit Town, including the Cloud Spirit sect, was only the tip of the iceberg in Lin City. Even Green Mountain Town was part of Lin Cheng's scope, and I didn't expect that someone would not give face to it. However, when he thought that Su Xiaokun was from the secular world, he understood. What? Starting to mention people to me? Su Xiaokun disdainfully looked at Lin Xiaofeng. A second-generation ancestor is just a second-generation ancestor. Completely did not give to put in the heart. He then turned his head to look at Duan Liang. Duan Liang, I think I told you to bring his head to me. Could it be that you want the Cloud Spirit sect to be destroyed? Duan Liang froze, not expecting the spearhead to be pointed at himself. But after all, Duan Liang was also a powerful person of the earthy mortal realm and had his own pride. Asterisk. What about you, blowing awesome? Still wanting the Cloud Spirit sect to be overthrown. Not a big person, but not a small mouth. You don't know that the Cloud Spirit sect is covered by my Lin family? Lin Xiaofeng stared angrily at Su Xiaokun. More than one JB in your Lin family? Luo Li spoke out of turn, a sentence that made Lin Xiaofeng tremble with anger. Fine. I hope bringing your mouth will be better. Lin Xiaofeng waved slightly. Waste him for me. Remember not to kill. I'm going to play with his woman in front of him later. Yes, the 5 patriarchs responded. He then walked towards Su Xiaokun. Kid, have a good life in your next life. Noisy. Su Xiaokun didn't talk nonsense and directly swung out a palm. Those 5 people were slapped out of the way before they could even get close, and then shook their fists slightly into the air. All of a sudden, the 5 people turned into a puff of blood and mist, with no bones left in their corpses. Lin Xiaofeng was also startled. After all, he was only at the early stage of the sovereign master's strength. It wasn't as high as these 5 people's cultivation. Missed the mark. Can you take this man? Lin Xiaofeng said to the half-step earth immortal to the side. Not necessarily. This son is very strong. He is estimated to have the strength of the late earth immortal realm. The half-step earth immortal felt it. Then we can't lose face with the Lin family. Go him for me. Lin Xiaofeng pointed a finger at Su Xiaokun, and even a half-step earth immortal didn't dare to disobey. Stiffly, he walked towards Su Xiaokun, taking out the sword in his hand. The sword pointed at Su Xiaokun. Kid, I know I'm no match for you, but the Lin family is not something you can mess with. Behind your back if you know what's good for you. Asterisk. Luo Li cursed. Even Chu Qingyi was amused. And, I didn't expect this Luo Li to be a living treasure. Not afraid of anything at all. Girl child, you seek death. Although half-step earth immortal can't beat Su Xiaokun, but a Luo Li with a low cultivation level didn't put it in her eyes at all. Just ready to strike. When he saw Su Xiaokun flexing his fingers, a spiritual force instantly shot out from his fingertips. It directly shot into the brow of the half-step earth immortal. Blast! A slight low drink came out of his mouth. In an instant, the half-step earth immortal's head burst open like a watermelon. Lin Xiaofeng was confused. A half-step earth immortal was unexpectedly killed in seconds as well, completely unable to see Su Xiaokun's strength. His body involuntarily stepped back, then looked at Duan Liang. Duan Liang, go kill him. As long as you can kill him, I'll beg my Lin family's old ancestor to instruct you. The moment he heard that he could be instructed by the Lin family's ancestor, Duan Liang's heart was immediately moved. It was important to know that the Lin family had 3 old ancestors with unfathomable strengths that were said to have surpassed the earth immortal realm, entering into a higher level. That is, with the existence of these 3 old ancestors, it was only then that the Lin family could rest on their laurels and run rampant with impunity. But the thought of Su Xiaokun quietly chopping off his own arm, Duan Liang didn't dare to make a move for a while, although the conditions given by Lin Xiaofeng were very tempting. But, facing a person who was at least a late earth immortal, or the peak earth immortal Su Xiaokun, there was still quite a gap. What are you thinking? Haven't you been begging me to introduce you in front of the old ancestor? You know I'm the only child of the Lin family. What I say is holy writ. Lin Xiaofeng looked at Duan Liang angrily. Duan Liang struggled briefly for a moment, and made up his mind to. After all, being instructed by a powerful person who had surpassed the earth immortal realm was something he could only dream of. Kid, blame it on the fact that you can offend the wrong people. You'll be accounted for here today. Duan Liang took out a long spear from somewhere, clearly in a desperate stance. The strength of the middle stage of the earth immortal realm exploded in a flash. Die! Flame gun! In an instant, Duan Liang's lance was covered in a layer of flames and stabbed towards Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun's body moved slightly. A golden rod appeared in his hand. The Pan-Dragon Stick, also sensing Su Xiaokun's battle intent, emitted an incomparably dazzling light. When the lance was about to get close, Su Xiaokun raised his Pan-Dragon Stick and slammed it down. There was a click. The lance was unexpectedly smashed hard by the coiled dragon stick. Then Duan Liang felt a huge force that directly shook him out. A mouthful of blood spurted out. With just one strike, Duan Liang was seriously injured and destroyed the weapon that had followed him all his life. No! No way! Who the hell are you? Why does it possess such terrifying strength? You're not an earth immortal at all. You're a void immortal. Although Su Xiaokun and Luo Li didn't know what a void immortal was, almost everyone present knew. The realm above earth immortal was void immortal, and the 3 old ancestors of the Lin family were precisely at the void immortal realm. Even Lin Xiaofeng, who was on the side, was surprised to hear that Su Xiaokun was at the void immortal realm. You know that an earth immortal can start a sect, and a void immortal is an ancestor-level existence. It was unimaginable that the Su Xiaokun in front of him looked to be only in his 20s, yet he possessed the strength of a void immortal. But even then Lin Xiaofeng wasn't very afraid. After all, there were 3 void immortal ancestors behind him. Even Su Xiaokun doesn't dare to kill himself. Duan Liang, what are you waiting for? Don't you have a mountain protection formation? Hurry up and turn it on. Kill him for me. Duan Liang was reminded by Lin Xiaofang and immediately slowed down from his shock. Yeah, I still have the mountain protector formation that can fight against the void immortal realm. Duan Liang then flew into the air. Inner strength wrapped around the words. Cloud Spirit sect disciples listened to the order to open the mountain protection formation. The sound spread throughout the entire Cloud Spirit sect in an instant. At this moment all the disciples raised the weapons in their hands, releasing his inner strength towards the sky. When the internal energy gathered into a single point, a shroud of light enveloped the Cloud Spirit sect. Kid, you go to hell. Even if you're a void immortal, you'll still fall here today. Chapter 80. Lin Xiaofang was scared less. Su Xiaokun held the pan-dragon stick in his hand and did not interrupt the start of the mountain protecting formation, because he wanted to know just how far he had gotten. As time passed, above the skies of the Cloud Spirit sect, gradually, a ball of light composed of internal energy was formed. Its terrifying pressure had already surpassed the energy released by the Earth Immortal Realm. Su Xiaokun frowned slightly as he also felt some pressure. Ha ha, how about the brat is scared? Duan Liang's eyes filled with madness as he watched the mountain protector formation become a reality. He wants Su Xiaokun dead. What a lot of crap. Su Xiaokun raised his pan-long stick and leapt up towards the sky, smashing it against the ball of light. But just a moment before it was going to hit, that ball of light suddenly shot out a terrifying sword chi. Su Xiaokun frowned slightly. In a flash the body was covered with a psychic shield, allowing the sword chi to wildly bombard his body. Kind of. Su Xiaokun smiled faintly. That figure also began to fall downward as it was suppressed by the sword chi. Ha ha, how about it, kid? Scared? You should know that our Cloud Spirit sect's mountain protection formation is strong enough to rival the void immortal realm. Die for me. Duan Liang suddenly flew towards the ball of light. It was violently integrated into the ball of light, and the sword chi that shot out surprisingly began to become more dense. The internal energy was frantically transformed into various attacks as if it didn't need any money, and was launched towards Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun remained deep as he faced a dense attack, spinning the disc dragon stick in his hand madly. It was like a propeller, smashing all the attacks that shot down, and inside the ball of light, Duan Liang's fire suddenly climbed. I don't believe I can't hit you. All disciples listened to the order. Increase your inner strength for me. Everyone frantically mobilized the internal energy in their bodies as they received the signal. After all, if Su Xiaokun survived, then the Cloud Spirit sect would probably face extinction. No one dares to slack off in this moment. The ball of light in the sky was receiving a constant source of energy. Instantly it began to swell and grow larger. And at this moment, Su Xiaokun's forehead was sweating a little. The protective shield formed by the spiritual energy also shattered at this point. Ha ha, kid, let's see how long you can hold out. Duan Liang saw the shield break apart when surprisingly, he had incorporated all of his internal energy into the ball of light, trying to kill Su Xiaokun with one hit. Because the mountain protection formation consumed a great deal, even if the Cloud Spirit sect had a lot of reserves, but it can only be opened just once a year. Honey, look out. The two women nervously looked at Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun looked down. Don't worry, I'm fine. A void immortal is nothing more than that. It's my turn down there. Su Xiaokun stared dead on at Duan Liang within the ball of light. Don't you blow me off with your power. If you're capable, you'll straighten me out, or I will kill you. Duan Liang said sinisterly. He didn't believe that Su Xiaokun could break this mountain protection array. Oh well, it only takes one stick to break the formation. The next moment Su Xiaokun instantly withdrew his spiritual power shield. Holding the coiled dragon stick in his hand, he directly turned into a stream of light and flew to a higher place. Condescendingly, he looked at Duan Liang. Prime stick. In an instant the coiled dragon stick grew directly to thousands of meters. The virtual image of the Yellow Emperor violently appeared behind his back, covering the entire heaven and earth. Break me. Only to see the false image of the Yellow Emperor doing the same action as Su Xiaokun, holding a huge sword in his hand and slashing at Duan Liang together. Is this the law of heaven? Duan Liang's scalp felt numb as he looked at the huge projection. It was the first time he had seen such a huge projection. When he didn't wait for Duan Liang to react, the sword and stick slammed down on top of the ball of light. It was awfully quiet at the moment, and everyone was looking at the silhouette in the sky. In the next moment, cracks began to appear in the ball of light. The internal energy inside also began to overflow recklessly along the cracks. No way. As Duan Liang hissed, the ball of light suddenly exploded in a huge explosion. Instantly, Duan Liang's body was blown to smithereens, leaving no bones left, and the aftermath of the explosion instantly swept through the entire Cloud Spirit sect. In an instant, the flesh of the disciples holding weapons was blown apart, leaving behind only a horrifying skeleton. Su Xiaokun gave a dark cry, shouting to Chu Qingyi, Luoli and Gu Choyue, you guys hold your breath and don't drive away my consciousness. Although the three did not know what Su Xiaokun was going to do, but the first time they all acted according to Su Xiaokun's command, Su Xiaokun's mind moved, and instantly the three of them disappeared in place. And at that moment, an even more terrifying aftershock swept towards Lin Xiaofeng. Lin Xiaofeng turned around and ran when he saw that things were bad. However, the aftermath came too quickly and directly wrapped everyone who brought it in. About 5 minutes passed. Only then did the aftermath wave gradually dissipate, and Su Xiaokun's clothes were blown away by the aftermath wave. Standing naked in the air, breathing heavily, a drop of blood slipped from the corner of his mouth and his hair was disheveled. When looking at the Cloud Spirit sect once again, he found that the Cloud Spirit sect had been razed to the ground. The large clan of thousands of people had disappeared without a trace in an instant. Even the town of Yunshan was blown apart. At the moment, Yunshan town was like a hell on earth. Everyone was reduced to skeletons. It is good that the first layer in the Xian Yuan Yellow Emperor technique is body refining. Otherwise, Su Xiaokun would also explode and blow up into dust. But even so, the veins in Su Xiaokun's body were shaken to the core, obviously thinned out a lot of internal injuries. It then slowly fell to the ground. With a wave of his palm, the three of them immediately appeared in front of Su Xiaokun. However, when she saw the scene in front of her, Ancient Autumn Moon was confused. You should know that you have been in this sect for decades, and now there's not even a tile left. Frozen in place, his mind didn't know what to think, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. When the two women realized that Su Xiaokun was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, one by one, they immediately came forward to show their concern. But just then, a weak voice came out. Help! Help me! Lin Xiaofeng? Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the entire Cloud Spirit sect in Cloud Spirit Town had been razed to the ground. It's amazing he survived. However, seeing the broken jade slip in Lin Xiaofeng's hand, Su Xiaokun guessed a thing or two. I didn't expect that your Lin family would give you quite a lot of magic treasures to save your life. Su Xiaokun looked at Lin Xiaofeng indifferently. Today he would definitely die. Lin Xiaofeng also reacted. Looking at the grim-faced Su Xiaokun, he immediately pissed himself in fear. A tawdry odor came out. He was used to being overbearing, but that was because of the guardianship of his family. Now, due to his arrogance, everyone around him is dead and clean. And even if he calls for that takes time too, doesn't it? Obviously Su Xiaokun would not give him this time. You can't kill me. It's the Lin family behind me. Oh, Su Xiaokun raised his eyebrows. You still dare to mention the Lin family to me? Is it too slow to die of idleness? Chapter 81 Cloud Spirit Sect and Cloud Spirit Town gone? Su Xiaokun's icy words had just finished. Lin Xiaofeng's small legs like sieve plopped down in front of Su Xiaokun. Big brother. I was wrong. I will never mess with Chu Qingyi again. Clunk. Lin Xiaofeng kowtowed frantically. His forehead was oozing with a trace of blood. The two women looked at Lin Xiaofeng without a trace of pity in their eyes. After all, in this Kunlun, strength reigns supreme, and if you let the tiger return to the mountain, it is likely to face unnecessary trouble. Su Xiaokun took one step towards Lin Xiaofeng. With every step, Lin Xiaofeng's heart thumped, and he kowtowed even more violently. He just wants to live. After all, the only way to have any hope of revenge is to live. I am really wrong. Please forgive me. Our Lin family has plenty of resources. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to offer half of my cultivation resources. Lin Xiaofeng, who had already been scared out of his wits, had long since lost his initial arrogance. Oh, resources? I haven't really looked at it. However, since you chose to offend me, then you must have the realization of death. Su Xiaokun said icily. No, you can't kill me. Our Lin family has 3 void immortal ancestors. They won't leave you alone if I die, because I'm the only child of the Lin family. Seeing that showing weakness and begging for forgiveness wouldn't work, Lin Xiaofeng moved the old ancestor out again. Oh, mentioning people to me? If I was afraid, I wouldn't have destroyed the Cloud Spirit sect, so go to hell. After saying that, he lifted the pan long stick and slammed it down. Instantly Lin Xiaofeng's blood and flesh flew everywhere. Obviously, the magic treasures had all been used up in the explosion just now. Thus, a generation of bullies fell on the scene. However, just then, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the sky, absorbed everyone's souls into it. It then disappeared. Although Su Xiaokun was wondering what this black hole was, but at the moment he had no strength to care about that. His eyes went black and he fell backwards. The two women were quick on their feet and rushed to hold Su Xiaokun, which prevented them from having a close contact with the earth. Afterward, Chu Qingyi took out a bed from the space. That's right, it's a bed. And who knows why Chu Qingyi is carrying it. He gently placed Su Xiaokun on the bed and wiped the blood from his body. After doing all this, The two women only then reacted. Su Xiaokun actually still bare, rushing to put the covers on. Luckily, Guqiu Yu didn't know what she was thinking and didn't notice Su Xiaokun at all. That's what made the two men breathe a sigh of relief. After all, it was his own man. How could he be seen by an outsider? Not even if it's the master's wife. When Su Xiaokun fell into a coma, the spiritual energy in his body began to gradually repair the damaged meridians. There was no way. Su Xiaokun was unconscious, and these two people couldn't take out the pills from Su Xiaokun's space. One can only stand by silently. I don't know how long it took, but ancient autumn moon came back to her senses, unbelievably looking at Su Xiaokun. He didn't think that once he was just a Huanjing martial artist. Now it was so powerful that it wasn't even a match for the earth immortal realm. One must know that this mountain protection formation was able to repel even a void immortal, yet it could not help Su Xiaokun. It was at this moment that he realized that the weak youth had grown to the point that she could not even look at him. At first, he thought that Fong Wentian had brought him here. Wrong. So wrong. Then he also took out a healing pill from his own space. It was sent into Su Xiaokun's mouth. The two women didn't stop them. After all, ancient autumn moon had good intentions. As the medicine dispersed, Su Xiaokun gradually woke up from his coma. Just as he was about to get up, he was pressed down by the two women. I don't have any men's clothes. You put some clothes on before you get up. Su Xiaokun smiled helplessly and took out an ancient hemp garment from the space and put it on his body. The clothes? It is estimated that it is the Yellow Emperor's. After all, Su Xiaokun did not put clothes inside. Only after putting on his clothes did Su Xiaokun walk out of bed. Looking at the bed in front of him was a little puzzling, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he looked up at ancient autumn moon. What are your plans, Shifu? After all, the cloud spirit sect was gone. And what happened to Guqiu Yu had to be explained to Fong Qiantian. Ancient autumn moon said after a moment of contemplation. I'll probably go looking for Fong Wentian. With the clan gone, he's the only one I believe in. Su Xiaokun nodded without forcing him to stay. However, Luoli said from the sidelines, since the cloud spirit sect is gone, why don't we start our own sect? After all, Hubby's strength is so powerful that he is fully capable of ruling the clan. Shu Qingyi, hearing Luoli's thoughts, also nodded. After all, even a strong man has to have something to fall back on. Didn't you see Lin Xiaofeng yelling that he was the young master of the Lin family everywhere he went? Upon hearing about the self-established sect, Guqiu Yu's eyes lit up slightly. If you're going to start your own clan, then I'll stay and help. After all, Guqiu Yu also had the strength of a peak Songshi, which was also considered a great help. And as long as Su Xiaokun founded the sect, Guqiu Yu didn't believe that Fong Wentian wouldn't come. After all, finding someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. So you might as well wait for them to come to your door. Su Xiaokun thought for a moment, then nodded. Because in order to destroy Qi, it is true that we must also have our own forces. Just the current few are clearly not enough. Yeah, great. Luoli jumped up happily. In fact, to her the clan was equivalent to a home. You can't take her as your wife until you have a home. That's what she had in mind. Su Xiaokun looked at Guqiu Yu. But I exterminated your clan. Aren't you angry? If Guqiu Yu had her own mind, that would be a time bomb. After all, so Su Xiaokun is also to understand clearly. Oh, why should I be angry? Back when they forced Qingyi to marry, I saw through this clan, do whatever it takes for profit, and perish the thought. Su Xiaokun nodded. After all, removing the relationship of his master's wife, he was still Chu Qingyi's master. Since the Cloud Spirit sect and Cloud Spirit Town are gone, then let's start a clan here. Ancient Autumn Moon thought for a moment and said, it's not good here. You killed Lin Xiaofeng. The Lin family won't stop. The Lin family's old ancestors are all in seclusion though, so they can't do anything to you for a short period of time. But once he's out of the gate, he'll definitely be the first to take revenge. As for the rest of the Lin family, with your strength there's absolutely no need to worry about it. Just consider these three void immortal realm ancestors. Ancient Autumn Moon analyzed. However, through the great battle that had just ended, Su Xiaokun also had a general understanding of the strength of the void immortals. The explosion just now, Su Xiaokun believed that that power was definitely above the void immortal, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to level the entire Yunshan town. Rather, he didn't take these three old ancestors to heart. No harm done, just come and kill. Su Xiaokun waved his hand. Ancient Autumn Moon was slightly stunned. Yeah, the teenager in front of him is at least at the void immortal realm. He's not even afraid of himself, so what the hell? Nothing more was then said. Chapter 82, Returning to the World. So, what would be a good name for the clan? Luoli put her index finger on her lips, pretending to think. The crowd was also in deep thought. After all, the name of a clan was the face of a clan. Getting hard to hear is a sure way to get laughed at by your peers. How about calling it the hegemony heavenly sect, meaning to dominate the world? Luo Li said. The crowd sweats, obviously disagreeing. Xu Qingyi gave a blank stare. I think it's quite domineering, Luo Li muttered in a small voice. Why don't I just call it Xiaokun Zone? A few people's eyes lit up, and Su Xiaokun looked at Luo Li with a head full of black lines. You're kind of cute when you're not talking. Luo Li spat out her little tongue and stopped talking, walking to the side, muttering and thinking. Hubby likes beheading so much, how about beheading the clan? No. Not good, too bloody. Listening to Luo Li's muttering, the crowd was speechless for a while, and even Gu Qiuyu was puzzled that, where did Su Xiaokun find this superb? I think we might as well call it Dark Prison. After all, that's where hubby came from, though the Dark Prison is gone now. Just as a thought, Xu Qingyi said. Su Xiaokun's eyes lit up slightly. Dark Prison was also considered his second home, and it would be a lie to say that he didn't miss it. A nod followed. Well, let's call it Dark Prison then. Hey, this is good. This is good. When the time comes, invite all the masters over. Lori couldn't agree more with the name. Gu Qiuyu had nothing to say. After all, Su Xiaokun was the one who was in charge of the big picture. Well, since it's all agreed, let's call it Dark Prison. As for the position of patriarch, leave it to Elder Fong, Su Xiaokun said after thinking for a while. Ha, hubby, why don't you become the patriarch? How awesome. Luo Li danced around. However, Xu Qingyi was agreeing with Su Xiaokun that it was better to control the Dark Prison behind the scenes. Since that's the case, then I think that we can let Master Qiuyu temporarily take over the position of patriarch. It's okay to let Elder Fong have it when he comes back. When the time comes, we'll set up an Elder Hall and let Master Qiuyu take over the Elder Hall, Gu Qiuyu said, completely ignoring Luo Li. Aha! Su Xiaokun nodded, also feeling good. Ancient Autumn Moon just wanted to refuse, but she was blocked from doing so. Shifu Maiden, don't be in a hurry to refuse. First of all, we're new to Kunlun. A lot of it is not well understood. Secondly, with Senior Mother's prestige, she can recruit disciples more quickly. Hearing Su Xiaokun say this, Gu Qiuyu no longer excuses herself. In this way, the giants of Kunlun rose under the discussion of several people. The first priority now is to establish the clan first, or else people will have no place to stay when they come, Luo Li said as she looked at the blown flat place. Really, husband, you next time strike in a little lighter. Look at such a big clan, hard for you to level. Lori muttered. There's no need to worry about that. I can arrange for someone to build it, and I estimate that it can be constructed in a month, Ancient Autumn Moon said from the sidelines. When hearing a month, Su Xiaokun was a little stunned, but thought that the Kunlun was basically people of cultivation, and surely they were also faster at drying out than the secular world, and figured it out. But, I'm afraid I don't have enough money. Gu Qiuyu looked at Su Xiaokun and said, money? How much? I still have quite a bit of property in the world. Secular money surely not. The currency in here is usually gold, silver or spirit stones. Of course things like spirit stones are extremely precious and no one is willing to take them out and spend them. After all, spirit stones can be used for cultivation. That's a good one. Su Xiaokun thought about it. The big deal is that I'll just go back to the world and exchange all my possessions for gold and get them back. After all, there was no restriction for a sovereign to enter Kunlun for the first time. And under a sovereign you had to reach the sovereign realm to be able to do so. And the natives couldn't. The natives couldn't get out of Kunlun even if they had cultivated to the level of a patriarch. There is a limit of rules, but of course those who come out of the world do not have such limitations. No way. Ancient Autumn Moon refused. First of all, the time in the world is different from Kunlun. If you go out too long, in case the Lin family seeks revenge, we can't stop it at all without you, Ancient Autumn Moon said thoughtfully. It's a real dilemma. Su Xiaokun nodded. After all, Su Xiaokun could now be equivalent to the same status as the Lin family's oldest ancestor. It was the face of the Dark Prison. If he left, then this Dark Prison would be destroyed before it could grow. Hey, this doesn't work. That doesn't work. So what should we do? Lori is a bit of a hothead. By the way, what did you just put us in? Ancient Autumn Moon said thoughtfully. In the space ring. Su Xiaokun didn't hide it either. It can't be, can it? Realize that it's impossible for a space ring to hold a living thing. Ancient Autumn Moon said somewhat incredulously. This Su Xiaokun did not know, but just now, he did put them in the middle of the space ring. Tell you what, try putting me in there one more time, Ancient Autumn Moon said. Su Xiaokun nodded. Then with a thought, Gu Qiuyu instantly returned to the ring. When a minute or so passed, Su Xiaokun released Gu Qiuyu. Only Ancient Autumn Moon had a shocked look on her face. What kind of space storage magic treasure do you have here? Surprisingly, it can hold living things? How could Su Xiaokun tell Gu Qiuyu? After all, he didn't understand it either. Never mind. Forget I asked. In that case, you can put us in your space and we'll go out together. When enough money is collected, we'll just come back and establish the clan. Ancient Autumn Moon said thoughtfully. Su Xiaokun's eyes lit up. This was best. Just in time to avoid retaliation from the Lin family. After having made a decision, Su Xiaokun took the three into the middle of the ring. Immediate departure to the secular world. After putting them away in the ring, Su Xiaokun was surprised to find that it was surprising that he couldn't tear through space here. That was a bit depressing for him. Maybe Kunlun's space is sturdier than the worldly one. Then he flew with all his might in the direction from which he came. What Su Xiaokun didn't know was that if you wanted to go out from Kunlun, you had to have the jade slip, or have the ability to rip through space. Otherwise you'll never get out. However, just as Su Xiaokun arrived at the place, he realized that the space here was rather weak, but that was also using all his strength to tear the space apart. Then walked in. In the next second, a crack appeared in space at the cliff in the Kunlun Mountains, and Su Xiaokun walked out, feeling worldly and inexplicably missing something. He then flew towards the Chu family in a stream of light. After all, the Chu family was now helping to take care of the assets under Su Xiaokun's name. In just 10 minutes or so, Su Xiaokun appeared in the Chu family compound. The three were then released. Chu Qingyi, when she saw that it was in her own home, suddenly tears moistened her eyes. It's been 15 years. 15 whole years since I've seen my grandfather. He also couldn't care less about Su Xiaokun and the others and walked in alone. Chapter 83 A Tiger and Two Cows Fall. Su Xiaokun followed closely behind, and only after explaining his intentions to Chu Tianlong did he take Luo Li away. And Gu Qiuyu also wanted to take a walk in the world, perhaps with something? Also left Su Xiaokun. Make an appointment to meet here in 3 days. He's also going back to the Su for a visit. What Su Xiaokun didn't expect, however, was that after organizing his worldly assets, surprisingly, it reached $50 billion in cash flow. Of course it would take about a week to convert all those funds into gold bricks. After all, it is also necessary to leave some liquidity in the secular. So Su Xiaokun only exchanged $30 billion, about 100 tons of gold. After all, in those days, a gram was only $300. Building a clan is more than enough. When Su Xiaokun returned to the Su manor, he found that the three of them, Yin Hongxue, were still in the middle of their cultivation. Currently, the strength of the three had reached the peak of the sovereign realm, and there was still a distance to the earthy mortals. Su Xiaokun simply stopped interrupting. Let's go hubby out for a drink. Quinlan's meals are so average. Let's pick up some more seasonings this time, Luo Li said as she held Su Xiaokun's arm. Aha! Su Xiaokun nodded slightly. After all, he could eat or not, but these two women wanted to eat. The two then walked into a random larger restaurant, empty and unoccupied. The two found a random place to sit. On the contrary, it was Luo Li, who ordered frantically at the menu. After ordering 18 in a row, he stopped only with great interest, and eyeballed Su Xiaokun to ask what he wanted to eat. But Su Xiaokun just took the menu. Into the doorway whimpered a dozen men with tattooed dragons and tigers. At the head of the group were two men, big and burly as oxen, a body of tendons that looks extremely explosive. When they saw Luo Li beside Su Xiaokun, their eyes glowed at the same time. Asterisk. Big brother, this chick is so powerful looking. She's much better looking than the stars, especially those big boobs. TSK, I feel like I can't even hold them in two hands, the man said to the man next to him. Asterisk, that's ing huge. But today we're here on business, waiting to look into this woman's information later. I'm sure the merits are that prominent it should check out nicely. The two of them swept a glance at each other and revealed a gust of lewd laughter. Not paying the slightest attention to the two of them. Su Xiaokun, husband, I've noticed you've been a lot more grumpy lately. Hey, if this were before, you would have scrapped these guys a long time ago. Luo Li looked at Su Xiaokun grudgingly. I think so. Did he just gesture with both hands? Su Xiaokun looked at Luo Li, who nodded slightly, only to see Su Xiaokun unhurriedly picking up the dinner knife for eating steak and slightly moving it. A cold aura flashed. The man who had just been gesticulating only felt a coldness at his wrist and, the next second both palms fell to the ground in unison. Even the pain hadn't passed through yet. Is this my hand? The man held up his bare arm and looked down. Asterisk, your mom. It's really my hand. Instant beads of sweat slid down his cheeks and a sharp pain hit him. Damn. Hurry up and pick up my hand, the man said to the minions behind him. The little brother didn't know what was going on, so he rushed up to the front of the room, and inattentive, just a foot on top of the falling palm. Asterisk, your mom. Watch it. That's my hand. Just as the two of them were cursing angrily, the man next to them looked at Su Xiaokun. The more I look at it, the more familiar it seems, and it always feels like I've seen it somewhere before. However, he was not intimidated by the maneuver. After all, the man was also a martial artist. Although he didn't see how Su Xiaokun chopped off his arm, he still arched his hand and said, "My name is Li Dinyo. Even if this brother of mine insulted your woman just now, you didn't go so far as to chop his arm off, did you?" Su Xiaokun turned to look at Li Dinyo. After thinking for a moment, this was said. "Oh, so it's the famous one tiger and two cows of the two cows. Why do you have a problem with that?" Li Dinyo is used to being a bully in the imperial capital, and has never seen one who was madder than himself. To change the previous long with Su Xiaokun dry up, which to say so much nonsense, but after all, Wang Hu's death had caused Li Dinyo to tighten up a lot. "Honey, why are you talking so much nonsense with them? Just missing a cow's hoof stew. Kill them all," Luoli said with some dissatisfaction. "I was in a good mood, out for some dinner, and you guys ruined it all. Me chow, do you really think I, Li Dinyo, am a vegetarian? Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're a martial artist." Li Dinyo also got on the temper. "Why, I don't believe it. You still dare to kill people in this imperial capital? That's your mom. Kill us all if you can." The little brothers behind him each stared angrily at Su Xiaokun. "Noisy!" Su Xiaokun snapped his fingers, only to see the minions behind Li Dinyo inexplicably fall down. The pupils were lax, obviously dead. "You, who the hell are you?" Seeing Su Xiaokun silently kill all the people he brought with him, caught up in the fear. It was important to know that although Li Erniu was a martial artist, that was only just to inner strength. "I came here today to celebrate my breakthrough. I didn't expect to kick the can down the road. Asterisk asterisk. I don't know how you gangsters do it. Wang Hu is dead, so why don't you all hide yourselves honestly?" Lori muttered. Li Dinyo snapped to attention. "It's you! You're Su Xiaokun. I said, why do you look so familiar?" Cold sweat swished down his face. He was there to watch the battle at the top of that sunset to save his wife. Earth immortal. The only Earth immortal in the whole world. What the hell have I done? I said, why do these two look so familiar? Now Li Dinyo's bowels were green with remorse. Especially Li Erniu, who had broken both his arms and couldn't care less about the pain. Using his broken arm to shove, Li Dinyo then knelt in front of Su Xiaokun. "The upper immortal. Is that I have eyes and I don't recognize Taishan? My mouth is cheap. If you want to blame it, blame me. Nothing to do with my big brother." Li Erniu carried all of it. After all, it was also him who started it. "No, Supreme Immortal. Spare Erniu. I'll take the blame for this alone." The two Li Dinyo pushed each other around because they knew that one of them would definitely die today. After all, a patriarch cannot be insulted, let alone an Earth immortal, an existence that could kill a sovereign in seconds. "Hubby, hurry up and fix it." "Noisy." Luoli waved her hand impatiently. In the next second, the heads of the two men fell to the ground, thus ending the era of one tiger and two oxen. Even though the proprietor behind Erniu is the Lu family, even if they gave the Lu family 10,000 guts, they wouldn't dare to offend the current Su Xiaokun. Let's not forget that even the ancient martial arts clans, because of Su Xiaokun's appearance, have closed their mountains. Chapter 84. Fong Wendian is dead? The whole restaurant became bloody and fishy. The two had no desire to eat either. Fortunately, Su Xiaokun disappeared with Luoli. As for cleaning up the mess, that's out of his hands. As Vice Minister of Darkness, this little matter can't be hidden from the top brass of China. When the two hadn't been gone for long, Hua arranged for someone to take care of everything, and all the people at the hotel who saw the scene were brainwashed. After leaving, Su Xiaokun took Luoli on a trip to Y City. After all, Luoli's mother was still in the world, and after giving an elixir, the two left. Although this elixir couldn't turn Luoli's mother into a martial artist, it could at least prolong her life. 2 days later, the two men returned to the Su family estate, and the three masters in cultivation, also quit practicing. Su Xiaokun said his idea of establishing a clan, and the three masters were strongly in favor of it, and this time all intend to follow Su Xiaokun to Kunlun. It also took 50 inner strength powerhouses along with it, while the rest stayed behind to watch over the house. When the third day rolled around, Gu Qiuyu arrived at the Chu family compound and waited for Su Xiaokun's return. Chu Tianlong used all his connections, and also finally, on the third day, the whole thing took care of 100 tons of gold. Most of them contained a bunch of gold leaves for Su Xiaokun to spend in Kunlun. This was quite satisfactory to Su Xiaokun. Of course there was no shortage of pills to give Chu Tianlong. With the elixir's boost, Chu Tianlong estimated that he would still be able to live for another 100 years or so. Only after doing everything, did Su Xiaokun teleport everyone into the middle of the spatial ring. With a big wave of his hand, he entered the spatial rift. Farewell to the world once more. When Su Xiaokun appeared once more, he had already entered Kunlun. With the added power of money, ancient autumn moon also began to move. Of course this month Su Xiaokun has not been idle, using his spiritual power, stiffening the three masters' realms to the earthy mortal realm. This really shocked ancient autumn moon. You know that's the earthy mortal realm. A single earthy mortal could have founded the clan. And Su Xiaokun had even hardened himself in front of Gu Qiuyu. 3 earthy mortals were created. Of course Su Xiaokun was only trying to see if his spiritual power could help the 3 break through. When confirmed, Gu Qiuyu was also under Su Xiaokun's elixir in spiritual power. Breaking through to the earthy mortal realm. With 4 earthy mortals and 1 void immortal in one clan, their strength was comparable to a second-tier clan. Coupled with the prestige of ancient autumn moon, the sect had gradually taken shape in more than half a month. The sect's main peak, on the other hand, had a magnificent hall built up. A month later, the clan was finally established. The 2 big characters of Dark Prison were written by Su Xiaokun himself, and the font was drawn with iron and silver hooks, and the strokes of a dragon and snake. It looks very visually appealing. On this day, the Dark Prison was officially established. Ancient Autumn Moon temporarily took over the position of patriarch. Just as a few people were about to make a big deal out of it, Ancient Autumn Moon received a piece of news that darkened everyone. Fong asked the sky to die. The body was also returned, quietly lying in the middle of the Great Hall. Surprisingly, there were no wounds on his body, and it was only after Su Xiaokun had examined the meridians and internal organs in Fong Wentian's body were damaged as much as possible. Who is it? Just who killed Elder Fong? Su Xiaokun sat on top of the high seat, looking down at the crowd below. A murderous aura filled his eyes. Everyone didn't dare to make a sound at the moment. Chu Qingyi and Luo Li quietly stood on either side of Su Xiaokun. Anger surged in his heart. Ancient Autumn Moon's eyes were dark, not knowing what she was thinking. Elder Fong's strength has already reached the earthy mortal realm, so if he faces someone of equal cultivation, even if you can't resist, you can run. To be able to shatter Elder Fong's entire body's meridians, I reckon that it should be the Lin family's 3 elder ancestors. After all, we only have a grudge against them. Our relationship with Elder Fong, I'm sure that with the strength of the Lin family, it will be easy to find out. Chu Qingyi broke the silence and analyzed. Su Xiaokun was also overwhelmed by hatred. Hearing Chu Qingyi's analysis, this organized his thoughts. Good. Very good. The Lin family must be destroyed. Su Xiaokun gritted his teeth in death and scanned the crowd below. He then took out 50 pills and distributed them to the people he brought with him. 3 days. I'll give you all 3 days to break through to the sovereign, or you'll have your head on a platter. With a wave of Su Xiaokun's palm, the 50 pills were dispersed into each person's hand. Lord Prisoner. The 50 people received the elixir with a look of excitement. You have to know that this is a patriarch, a secular invincible existence. If all 50 of these people could really be for the sake of the sovereign, then the strength of the Dark Prison would leap into a first-tier sect. Alright, you guys stand down and meet me here in 3 days. Wait for the crowd to leave. Gu Qiuyu walked up, plopped down and knelt in front of Su Xiaokun. Prison Master, please make sure you give Fong Wentian justice. Tears welled up in Gu Qiuyu's eyes, full of resentment. Su Xiaokun nodded. 3 days later, full-scale war will be waged against the Lin family. Immortality. One night without words. Early the next morning, Gu Qiuyu found Su Xiaokun. Prison Master, after my many inquiries, it's 80% that Fong Wentian was killed by the Lin family's oldest ancestor. But the current Lin family ancestor lost track of him. Supposedly, there's an ancient relic that's about to open. They've all gone in search of the relics. Ancient Autumn Moon spoke of the findings. Ancient relics? What was that? Su Xiaokun was a bit puzzled. I'm not really sure about that one exactly. However, the Lin family's old ancestor is not here, so it's just the right time to exterminate the Lin family in one fell swoop. Ancient Autumn Moon grimaced as her killing intent couldn't be stopped from being released. Su Xiaokun pondered for a while, and with a release of his divine thoughts, the sound was immediately transmitted to the ears of all the disciples. In the next moment, everyone came into the Great Hall. Each of these people showed excitement, and their aura was not a star stronger. Su Xiaokun felt it, and surprisingly, a dozen of these people had broken through to the sovereign realm. Only one night had passed, and to progress so quickly was a bit surprising to Su Xiaokun. But what was even more surprising was that they didn't have a thunderbolt. However, after Gu Qiuyu's explanation, Su Xiaokun realized that it turned out that breaking through to the sovereign in Kunlun was not necessary to face a thunderbolt. Only when one breaks through a void immortal will there be a thunder tribulation accompanying them. Su Xiaokun sighed in his heart. He almost didn't die when he broke through to the sovereign. I didn't realize how easy it was for the group. Still, he said to the crowd. Very well, you few are very good. Breaking through to the sovereigns left behind. The rest of you go down. Waiting for the crowd to go down, Su Xiaokun then said, "You're all former death row inmates. It was I who gave you new life. I don't care what you've done before, but when it comes down to it, I'm going to be a little bit. Play to your strengths, and from this day on, all of them enter Forest City for me. Wreak havoc and kill on sight, until you've killed every last one of the Lin family." Chapter 85, Su Xiaokun's Revenge. The dozen or so people got excited at the sound of it. I'm afraid you can't get them to do anything else but kill people. Which one of them is not carrying dozens of lives? And there are 80 ways to kill without 100. Each one of them rubbed their fists and couldn't stop the excitement in their eyes. How many years has it been? I didn't think anyone would let them kill with impunity. This is something they can't even think about. Obey. Lord Prisoner. Operation commence. Codename Kill. Target Forest City. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Them. At one time all the disciples. Their faces reddened. It was Su Xiaokun who gave them a second life. To them, Su Xiaokun's words were holy orders. Absolute obedience. Shouting and killing. Go, and bring the name of Dark Prison to the entire Kunlun. I want to make all the people in Kunlun's heart fearful when they hear about the Dark Prison. Kill, kill, kill. One by one, their bodies trembled with excitement as they set off towards Lin City. Honey, it's long overdue. We don't make trouble. Something always comes to us. Then let's kill back. Kill them until they get cold. Lori's heart surged within her. The days of passion were here again. Chu Qingyi stood quietly on the sidelines instead, because no matter what the man did, Chu Qingyi would absolutely respect it unconditionally. Patriarch Autumn Moon, you lead them in a head start. At night, I will strike out myself. Ancient Autumn Moon nodded heavily, that heart for revenge completely exploding at this moment. Then followed the crowd. As night fell, Su Xiaokun arranged the two women in the middle of the spatial ring. After all, the two of them were still relatively weak in their cultivation and could not help at all. The two girls were also obedient and didn't have too many opinions, thinking only about hurrying up and becoming powerful, so as to help Su Xiaokun. After doing this, Su Xiaokun officially traveled to Lin City. Just got to Forest City, and the fire is raging. Shouting and killing was constant, and smoke filled the air everywhere, and a field of bodies. This time, Su Xiaokun was trying to make all the people in Kunlun chilled. It's either that or nothing. It's either that or a kill. Su Xiaokun's divine sense was released and he immediately detected the aura of 6 earthy mortal realm powerhouses. It then turned into a stream of light and flew away. The Lin family in Lin City was decorated with incomparable splendor, just like a royal palace, with a majestic atmosphere. Su Xiaokun had just flown over the Lin family. In a blink of an eye, he revealed all of his cultivation. That void immortal realm's pressure instantly covered the entire Lin family. And those 6 earthy mortal realm powerhouses in the Lin family didn't know what they were discussing. Feeling the pressure, one frowned. It then flew into the air. Both were obviously shocked when they saw it was a youth, because such a young void immortal had never been seen before. Still, it was archly said, "This senior, I wonder what is the purpose of coming to my Lin family." Facing the pressure of a void immortal, these 6 people didn't dare to make too much of a fuss. After all, the oldest ancestor in the family was nowhere to be found. Destroy the Lin family. Simple 3 words. From Su Xiaokun's mouth, that tone was cold and majestic. The 6 were slightly stunned. He, senior has a big mouth. Don't think that just because you're a void immortal you can do whatever you want. You should know that our Lin family has a full 3 void immortal ancestors. The 6 people looked at Su Xiaokun without any fear, because these 3 old ancestors were the bottom line of the Lin family. It's okay, the 3 of them will be down there with you soon. So you die. Su Xiaokun stretched out his palm, and a huge handprint appeared in the sky. It enveloped the entire Lin family. When the 6 saw Su Xiaokun being so determined, they didn't talk any nonsense, and they all lit up their weapons, trying to fight it, but they didn't seem to understand the power of the void immortals. Su Xiaokun smiled faintly. If I destroy your Lin family today, let's consider it a collection of interest. The handprints then fell violently, and the moment these 6 people touched the handprints, the weapons in their hands shattered. I didn't realize that the youth in front of them was so powerful, knowing that even their oldest ancestor can't do that either. As the palm imprint fell, the entire Lin family instantly turned into nothingness. That's a palace that covers an area of 1,000 acres. With just one palm, it disappeared without a trace. Only a huge handprint was left imprinted on top of the land. Do it all. A huge black hole suddenly appeared in the air. It instantly absorbed the souls of everyone in the Lin family. Su Xiaokun looked at the black hole thoughtfully. A fist violently blasted towards the black hole. Only a burst of screams were heard from the black hole, which returned to calm. Why does this black hole appear to absorb souls every time you kill someone? Su Xiaokun didn't know the reasoning either. but an idea appeared in his mind. Although Feng Wentian was dead, he had the strength of an earthy mortal after all. The soul was presumably also taken in by the black hole in front of him. If we could find Feng Wentian's soul, we might be able to resurrect him. It seems like we still need to ask ancient autumn moon. The divine thoughts were then released, instantly enveloping the entire Lin city. Come here all of you. Su Xiaokun's voice echoed in everyone's hearts. At that moment, the sky above where Su Xiaokun was, began to gather. 7 or 8 figures appeared in front of Su Xiaokun. At the head of the group was ancient autumn moon. Where are the rest of them? Back to the prison master. No one died in the battle. The rest were seriously injured. Sent back to the dark prison. Ancient autumn moon said with a shocked face. After all, these talents were new to the clan, and that killing technique was unheard of. Su Xiaokun nodded. This mission has been successfully completed. The rest of you go and hunt down the remaining members of the Lin family for me. No amnesty on sight. Patriarch Autumn Moon stays behind. The rest go back and recuperate. Su Xiaokun said faintly, and the crowd bowed and dispersed. Only ancient Autumn Moon was left behind. By the way, I have a question for you. Why is it that every time someone dies, a black hole appears in this space? Suck the souls out of everyone? Su Xiaokun voiced the question in his mind. Ancient Autumn Moon said thoughtfully, that's reincarnation hell. Once a person dies, the soul is forcibly taken away. So, can the living go in? Su Xiaokun asked. This, ancient Autumn Moon seemed to have thought of something, and there was a flash of color in her eyes. If you want to forcefully open the reincarnation hell, you need the blood sacrifice of 10,000 people. That's when the gates of hell appear. But I've never heard of a living person going in. Ancient Autumn Moon's voice became serious as she said this. The prison master is trying to enter the reincarnation hell to save Feng Wentian's soul, isn't he? Su Xiaokun nodded and was having this thought. Hiss. Ancient Autumn Moon sucked in a breath of cool air. This thought from ancient times to the present day. I'm afraid only Su Xiaokun dared to think so. It is important to realize that no one knows who is in control of reincarnation hell or how it was formed. It's even more unlikely that a living person would know what's going on inside. There is only one legend. Chapter 86 All Zones. Killing Hall established. Su Xiaokun looked into the distance with madness in his eyes. I don't have many people around me, but if you dare to touch one of me, then I will exterminate your entire clan. So what if it's reincarnation hell? You can't keep even the souls of the people I want to kill. The person I want to protect. Even if you're a god, you won't be able to take away. No one asks if you're dead, but the dark prison dominates heaven and earth. At this moment Su Xiaokun's hegemony flowed out. That powerful will was awe-inspiring even to the ancient Autumn Moon on the side. From now on, ancient Autumn Moon completely worshipped at the feet of Su Xiaokun. His mouth unconsciously repeated Su Xiaokun's words. No one asks if you're dead, but the dark prison dominates heaven and earth. It's been hard for Patriarch Akatsuki. You can go back first. Su Xiaokun said faintly as he returned to his senses. Next step, the ancient ruins. Hunt down the Lin family's old man. Inform down. Everyone go all out to break through to the sovereign. When the time is up, kill me through the ruins. Guqiu Yu nodded fiercely, and that silent bloodthirsty heart was awakened again by Su Xiaokun. When ancient Autumn Moon left, Su Xiaokun released the 2 women, wrapping the 2 of them in spiritual energy. He levitated them into the air. Honey, are you hurt? Chu Qingyi concernedly checked Su Xiaokun's body, and Luoli was once again in deep shock when she saw the scene in front of her. The man in front of him was powerful again. The immense and incomparable palm print that was branded on the ground was still emitting a palpitating aura. Oh, I'm fine. Just a bunch of trash, said Su Xiaokun as he wrapped the 2 women in his arms. However, when he touched Chu Qingyi's body, Su Xiaokun felt the abundant spiritual energy. Qingyi, you've reached the time when it's time to break through. Chu Qingyi blushes and drips. The thought of a breakthrough was a deer in the headlights for a moment. Luoli instead looked at the red-faced Chu Qingyi with a big grin. Ha ha, Sister Qingyi. It's finally time for you to make a breakthrough. Oh, I think it's better to choose a date. Let's get together tonight. Su Xiaokun was rendered speechless for a while by Luoli's words of tiger and wolf. In the next moment, the silhouettes of the 3 of them disappeared over the Lin family and returned to the dark prison. Night. Yeah, Sister Qingyi, don't be so shy. Sooner or later you have to take this step. You stay back. Chu Qingyi hid behind Su Xiaokun. Ha ha, Sister Qingyi. Come on. Feeling Su Xiaokun's unkind gaze, Chu Qingyi hurriedly dodged it. Su Xiaokun's heart was strangely itchy, and watching the 2 playfully, that heavy inner, also at this moment also followed the pleasure up. Happiness from the heart, their own efforts, is not precisely for them to be happy. The breakthrough then began, and an hour later, a huge aura suddenly descended from heaven and earth, into the bodies of the 3. As an aura descended from the air, the two women finally broke through to the chi refining stage, and the cultivation is still growing all the way. As the aura gathered, Xu Qingyi's cultivation broke through to the late stage of chi cultivation in one fell swoop, and Luoli had even reached the peak of chi cultivation due to the longer period of time she had accumulated her spiritual energy. Of course the biggest gainer would be Su Xiaokun. The moment the two men broke through, a massive spiritual force that it converged in the air into Su Xiaokun's dantian. The strength of the early stage of yuaning also began to slowly increase. It had been reaching the middle stage of yuaning, and only then did it stop. However, since Luoli had reached the peak of chi refining, it didn't take long for another even denser spiritual chi descended in the air, and Luoli's cultivation once again began to climb until she broke through to the early stage of foundation establishment, and only then did she stop. The three of them felt the breakthrough in their cultivation level, and their hearts were bursting with joy. At the same time, he also lamented the power of the secret code. Xing Yi, Ali, when I save Fong Lao's soul, let's get married. The matter of the reincarnation hell. Su Xiaokun also told the two as much as he could. After all, there was nothing to hide. The two nodded, their hearts sweet. After all, isn't a woman's life to end up with the one she loves? Don't worry guys, I'll have the entire Kunlun blessing us at that time. Well, we believe. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, the three of them arrived in the great hall of the sect. Su Xiaokun felt the strength of the middle yuaning stage and revealed a smile. The divine sense was then released. Everyone was gathered in the great hall, 50 people apiece, and they have surprisingly all reached the Zhongshe realm, with 50 sect masters from one sect, for earth immortals and one void immortal. The dark prison's overall strength jumped upwards. Very well. You have all reached the sovereign. Very good. Having received Su Xiaokun's praise, the 50 people were all excited beyond measure. I never thought that I would be able to reach the sovereign realm one day. If these 50 people reached the secular world, it was horrifying to think about. Starting today, Dark Prison is establishing the Killing Hall, and you're the first members. Anin Hongxue is your hallmaster. Supervisor Killing, kill me through Kunlun, kill the first 3 in number and I will make you earth immortals. Su Xiaokun said. In Hongxue came forward and looked respectfully at Su Xiaokun. The former teenager that needed protection has grown into a tree that has now sheltered us in turn. Don't worry prison master, with my wife and I leading them, we'll definitely kill him without leaving a single piece of armor. In Hongshue's killing heart was also ignited at this moment. Su Xiaokun nodded slightly. Bai Sihai and Lu Gonghon looked at Su Xiaokun with some grudges. Warden, what about us? Su Xiaokun smiled helplessly. You guys enter the Hall of Elders first, and after this matter passes, Dark Prison will start recruiting. In time you will all have your own departments. Hearing Su Xiaokun say this, the two men were satisfied. They also wanted for the Dark Prison. Do more for Su Xiaokun. Chapter 87, Ancient Ruins. Just when everyone was in a state of high spirits, Su Xiaokun's ring unexpectedly transmitted a message. To know, this ring is dead. And the information transmitted is even more so that Su Xiaokun is a little surprised. Because, at this moment, a map actually appeared in his mind. The map was surprisingly still in the middle of Kunlun. After all, this ring was once owned by the Yellow Emperor. I'm sure this map is certainly not something mundane either. It just so happens that I'm going to the ancient ruins myself. In case this is the map of the ancient ruins. Hall Master Yin, pick out 30 elites and set off with me in a moment. Elder Lu and Elder Bai stayed in the dark prison to guard the sect. The remaining 20 disciples, search for the remaining members of the Lin family with all your might. Of course this time I want them alive. Also, no matter what you guys think of, I need 10,000 people to be blood sacrifices, cultivation or not. On my return, I need to see these 10,000 men standing here. Su Xiaokun finished looking down at the crowd. The crowd nodded their heads. 2. In Hongxue then led the 30 sect masters to follow Su Xiaokun out of the dark prison, and at the same time, Bai Sihai led the remaining 20 people to search for the remaining members of the Lin family. For a while, Lin Chang was on edge, not knowing what these people were going to do. The place where the map was located was farther away, almost to the border of Kunlun. Most of the people were at Zhongshe strength, so the formation was also a bit slower. It took 5 days of walking to reach the location specified by Su Xiaokun's map. The aura here was surprisingly thin. If anything, in front of them is an endless desert, and from time to time there are still bones scattered in the desert. The more the crowd walked, the more alarmed they became. That scorching breath was even accompanied by gusts of astral wind, blowing through the crowd like a knife. However, it was a good thing that these wind blades didn't do a lot of damage to the powerhouses of the sovereign realm, but Luoli and Xu Qingyi were a little too much to bear. He then entered into Su Xiaokun's space. as the crowd gradually became much more popular after a few days of walking, and the lowest strength of this group of people was a sovereign. Even the earth immortal realm had many. Seeing Su Xiaokun's arrival, the crowd cast extremely unkind eyes. Su Xiaokun was also lazy, but just as Su Xiaokun advanced step by step to a deeper place, more people gathered here. As far as the eye could see, there were probably close to 10,000 people, and the cultivation level of these people actually had half of them at the earth immortal realm. Looking into the distance, a huge crumbling gate was erected in front of the crowd. When these people saw Su Xiaokun's arrival, they didn't pay much attention to it, and they all stared at the gate with dead eyes. Su Xiaokun sensed it and realized that the gate unexpectedly had an extremely large fluctuation of spiritual energy, and as time went on, the spiritual power fluctuations were getting bigger and bigger. The relic gate is almost open. I estimate that in another day's time, the door to this ancient relic will be completely open. The old man standing at the front looked at the people around him and said, of course these words also entered Su Xiaokun's ears word for word. I didn't expect that the map transmitted from the ring would really be an ancient relic. Su Xiaokun was somewhat slightly surprised. But even more surprising was the fact that I didn't realize that the nearly 10,000 people all had the same map. I believe everyone has come this time for the treasures and the relics. When the door to the ruins opens later, we'll each have our own skill. The old man scanned the crowd, and when he saw Su Xiaokun, his gaze paused and, I don't know what I'm thinking. The old man on the side then spoke. I'm sure everyone knows the importance of this relic, and that it won't be that easy to open. From what I understand, when the relic gate energies converge to a certain level, it takes everyone to open the doors together. In order to preserve the strength of all patriarchs below the earth immortal level do their best to bombard the gate of the relics for me, got it? The old man's tone was filled with no doubt. On what grounds? A voice emerged from the crowd, obviously not satisfied with the old man's approach. You earth immortals are so powerful. Why do you still need us to make a move? What if something happens and we're not cannon fodder? Why don't you agree? The old man glared at the person who had spoken, and then a terrifying aura forcefully pressed down on the entire field. Just because I'm Lin Aotian, the oldest ancestor of the Lin family. Feeling the terrifying pressure, the person who had just spoken trembled in fear and didn't dare to say anything else. Who else is not convinced? Lin Aotian looked at the crowd once again. The patriarchs present all avoided Lin Aotian's gaze. Su Xiaokun, on the other hand, revealed a murderous intent. I was worried that I couldn't find them, but I didn't expect that this Lin family was crazy to such an extent. However, the current Su Xiaokun didn't intend to make a move, and when he entered the ruins, it's not too late to strike. After all, there weren't many people on their side, and even if they could get the treasures and the relics, and certainly not as much as the Lin family got, by the time the treasure was pretty much divided up, it would be the death of the Lin family's old ancestor. For cultivators, a day passes quickly. At noon the next day, the aura gathered at the relic gate had already reached materialization. Even Su Xiaokun felt that his cultivation level was also vaguely increasing. The three Lin family ancestors who were sitting cross-legged snapped their eyes open at this moment. It's now. All the clerics give me their best shot at the gate. Lin Aotian spoke. His eyes were full of arrogance, and the patriarchs each dared to be angry. However, they still followed Lin Aotian's instructions and blasted the relic gates one by one. Of course Su Xiaokun's side was standing still and watching the scenery. All kinds of attacks, like fireworks, dazzle the eye. And, dead on arrival, it landed on top of the relic gate, and the relic gate began to vibrate. The materialized aura, too, began to slowly rotate. But just then Lin Aotian looked over to Su Xiaokun's side. What? Your people aren't going to do their part? While speaking, he did not forget to emit an awesome pressure that it swept towards Su Xiaokun's group. Su Xiaokun's eyes were cold. Seek death. He then released a spiritual force that directly dispersed Lin Aotian's pressure. Lin Aotian was slightly stunned. Late void immortal. After sensing Su Xiaokun's strength, he fiercely glared at Su Xiaokun and stopped talking, because he wants to save his strength. Now is not the time to start a conflict. Unbeknownst to him, Su Xiaokun had already put him on the must-kill list. 1 hour later, all of the patriarchs' foreheads were flooded with sweat, and their exertion was immense. But it was a good thing that the vortex of spiritual energy gradually turned into a glowing door. The moment the door was seen to appear, the three Lin family ancestors directly turned into a stream of light and flew in. Ha, thanks a lot guys. We'll go ahead. ***. Vile. Clearly there has been outrage. As a stream of light flew in, all the sect masters also rushed towards the light door. Su Xiaokun, on the other hand, wrapped the crowd with his spiritual power and flew in. He wanted to see that what is so amazing about this relic? Chapter 88, Old Bastard? As soon as he entered into the relics, The spiritual energy that Su Xiaokun had wrapped around the crowd was instantly dispersed. The dozens of people he had brought with him were also nowhere to be found at this moment. When it landed, Su Xiaokun's heart immediately felt as if there was something calling out, then scanned the surrounding area. White bones were all over the place, and some of them were even weathered. The scattered weapons, too, were rusted and crumbled with age. Looking ahead, there appeared a red river as far as the eye could see. The reason why it was said to be a red river was because the entire river was surprisingly blood red, as if it was like fresh blood. From time to time there was a sickeningly fishy odor. Su Xiaokun frowned slightly, toward the direction of his senses. After half a day's walk, the river hadn't even reached its end, and the fishy odor was getting stronger. Graveyard after graveyard also appeared in front of Su Xiaokun. It's more like a graveyard than a small dirt bag. A plank was erected in front of each earth bag. Su Xiaokun had just stepped forward when he wanted to see what was written on it. The plank had actually turned into flying dust, obviously badly corroded. With a helpless shake of his head he continued walking. It wasn't long before many bubbles surprisingly began to appear in the blood river. It's like boiling water. At the same time an intimidating pressure came with it. Feeling the pressure, Su Xiaokun was slightly surprised. Surprisingly, it was not weaker than the void immortal realm. Quit playing God and get your ass out here. Su Xiaokun leapt up and stood directly above the blood river. As Su Xiaokun's voice fell, the blood river tumbled even more violently. Not long after, an old and ancient voice came out. Damn humans! Get the hell out of here! This is no place for you. Su Xiaokun frowned, and the coiled dragon stick instantly appeared in his hand. I didn't realize there were living things in a place like this. Pretending with me? Su Xiaokun said disdainfully, then raised his pan-long stick and slammed it into the river of blood. The waves were rolling in. Long. As the voice fell, the coiled dragon stick in Su Xiaokun's hand extended infinitely. It had been touching the bottom of the blood river that stopped growing, and then Su Xiaokun smiled faintly. The river of blood was stirred frantically. In an instant the river of blood began to surge. As it grew faster and faster, a huge vortex began to form. At that moment, a voice once again came from the bottom of the blood river. Kid, you seek death. Su Xiaokun was unperturbed, still frantically stirring the river. It lasted about 10 minutes. The voice at the bottom of the blood river couldn't hold back any longer. Asterisk asterisk. Kid, you don't stir. The old man is going to puke. Then a huge black shadow began to emerge. Su Xiaokun froze slightly and stopped stirring straight. Then the dark figure surfaced and a nearly 20-meter-long behemoth appeared in front of Su Xiaokun. Mi Chao? Old bastard. Su Xiaokun looked at the object in surprise. You're the asshole. Your whole family is a little guy. Don't you know how to respect the old and love the young? The huge object said to Su Xiaokun in dissatisfaction. Me Nima? A big talking wanker. Asterisk asterisk. Bastard. I told you I'm not a wanker. The massive object stuck out a head at this point. Asterisk asterisk and say you're not a cocksucker. Su Xiaokun looked at the big wangbang in front of him in exasperation. You wait. I'll call someone and you ask them if you're a wanker. With that, Su Xiaokun released Chu Qingyi and Luo Li from the spatial ring. After all, the giant in front of him, Su Xiaokun sensed that the strength was at most at the late stage of the void immortal. No threat to himself. When the two of them appeared in the middle of the ruins, Luo Li was the first to speak. Asterisk asterisk. What a big old bastard. Luo Li covered her small mouth in surprise. Chu Qingyi also looked over. Sister Luo Li, you don't have to say it. This is really an adult kingpin. How about it? Old bastard. Am I right? And you say you're not an asshole? The old bastard was obviously infuriated, twisting his huge body in protest. Old man, say one more thing. I'm not a wangbang. Holy, the wangbang can actually talk. Sister Qingyi, you're right. Indeed it is the king's 8th son who has come to life. Luo Li's mouth opened wide as she looked at the wangba in front of her. I hashtag you in percent. And asterisk. Lowly humans. Old me doesn't see eye to eye with you. Get the hell out of here. This is no place for you. Remembering that it's not easy for you to cultivate. Leave quickly, the old bastard said. Ha, honey, look at that on its back, Chu Qingyi asked. In fact, Su Xiaokun had also discovered that there was actually a stone tablet on the back of this kingpin. It was inscribed with densely packed runes, which were obviously unreadable to these few people. Asterisk asterisk? Did you little guys hear me talking? Old Wang bastard looked at the 3 people who were ignoring him, and was extremely depressed in his heart. If he hadn't felt the power of Su Xiaokun's aura, he would have slapped these 3 to death long ago, which still allows them to flirt so much. Hubby, I've heard that the older the bastard gets the more tonic it is. Why don't we stew it? It's just the thing to replenish your body so you can have a child. Luo Li's mouth nearly watered as she looked at Wang Ba. After all, in the world of the King's Aid is a great tonic, that's for sure. Is it that big of a pot? Shu Qingyi blankly glanced at Luo Li somewhat speechless. Hey, it's okay, break it up into little, tiny pieces. Luo Li didn't care in the slightest about the old bastard whose eyes were already on fire. You're so over the top. You little girl. I am the blood turtle, a descendant of the ancient Xian turtle. Looking at the blood turtle with a reddish body, Luo Li once again opened her mouth. Look, even if it's not a wangbang, it's an old turtle, just as tonic. Hubby, chop it up and I'll make you some soup. I'm yet. Little girl, do you have any need to take it so personally? I'm not tasty. Not tasty at all. The meat is old. It's undercooked. The blood turtle protested. It couldn't wait to eat Luo Li alive, because it felt that would be able to over these two women, and as for the man in front of her, there was no chance of winning. Alright Luo Li, stop it for now. I have something to ask it, and I'll consider eating it or not afterward. Su Xiaokun looked at Luo Li speechlessly. Luo Li spat out her little tongue and stood behind Su Xiaokun, not forgetting to make a neck-wiping gesture at the blood turtle. It was a jolt to see the blood turtle. You don't have to ask me. I don't know anything, although I can't beat you. With your cultivation, you won't be able to hurt me. The blood turtle dead pig is not afraid to look at Su Xiaokun. Two claws of spread love however. Su Xiaokun's eyes lit up. Oh, saying that, he raised his coiled dragon stick and slammed it towards the blood turtle, only heard when a sound, as if smashed in the metal above, shocked Su Xiaokun tiger numb. To know that even this instant was nearly 70% of the force. It was surprising that it really couldn't break through the defense of this blood turtle. Chapter 89, Broken World Fragment. Well, I told you, even though I can't beat you, you'll never hurt me. Still want to eat me? Dream on. The blood turtle blankly glanced at Luo Li. Luo Li froze. You old bastard, how dare you defy me? Hubby, it for me. I don't believe I can't cure it. Big deal. Catch it back for me and the old lady will prepare a cauldron that fits it. Stew it for 79 days. Luo Li viciously clenched her white fists with a displeased face as she looked at the blood turtle. You stinking girl, did I offend you? You want to stew me at every turn. The blood turtle was also extremely speechless. Su Xiaokun thought about it. He once again raised the panglong stick in his hand, and a huge yellow emperor's shadow suddenly appeared behind him. I'll see if you can take this blow. This time Su Xiaokun could be said to have riveted 10% of his strength. Just as the bat was about to slam down, Blood Turtle's voice exclaimed, Yellow Emperor, kid you wait. Seeing the silhouette behind Su Xiaokun, the Blood Turtle became serious, and the stick in Su Xiaokun's hand stopped. The Yellow Emperor's shadow also dissipated. What? Su Xiaokun looked at the Blood Turtle and asked, Kid, are you cultivating the Xian Yuan Yellow Emperor technique? Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned. You know that you can talk about your feats to the people closest to you. Obviously the old bastard wasn't one of them, but since he had already been recognized, Su Xiaokun didn't hide it. Nice. Su Xiaokun said indifferently. I didn't expect that. Your kid's luck is so heaven-defying. Could it be that you are that legendary chosen one? The Blood Turtle looked at Su Xiaokun and said, I guess the one you're wearing on your hand is the Yellow Emperor ring. The Blood Turtle looked at the ring on Su Xiaokun's finger and said. Su Xiaokun nodded, not expecting this old turtle to even know about the ring. Rather a bit surprised. But then he saw the Blood Turtle suddenly lower its head, and it looked as if it had knelt down. Old slave pays homage to young lord. When he heard the Blood Turtle's voice, it was Su Xiaokun and the others turned to be confused. What did you call me? Su Xiaokun asked, pointing at his nose. Young lord. The Blood Turtle raised its head to look at Su Xiaokun, and although there was disdain in those eyes, it still said respectfully, What do you mean by that? Don't think that I won't eat you just because you've recognized my husband as the young master. Old lady. Luo Li pinched her waist with one hand and pointed at the Blood Turtle with the other. The Blood Turtle was speechless to the extreme, and simply ignored Luo Li. Instead, he explained, My ancestor, the Gentoo Turtle, was the mount of the Yellow Emperor. Said the Blood Turtle didn't feel the slightest bit lowly, instead it was incomparably proud. For a moment, too, he was lost in memories. Back then, Old Man Xian Turtle followed the Yellow Emperor to ride the world. It was even involved in the siege of Qi, but in the end, he died at the hands of Qi. Since then, Old Man Xian Turtle took a heavenly oath, ordering all his descendants to, as long as one is an inheritor of the Yellow Emperor, he shall be allowed to be the Lord and shall not be disobeyed. Otherwise you will die from the backlash of the heavenly Tao. Speaking of which, the Blood Turtle was also extremely reluctant, but it wouldn't dare to go against the wishes of its oldest ancestor, and would rather believe that, after all, the heavenly Tao oath that was no joke. Then continued, I had thought I would never see the Yellow Emperor's heir again in my life. Waiting for tens of thousands of years in this river of blood. I didn't think I'd have to wait. Hearing about waiting tens of thousands of years. Su Xiaokun was shocked. However, Luo Li's voice rang out again. It's really a 1,000-year-old turtle. Luo Li was also somewhat shocked as she looked at the blood turtle. The current blood turtle was so speechless by Luo Li that he didn't even bother to look at Luo Li. You said you've waited for me for tens of thousands of years, but why is your strength only barely reaching the void immortal realm? Su Xiaokun asked. Hey! The blood turtle let out a long sigh. This place is an ancient battlefield. The same place where the battle with Qi was fought. That battle was fought in the darkness. The heavens collapsed, and the world shattered. And here is the broken corner of the world. The aura was dispersed at that point, too, so trying to survive in this place, it must be maintained by its own cultivation. And my realm, too, is where I fell to in order to survive. Su Xiaokun nodded. No wonder there are white bones everywhere along the way. It turns out that all of them are the powerful people who died in that great battle. And what's that monolith on your back? Su Xiaokun looked at the stone tablet and mused. This monolith, on the other hand, is the centerpiece of this world fragment. Just refine it and stick it in the space of the Yellow Emperor's ring. Then this world fragment will become one with the world in the Yellow Emperor's ring. It means that all the treasures here will belong to you. You should know that countless powerful people have fallen in this world fragment. There are even more babies than I can count. However, right now, with your strength, I estimate that it will be difficult to refine it without 100 or 80 years. The blood turtle wasn't mocking Su Xiaokun, but that was the truth. Then how should I refine this stone tablet? It's simple. Just integrate your spiritual energy into the stone tablet. When the tablets are all filled with your spiritual energy, that's when the refining is successful. Hearing the blood turtle say so, Su Xiaokun landed on top of the turtle's back with the two women. With one palm outstretched, he placed it on top of the stone tablet. As the spiritual energy was released, the stone tablet began to tremble. The rune, too, began to glow from one corner. After an hour, Su Xiaokun was a bit overwhelmed. He took out an elixir from his ring and took it, which restored some of his spiritual energy. It was only when he saw that the inscription was only the size of his thumb lit up that he believed the old turtle's words. Indeed, without a few decades or even 100 years, it really wouldn't be possible to refine it. But the young lord doesn't have to worry. For the moment, this monolith has become one with me. No one else is going to be able to grab it. You have plenty of time to refine. The blood turtle's voice came again. Su Xiaokun nodded and led the two of them to jump to the shore with a flying leap. What exactly is this Yellow Emperor ring? Do you know? Su Xiaokun was also curious to know the origin of the Yellow Emperor's ring. This was because he realized that the storage spaces of everyone around him were unable to transport living things into them. Only this ring of his own can. I think it's a great treasure. The old turtle shook his huge head and thought for a while before saying again. This Yellow Emperor ring of yours was refined by the Yellow Emperor from a star. It can hold all things in heaven and earth. And as for what it will grow to in the end, I wouldn't know. There's not much information passed down from my ancestors. Since you have become my young lord, it is your duty to take me away from this place, the old turtle said. Su Xiaokun also knew that even if the blood turtle didn't say anything, he would take it away. After all, this blood turtle is a void immortal. The defense was amazing, and it would be excellent to keep it as a clan protection divine beast. Chapter 90 Lin Aotian. Su Xiaokun asked after some thought. How should I take you? The blood turtle's claws pointed under the blood river. There's a blood essence in here that binds me. As long as the young lord takes the blood essence, I can leave this blood river. Su Xiaokun frowned. You're asking me to jump in? Obviously Su Xiaokun was a bit disgusted. After all, the smell of blood there was too strong. The smell is revolting. Blood turtle nodded. There's no way, young lord. I can't shake that blood essence. Only an heir to the Yellow Emperor can remove it. Said two paws spread out to show that there was nothing he could do. Luo Li pinched her nose and looked at Su Xiaokun. Honey, if you jump, I don't want you. It stinks. It caused Su Xiaokun to be speechless for a while, but after all, this blood turtle has a great use for himself, and it has a lot of secrets in it. If you can take it away, the benefits that must be huge. Then Su Xiaokun made his decision. You look after them for me. I'll be right back. Blood turtle nodded. Before waiting for Luo Li and the two of them to speak, Su Xiaokun's body raised a spiritual power shield. In one fell swoop, he plunged into the river of blood. Even with the barrier of the shield, still could smell a fishy odor. After descending to about 100 meters, a blood-colored coral more than one person high appeared in Su Xiaokun's eyes. I suppose this is the blood essence? Looking at the coral that actually had blood water surging inside, Su Xiaokun also felt a burst of wonder. But as soon as the hand touched the blood essence, he was immediately vibrated out by a powerful blood aura. The defenseless Su Xiaokun was shocked by this and his qi and blood turned over. This old bastard lied to me? Su Xiaokun muttered, then shook his head. I guess not. He then circled around the blood essence, and only then did he realize that there was a tiny groove behind the blood essence. You can't really see it unless you look closely. When seeing the shape of that groove, Su Xiaokun felt it was so familiar. After taking a look at his ring, he realized that it just happened to match. The ring was then fitted. When the ring just touched the blood essence, it instantly transformed into a stream of light that it flew into Su Xiaokun's dantian. It then sank into silence beside the infant like yawning inside. It looks a bit anticlimactic. However, after sensing that there was nothing malicious, Su Xiaokun simply stopped paying attention. A leap to land. Upon feeling the disappearance of the blood essence, the blood turtle's huge body shook violently. It instantly transformed into the size of a palm and flew to the side of Su Xiaokun. Luoli was surprised to see this scene. Hey, hubby, this is just the right size. No need to prepare a big pot. Lori gesticulates. It caused Chu Qingyi to be speechless for a while as well. Well, Li, it's still useful. So when it's no longer useful, we'll stew it. Taste the salt. Su Xiaokun matched Luoli without slowing down. Young lord, how could you? I'm a loyal old slave. You can't be compelled by this girl. The palm-sized blood turtle stared straight at Su Xiaokun. Just as Su Xiaokun was about to say something, another summoning feeling came from that heart, tugging on Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun didn't say these words to a few people, because he doesn't know good from bad. Just as he wanted to leave, a voice came from the distance. Su Xiaokun turned his head to look. There could probably be around 7 or 8 people. The leader, Su Xiaokun, has also seen. That was Lin Aotian, the oldest ancestor of the Lin family. Ha ha, kid, it's really a case of stepping through iron shoes without finding a place, and there's no door in hell for you to break in. Lin Aotian looked at Su Xiaokun, his eyes full of disdain. Having lost face outside just now, he obviously wanted to get it back inside here. Upon seeing the suspended blood turtle, Lin Aotian knew that this kid in front of him definitely got some kind of treasure. Lin Aotian's eyes froze in place the moment he saw Luoli, the body of pure desire, a top-notch furnace. Lin Aotian looked at Luoli incredulously, not expecting that legendary physique that, surprisingly, it exists in the human world. That was a treasure body that every cultivator wanted to obtain, even if it was an immortal weapon. At Luoli's side, then the immortal weapon would become dull. Kid, I'll give you a chance, old man, as long as you hand over the treasures you've gotten, and this cauldron in self-destruction of your cultivation, then I'll spare your life. Old man, Lin Aotian's sizzling eyes, staring straight at Luoli, to know that as long as one obtained the body of pure desire, that could top a few hundred years of cultivation. Let's just say it's open and shut. Old bastard, where are your eyes looking? Believe it or not, I'll gouge your eyes out. Luoli wrapped her hands around her chest and glared fiercely at Lin Aotian. He, are all the people of the Lin family this crazy? Su Xiaokun looked at Lin Aotian flatly, as if he was looking at a dead man. Fortunately, I exterminated your Lin family early enough, otherwise it's not really disgusting enough. Lin Aotian heard it. What did you say? Destroy my Lin family? The kid is really a newborn. Lin Aotian then waved his hand at the entourage around him. Waste him for me. When I get the furnace cauldron, then the Chu Qingyi next to me will be given to you to play with as you please. The Lin family's old ancestor obviously knew Chu Qingyi. After all, he had proposed marriage before. When the attendants saw Chu Qingyi's astonishing appearance, all of them immediately had greed in their eyes. Pulling out his weapon, he darted towards Su Xiaokun. The blood turtle saw that Su Xiaokun was going to make a move, and said with an awesome boom, "Young lord, leave it to the old slave. Consider this my pitch." Su Xiaokun nodded, only to see the blood turtle suddenly grow in size and slam its body directly down towards the several people who were speeding towards it. Simple and brutal. Nothing fancy. Directly slapping these several sovereign realm, and an earthy mortal realm powerhouse, into mush. Asterisk. What kind of old bastard is this? Lin Aotian looked at the blood turtle in shock. With just one strike, everyone on his side was wiped out. Asterisk. Try calling me an old cocksucker again? Blood turtle also came to temper. Although he could not beat Su Xiaokun, but this Lin Aotian in front of him still had hope of winning. Lin Aotian also felt that the old bastard in front of him was about the same cultivation level as himself. However, there was still a Su Xiaokun watching from behind, so Lin Aotian didn't dare to make a move for a while. Old bastard, you're not going to make a move and wait for the stew? Luoli looked at the blood turtle who was slow to make a move and also came to lose his temper. Me? Young lady, please stop calling me an old bastard. I am the blood turtle. Blood turtle. The blood turtle was completely letting Luoli have a complete meltdown. Old man, even though I can't make a move on the young lady, I'll take it out on you then. The blood turtle moved its huge body and smashed it towards Lin Aotian. I chow. I'm innocent. She's the one who yelled at you. You find her. Lin Aotian also broke out into a curse. Chapter 91, Sudden Lin Aotian. I don't care. I'm gonna you. You stand there and don't move. The blood turtle stretched out its claw and slapped it towards Lin Aotian, causing Lin Aotian to be extremely speechless. Where is this scoundrel from? Not moving? No way. Not moving at all is cuckoo. Lin Aotian frantically retreated backward. He didn't want to go to war with the blood turtle head on either. After all, he had to save his strength to find the treasure. In his heart, he was thinking that when he found the remaining 2 old ancestors, he would come to retrieve the situation. ***. Old undead. Grandpa, I hate it when people talk about wankers. You've succeeded in provoking me. Go to hell. The blood turtle stretched out its sharp claws and directly grabbed down towards Lin Aotian. Instantly 4 streams of refined light cut through, but due to the blood turtle's slow speed, the catch was a lonely one. Su Xiaokun shook his head breathlessly. Old bastard. Can you do it or not? You've been living on a dog for tens of thousands of years, haven't you? Luoli was not accustomed to the blood turtle either and opened her mouth to curse. Me. It's none of my business. He's like a loach. I can't catch him. The blood turtle was speechless. If he continued like this he would definitely let Lin Aotian escape. There was nothing to be done for a while. Alright, stand down. Su Xiaokun's voice came out, having a certain understanding of the blood turtle's general strength. Although the attack is strong, speed is a real weakness. You don't have to care. Young lord, see if I don't crush him to death. Old me. The blood turtle also felt that he had lost face, and his heart was burning with anger, and for the first time, he was pretending to be a bully. Surprisingly, it fails to pretend. If he were to be unable to take down Lin Aotian, then his name as an old bastard would be confirmed. Su Xiaokun shook his head helplessly. With a slight stretch of the palm of his hand, a cage made of spiritual energy gathered together appeared in the sky. It directly buckled the running Lin Aotian in it. The blood turtle was slightly pleased, knowing that it was Su Xiaokun who had made the move. He stopped talking at that moment, instantly flew into the air, and then slammed down, looking like he was absolutely riveted. Boom! Dust flew as the blood turtle smashed down. When the dust cleared, the blood turtle changed back to the size of a palm. Looking at the flattened Lin Aotian, he then tilted his head and looked at Luoli. Womanizer. So what, I'm still good, right? The strength of the blood turtle, that is certainly unquestionable, especially with that perverted defense. It's even more unrivaled. Otherwise it wouldn't be using the body as a weapon. Luoli wasn't going to spoil it, although Luoli also had to admit that the blood turtle was powerful, but the mouth was full of spit. Old bastard. If hubby hadn't bound him, you could have smashed him to death? Cut. Come on. I smashed it anyway. Just as the blood turtle was about to say something, Lin Aotian's smashed and flattened body suddenly stood up. Very well. You've succeeded in provoking me. The blood turtle heard the voice and was startled. My chow. Are you a human or a ghost? The blood turtle also didn't expect that this Lin Aotian's vitality would be so tenacious. In the next second, a crimson-colored elixir appeared in Lin Aotian's hand. Luoli was startled. Berserker Dan. She was familiar with this elixir. After all, it was the Berserker elixir that she had taken in the first place, hardening his cultivation to the sovereign realm. Of course, Su Xiaokun also knew the reputation of the Berserker Dan. Frowning, he watched as Lin Aotian swallowed the elixir. A raging force began to climb in knots. Mid-virtual immortal. Late void immortal. It stopped only when it reached the peak of the void immortal. Lin Aotian's body that had been smashed flat was also restored to its original state under the effect of the Berserker Dan. Old bastard. You had quite a good time smashing me just now, said Lin Aotian as a warhammer appeared in his hand, and step by step, he walked towards the blood turtle. The blood turtle froze slightly. Although his strength had surpassed his own, the blood turtle was not afraid. After all, his own defense that was unbeatable. Then he rushed up to meet Lin Aotian. Come little brat, let me see how strong your forced breakthrough is. Grandpa. The blood turtle mercilessly mocked Lin Aotian. Lin Aotian's eyes were red as he looked at the blood turtle under the effect of the Berserker Dan. Swinging the war hammer in his hand, he smashed it towards the hard shell of the blood turtle. Demon hammer. Lin Aotian bellowed out of his mouth. Then a huge demon god silhouette appeared behind him, also holding up a huge hammer. It slammed towards the blood turtle. This strike contained an overwhelming pressure. The old turtle also didn't dare to be careless, and his figure became reddish in an instant. Meeting the vapors, he charged. Boom! The void shadow and Lin Aotian's attacks came one after another. It directly and ruthlessly smashed on top of the blood turtle's shell. In the next instant, the blood turtle shrunk all of its flesh into its armor. Its hard shell is nothing to sneeze at, but the flesh is still inferior. Bang! A violent explosion sounded out, and the aftermath came towards Su Xiaokun's side. Su Xiaokun waved his palm and the aftermath was immediately dispersed. When the explosion passed, the blood turtle extended its head and looked at Lin Aotian with disdain. Thunderbolt! How dare you pretend to be a pussy with me, Master Turtle, with this much skill? Not to mention being injured. Even a little skin graze would be an insult to the turtle shell. No! No way! Lin Aotian looked at his strongest strike that couldn't even help the blood turtle, and was somewhat incredulous, but he knew that blood turtles were slower. Then, taking advantage of the medicinal effect of the berserk dan, he shot explosively towards Su Xiaokun. Kid, since I can't help this old bastard, then I'll kill you first. Lin Aotian's maniacal expression. Even that old face became distorted. Die, bastard! Demon hammer! The blood turtle froze and flew in the direction of Su Xiaokun, but his speed was too slow. Before getting close, Lin Aotian's attack had already appeared above Su Xiaokun's head. ***. Young lord, you move! Don't get slapped to death. Then Master Turtle, I won't be able to get out of this hellhole. The blood turtle was also anxious inside, not expecting Su Xiaokun to be so bold. This is the strength of a peak void immortal? Feeling that huge pressure coming, Su Xiaokun merely stretched out only one index finger. ***. Young lord, what a time for you to be pretending. You think you're me? The blood turtle was anxious. Just as the virtual shadow and Lin Aotian's huge hammer smashed down, Su Xiaokun stood on top of the sky, like a god of war. A direct finger easily received this powerful strike. No! No way! How did you get so strong? You're a true immortal. Another fresh realm appeared in Su Xiaokun's ears. Old man, I told you, the Lin family was destroyed by me, so you go to hell too. In the next second, the pan long stick appeared in his hand, and with a flick of his fingers, the warhammer was directly flicked out. In Lin Aotian's shocked gaze, the coiled dragon stick was instantly lengthened. A stick smashed Lin Aotian into a bloody mist. The moment the body dissipated, Lin Aotian's soul flew out violently. Chapter 92 In Hongxue captured. Seeing this, the blood turtle directly opened its bloody mouth. A huge suction force instantly covered Lin Aotian. No! You can't kill me! Lin Aotian was dying, but he didn't expect his physical body to perish, and he couldn't even escape his soul. Bring it on you! The blood turtle let out a low gulp and Lin Aotian's soul was directly sucked into his mouth. Then a crunching and chewing sound came out. Ugh! This old man's soul is too hard. The blood turtle muttered something disgruntled. Then with a roll of his throat, completely swallowed Lin Aotian. A belch followed. Well, not good. Luoli is also confused. Is, eats everything and isn't afraid to poop on you. Then deeply glanced at Su Xiaokun. Really, what kind of person? Make what kind of teammate? After the interlude, these three men and a turtle continued to explore this unknown relic. However, not long after the few had gone, the water in that river of blood surprisingly, it gradually became clearer. No more reeking of blood. I don't know how Granny Een and the others are doing. I haven't seen them after walking for so long. Luo Li muttered. And Su Xiaokun was also somewhat worried. It was because he sensed that this place could actually isolate divine sense probing. Even if he was as strong as Su Xiaokun, his divine sense could only cover less than 100 meters. One should know that in the outside world, Su Xiaokun's divine sense could cover a city. It also had to make him cautious. Old bastard, you've lived here for so long, don't you know where the good stuff is? Luoli said as she looked at the blood turtle flying in midair. The blood turtle was also out of temper with this young lady, screaming as much as she liked. Still, it said, although I've survived here for tens of thousands of years, but I never left Blood River. As for what treasures there are I know well. But, all in all, there are many treasures here is all, the blood turtle said truthfully. Instead, they were rewarded with a burst of mockery from Luo Li. As he continued to go deeper and deeper, the sensation within Su Xiaokun's inner heart grew stronger and stronger. In addition to the white bones everywhere under the road, In did not come across any life. A few people had been walking for about a day or so when a three-story building appeared in front of them. Looking at the walls full of sword and spear marks, it was clear that a fight had once taken place here. And in front of the three-story door, two stone statues were erected, dressed in armor and lifelike, like heavenly soldiers and generals. They guarded this three-tiered palace. When they saw the plaque of the three-story palace, the crowd realized that this place was originally called the Wanbao Pavilion. After Xian Turtle's understanding of history, he knew that this 10,000 treasures pavilion was also the same as the Hidden Soldier Pavilion or something like that. It's very likely that there are immortal weapons inside. Just as a few people were about to enter into the pavilion of 10,000 treasures, an excited voice came out. Ha ha, I didn't expect that the 10,000 treasures pavilion from the ancient times actually existed in the ruins. The man at the head of the group was probably about 50 years old and was followed by hundreds of people. And these hundreds of people even have a part of Su Xiaokun all recognize, especially those who are held in cages. Granny Ian, Luoli shouted when she saw the person covered in blood and in a cage. Chu Qingyi stared at the person in front of her with a frosty face, then tugged on Su Xiaokun's coat. Su Xiaokun had also seen the imprisoned Yin Hongshui long ago, and at this time, his heart had long been surging with anger. Yo, old woman. I didn't expect to run into an acquaintance of yours, the man said arrogantly. Yin Hongshui also heard Luoli's voice, but at this time it was extremely weak. Even the cultivation was sealed. A whimper was all that came out of the dry voice. The eyes frantically signaled the departure of Su Xiaokun and the others. Of course, there were still a dozen or so disciples of the dark prison among them. One by one, their cultivation was sealed. It was tattered and torn, and it looked like it had been through a bad battle. When they saw Su Xiaokun's upright figure, each one of them immediately raised their spirits, because this man is a god in their hearts, the omnipotent god. I guess you're the prison master that this group of people are talking about, aren't you? The man looked at Su Xiaokun and realized that he couldn't see through his cultivation, thinking that there should be a secret method to hide cultivation. I don't know. It's a hell of a thing for a martial arts practitioner to be able to detect the cultivation of an immortal. Unless Su Xiaokun took the initiative to release his breath. Let me introduce myself. I'm from the Kunlun Shaotian sect, and I'm the current patriarch Duan Lang. Duan Lang arched his hand at Su Xiaokun in a fake manner. Who is Duan Liang to you? Su Xiaokun asked in an icy voice. You who? I didn't think you'd know about my no-good brother. I heard he seemed to die a while ago, though. Duan Lang didn't have the slightest fluctuation of emotions in his eyes, and it was obvious that the two were not dealing with each other. Su Xiaokun nodded. Kid, I don't care who you are. I have your man now. Hand over the treasures you got in the relics, and I can leave you a whole body. Duan Lang disdainfully glanced at Su Xiaokun, although they were only slightly surprised when they saw the stunning looks of Chu Qingyi, Luoli and the others. After all, for people like him who practiced cultivation, a good-looking skin was 1,000 times better than a treasure. Available. Su Xiaokun nodded. All I got here is a king's rump, and if you've got it, you can have it. The blood turtle was instantly confused when he heard Su Xiaokun's words. Young lord, there's no such thing as you. Is it good to always make me cannon fodder? The blood turtle's head shook like a rattle as it sensed the Duan wave in front of it. The strength was surprisingly the same as Lin Aotian, who was high on drugs. Obviously fighting is definitely out of the question. A talking kingbird? Could it be the divine beast blood turtle that guards the ruins? Obviously Duan Lang knows more. As for where the information came from, Su Xiaokun is also lazy to know. Damn bastard. If you don't go, I'll stew you when I get back. Luoli's eyes were filled with anger, obviously not joking, although the blood turtle wasn't afraid that Still, it was a jolt. Just go. Why are you so aggressive? The gentle turtle muttered in a small voice. Then his body violently grew larger and it smashed towards Duan Lang like a cannonball. Su Xiaokun actually wondered. This old bastard didn't seem to have any martial arts skills. He would only use his body to punch. As he watched the blood turtle fly towards his side, Duan Lang said to his back without any haste. Set up a formation. Capture this old bastard alive for me. It is said that its blood can raise the cultivation level. Duan Lang commanded. And in the next instant, 70 to 80 people immediately separated and stood right in the middle of the blood turtle. In the next moment, the group violently released their internal energy. A large net was formed from the head of the blood turtle. Toward the blood turtle it lunged. Little bastard. Others don't know how your defense is, but I do. With this immortal trapping formation of mine, you can't think of turning over a new leaf. Chapter 93, The Pavilion of 10,000 Treasures. As Duan Lang spoke, the large net had already wrapped the blood turtle. Before the blood turtle could make a move, the large net began to rapidly become smaller. The blood turtle had no choice but to follow suit, with its body becoming smaller. Just as he tried to fly through the gap in the large net, he was knocked back by a burst of energy. It finally turned into the size of a palm and appeared in Duan Lang's hand. Since the prison master is so generous, I'll take it. I don't think that's all you got though. A little wanker. Duan Lang looked at the blood turtle in his hand. His heart was extremely excited, and his eyes were revealing infinite greed. Obviously he knew that as long as he controlled the blood turtle, it was the same as controlling this relic. To know this kind of information, even Su Xiaokun did not know before he knew the blood turtle. I think this Duan Lang definitely has a more complete map. The blood turtle also looked at Su Xiaokun helplessly. It couldn't be helped. it always came out wrong. And it was all starting to make the blood turtle self-doubt. This old bastard is so wasted. Hubby, still needs you to make a move. Lori muttered. Su Xiaokun nodded slightly. Give you a chance to live. Release. Disuse your own cultivation and I'll spare your life. Or die. Su Xiaokun's voice was chilly. Yo. Not a big man. Not a small mouth. I'm standing right here. I'll see how you can kill me. Duan Lang was in an extremely good mood and clearly didn't take Su Xiaokun's words to heart. In fact, there was no need for so much nonsense in the first place. There was no way Yin Hongxue was still in the other party's hands. If you get pissed off, you're not guaranteed to tear up the ticket. But seeing Duan Lang get the blood turtle, that can't stop the excitement. So Su Xiaokun decided to take a hit. He would not allow those around him to be harmed, even if it was just a disciple. Very good. In an instant, Su Xiaokun violently erupted and flew directly toward Duan Lang, and there was even a residual shadow left in place, obviously increasing his speed to the extreme. At this moment, Duan Lang hadn't realized that death was imminent, because he only thought Su Xiaokun didn't move. However, when the residual shadow disappeared, a circular hollow appeared in Duan Lang's head, stiffened to a standstill, and Su Xiaokun had already come to Yin Hongshue's side by now. With a drop of blood dripping down from the coiled dragon stick in his hand, Duan Lang turned back, his eyes widening in disbelief. The peak of the void immortal was killed in one blow. All the disciples who followed, one by one, stood still, not even daring to move. The body fell straight to the ground. With Duan Lang's death, those who had their cultivation sealed were unsealed in an instant. As for the blood turtle caught in the net, it no longer had its internal strength, and the large net fell to the ground. Suddenly opening his bloody mouth, he directly took a bite of the soul of Duan Lang, who was about to escape. Gave swallowed into the belly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's killing me. Trying to act tough always gets you punched in the face. So you guys go to hell too. The blood turtle figure suddenly grew larger and, opening the huge mouth of the abyss, directly sucked the crowd that had just bound themselves into its belly. Not much longer, muttered the man. Ugh, these people's souls are awful. Blood turtle said breathlessly. You have to know that among these 70 to 80 people, half of them are at the earth immortal realm. Surprisingly, he absorbed all of it in just one bite. This was somewhat impressive to Su Xiaokun. Absorbing souls directly, this was indeed a bit perverted. However, Luoli was looking at the blood turtle at the moment, with a face of disgust, hiding far away from this guy can even eat people. It's disgusting to think about. The two women also came to Yin Hongshue's side, asking this and that with concern. But the cultivation seals were lifted, and these people were able to recover on their own. But the recovery was extremely slow. After all, this relic didn't have spiritual energy for a few people to absorb. Su Xiaokun wasn't stingy and directly took out 13 pills to restore his spiritual energy, distributed to each person. When the break was over for an hour or so, everyone was once again glowing. In unison, he dropped to one knee. Prison master, we have failed you. Yin Hongxue was just about to kneel down when she was stopped by Su Xiaokun. It's fine. Your cultivation levels are still too low. Follow me into the pavilion of 10,000 treasures, and whatever you get will be yours. Hurry up and raise your strength to me. Su Xiaokun had thought that these people were considered to be of good strength by the time they reached the sovereign realm. As a result, since coming into contact with the relics, he realized that the patriarch was simply not enough. Su Xiaokun then led the crowd into the pavilion of 10,000 treasures. When the group had just walked into the court of 10,000 treasures, the stone statue at the entrance bizarrely turned and, looking in the direction of where a few people left. As soon as they walked into the Wanbao pavilion, the crowd felt a burst of eerie aura come over them. The crowd of disciples winced. The first floor has been worn down by age. The rotting aura, moreover, made the two women feel a burst of dry heaves. Seeing this scene, Su Xiaokun also secretly said that he had not taken good care of himself. Then he released his spiritual energy to envelop the two women. The rest of them are fine. The rest of you search for the treasure on your own, and just leave it behind when you find it for yourselves. Of course, if someone accidentally dies, then don't worry. Your family members in the secular world, I, Su Xiaokun, will keep them clothed and fed, preserve you without worry. Cultivation is supposed to be against the heavens, life and death, and who dares to engage in infighting? Don't blame me for putting you all to death myself. After Su Xiaokun finished releasing his powerful aura, the crowd couldn't endure the oppressive feeling at once. Straight to his knees. We are all at the prison master's command. Su Xiaokun nodded. Very well, there you go. For a moment the people recognized each other with a glance, and went off in pairs to find their own chance. Yin Hongxue, on the other hand, decided to follow Su Xiaokun and the three of them. After all, even if the treasure is good, You need to have a life to take it. Su Xiaokun was indifferent and carefully looked around. Then came the second floor. As soon as you enter the second floor, you will find a lot of shelves. There were all sorts of weapons on it, and it looked chilly. It looks like this floor is the weapons vault. Su Xiaokun muttered and casually picked up the longsword that was scattered on the side. As soon as the longsword entered his hand, it immediately turned into debris. A helpless smile followed. I didn't realize that even the once immortal weapons and blades couldn't withstand the ravages of age. Luoli and the two of them didn't believe it either and picked up every weapon. But the result was the same. They all turned into crumbs. This was a bit of a big disappointment for both women. The old bastard, though, seemed to sense something. With a swipe of his claws, the weapon rack was reduced to dust. A wall was then revealed, and it was surprising to see a square opening in the wall. Apparently it was a secret compartment. The blood turtle also didn't care about the crowd's astonished gazes, and directly gouged the brick off the wall. Then an antique box was revealed. Asterisk asterisk. I didn't realize how lucky this old bastard was, to be found so hidden. Luoli muttered in dissatisfaction. Chapter 94, Goodbye Mysterious Key. Old bastard, on the other hand, opened the wooden box with an excited face. A book was placed inside. It looked like a gongfu. Just as the old bastard's claws had just touched the books unexpectedly turned into crumbs. But the old bastard didn't care about that, because the real good stuff is in the sandwich of the box. Upon opening the compartment, a key-like object appeared in his hand. Ha ha, I told you there was something good in here. But, what the hell is this key? When the key just appeared, Su Xiaokun felt a familiar aura, the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from it. Surprisingly, it was the same as the key he had obtained in the Yellow Emperor's small world. Then he said to the blood turtle, "Show me." The blood turtle didn't say anything, but was just a little disappointed, thinking it was something good. I didn't realize it was just a broken key. Happy for nothing. The moment the key touched his hand, Su Xiaokun realized that it was indeed made of one material, then took out the key he had been given and compared it. Although the likeness is different, it is certainly a product of the same period. I don't know what this key does, but I'll take it. Is that okay with you? Not to mention the fact that the old bastard couldn't look at this key. Even if it did, it wouldn't dare to have an opinion. After searching around, and not finding anything else in then it went into the other rooms. It was because the space of this 10,000 treasures pavilion was extremely huge. There are these dozens of rooms on the second floor alone. At first, I was thinking that a couple of people would be looking room by room, but the blood turtle was dismissive of this. After each room doorway, it was only a slight sense of sensation before he headed for the next room. After Su Xiaokun's repeated questioning, this is only to know that this blood turtle actually possessed the ability to find treasure. This was something that made Su Xiaokun and the others excited for a while. I'm afraid that the biggest reward of this trip is getting the blood turtle. After lining up 7 or 8 rooms in a row, the blood turtle's figure paused, then slammed the door with his body. The moment the door to the room was opened, a burst of medicinal scent hit the room. Several people felt a surge of refreshment. Just after entering the house, I saw rows and rows of shelves there were many pills laid out on it. However, although these pills still emitted a medicinal fragrance, they turned into dust as if they were lightly touched. This was a huge disappointment to several people, but after all, it's the blood turtle who led the way, so I believe there are definitely good things inside. Just from getting that one key, blood turtle definitely didn't blow awesome. As the crowd looked around, blood turtle came to an empty wall thinking for a long time. What? Facepalming? Luoli flirted. However, the blood turtle didn't pay attention to Luoli, and instead used its claws to scratch the wall in front of it. After about a minute or two, the wall in front of him hardened as the blood turtle clawed out the shape of a door. The crowd froze at the sight. It's really letting it find the hidden trapdoor. As the door to the room opened, the even stronger scent of medicine hit the room. Only the room was filled with bottles and jars There are even more than a dozen exquisite wooden boxes placed on both sides. Most notably, however, there was a raised platform in the center of the room. A metal box roughly the size of a palm rested on top of the platform. After 10,000 years, this metal box surprisingly didn't look corroded at all. What's this? Chu Qingyi walked forward. I was just about to pick up the box when I felt a sudden burst of footsteps downstairs and, not in the slightest, curses came out as well. Asterisk asterisk, what the is this place? How come these weapons break when you touch them? Obviously the group of people who came were not Su Xiaokun's people. Old ancestor, look at the door of the room in front of you is actually open. Did someone come in first? The man known as the old ancestor didn't squeak, just frowned and, leading the crowd towards the room where Su Xiaokun was, he came over. When just entering into the room, he happened to meet up with Su Xiaokun's few people. and Chu Qingyi's hand was still holding the metal box she had just obtained, and subconsciously put it behind her. Of course all these little gestures were in the eyes of the other side. Oh, girl child, you don't have to hide. I saw it all. Hand it over if you know what you're doing. Otherwise you'd be so pretty. I'm afraid something unpleasant will happen later and it won't be good. The old man at the head looked at Chu Qingyi with a faint smile on his face. Old thing. You don't look in the mirror to see your old face. It looks like a shoehorn. Oh right. There's no mirror now. So there should always be urine, right? Luoli looked at the old man with contempt, not giving him the slightest bit of face. If the urine yellow doesn't shine on you, let the person next to you pee. They're young. Blood Turtle snorted out a laugh. I didn't expect this young lady's mouth to be so poisonous. It seems that she still has a mouth on herself. Hey, I say old shoehorn. The young lady is talking to you. So say yes. The Xian turtle matched Luoli and cursed with a face. At this moment Luoli was looking at this old bastard more and more smoothly, only hating that she met him late. Otherwise, with these two singing in unison, a dead man could be brought to life. A yellow-haired girl and a dead asshole. You're looking for death. The old man gritted his teeth and his veins popped out, obviously infuriated by this man in turtle. The people he brought with him were also frantically stifling their laughter. After all, this old ancestor was notorious for being ugly. But when it came to ugly, Su Xiaokun remembered someone. You're the Lin family's oldest ancestor? After all, so ugly. In addition to the Lin family, Su Xiaokun could not really think of anyone who could look like this. Brat. Don't think that you want to beg for mercy just because you recognize me as the Lin family's oldest ancestor. Cursed me pretty good just now. Ha! As long as you hand over the treasures in your hands and kowtow to old ancestor me 100 times, I'll think about giving you guys a clean bill of health. But this girl child, I will make her life worse than death. The Lin clan's old ancestor said with violent anger in his words. Ha, honey, I think kowtowing 100 heads must be fun. Or let him try it? Luoli threw a wink to Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun smiled helplessly. This niece's playfulness had risen again. Old bastard, eat the people he brought with him. Su Xiaokun said, because other than the Lin family's old man, a void immortal, the rest of them were not worth mentioning. There was only one earth immortal realm, and the rest of the dozen or so were all Zongshire, which was not a threat at all. Young lord, why am I always the one who gets hurt? I don't love people well, especially their kind. They look so ugly. They must be chomping on your teeth to eat them. Complaints aside, the blood turtle still unconditionally obeyed Su Xiaokun's command. Chapter 95, the Lin family's ancestor becomes an idiot. With its body giganticized, the blood turtle opened its bloody mouth with great reluctance. In the next second, everyone except the Lin family's oldest ancestor was all sucked into the belly. It's not that the blood turtle doesn't want to swallow them together, but it's not strong enough. It can't be devoured unless it's one level higher than the opponent, not above the same realm. It then transformed into the size of a palm and returned to Su Xiaokun's side. The eyes were as sultry as a little spiteful woman. Looking at Su Xiaokun's heart was a burst of diaphragm. Old, you're all that's left. Here's your chance. Get down on your knees and kowtow 100 times. I'll leave you in one piece. Luoli looked at the Lin family's old ancestor with a disdainful expression. I may be an old bastard, but I don't lay eggs. The blood turtle thought it was talking about it and retorted. Luoli blankly glanced at the blood turtle speechlessly. Don't get in your face. The Lin family's oldest ancestor obviously didn't expect that this blood turtle would be so tough that, just for a moment, surprisingly, my own side came in for a reunion. After all, the old ancestor had been famous for a long time, and clearly didn't care about the deaths of this group of people. After all, his strength was there. Little girl, you don't need to be eloquent. The belt will show you the dragon root. The Lin family's oldest ancestor said with an angry face. Honey, look at him. Luoli tugged on Su Xiaokun's clothes, obviously not expecting this old guy's words to be so vicious. Although Chu Qingyi didn't understand what the old man's words meant, but it definitely wasn't a nice thing to say by the looks of that one either. Su Xiaokun frowned slightly, stretching out a finger. A spiritual force instantly struck through the Lin family ancestor's lower body. This one is what you get for being a mouth breather. Su Xiaokun's tone was extremely cold. If you dare to talk about your woman, then be prepared to be wasted. The Lin family's old ancestor, completely unexpected. Su Xiaokun would make a move without warning. A coldness was felt in his lower body and instant pain swept through his body. Bowed and covered it with his hands. His body all twisted and trembling. Beads of sweat ran down his face. But don't tell me, this old guy's patience is really strong. His own baby was gone, froze without making a sound, and carried on hard. Chu Qingyi and Yin Hongshui also felt that Su Xiaokun was a bit too raw for doing so. Solely skimmed her head and stopped looking, and Chu Qingyi's pretty face way reddened, as if she knew what was going on, and glared at Su Xiaokun. The blood turtle, on the other hand, humanely covered up a bit and looked at Su Xiaokun's eyes changed. You dare to waste my baby. I want you dead. Lin family's old man's veins rippled. The next second a huge axe appeared in his hand, but his body was still in a groveling position. It couldn't be helped. This time Su Xiaokun completely changed the Lin family's old man's gender. For a moment there was some reluctance to kill him, because Su Xiaokun felt that it was quite fun to do so. I didn't tell you to get up, so you honestly kneel down for me. The corner of Su Xiaokun's mouth hung a smile, also amused by what he had just done. Then one finger pointed again. The spiritual energy directly penetrated the Lin family ancestor's knee. The Lin family's old ancestor froze as he realized a serious problem. That was that he was unexpectedly unable to dodge Su Xiaokun's attack. It wasn't that he didn't want to hide, but his body was simply out of control. Then he dropped to one knee and curled up. I said get on your knees as both legs. Su Xiaokun pointed out another finger. And the Lin family ancestor's other leg was also penetrated. Directly uncontrollably, he fell to his knees. You, kill me if you want to. Why insult me? The Lin family's old man's voice turned shrill, obviously having lost his treasure. The side effects are tremendous. Insult you? It seems like you provoked me first, right? Now kowtow to me a full 100 times and I'll give you a way out. Or die. Su Xiaokun indifferently looked at the Lin family's old ancestor. You dream. The Lin family's old ancestor didn't know whether he was in pain or angry. His face twisted with it. The face, which was already strangely ugly, became even more unsightly at this moment. You kinda pissed off you. The blood turtle flew to the side of the Lin family's old man. Then a claw slapped directly at the Lin family ancestor's head. The force is just right. And the riposte doesn't hurt your brain. It came into direct contact with the earth, knocking blood from his brain. The Lin clan's oldest ancestor stared angrily at the blood turtle. Tooth hopper? How dare you board me? Then another claw to the back of the head. Feeling only a wave of heaviness, he kowtowed again fiercely. At this moment, the Lin family's old ancestor's eyes flew out in anger. Only then did he realize that Su Xiaokun's fingertips had actually shot out an extremely tiny line of spiritual energy. It was controlling the Lin family's old ancestor to death, not allowing him to move, and could only be at his mercy. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Su Xiaokun. You've got balls. Before the words were finished, the blood turtle slapped down another claw. Me chow? You dare to glare at my young master? Then snapped a dozen times in a row. The Lin family's old ancestor's head also knocked on the ground a dozen times. This was not only dumbfounded, but hurt and annoyed. Blood flowed down one whole side of the door, and he looked at Su Xiaokun unwillingly. Kill me if you dare. What kind of hero is torturing me? At this point, the Lin family's old ancestor was close to collapse. No. I said I'd spare your life if you kowtowed enough for 100 heads, so how can I not keep my word? Besides, I never said I was any kind of hero. I'm a lord at best. After saying that, Su Xiaokun signaled the blood turtle to continue. Asterisk you. If I live, I'll kill your whole family. I swear. The near crazy Lin family's old ancestor cursed viciously, but what he faced was the blood turtle's claw. A claw that fell relentlessly. Only after kowtowing 100 heads did this fly back, gave Su Xiaokun a thumbs up. He struck another palm with Luoli, and only then did he look at the Lin family's oldest ancestor with satisfaction. Okay, you get lost. Su Xiaokun withdrew his spiritual power, and the Lin family's ancestor instantly felt his body regain control. However, by now he'd long since kowtowed in confusion. The forehead was also knocked out of the white bone, and there were cracks on the white bone. Not dead, but at least a severe concussion. Hey, old man, the young master is telling you to get lost. Can't you hear me? The blood turtle, like a landlubber, wrapped his arms around himself and tiptoed dejectedly. At this moment, the Lin family's old ancestor's eyes were devoid of their previous radiance. In its place was some laxity. Dumbfounded, he raised his head and looked at Su Xiaokun and the others, revealing a puzzled expression. Holy, this old thing won't be knocked into an idiot, right? Luoli said as she looked at the empty-eyed Lin family ancestor, only to see that just after the words were said, the Lin family's old ancestor unexpectedly began to foam at the mouth and fell to the ground, twitching non-stop. There was also a grunting sound coming out of his mouth from time to time. Su Xiaokun felt it for a moment before he shook his head. Put the stuff away and let's go. He's gone stupid. As of this moment, one of the 3 old ancestors of the Lin family was dead. One was demented, and only one remained. Chapter 96, The Mysterious Third Floor. After everyone packed up, they handed over all the things they had scavenged to Su Xiaokun, because so far, only Su Xiaokun had storage space. After what had just happened, Su Xiaokun had also forgotten to check what he had gotten. After a fruitless search on the 2nd floor, several people headed for the 3rd floor. Just as soon as he arrived at the third floor, Su Xiaokun realized that it was different from the first two floors. There's only this one quaint gate, and there were two skeletons sitting on their knees on either side of the gate. It looked crystal clear, surprisingly not weathered by the years, so you could imagine how powerful it was in life. Su Xiaokun turned his head to look at the blood turtle. Old bastard, do you have any sense? Su Xiaokun asked. Only the blood turtle shook its head. This door isolates my treasure hunting ability. I can't sense it, but I'm sure there's something good in here. The blood turtle pondered something, as if he knew something. The figure then grew larger and slammed up roughly towards the door. The moment it first touched the door, it was bounced off by a ray of light. It smashed hard on top of the wall, gave the blood turtle a moment's pause. It wasn't enough to be injured, but there was a slight shock in the eyes that looked towards the door. The blood turtle tapped the shell and flew to Su Xiaokun's side. This defense of this door, that strike just now has reached the realm of true immortals. There's definitely something good back here. The blood turtle had a face of excitement. If I guessed correctly, this is the real wannabe pavilion warehouse. Su Xiaokun froze, not because it was the warehouse of the 10,000 treasures pavilion, but because this blood turtle went so far as to say that the attack just now had actually reached the true immortal realm. Su Xiaokun knew nothing about the true immortal realm, but just now, he felt that power, and it was indeed beyond what he had recognized. Can you force the door? Su Xiaokun looked at the blood turtle. Blood turtle thought about it and shook his head. No, this door can't be broken through even if you're a true immortal. It's defense. It's only better than mine. Blood turtle analyzed, then carefully examined every place, afraid of missing a detail. And while we're looking at it, we're saying that none of us can get in unless we have a key. Wait, the key? The blood turtle thought of something. Su Xiaokun's hand is not two keys. The paw then gave a gentle push at a bump on the door. A keyhole appeared at once. Found it. The blood turtle's eyes lit up with joy. Young lord, quickly, bring out the key you have been given. The blood turtle couldn't wait to stretch its claws. Su Xiaokun didn't talk nonsense and handed over both keys. Of course the thick-skinned blood turtle should be the one to do such a thing as open the door. After all, in case there was another true immortal realm attack, Su Xiaokun didn't know if he could carry it. The blood turtle only knew excitement, not realizing that Su Xiaokun had secretly used it as a gun again. When the key was just inserted into the hole, the blood turtle's figure was once again vibrated out, then shook his head. Not this one. Again. The blood turtle charged again. Su Xiaokun sighed in his heart. This old bastard's defense really isn't blowing up, because that attack just now was even stronger than the first one. When the blood turtle stuck the second key in, this time it didn't get bounced out. Instead, there was a loud clicking sound of a lock being unlocked. When the sound stopped, a hidden lock hole came into view. I'm Chow. Need two keys? The blood turtle froze for a moment and carefully took out the first key used again. Click. Another unlocking sound appeared, and then a round hole appeared. Asterisk asterisk. And 3 ing keys? You've gone too far. Blood turtle cursed and looked at the door, then turned his head and asked, Young master, do you still have the key? Su Xiaokun spread his two hands. Just two. The first one is still the key from the Yellow Emperor's inheritance. Just as the crowd was at a loss for words, Su Xiaokun looked towards the hole. He then took out his disc dragon stick, transformed it into the same size, and was just about to stick it in, when it was stopped by the two women. No, look out. Let the old bastard come. He has thick skin and flesh. What if there's another attack? Luoli looked at the old bastard and said. Chu Qingyi also nodded. The blood turtle was speechless. You guys need to stop acting like this. I have high defense, but that doesn't mean I won't die. The blood turtle protested helplessly. Su Xiaokun shook his head. No, this pandragon stick only recognizes my breath. No one else can use it. I'll do it. I can't die even if I can't open it. Have come to this point. No one is willing to retreat. She said not to move Su Xiaokun. One could only nod helplessly. Su Xiaokun frowned. Old bastard. You shield them behind you. If it hurts, then I'll stew you immediately. Blood turtle nodded and muttered. Why is it always me that gets hurt? Su Xiaokun took a deep breath, then inserted the pan dragon stick. As the disc dragon stick went a little deeper, it didn't find any problems, but there was no sign of the door opening either. But the coiled dragon stick was in the midst of an infinite extension. Su Xiaokun carefully felt the trajectory of the growth of the coiled dragon stick, only to realize that it's been going in circles. When roughly an incense stick of time had passed, the coiled dragon stick stopped. Then Su Xiaokun signaled the blood turtle to come forward. I'll yell 1, 2, 3 and we'll turn at the same time. Blood turtle nodded, then glanced behind him and the body suddenly condensed a protective shield that enveloped everyone. After doing this, Su Xiaokun glanced at the blood turtle. 1, 2, 3. When the 3-1 fell, The man and the turtle turned the key at once. Click, 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 click. As 3 clicks appeared, the one man and the turtle backed up at once. The gate also began to vibrate wildly. After a shudder, the oxidized layer covering that door began to peel off. A burst of golden light burst out, and the crowd subconsciously closed their eyes. Only when the golden light passed did the crowd look at the gate again. Only the gate turned into a golden one, as if it was made of pure gold. On it was engraved a lifelike ancient beast, the 5-clawed golden dragon. As the dragon's body began to coil up, the tightly closed golden door slowly opened at this moment as well. An unknown world was beginning to appear in the eyes of all. The moment the golden gate opened completely, the crowd was confused. The blood turtle was shocked, only to see a huge coffin appear behind the gate. The coffin was locked in layers of chains. There was no imagined treasure present at all. But just as the coffin appeared, Su Xiaokun's eyes suddenly turned hollow. That powerful sense of summoning instantly occupied Su Xiaokun's consciousness. The remaining 3 people and a turtle, surprisingly, were also unconscious and stood in place like statues. After about a couple of minutes, the group walked in at an eerie pace as if they were mechanical. Then the doors slowly closed. Chapter 97, Loss of Consciousness. The moment the door closed, except for Su Xiaokun, these 3 people and a turtle actually danced in a weird way. The body stiffened and clicked and twisted as if it were a robot. Of course the blood turtle was the unluckiest of all. From the moment I walked in the door, I started spinning like crazy, and the whites of those eyes were flinging out. Su Xiaokun, on the other hand, stood straight up on top of a small array-like formation. As time passed and the formation began to glow, slowly driving Su Xiaokun's body up, even the coffin was taken flying. Then the chains on the coffin began to loosen, and the sound of the friction metal was extraordinarily harsh, and the dancing trio stopped at once. Kneeling directly in front of the coffin, he folded his hands and muttered an unintelligible incantation. After the incantation had been recited for about 3 minutes, the blood essence inside Su Xiaokun's body unexpectedly flew out, levitating above the coffin. The rolling blood inside the blood essence then began to flow down towards the coffin, and at the same time, at the wrists and ankles of Su Xiaokun's limbs, I don't know what cut it open. His own blood also began to flow into the formation. In this way, it had been going on for about a day, and the blood in Su Xiaokun's body had run dry. It was as if it was a dry corpse, but the eyes were still empty and devoid of color. As the blood within the blood essence dwindled, the darkened coffin, a rune suddenly lit up. Ka-ching! At the same time when all the runes of the coffin lit up, the coffin was also opened by a force. From the inside, black gas overflowed. An ancient and pale aura came out. The moment the lid of the coffin was completely opened, there was actually a torso of a body lying in the coffin. No limbs or head, but the torso was not a bit dried out, as if it had just been cut down. In a flash, a line of blood appeared from the 5 major wounds in the torso of the. Toward Su Xiaokun it wrapped up. In just less than a minute, the torso unexpectedly flew up and stood directly in front of Su Xiaokun, and the threads of blood began to wrap the man and his torso in as much as they could, forming a ball of blood, the blood essence hanging in the air. Only half of the blood inside was left at the moment. As the torso flew out, the blood essence followed it to the top of the blood sphere. The transfer of blood began to continue, and when the 3 who were praying saw this scene, they stood up, staring straight at the bloody ball of consciousness still hasn't returned. This timepiece lasted 2.5 days straight. The torso inside the blood ball unexpectedly began to fuse with Su Xiaokun. The fusion was extremely slow, as the blood within the blood essence was injected into Su Xiaokun's body. Su Xiaokun's parched body also gained fullness at this moment. Unbeknownst to them, while this was happening, both in Kunlun and in the secular world, it's all changing dramatically. Especially the people inside the ruins were now like walking corpses, prostrate and kneeling on the ground. Toward the direction of Su Xiaokun, he kneeled down reverently, and the flow of time also began to stop when Su Xiaokun fused the torso. And so it went on. No one knows exactly how long. For a long time anyway. The blood turtle still kept spinning. Its tongue was flung out, looking extremely funny. However, the stone monument on his body, which was originally fused with the blood turtle, began to show signs of loosening, until finally it comes off completely. Perhaps unintentionally, perhaps intentionally, the stone tablet was unexpectedly flung into the interior of the blood sphere. Together, they began to refine. But this time, the speed of refining was dozens of times faster than before. The tablet also began to emit a ray of light. When the torso completely merged with Su Xiaokun into one, the tablet was also completely refined at this moment. Meanwhile, Su Xiaokun slowly closed his eyes and had entered into a deep sleep, and the yellow emperor ring on his finger disappeared when the stone tablet was completely refined. The stone tablet even turned into fragments and merged into Su Xiaokun's new torso. All that had happened was obviously unknown to Su Xiaokun. When the last drop of blood essence entered the blood sphere, the ball of blood also began to gradually dissipate, and a naked body emerged. And densely packed points of light unexpectedly appeared on that naked body. When the point of light appeared, a spiritual energy began to emanate from Su Xiaokun's body. The breath was incredibly strong, and in the end the spiritual energy transformed into a thin line of started connecting the dots of light together. When all the connections were completed, it was realized that it had turned into a mysterious inscription. As Su Xiaokun's body once again erupted with a powerful aura, those tightly closed eyes suddenly opened at that moment. A black aura shot out instantly, and looking again into the eyes of it's like an old demon that has lived for hundreds of millions of years, revealing depth and antiquity. 2.5 minutes later, Su Xiaokun's eyes gradually took on a divine color. With a flick of his palm, a pitch-black armor flew out of the coffin. It directly covered Su Xiaokun's entire body. In the next moment, as Su Xiaokun's mind moved, the armor surprisingly changed to look like normal clothes. And Su Xiaokun was able to make it this far because, after fusing the torso, gained some memories that weren't his to begin with. There were only snippets, but the armor in front of him was in it. A look of shock followed, not realizing that something so outrageous could occur. Shaking his head helplessly, he snapped his fingers. The three turtles, with a gleam in their eyes, regained consciousness. Why is this coffin an empty one? Luoli walked to the coffin and looked inside. Apparently everyone doesn't remember what just happened. But a sound of dry heaving was what broke the silence. Everyone looked at the blood turtle. Only the bloody turtle dropped to the ground in a fit of vomiting. Even the tongue doesn't seem to belong to me anymore. When I spit, I bite my tongue. The blood turtle with subtle teeth grinning in pain. Su Xiaokun smiled helplessly. Probably only he himself knew what had happened. But the secret was so shocking that it was simply hidden. With a flick of his finger, a spiritual force struck the blood turtle's body. The blood turtle stopped dry heaving, too, but the giddy burst of it made the blood turtle as if he had drunk too much, walking with a wobble. Hey, I just wondered what just happened. Why do I feel like the sky is turning as well as the earth? The blood turtle took 3 steps and walked in front of Su Xiaokun and stuck its head on top of the coffin. The bump was eye-rolling. Luoli seemed to have discovered something. Old bastard, where's the tablet on you? Hearing Luoli's words, the blood turtle then rubbed its head and turned its head to look at its back. Hurtingly, he realized that the stone monument was long gone, and all that was left was a bare patch. The blood turtle's body then unexpectedly erupted with a powerful aura. Strength also reached the peak of the void immortal realm at this moment. It didn't stop just like that. Until the early stage of the true immortal realm. The damn monolith is kind of gone. After suppressing me for so long, old me has finally regained a bit of my cultivation. Feeling the power of the true immortal realm within its body, it believed that the moment of pretending that belonged to it was about to come. Chapter 98, Su Xiaokun's highlight. Che, even if you're good you're still an idiot. Luo Li mocked. Humph, this turtle is not going to bother with a little doll like you. The crowd was somewhat speechless as they circled the room and realized that there were no treasures. I didn't realize that this Wanbao pavilion was really in vain. Unbeknownst to me, the greatest benefit has already been gained. Su Xiaokun looked at a few people with some amusement. Then his mind moved. A few people appeared on top of a prairie. Only this tree is the only one on this prairie, and no other. This was also a skill that Su Xiaokun had obtained after refining the stone monument, allowing him to control the map changes at will. Here he already belongs to the absolute god. The blood turtle looked at the suddenly changing scene in front of him, obviously knowing something. You refined the stone tablet? The blood turtle looked at Su Xiaokun incredulously. One must know that refining the stone tablet would take at least a few decades, if not 100 years. Su Xiaokun nodded slightly. The current Su Xiaokun ring was shattered and had completely merged with the relic. When the two were combined, Su Xiaokun realized that this space was surprisingly fused with his own body. It's also the equivalent of carving out a space in your own body. It's just that there's a big gap between this space and the outside world right now. You should know that the inside of the previous space ring was in a chaotic mode, and after merging with the relics, it turned out to have land, but there was no life, and I'm afraid the only greenery was the tree in front of me, and the tree was supposed to exist in the ruins. However, as long as you are in this space, then no matter what your cultivation level is, Su Xiaokun can be obliterated with just a thought, and is a true master. Xingyi, Ali, I'll show you something fun. The two looked at Su Xiaokun not knowing what they wanted to do, but their eyes were full of anticipation. Then Su Xiaokun's mind moved, and all the people in the ruins appeared above the plains. Hey, wasn't I just searching for treasures? How come it teleported away? That is, where is this? There were probably around 10,000 people on the plains. Confused, he looked around while Su Xiaokun had an idiot kneeling in front of him. That's right, it's the old man of the Lin family who has gone mad. Honey, how did they show up? Luoli looked at the group in surprise. Su Xiaokun smiled and didn't say anything. However, there was an old man in the crowd who saw the demented Lin family's old ancestor. It appeared directly in front of him in a flash. With one hand, he pulled the Lin family's oldest ancestor to his side. Su Xiaokun didn't stop it, but watched with a light smile on his face. Lin Xiangtian, what's wrong with you? The old man shook the demented old ancestor. However, this Lin family's old man's eyes didn't have any aura at all. Then he placed his hand on the old ancestor's head. After sensing for a while, he then glared angrily at Su Xiaokun. Did you do this? Before Su Xiaokun could even wait to speak, the blood turtle flew in front of the old man with awesome coaxing. What? Which douchebag are you again? Having recovered to the true immortal realm with great difficulty, how could the blood turtle give up such an excellent opportunity to act like a pussy? Very, very good. Mouth-breathing cocksucker, and a body of pure desire. It seems that the best treasure of this relic is actually here. Since you dared to kill someone from my Lin family, think you're prepared to be killed? The old man calmed down. At their level, it was obvious that cultivation was more important than kinship. Then the breath in his body suddenly erupted. The strength of the true immortal realm was exposed. Now it was time for the blood turtle to get confused again. Holy, are true immortals so worthless now? The blood turtle cursed and looked at the old man, but didn't take it to heart. Old man, if you want to take a shot at the young lord, go through me first. The big battle is imminent. However, he was stopped by Su Xiaokun. Kidding aside, how could he give up such a chance to pretend to be a man to the Xian turtle if he didn't come first himself? Old bastard. Stand down. The blood turtle also didn't know what Su Xiaokun meant, but still didn't dare to disobey. With a vicious glare at the old man he retreated. Very well, kid, you are very sensible. Hand over the body of pure desire and I can spare you from death. It's not impossible to give you charity when old me I've used it enough. As for Lin Xiangtian's account, how about writing it off? The old man nodded to Su Xiaokun with satisfaction. Su Xiaokun arched his eyebrows. Oh, you're quite atmospheric. However, you seem to have misunderstood something. I don't intend to hand over the person, a mere true immortal. Crushing you is as simple as crushing an ant. You. The old man froze slightly. Oh, boy, do you have a big mouth. In that case, go to hell. Before the words were finished, this old man directly chose to sneak attack. Look out. Shu Qingyi nervously looked at Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun didn't even raise his eyelids, just indifferently watching the old man attack. When it was about to come into sight, a low gulp escaped his mouth. Get out. Word out to people flying, only to see the old man violently fly backward, and then looked at Su Xiaokun with a dumbfounded expression. You, what did you do? Because the old man hadn't seen Su Xiaokun strike at all, he didn't know what had happened. Likewise, Luo Li's side didn't know what was happening. However, the old man looked at the blood turtle. Presumably the blood turtle had sneaked out. After all, the cultivation within only the blood turtle is a true immortal. Oh, more than the crowd? With true strength, even if you have more people, it's futile. The old man reacted and said, little bastard, you were the one who sneaked up on me just now, weren't you? The blood turtle was confused. Old man, my young master said that if he doesn't let me make a move, I won't make a move. You think I'm not as martial as you are, and that I can just sneak up on you when I say I'm going to sneak up on you, don't you? Oh, eloquent, heaven and earth incarnation. The old man's hands flew to form a seal and a huge monster with 6 wings appeared on his back. It looked extremely similar to an angel, but the hideous and terrifying face was like that of a devil. When the incarnation coalesced, the old man's eyes were filled with madness. Kid, ready to die. Boredom. Su Xiaokun yawned and spat out another word faintly. Scatter. Only to see that the heaven and earth incarnation that the old man had just condensed had actually dissipated. No. Impossible. The old man looked at the scene in front of him in shock. Who the hell are you? The old man took a few steps backward. His eyes filled with doubt and he had never heard that there were such strong people in the world. Words follow the law. True immortals can't either. What the hell did you do? Oh, I am the master of this world. You may call me God. Su Xiaokun looked at the old man with a faint smile. You fart. There can't be a god in this heaven and earth. You know that all the powerhouses beyond the true immortal realm have already ascended. The old man looked at Su Xiaokun in disbelief. Yeah? Su Xiaokun slightly raised his palm and glanced at the 2 women. I said, let there be light. And so there was light in the world. The originally gray space suddenly appeared bright. Luoli looked at Su Xiaokun with disbelief. Honey, you really became a god? Chapter 99, Exit the Ruins. Luoli looked at Su Xiaokun with eyes full of little stars. Of course Chu Qingyi was also extremely shocked because this technique was too shocking. Su Xiaokun smiled at the two and continued. I said let there be wind. And there was wind in the world. The wind began to blow so hard that the crowd fell to the ground, but his own side didn't have the slightest effect. I said. Su Xiaokun looked at the old man, a touch of cunning in his eyes. Want you to die. You can't live. When Su Xiaokun's words had just finished, all of a sudden the old man's eyes were suddenly empty. Even the soul dissipates with it. Till death do us part. We don't know what's going on. Then straightened up and lay down. The tens of thousands of people on the plains were completely shocked by Su Xiaokun's methods. You know, without even making a move. A single sentence could kill a true immortal realm powerhouse in seconds. And it's not a ing trick of God to say light comes to light and wind comes to wind. What's this? After doing this Su Xiaokun coldly swept his eyes over the crowd. Compassion. He doesn't have it. Wan was also given a pang by Su Xiaokun's eyes. Surprisingly, none of them dared to raise resistance. Are you kidding? The strongest of these is a void immortal. The weakest is a sovereign. A true immortal could be obliterated by a single word, let alone them. At that moment, cold sweat ran down his face, and the person standing at the front of the room instantly fell to his knees. We are willing to submit. With a line of people submitting, the rest of the group knelt down. It was like a commoner seeing the emperor, and the scene was immense. The scene of 10,000 people kneeling for a time was so enviable that even the blood turtle was envious, muttering to himself. I said why don't you let me on? So you want to pretend? The blood turtle looked at Su Xiaokun with some complaints, but the current one didn't dare to say anything, because the blood turtle knew that in Su Xiaokun's world, his defense was as good as none. It only takes one thought to say goodbye to the world, but although Su Xiaokun belonged to the absolute God in his own world, but, if you want to pull people from outside into your world, then you have to get consent. Otherwise, Su Xiaokun wouldn't be able to force and pull people into his world. This group of people were unlucky in that Su Xiaokun had fused the relics and they hadn't gone out yet. Otherwise, even if Su Xiaokun could kill, it wouldn't be so easy. Su Xiaokun looked down at the crowd, without the slightest thought of letting these people go. Very well, since you have chosen to submit to me, you will stay here. Tidy up this place for me. Su Xiaokun didn't intend to kill these people either. After all, his own space didn't have any life in it yet. A few more people to organize the back garden would be nice. We obey. 10,000 people answered at the same time. Su Xiaokun nodded in satisfaction. The 30 people brought by his own side, after Su Xiaokun's probing, only 13 were found to be left, the rest having died forever in the ruins. It can't be helped. If he died before Su Xiaokun got the relic, he might still be able to save it, but they were dead before that. Then looking at the remaining few, he wrapped the two women in his arms. Let's go. The two women nodded sheepishly. Then Su Xiaokun's mind moved, and the few people disappeared into space. When it reappeared, it was in the middle of the desert. This section of the journey to the ruins was completely over. The three ancestors of the Lin family were two dead and one idiotic, and the Lin family was completely destroyed. Ha ha, Master Turtle, I've finally come out from that dark, sunless hellhole. Unable to stop his excitement, the blood turtle grabbed a handful of sand and placed it hard in his mouth. Chewing like crazy. Right, that's what freedom tastes like. Luoli looked at the near-crazed blood turtle and was speechless for a beat. I say, can't you eat some human food? What's good about this sand? The blood turtle blankly glanced at Luoli. Young lady, what do you know? It's the smell of freedom. Although he had arrived in the outside world, however, the blood turtle still didn't dare to offend Su Xiaokun, because the current him couldn't even see Su Xiaokun's cultivation level. Not to mention that, there's also an ancient curse that doesn't allow for the slightest bit of resistance. Okay, old bastard. You get bigger and take us back. Luoli looked at the blood turtle as if she was looking at an idiot. I don't want to be walking back, Luoli said. The blood turtle didn't say anything. His body directly became bigger, and then a spiritual power wrapped around the crowd. It was placed directly on top of the turtle's back. Young lord, lead the way. Slave, I'm taking off. The blood turtle spoke, and his body instantly formed a shield to prevent the crowd from falling. He then transformed into a stream of light and followed Su Xiaokun's guidance as he set off towards the dark prison. In flight, Su Xiaokun vaguely felt as if he was about to break through. One must know that when he first entered the relics, he had not even reached the middle stage of yuanying, and out surprisingly is going to break through. At the transitional stage, as the name implies, in order to break through, one would need to transmigrate. Su Xiaokun shook his head. Now was not the time to make a breakthrough, at least until he returned to the dark prison. With the boost from the true immortal blood turtle, that speed could be said to be strangely fast. It took less than a day to return to the dark prison. but just after returning to dark prison, the crowd was shocked. Honey, are we in the wrong place? Luoli and Chu Qingyi looked down below, both feeling as if they had recognized the wrong place. However, Su Xiaokun sensed it, and his huge divine sense instantly covered the area, then said, "Yes, this is the dark prison." Su Xiaokun nodded, only to see that the current dark prison was surprisingly full of popularity, and it looked like there were tens of thousands of disciples alone. I didn't realize that he and the others had only left for about a month, and this dark prison had developed so quickly. In the midst of the great hall of the dark prison, the three figures had a happy look between their brows, and their figures instantly disappeared in place. When in appeared, it was in front of Su Xiaokun. "We welcome the return of the prison master." The three of them knelt on one knee in midair and looked at Su Xiaokun. However, at the sight of the huge kingbird, he was obviously shocked for a moment as well, but didn't pursue the matter. "I'm sure this is a strange encounter in the ruins." Su Xiaokun nodded slightly. "Look at the three. I didn't realize that all three of you old farts had reached the realm of the void immortals. Does it seem to be cultivating quickly?" Su Xiaokun said. "Prison master, return to the temple for more details," Ancient Autumn Moon said. Several people then disappeared and appeared above the great hall once more, and Su Xiaokun sat directly on top of the main seat. "Tell me what's been going on lately." Su Xiaokun looked at Gu Qiuyu. "Back to the prison master. You have been gone for 30 years on this trip." Just as Ancient Autumn Moon wanted to continue, the blood turtle spoke. "That, young lord the old slave has not come out for tens of thousands of years. I'd like to go out for a spin, okay?" The blood turtle looked at Su Xiaokun pitifully. Su Xiaokun didn't say anything while nodding his head. Then we saw the blood turtle leave a residual shadow in the same place, and his body had already flown out. Chapter 100, The Eve of the Transition. 30 years? Luoli stood beside Su Xiaokun and exclaimed out in shock. "How can that be? It's only been less than a month since we entered the ruins. Isn't this equivalent to a day in the ruins being a year in Kunlun?" Ancient Autumn Moon didn't say anything. Su Xiaokun, on the other hand, nodded his head. The flow was slow, he could perceive that, but exactly how much slower is unknown. After thinking about it, he said, "How are the preparations for the 10,000 person blood sacrifice I asked you to prepare?" Su Xiaokun had planned to blood sacrifice 10,000 people as soon as he came out to find Fong Wentian, but it was a good thing for him that his cultivation level was about to break through. The chances of saving Fong Qiantian would be higher this way. "Back to the prison master. 10,000 men have been assembled and are waiting for your command," Ancient Autumn Moon said respectfully, then added one more point. "The remaining members of the Lin family have bin captured for a total of more than 3,000 people, while the number of people remaining in the instead, they are supplied by people from families that are better off with the Lin family. They are also afraid of our strength, so they have sent it of their own accord. But there are 3 other clans among them, relying on the fact that they have late-stage void immortal ancestors in their families. No offerings for us. Well, it's good to be able to do that. I'll take care of the rest. And, while you're at it, go prepare an altar for me. After I make a breakthrough, I'll open the reincarnation hell and save Fong Wentian." The moment she heard about saving Fong Wentian, Gu Qiuyu instantly became excited. 30 years. 30 whole years. Ancient Autumn Moon has been living in pain. If he didn't have to help Su Xiaokun take care of the dark prison, he would have long ago opened the reincarnation hell in advance. "Don't worry, prison master, give me 3 days and I will definitely build the altar." Ancient Autumn Moon arched her hand, then retreated to begin preparations. Bai Sihai and Lu Burgundy Han looked at Su Xiaokun, and for a moment, they were somewhat at a loss as to what to say. "Why is something wrong with you guys?" Su Xiaokun's moods had often fluctuated since he had fused the unknown torso, and cranky inside. Bai Sihai and the two of them were startled by Su Xiaokun's eyes, but still said, "Isn't it a bit too inhumane for us to slaughter 10,000 people like this to open a blood sacrifice? After all, they are also living beings." Su Xiaokun was slightly furious, his expression somewhat grim. "Humanity? Do people who cultivate have humanity? Do you throw them out into the world to see if they are still humane?" The two of them were shocked into a cold sweat, and Lu Burgundy Hong hurriedly pulled on Bai Sihai. "Warden, what we actually mean is that you've been killing and abusing people too much. I'm afraid that it will have an effect on having to cultivate in the future." Lu Gunghong also did not expect that Su Xiaokun would become so irritable after coming out of the relics. Hearing Lu Burgundy Hong say this, Su Xiaokun's eyes slightly eased and controlled his temper. Su Xiaokun himself was a little confused about himself, not knowing why he was suddenly angry. "Okay, don't worry guys, I'm fine. You guys go down first, I'll choose a place to cross over in a few days. When the time comes, you will guard me. It's just as well to observe it carefully." so that you can have a better understanding when you cross the threshold. Su Xiaokun waved his hand when he finished speaking. The two men also retreated. Perhaps it was because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. In Hongxue also followed the two of them. In the large hall, only Chu Qingyi and Luo Li were left behind. Hubby, you seem to have become really irritable lately. Chu Qingyi looked at Su Xiaokun with some heartache, not knowing exactly what had happened. Su Xiaokun squeezed out a smile. Ah Li, Qingyi, don't worry, no matter what I become, I will always love you all the most. All the more reason not to hurt you. Well, we believe. The two girls nodded shyly, then snuggled into Su Xiaokun's arms. Hubby, you just said you're going to break through. Are you going to reach the ferrying stage? Lori asked. Su Xiaokun nodded. I estimate that in 2 more days, it should be the day of the breakthrough. Don't worry, I've already had the experience of crossing the threshold once, so this time it should be easy. After I've passed the thunder tribulation, we'll go and break into this netherworld. After we rescue Elder Feng, we'll go for a walk in the secular world. After all, a year has passed in the secular world as well, and it's time for Sakura country to be settled. Upon hearing that they could return to the secular world, Chu Qingyi and the two of them were a bit excited. After all, they still have their families. In these 2 days, Su Xiaokun had a good time with the two women, swimming in the mountains during the day. The night is fragrant in the bosom. Time passes quickly. 2. Early in the morning, the blood turtle then returned to the main hall with a look of disinterest. However, knowing that Su Xiaokun was going to cross the tribulation, he didn't dare to covet the red dust. The higher-ups above the great hall were all gathered together. There were even some unfamiliar faces. Su Xiaokun sat on top of the main seat and scanned the crowd. Perhaps he could see Su Xiaokun's doubts. Ancient Autumn Moon explained. These 3 are the most outstanding disciples of the Dark Prison. It's currently at the peak of the Sovereign Realm, and it won't take long to reach the Earth Immortal Realm. That's why this time, I also want to watch the Prison Master's tribulation and seek that breakthrough opportunity. Each of the 3 blushed as soon as they heard that they were introduced to the. It was important to realize that the Su Xiaokun in front of him was a figure that had already been mythologized. I've never seen it, though, but they all knew that the real master behind Dark Prison was the youth in front of them. As the same youth, they had only reached the peak of the Sovereign Realm while Su Xiaokun was already a void immortal. It was also a bit dreamy for a while. However, they were all natives of Kunlun and didn't know the meaning of a patriarch. Su Xiaokun nodded and said no more. Feeling the constant gathering of dark clouds in this sky, this said, Blood Turtle, give us a ride. After all, there are outsiders. Su Xiaokun cannot call the old bastard again. More or less have to give some face. Old bastard, hard work for you. Oh, Luo Li didn't care about that, and called it what it was supposed to be. After the blood turtle regained its freedom, it was happy as hell, not caring how Luo Li called. The body size then grew larger, and all of them also jumped onto the turtle's back under Su Xiaokun's leadership. Did you find the place I asked you to find? Su Xiaokun asked as he stood on the blood turtle's huge head. Don't worry, young lord. I've long since found a place for you to cross over. You'll be satisfied. Sit tight, folks. Let's go. The blood turtle instantly turned into a stream of light and flew towards the place of the tribulation. Instantaneous thousands of miles. The real realm of the immortals really isn't covered. It took only 10 minutes to reach the place chosen by the blood turtle. It's a rolling valley, and in the middle of the valley there was a surprisingly tall peak. The peak had obviously been cut out of a plane by the blood turtle, just in time to cross over there, and the peak was surrounded by 4 small hills, leaning against each other, but it was also cut down to the tip of the hill, apparently for the crowd to watch. Su Xiaokun patted the blood turtle's head. Blood turtle, have a heart. Being praised by Su Xiaokun for the first time, the blood turtle's old face reddened and giggled foolishly. Chapter 101 Thunderbolt at the transitional stage. As the blood turtle came to the spectators, they were placed on top of different mountaintops. That thundercloud had also begun to surge. Su Xiaokun also stood on top of the peak in the very center. Standing with his arms folded, his eyes were dead set on the dark, ink-like clouds in the sky. As the time lengthened, an electric snake showed its head from time to time, as if it were roaring in anger. And, blow up in your ears. The heavy accumulation of pressure at the feet of the crowd gave rise to an unspeakable feeling of depression and fear. Not long afterward, the wind howled and the sand flew, as if the end had come. Everyone seized their hearts at this moment. Su Xiaokun's expression was grave, and he knew that every moment that followed could be a life and death moment, but there was not the slightest bit of fear or retreat in his eyes, only that persistence and pursuit of the great Tao. The dark clouds began to swirl, gradually evolving into a terrifying vortex. The crowd watched the changes in the sky above, their brows furrowed as it was because they felt a massive pressure, the brewing thunderbolts that might cause them to instantly go up in smoke with just a single one. Luoli and Chu Qingyi's hearts were tense to the point of breaking. Go hubby. At this moment they had no other choice but to pray silently. Su Xiaokun took a deep breath. Come on. With a loud shout from his mouth, a light blue protective shield was formed around his body and, like an eggshell, it protected Su Xiaokun within it. Right after doing so, the first thunderbolt fell with a loud bang. Like a huge silver dragon that, carrying a destructive force, it directly blasted on top of Su Xiaokun's protective shield. Ka-ching! The protective shield shattered in response to the sound. And one must know that this was so terrifying for just a single thunderbolt. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air when they saw the falling thunderbolt. Now they are not to mention transmigrating. Even if they are standing so far away, they are still being affected by something. Shocked eardrums oozing out with the slightest bit of blood. However, there was only excitement in their eyes, knowing that this was a true immortal thunder tribulation. Then just as the crowd froze, the second and third lightning tribulation fell at the same time. The power was even gradually increasing, and each thunderbolt was even more ferocious than the one before it. More frenzy. Su Xiaokun quickly condensed the spiritual energy in his body and dealt with this round after round of lightning tribulation with all his might. As the lightning tribulation fell, the mountain peaks under Su Xiaokun's feet began to crumble and splash with debris. It was shot directly at the crowd watching the battle. But fortunately, with the presence of the blood turtle, they were spared, and Su Xiaokun's body was wrapped in electric arcs at this time, emitting a crackling sound. His clothes were also drenched in sweat, and the slightest bit of blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Eyes containing madness, he looked at the thunderbolt. Ha! A small thunderbolt is laughable and ridiculous. Su Xiaokun was spirited. Boom! Perhaps hearing Su Xiaokun's mockery, the four thunderbolts fell violently. It blasted up towards the face. Su Xiaokun's eyes coalesced. A large hand was stretched out and directly gripped the power of thunder. Just like that wasn't all. The fifth channel followed, even more furious than the fourth. Su Xiaokun grinned, and immediately blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. In a flash the other hand held the fifth thunderbolt. The crowd was dumbfounded on the spot at this scene. Holding a thunderbolt in one's hand. Is this something one can do? One by one. Shocked beyond compare. Gu Chouyue and the others saw such a crazy Su Xiaokun knew that the gap is getting wider. They couldn't even get through one of this thunder tribulation, let alone holding the thunder in their hands. Two thunderbolts frantically exploded in Su Xiaokun's palm. There was a burning smell coming from the palm of his hand. However, Su Xiaokun still refused to let go of his hand and deadlocked against the heavenly Tao. Come on, you asshole. If you have the guts to chop me to death, heaven is unkind, and takes all things as ruminants. Old me is going to challenge your damn heavenly Tao today. The heavenly Tao sensed Su Xiaokun's insults and rumbled in protest. In the next moment, a thunderbolt laced with flames fell violently. Su Xiaokun's eyes were crimson and his face was fierce as he looked at the thunderbolt. Drafting, I'll bite you to pieces. With both hands grasping thunder, he could only use his mouth now. Boom! The sixth thunderbolt slammed down with a thick fiery fire. Su Xiaokun immediately opened his big mouth and uttered a bite on the thunderbolt. It was also difficult for this thunderbolt to fall any further. My goodness, is this young master a devil? Humming thunder with a stiff upper lip. You know, even I didn't dare when I once crossed the threshold. The crowd had been completely overwhelmed by Su Xiaokun. See the transitional robbery. Have not seen such a ferocious robbery. Completely is to fight for life fairy method. Asterisk. Q. Thieving god. Su Xiaokun violently raised 10% of his spiritual energy. Ka-ching. The thunderbolt held in his mouth was unexpectedly crushed in one bite. This is not the end of the hand's clenched thunderbolt. Suddenly was Su Xiaokun ripped off. Just like two lightning whips, they were rubbed together by Su Xiaokun and turned into a ball of thunder. Just as the crowd was shocked that Su Xiaokun was able to bite the thunderbolt, an even more shocking moment came, only to see Su Xiaokun rigidly throw that ball of thunderbolt into his mouth. Chewed frantically, the thunderbolt also exploded violently in his mouth, and Su Xiaokun clenched his teeth in death. Thunder instantly shot out in all directions from between his teeth. It looked like a demon out of hell. His eyes followed suit and shot out rays of light. Swallow it. Su Xiaokun's veins rippled. His hands clenched into fists, and his throat rolled violently. A ball of light was swallowed hard into his stomach. Yes. Su Xiaokun raised his head to the sky and his long hair flew in a wild and arrogant manner. Even the old bastard gave a thumbs up. Damn. You're good. This pussy deserves your panache. The old Wangbang had a face of excitement. It also wanted to pretend, but it didn't dare. Swallowing the thunderbolt raw. Is this something a human being could come up with? Unbeknownst to him, the torso that Su Xiaokun had obtained, with the enhancement of the thunderbolt, was even more suited to itself. That's why Su Xiaokun is so crazy. For a moment, the silver dragon that the lightning calamity had transformed into, madly roared towards Su Xiaokun. It was obvious that he was also infuriated by Su Xiaokun's actions. When have I ever seen a cultivator cross the threshold like this? The seventh thunderbolt, surprisingly, brewed for a long time before it fell violently. One could only see that this seventh thunder tribulation was like a pillar of light that ran through the heavens and earth. It slammed down on Su Xiaokun's body in one go. Su Xiaokun immediately took off the battle armor he had obtained. In an instant, the mysterious inscription on Su Xiaokun's body unexpectedly emitted a blinding light. It directly absorbed the seventh thunderbolt. As the seventh thunderbolt disappeared, Su Xiaokun's naked body was exposed to the eyes of everyone. Chapter 102 Promotion to the Transitional Stage. Ugh! What was I thinking? What is this? Husband thinking, why is he suddenly naked? The two women blushed and looked to the crowd, only to see the opposite sexes very self-consciously close their eyes. Su Xiaokun, who was now in a frenzy, didn't care about the crowd's gaze, deadly staring at the lightning tribulation that was madly surging in the sky, only to see that within the clouds, the seven thunderbolts began to entwine with each other. It formed an unprecedentedly huge thunderbolt. The crowd was immediately prostrated directly by the pressure of this thunderbolt, unable to even raise their heads. Inside there is only infinite fear. Su Xiaokun laughed out loud and extended a middle finger at the thunderbolt. Come on, let me see the power of this eighth thunder tribulation of yours. Rumble. The thunderbolt launched an unwilling protest. I didn't expect to be taunted by a tiny human. There was a loud dragon roar. In the next instant, the eighth thunder tribulation, accompanied by seven thunder dragons, slammed down. Su Xiaokun grinned, and a huge shadow suddenly appeared behind him, running through heaven and earth. No one could see what the shadow actually looked like. When the eight thick and varying thunderbolts fell, Su Xiaokun violently encircled. Even the shadowy figure did the same, instantly holding these eight thunderbolts in its arms in death. Shatter me! Su Xiaokun bellowed under his breath. The hands were violently exerted, and immediately the thunder was compressed to the thickness of an arm. Then an explosion suddenly appeared. The eight thunderbolts were broken by Su Xiaokun's hard hold. With one more to go, Su Xiaokun would be able to successfully cross the tribulation and become a true tribulation stage powerhouse. However, Su Xiaokun was now a little disdainful of the power of the thunderbolt. Then he put on his clothes and scanned the crowd below. You guys watch how old me crosses this ninth thunder tribulation. The crowd felt the dissipation of the pressure. One after another raised their heads to look up at Su Xiaokun. I only saw Su Xiaokun raise his right hand and violently clench his fist. At once the shadowy figure behind him did the same. A fist then slammed into the sky. An unprecedented amount of spiritual energy violently erupted out. Boom! 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 3 explosions in a row came from the thunderbolt in the sky that, surprisingly, it was hardened and dispersed by Su Xiaokun's punch. That's it. The ninth thunderbolt is gone. A huge pillar of spiritual energy light then instantly shone on Su Xiaokun's body. Breath begins to knuckle down. Yuaning peak. Half-step transition. Early stage of transition. It was only when he reached the middle stage of the transition that his cultivation stopped. This was the benefit of swallowing the thunderbolt, or else left to Su Xiaokun's normal passage. At most, he was only an early stage of the transition. When the breath climbed over, a huge divine thought immediately overpowered the crowd, and one by one, they knelt down. Su Xiaokun swept over the beings like a god, an evil smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. A slight move of the palm followed. The two women's bodies unexpectedly flew towards Su Xiaokun involuntarily. It's nice to have a left arm and a right arm. The scene of the nakedness just now was still in the minds of the two women for a long time. No way. Is too big. The two girls shyly buried their heads in Su Xiaokun's chest. The pressure was then withdrawn and the crowd rose. But just then, there was suddenly another clap of thunder in the sky. Everyone looked toward the sky, only to see a piece of black cloud suddenly transform into a fist. And finally, surprisingly, under everyone's gaze, a middle finger was extended. Asterisk asterisk? Honey, you are despised by God. Luoli looked incredulously at such a humanized sky. Su Xiaokun frowned. Looks like you're not convinced. With a wave of his sleeve robe, a powerful spiritual energy was emitted. The black clouds were instantly dispersed, and the sky was shattered by this punch as spatial turbulence ran wild. But the next second, the sky returned to calm. In this regard, Su Xiaokun succeeded in crossing the threshold. The blood turtle then excitedly looked at Su Xiaokun and whispered, "Young master, take me with you the next time you pretend." Su Xiaokun was somewhat speechless and patted the blood turtle's head. The blood turtle then led the crowd back to the dark prison. Above the great hall, everyone was terrified of Su Xiaokun's formidable strength. But Su Xiaokun didn't care about that, because he knew that this torso he had obtained was definitely not simple. Surprisingly, he could carry the thunderbolt hard and be fine. But speaking to Gu Qiuyu below, he said, "Patriarch Autumn Moon, We'll take a day off today and start the 10,000 person blood sacrifice tomorrow. Ancient Autumn Moon agreed with excitement in her eyes, for the altar was now almost ready. Night. The two of them checked Su Xiaokun's injuries. After all, that crazy move during the crossing, it really scared the two women. However, when the two of them just touched Su Xiaokun's body, Su Xiaokun sensed that the strength of the two had almost reached a bottleneck as well. In one fell swoop, he helped the two break through to the Jindan stage. Luoli even reached the strength of the middle Jindan stage before stopping. When Su Xiaokun thought about it, he guessed that the power of thunder in his body hadn't dissipated yet. That's what forced the two up. Su Xiaokun helped the two break through at the same time, but also by the two breakthrough when the spiritual energy emitted. Raise your strength towards the late stage of the transition. It's also just a foot away from the later stages. This kind of elevation speed, even Su Xiaokun sighed in awe. The mind wondered if it was time to find a few more women to cultivate the secret code. That would make it faster, but it's just something to think about. The first signs were very quickly snuffed out. When the two broke through, only then did Su Xiaokun run the regulus Yellow Emperor technique. The latter half was also presented in Su Xiaokun's mind. It turned out that after the transitional succession stage, there was actually another realm. That would be the Ascension realm. From now on, for every realm Su Xiaokun passed, he would have to face a lightning tribulation to accompany him. This made Su Xiaokun a little excited, because this thunderbolt was the best nourishment for spiritual energy. After all, swallowing a thunderbolt would be enough to raise a small realm. It would be false not to be excited. As for how powerful the Ascension realm was, Su Xiaokun didn't know, but now he knew that there was no one in this heaven and earth who was his opponent anymore. True immortal realm. He really didn't put it in his eyes. After all, the strength of a peak Yuaning could be obliterated. Not to mention the fact that he had now reached a cultivation level in the middle stage of the transitional succession. It was estimated that a true immortal could be slapped to death with a single slap. One fart can pop a void immortal. A single look could kill a group of earth immortals. As for the patriarch, her breath may be corpses and bones. Su Xiaokun feels his power. The three then went back into cultivation. And now he wasn't just big, he was strong and scary. If they didn't have the secret code to add support, it would have been difficult for the two of them to resist Su Xiaokun's massive spiritual power fluctuations. Early the next morning, Ancient Autumn Moon then arrived on top of the main hall. You know, she didn't get a night's rest last night. The established altar was carefully examined several times. Just be afraid of encountering mistakes. He waited until Su Xiaokun arrived on top of the main hall before following. Chapter 103, 10,000 Blood Sacrifices. Su Xiaokun swept a glance at the crowd, and a trace of that massive pressure flowed out uncontrollably. All of a sudden, the crowd was a bit breathless as if they were facing an enemy. I thought to myself, this prison master is even stronger than yesterday. Su Xiaokun scratched his head in embarrassment, and then collected all his breath. That's what said, Patriarch Autumn Moon, pull everyone above the altar for me. Let's get going. Prison master. Ancient Autumn Moon turned around and left, then drove tens of thousands of people to the center of the altar. Su Xiaokun carrying the two girls also stood at the very top of the altar, looking down on the crowd. Bring everyone to the table. Each of the 10,000 men on the altar had a fierce look on their faces, and there was a plea for mercy, and there are also those who are not afraid to swear and curse. Who are you to arrest us? You should know that it was the young master of the Lin family who offended you, not us. So why are you imprisoning us? That is, if you want to arrest, you can arrest the Lin family. Why are you arresting us? We're from the Dragon family. There was a cacophony of noise. Su Xiaokun's anger suddenly rose. Noisy. Turn on the blood sacrifice. Su Xiaokun looked at the 10,000 people without a trace of pity in his eyes. It doesn't matter if you're an ordinary person or a cultivator. As long as you're here, then prepare to die. A little bit of finger. A spiritual force transformed into a half-moon, instantly decapitating all the heads of 10,000 people. For a moment blood instantly spurted out from the neck, like a column of blood. It sprayed wildly. Icy High and the two of them frowned slightly, obviously somewhat unable to bear seeing this scene. Just as everyone's blood flowed into the altar, a huge black vortex suddenly appeared in that sky. Su Xiaokun's eyes were dead set on the vortex, only to see that the roiling column of blood suddenly surged into the vortex. The vortex also began to gradually enlarge. Just then, the blood turtle appeared in front of Su Xiaokun. Young lord, are you opening the gates of the reincarnation hell? Su Xiaokun nodded. No, these people's cultivation is too low, at least 10,000 more people will be able to open it. Blood turtle analyzed. After all, Su Xiaokun does not understand, but people, he is something. The white forces below, including the disciples of the dark prison, frowned when they heard the blood turtle's voice. One by one, they want to walk away. However, in the next second, Su Xiaokun waved his palm. 10,000 people in space appeared above the square at once. It's just in time to use you guys today. You'll be happy to do it, right? Su Xiaokun looked at the bewildered crowd and didn't care if they said anything or not. The palms of his hands were slightly lifted, and all of a sudden, the heads of these people flew directly into the air. Another countless column of blood flowed into the spinning black hole. The black hole was also turning blood red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the vortex began to grow larger, and in a little while a dark gate appeared in front of the crowd. The front door was simple, decorated only with 2 skulls and nothing else, but just these 2 skeletons, surprisingly, began to suck the blood coming from below. Young lord, when the skull turns completely red, then the gate of reincarnation will open. That's when it's time to go in, and go fast. If we're slow, we might not make it. Su Xiaokun nodded his head slightly and put the 2 of them, Gu Qiuyue and Luoli, into his space. After all, in case you enter and run into irresistible damage, these people are simply too strong to resist. After doing so, the 2 skeletons gradually began to turn red. About a minute later, the blood of the 200 or so people on the altar was suddenly drained and, laying as dry as a dried-up corpse. It's now, Blood Turtle said. Then the man and the turtle turned into a stream of light and flew into the gap in the gate. The door then closed and the black hole dissipated. In hell, Su Xiaokun was stunned by the scene in front of him as soon as he followed the blood turtle into hell. This place is as boundless as a dark abyss. Beneath his feet, surprisingly, it was not a road, but a blazing fire, burning madly. From time to time, there were also open passages from all over, pouring in souls. Only, these souls that have entered hell, as if they were walking corpses, not paying the slightest attention to Su Xiaokun, a man and a turtle, the blazing fire at his feet, emanating a scorching heat. Even Su Xiaokun felt a rush of heat. It was as if it was burning the impurities in the soul. There was still in the air the sickening scent of decay. Harrowing screams also emanated from all around, and it was creepy to hear. Every soul that comes in gets burned by the flames for a while. The strong ones can become extremely weak. The weak ones, on the other hand, will be reduced to nothingness, without even the possibility of reincarnation. Just as Su Xiaokun was walking forward, but they were stopped in their tracks by 2 men dressed in one black and one white. One holds a chain, the other a 10,000 soul streamer. Both of you, this is not the place for you, so please retreat quickly, or kill without pardon. The voice was hollow and long. Su Xiaokun froze, looking at the black and white twins in front of him, remembering the rumors in the mortal world. Could it be that the 2 of you are the black and white irregulars? Su Xiaokun asked. Good, you can call it that, but please retreat quickly, on account of the fact that it is not easy for you to cultivate. Get lost, Black Vagabond said with some disgust. Hey asterisk, you 2 brats, you're still pretending, huh? Is there a place in the whole wide world that Master Turtle I can't go to? You know, in hell, the blood turtle is absolutely invincible. After all, it was an existence that could directly swallow souls. You seek death. Black Impermanence raised his chains and wrapped them towards the blood turtle. White Impermanence also raised the 10,000 soul streamer. I say again, walk or die. White Impermanence looked at Su Xiaokun with an expressionless face. Asterisk. You think Master Turtle farts when he talks? You little bastard. You're screwed up, aren't you? The blood turtle had just finished cursing when its body suddenly grew larger and directly swallowed the black and white irregulars in one bite. He then burped and spat out the chains and the 10,000 souls. This thing should be considered a treasure. I can't digest it. Will you look at it? As if the blood turtle had done something insignificant, he threw the 2 weapons to Su Xiaokun. Well, this chain will be kept for now. And as for this 10,000 soul streamer, let's give it to In Hongxue. Doesn't she like souls? It fits right in. Su Xiaokun put away the 2 weapons, onward to the depths of hell. Along the way, there were also many ghost generals, looking at Su Xiaokun, the man and the turtle. The hand came to hold a long chain that held a soul every meter. Most of them died extremely horrible deaths. The blood turtle flew forward and grabbed a ghost general. The ghost general trembled for a moment, realizing that he couldn't escape, and stared angrily at the blood turtle. Old bastard, what are you grabbing me for? Hurry and leave quickly, or the black and white ghost king will eat you. Black and white ghost king? Then you don't have to worry about it. I just ate it. Chapter 104, The Ghost Immortal. The blood turtle rubbed his stomach. Then he opened his bloody mouth and swallowed this ghost general in one bite. The rest of the ghost generals almost went transparent with fear when they saw this scene. Hurry up and scatter in all directions. The blood turtle's eyes changed. Trying to escape? At last once more the bloody mouth was opened. And the tremendous suction of that. The fleeing ghost generals were immediately sucked over. It was then swallowed in one gulp. After swallowing it, the blood turtle's cultivation level actually increased a bit. It then spat out a ghostly general who hadn't digested it yet. This ghost will be at the entrance, almost not scared to death. You know you've died once before. I didn't realize that there was such fear in the face of death. I ask and you answer. If there is any concealment, death. Su Xiaokun looked at the ghost general with an icy tone. Feeling Su Xiaokun's terrifying aura, he almost gave a fright. Kneeling down and shivering, he kowtowed vigorously one after the other. Speak, my lord, and I'll be sure to know everything. Very well. Su Xiaokun nodded and collected his breath. After all, if it was released slightly more, I'm afraid that the ghost general would immediately dissipate. It can't be helped. Who let the blood turtle, the glutton, surprisingly just now that bite that swallowed all the souls in the neighborhood? Where are you keeping the souls of the dead? Su Xiaokun asked. The ghost will reach back without even thinking about it. This depends on the strength of the ghost. If it's just an ordinary person, then the soul will dissipate before it even comes in. If it's the ghost general realm, AO is also what you perceive as the sovereign realm. That's why they survived and were imprisoned in the ghost tower. Su Xiaokun nodded. Fang Wentian had the strength of an earthy mortal before he died. Although 30 years had passed, Fang Wentian's strength shouldn't have been cast off or killed so quickly. So, do they reincarnate? Su Xiaokun asked. Cast off? No, it can't be. Cultivators who die in Kunlun have no chance of reincarnation at all. Either that or it will be refined and absorbed by Lord Ghost Immortal. Either that or they will be imprisoned in the ghost tower. Of course, if any of them do well, they might become ghost generals, transporting ghosts that, like me, for example, another ghost general, another ghost king, causing Su Xiaokun to be a bit confused. What realm is this ghost general ghost kings of yours? A ghost general would be equivalent to the earth immortal realm, while a ghost king would be equivalent to the void immortal realm. Ghost immortals, on the other hand, belong to the true immortal realm. Of course, above that, there is the ghost emperor, and as for what realm the ghost emperor is in, that's not for us to know. The ghost general said thoughtfully. You're here for someone? The ghost general guessed. 30 years ago did you guys catch a single earth immortal realm soul here? Probably in his 90s or so. Su Xiaokun entered the main body. The general things have been understood. The likes of ghost immortals didn't need to worry at all. It was just that there was no way to know the exact strength of this ghost emperor. This lord, you are making it difficult for me. Although souls of the earth immortal realm can rarely appear, there are always a few every year. You could at least say a name. The ghost will be somewhat speechless. Fang Wentian, Su Xiaokun said indifferently. Oh, wait a moment my lord. I will check for you. The ghost then pulled out a black book from somewhere. Ghost book. Straight away, he flipped to the last page, checking out the earth immortals who had died in the last 30 years. Looking for half a day, the ghost general then said, well, lord, the person you are looking for is not on my side. Probably at some other ghost fairy. The ghost general said. What? You have a lot of ghost fairies here? The ghost general nodded. In this hell there are a total of 8 hells in Ghost Emperor City. These 8 hells are each guarded by 8 ghost immortals, each governing one side. And the souls that come in from the outside will be dispersed to these 8 places. So the person you are looking for is not with us. I'm guessing it's with another ghost fairy. The ghost will explain. What a pain in the ass. Young lord, why don't I suck them all over for you to ask? The blood turtle listened for half a day, feeling a burst of verbosity that was a bit off-putting. Hearing the blood turtle's words, the ghost general shivered. He didn't want to be in this bastard's mouth anymore. It's horrible. Su Xiaokun nodded. Receiving Su Xiaokun's promise, the blood turtle's figure suddenly grew larger. It directly covered 100 meters in a circle. This made Su Xiaokun somewhat surprised. After all, it was the first time he had seen this old bastard become so big. Then he saw the blood turtle open its bloody mouth as big as a mountain. Put your best foot forward and turn on the suction. As the vortex in front of his mouth grew bigger and bigger, the suction force spread out over 1,000 miles. It wasn't long before a soul began to be sucked in uncontrollably. The blood turtle didn't care. A wisp of devouring below a true immortal anyway. There was a burst of miserable, fearful and horrible screams that kept spreading through hell. With the passage of time, this old bastard had actually sucked a ghost immortal over. But only this one. After all, this hell was too big. Not much smaller than Kunlun in the slightest. When the ghost fairy appears, in the next second, it was grabbed in the old bastard's hands and then thrown to Su Xiaokun. Young lord, get one. I'll see if I can suck 2 more for fun. Su Xiaokun rolled his eyes and ignored the blood turtle. Let it be. When the ghost immortal saw Su Xiaokun, he was still incredibly arrogant. But after Su Xiaokun casually revealed a bit of his breath, he wilted, because such a terrifying pressure, he had only ever felt it on the ghost emperor. I ask, You answer. The ghost fairy hurriedly nodded his head, afraid of slowing down and slapping himself apart again. Find me the old man named Fong Wentian, 30 years ago. If there's even a hint of a lie, kill without pardon. Su Xiaokun's voice went ice cold. The ghost fairy was instantly scared and cold, not sweating but shivering. Hurriedly, he pulled out his life and death book. Then holding a brush, he wrote the 3 words Fong Wentian in the blank space of the life and death book. It wasn't long before the book of life and death actually started turning pages on its own. After about 10 seconds or so of flipping, it stopped. The ghost fairy said this. My lord, found it. But this Fong Wentian is not with us. He's in the hands of the ghost emperor now. If what I've scoped out is good, this Fong Wentian has been rewarded by the ghost emperor and is currently temporarily acting as the ghost king. The ghost fairy's eyes rolled as if she was hiding something. Hearing that Fong Wentian did not die, Su Xiaokun then put down his heart. Chapter 105 Ghost Emperor City. Blood Turtle. Swallow him. Su Xiaokun issued a command. The blood turtle turned his head to the ghost fairy. The ghost fairy was instantly frightened. My lord, I've said all that needs to be said. Why do you still want to eat me? The ghost fairy also raised her courage in order to save her life. Oh, yeah? Why do I get the feeling like you're hiding something from me? Su Xiaokun raised his eyebrows, and the ghost immortal was shocked in his heart. I didn't expect the Su Xiaokun to be so observant and subtle. There was no way to save his life. The ghost fairy could only continue. Although Fong Wentian isn't dead right now, it's guaranteed to die soon. What do you mean? Su Xiaokun's brows furrowed as he looked at the ghost fairy. In fact, anyone who can be rewarded by the ghost emperor cannot escape being devoured in the end. It hasn't devoured Fong Wentian yet. That's because Fong Wentian isn't strong enough. But just now, when I was checking out the Book of Life and Death, it was discovered that this Fong Wentian has actually reached the realm of a ghost immortal. If I'm right, it won't take too long. Fong Wentian's soul will then be devoured by the ghost emperor. And the ghost emperor, too, will enter that legendary realm and even ascend. Ghost fairy said after a moment of searching. Su Xiaokun glared at the ghost fairy. No more? The ghost immortal nodded, his body trembling unceasingly. Really and nothing else, my lord. Su Xiaokun nodded. Lead the way. The ghost fairy just wanted to refuse, but she was scared to death by the bloody turtle's big mouth. There was no choice but to take Su Xiaokun to Ghost Emperor City. Ghost Emperor City is more than 1,000 miles from here. The blood turtle set off at full strength, and it also took nearly 10 minutes for it to arrive. Ghost Emperor City wasn't as huge and grand as one would expect. Instead, the vast city had only one darkness-based palace, and above the palace, a ghostly dragon made up of countless skeletons came to life. Just after arriving at the place, Su Xiaokun sensed a huge aura of, and it was laced with a familiar scent. The blood turtle turned its head towards the ghost immortal, and without warning, devoured him in one gulp. He then followed Su Xiaokun into the ghost temple. Just after taking a step into the hall, there was a pressure coming from above the hall that, the blood turtle was instantly slapped away. Su Xiaokun, on the other hand, stomped his toes slightly and did his best to disperse the pressure. An eerie voice then came out. A living man? Good strength. Su Xiaokun looked toward the direction of the sound. The first thing he saw was the dead Fong Qiantian, but Fong Wentian's eyes were empty, as if he didn't recognize them. However, the strength was something that had already reached the void immortal realm. Feeling the fluctuation of strength, it should have just broken through not long ago. On the other hand, there was a teenager sitting on the main seat above the main hall, looking around 17 or 18 years old. That terrifying pressure was also released by this very same teenager. Su Xiaokun didn't talk nonsense and looked at the teenager indifferently. Release. The voice was cold and did not contain a trace of emotion. The teenager looked at Su Xiaokun without any anger, holding a cup of red liquid in his hand. It looks like it should be blood. This was followed by a drink. Big brother, so you're here to find someone, but hell has its own rules. There's no way to release someone, unless... The teenager looked at Su Xiaokun and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. Unless what? Su Xiaokun looked at the teenager and flashed a trace of doubt. Unless you come and take the Ghost Emperor's place, or else exempt. Su Xiaokun was confused. What conditions have thought of, but only did not think of this condition. What do you mean? Su Xiaokun looked at the Kid Emperor. Big brother, don't be so hostile. I know that I'm no match for you, and even one of your fingers can exterminate me, but I advise you not to do that, because if you do, then he will die too. The Ghost Emperor pointed at Fong Wentian. Are you threatening me? Su Xiaokun's eyes were cold. No, big brother, I wouldn't dare threaten you. I am the Ghost Emperor who rules this hell. All the souls of all the people have some kind of special connection to me. If I die, then all the souls in hell will be dissipated. If you think I'm joking, you can try killing me. For a while Su Xiaokun didn't know if what the Ghost Emperor said was true or false, but he didn't dare to try it easily. Having invincible strength and still being threatened was also a little difficult for Su Xiaokun. It would certainly not be realistic to be a ghost emperor here either. Then he asked, "Why do you want me to be a ghost emperor before you'll let me go? Don't you, by any chance, like the position? Che, I've had enough of this damn seat for a long time. I've been in this dark place for I don't know how many thousands of years. It's been me since the last ghost emperor ascended. I don't know what's going on in the world out there. Why is the ascension passageway closed when it comes to me? This closure is tens of thousands of years long." The ghost emperor kept complaining and ignoring Su Xiaokun, as if he wanted to pour out all his bitter water. When after talking to himself for an hour or two, he then looked at Su Xiaokun. "Thank you, big brother, for listening to me rant for so long. How many years?" Su Xiaokun could also feel it, the loneliness that came from within. "I don't care how lonely you are, but people you must release today." Saying that, he released a powerful burst of pressure that instantly suppressed the ghost emperor to the ground. Couldn't even move. "It seems that I still underestimated Big Brother's strength. I didn't realize that you've already reached the realm where you can ascend. And yet they're stuck in the same damn world as me." The ghost emperor didn't care about Su Xiaokun's pressure at all, because for him death was a relief. Su Xiaokun frowned and let go of the pressure. "Okay, I don't have time to bull with you. Tell me, besides making me a ghost emperor, what other ways can I release people?" The moment the ghost emperor lifted the pressure, he instantly felt his body relax. "That's what's said. Unless you can find a soul at the peak of true immortality to take my place as ghost emperor. Otherwise I won't let go." Su Xiaokun turned his head to look at the blood turtle. When the blood turtle noticed Su Xiaokun's eyes, his head immediately shook like a rattle. No, young lord, don't even think about it. This Thai place, what's the difference between it and the ruins I stayed in? It's like a cage. I don't want it. Su Xiaokun patted the blood turtle's head. "What do you want to eat? I'm asking you if there's a way to raise your soul's cultivation level quickly." Hearing that, the blood turtle was relieved. Thinking for a moment, he said, "For others it may not work, but for us, there is still hope. Of course this will require the help of you, young lord, to make it possible." Su Xiaokun nodded. Then he looked at the ghost emperor. "This way, you pick one you trust to do your spot. We'll help him raise his cultivation. What do you think?" Chapter 106, Fong Wentian Awakens. The ghost emperor shook his head. "No, the person must have a complete physical body, and after sealing the soul in the physical body that's the way to go." Su Xiaokun listened. "There's a ING candidate for this. Only this candidate is only available to Fong Wenji." After all, his physical body was still lying in Su Xiaokun's space. After Su Xiaokun's restoration, Fong Wentian's body had long since recovered as before, but without a soul. It's still a dead man. In this case, open Fong Wentian's spiritual sense. "I have some things to ask him." The ghost emperor thought about it and nodded. After all, he was only unlocking his spiritual awareness. It's not like there's anything to lose by letting people go. He then stretched out a finger and directly took back a cloud of ghostly chi in Fong Wentian's mind. At that moment, Fong Wentian's eyes gradually took on color. When he saw Su Xiaokun, he instantly burst into old tears. "Little Koan, how come you're dead too? I didn't think I'd ever see you again." It was also the first time Su Xiaokun had seen Fong Wentian in such a state. With a handful of snot and tears, let Fong Qiantian complain. After complaining, it was only then that he realized that Su Xiaokun actually had a physical body. "You're not dead, little coons?" Fong Wentian looked at Su Xiaokun in shock. "Roll on, old man. Are you ever going to get anywhere? How old are you to be sniveling? I'm not here to save you." Then Su Xiaokun told what had happened during this time. And the conversation with the ghost emperor told Fong Wentian as much as he could. Fong Wentian also thought for half a day before he said, "I was meant to be dead. I'm happy to be seeing you again. And besides, what's wrong with being a ghost emperor? There's no more freedom, but at least you can run this big hell and be powerful. I'm sure this Lin Xiangxia will be able to kill him the next time I encounter him." A trace of anger flashed in Fong Wentian's eyes as he said this. When Fong Wentian separated from Su Xiaokun and went to find that so-called deceased person, who was actually Lin Xiangtian, there is a deep hatred between them. I just didn't expect this Lin Xiangtian to reach the realm of a void immortal, which is why he was killed. It couldn't be helped. Who made the outside world different from Kunlun's? When it came to Lin Xiangtian, Su Xiaokun thought of something. "Ghost Emperor, this Lin Xiangtian's soul should be with you, right?" Fortunately, at that time, Su Xiaokun left him alive as a sacrifice. Otherwise it's all gone to the blood turtle. Otherwise, there really wasn't a way for Fong Wentian to personally take revenge. The Ghost Emperor stretched out a hand and pinched his fingers. This was followed by a wave of the palm of the hand. At that moment, Lin Xiangtian's soul appeared in front of several people. Only Lin Shangtian's eyes were the same as Fang Qiantian's just now, without spiritual awareness. I've found the man for you. Ah, but I can't unlock his seal for you for now. You can help me find someone to take the Ghost Emperor's place as you promised. You can't talk your way out of this. The little demon emperor looked at Su Xiaokun with a cacophony of anger. Su Xiaokun was also speechless, looking at Fang Wentian. As for whether or not you become a Ghost Emperor, I have no right to stop you. But, you'll see what she'll say. Then Su Xiaokun's mind moved, and everyone appeared in the middle of the great hall. Luoli took the lead and pulled Su Xiaokun's arm. You're not allowed to put me in space anymore. Do you realize? I feel like I've been in there for a month. Luoli grumbled in dissatisfaction. Of course Chu Qingyi was also looking at Su Xiaokun with complaint. Of course the most shocked person would be the Ghost Emperor. I didn't realize that Su Xiaokun possessed a space that could carry a living person. However, when the two of them, Fang Qiantian Gu Qiuyue, met, both of them looked at each other quietly with 1,000 words in their eyes. I see hi. Yin Hongxue, and Lu Burgundy Hong quietly stood to the side without disturbing the two. Long time no see. Gu Qiuyu looked at Fang Wentian and said, just 4 short words that contained infinite thoughts. I don't know what Fang Wentian was thinking, but he didn't crash out a fart in half a day, just nodding quietly. When they didn't meet, both of them had a stomach full of things to say, but they had no words after this meeting. Luoli was also on the sidelines, drying up. Honey, I'm going to go give him both a hand. Saying that, he did not care if Su Xiaokun agreed or not, and walked towards the two Gu Qiuyu. Taking advantage of Gu Qiuyu's inattention, he directly pushed Gu Qiuyu. Ancient Autumn Moon, who was silent in her meeting with her late friend, completely failed to notice Luoli's movements. His center of gravity was a little unsteady, and he directly jumped into Fang Wentian's arms. Hey, that's right. Luoli secretly gave Fang Wentian a thumbs up. The two old faces blushed, and they just hugged quietly, forgetting to separate for a while. After a long time, Fang asked the genius to say, after so many years, are you okay? A sigh followed. Gu Qiuyu was like a child, looking at Fang Wentian with a red face and a face of complaint. Not good. I'm not good at all. I've been bad since the day you left Kunlun. You know what? I've often gone to the world to look for you, but there's no sign of you. If I hadn't been lucky enough to meet the prison master, I probably wouldn't be able to see you now. Fang Wentian was also a bit gloomy by what Gu Qiuyu said. Sorry for the hard work. Perhaps men's expressions are so simple, yet contain infinite care. Forget it. I'm seeing you this time anyway. You can't leave me again. We're all old. Time is running out. Fang Wentian let go of his hand and looked at Gu Qiuyu. All of them are void immortals. At least they have 1,000 years of lifespan. There's still more time. Fang Wentian looked at Gu Qiuyu and said, what? Old man Fang, what do you mean? Even if it's 1,000 years, 10,000 years, old lady thinks it's less. Ancient Autumn Moon was interrupted by the Ghost Emperor when she finished speaking. Alright, if you guys want to catch up and wait for Fang Wentian to inherit the Ghost Emperor, you'll have plenty of time. Become a Ghost Emperor and you can have an unlimited lifespan. And even if your lover dies, then come to hell and have endless years just the same. The Ghost Emperor waved his hand. Now hurry up and decide if you want to become a Ghost Emperor. Ancient Autumn Moon and the others were dumbfounded, not knowing what this teenager meant by that. Fang Wentian then recounted what had just happened. Originally, Ancient Autumn Moon did not want to. After all, it was impossible for her, a living person, to always come to hell to see him, and it's too expensive to come to hell once, where there are enough people to kill. However, after being informed by the Ghost Emperor that he could come at any time and any place as long as he held the Ghost Emperor's order, just don't say anything more. While Yin Hongxue and the others were all excited, one must know that the strength of the Ghost Emperor that all must be at least in the late true immortal realm. But it's no use just envying. They actually know that. That's just for Su Xiaokun's sake. Otherwise the Ghost Emperor would have surrendered his hand a long time ago. Where else would it be Fang Wentian's turn? At a time when the congregation was making good decisions. Only then did Su Xiaokun ask the Blood Turtle how he was going to raise his soul strength. Chapter 107, Building a True Immortal. The Blood Turtle looked at Su Xiaokun and then at the Ghost Emperor. It's very simple. I have the ability to devour souls. There are also means of coalescing souls into soul beads. As long as that old man swallows a few more soul beads, his strength will naturally break through to true immortal. After saying that, the Blood Turtle looked at the Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor waved his hand. This is simple. In hell there isn't much else. There are plenty of souls. Then came a black mass of souls. The Blood Turtle wasn't polite either. This was the Ghost Emperor's initiative. The carapace grew larger, opened its mouth wide, and sucked madly. Suck as much as you can, come what may. As a little bit of time passes, this Blood Turtle was like a bottomless pit that kept sucking. You know that's not a small number for such a long time. At least hundreds of thousands of souls were absorbed. The Ghost Emperor doesn't care. I'll give you as much as you suck. Tens of thousands of people die every day alone. After all this time, the number of ghosts accumulated in hell is absolutely horrifying. About an hour later, not a single soul bead was seen, but the blood turtle's cultivation level was restored to the middle stage of true immortal. Of course it was all due to the Ghost Emperor as well, and it would be strange if the blood turtle didn't take advantage of the opportunity to get more. But the eye saw the crowd waiting impatiently. That's what pulled a golden bead out of his ass. It exuded a gust of white aura. Nah, take this and you can break through to true immortal. This is the essence of a soul bead that took hundreds of thousands of souls to condense. The golden soul bead. The blood turtle said with some flesh pain, however his mouth didn't stop and was still absorbing the constant stream of ghosts. Little bastard. What do you think this is, a buffet for me? There's no end to eating, the Ghost Emperor said breathlessly. Then stopped the summoning. Only then did the blood turtle stop with intent. After all, this opportunity doesn't come around very often. However, once he thought of Fong Wendian about to become a Ghost Emperor, his mood improved. He then looked at Fong Wendian with a wicked smile on his face. Gu Qiuyu held the golden soul bead in her hand, not knowing if she should give it to Fong Wendian or not. After all, this golden soul bead production process is a bit uncomplimentary. What are you looking at? Hurry up and give it to him. This golden soul pearl, if you can't take it within 3 minutes, it will dissipate. And you don't have to look at me like that, but I'm like Pixie, only in and out. So that place is clean. The blood turtle could see what Gu Qiuyu was thinking. Fong Wendian didn't care and took it directly from Gu Qiuyu's hands. After a moment's hesitation, it was taken in. Can't help it. What comes out of the ass is something anyone would hesitate to do, right? After the golden soul bead entered his mouth, there was no foul odor. On the contrary, there was a faint fragrance. It then transformed into a huge soul force that entered all parts of Fong Wentian's body. At this moment, Fong Wentian's soul changed from virtual to real. It's as if it has an entity. Then a breath began to climb. Mid-virtual immortal, late void immortal, peak void immortal. Just when it's time to break through. Ancient autumn moon seemed to have remembered something. If we continue to break through, we will attract a thunderbolt, right? The Ghost Emperor frowned, and with a wave of his palm, he instantly sent everyone outside the Great Hall. Kidding aside, if we were to cross the thunderbolt here, this Great Hall would be gone. Su Xiaokun looked at Gu Qiuyu's nervousness and said, "Don't worry about crossing the threshold. I've got everything." Fong Wendian nodded toward Su Xiaokun. Gu Qiuyu's heart was happy. After all, he had seen the scene of Su Xiaokun swallowing a thunderbolt alive, and it was put down. In a short period of time, Fong Wentian's cultivation level had unexpectedly climbed to a half-step true immortal. Then looking at Su Xiaokun, he said, "Little Quinny, it's coming." Su Xiaokun nodded. A black cloud appeared in the already dark hell. Thunder kept rolling through the clouds. Su Xiaokun sensed it. It was discovered that this thunderbolt was even less than a tenth of his own. I thought about grabbing a couple and eating them, but feeling that power, I looked down on them a bit. Elder Fong, turn on the thunder tribulation. Fong Wentian nodded. It then released all of its breath as much as it could. The black clouds were even denser, and the thunder resounded through every corner of hell. Su Xiaokun raised his head to look at the thunderbolt that was about to fall. A slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. A fierce punch was thrown. Instantly that massive spiritual energy directly swept upwards. In an instant, space shattered and the black clouds broke apart. Even the thunder stopped for the moment. Then the sky returned to calm. A soft light instantly enveloped Fong Wentian. The time is not long. The early stage of the true immortal realm has already been reached. This, just passed? Fong Wentian looked at Su Xiaokun incredulously. It is important to realize that it is difficult for human beings to cross the threshold, and death is at least 70%, and soul crossing that mortality rate is even more terrifyingly high. Unexpectedly, Su Xiaokun dispersed the thunderbolt with just one punch. Even the Ghost Emperor was confused. Knowing that Su Xiaokun was powerful, he didn't expect to be so powerful that he didn't even put God in his eyes. I regret not knowing Su Xiaokun earlier. After all, when he crossed the lightning tribulation, he had lost half of his life before narrowly succeeding. The current Ghost Emperor had identified Su Xiaokun as his thick thigh. Say what you want to hold. Right after the completion of the transmigration, Su Xiaokun took out Fong Wentian's corpse from space. This was followed by a gentle move of the palm of his hand. At that moment, Fong Wentian's soul was uncontrollable and was directly beaten into his body by Su Xiaokun. But due to the soul being away from the body for so long, that body is also extremely repulsive. The two forces frantically confronted each other. Nope. It should be that the difference in strength between the two is too great. It causes the souls with stronger cultivation to be unable to merge with the weaker physical bodies. Su Xiaokun frowned and muttered, In the next second, huge spiritual energy erupted in an instant. It surged toward Fong Wentian's dantian. He was going to forcefully raise his physical body cultivation, but it will have some damage to the flesh. But as long as the soul can be tolerated into the body, he would have a way to help it recover. As the strength of his physical body climbed, Fong Wentian's soul also began to gradually give up its resistance. When the two reached the same level of cultivation, Fong Wentian's soul and body completely merged into one. After all, this was originally Fong Wentian's body, so it didn't take a while to successfully control the body. Feeling the presence of flesh, Fong Wentian was still a bit uncomfortable for a while. After all, it's been so many years since he died. After the two merged into one, Su Xiaokun took out a pill and gave it to him. The dantian that had almost been burst was also repaired as much as possible at this moment. With the addition of Su Xiaokun's spiritual power, his cultivation level had also stopped at the middle stage of the true immortal realm. Then another elixir was taken out, and in the powerful medicinal power of the elixir, in conjunction with Su Xiaokun's gentle spiritual energy, Fong Wentian's strength had broken through to the late true immortal stage by this point, and only then did he stop. But the medicine still didn't dissipate, but was preserved in the body. Just forcing up the strength and pulling the plug is obviously very taxing on the body. The rest of the medicinal power waited for Fong Wentian to slowly digest it. After doing this, the Kid Emperor was a bit confused. This created a true immortal? Chapter 108, The New Ghost Emperor Fong Wentian. Or else, it's just a true immortal. It's not like it's particularly strong. Blood Turtle Stinky White gave a look that was extremely beat up. Okay, cut the crap. Although Elder Fong's strength is still a little short of, but I believe it won't take long to reach the peak of true immortality. Tell me how to become a Ghost Emperor first. Su Xiaokun looked at the Ghost Emperor and said, "It's simple." After the Ghost Emperor finished speaking, he pointed a finger toward Fong Wentian's brow. A terrifying aura began to spread. Gradually, a pattern of a black lotus flower formed on Fong Wentian's forehead. As the pattern became clearer and clearer, Fong Wentian's strength began to grow by leaps and bounds again. Only when he reached the peak of true immortality did this stop, and the Ghost Emperor who had ferried the inscription to Fong Wentian suddenly weakened. Even the strength followed suit. It directly dropped to the late true immortal stage. Well, the Ghost Emperor said somewhat weakly. To become a Ghost Emperor you must have the strength of a peak true immortal, otherwise you cannot succeed. I transferred some of my cultivation to him, and that's how it worked. Su Xiaokun nodded. He could feel the Ghost Emperor's weakness. When Fong Wentian inherited the Ghost Emperor at the same time, densely packed threads unexpectedly appeared in his mind, and these threads are the ones used to control the ghosts. Then with a thought, Lin Shangtian's ghostly eyes filled with color. Consciousness was restored at once. Fong Wentian stared angrily at Lin Shangtian. "Do you still recognize me?" Lin Shangtian looked around strangely. His heart thumped when he saw Fong Wentian. Aren't you dead?" Lin Shangtian said incredulously. "Oh, die? How can I die before you die? Where am I? I remember I seem to be dead?" Lin Shangtian ignored Fong Wentian and instead turned his head to see a figure that he would never forget. It's you, the devil. Why won't you leave me alone yet?" Lin Shangxia consciously stepped back. There was no way Su Xiaokun was giving him too much pressure. It was simply an insurmountable chasm. Su Xiaokun didn't even bother to look at Lin Shangtian. "Old dog Lin, don't pretend you don't recognize me. Back then, you struck me down, and I had thought that there would be no chance of revenge and I never thought that God would give me another chance. You must die by my hand." Guchoyu looked at Lin Xiangtian with both fists clenched, itching to eat the man in front of her alive. If it wasn't for Lin Shangtian, Guchoyu would have already been living a shameless life with Fong Qiantian. Of course the interlude in between became a permanent pain in Guchoyu's heart, and never mentioned it to anyone. "Ask Tian. Kill him for me. What nonsense. Back in the day or not?" Guchoyu did not continue, but there were tears welling up in those eyes, perhaps knowing that he was bound to die. Lin Shangtian laughed out loud. "Ha ha, even if you can kill me, so what? What should be tried? The old man has tried. Especially that marvelous figure back then. TSK, I still remember it vividly. You, go, die, do it." Guchoyu then slapped Lin Shangtian's head with one palm. The soul followed suit and dimmed a lot. "What? Don't want me to go on? Want to kill me now? I'm going to go out on a limb and say how about the fact that melding with you back in the day was masterminded by me? Isn't it angry? I just want to torture you. It's to make you live with a lifetime of guilt." Lin Shangtian had no desire to resist at all, and he couldn't, but his mouth was vicious to the extreme. "Die." Not wanting to let him continue, Guchoyu mobilized her entire body's internal force and it directly slapped Lin Shangtian into nothingness. Only then was the Lin family completely extinguished. Looking at the near-collapsed Guchoyu, Fong Wentian sighed. With one hand, he held ancient autumn moon in his arms. It's okay, it's all in the past. But I'm not clean anymore. Ancient autumn moon hissed in pain and pounded his fist on his chest. You don't. I told you. I don't care. I just want you to be healthy and alive. Fong Wentian clutched Gu Chouyu's hand and placed it on his chest. The heavy and powerful heartbeat that. It also gradually calmed Gu Choyu down. Su Xiaokun and the others also understood that Gu Choyu had such an unpleasant scene. Each one of them gritted their teeth and looked at the place where Lin Shangtian had disappeared, wishing to bring him back to life again. It's hard to kill once more. Well, master. Chu Qingyi walked forward and looked at the heartbroken Gu Choyu. After all, the two had been dependent on each other for so many years. It's all in the past and Elder Fong has been resurrected. You should be happy, Chu Qingyi said with concern. Gu Choyu also stopped crying and looked at Chu Qingyi and nodded. Yes, the damned are dead. And the love of one's life, whom one has searched so hard for years, it also appears to be on its own. What can one not know about oneself? Come on you two. Stop being mushy. This is for you. The Ghost Emperor, holding a diamond-shaped token, handed it over to Fong Wentian. This is the order of the Ghost Emperor. As long as you hold it, you can not only command the ghosts, even more so, you can travel through hell at will. Be sure to protect the Ghost Emperor's order, or else the Ghost Emperor's order will be lost. That would cause irreparable damage. While uttering these words, the Ghost Emperor had a serious face, and at a glance, it was clear that he wasn't joking. However, Fong Wentian looked at Gu Choyu and still handed over the Ghost Emperor order to Gu Choyu. After all, with this Ghost Emperor order, Ancient Autumn Moon would be able to come to herself anytime, anywhere. Ancient Autumn Moon was not polite and took it directly. It's okay for me to do this, right, Ghost Emperor? Fong Wentian looked at the Ghost Emperor. Come on, don't call me Ghost Emperor now. You are now. I can't stop every decision you make, so do what you like. Even if you play hell into the ground, there's someone to clean it up for you. Saying that, he didn't forget to glance at Su Xiaokun. With a thigh like that here, what's the point of hell being gone? After this was done, all of them gathered together for a drink and a chat. Also learned from it that this little kid emperor named Wang Bo, in order to hold Su Xiaokun's thigh, that was a whole night of grinding with Su Xiaokun. Chu Qingyi really couldn't look at it, so he let Su Xiaokun take Wang Bo under his wing. If you don't take it, this kid is as good as. Even Rest is squatting outside the door of Su Xiaokun's room, to be able to collect a free hitter. Su Xiaokun thought about it and thought it was still quite good. Up to this point, Ancient Autumn Moon decided to stay in hell to accompany Fong Wentian. The position of Patriarch, on the other hand, fell to Yin Hongshue's head, although Yin Hongxue felt that the pressure was too great, with the support of Bai Sihai and the others. Rather reluctantly, he agreed. Chapter 109, Returning to the Secular Sakura Country. After bidding farewell to Fong Wentian and the two of them, this little kid emperor followed Su Xiaokun back to Kunlun. When returning to the dark prison, Su Xiaokun explained a few things and made the blood turtle stay in the dark prison, and he himself took the two girls and Wang Bo back into the secular world. Sakura Nation. It's time to settle. And, once upon a time, Su Xiaokun also sensed something calling out in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Having just arrived in the secular world, Wang Bo was like a silly roe deer, looking at this and that for a while, especially when you see cars running all over the streets. You are envious. You know it's been a long time since he's been out of hell. Luoli was quite optimistic about this Wang Bo, except for the fact that he was a bit of a fool. The rest was quite appetizing. After spending some time in the secular world, with Luoli's leadership, Wang Bo also quickly familiarized himself with the secular world. One can cause trouble, the other can kill. These two were just like a bogeyman. They had actually exterminated the Bai and Lu families. The reason is very simple, is that it offended Su Xiaokun in the first place. That guy, now Wang Bo, that's simply a little fanboy. Su Xiaokun in his mind, it was a presence that could not be desecrated. Everything that had been, the festival had been extinguished by both of them. This makes Su Xiaokun a bit speechless. After all, the top brass of China. But he was sent to talk to him personally. If we keep killing like this, the empire should be clean. With no choice, Su Xiaokun pulled on the two girls and Wang Bo, and flew directly to the Cherry Blossom Country. Wang Bo's strength, in the secular world that can be said to be a godlike existence, the speed of the rush is not a concern. The two of them were going full speed ahead. Even the airplanes had to stand aside. Half an hour later, the four of them had appeared on the land of Sakura Country. The speed was so fast that even radar couldn't catch a few people, but it was good that Luo Tianxian was contacted in advance. Only then did he realize that the Black Mouth group of Sakura Country had let Luo Tianxian bring people to level it. A huge underground organization that belonged to a Chinese national. No one would believe it. But the truth is right in front of us. There is no way. Who let Su Xiaokun once studied the drug is too vicious. Feeling Luo Tianxiong's cultivation level, which had only just reached the early stage of Huanjing, Su Xiaokun took out an elixir. It was given to Luo Tianxiong. This made Luo Tianxiong a burst of gratitude, saying that this life was all Su Xiaokun's. In 3 days' time, Luo Tianxiong, with the help of Su Xiaokun, broke through to Zone Master. This shocked Wang Bo fiercely again. It's as easy as drinking and eating to make a strong ING man. Unbeknownst to him, right after Su Xiaokun fused the torso, the worldly aura also began to revive. In this year or so, there were also quite a few more patriarchs in the secular world. Even the earthy mortals have this number of hands. After all, ancient martial arts families still had a certain amount of heritage. Luo Tianxiong, who had reached the sovereign realm, was even crazier than before. It was understood that the current Tianxiong Association could have hundreds of thousands of gang members. Most of them joined because of Su Xiaokun's name. It also came willingly to be stationed in the Sakura country. At present, the overall strength of the Sakura country is about 70 million people. Even the officials wanted to eradicate the Tianxiong Society. But nay, the forces of the Sky Heroes Society had long since entered the top echelons of the Sakura country's government. No matter what the wind blows, Tianxiong will be able to know it at the first time. Tianxiong, how many nuclear weapons do you think the Sakura country has now? A few core patriarchs were sitting in the conference room at the headquarters of the Celestial Heroes Society in Sakura country. When they saw the mythologized Su Xiaokun, each one of them blushed, and all of them had the capital to blow awesome. This, according to reports from scouts, the Sakura country is currently purchasing 3 nuclear missiles from the beautiful country, trying to whisk us off to the island for a blast. But these brats, they really do think too highly of themselves, Luo Tianxiong said disdainfully. Su Xiaokun nodded. After all, he had little concept of nuclear weapons, and I don't know if I can carry it. On the contrary, Luoli was confident in Su Xiaokun. After all, Su Xiaokun was the one who dared to swallow the thunderbolt raw. I really don't know what else in the world could hurt him. Su Xiaokun thought about it and said, recently, the pace has been accelerated and all the members of the Sky Heroes Society have been released. Create as much chaos as possible. The more chaos the better. This Sakura country, it's time to be destroyed. Su Xiaokun said it lightly, but the patriarchs below were shocked by Su Xiaokun's words. You should know that the Sakura country, no matter how bad it is, it's still a country. How can it be destroyed just by saying so? But Su Xiaokun continued. As for those 3 nuclear weapons, leave them to me. Luo Tianxiong nodded. Although the Sky Heroes Society was powerful, most of them were ordinary people. Even with the Su Xiaokun sending tens of thousands of martial artists, that wouldn't be able to fight against thermal weapons. Qin, Luo Tianxiong looked at Su Xiaokun and asked, we still have relatively few thermal weapons, and it's definitely not realistic to go to war with the Sakura nation head-on. So, I'd like to procure a bunch of heat weapons and try to push the chaos to its peak. Su Xiaokun nodded. Since the Celestial Heroes Society was named after you, you can do whatever you want to do with no money, just tell the Chu family. After all, Luoli and Wang Bo had wiped out the Bai Lu Tu families. All the assets were gathered under the name of Su Xiaokun. That working capital is an even bigger number. I know, Qin. Then Luo Tianxiong left the office with a cadre of skeletons, and the purchases that should be made. It's time to create chaos. Everyone was busy for a while. Instead, it cleared Su Xiaokun's mind. Honey, what should we do next? Luoli Chu Qingyi looked at Su Xiaokun, and even Wang Bo stared at his eyes waiting for Su Xiaokun's arrangement. Nothing else, as long as it's a murder category. Wang Bo that are grabbing to do. Let's go see how powerful this Sakura nation's nuclear weapons are. Su Xiaokun thought about it and said. Wang Bo did not know what nuclear weapons mean. Just know that it's a very powerful being. But for him in cultivation, it was obvious that he could not see how strong a mortal's weapon could be. Still, along with a few people, they came to the place where Sakura Nation stored its nuclear weapons. It is also the headquarters of the 69th Self-Defense Force. This place is guarded by all the elites of this Sakura country. Even the ninja gods are in pieces. It's as free as a cabbage. No way. This nuclear weapon is too precious. And the cost of building it is even more so. One tops 2.5 years of the GDP of the entire country of Sakura. Su Xiaokun carried the 3 of them and stood in the sky above the 69th Self-Defense Force headquarters. His vast divine sense released. The coordinates of the 3 nuclear weapons were soon locked. In the back of his mind, he wondered if it would be better if he should have detonated here. After all, Su Xiaokun also wanted to see if this nuclear weapon was awesome or not. If he could injure a true immortal realm powerhouse, Su Xiaokun wouldn't mind getting some more and putting them in Kunlun. If anyone dares to fool around, just give him a shot. It's energizing to think about it. Chapter 110, The Most Beautiful Fireworks. With this thought in mind, Su Xiaokun brought a few people back to the headquarters of the Tianqiong Association. The powerful divine sense instantly covered the entire Sakura country. It instantly covered all the Chinese people. Even Su Xiaokun sighed at the power of his divine sense, while at the same time marveling at how small the country of Sakura is. It's just the size of a province in China. A voice then resounded in the minds of every Chinese nation. Hello everyone. I'm the Earth Immortal Su Xiaokun from China. I'm sure many of you have heard of me. At once everyone dropped what they were doing. Am I hallucinating? An in-rental Chinese is gathering for a meal. There were also these 7 or 8 compatriots around. Did you guys hear someone talking? 7 or 8 people looked at the person who spoke at the same time, with unbelief in their eyes. You guys heard it too? I thought I was hallucinating. Grass. It's not like your mushrooms are poisonous, is it? One of them still had a mushroom on his chopsticks just ready to be brought into his mouth, but hesitated to make a move. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's not a wild mushroom. Where's the poison? Just as several people were speaking, Su Xiaokun's voice once again reached the ears of the crowd. Even if you don't know who I am, I'm sure you guys should know about the existence of the Tianqiong Society. Limit everyone to come to the headquarters of the Sky Heroes Association within 2 days. All fellow Chinese. Outdated and dead. When the word death was spoken, Su Xiaokun slightly released his spiritual energy. It exploded in everyone's head like thunder. For a while the crowd was a little groggy. However, upon hearing about the Heavenly Sun Society, everyone knew that this matter could be true. The voices in my head were definitely real too. For a while, in addition to all the members of the Tianqiong Society, and some Chinese, all of them were heading towards the headquarters of the Tianqiong Society. Luo Tianqiong, on the other hand, was called back by Su Xiaokun in the first place, then said his thoughts, which shocked everyone, because Su Xiaokun actually wanted to detonate 3 nuclear bombs in the Sakura country. No one else knows what's going on, but they do know that once the 3 nukes detonate, Sakura country was reduced to nothingness in a moment. At first a few people still think that Su Xiaokun, even if it is a god, then this awesome blowing is also too loud and clear. However, just as Su Xiaokun placed everyone in the space, these people were completely convinced. There's no way this ing god could have such means. The excitement was overwhelming for a while. They also want to know how powerful this nuke is. Especially, when a mushroom cloud rises, it will be a historic moment. But these people may not see it for a while. 3 days rolled by. Most of the Chinese people had already gathered on the outskirts of the Tianqiong Club. Even more so, the entire headquarters of the Heavenly Sun Society was occupied with no place to go. Su Xiaokun also came to the conference room at this time. Divine sense was released and felt it. It was found that there are still thousands of Chinese living in exile. These people, all of them, had properties in the Sakura country, so they wouldn't leave easily. But Su Xiaokun's voice once again resounded in everyone's mind. I'll give you one last chance. Anyone who comes to the headquarters of my Tianqiong Society, all damages will be borne by the Tianqiong Society and each will receive $10 million in compensation. When the crowd heard that there was not only compensation, but also $10 million in compensation, they were overjoyed. You know, this $10 million is enough for these people to squander for the rest of their lives. After that, nearly half of the people came to the headquarters of the Heavenly Sun Society again. Very well, the rest of you don't have to come. Tomorrow, you will witness the biggest fireworks ever. After saying that, Su Xiaokun withdrew his spiritual energy. The opportunity has been given and it's their business if they can't grasp it. It's no one's fault if you die. Of course the vast majority of these are ordinary people. Su Xiaokun thought, just put all these people in space. As for the rest, their consent was needed. Otherwise Su Xiaokun could not force it. As everyone agreed, except for Luo Tianqiong and a bunch of his own people who hadn't yet entered the space. Everyone had stayed in the space. Sensing the number of people, probably well over 800,000 people. This was a small surprise to Su Xiaokun. Tomorrow at 12 o'clock noon, detonate the nuclear missiles on time. The Sakura country will be history. Su Xiaokun's voice was completely devoid of the slightest fluctuation of emotion. It's like doing something insignificant. Luo Tianqiong knew that following Su Xiaokun would take him to a higher place, but from not realizing that this Qin in his own mind has been so powerful that the point where you say you're going to destroy a country. A deep sense of pride also rose from the bottom of his heart. And glad I made the decision in the first place. A night quickly passed, and everyone was packed in space by Su Xiaokun. After all, he's also afraid that if the nukes are too powerful to protect, in the event that someone dies, that would be the end of it. But Wang Bo didn't care and was about to stay with Su Xiaokun. After all, Wang Bo's strength was here, and Su Xiaokun didn't say much. Time passes quickly. 12 o'clock was also creeping closer. At this time, Su Xiaokun was already standing over the 69th Self-Defense Force. The two men looked down. In fact, detonating nuclear weapons couldn't be easier for Su Xiaokun. All that was needed was to punch in his psychic power. What protection device? In front of Su Xiaokun's powerful strength is completely null and void. Time's up, Su Xiaokun said indifferently, and then the spiritual energy in his body was instantly opened to the maximum. A shield was directly formed, wrapping the two of them. Feeling that unrivaled strength, Wang Bo still underestimated Su Xiaokun. Then Su Xiaokun stretched out a finger, and spiritual energy was instantly shot towards the 3 nuclear bombs. The people guarding the nukes, on the other hand, didn't even notice the presence of Su Xiaokun and the others. Each one was still talking and laughing, completely unaware that death was imminent. Just the next second, the nuke exploded violently. The force of that impact washed everyone away in an instant without even a crumb of bone left. Then in the aftermath of the explosion, the remaining 2 also exploded. The energy of that moment caused Su Xiaokun to go into a bit of a trance. The energy was comparable to the true immortal realm's self-detonation, terrifying in the extreme. However, this was unable to harm Su Xiaokun. With a general understanding, Su Xiaokun's figure surged up into the sky, leaped to 10,000 meters above. Looking at the huge mushroom cloud that happened to envelop the entire Sakura country, it took a long time to dissipate. Su Xiaokun also released his 2 daughters-in-law, and Luo Tianxiang. When the crowd saw the mushroom cloud, there was an inexplicable pain in their hearts. An ache that comes from the blood. It was as if there was some kind of shackle in his body that was completely unlocked at this moment. Everyone watched this historic scene, not even daring to blink their eyes. I'm afraid this is a dream. Chapter 11, Surprising Mysterious Ruins. It was only after half a day that the mushroom cloud slowly dispersed, and the original Sakura country, surprisingly, turned into nothingness at this moment. There was only the endless sea, as if the country had never existed. I didn't realize that this Sakura country would end up dying from the nukes it had purchased. Of course, the first thing that happened was that all the countries received the message that Sakura Nation was gone, and the leader of the Sakura country, who was hugging the beautiful country's thighs, learned of the news, almost didn't pass out. It was just less than a day, and the huge country was sunk. A snotty, bitter rebuke to the leader of the beautiful country. I hope the beautiful country will step in and find out who started it. Of course, when your country was around, the beautiful country made you a guest of honor, and when your country was gone, beautiful country doesn't care who you are. The law of the weak is so cruel. China's top brass, too, are having an emergency meeting. The excitement on his face couldn't even be expressed in words. One by one, they rubbed their fists and applied to go out to sea to watch the battle, wanting to witness this historic scene. Some of the smaller countries, too, shuddered as the Sakura country was overthrown, afraid that the next one will be on him. Because Sakurakuni's demise is very metaphysical, there's no way to find out who did it. In the end, all eyes were on the beautiful country. After all, we all know that the Sakura country bought 3 nuclear weapons from the beautiful country. The destruction of the Sakura country was also linked to nuclear weapons. All felt that the beautiful country was deliberately selling defective products to the Sakura country. And for a while, the beautiful country was also overwhelmed by public opinion and could not stand up. The unluckiest of all, of course, are the nationals of the Sakura country outside? I'm surprised this one is gone. And the leader of the Sakura nation was secretly executed by the beautiful nation. It also sat on the fact that the beautiful country sells defective nuclear weapons. Of course these things, Su Xiaokun and the others did not know, nor did they want to know. Because ever since the Sakura kingdom was gone, the sensation in that heart grew stronger and stronger. Just as it was when you walked into the ruins. At that moment, Su Xiaokun placed everyone in the space, leaving only Wang Bo behind. The two of them plunged headlong into the sea where Sakura country had disappeared. Although there is still radiation from the nuclear explosion, but for Su Xiaokun 2 people this radiation is nothing at all. After swimming for some time, 2 pillars with coiled dragons were spotted. One left and one right inserted on either side. It's like a gate, and it's exactly like that relic. Su Xiaokun then looked at Wang Bo. Do your best to inject spiritual energy towards these 2 pillars. This might be a relic. As soon as he heard that there was a relic, this Wang Bo directly sold out, rolled up his sleeves and a huge amount of spiritual energy was released directly towards the 2 stone pillars. The stone pillars were feeling the infusion of spiritual energy, and all of a sudden, the seawater began to distort. A vortex was created in no time at all, swept the surrounding seawater into the whirlpool. As the spiritual power continued to increase, Su Xiaokun's 2 people around a vacuum area was created. All the seawater was sucked into the whirlpool as much as it could. Subsequently, when the spiritual power reaches a spiritual point, the Suddenly a mysterious door of light opened with it. Seeing this, the two of them directly turned into a stream of light and drilled in. When the gate was devoid of its spiritual power, it also gradually dissipated, as if it had never existed. The two of them also followed the trend to a small world. Only just after entering, Wang Bo's figure almost dissipated, because this little world was surprisingly filled with the power of thunder. That destructive aura that, although it wasn't as powerful as Su Xiaokun's tribulation, but it wasn't something that Wang Bo's small body could resist. With no other choice, Wang Bo could only enter into Su Xiaokun's space. Just like that, Su Xiaokun walked in the midst of the thunder. The destructive lightning flashes kept striking Su Xiaokun's body. There is a kind of crispy feeling, which makes Su Xiaokun somewhat comfortable. As it continued to go deeper and deeper, the power of that thunder became stronger and stronger. After about half an hour's walk, this thunderbolt that, it was already no weaker than the energy Su Xiaokun possessed when he crossed the threshold. However, under this baptism of thunder, Su Xiaokun's body became more in tune. After advancing a few hundred meters, something that made Su Xiaokun extremely familiar appeared. This? Another coffin? Su Xiaokun had a premonition in his heart as he looked at the coffin that was pitch black and entangled in chains. It was felt that, in this coffin, there was a good chance that there was another part of this torso. The truth was exactly the same. Su Xiaokun sensed correctly. When the palm just touched the coffin, the mysterious inscription on Su Xiaokun's body unexpectedly began to light up automatically. As Su Xiaokun's spiritual energy continued to be inputted, the chains that were bound unexpectedly began to squirm, and it was not until the coffin was completely released that it fell to the side. Su Xiaokun then slightly raised his palm and immediately sent the coffin lid flying. Then he looked within the coffin, and surprisingly, there were two arms lying quietly. At the same time when Su Xiaokun's body appeared by the coffin, that torso unexpectedly separated Su Xiaokun's shoulders hard. A sharp pain that tore at his heart and lungs immediately caused Su Xiaokun to let out a cold snort. When one's arm completely loses contact from where the shoulder was, threads of blood instantly appeared. It wrapped directly around the two arms inside the coffin. This arm, too, in feeling the call of the torso, it directly fit onto both sides of Su Xiaokun's shoulders. Subsequently, the arm unexpectedly began to manifest dense inscriptions as well, and the original arm, too, became dry at the same time that this arm touched the shoulder. All the power that had been gathered in the new arm. At the same time, Su Xiaokun's body, the breath violently climbed. In an instant, he broke through to an unknown realm. That never-before-seen power made Su Xiaokun, for a moment, somewhat lose himself. I can't believe that in this world, there could be such a huge power. The current Su Xiaokun could be said to have been invincible in the world, but the power that this brought about, Su Xiaokun was as small as a gravel. However, then, from Su Xiaokun's body, a chain suddenly shot out and, the huge energy was immediately sealed. The cultivation level had also returned to normal, but it had also broken through to the late stage of the transitional succession in one fell swoop. As for the world outside, the sky of this ocean suddenly tore apart at the same time as this force was revealed. An even more terrifying force spread out from the space. As Su Xiaokun's power was sealed, the sky also regained its calm. Su Xiaokun rotated his arm as if he was born with it and had no more worries. But there were more fragments of memories in his mind that didn't belong to him in the first place. Still can't connect all the dots. But Su Xiaokun also guessed that, most likely, somewhere in this world there will be the rest of this body part, waiting for its own arrival. Chapter 112, The Mysterious Old Man. Let's just say that after the arm fusion is complete, the power of the thunder beside him became even more violent. Crazy bombardment on Su Xiaokun's body. With such a strong body, Su Xiaokun was also a bit overwhelmed. The slightest bit of blood began to spill from the corners of his mouth. The two arms, however, the fit began to grow. Even if Su Xiaokun was being silly, he knew that, in order to put his body under complete control, just face the baptism of the thunderbolt. Otherwise, even if you get the body, that divergence will be particularly great. After a long baptism, the body and arms, too, were restored to their peak condition, and that power of thunder was making it difficult to harm Su Xiaokun in the slightest. But just then, in the coffin, a stone tablet suddenly appeared, and this stone tablet is the centerpiece of this small world. With the addition of his body, in just half a day, the stone tablet was completely refined. It then turned into fragments that merged into the space of the body, and the space in Su Xiaokun's body unexpectedly became much larger again. But the most amazing thing is that the otherwise lifeless space, it is now evolving towards the world. For a while, his own space actually had elemental properties. That would be thunder and water. And of course the last relic got earth. A whole new world is also beginning to take shape. After doing some of this, Su Xiaokun placed the lightning in this relic in a separate corner of his world, just in case it screws up the hundreds of thousands of people inside again. Su Xiaokun initially thought of releasing these people back to China, but after their own probing, these people were, surprisingly, started building houses in their own world. This in turn made Su Xiaokun give up on the idea. Maybe these people could actually, for their world, build a city. Looking at the busy Luoli and Chu Qingyi, Su Xiaokun let them go. This trip to the land of cherry blossoms was a complete success. After just returning to the Su family estate, Su Xiaokun received a reception from the top management of China, for the simple reason that China guessed it. The destruction of the Sakura country this time definitely had something to do with Su Xiaokun. In the conference room at the Sojourn, Su Xiaokun and his two beloved wives had long been waiting for someone from the top of China. Not long after, there was an old man in his 60s who brought a middle-aged man in his 40s to the meeting room in the Su family estate. When Su Xiaokun had just seen the old man, he had already guessed the identity. It was because he had a vague dragon's chi next to him, which was the chi of the country of China. A Zhongshan suit, upright posture. The air of the superior person makes people a little shiver. The old man sat across from Su Xiaokun, as if he had seen through everything. The brow revealed an innate majesty. Oh, Su Xiaokun is it? The old man was the first to speak. It's true that heroes come out of the woodwork. Su Xiaokun didn't know what he was going to say, much less the purpose of this top leader of China coming here. But even if Su Xiaokun couldn't feel the cultivation of this old man, but that evening's China's chi was enough to rival a strong person of the true immortal realm. Do you need something? Su Xiaokun said indifferently. Oh, not arrogant and not impatient. A person who has achieved great things. The old man had remained examining and sizing up Su Xiaokun. The destruction of the Sakura kingdom came from you, didn't it? Su Xiaokun didn't say anything, just nodded. That thing in the sea, you got it too, didn't you? Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned, not expecting to know about such things. A hint of caution filled his eyes. Oh, little Cohen, you don't have to be nervous. I'm just a regular old grandpa, nor can it be a threat to you. I know that the world can't lock you up, and you shouldn't belong in it. As to why I know what's under the sea, that's because every generation that makes it to my position is augmented by a country's chi. Naturally, I know things that regular people don't know, and of course, I'm the only one who knows about it. The old man looked at Su Xiaokun kindly with a smile on his face and explained. Su Xiaokun nodded. If there's anything, you can just say it. I have promised to drive for China for 100 years, so I will definitely do it. The old man nodded. Actually, I came today mainly to tell you something. The same ruins are sealed in the land of beauty, and the land of pickles. Su Xiaokun was slightly shocked, not expecting that. He knew so much. You want me to get all the ruins? Su Xiaokun asked. Of course, it's supposed to be Chinese. You know that if you go back 5,000 years, the entire continent is our country of China. They're just a bunch of natives. We Chinese are the true masters of this world. When the old man uttered these words, his body unconsciously exuded a huge overbearing aura, the dominance that an emperor should have. By the time you obtain all the ruins, the entire aura of our country of China will be revived. At that time, it will only be a matter of time before the entire continent is unified. Su Xiaokun also did not expect that this old man's ambition was so huge. As for the location of this specific site, I don't know, but that fart of a place in Pickle Country, I'm sure it should still be easy for you to find. Su Xiaokun nodded after thinking about it. Even if this old man in front of him didn't say anything, he was going to retrieve all of the body parts, because with each additional one, a new part of the memory is gained. The memory simply cannot be filled in now, but there was always a feeling that there would be a shocking conspiracy. This conspiracy, most likely, has been going on since ancient times. Things, just things. Your first priority now is to get all the ruins. Pickle Countries is still relatively easy, and the hardest one is Beautiful Country. The ruins should be in the midst of the most mysterious Unit 581 that they guard. As for how you get it, that's up to you. The Walpole will be your strong backing. But of course, that backing is limited to you getting the ruins. If you can't get it, then the Nagas won't care about you. With these words, the old man stood up and walked towards the door. I believe in you. For sure. The old man threw down a sentence and turned to leave. It seems like this world, it's getting simpler and simpler. Su Xiaokun sighed, released all of his own people from the space. Luo Li and Chu Qingyi, with an excited face, appeared in front of Su Xiaokun, especially Luo Li, with a little cute, like that. Her hands were dancing and still commanding something, but when it was seen that he had come out, it was a little upsetting. Su Xiaokun raised his eyebrows. Send you back again? That's not necessary. Luo Li spat out her little tongue. By the way, I'm going to take a trip to Pickle Country. Do you guys want to come along? Su Xiaokun asked. Luoli jumped straight up. Go. Must go. My love beans are still there. Chapter 113, Airport Fiasco. Lovebirds? Su Xiaokun frowned slightly. Nothing. How many people don't haha Korea in this day and age when the streets are full of kimchi country songs? I think it's necessary to make kimchi nation history as well. Su Xiaokun muttered secretly. Apart from the country of China, such a powerful existence was absolutely not allowed. Not even for theater. In this way Su Xiaokun took the two girls and Wang Bo to move to kimchi country. However, this time, Su Xiaokun didn't choose to fly there, but instead took the airplane together. Since Wang Bo didn't have any identification, he was again thrown into the space by Su Xiaokun. Along the way, Luoli hummed an unintelligible song, apparently a little too excited. From time to time, he also whole two bird language, obviously knows a lot about the culture of this kimchi country. The plane had been flying for about 2 hours or so and had arrived over the pickle country. As the airplane landed, Su Xiaokun walked off the plane with the two women. As soon as we stepped off the plane, we drew a burst of cheers and applause, especially with these outstanding looks of the two women paired with a pair of slightly larger sunglasses. Surprisingly, it really does look like a star. Honey, are we that popular? Luoli looked around at the cheering people and kept whistling for a while and was also a bit puzzled. But just as the three were wondering, from behind them came an untimely sound. Please move over. Can't you see that this is the exclusive passage for Quan Chi Worm? When Luoli heard Quan Ji Bug's name, her eyes filled with little stars. You know, Quan Ji Worm is one of the most influential singers in the kimchi country. Luoli looked toward the person who spoke, only to see that it was a woman in her 50s or so. Presumably, it's Quan Chi Worm's agent. Was looking at the three of them, Su Xiaokun, with a displeased face, and behind them followed a huge crowd, with security guards taking up a large portion, and gathered in the very center is the popular singer Quan Chi Worm. That throaty clip screaming voice is what has made countless diehard fans obsessed beyond belief. As long as Quan wanted to, then every woman in the room would be happy to fall over themselves. Quan also looked forward to see which ungrateful person dared to block his way. It happened to meet Luoli's gaze. Quan Chi Worm, who was just about to have a seizure, when he saw Luoli's invincible figure. Stiffly, he swallowed back his curses. Oh, please get out of my way and don't block my fans. Quan's long, fiery red hair was styled in an extremely exaggerated manner. He struck a pose that he thought was handsome and looked at Luoli. This young lady, I'm sure she's a fan of mine as well. Quan Chi Worm looked at Luoli with a smile on his face in that extremely broken Chinese language. When his gaze rested on Chu Qingyi's body, Quan Chi Worm's eyes became even more frantic. You have to realize that the pure natural, and the whole out of that can be seen at a glance. It is clear that both women are purely natural beauty, without any late-stage knives. The greed in those eyes was incomparably stronger. Upon seeing Su Xiaokun standing beside the two women, Quan Chi Worm's eyes were a little displeased. Could this security guard please stay out of the way of the two fans? Quan Chi Worm walked up and looked at Su Xiaokun and said. Su Xiaokun raised his eyebrows. Good fellow, even treating himself as a security guard. Just after that statement, the fans outside exploded. Ado is so caring. I can't believe he offended the security guards for his fans. So brave. Piles and piles of female fans, frenzied beyond compare. There were even some with poor mental qualities who fainted after just being looked at by Quan Chi Worm. It's perfect. Ado, I love you. I want to have monkeys with you. I'm willing to be a mistress even if it means being a mistress. One was more pompous than the other. Even Su Xiaokun was speechless to the extreme. I didn't realize these fans were so clueless. I really don't know how someone who dresses like a madman can be worshipped by so many people. It's a real downer of the world. Su Xiaokun glanced at Quan Jiwu, who was about to walk forward. The voice carried a hint of psychic energy. Get out! The voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. And Luoli, who was in a frenzy, naturally felt the coldness of Su Xiaokun's voice. The instant reaction was sent. Old husband, I'm sorry, well, I won't follow the stars in the future. Luoli looked at Su Xiaokun with some embarrassment. On the other hand, Chu Qingyi put her arm around Su Xiaokun and looked at Quan Jia with a face full of disdain. What did you say? Quan Chi Worm couldn't believe his ears. How dare he tell himself to get lost? Mind you, one's own influence that is invincible. I said, get out. Su Xiaokun repeated, his eyes gradually icy cold. There were a lot of people here, but he didn't mind making a move to kill him. After all, Luoli had a hard time liking a star, and Su Xiaokun wouldn't be too disrespectful. You stinking security guard, what gives you the right to scold our Egio? Are you going to die? Damn Chinese pigs, get thee out of kimchi country. This is no place for you Chinese pigs. For a moment, everyone pointed their spearheads at Su Xiaokun. For them, Only their own country is good. Other countries, especially China, it was just a place to rake in the cash. After all, Chinese people are notorious for being stupid and rich. There are some third and fourth tier starlets who can't make it in kimchi countries anymore and run to China. I didn't realize that in one fell swoop it would become a superstar. That's a real moneymaker. What a response to the old saying. Eat Big Brother. Drink Big Brother. Eat and drink and curse Big Brother der have to drink. Asterisk asterisk. Good people are being led astray by you thespians. Su Xiaokun stared angrily at the crowd. The veteran's conquests go unquestioned. The playwright's farts are known to the world. You guys are really misguided. All of the people present in kimchi country, listening to the Su Xiaokun's words, one by one, retorted. Asterisk asterisk, you're a stinking soldier too. How do you know how many songs our lovebirds have stayed up all night writing for our country? And who knows that we, Aiden, in order to bring out the best songs in the, even your voice is hoarse from singing. Is this something a stinking pawn like you can do? Listening to the tirades below, Su Xiaokun's spiritual energy surged. Good. Would have liked to come in low key and do my business and leave. Now you F asterisk asterisk curs don't give a F asterisk asterisk K. Then don't you guys go either. Stay with your lovebirds. Suddenly, Su Xiaokun's aura erupted violently. It instantly vibrated the Quanji bug security guard and the others out of the room. Then his foot stomped lightly. All of them flew in mid-air at once. Extending one palm, he made a violent fist in the air. In an instant, the thousands of people in the waiting area were all reduced to a bloody mist. And this red-hot Quan Chi worm said goodbye to his life. Chapter 114, The Argument of the Pickle Country. Luoli stood frozen in place. Unexpectedly, the love beans in his heart are just gone. For a while, he had a mixed feeling in his heart. Not that he felt sorry for Quan Chi worm. Rather, he was a little embarrassed to have made Su Xiaokun so angry. Like a kitten, he clutched the corner of Su Xiaokun's coat in death. Chu Qingyi looked over and took Luoli's arm. Okay, ally. Hubby isn't mad at you because of you. Chu Qingyi persuaded. Su Xiaokun shook his head and wrapped his arms around the two women. Wang Bo was then summoned out. When Wang Bo just appeared, his eyes became stern. Reaching out into the void, a soul appeared in his hand. Boss, you're so bad. You don't call me when there's a fight. With that, he took the soul in his hand, swallowed it in one gulp, then grabbed a couple more, and, frantically showing off into his mouth. When a soul with long fiery red hair was caught, Wang Bo looked at it with some disgust. Just as he was about to crush it, Su Xiaokun's voice rang out. Leave this behind and bring him back to consciousness. I'm going to leave it for Ally to play with as a pet. Yes, this soul is Quan Chi worm. I don't want it. Lori said carefully. I guess she won't be a star chaser for the rest of her life, especially stars other than China. Well, line it. Su Xiaokun muttered and directly let Wang Bo crush it. Quan couldn't believe to his dying day that he had offended the man in front of him just by not even a chance to throw in the towel. After doing this, Su Xiaokun's divine thoughts were released. Tooth hop. This pickle country is so small? A population of only 50 or 60 million. That's way smaller than Sakura Nation, isn't it? Su Xiaokun muttered. The divine mind carefully searched every corner of the kimchi country, and when it scanned that when the Ministry of Defense building was there, Su Xiaokun felt a burst of aura emanating from the depths of the earth. And the current president of the kimchi country, Park Kwok-sang, is being all indignant and agitated. A large pile of noodle language baloney. Su Xiaokun was a little confused, turning his head to the trio. Let's go. Su Xiaokun picked up the two women and directly turned into a stream of light, and flew straight to the Ministry of Defense building. A few minutes later, Su Xiaokun and the others were still standing on the rooftop of the building, and Park Kwok-sang is having a meeting at his feet. The sound was so loud that it could be heard without the use of spiritual energy. Although Su Xiaokun was a bit confused, Chu Qingyi and Luo Li could still understand. It began to explain for Su Xiaokun. Asterisk. What are these ing pickle people? Blind ing BBs for? Luo Li said with dissatisfaction. The old girl was really blind in the first place. That she would like the pickle song. What? Su Xiaokun frowned because he couldn't understand. Chu Qingyi said with a blank look at Luo Li. I thought these people would be discussing some national issue. After half a day, they're actually discussing which country the Monkey King is from. Are all these people so boring? Su Xiaokun said helplessly. Not really. The main thing is that this kimchi country is a bit too shameless to. How dare they say that the Monkey King is the ancestor of their country? Kai's even their guide and belongs to the same kimchi nation. Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned. This barren land. There are all kinds of birds. It's more than that. It says that Qin Shi Huang is also the ancestor of the pickle people. Fart. Wang Bo shouted angrily. Asterisk. Thousands of years ago, I've seen the first emperor. How come I didn't know it was from this kimchi country? Besides, this kimchi country seems to have been founded in 1948 with the support of the beautiful country. The old man has been pulling out a hair longer than they've existed. Wang Bo cursed and said, "Kid, you guys are in charge of the death of this kimchi country?" Wang Bo did not have the good sense to blankly glance at Luoli. Only this niece dared to call herself that. Che, as long as it's a ghost it belongs to us in hell. Doesn't matter which country. Realize that the Chinese are their ancestors, Wang Bo said disdainfully. Not to mention, these pickle people, their souls don't taste good at all. They smell like rubber. Wang Bo looked at the country in disgust. Luoli was a bit speechless. Presumably the rubbery smell mentioned was the smell after the transformation. There's no way around it. Who made this country great at plastic surgery? And I've also heard that everyone who is a native owns a free facelift, and I don't know if it's true or not. In fact, Su Xiaokun also wondered. Other than that, the cherry blossom country at least had some cultivators. No monks were found in this pickle country. Even the ones with the highest power were only of outer strength. And Su Xiaokun sensed it. It wasn't a cultivator at all. It seemed to be a reformer. I don't know how this pickle country does it. He then wrapped his arms around the two women and directly disappeared onto the rooftop. The next moment it appeared in the conference room where they were discussing. Just as everyone was arguing, the four people who suddenly appeared in the room. The conversation was interrupted by a few people, and at the head of the table sat a fat man of about 40 years of age, with a whole back of a. Look at the mannequin. This is the current president of the kimchi country, Park Kwok-sang. You, who are you? The crowd was shocked as they looked at Su Xiaokun and the others. Realized that this conference room they're in, without Park's consent, no one can get in. Wang Bo didn't spoil these people and spat towards a few people. ***. I'm your ancestor, Pickleman. Faintly, you're from China? One of them said in broken Mandarin. ***. Do you guys deserve to speak Chinese? ***. A bunch of reformed people. Park Kwok-sang was the first to react. Come on man. Somebody, there's been an invasion of outsiders. At that moment, he shouted. In no time at all, a group of heavily armed men rushed in. These people are Park Kwok-sang's cronies. The real reformers are all around the late stage of external strength. Against people in their own countries. Perhaps these reformed people are awesome beings, but in the eyes of Su Xiaokun and his party, it seemed that they were not even ants. Boss, leave it to me. You don't have to make a move. Watch me take a breath and blow their souls away. Wang Bo walked in front of Su Xiaokun, fearing that he would be robbed of this opportunity to pretend. Su Xiaokun didn't say anything and looked at Wang Bo. I only saw Wang Bo inhale violently, and as his stomach got bigger, suddenly all the gas erupted. Then it blew the dozens of reformed people who came in, hard, into skeletons. As soon as the soul appeared, it was blown to dust. A skeleton then stood in place, just like a work of art. Only, the skeleton was surprisingly shiny like metal. Su Xiaokun gave a slight wave. A skeleton flew into his hand. With a gentle pinch, the skeleton was instantly deformed. Is this a titanium skeleton? Chapter 115, The Mysterious Bald Man. The skeleton was then rubbed into a ball and thrown on the ground. The sound of metal clashing came with it. Yes. You've transformed people alive? Lori glared angrily at Park Kwok-sang. Only Park Kwok-sang looked at the crowd with a horrified look on his face. In one breath, he blew his country's proudest achievement to dust. Anyone else would have been confused on the spot. You, who are you? Park Kwok-sang, who was still fluent in Mandarin, looked at Wang Bo as if he had seen a ghost. ***. Didn't I just introduce myself? I'm your ancestor. Wang Bagong walked up to Park Kwok-sang. A red spot appeared on his forehead at once. When Park Kwok-sang saw the red dot, his heart was in the right place. ***. Damned Chinese pigs. Get the hell out of the kimchi country, or else kill without pardon. Yoo-hoo, awesome? The next second, a sniper shot came. A direct hit to Wang Bo's brow. Just as Park Kwok-sang was about to show his smugness, only Wang Bo scratched the itch fiercely a few times. ***. Are the mosquitoes in your kimchi country staring at people so hard? Wang Bo rubbed his somewhat reddened forehead and said, No way. That's the largest caliber sniper rifle. You know even tanks can be penetrated. How are you okay? Wang Bo picked up the warhead that fell to the ground. Only the warhead has been flattened, like a discus. What the hell kind of rifle are you talking about with this thing? When he saw the warhead, Park Kwok-sang was even more confused. If I don't see a warhead, maybe it's a blank. There's a warhead. It was obvious that hot weapons could not harm this man. You're our Lord God. Park Kwok-sang reacted to something and directly kneeled in front of Wang Bo. and when the people looked, they fell to their knees. Lord God, I am your most loyal servant. Please forgive us our sins. For a while the crowd didn't dare to look up at Wang Bo. Luoli snorted out a laugh. Kid, I didn't realize that you shifted to become the god they believe in. Wang Bo was also confused, but after thinking that these Yakuza even said the Monkey King was from their own country, what else are they afraid to say? Asterisk 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 off. Wang Bo thuds a mid-kick into Park's body, directly kicked Park Kwok Sang into a mist of blood. That ing really gave Wang Bo a scare. Asterisk asterisk forget he's immortal. Wang Bo turned his head to Su Xiaokun in embarrassment. Seeing that Su Xiaokun did not mean to be angry, he calmed down, and Park Kwok Sang, the country's supreme head, was killed by a kick in the ass. I'm afraid no one would believe this. However, when these earlier people died, Su Xiaokun clearly felt a fluctuation coming from the ground. It was the scent of the living. It was extremely weak, but still vaguely palpable. It is assumed that these people died and woke up irritated by the smell of blood. Kill them. All. Su Xiaokun said indifferently. Wang Bo nodded his head and directly blew out with a breath, and all of a sudden the room was blown away. Then Su Xiaokun frowned slightly. True enough, the stronger the smell of blood, the stronger the scent of living beings deep in that earth, the stronger it was. Follow me. Su Xiaokun picked up the two women and flew directly toward the ground. In the blink of an eye it had reached its destination. This is not a relic. To be precise, it's more like a prison for prisoners. I really don't know why this defense building has such a place underground, and there is no such thing as a cage within a prison. There was only this one altar, and on top of it, a bald man was bound. Breath is weak. Even when he felt the arrival of Su Xiaokun and the others, he was unable to raise a single eyelid. Where's the bald ass from? Luoli was a little surprised as she looked at the man who was firmly locked in chains. Moreover, Su Xiaokun could sense that this person's cultivation level had the strength of a peak void immortal. To know this kind of cultivation, one could definitely walk sideways in the pickle country, but there must be an unknown secret as to why he was captured here. Put him down, Su Xiaokun said to Wang Bo, who nodded. Walking forward, he grabbed the chain and yanked it, only to see it click. But, it just clicked. The chains were still firmly wrapped around the bald man. What the is this material? With my cultivation level I can't even tug on it? Wang Bo observed the chain suspiciously. Che, little trash. Better let my husband do it. Lori extended a friendly gesture. Su Xiaokun looked at the chains, knowing that this Wang Bo was at the true immortal realm. Unusual chains are simply not enough. Then Su Xiaokun flexed his fingers and a spiritual force directly hit the chains. As a voice rang out, the chain had actually absorbed Su Xiaokun's spiritual energy. There was also only a small abrasion, which did not harm the nature of the chains. Holy, husband no. Why are you so weak? Why don't we go back to Kunlun? Stew that old bastard for a tonic. Luoli exaggeratedly covered her small mouth. And the blood turtle, who was in the Kunlun, actually shivered and then sneezed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A change of heart? Blood turtle looked at the weather outside and shook his head. Unbeknownst to him, he was again missed by Luoli. Su Xiaokun didn't bother with Luoli, but came to the front of the chains, carefully surveyed the chain, which was the same as the one that had locked the coffin. Though there are similarities and differences, but this one in front of me is clearly even weirder. What? Can you tell? Su Xiaokun looked at Wang Bo and asked. I'm looking at it to make sure. Saying that, Wang Bo held the chain with both hands and directly released a huge spiritual power, and as if the chain had been starving for a long time, it instantly devoured this spiritual energy. Then Wang Bo frowned, looking to Su Xiaokun. Boss, if I'm right, this should be the trapped dragon lock. It can absorb spiritual energy endlessly, and it's supposed to give life to creatures. Trapped dragon lock? Su Xiaokun had never heard of such things. So, can you open it? Wang Bo shook his head. No one can open this chain unless they have the key. Of course, if one is strong, one can also force it to break. Su Xiaokun nodded, then struck a spiritual force into the bald man's body. At the same time the bald man felt the spiritual power. There was actually some color in those empty eyes. Looking at the few people in front of him. Who are you? The bald man looked at the person in front of him extremely weakly. Wang Bo said with a big grin, the person who saved you. Who else could it be? The bald man was a bit surprised, then sighed. Thank you for your kindness, but please return. Chapter 116, The Devil Monk Lin Nan. What? Looking down on us? Wang Bo looked at the bald head with disdain. It's not. It's a trapped dragon lock. You can't even open it without a key. I have been imprisoned here for 300 full years. I couldn't even escape when I was at the peak of my strength. Let alone you guys now. The bald man obviously did not believe that Su Xiaokun had this kind of strength. Luoli froze slightly. So, You were imprisoned here before the founding of the Pickle Country? Pickle Country? There was some confusion in the bald man's eyes, obviously not knowing what the hell this Pickle Country was. I told you, how can this kimchi country be so capable? It can trap a void immortal, Wang Bo said. Unbeknownst to him, the bald man in front of him, his true strength was not a void immortal at all. Rather, it's a higher level. Who sealed you here? Su Xiaokun asked, just after the question was asked, only to see a burst of shaking of the chains. Obviously this bald man was incomparably angry. Asterisk. If I knew who put me in here, I'd skin him. If it wasn't for the other party using underhanded tactics, how could I have been locked up here? Be aware. I'm Lin Nan. Lin Nan? Wang Bo fell into a deep thought and said not much later. Are you Lin Nan, the demonic monk from 300 years ago? Others may not know, but Wang Bo is the one in charge of hell. Of course I've heard of the bald guy in front of me. I didn't expect that there would be someone who knows my name. It's not a waste of my life. Okay, you guys go, Lin Nan said, and then his spirit shriveled up, and he was expected to die here in his life. So don't get your hopes up at all. Demon monk Lin Nan. Sounds domineering. You know him? Su Xiaokun looked at Wang Bo. Well, heard about it. 300 years ago, there was a catastrophe, and this Lin Nan came out of nowhere, slaughtering hundreds of thousands of people, and, while killing, chanting Amitba Buddha, which gave rise to the title of demon monk. Su Xiaokun nodded. If I can save you, do you have a problem with making me lord? Su Xiaokun looked at Lin Nan. The light appeared in Lin Nan's eyes once again. Are you serious? If you can save me, I'll make you a father, not to mention a master. This Lin Nan, not even a little bit of the appearance of a monk, all untamed. Su Xiaokun nodded. Then he took out the pan dragon stick. You get out of the way. Wang Bo consciously retreated. Then Su Xiaokun's spiritual power skyrocketed, and even Lin Nan was shocked at Su Xiaokun's cultivation level. One must know that when Lin Nan was at his peak, he was also a powerhouse at the peak of the true immortal realm. But the breath exposed by Su Xiaokun unexpectedly surpassed the peak of the true immortal realm by an unknown distance. Then there was a joy in his eyes. It looks like I could really be saved. Lin Nan also squared up, his body hurriedly moving a little to one side. Just kidding, just Su Xiaokun this one time. Not to mention now only the realm of the void immortal. Even at his peak, he could probably slap himself into mush. Break it for me. Only to see Su Xiaokun violently raise his pan long stick. His cultivation directly mentioned 80%. The stick then ruthlessly smashed on top of the trapped dragon lock. Bang! Ka-ching! The trapped dragon lock immediately appeared with a brilliant light, and with a cracking sound came, only to see that the sturdy and incomparable chains. At this moment there were even dense cracks, and his own pan long stick was surprisingly unharmed. You should know that the trapped dragon lock is not too much to say that it is an immortal weapon, but it is not as sturdy as the coiled dragon stick. This caused Su Xiaokun to doubt the material of the coiled dragon stick. Then the second stick slammed down. The sleeping dragon lock snapped in response. A chain reaction followed, directly shattering all the chains, and the demon monk, Lin Nan, regained his freedom. Old me Lin Nan is finally free. Lin Nan's eyes were filled with madness, and above his head, there were still channels of demonic patterns flowing. In the next instant, Lin Nan's cultivation unexpectedly skyrocketed to the early stage of the true immortal realm. This was somewhat impressive to Wang Bo. Then he saw Lin Nan, directly kneeling on one knee, toward Su Xiaokun. He bowed down. Demon monk Lin Nan. Greetings to the master. Knowing that those who know what's right is right, absolutely no one would say anything about Lin Nan's approach. Wang Bo was a bit reluctant. He had gone through a lot of trouble at that time to hug Su Xiaokun's thigh. I didn't expect this Lin Nan to be so easy to hug, but it's letting it be the main thing, and that makes the heart feel a little bit better. After all, he is a big brother who worships that status difference. Su Xiaokun nodded and looked at the magic pattern on Lin Nan's head, not knowing what he was thinking. Yoho, the old baldass is still quite fashionable, and he even has a tattoo on his brain. Luoli looked at Lin Nan end to end. Lin Nan didn't care about Luoli's words. His eyes were now full of excitement. Ali, don't be ridiculous. Su Xiaokun blankly glanced at Luoli, who spat out her little tongue and took hold of Chu Qingyi. Chu Qingyi is also helpless. This is having Su Xiaokun in the... If Luoli, this character, does not know Su Xiaokun, it is estimated to die 8 back and forth is not enough. Don't worry, let me be your master. I won't restrict your freedom. You should go and take your revenge, but you have to show up when I need you, Su Xiaokun said lightly, that tone full of majesty. Not to mention the fact that Su Xiaokun was his savior, and even if it was his own strength that, nor will Lin Nan be allowed to betray it. Yes, master. Lin Nan got up and stood beside Su Xiaokun. Now that you're free, when you go out, Don't kill innocent people, especially Chinese. Of course Lin Nan knew about the existence of Huagua, so he nodded. Of course, this pickle country is even. You can kill it if you want. This country, I don't see much need for it to exist, Su Xiaokun said. At that moment, Lin Nan's eyes became cold. Master, don't worry, but if there's still a single survivor, I'll apologize for my title of demon monk. Saying this, Lin Nan turned into a black mist and directly disappeared in front of Su Xiaokun. After all, Su Xiaokun wanted to explore the deeper ruins. How is it possible to keep a freshly adopted Lin Nan around? Then he turned his head to the three. You will first commiserate back into my world. I will release you when I have finished investigating the ruins. Wang Bo was the first to nod his head. He didn't want to go into the ruins again. The last time he went in rashly. Almost gave myself a whole shadow. This time, say nothing and don't go in. At that moment, he was the first to enter into Su Xiaokun's space. The two women, on the other hand, hugged Su Xiaokun, their eyes full of reluctance. Even for a minute, they didn't want to leave. But Su Xiaokun's decision, they wouldn't refute it, and after a kiss from one of them, only then was he satisfied and returned to Su Xiaokun's small world. When everyone had left, a brilliant light was emitted from Su Xiaokun's eyes. Let me see what secrets are hidden down here. Chapter 117, Destruction of Pickle Country. Then stomped his foot violently. Layers of cracks began to appear on the ground, and a terrifying black gas emanated out along the cracks. Su Xiaokun frowned slightly. This black gas seemed to be able to devour a person's mind. However, it was good that Su Xiaokun's cultivation was too high. This was not affected. Then another foot slammed down, and the ground directly began to cave in. Su Xiaokun's figure also dropped. When it touched the ground again, Su Xiaokun froze, for he realized that he was presented with a huge egg. It was more than a person high, and the eggshell was covered with dense inscriptions. Upon sensing someone's arrival, a dragon's roar unexpectedly emanated from within this giant egg. The dragon's roar, however, seemed a bit weak. After observing for a while, Su Xiaokun fiercely struck out a spiritual power that, directly into the top of the dome. The spiritual energy, however, was instantly swallowed by the giant egg as if it were a stone sinking into the sea. It then emanated a gust of darkness, as if it had been starving for a long time. So, Lin Nan's spiritual energy was devoured by this thing. Su Xiaokun stroked his chin with his hand and pondered for a while. It's not really breeding a dragon in here, is it? Then Su Xiaokun placed his hand on top of the giant egg. In an instant, the spiritual energy in his body unexpectedly and uncontrollably surged madly towards the giant egg. Feeling the spiritual energy being drawn out of his body, Su Xiaokun was also startled and wanted to take his hand back, but it was as if it had grown on top of a giant egg, and there was no way to break free. Let's see how much you can suck. Since you like to suck it, then I'll let you suck it today. Then Su Xiaokun directly increased the release of his spiritual power. At once, the spiritual energy wrapped the entire giant egg, and the giant egg was even more greedy at this time. I will absorb as much as you release. It seems like it's never ending. Thanks to the fact that Su Xiaokun was an immortal cultivator, or else he would not have been able to withstand this huge consumption. As time passed, as much as half of the spiritual energy in Su Xiaokun's body was drained away, and the speed of the giant egg's absorption gradually slowed down. The sound of a dragon's roar emanating from within was now even more resounding. Don't you slow down and keep sucking. Su Xiaokun cursed and directly took out a pill and swallowed it. Spiritual energy also began to recover. Then Su Xiaokun's spiritual energy violently erupted once again. Directly, the giant egg was propped up and began to split apart by inches, and the creature inside began to gradually reveal itself, slender, as if it were a snake, rolling up and down in the middle of the giant egg. When 5 minutes had passed, all that was heard was a click. Su Xiaokun was bounced backwards by a burst of energy, and the eggshell shattered at that moment. Then a tiny stream of light shot directly toward Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun arched his eyebrows and directly grabbed the stream of light in his hands. When the palm of the hand was opened, it was discovered that a small snake that looked like a dragon and not a dragon was lying inside. It looked similar to an augur. 4 claws are scaly, 5 claws are dragons. The small snake in front of him apparently only had 4 claws. It was as if the little augur dragon had sensed Su Xiaokun's gaze. Surprisingly, he looked up at the man in front of him and kept spitting out letters. After feeling Su Xiaokun's aura for a while, this little scaly dragon even rubbed against Su Xiaokun's finger in a very humanized manner. That look was as intimate as your own child. This gadget doesn't think I'm a father, does it? Su Xiaokun was speechless for a while. Still, in my heart, I like this little thing. Since the two of us are so destined to be together, then you will be called Little Green from now on. Looking at the small green-colored augur dragon, Su Xiaokun nodded. and it was as if the little augur could understand. Surprisingly, it flew up and then danced up and down in front of Su Xiaokun. It looks like it should be happy with the name. Then after playing for a while, it wrapped around Su Xiaokun's wrist and fell asleep. Not to mention, if you don't look closely, you really think it's a bracelet. Su Xiaokun nodded, then put away the eggshell as well. Just as the eggshell was put away, a spell formation appeared in front of Su Xiaokun's eyes. Then a call resounded within again. So it is. No wonder I can't feel the relics. Getting it wrong is being blocked by this little augur's breath. As the spiritual energy was once again fed into the formation, a door, glowing with light, appeared. With a flash of his figure, he appeared in the mysterious space in the next second. This is the third relic, and I wonder what part of the torso will be hidden this time. Su Xiaokun muttered as he walked towards the depths of the ruins. Not long after, the coffin full of chains appeared in front of Su Xiaokun. After opening it with a light hand, I found that inside were 2 legs. It also involuntarily came to a switch with its original leg. As usual, after fusing the legs, there were once again more fragments of memory in his head, but it still can't be pieced together in its entirety. Hey, I guess I'll only be able to put these memories together once I get my head. Su Xiaokun sighed and returned to the ground after refining the stone tablet in the coffin. And at the moment, the country of Kimchi is surprisingly transformed. It's like purgatory on earth. Dismembered limbs were strewn everywhere, and blood flowed in rivers. Pretty grueling. This look is definitely the handiwork of a demonic monk. After releasing his divine sense, a voice transmission appeared in Lin Nan's mind. Lin Nan then appeared in front of Su Xiaokun as a black mist. Master, this pickle country has almost finished letting me kill it. It's estimated that it will be gone for good in another day. Lin Nan spoke of his battle achievements while his cultivation had returned to the mid-true immortal realm. Su Xiaokun nodded. Let me do the rest. After saying that, Su Xiaokun flew up to 10,000 meters in the air. And Kimchi Nation is also under the constant elevation of the 2 Su Xiaokuns. It became about the size of a palm. Su Xiaokun then clasped his hands together, revealing a gap. Just expanded pickle country in it. With a flash of light in his hand, a destructive energy instantly fell, directly blasting Kimchi Nation into a deep pit. Thus, the Kimchi Kingdom, extinguished. Lin Nan, on the other hand, looked at Su Xiaokun with a shocked face. He had worked hard for most of the day, but he was still unable to withstand a casual blow from Su Xiaokun. The mind sighs at the disparity with it. The heart was also even more impressed, and the heart of resistance completely disappeared at this moment. Su Xiaokun then released the 2 girls and Wang Bo. Wang Bo muttered as he looked at the deep pit below. This worldly hell is going to be busy. Luo Li and Chu Qingyi, on the other hand, held Su Xiaokun's arm on the left and right. It was a long time before he could speak as he watched the vanishing country. In the past, killing people was like grass and mustard. But now, destroying a country is as simple as drinking water and eating. But the good news is that the crowd is also thankful that they weren't born in either of those countries. Otherwise you don't even know when you've somehow died. Chapter 118, The Beautiful Country. Next stop, it's time to go to the beautiful country. Su Xiaokun murmured, and the few people around him were startled. The heart secretly prayed for the beautiful country at the same time. The beautiful country is a major economic power, second only to China in terms of territory. There are hundreds of countries on this continent, and the beautiful country is the leading power. Just think about it and you'll know that the strength is extremely uncomplicated. And the current ranking of China is really still behind the beautiful country. Moreover, this beautiful country is extremely arrogant and belongs to the war type of countries. The small countries on the border have basically been scourged by the beautiful kingdom. Even small countries a little farther away want to surrender, and the beautiful kingdom doesn't give them a chance. That's what war is all about. And even more so between countries. Whoever has the biggest fist is the hardest. The beautiful country itself thinks it's so powerful that it doesn't give a damn about the smaller neighboring countries. And the beautiful kingdom was extremely unethical, retreating immediately when it had swept through the neighboring countries. After 50 years of respite for neighboring countries, this beautiful country, surprisingly, the invasion is sweeping in again. You just don't develop, and when you do, then this beautiful country will sweep away mercilessly. It has also made the smaller neighboring countries, who are like slightly larger toys, dare to, played by the beautiful country. There are even some courageous small countries that have directly applied for extinction and have come to China to seek asylum. The main one is the principle that I can't afford to mess with you, and I can't afford to hide from you. This practice of the beautiful country is a disgrace to major countries, but it can't be helped. Their strength is right there. If you're capable, come in me. Dry-wing beautiful country, absolutely no nonsense. If you can't win, then I'm sorry. You'll either have to destroy your country or wait to be swept away by me. And it's rumored that the beautiful kingdom has researched real mutants. Not the kind of little kalami that kimchi country can match. These mutants are extremely strong, and the powerful ones are said to be able to control the elements of heaven and earth. What earth, water, fire, and wind are awesome. Of course, most of these mutants are experiments with poor people. You're lucky if you survive. If you don't survive, it's your bad luck. Not so for the rich. What with the steel mech just adding on, that's no less powerful than a mutant in any way. It's really true, the old saying that the poor rely on mutation and the rich rely on technology. Of course, the most mysterious is the 581st. It is said that there are still alien bodies in there. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's not going to be empty. And this time the destination was that 581st something. As for the exact location, no one knows. However, with Su Xiaokun's powerful divine sense, he might be able to sense it. Then, with the crowd, he set out with all his might toward the beautiful country. It can't be helped. With the kimchi country gone, so are the airports. One can only fly bitterly towards the beautiful country. It took longer to get to the beautiful country. It took about half a day to fly in, but just as it reached the airspace over the beautiful country, it was instantly caught on the radar of the beautiful country. You know, whether it's Sakura Land or Kimchi Land, but their country's radar couldn't find any trace of Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun also did not expect that the technology of this beautiful country was so advanced. When Su Xiaokun and the others just stopped their figures, 4 missiles were instantly shot from below. Wang Bo's quick eyes and hands directly held the missile in his hands. What the hell is this? Wang Bo was checking it out when the missile suddenly exploded in the next second. Su Xiaokun directly covered the 2 women with spiritual energy, and when the explosion dispersed, only Wang Bo's hair was flying and his face was pitch black. It directly made Luo Li laugh. Chu Qingyi also covered her mouth, obviously rendered speechless by Wang Bo's antics. Asterisk. This thing will explode again. It's a good thing the power is average, or else I would have really broken my face. Wang Bo muttered. 2 people suddenly flew up from below. One of them was dressed in a steel mech and one in a suit. Oh, where are you people from? Please exit the territory of the beautiful country quickly, or be killed on the spot. A mechanical sound came from within the steel mech. What did they say? Su Xiaokun turned his head to look at the 2 women. It was only after getting an explanation that he realized that he had dared to let himself go. Su Xiaokun felt it and couldn't feel the other party's cultivation at all. Then with a flick of his fingers, a spiritual energy shot directly onto the mecha man's helmet. The helmet was instantly reduced to powder. If Su Xiaokun didn't collect his strength, this was enough to kill the other party in seconds. When the mechs, sensing the sudden expanse of their field of vision, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Pointing at Su Xiaokun. You, who the hell are you? The mecha man also didn't expect his pride and joy of steel to be so unbeatable. The mutant next to him was even more confused. To know that the mech in front of him, even if he wanted to break it, it would take a lot of effort. Wang Bo seemed to be able to understand the beautiful language and directly disliked it back. I'm your ancestor. You're the ones who just sneaked up on me, aren't you? Wang Bo got on his temper and his face is still black to this day. You're cultivators from China. The mecha man recognized it with a look of incredulity. Of course he knew that there were cultivators in China, but he hadn't thought that cultivators could be so powerful. Chinese, you have our approval. Please retreat quickly, or no matter how good you are, we will do whatever it takes to shoot you all down. The mecha man regained his composure, and then above his shoulders, 2 cylinders popped right out. It looks like it should be a missile launching type of device. Asterisk. Master, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? I'm asking you. Did you just sneak up on me? Wang Bo was ignored and was upset. I'll say it again. Chinese, please back off, or I will open fire. Wang Bo cursed directly when he saw that he was once again ignored. I'll you up. Then a slap was thrown directly at the mech's face. Heads were thrown around 3 times. Apparently dead as dead can be. And the mutant next to him saw it. The mouth began to chant directly. And in the space, a wind blade suddenly appeared. He attacked and killed Wang Bo. Wang Bo was slightly stunned. Raise your hand against it. However, when the wind blade landed on Wang Bo, it directly dispersed. I thought how awesome. This ing special effects pull is so full it turns out to be a duck egg, said Wang Bo as he slapped the mutant in the face again. There was a splash of blood, and his brain was slapped out of his head. Phew, much more comfortable. Wang Bo took a deep breath. So much for the mutants in this beautiful country. Wang Bo muttered. Su Xiaokun also frowned at the dead too, obviously knowing that these 2 were cannon fodder at best. Chapter 119, Beautiful Country's Energy Cannon. Then Su Xiaokun instantly released his powerful divine sense. Surprisingly, I found that I couldn't cover the whole beautiful country. One can only imagine how large the territory of the beautiful country really is, and it didn't probe the location of 581 either. However, it was probed that densely packed points of light had appeared below him. Lin Nan instantly blocked in front of the crowd. A massive shield was directly supported with spiritual energy, at the same time as the point of light appeared in front of everyone's eyes, only to realize that it was actually all bullets. Not long after, from the sky came the sound of a flying machine erupting. Hundreds of airplanes suddenly appeared above the sky. It directly surrounded a few people in the center. Seeing that the shots from below were completely unable to bring down a few people, the lead fighter, surprisingly, began to shout, "Please land quickly, or we'll be rude." As the voice came out, Wang Bo took a disgusted look and instantly shot a brilliant light from his eyes, took the talking fighter directly, and shot it down. And the rest of the fighters saw such a scene. One by one, the bullets seem like they don't cost anything. Instant shot, forming a graceful arc. It swept towards several people without stopping, but with Lin Nan's shield. For a while, the planes couldn't do anything with them, and a huge shadow suddenly appeared behind Wang Bo. Took a deep breath at the dense swarm of planes. Blow out violently. A huge stream of air swept away. All the planes were surprisingly blown to dust at that moment. Only then was Wang Bo satisfied and withdrew his divine power. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Garbage. So much for the beautiful country. Wang Bo awesome boom boom came in front of Su Xiaokun. From start to finish, Su Xiaokun didn't say a word. Instead, he looked down with cold eyes. It was because he sensed a huge energy fluctuation below that was gathering. When the divine sense swept to where the energy fluctuation was, only then did he realize that it was a huge energy cannon, and a bunch of people with colorful hair were filling the energy cannons with crystals. The crystals, surprisingly, were spirit stones. This caused Su Xiaokun to be slightly surprised. Even the gathered energy caused Su Xiaokun to have some heart palpitations. It is important to realize that this energy is beyond the energy used in nuclear bombs. It had even surpassed the energy of the peak of the true immortal realm. Obviously the person in front of him couldn't resist. You return to space quickly. The attack below is not something you can resist. As the energy gathered, a fear rose in the hearts of the crowd. Looking at Su Xiaokun, he nodded slightly. The two women also felt the unprecedented pressure. There was no rebuttal either, and consciously returned to Su Xiaokun's space. And the beautiful man below was still frantically filling up with spirit stones, obviously want to kill Su Xiaokun in one blow. When everyone returned to the space, Su Xiaokun was also relieved. After all, a person facing such a huge attack, even if they couldn't carry it, then they could still escape. However, the current Su Xiaokun didn't have the slightest intention of escaping. He just had to see how much the cannon could surprise him. About 10 minutes later, the people who filled the spirit stones scattered in all directions, and the cannon's muzzle had gathered energy beyond what Su Xiaokun recognized. Even he wasn't sure he could go next. But just as Su Xiaokun hesitated, the energy was like a pillar of light, shooting straight towards Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun frowned slightly, instantly mobilizing his entire body's spiritual energy. He wanted to fight against it. There are so few things in this world that can make Su Xiaokun hurt. The fighting factor in his body also erupted violently at one time. The powerful divine thoughts instantly locked onto the energy cannon. In an instant, even this place, heaven and earth, began to show cracks. The spatial turbulence within the space began to sweep and strangle. Boom! Su Xiaokun was instantly wrapped all over his body by this pillar of energy light. At the same time, the skin on that body, surprisingly, began to tear apart inch by inch. You know, the skin that even a nuclear bomb would have trouble hurting. Surprisingly, it was broken open by this energy cannon at this time. As soon as the blood flowed out, it was vaporized by the energy surrounding it. Su Xiaokun frowned. I didn't realize that this tiny energy cannon was so powerful. In an instant, he began to roar. Ah, come on, go on. Su Xiaokun's body, constantly destroying and then constantly repairing. The toughness of the skin, too, grew wildly at this point. This is a rare opportunity to practice. Feeling unable to inflict lethal damage, Su Xiaokun didn't care. The defense was withdrawn directly. Allow the energy cannon to wash over you. A few minutes passed. The energy cannon was surprisingly no longer able to harm Su Xiaokun in the slightest. In the next second, Su Xiaokun's eyes began to go crazy. The mouth opened wide. You know, this is all pure energy provided by spirit stones. If you don't swallow it now, when will you? And this energy cannon, it's like it's found a cathartic point. Towards Su Xiaokun's mouth it rushed in. The moment the energy enters the body, that intense pain hit instantly. The internal organs were clearly struggling to support this huge amount of energy. Straight away it began to tear inch by inch. The unbearable pain directly caused Su Xiaokun's veins to ripple. And just then, the little green on Su Xiaokun's wrist unexpectedly awakened. Feeling this huge energy, he flew up at once. and the body became enormous as it flew into the sky. It was nearly 1,000 meters long. Following Su Xiaokun's example, he opened his big mouth and directly began to devour this energy. It was a good thing that there was enough energy. Otherwise, it would not have been enough for this man and snake to swallow. Su Xiaokun's body was constantly being destroyed and repaired. This kind of pain is very humanly tolerable. Deadly clenched teeth and hardened. At a time when the energy is struggling to harm the internal organs, Su Xiaokun directly took the energy he absorbed and began to converge it towards his dantian. That late stage of the transitional succession cultivation began to climb upwards. It's a little slow, but growing a little, towards the peak of the transition. And Shaoqing's aura completely exploded at this moment. The strength was surprisingly comparable to a late-stage true immortal. This was a surprise to Su Xiaokun. Although he couldn't see the cultivation of this little green at first, Su Xiaokun guessed that it wouldn't be too low. I didn't expect it to be the same as my own cultivation level. Moreover, this Shaoqing's cultivation level is a real one. It's not something that can be compared to those martial arts practitioners who cultivate up. As Green's breath climbed, the fifth claw, surprisingly, began to show signs of growth. Although it was slow, if once it grew 5 claws, it would mean that little Green had completely transformed into a dragon. So much energy that it has cut off the radar detection of the beautiful country. Now even they didn't know what kind of situation Su Xiaokun was in now. However, they believed that with such a huge amount of energy, even a country could be exterminated. Not to mention that Su Xiaokun was just a district human. Chapter 120, Extraterrestrials. Time passes. Green's fifth paw was half grown, and Su Xiaokun's cultivation level had stopped at the peak of the Ferrying Junction cultivation level at this moment. The beautiful country has lost a lot of money on this one. Seeing that the energy was about to dissipate, Shaoqing once again wrapped around Su Xiaokun's arm. As for Su Xiaokun, he also turned into a stream of light at that moment and vanished into the distance. Just as the energy dissipated completely, the radar in the beautiful country returned to normal. After a multifaceted exploration did not find any trace of Su Xiaokun, that's when they got excited. Ha ha, I told you, even if the cultivators of China are strong, they won't be able to stand up to our polycannons. That's right, it looks like there aren't even any dregs left of this Chinese cultivator. It seems that we, the beautiful country, have become the true #1 country in the world. A big, beautiful country, talking and laughing with each other, bragging about how awesome their country is. Unbeknownst to him, Su Xiaokun had now found the location of 581. With the energy promotion just now, Su Xiaokun's divine sense probing had risen to a terrifying realm. Now it only takes 2 times to explore the entire beautiful country. Hidden deep enough, Su Xiaokun appeared above mid-air, looking down, and the radar down there. It's a virtual dead giveaway right now. No trace of Su Xiaokun could be scanned at all. The location of the 581st Army, on the other hand, is in the middle of a small country on the edge of the beautiful country. On the surface it looks like a country. Underground, in fact, is where the real 581 is stationed. It's impossible for an ordinary person to find it. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Xiaokun had been blessed by a disaster and his cultivation had been greatly improved. Nor can we find this 581 dungeon buried nearly 1,000 meters deep underground. In Su Xiaokun's exploration of this underground, there are actually 1,000 people. Among them were a dozen or so whitecoats, studying, a coffin wrapped in chains, various precision instruments, affixed to the coffin, wanted to open it. Su Xiaokun shook his head. These idiots, the things of our old ancestors cannot be pried into by you natives. With that, his body transformed into a stream of light, straight into the lab. When Su Xiaokun's figure appeared out of thin air in front of the coffin, these white coats, too, merely looked at it. There was no panic. It was time to get busy with whatever it was. It was as if Su Xiaokun was originally a staff member here. Feeling it more carefully, Su Xiaokun realized that these people were surprisingly all controlled by an unknown force. Even the big guards watching over the gates were the same. The eyes were empty, doing everything mechanically. The next moment, a sudden and extremely small energy fluctuation that it suddenly drilled into Su Xiaokun's mind, and Su Xiaokun's eyes also hollowed out at that moment. However, after just a second had passed, Su Xiaokun reacted. The energy fluctuations were then probed. When the divine sense is placed on an object soaked in a nutrient solution, the object actually shuddered strangely for a moment, then returned to calm. Is this the legendary alien? Su Xiaokun carefully surveyed the humanoid creature in front of him. Although it has a human appearance, it has no reproductive organs. A bald look-alike with eyes that weren't as big as the ones played out on TV, and almost as big as a human's. Only instead of eyebrows, there are 3 diamond-shaped holes between the eyebrows. The rest is indistinguishable from humans, except for the lack of hair of course. I don't know if they were born without hair or if they shaved it off later when they soaked it in the nutrient solution. And within this organism, an extremely special energy fluctuation emanated. If Su Xiaokun wasn't strong enough, he really wouldn't have been able to discover it. This kind of energy fluctuation was not yet the same as spiritual energy. It's as if it belongs to the innate. The exact strength really cannot be perceived. This alien species, however, was extremely disorganized within its body, and it should have been heavily injured. And the nutrient solution does very little to repair it. Then Su Xiaokun struck a spiritual force into the alien creature's body. In an instant, the alien creature shook violently, as if it was extremely hard to bear, and the injuries in his body, surprisingly, began to destroy rapidly under Su Xiaokun's spiritual power. In just a few moments, the alien creature, surprisingly, lost its life. It then floats on the surface of the nutrient solution. Air. Su Xiaokun was a bit speechless, still thinking that his spiritual power was omnipotent. I didn't expect to give the alien creature the whole thing, but after the death of the alien creature, in this moment, all those who are in 581, surprisingly, they all fell down, lifeless. It looks like it's really being controlled by this guy. Su Xiaokun looked at the dead alien creature. I don't know that the nutrient solution is of no use to extraterrestrials, and the reason why this alien creature, who has survived this long, it's entirely due to parasitizing the bodies of these people. The source was constantly stripping them of their vitality, which was exchanged for the hope of their own survival, only for Su Xiaokun to directly interrupt. The death was extremely unjust. Solely stopped caring. I thought that when I came to 581 hands would be covered with blood again, but I didn't expect such a childish scene to occur. Then Su Xiaokun walked towards the coffin. With the infusion of spiritual energy, the lid of the coffin also slowly opened, and inside is the very last part of the body. It is also the most important part. Heads. Only. When Su Xiaokun saw the lifelike head, he froze in place. No one was more familiar with this head growth than he was. This is my head, Su Xiaokun muttered, and in the next second, it was as if he had lost his mind. The eyes were empty, staring straight at the head in the coffin. That's right, the head in the coffin looks exactly like Su Xiaokun. It's simply a mold. Then, the head was seen, unexpectedly flying. Those tightly closed eyes also suddenly opened as they flew up. A black light flashed and instantly decapitated Su Xiaokun's head, until his head fell to the ground. Su Xiaokun's eyes were still in stagnation. Then layers of bloodlines shot out from Su Xiaokun's neck. It was connected directly to the head in the coffin. Within a short time, the head had fitted perfectly on top of the body, and at this moment, Su Xiaokun closed his eyes. The body stood straight as if it had lost its sense of sight. Within the 581 underworld, no one knew how much time had passed. Inside, only the light shines, unchanged for 100 years. Just as Su Xiaokun lost consciousness, a gust of black mist unexpectedly appeared in front of him. The black mist then transformed into a human form, a pitch-black cloak that wrapped around his entire body, making it impossible to see his face. Flutter. Kneeling directly in front of Su Xiaokun. Chapter 121 Qi? If Su Xiaokun is still conscious at this time, then he would realize that the man in the black cloak had, in fact, appeared a long time ago. That was the man in black that appeared when Su Xiaokun returned from the Yellow Emperor world to save his wife. At that time, he said, a group of martial arts practitioners, how dare they compete with immortal cultivation? They don't know how to die. The black-clothed man at this moment was respectful, kneeling repeatedly to Su Xiaokun. His mouth was still chanting, an extremely ancient and mysterious incantation. Awaken, my lord! The man in black suddenly pointed his hands to the sky and roared. Then Su Xiaokun seemed to sense the call. The body trembled for a moment, then the eyes snapped open. With a burst of black aura shooting out, Su Xiaokun looked down at the man in black. Ha! Black robe, long time no see. And the voice was low and hoarse, as if it came from the distant past. The voice that didn't belong to Su Xiaokun at all was obviously from another person. Master, the old slave has reincarnated hundreds of thousands of times and finally waited for your resurrection. The black robe was pious beyond measure, and that voice, as respectful as it had to be. Hard work. Ha ha, Yellow Emperor, old me is back. At this moment, the clothes on Su Xiaokun's body suddenly turned into a long black robe. Even above his forehead, two demonic horns grew. Welcome back, Lord Qi. The black-robed man knelt down once more. She felt it for a moment and nodded. I didn't expect that the Yellow Emperor's untransmitted skills would be acquired by my body in this life. It seems that the heavens are not against me. Dog Emperor, back then, when I begged you so much to borrow your gongfu, you're as stingy as a dog's ass. Well, even if you break up my body and seal it in various places, but the old man's soul can still be reincarnated. And by chance, I learned your technique. Aren't you mad? Ha, ha ha, she is just like a demon. And at this moment the cultivation of the body unexpectedly began to climb. When just about to break through to beyond transition, suddenly the shackles in his body unexpectedly tightened, and suddenly his cultivation level dropped again. Asterisk asterisk. This damn heavenly way. Just as Qi had finished cursing, a riot suddenly broke out between heaven and earth. The violent vibration made Qi not react for a while. In the next moment, he directly waved his sleeve robe and left this place with his black robe. When it reappeared, it was already in the sky, looking down on the earth in a condescending manner. And from this moment on, Blue Star was gradually wrapped in a layer of aura. End times begin to end. Blue Star, which was only a continent, has grown to so many territories, and that's still because Qi broke it when he fought with the Yellow Emperor. When Qi awoke, the aura of heaven and earth converged and the continents began to merge. In this moment, all of Blue Star instantly lost power. A high mountain began to rise. That creature, which only belonged to the mountain and sea scriptures, had only now begun to awaken from the mysterious core of the earth. And there was a lot of land in the bottom of the sea, which began to float up, started connecting all the plates together. The door of that Kunlun, too, at this moment, opens to a new world. Gradually it melted into one. And the blood turtle was also at this moment as if it had sensed something, looking towards where Su Xiaokun was. Has the day finally come? The blood turtle suddenly transformed into a humanoid form, like an 18 or 19-year-old teenager. Su Xiaokun, does your consciousness still exist? The teenager muttered. In fact, the blood turtle has long known that Su Xiaokun is the reincarnation of Qi's soul. After all, others may not recognize Qi. That blood turtle is a pattern burned into the brain. Passed down from generation to generation. Just like that, all the continents began to gradually merge at this moment. The people of the beautiful country, on the other hand, seemed to be bewitched. At this moment in time, surprisingly, they all flocked towards Su Xiaokun's incarnation of Qiyu, and began to kneel down. Everyone, even the newborn babies did the same, kneeling down. Ha ha, master, these people of the beautiful kingdom are made of your resentment. Now that you, in your true form, have been restored, they will also be your most faithful servants. Qi nodded. A pair of huge wings suddenly sprouted behind him, and with eyes like a demon's, glowing with a lurid red light. The next moment, a black line appeared from all the beautiful countrymen, converging toward Qi, and these black lines are the power of faith. To break through to a higher realm, one needed to have the power of faith. Only these powers of faith, looking at the many. In fact, it can only make the shackles in the body of Qiyu slightly loosened. After all, the current continent had not yet merged, and the true heavenly Tao system had not yet been fully formed. To ascend to a higher realm, one would need to wait a while. At this moment, the territory of China is also expanding infinitely. The old man sitting in the capital suddenly shot out a brilliant light in his eyes and, looking over in the direction of the beautiful country, the eyes revealed excitement and contained a hint of fear. I didn't expect that this little guy would actually succeed. I don't know if is good or bad, the old man muttered. The voice was then wrapped in dragon chi and spread to every corner of China. The age of the end will be a thing of the past, and China will stand on top of the continent once more. All ancient martial arts families, those who obey live. Those who go against me will be killed without pardon. For a moment, all the martial artists heard this old man's voice, and the ancient martial arts clans that were playing a small game were also receiving the message from the old man when he, once again, the door is open to the world. Most of the ancient martial arts clans have successfully submitted to the state, and a small number of ancient martial arts clans, with their own heritage, started a riot. The time has passed. 10 years. All the continents have been fused, and that mysterious Kunlun also merged into the new world at this moment. A portion of the ordinary people also awakened the bloodline from the ancient times in their bodies. Some of them have soared to the top of the heap and become the top of the heap. Some are silent. There were even some who had awakened supernormal abilities and could control the elements of heaven and earth. And these types of people are known as alien walkers. Strength even above the practitioners. 10 years had truly evolved into patriarchs running all over the place. False immortals are all over the place. And during this decade, China changed its name to the Kingdom of Heaven. He even founded the civilized continent's martial arts academy, the World Academy. It became one of the pinnacle forces on the continent. And the most powerful force of them all is the Dark Prison, with the Blood Turtle and the three masters, Su Xiaokun, leading the way. The Dark Prison became the ultimate aspiration of the world. Inside, there are as many as 10 true immortal realm powerhouses. The strength of the Blood Turtle had even reached the peak of the true immortal realm. The Heavenly Academy was able to become a peak power, but it also had the help of the Dark Prison, and the two supported each other. Repression of the Contemporary. Chapter 122, Conspiracy from the Ancient World. In the middle of a dimly lit world, Qi's body, and Su Xiaokun's body, were changing back and forth. The bean-sized beads of sweat that flowed from his forehead were clearly in an extremely painful stage. This went on for a full decade, while in front of Su Xiaokun, there was a black-clothed old man who was protecting Su Xiaokun. Beside the old man in black was Qi's henchman, Black Robe. The black robes looked to the black-clad old man. Fong Wentian, you give up. Su Xiaokun can't come back. There's only Lord Qi now. That's right, the black-robed old man was none other than the Lord of Hell, Ghost Emperor Fong Wentian. The strength had also reached the peak of the true immortal realm. Bull ********. The old man's disciple. The old man knows himself. You understand? Be content that Lord Qi once got to be your disciple. It's just that he hadn't awakened his spirit at that time. Now that Qi's body has taken shape, with Su Xiaokun's weak soul, how could it possibly block Lord Qi's rebirth? The black robe looked at Fong Wentian with disdain. If not, the difference in strength between the two was so great that no one could do anything about it. Black Robe ate him a long time ago. Even so, these two hadn't been at war for 10 years. With a fluctuation in the space in front of him, an old woman appeared in front of the two holding the Ghost Emperor order. Fong Wentian was slightly pleased in his heart. Wifey, you're here. The person who came was none other than Ancient Autumn Moon. Gucho Yu nodded and looked at Su Xiaokun. It's been 10 years. Hasn't little Kunzi woken up yet? Fong Wentian sighed. Hey, it's been a while, with occasional awakenings. But the consciousness, immediately afterward, was taken over by Qi. Little Kunzi, too, didn't want us to get hurt, so he closed the senses of Qi's body. After so many years, it's really bitter for this child. He hasn't had a day of peace of mind since I've known him. I wish he was just a regular guy. Ancient Autumn Moon sighed. Hey, who says otherwise? Just as a few people were chatting, among the consciousness of Qi's body, there are two soul bodies that are fighting violently. A soul is then the body of Qi, like a demon. Looking at the soul of Su Xiaokun, give it up. Even if I give you another 10 years, you won't be able to control my body. Qi looked at Su Xiaokun and said faintly, ****, you want farts to eat? And your body, do you want to be ashamed? You call out to it and see if it says yes? Su Xiaokun looked at Qi with disdain. Little one, realize that we were meant to be one. It's a destiny that can't be escaped. You can't kill me, and I can't kill you, so it's not in anyone's best interest to just wear it out. She looked at Su Xiaokun with some annoyance. Hudi is the same person as you. Look at that pussy you look like. Strangely ugly. I'm so damn handsome. How can I be the same person as you? Hearing Su Xiaokun's angry scolding, she has already taken it for granted. The body then moved slightly and instantly changed into Su Xiaokun's appearance. ***, even if you turn into me, it doesn't change the fact that you're a demon. Su Xiaokun looked at himself in front of him and suddenly felt incomparably diaphoretic. And in the middle of the outside world, a youth appeared in front of Fong Chentian, looking straight at Su Xiaokun who was changing back and forth. He then took out a glowing bead and murmured under his breath, "Young lord, it's time to awaken." Then the beads were thrown into Su Xiaokun's body. And this youth is the blood turtle transformed. The moment the beads entered the body, Su Xiaokun's soul was violently powerful. She took a look and frowned. This can't be right. The Yellow Emperor died a long time ago. How could there still be an appearance of the Yellow Emperor's origin? She is a little scared. Just as he wanted to step forward to stop it, he was immediately repelled by the light emanating from Su Xiaokun's soul. It really is the Yellow Emperor origin. She looked at Su Xiaokun, whose eyes were tightly closed in front of him. In horror, the body also began to struggle involuntarily. To say who Qi is most afraid of, that belongs to the Yellow Emperor. As the Yellow Emperor origin was absorbed by Su Xiaokun, Su Xiaokun's clothes also began to gradually change. The soul was also growing stronger by leaps and bounds at this moment. In an instant, the golden holy armor directly covered Su Xiaokun's entire body. It is truly as sacred as the Yellow Emperor. When Su Xiaokun's soul became strong, on the contrary Qi Yu's soul began to weaken. And she can't stop it. No, it can't be. She was now as mad as a madman, manifesting his own body, and the body of Su Xiaokun in the outside world. The frequency of Qi Yu's appearance also began to decrease. The crowd all snickered at the sight. The Black Robe, on the other hand, frowned. You, what was that thing you just took? The Black Robe pointed at the youth with a face full of horror. The youth looked to the Black Robes. How could I forget about you? Suddenly, a gigantic king's 8 silhouette manifested behind the youth. Opening his bloody mouth, he swallowed the Black Robe in one gulp. The shadow then dissipated and the youth burped. Waste! The youth cursed disdainfully. As for Fong Qiantian and Gu Chouyue, they were shocked. One must know that this black-robed one was also at the peak of the true immortal realm. Fong Wendian had been entangled with it for many years and was unable to kill it. Now it was swallowed in one bite by the blood turtle. Look at the shock of the two men. Blood turtle yawned. You need not be surprised. I am inherently restrained from all things dark. The black robes are kind of unlucky. The two nodded. With the fusion of the Yellow Emperor's origin, a whole bunch of memories suddenly flooded into Su Xiaokun's mind. It was a memory from the Yellow Emperor's origin. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. So it is. Su Xiaokun slowly opened his eyes and looked at the incomparably weak Qiyu. You know all about it? She looked at Su Xiaokun weakly. Ha ha, this is really 1,000 years old. The hallowed generation of demonic emperors. The Qi Emperor is actually the Yellow Emperor's ING doppelganger. This ING dog ING drama is insane. Su Xiaokun said as he walked towards Qi. Ha ha, what an amazing conspiracy. The Emperor of the human race is actually ING Qiyu. What a ING bull myth. It's all ING fake. And call themselves fallen. Back then, I really believed in the Yellow Emperor's bull asterisk. So all of this was actually directed by the Yellow Emperor himself. What a ING tomb of the Yellow Emperor. What the Imperial Mother's tomb. It's all ING Yellow Emperor. For following you. It's just a plan to merge with this so-called Qi of yours. So all of this has long been destined to happen. What the golden coiled dragon baton? That was actually originally transformed by the Regulus sword. I said why this stick is so powerful. So it is. Everything is finally unraveling. Chapter 123, Su Xiaokun regains control of his body. She looked at Su Xiaokun, who had fallen into madness, and in turn released. Good. It is true that all of this is a conspiracy on our part, and that includes this end time, which is also our masterpiece. But, do you know that this heaven is unjust? In order to stop the ascension of the Blue Star Continent's cultivators, they even rigidly locked the ascension channel. All monks are unable to ascend to higher realms. As there are more and more cultivators, the amount of aura needed will grow. At this rate, Blue Star will disappear into the dust sooner or later. So I made up my own play and slaughtered all the cultivators. After breaking up the continent so that the heavenly Tao will think we've given up on the idea of ascension, thus letting your guard down, and I am in the midst of endless rounds of reincarnation, evading the watchful eye of heaven. She was frantic about everything, and Su Xiaokun was completely integrated with the Yellow Emperor origin at this time. Qi's soul was weak, as if it would blow away in a gust of wind. Oh, what a great move! Su Xiaokun doesn't even know who he is himself now, or the Yellow Emperor, or Qiyu, or Su Xiaokun. Surprisingly, he was also confused. Actually, maybe we were just captive pets in the first place. Su Xiaokun's eyes were filled with vicissitudes. There may be a greater conspiracy behind the heavenly Tao. Su Xiaokun sighed. Kid, there's no need to think about that right now. My soul is about to dissipate, and since I can't fuse you, I'll have to do it on the cheap. After fusing me, you will become the true Yellow Emperor. No, might be a whole new person. Maybe you'll break this heavenly bond. To explore the conspiracy behind the heavenly ways, she said, and walked towards Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun slightly stunned, open arms, and she embraced on Su Xiaokun. Just like that, the two souls completely fused into one the moment they touched. Thus, she, the Yellow Emperor origin, and Su Xiaokun became one, a whole new life form, and the shackles within the body, at this moment, showed some signs of loosening again. And the strength of that peak transitional succession had already reached the half-step Emperor realm. That's right, after the transition stage, there is the Emperor realm. In turn, the Emperor realm was divided into 3 stages, the Emperor realm, the Great Emperor realm, and the Emperor realm. At one time, whether it was the Yellow Emperor, or Qiyu, both were in the realm of the Emperor's great perfection. As long as the two became one, then they could break through the Emperor realm and thus ascend. However, because of the obstruction of the heavenly Tao, the two were unable to merge into one, much less ascend. As for the great circle of the Emperor realm, it was the top cultivation level in this world. Despite having an endless lifespan, he was only trapped in this acre of land. After fusing all the memories, Su Xiaokun's soul completely merged into his body, and the Su Xiaokun in the outside world also transformed into his own body. The horns on his head are no longer there. As Su Xiaokun opened his eyes, those eyes were as deep as the stars. It's as if looking at it puts you into reincarnation. Little Quinny, is that you? Fong Wendy and Guchoyu looked at Su Xiaokun, who opened his eyes and almost fell in. Then Su Xiaokun's eyes returned to normal. Look at the two men. It's me. Upon hearing Su Xiaokun's voice, the two of them also sighed and then hung a face of surprise. Ha ha, I knew you'd make it. Fong Wendian patted Su Xiaokun's shoulder. Su Xiaokun nodded. Thanks for these 10 years, old man Fong. Bastard. Be polite to me, my ass. Let's have a nice drink later. Su Xiaokun then looked at the youth next to him. Little bastard. Long time no see. When he heard Su Xiaokun's voice, little bastard instantly knelt down. Welcome back, Lord Yellow Emperor. The two were dumbfounded, not knowing what the little bastard meant by that. When did Su Xiaokun become emperor? Oh, come on, get up. I'm not the Yellow Emperor anymore. That's all in the past. Su Xiaokun patted little bastard's shoulder. Since you have cultivated into human form, you'll be called Hachi from now on. Su Xiaokun smiled evilly. As much as the blood turtle disliked the name, it couldn't be refuted. All at the young lord's discretion. All right, don't be so formal. Come with me to the world. What the world has become today. Hachi nodded. Old man Fong, together or not? Fong Wentian shook his head. You guys go ahead. I'll pass. Su Xiaokun nodded without saying anything. Instead, with a wave of his hand, his own and Hachi's figures disappeared into thin air. By the time it appeared, the figure had already appeared in the Su family garden. When it appeared over the Su family estate, Su Xiaokun was confused. What's the situation? Where's the sojourn? Only to see that the current Su family garden had been transformed into a huge and magnificent building. There was also a vague dragon aura emanating from it. Hachi looked at Su Xiaokun and said, Young lord, times have changed. The aura of the blue star is now completely revived. During the 10 years of your slumber, the Su family estate has become the World Academy of Books. With Hachi's explanation, Su Xiaokun realized that it's amazing how much can happen in 10 years. And an old man in the World Academy was looking at the book in his hand, as if he had sensed little eight's aura. The next second it was in the air. When he saw Su Xiaokun, he was obviously a bit stunned. And Su Xiaokun also recognized the old man. Long time no see. Su Xiaokun looked at the old man and said, Now, should I call you Lord Yellow Emperor, or Little Koan? The old man looked at Su Xiaokun with a playful smile revealed in his eyes. It was because the Yellow Emperor origin was what the old man had handed over to Hachi. Otherwise you wouldn't know so much about it. Elder Long is joking. I'm still me. Just call me Little Koan. The Yellow Emperor has become the past. Long Lao nodded. And this Long Lao was the leader of China. Now a leader in the kingdom of heaven. The strength is far inferior to Su Xiaokun, but it is still the king of a country. He is also now the president of the World Academy of Books. By the way, don't mind privately occupying your Su estate, do you? Long Lao looked at Su Xiaokun. Che, the entire kingdom of heaven is your old man's, so I'll just use this little manor. Come on, you kids don't have to be so sour. The Kunlun is now integrated into the new world, and it's already in your territory. Although I am the leader of the kingdom of heaven, the territory is not as big as yours, so be content. By the way, rename Kunlun into a country as soon as possible. When you think of a name, let me know and I'll help you build your country. Elder Dragon said, You know that now the new world, with the integration of Kunlun, it was as much as twice the size of the previous world. 124. Founding of the state. Su Xiaokun was slightly surprised in his heart. He didn't think that Long Lao would be so generous. It is important to realize that the founding of a nation is not something that can be built just because you want it to be. Still, it was a nod. He then took Hachi and returned to Kunlun. When back on top of the dark prison hall, In Hongxue walked down from the main seat. Seeing Su Xiaokun's return directly knelt down. Welcome back, prison master. If Gu Qiuyue wasn't there, then there was In Hongxue in charge of the dark prison. Today's dark prison has disciples all over the country. Throwing out the original followers of the dark prison, there were now more than 300,000 disciples as well. Became a true clan overlord. The original clans in Kunlun had all defected to the dark prison. The only organization in Kunlun now is the dark prison. Su Xiaokun nodded, then seemed to remember something. There was a sudden tension in his mind. Then with a wave of his hand, Chu Qingyi, Lu Oli, Wang Bo, and Lin Nan appeared in front of Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun, you also know. I know. Let's go. Old man. Mother. Come out. Come on. Aha. Lu Oli's eyes were filled with anger. The shocked Su Xiaokun didn't even dare to say anything. Do you know how long I've been in your world? I thought you were dead. Ever since Su Xiaokun fused the head, the flow rate of the world within himself reached 10 to 1. That's 10 days inside equals 1 day outside. Air. It seems like 100 years. Su Xiaokun whispered. And you know it. 100 years. A whole 100 years. I've let you get stuck for 100 years. Even if Chu Qingyi had a good temper. At this moment, looking at Su Xiaokun's face, she had some complaints. She knew that Su Xiaokun wouldn't put a few people in there for so long for no reason, but after all, no one can understand the sense of loss in his heart after not seeing him for 100 years. Su Xiaokun slightly reached out his hand, and the two women immediately entered into Su Xiaokun's arms, people by virtue of the two women's complaints. Seeing this, the crowd also retreated in a sensible manner. Half a day's worth of greetings later, only then did the two women wrap their arms around Su Xiaokun with force. Tears slipped from his eyes. Sorry. Su Xiaokun wrapped his arms around the two with force. 100 years of pent-up pressure had caused the spiritual energy in the two women's bodies to reach a terrifying realm, but without Su Xiaokun's help, they were unable to break through. With the help of Su Xiaokun, the cultivation of the two women had actually directly reached the transition stage. This was something that made Su Xiaokun ruthlessly surprised, and Luo Li's cultivation had even reached the middle stage of the ferrying. Of course, the benefits Su Xiaokun received were not much less than the two women in the slightest. That half-step emperor realm cultivation had begun to crack in layers. The body was full of energy, ready to break through at any time. Su Xiaokun forcefully suppressed the energy of the breakthrough. After all, tonight, Su Xiaokun belongs to the two people in front of him. You can't be too busy to go to the ferry. After the two women heard Su Xiaokun's passage over the past 10 years, their hearts were viciously gripped together. Fortunately, Su Xiaokun's soul, not occupied by qi. Otherwise the two are afraid they won't have husbands. What a surprise. This yellow emperor and Qi Yu actually played such a big game of chess. Luo Li's fingers drew circles on Su Xiaokun's chest. Well, I thought I was going to have a big battle with Qi Yu, but as a result, it was such a result. Su Xiaokun also said somewhat breathlessly. That's right, hubby. Do you know what your world has become now? Su Xiaokun shook his head. Go go go. My old lady will take you to see what I've accomplished in the past 100 years. As Su Xiaokun's mind moved, the three of them suddenly appeared in their own world. When entering the world for a moment, Su Xiaokun unexpectedly sensed the presence of nearly 10 million people. Keep in mind that only a few 100,000 people were released at that time. More shocking, though, was the fact that a huge city was already functioning properly. What with the economy, trade, ocean going, not a single one. Live and let live a modern city. Lori puffed out her chest. How's that for a good old mom? This is all my doing. The only bad thing about it, though, is that there's no birth or death here. All men have eternal life. Sure, as long as husband you don't die. Su Xiaokun felt it carefully, although his own side of space had become a real world, but it's no different than the previous blue star. It belongs to the end times, and the people in it are unable to cultivate. They were different from the two Luoli, because of Luoli and Chu Qingyi's feats. Even if they didn't cultivate, that cultivation will also grow unconsciously, only slower. When Su Xiaokun froze, Luoli pulled out 2 bills, and on top of this bill of $50, it was the avatar of Su Xiaokun. Upon seeing the $100 bill, it turned out to be an image of the three of them. This made Su Xiaokun speechless for some time. What? My mom doesn't design good currency? Good looking. Then with a change of mind, the three of them returned to the room once again. Anyway, this world was originally used by Su Xiaokun as a storage for things. As for letting Luoli manage it into something, he didn't care. A new discussion between the three then began. When it comes to building a nation, the two men were also in deep thought. Well, since we're establishing a country, it definitely needs a dominating name. The country of China has now been changed to the Kingdom of Heaven. Then we can't be worse off. Of course these outside information, or Su Xiaokun told the two women. Afterward, Luo Li's imagination, which was superb, began to skyrocket again. How about calling it the Kingdom of God? Luo Li said, stroking her chin. Would this be a little too much? Chu Qingyi blankly glanced at Luo Li. Over? We're supposed to be stronger than heaven as a whole. Lori muttered. Both of them wanted to crack open Luo Li's head to see what was inside. Chu Qingyi was also in deep thought. Why don't we just call it Kunlun Ancient Kingdom? Su Xiaokun thought about it and said, after all, this is supposed to be the Kunlun world. It wouldn't be good to change it to something else. Chu Qingyi looked at Su Xiaokun. A nod followed. Luo Li, on the other hand, is complaining a bit, because, again, the name she wanted wasn't taken. Then said, I'll let you have it this time, but it's my turn to name names again. One for each of us. The two laughed awkwardly and agreed with Luo Li's idea. The next day, Su Xiaokun transmitted his voice to Long Lao. After determining the name, with the help of Elder Dragon, the Kunlun Ancient Kingdom was officially founded. Chapter 125, The Emperor's Tribulation. After a while of getting to know each other, the Blue Star, now, had been divided into 3 major powers. One of the oceans occupies half of the blue planet, Due to the resurrection of the creatures from the Yamaha Sutra, they have also taken over all the deep forests, and the rest belongs to the map of human activity. The ocean was also renamed at this moment as the Sea of the Deep and Spectral, filled with unknown creatures. The name of the forest also became Unknown Forest, because no one knows what kind of monsters are inside. There had been people who had gone in as a group, even if the other party was led by a void immortal powerhouse. There's also no return. With the establishment of the ancient kingdom of Kunlun, all forces had also gathered in the Kunlun ancient kingdom. The Dark Prison, on the other hand, became the most powerful presence in the ancient kingdom. Long Lao, the old man savant, at the same time as the founding of the ancient nation of. It was then declared that the kingdom of heaven was in permanent alliance with the ancient kingdom. This made the foreign powers, for a moment, tremble a little. After all, both countries have extremely deep pockets, and it's only been 800 years abroad. Even now that the aura has revived, they have awakened their gods, but it's still too short a time to go up against either of the two countries. Not to mention the fact that the two countries are now in an alliance. As the founding of the country is such an important event, foreign countries have also sent people here to congratulate. And of course there are those who want to hug their thighs and the leader himself descends. Of course, the most disgusting news belonged to the fact that the Sakura country had actually been restored. The reason for this is that the remnants of the stragglers, surprisingly, some of them have awakened the bloodline of the Orochi, and these heartless remnants of the Sakura country, to make their country's population grow faster. Surprisingly, he is crazy enough to have sex with his close relatives. This has also led to the birth of a number of deformed babies, and the remnants of the Kinchi kingdom, surprisingly, have awakened the miracle of the three gods' two tits. The two destroyed countries, moreover, are now coming together. A new power was formed called the Serpent God Tribe. However, these Su Xiaokun did not have much time to take care of for the time being. After all, it's early in the country's history and there's still a lot to be done. No, since Kunlun is supposed to be retro era, there isn't even an airport. In order to welcome the people sent by the countries, arrangements had to be made to build the airport overnight. However, it was good to know that Kunlun lacked everything, just not cultivators. A huge airport was also built in just 3 days, and the cultivation within Su Xiaokun's body now had reached a point where it was almost impossible to suppress it. About to face the crossing, the Kingdom of Heaven also wants to make a name for Su Xiaokun, so that foreigners will know the depth of the country. These days, Long Lao also made a crazy fuss about it, and that guy was more excited than Su Xiaokun himself. Even more so, the location of the crossing was chosen. That's in the Sea of Deep Spectre. Of course one of them wants to shock and awe the resurrected monsters from the Yamaha Sutra. Su Xiaokun, with his 2 daughters in tow, was currently sipping tea in the office of Elder Long of the World Academy of Books. I say Long Lao, do you have to? It's not just a calamity. You have to make it known to everyone. Long Lao blankly glanced at Su Xiaokun without any good reason. Brat, what do you know? With your current cultivation, it's not too much of a stretch to say that you're the deity of both our countries. Old man me, although I awakened the dragon soul of China when the aura was revived, but even if that's the case, it's probably not a match for you in one move. Elder Long said with a face that didn't care. I didn't realize that above this true immortal, there is an even higher realm of. The old man has opened my eyes. I'd like you to open up about your heritage if you can. After all, even though the aura has revived now, most of them are still ordinary ancient martial arts. Su Xiaokun looked at Long Lao and pondered for a moment. Let's wait for this until I'm done with the tribulation. Even if I wanted to release my inheritance, ordinary people wouldn't be able to cultivate it. After all, there's no way to change a physical problem. Elder Dragon nodded. I estimate that I will be able to suppress it for about 5 more days at most before I have to cross the threshold. Su Xiaokun analyzed it. That fast? Long Lao looked at Su Xiaokun and pondered for a while. 5 days would be enough. Basically everyone who could came. In the end, after some discussion between the two, it was decided that the realms of martial arts would be redone, eliminated the previous outer and inner diameter zoners, replaced with Su Xiaokun's realm division. However, in this way, the highest part of the cultivation level had been defined to the Yuaning realm, and there weren't a lot of people at the transition stage. It was also because of the reason of the Gongfu that one practiced. It was just too difficult to go further. In 5 days, whether it was the Kingdom of Heaven, or the Ancient Kingdom, a large number of foreigners came one after another, most dressed in fancy clothes, even with the ability to fly. One by one, they also honestly chose to walk, or take the car, because Su Xiaokun said that the Heavenly Kingdom and the imperial capital of the Ancient Kingdom, flight is prohibited and all found will be beheaded. At first there was a big guy who was a beginner in the transition who was not convinced. As a result, he was slapped to death by Su Xiaokun, thousands of miles away from him. It was only then that the gang realized how powerful Su Xiaokun was. One by one, they honestly start laying low. 5 days passed in a flash, and Su Xiaokun also led the crowd, heading to the sea of deep specters. However, just when Su Xiaokun thought he was the earliest to arrive, but I didn't realize that hundreds of thousands of people had already gathered below the ing floor. This is still the invitation sent by Long Lao Guan has restrictions. If not to mention hundreds of thousands of people, even millions of people would have to come over to watch. After all, this was Su Xiaokun entering a new realm. Although the realms were now unified, although they were only spoken of externally up to the peak of the transitional succession, only a very small portion of people knew that above the transitional tribulation, there was actually an emperor realm. Over time, around the deep specter sea, most of the countries had already arrived, and the sky above began to darken with clouds. Within the clouds, fiery red thunderbolts surged. Even Su Xiaokun frowned slightly. It was because he sensed that this thunder tribulation surpassed the previous one by tens of times. But any spark of electricity that popped up could have wiped out all these people watching the battle. And the crowd felt such a strong sense of oppression that even breathing began to be difficult. Luckily, though, most of the people in here were on top of the Jindan, and those under the Jindan had long since been prostrated to the ground by this terrifying pressure. The body trembled, but even then, they had no intention of leaving. Right at this moment, in Su Xiaokun's mind, there came the voice of Old Dragon. Kid, you've got to put on a big show for me this time. Asterisk scares the out of these foreign assholes. Su Xiaokun looked at Long Lao not far away speechlessly, not expecting that It's amazing that this high and mighty leader of the country has such a side. Chapter 126 Sky Pavilion. Just a few moments later, the entire heaven and earth went completely dark. Gale force winds swept through the crowd, but it's a good thing that these hundreds of thousands of people, at the same time, released their inner strength and a massive shield was formed, which was not blown away. And after Su Xiaokun handed the two girls over to Old Man Long, alone, he flew 10,000 meters into the sea of deep specters. After all, being too close, Su Xiaokun was also afraid of crashing these people to death. And in the middle of the deep sea, an eye actually appeared on the surface. The eyes were as big as a basketball court. It's hard to imagine just how big the whole body is. Looking at the place where Su Xiaokun was crossing the threshold, the owner of the giant eye it also unconsciously wanders deeper. Drink! Su Xiaokun roared. The cultivation exploded violently. At this moment, the shackles of the half-step emperor realm suddenly burst. That terrifying cultivation instantly turned the sea thousands of meters deep under his feet into a vacuum area. And the thunderbolt brewing in the clouds thumped down at that moment. Yet. This is what people can get through. The people watching the battle were instantly stunned by the thunderbolt. It was important to know that ordinary thunderbolts only had one descending at a time, and Su Xiaokun's thunderbolt was surprisingly enough to have 9 of them fall instantly. Even Su Xiaokun himself was confused, even if he has memories from the distant past. But there was no such terrifying thunderbolt in memory. Am I violating the laws of heaven? Su Xiaokun was also speechless. At the same time when the body came into contact with the 9 thunderbolts, Su Xiaokun's throat rolled, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, and the blood was pitch black. What's going on? Long Lao looked at Su Xiaokun who was spitting out blood and wanted to transmit his voice, but now it won't pass in at all. I can only mutter to myself, brat, what are you up to? Didn't I tell you to act tough? Why did you spit blood on yourself first? What the dragon old man did not know was that this mouth of blood was originally the aged blood contained in the body of Chi Yu. Spitting it out has tremendous health benefits. Feeling the power of the thunderbolt, Su Xiaokun smiled faintly. With the yellow emperor origin, and the Chi body, this thunderbolt couldn't even hurt the slightest bit. Although it looked extremely scary, Nayad's body was too strong, and a second thunderbolt began to brew. Su Xiaokun was also frantically thinking in his head about how he could put this pussy on. As the second thunderbolt descended, it was even more than the first. There were a full 10 thunderbolts falling. Su Xiaokun couldn't think about it, and 2 huge palms suddenly appeared behind his back, directly grasping the thunderjack in one hand. With the rubbing of his palms, this second thunderbolt was actually hardened into a ball. After constant compression, the thunderballs were getting smaller and smaller. But the power inside is getting more and more terrifying. When the ball of thunder became the size of a palm, Su Xiaokun violently opened his large mouth and directly swallowed the thunderbolt into his stomach. This ate the thunderbolt? The people below rubbed their eyes vigorously, unable to believe what was happening in front of them. This was the vast majority of people who had crossed the thunder tribulation. They can survive even if they are powerful and have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. But to think of swallowing a thunderbolt raw like Su Xiaokun, that was something they didn't even dare to think about. The internal organs are extremely weak, not to mention swallowing them raw. Even a single chop can split internal injuries. Seeing this scene, Elder Long secretly gave Su Xiaokun a thumbs up, because right now these foreigners could have their jaws drop to their feet in shock. Then, the third time, the fourth time, and all the way up to the ninth thunderbolt. Su Xiaokun was like this. The thunderbolt that entered the abdomen also brought Su Xiaokun great benefits. The cultivation level also began to climb. Just when the crowd thought that they would succeed in crossing the threshold after the ninth thunderbolt ended, unexpectedly, a 10th thunderbolt was brewing in the sky. Su Xiaokun also wondered, shouldn't it be 9 times at most? How come it's 10 times for you? But it wasn't taken to heart. Raising his head to the sky, his eyes were fixed on the brewing of the thunderbolt. Not long after, the 10th thunderbolt fell with a loud bang. Only this time, the lightning tribulation was not superimposed, but only 2 instead. But the power of these 2 thunderbolts was the sum of the previous thunderbolts. Su Xiaokun nodded slightly. It's still a bit of a thunderbolt. It was only that these 2 thunderbolts were actually entwined with several thunder dragons. The moment the thunder tribulation fell, these several thunder dragons unexpectedly began to scatter in all directions. The people watching the battle were startled at the sight of the scattered thunder dragons. What the? The crowd suddenly cursed, then turned around and ran. Didn't even have the courage to turn around. Just kidding. This kind of thunderbolt. I'm afraid that even my soul will be destroyed if I touch it. Running a little slower would be an insult to this thunderbolt. And the scattered crowd turned into several groups. Of course, the lowest cultivation is also the slowest runner. There were probably close to 100,000 people. Suddenly a thunder dragon exploded into the group. And the group, surprisingly, disappeared in an instant. Not even a mist of blood appeared. Ouch! ***. Some of the people running away had the guts to look back. And suddenly their souls were scared out of their wits. This ing definitely changes the habit of looking at people in the future. Old ing dragon was running faster than anyone else at the moment. With the boost of the dragon's energy, that guy winded up leaving everyone behind. However, he still did his best to protect both Chu Qingyi and Luo Li. As for any Wang Bo, to hell with Lin Nan. Su Xiaokun, who was in the midst of the transmigration at the moment, snorted and laughed out loud when he saw the appearance of the dragon elder. A loud shout followed. At that moment, everyone stopped and looked at Su Xiaokun. Break me! Only to see Su Xiaokun violently raise his fist and blast out a fist towards the clouds. Right at this moment the thunderbolt unexpectedly began to break apart inch by inch. That majestic spiritual energy directly penetrated the clouds. It shattered the thunderbolt in an instant. As the sunlight fell, the 4-shot thunder dragon, too, suddenly dissipated, and the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. In his heart, he cursed Su Xiaokun for being despicable. With such strength, how come he didn't break the thunderbolt earlier? Nearly 100,000 people who were harmed went up in smoke. But only in my mind. Long Lao's beard was curling with anger, and if it weren't for the presence of the foreigner, it would have been a long time ago that I would have pointed my nose and cussed. However, just as the crowd was about to congratulate Su Xiaokun, a vision suddenly appeared above the sky. The frightened crowd turned their heads and ran, but when he saw that it wasn't a thunderbolt, he stood still again, only to see that above the sky, a 9-story pavilion had slowly appeared in vain. It's like the palace of heaven. There was a lot of speculation below. Could there really be a heavenly court? For a moment everyone's eyes were plunged above the building, and Long Lao's voice transmission reached Su Xiaokun's ears. Well, can we go in and take a look? I don't know. I feel that this pavilion is not simple. Chapter 127, Practicing the Truth. Su Xiaokun looked at the 9-story pavilion that gradually condensed into a solid body, and in the next second his body began to dissipate. When the body reappeared, it was already standing at the edge of the 9-story pavilion, and there was surprisingly a door at the edge of the building. The door was not visible to those below. When he saw the 3 words written above this door, Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned. Shocked reading followed. What? What court? That's right. Su Xiaokun has the memories of the Yellow Emperor, and you surprisingly do not recognize the words above, but can recognize the last one as the word court. Just as Su Xiaokun was about to step through the gate, it was suddenly knocked back by a powerful energy, and the people below just saw Su Xiaokun standing in front of the pavilion without any movement. Long Lao frowned and wondered what Su Xiaokun was doing standing there stupidly. Su Xiaokun shook his head, which was a little dazed from the shock. Then that Emperor realm cultivation violently erupted, directly slapped his palm on top of the gate. Just see the gate tremble slightly. There's a show. Su Xiaokun's eyes lit up slightly. At once, he mobilized his entire body's cultivation in his hands. A fierce punch was thrown. A crack appeared in the gate. Then Su Xiaokun's figure turned into a stream of light and flew in along the crack, while stabilizing the body. The 9-story pavilion also appeared in front of Su Xiaokun. The first level door was surprisingly open, and after hesitating for a moment, Su Xiaokun walked in. When going in, Su Xiaokun realized that it wasn't very large, but it was filled with various bookshelves, and on top of that is a wide array of books. Of course, each book was wrapped in an unknown energy, and the energy defense protecting these books was surprisingly no weaker than the energy entering the gate. Some of them had even surpassed the defense energy that the gate possessed. It was only when Su Xiaokun used his full strength that he was able to obtain just one book. However, the moment the book was touched, the book actually transformed into a written message that it was burned into Su Xiaokun's mind, and these words, which were unreadable, surprisingly understood the meaning at this moment. It turned out that what was written on the gate was actually Tendo Pavilion. On the first floor was the Heavenly Tao Pavilion's bookstore. The one that Su Xiaokun had obtained on the other hand was the cultivation of the true heart method. Although it was not as profound as the Regulus Yellow Emperor technique, but for the world now, it is undoubtedly the top heart method. It also opens the door to cultivators. If this book of mine trickles out, this world, then, will really evolve into a world of cultivation. However, when Su Xiaokun wanted to continue opening other books, instantly, he was struck by a thunderbolt beyond the gate. Then the Heavenly Tao Pavilion also dissipated into the sky, and for those below, Su Xiaokun was just standing outside the Heavenly Tao Pavilion from the beginning to the end. Just as the Tendo Pavilion disappeared, it was only then that these people saw Su Xiaokun move. Looking at the disappearing Heavenly Tao Pavilion, Su Xiaokun had some hidden strange feelings in his heart. Perhaps this Tendo Pavilion would still be there for the next crossing. But everyone didn't realize that just as the Tendo Pavilion disappeared, several shadows shot out from it and flew into the distance. Even as strong as Su Xiaokun, he didn't notice it in the slightest. Su Xiaokun then arrived in front of Elder Long, said to the crowd that hadn't left yet, "The transition is over, so everyone disperse." 2 days later, the Kunlun Ancient Kingdom will host a founding banquet. After saying that, Su Xiaokun exuded a powerful spiritual energy that directly wrapped around his party. It disappeared in an instant. When the figure reappeared, Su Xiaokun, with the 2 girls, and Old Dragon had returned to the World Academy of Books. "Elder Dragon, empty your mind and don't block my consciousness," Su Xiaokun said seriously to Long Lao. Long Lao didn't know what it meant. After all, he didn't believe that Su Xiaokun would harm him. The figures of the crowd then disappeared once again. Together, they appeared in the middle of Su Xiaokun's world. Then the mind moved. A building suddenly rose up, just like the Heavenly Tao Pavilion. But this is just a temporary construction by Su Xiaokun. After doing all this, only then did Su Xiaokun explain to Long Lao about the information inside the Heavenly Tao Pavilion. Elder Dragon thought carefully for a moment. This Heavenly Tao Pavilion, I have indeed never heard of it. But the cultivation heart method you obtained, I think it can be kept as a legacy. I will also select a group of trustworthy people from heaven to take the lead in learning the ropes. Of course, you also pick a group from your ancient kingdom as well. If we can really open the door to the cultivation world, we might be able to find the secret of ascension. Su Xiaokun nodded. That's exactly what I'm saying. Of course, the secret is to be kept absolutely secret. The outside world can't know about it for a while. When Su Xiaokun said that, he converged into a mental law in the air. It was then handed over to Elder Long. Of course the words inside this mind trick have been simplified, because there were some secrets that Su Xiaokun wouldn't let Long Lao know. Elder Dragon nodded. Don't worry, I know how serious this is. Let's get out. Then Su Xiaokun's mind moved once more. Several people returned to the middle of the World Academy of Books. After some deliberation, originally, Su Xiaokun intended to wave his hand and exterminate the Snake God tribe. However, in the end, Elder Dragon chose to let the Snake God tribe remain for the time being, because newly trained people need to experience, whether it's the unknown forest, or the deep and spooky sea, neither is the best option. After all, once it fell, it was no small loss, so it's made the Serpent God tribe as a place of trial for newcomers. The two kind of hit it off. Elder Dragon, you said that even this kind of country that I exterminated can awaken deities. Why is it that not a single deity has awakened in our country until now? It stands to reason that the kingdom of heaven should have the most deities. In fact, this was what Elder Long was puzzled about. Perhaps the gods of heaven are too powerful and so awaken late. Elder Dragon guessed. Maybe. It doesn't matter if you don't awaken. After all, the kingdom of heaven and the ancient kingdom. But there's a pervert like you out there. What can they do even if they are awakening their gods? I still don't believe that there is anyone in this world who can be more powerful than you. Elder Long, but he had absolute confidence in Su Xiaokun's strength. That's my husband has always been the best. Luo Li also complimented. Elder Dragon froze and raised his eyebrows. Why? When are you planning to get married? The first person to marry in the Blue Star continent today. That is definitely more influential than founding a country. Other than that, I've received quite a few wedding invitations from ancient martial arts clans in this period of time alone, all trying to suck up to you as a lapdog. Elder Dragon said and started rummaging around. When she heard these words, Luo Li directly exploded. And Chu Qingyi was also staring at Su Xiaokun with her beautiful eyes. As long as Su Xiaokun had the slightest heartbeat, then he would definitely be beaten up by the group. Chapter 128, The Eve of the Wedding. Oh yeah, look at my memory. It's not there. Elder Long pointed behind the door. Only a large red stack of marriage papers was placed behind the door. At this rate, you can sell it for $100 or so even if you sell it for scrap paper, right? Luo Li was also really a bit shocked. Just as Su Xiaokun's eyes were on the marriage certificate, two sharp pains came from his waist. Luo Li's eyes moved slightly, revealing an evil smile. Hubby, my mother said that you must be good at heart and pinch people only a little. Well, I've also heard that 1 pinch, 2 twists and 3 shivers. Chu Qingyi also catered to Luo Li, only that the hand that was pinching Su Xiaokun, instead, it twisted a small piece of flesh around and then shivered up and down. Seeing this scene, Su Xiaokun's cold sweat came down. Although Su Xiaokun's body could not be helped even by the thunderbolt, but that was when there was preparation to mobilize spiritual energy. Facing the two women, Su Xiaokun didn't dare to use a bit of spiritual power. If you hurt any of them, you probably won't see the sun tomorrow. In an instant Su Xiaokun's eyelids fluttered in pain. Hurrying up, he said to Elder Dragon, Elder Long, isn't it a bit unorthodox of you to do so? Su Xiaokun pointed to the marriage certificate. Seeing Su Xiaokun's deflated appearance, Elder Long was obviously overjoyed. Then with a wave of his palm, he directly turned the marriage certificate into powder. I see. Take advantage of the founding banquet. You together big wedding can. In that case, how about I, an old man, be your witness? The two women's eyes lit up. It is. It's been so long. It's about time you gave us a name. Luo Li complained. And Chu Qingyi also looked at Su Xiaokun with small eyes. Su Xiaokun looked at the two women and nodded. I remember when I first met Chu Qingyi. All I wanted to do was to fight hard and have my own strength. Good for its door-to-door. Now, on the other hand, but the country has been founded, and it does seem a bit unreasonable not to give the two a name. Then, old man, I'll do it for you. The day of the founding feast is the day of your wedding. Long Lao was a bit acute, and had just gotten Su Xiaokun's confirmation, and didn't even bother to make a phone call. A direct divine sense transmission was sent to the people below. The people below froze in place for a moment as they received the transmission, but immediately afterward it moved in a hurry. In just half a day, whether it be the ancient kingdom, or the heavenly kingdom, all knew about Su Xiaokun's marriage. As for Luo Li and Chu Qingyi, they directly transformed into a stream of light that, he hurriedly greeted Su Xiaokun and flew out. Hubby, we're going home first. Wait for you to pick us up. Though no flying is allowed within the imperial capital, but it depends on who doesn't it. The rules made by the strongest, of course, do not include the family members of the strongest. Seeing that the two women had left, Su Xiaokun also intended to return to the ancient country. Elder Long, in that case I'll leave first. Su Xiaokun arched his hand. The figure then disappeared into thin air, and Long Lao's voice also entered Su Xiaokun's ears at this moment. Kid, stay well. I'll take care of everything, and in 3 days, marry in style. Su Xiaokun stumbled and came back to the main hall of the dark prison. The calm days are also tense and organized at the moment. In a moment, all the personnel of the dark prison refurbished the entire dark prison, and Su Xiaokun felt as if it was still a bit low-key. He slammed his hand on the seat. The next moment the entire sovereign peak unexpectedly flew up, all the way up to 1,000 meters in the air. This stopped. Then Su Xiaokun waved his big hand, and at once several chains woven by spiritual power that, the sovereign peak was steadily dragged up. As for the disciples below, when they saw this scene, each one of them had a look of excitement on their faces. One must know that the current dark prison was the benchmark for all cultivators. More than that, it is the pillar of the nation. Of course, the more exaggerated it is, the more atmospheric it looks. After doing this, Su Xiaokun walked out of the great hall and stood with his hands behind his back. It always felt like something was missing. Subsequently, with the memories of the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu, directly, he began to set up the spirit gathering formation. When the formation takes shape, in an instant, auras from all directions began to converge towards the sovereign peak. Even the aura of the entire dark prison began to thicken. Now even if one passed by the dark prison gate, one could feel that their cultivation level had vaguely increased somewhat. What was even more exaggerated was the sect master's peak, which was actually coiled and suspended with a huge dragon that was visualized by aura. From time to time, it also emitted a gust of dragon's roar. Any mist that came out of the dragon's mouth That was materialized aura. Everyone had their cameras out, recording the shocking scene in front of them. Elder Long, who was far away in the heavenly kingdom, had a slight glint in his eyes, then lowered his head to busy himself. After all, the wedding is just around the corner, and the leaders of the countries, in droves, are preparing exclusive gifts. In case he could show his face in front of Su Xiaokun, it would be considered honorable. 3 days passed in a flash. The entire dark prison was decorated with lights and colors, and everywhere was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Although Su Xiaokun was the head of a country, he currently only liked to stay on his sovereign peak. However, after some deliberation, Su Xiaokun decided to stay behind the scenes, solely pushed Wang Bo to the position of the country's lord. This kid, after all, had been a ghost emperor for tens of thousands of years. Managing a country is still quite easy. Although Wang Bo was 100 times unhappy, there was no way. Who made him have to hug Su Xiaokun's thigh? But Su Xiaokun also promised him that he would be free when his own child was born. The Chu family on the other side had even jumped to the top of all the families. Even some ancient martial arts clans willingly submitted to the feet of the Chu family. It can't be helped. Who let Chu Tianlong have a good granddaughter? And Luo Li's mother's status has risen. Although the old man's thinking is still rather old-fashioned, times have changed. And Su Xiaokun had unexpectedly become the lord of the country, so he had also left his old-fashioned thoughts behind. And, with Chu Tianlong's previous arrangement, Mother Luo, too, lived next to the Chu family. This was still a set of manner that Chu Tianlong had given to Luo's mother. Its specifications were no smaller than those of the Chu family, with Luo Tianxiong looking after them. The Luo family had also become a premier big family. It was something that Luo's mother had once not even dared to think about. Other than that, even the gatekeepers now had the strength of the sovereign realm. Would you have thought of that in the old days? Third night, Chu Qingyi and Luo Li, the two of them talked for a long time. Although it has long been honest and open, but after all, it was the first time they got married, and there was a fair amount of nervousness in both of them. More than anything else, it was exciting. Late night, the two girls, who were excited, put on their capes early. After discussion, we ended up choosing a Chinese wedding. After all, these two could be future mothers of the nation. Only wearing cape can reflect the atmosphere of a country. The perfect figures of the two, coupled with their captivating looks. For a moment the heavens and earth were eclipsed. Especially the phoenix pattern tattooed on that dress was like the main mother of heaven and earth. Noble and elegant. Sacrosanct. Chapter 129. And Su Xiaokun, who stayed alone on the sovereign peak, was also extremely nervous inside. A bit of premarital phobia. Even the divine sense didn't dare to release it at all. Fear of probing the two women. Of course, the token of affection for the two women. Su Xiaokun had already thought about it. A deep breath followed. Shouted at the bottom. Where is Hachi? When he heard Su Xiaokun's voice, Hachi shivered. The next moment it appeared in front of Su Xiaokun. What are your orders, young lord? Xiao Hachi transformed into a human body and looked at Su Xiaokun with some weirdness in his eyes. Young lord, you're not afraid of marriage, are you? Hachi's eyes rolled. Get on the side. Just kidding, I can be afraid of marriage? Su Xiaokun blankly glanced at Hachi, but inwardly, he was incredibly nervous. Is the sedan chair I asked you to prepare ready? Don't worry, young lord. It's been ready for a long time. Just wait for the first light of day and go and propose marriage. And I've got a team of tens of thousands for you. The field is definitely pulled full for you, Hachi said with a pat on the back. Su Xiaokun nodded. 2 rings then appeared in his palm. And these 2 rings, but he had stripped his world hard of 2 fragments. It was only refined. When you wear it, you can have the ability to control Su Xiaokun's own world. It is also possible to enter it anytime and anywhere. Wherever Su Xiaokun himself is, as long as the ring is in your hand, a thought can enter. And then he raised his wrist and looked at the sleeping little augur. Then a finger of spiritual energy struck into the augur's body. That little augur dragon also began to slowly awaken. The moment he opened his eyes, he flew directly to Su Xiaokun's shoulder. The dragon's head rubbed hard against Su Xiaokun's face. It looks extremely intimate. Okay, little dragon, you put these 2 rings in your mouth. Wait for tomorrow, and watch my colors. The little augur gently grabbed the ring in Su Xiaokun's hand with that little claw. A nod followed. Okay, dad. Asterisk. Little dragon, you can actually talk? Su Xiaokun froze, because this little augur dragon was either sleeping or on its way to sleep. If he hadn't been able to feel the physical condition of the little augur dragon, Su Xiaokun would have thought it was dead. Well, aura absorbed enough to naturally speak. It's just that it will take a while before it takes human form. Only after the 5th claw completely grows out and crosses the lightning tribulation will I be able to take human form. The little Jiao Lon looked at Su Xiaokun and said in a milky voice, but at the sight of Hachi, the little ogre looked twice more. "You're a little bastard. I didn't expect that the blood turtle that had transformed into a humanoid form would be recognized by the little scaly dragon in its original form at a glance. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Little dragon cub, call uncle," Hachi said unhappily. "Che, you're just the little bastard." The little ogre tossed its head arrogantly, not paying the slightest attention to the angry Hachi. "Holy, you beg for a fight." With that, Hachi rolled up his sleeves and prepared to the little ogre. However, he was stopped by Su Xiaokun. "You have to know that when these two things are placed in today's world, they are both the existence of divine beasts." "Okay, stop it. I have something to tell you guys." Su Xiaokun then spoke out his thoughts. The blood turtle was a little less than happy, while the little ogre did as it was told. After all, the first person it saw when it opened its eyes was Su Xiaokun, already treating Su Xiaokun as his own father. "Alright, this matter is decided. It's almost dawn. Inform the following, prepare to depart." Hachi nodded with extreme reluctance, and now the outskirts of the dark prison had long been surrounded. The leaders of the nations, long ago, waited at the gates of the dark prison. A luxury car worth tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars roars, as if cheering for Su Xiaokun. When everything is ready, the sky was beginning to lighten. Hachi, on the other hand, had a big hand. The two palanquins carved with dragons and phoenixes on the ground were pulled straight up. At the same time, tens of thousands of people violently stomped their feet and flew into midair in unison, and there were 8 people carrying the sedan chair. The strength of these 8 people could all have the strength of the true immortal realm. "Welcome prison master to the sedan chair," with Hachi shouting out. At that moment, 100,000 people directly knelt in midair, and Su Xiaokun, too, when this voice appeared, standing at the sovereign peak looking down on the scene of 10,000 people kneeling. The body also changed into a dragon robe. This was still prepared by Elder Dragon. That look was really like an emperor, controlling the life and death of the world. "Depart!" Su Xiaokun shouted and flew directly into the dragon's sedan chair. The space inside was so large that it didn't seem crowded even if it held dozens of people. With the fall of the voice, that huge dragon of aura hovering over the sect leader's peak suddenly spewed out a burst of 7-colored aura from its mouth. Like a 7-colored auspicious cloud, it appeared directly at the feet of 10,000 people. In the next instant, it set off towards the Chu family in the heavenly kingdom, and the 2 women, with the help of their own relatives, put on their red heads. The hand under the sleeve robe, a death grip on his fist, was tense beyond words. After many years, the day that my heart has been longing for has finally arrived. Morning, 6:18, the Chu family, the Luo family, and the 10,000 people in the air have gathered. Su Xiaokun then flew out of the sedan chair, looking down at the crowd that had been waiting for a long time, said with an excited and thrilled tone, "Maidens, I'm coming." The 2 women sitting in the house heard Su Xiaokun's voice. That body couldn't stop trembling. Slowly, with the support of his family, he walked out. When Su Xiaokun saw the 2 women's figures, the body was also slightly stunned. Happiness is born from the heart. Wasn't all this effort for the person in front of him? This was followed by a wave of the palm of his hand. All of a sudden, the spiritual energy began to converge into a rainbow bridge that went straight to heaven and earth. To see such a miracle, the excitement below was unparalleled. So much for the gods taking a wife, right? Of course the most excited ones were Chu Tianlong and Luo Li's mother, Luo Weining. Unbelievably, he looked at the scene in front of him. In this instant, all the old-fashioned thoughts had long been thrown out of his mind. Are you kidding? You're married to a god. It's not comparable to having smoke coming out of your ancestors' graves. Even if the ancestral tomb exploded, it's impossible to have such an unbelievable marriage, right? Chu Tianlong touched Luo Weining, who froze in place. Only then did Luo Weining return to her senses and looked at each other. Then with their respective daughters, they stepped 1 foot onto the dreamlike rainbow bridge. With a step higher, the excitement in Luo Mother and Chu Tianxiong's hearts was beyond words. It's like a dream. Nope. Wouldn't even dare dream on this scene. Chapter 130, Divine Beasts Recognize Their Masters. As the 2 women, accompanied by their families, walked with light and slightly nervous steps, getting close to halfway there, Su Xiaokun waved his hand violently, and in that instant, it was as if the heavens and the earth had fallen for it. Qiankuan all changed color with it. One could only see a sudden flash of light on Su Xiaokun's wrist, so bright and dazzling that one could not look directly at it. Above that sky, a giant dragon that was 100 feet long appeared all of a sudden. The giant dragon's body was sinuous, and its scales shone with a mysterious light, as if it contained endless power. The majestic dragon's horns, the sharp dragon's claws, and the spewing clouds that, nothing demonstrates its supremacy. And the moment the crowd saw the dragon, the expression on their faces instantly froze. The followed by extreme shock. Dragons. That's a creature that only exists in myths and legends. The mystery and power of dragons have been depicted in countless stories and legends from ancient times to the present day. Yet who would have thought that in this real world, one would witness the appearance of dragons? That wasn't all. Immediately afterward, another huge body emerged, obscuring the clouds and the sun. It plunged the entire heaven and earth into a shadow. Those who know that Su Xiaokun has a blood turtle. However, very few people have actually seen what it looks like. And now this blood turtle's huge figure was not much smaller than a dragon in the slightest. The blood turtle's shell is as thick and heavy as a mountain. It was etched with signs of age and mysterious patterns. Is this basilisk? Someone couldn't help but burst out, his voice filled with disbelief. The legendary 4 great divine beasts. They've even gotten 2 together? The crowd below all dropped their jaws in shock, their eyes rolling round as his mouth was wide open, as if he had been under a spell of immobilization. The families of the 2 women were even more shocked. They stared blankly at the divine beast in the sky, the shock in their hearts unspeakable. Only the head of the augur dragon, which was like a large mountain, was violently lowered. Then, it stretched out its long tongue and rolled the 2 rings, appearing in front of the 2 women. The dragon spits out pearls. Good luck for 10,000 years, someone shouted, with awe and blessing in their voice. No, this is a dragon spitting out a ring, shocking the world. The other man's voice trembled with excitement. The people below were red-faced, looking at the dreamlike scene of the excitement in his heart was like a rough sea that was hard to calm. Of course, the most shocked were the 2 women. Their eyes widened and their hands covered their mouths as they tried to hide their inner shock. Su Xiaokun slowly walked forward, his pace steady and firm, gently patting the augur's head. The augur seemed to have sensed his soothing. Meekly, he bowed his head. Afterward, Su Xiaokun took the ring in his hand. That ring shimmered charmingly in the sunlight. This is the ring I made for you myself. The voice was soft and deep. It was as if the 3 of them were the only ones left in the world. Afterward, Su Xiaokun knelt down on one knee with a solemn and pious expression. The rings were brought to the hands of the 2 women. The 2 women looked at the ring on their hands, carved with a phoenix that was so lifelike that it was as if it would take wing at any moment. And the moment the ring was put on, the 2 women actually felt an additional space in their minds. Even if the 2 were stupid, they knew the extraordinary significance of this ring. It's not just a ring, it's a promise, an eternal engagement. While the ring was being put on, the augur suddenly emitted a dragon's roar, a sound that ran through heaven and earth. Deafening. With the appearance of the dragon's roar, a pillar of light fell violently from that sky. It was like a sword of divine punishment, directly illuminating Chu-Chingy within. Little augur, you picked fast, the blood turtle muttered, a hint of dissatisfaction and jealousy in his voice. It was closely followed by a chirp, a low, thick sound, as if the earth were roaring. Another pillar of light fell, directly enveloping Luoli, and at the same time as the light pillar enveloped the 2, a drop of essence blood unexpectedly appeared to fly out from that brow. Each of them stamped toward the eyebrows of the augur dragon and the blood turtle. Then, a gigantic spell formation appeared violently, radiant with light and flashing runes. Mysterious and ancient power surged through it, and the 2 women's bodies, at this moment, unconsciously flew into the spell formation. Under the illumination of the array's light, the 2 women were truly like imperial mothers, emitting a holy radiance. Their hair fluttered in the wind and their dresses hunted, beautiful and solemn, inspiring awe. After a minute, the formation dissipated, and above the foreheads of the 2 women, an ancient incantation emerged. The incantation flickered with a strange light, as if it contained endless mysteries. As the incantation disappeared, the 2 women were shocked. Ho ho ho! As several roars appeared from the mouths of the 2 great divine beasts, the sound resounded through the clouds, echoing between heaven and earth. Then, the 2 great divine beasts lowered their noble heads at the same time. Ancient blood turtle, greetings to the Lord Mother. Ancient scaly dragon, pay respects to the Lord Mother. That's right, from this second onwards, these 2 great divine beasts unexpectedly recognized their masters at the same time. Surrender the highest level of the master-servant contract. Once the master-servant contract is completed, then it means that the 2 great divine beasts, a private divine beast that belonged completely to the 2. Moreover, the 2 women could constantly absorb the essence from the divine beast's body and use it to enhance their cultivation. Strong and healthy. What an opportunity! What a gift! Most importantly, even if the divine beast died, nothing would happen to the 2 women. However, if the 2 women were to accidentally perish, then these 2 great divine beasts would also die with them. That's the overbearing nature of the master-servant contract. Otherwise the blood turtle would have been dead set against it in the beginning. because she wasn't dealing with Luoli in the first place. The headstrong blood turtle was not willing to easily become a servant of others. However, now that everything has settled, life and death are only in Luoli's thoughts. Divine beast recognition is complete. Salute! A chant rang out, breaking the brief silence. Greet the return of the Kunlun Master Mother. Tens of thousands of people instantly knelt down in unison, their movements neatly organized and their voices deafening. At that moment, everyone who didn't understand what had just happened suddenly got it. This is a great deal, someone murmured, his voice filled with awe and admiration. In this world, other than Su Xiaokun, I'm afraid no one else can make a divine beast recognize its owner? Another man chimed in, his gaze filled with admiration. Asterisk asterisk. What the hell do you know? Are divine beasts that easy to get? Someone retorted. The tone was intense. Even if the aura is revived now, have you heard of anything else besides these two divine beasts? Another person joined the discussion, with a question in his voice. Just as the people below were talking, Su Xiaokun waved his palm once again. Chapter 131, The Book of Life and Death is broken. The two women and their relatives had sat on the dragon's back, simply because in Su Xiaokun's opinion, the dragon is more handsome than the king's eight. The auger dragon seemed to sense the weight of the people on its back and let out a low and majestic roar that. The roar seemed to come from the distant past, carrying a sense of majesty and power, as if declaring to the world the mission it had undertaken. With the roar of the auger dragon, the crowd sped off in the direction of Kunlun. Its figure drew a graceful arc in the sky, with the clouds surrounding it. The adds a bit of mystery to it. The sunlight reflected off its scales, refracting a colorful glow that was brilliantly dazzling, and the rest of the people below, as tens of thousands of people in the sky released their inner strength at the same time, rising high into the sky together. The rays of internal energy intertwined with each other, forming a brilliant curtain of light that resembled a bright starry sky. The light illuminated the entire sky, making it seem as if one was in a dream. As this large force flew toward Kunlun, people's hearts were filled with anticipation and longing. After all, if you choose to drive there, you really don't know how long it will take to get there. In the midst of all the excitement, the wedding of the century was about to take place. It was a wedding of unprecedented proportions. All look forward to witnessing this sacred and beautiful moment. In the future, this legend will surely be passed down by word of mouth. It became a great story that has been passed down through the ages. It will be an everlasting memory in people's hearts, inspiring generation after generation. As everyone departed, an hour passed and the figures of the crowd had already appeared on top of Kunlun. Everyone in Kunlun was stunned when they saw the giant dragon that was 100 feet long. Their eyes were wide and their mouths open in disbelief of what they saw before them. Dragon! That's actually a dragon! Someone shouted out in excitement. Augurs count as dragons? An ill-timed and acid-flavored voice came from the. However, such sour words were quickly drowned out by the gasps of the crowd. If the augur was in full hurry, it would naturally be able to arrive faster. But for one thing, it would have to wait for the people behind it. Secondly, you have to wait for the right time. So along the way, the augur's speed was somewhat controlled. Just as Su Xiaokun stepped on the giant dragon and looked down below, the team of 10,000 people also flew over. The auspicious time has arrived. A chant rang out, the voice filled with excitement and anticipation. Welcome home, Warden. Welcome home, my lord and mother. In an instant, shouts of excitement erupted from the dark prison. The voice was deafening, full of respect for Su Xiaokun and blessings for this wedding. In particular, the scene of hundreds of thousands of people kneeling to worship below was as solemn as a pilgrimage to the emperor. The scene was shocking and fully demonstrated Su Xiaokun's honorable status. And while everyone was kneeling, many more milky white thin lines appeared at Su Xiaokun's dantian. That is precisely the power of faith. By now, the entire Kunlun would become Su Xiaokun's loyal followers. This power of faith will bring great power to Su Xiaokun, help him to go further on the path of cultivation. Nowadays, if Su Xiaokun wanted to break through to a higher realm, Reiki was no longer useful. One must rely on the power of faith. Just as Su Xiaokun and the others were about to leave, a huge black vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. This vortex appeared extremely suddenly, causing everyone to be startled. The vortex formed, and before the silhouette could be revealed, an old voice was the first to come out. Hell, Ghost Emperor Feng Wentian, come to pay your respects. This voice was filled with majesty and solemnity. In an instant, Feng Wentian stepped out of the vortex with Gu Chouyue in tow, and in his hand he held a book of life and death. This book of life and death controls the fate of mortals. The book of life and death exuded a mysterious aura that made people not dare to underestimate it. Feng Wentian then lowered his head and looked at the few people on the dragon's back, nodding towards Su Xiaokun. In the name of the Ghost Emperor, I cross out the name of Chu Tianlong and grant eternal life. Feng Wentian's voice was firm and strong. He then opened the Book of Life and Death, and with a stroke of the brush in his hand, Chu Tianlong immediately felt an infinite vitality. Although this could not bring him cultivation, as long as he was not killed by the outside world, he then has eternal life. Then, Fong Wentian's voice sounded again. In the name of the Ghost Emperor, I cross out the name of Luo Weiniang and grant eternal life. Luo Weiniang also felt that her body was full of vitality. Even the old roots of disease that had been deposited for a long time, it was also completely healed at this time. The two looked incredulously at what was happening in front of them, their hearts filled with gratitude and shock. Hell actually exists in this world. And what exactly did I see? How could someone's name be crossed out of the Book of Life and Death? The crowd below was once again deeply shocked as they exchanged words and murmured. However, after doing so, Fong Wentian suddenly sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his body shaking slightly. Luckily, there was Gu Qiuyu to assist her, so she didn't fall to the ground. Crossing out the two men's names caused Fong Wentian's strength to be greatly reduced, which was already the limit of what he could do. Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned, and then he struck out a spiritual force that contained the power of faith. Repaired Fong Qiantian's injuries. Elder Fong, thank you. Su Xiaokun's voice was filled with sincerity. Luoli and Chu Qingyi looked at Fong Wentian, their eyes filled with tears of excitement. But in the next moment, the Book of Life and Death in Fong Wentian's hand turned into powder and dissipated between heaven and earth. The change surprised the crowd again. Immediately after that, the wind and clouds in the sky and earth suddenly changed, instantly changing the color of the sky and earth, as if it was dark, as if it was a fairy. The thunder rolling in the sky emitted a strong pressure as it swept towards Fong Wentian. None of the successive ghost emperors have ever scratched their names in the Book of Life and Death. I don't know what kind of consequences this will trigger. Today the crowd has seen it all. Su Xiaokun frowned, looking at the thunderbolt surging in the sky. How dare you act recklessly on my old son's wedding day? Su Xiaokun shouted angrily. Su Xiaokun raised his hand and pointed to the sky. The thunder in the sky became more and more ferocious when they heard his angry shout. In the next instant, a lightning punishment struck down towards Fong Wentian. This lightning punishment was incredibly powerful. If Fong Wentian were to be hit, he would definitely fall on the spot. In a flash, Su Xiaokun's figure disappeared and met the lightning punishment with a fierce slap. Pop! The thunder punishment was actually slapped out of existence. He then stared dead at the sky. Get out! Su Xiaokun's hair flew up as he stared angrily at the sky. Then he swung out a fist, which contained the power of faith, and smashed it into the sky. Boom! A large hole was blown out of the sky by a hard blast, which was then quickly repaired. The dark clouds then dispersed, and this heavenly punishment disappeared. Fong Wentian looked at Su Xiaokun and smiled helplessly. Thanks, old man Fong. I'm the one who should be thanking you. You're the one who allowed them to have longevity and cut off Luo Li and Chu Qingyi's worries. I know the price is high, but don't worry, I'm here. This hell will never turn over. This heaven, too, will never disobey me. As Su Xiaokun spoke, an incomparably powerful confidence radiated from his body. No one below was shocked. This, common lord of heaven and earth, is nothing more than that. Chapter 132, Mysterious Gifts. After things came to an end, Fong Wentian brought Gu Qiuyu to stand on top of the dragon's back together. With Su Xiaokun's command, the huge auger dragon flew towards the sect master peak, and the two women and the crowd were once again shocked to see the sovereign peak hanging by chains, especially the huge dragon of aura that was hovering over the disc, spitting out aura as if it were a waterfall. It spilled down along the sovereign peak, like the Milky Way falling into the 9 heavens. The large sovereign peak had long since presented a scene of 10,000 people in full bloom, especially the foreign heads seated in the front row. Seeing such a metaphysical scene, all of them unconsciously followed the crowd and knelt down towards the giant dragon in the sky. At this moment, they were truly convinced of Su Xiaokun's methods. As for Long Lao, he was also rendered speechless for a while by Su Xiaokun. The speech that had been prepared had no idea what to say in this moment. This Su Xiaokun's aura completely overshadowed everything present, even Long Lao, who was also a state lord. It was also a bit of a bleak moment. As the 10,000 people in the air landed, that Xian turtle had already taken human form. On the other hand, the little auger dragon transformed into a stunningly beautiful bracelet that wrapped around Chu Qingyi's wrist, which made Chu Qingyi so excited that she couldn't let go of it. However, when Luo Li saw the blood turtle, it was obvious that there was some resentment in her eyes. The blood turtle also looked speechlessly at Luo Li's grudging little eyes and muttered in a low voice, "I'm not that long worm that can change into a wrist. I'll turn into a hat at best. I wonder if you dare to wear it." On the big day, Luo Li forced down the urge to strangle him and barely squeezed out a smile. A big blank stare was thrown, and Su Xiaokun brought the two of them to the main seat above the main hall at this time. Thank you, everyone, for coming to my wedding on your busy schedules. A little wine is prepared, so please open your hearts and drink. As Su Xiaokun's voice fell, Elder Long's voice rang out. Salute! After saying 2 words, and dropping straight to his seat, having prepared for 3 whole days the words of the. Surprisingly, it didn't come in handy, which made Long Lao extremely suffocated. However, when the crowd heard the offer of gifts, all of them took out their prepared gifts for a moment, and the blood turtle now acted as the recipient of the gift, with that look of greed and excitement on his face. It's not disguised at all. The country of Tubo Sens, a pair of jade ruins carved from spirit stones. The beautiful country presents a pair of poly cannons. The crowd was surprised when they heard about the poly cannon. You should know that this polygon cannon is capable of exterminating the existence of a void immortal. Even a true immortal could fall if they weren't careful, and it was still the latest thing that had been researched. But only Su Xiaokun and the others know that. This beautiful country has long belonged to Su Xiaokun. Just as one by one the gifts were given, a mist of water suddenly appeared in the middle of the great hall. Then the water mist transformed into a mermaid with a human body and a fish tail. That stunningly beautiful face was actually not inferior to Luoli and Chuqingyi by a hair's breadth. Even Su Xiaokun was slightly disoriented. But it wasn't the beauty of the other party, but the fact that it was actually a mermaid. I saw the mermaid spit out human words, and that voice was extremely sexy, and for a moment, everyone had goosebumps. Deep Spectre C, the mermaid clan pays homage to the prison master. Mind you, no one notified the Sea of Deep Spectres that this was completely uninvited, but stretching his hand, Su Xiaokun just looked at it flatly, and a gift box in the shape of a shell appeared in the mermaid's hand. As Blood Turtle tried to pick it up, it was dodged. This gift is to be opened by the warden himself. It's a gift for the 2 hostesses, the mermaid said as she was about to move forward, but she was stopped in her tracks by the Blood Turtle. There's no harm getting her over here. Su Xiaokun's voice rang out. Then the mermaid came up holding the gift. Su Xiaokun slightly beckoned, and the gift box appeared in Su Xiaokun's hands. After observing it for a while, the box was opened, and inside lay quietly 2 square crystal cores, but they looked flat and unimpressive. There was no energy fluctuation. It is? Su Xiaokun looked at the mermaid suspiciously. This mermaid didn't answer positively either, but said, please, my lords and ladies, drop a drop of blood on it and you can experience the benefits. Everyone present knew that anything that could absorb blood was definitely all supreme treasures. This mermaid race, however, no one had ever heard of. It must be a species that awakened in the mountain and sea scriptures, but it's eye-catching, and if you get it home as a pet, it'll be absolutely awesome to the heavens. Hearing the mermaid's words, Su Xiaokun wrapped the 2 crystal cores with his divine sense. After sensing a subtle energy fluctuation inside, it was handed over to the 2 women. Then he nodded to the 2 women. Getting Su Xiaokun's approval, the 2 women didn't make any pretense and directly cut their fingers and a drop of blood dripped. The 2 crystal cores then transformed into energy bodies and flew into the 2 women's bodies. Su Xiaokun felt it and realized that there was no discomfort. Just about ready to ask the mermaid. The mermaid had actually disappeared. But another voice came from the doorway immediately afterward. Only a tiger-headed orc walked in. The crowd was confused. What is going on here? How is it that the animals are all cultivated one by one? And the aura of this tiger-headed man was surprisingly not weaker than Su Xiaokun. This made Su Xiaokun serious. The unknown forest sends congratulations on the ancient gods game slot. The tiger man's voice faintly sounded. The eyes that looked at Su Xiaokun were filled with wariness. But this was Su Xiaokun's wedding, so he didn't dare to be too reckless. Ancient gods game? What's that? The crowd looked at the tiger head suspiciously. I didn't realize that this person from the unknown forest had only brought 1 sentence. In a month's time, the games of the ancient gods will open. The warden is invited to join us in the depths of the unknown forest. Here's the map. The tiger man then threw a jade slip to Su Xiaokun. Then continued. If one does not come to participate when it is too late, then Kunlun ancient kingdom. There would be no need for it to exist, he said and walked out without looking back. You mom. Where did this come from to be so crazy? That's right, you're not afraid of the wind blowing your tongue. The crowd was furious, accusing the tiger head of arrogance. Su Xiaokun's face also became grave. The tiger man of this unknown forest was so strong. What kind of mystery is hidden in that so-called ancient gods game? If he didn't go, the Kunlun ancient kingdom feared that it would face a great crisis. But if he did, I don't know what kind of danger I'll encounter. But Su Xiaokun's eyes quickly flashed with a flash of determination. No matter what awaited ahead of him, he's all fearless. The atmosphere at the wedding became a bit delicate with this sudden turn of events. While the crowd was surprised and angry, they couldn't help but worry about Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun, on the other hand, quickly regained his composure and continued to entertain the guests. Soldiering on. Chapter 133, Selection of Juveniles. The wedding, which lasted until late, was over. As for the Kunlun ancient kingdom, the final lord of the kingdom was Wang Bo. Late night, the three lingered and left behind a love child. This was still something Luo Li and Chu Qingyi had to ask for. After all, the life and death of the ancient god game was uncertain. Everyone didn't want Su Xiaokun to go, but there was no way out. Who got him picked? The world, on the other hand, is getting more and more off track. As to how far it will go is an open question for all. Early the next morning, Su Xiaokun found Elder Long. After all, this is the first time Su Xiaokun has heard of this ancient god's game. I would also like to ask Elder Long if he knows the situation. Elder Dragon. This ancient god game. What exactly is the situation? Moreover, the tiger man who came. I realized that his cultivation level is not lower than mine. Su Xiaokun looked at the frowning Long Lao and asked, "This is not clear to me? And as for this ancient god game, this is also the first time I have heard of it. Perhaps there will be, inside, the secret of not being able to ascend. But I think you'd better not go," Elder Dragon said thoughtfully. Not going? Su Xiaokun blankly glanced at Elder Dragon. I'd rather not, though I'm sure I can take out this tiger man, but if it gets a chance to do so, I'm afraid it will hurt the innocent. After all, I'm afraid I'm the only one I can battle between our two countries. Su Xiaokun is not arrogant. While the fact is so, Elder Dragon nodded. Available. But in case if you fall, the Heavenly Kingdom and the Ancient Kingdom will, for sure, be annexed. By the way, I've already selected about 100 people on my side who can inherit the heart technique you got. I don't know what's going on your end, Elder Dragon said thoughtfully. Su Xiaokun looked at the dragon old man. Did not expect. This old man actually did it so fast. Randomly shook his head. I haven't even started the selection process here. This time, however, I'm going to set my sights on, between the ages of 6 and 10. Su Xiaokun thought about it and said, "Good, we're thinking together. I'm picking this time can be more knowledgeable about the background." That's it. There's still a lot of people who don't have spots. Well, in that case, I'll leave you alone for now, and I'll also have to finalize the quota within a month. I hope that by the time I come back, all these people will have accomplished something. After Su Xiaokun finished speaking, his figure disappeared in place. After conferring with the two women, they planned to hold a tryout. Selection of the better disciples. After the fermentation of the matter of the dark prison selecting 100 disciples had already spread throughout Kunlun. Even the kingdom of heaven received the message, and many of them, too, traveled to Kunlun with their children. You know, this time, it's a real immortal cultivation technique, and once it's chosen, it would be a presence that would be admired by all. After all, the two countries together, with a population of 10 billion, will select only 200 places. Apparently there's a ton of backdoor gift giving, but even that didn't help. At most, it will only allow backdoor people to test it out in advance. 3 days later, above the square of the dark prison sect, more than 100,000 people stood. It's still controlled. If it wasn't, dark prison wouldn't even have a place to land. For the most part, it was two couples with children who came to test. Of course, these kids are all confused and don't know what the hell they're going to do yet. An hour later, Su Xiaokun, with his two beloved wives, came above the square. More than 100,000 people, seeing Su Xiaokun's arrival, instantly quieted down. After all, Su Xiaokun was a living god to them, and these 3 days Su Xiaokun was not idle. Through his own cultivation, along with spirit stones, he created a test crystal ball. Just put your hand on it and it will show whether it is suitable for cultivation or not. There are 4 levels: yellow, Xian, earth, and heaven, where the yellow level is the least qualified and is considered unqualified, and the metaphysical level is barely qualified. The ground level is a medium qualification, whereas the heavenly grade represented having genius level talent. This made Long Lao somewhat speechless, and he cursed Su Xiaokun in his heart as to why he didn't refine it earlier. This time even Elder Long brought a selected 100 disciples to participate in the trial. According to the relationship, Elder Long, on the other hand, was the well-deserved king of the backdoor. Taking the lead, he began a round of testing with his disciples. Elder Dragon's disciples placed their hands on the crystal ball in turn, but the results were mixed. The first child nervously held out his little hand, and the crystal ball glowed with a faint yellow light. This meant that he was a yellow level qualification and failed, and a look of disappointment appeared on the child's face. The second child was slightly better, with the crystal ball showing a metaphysical glow, barely passing the test of. His parents were relieved to be on the sidelines. However, The next few children were mostly of yellow and Xian level qualifications, until a scrawny little girl came forward, and she timidly put her hand on the crystal ball instantly blossomed with a rich earth-colored light, which caused everyone present to cry out in shock. A pleased smile also appeared on Elder Long's face. However, among these 100 disciples, there was only this one earth-level qualification, and the rest were mostly Xian level. Next it was the turn of the other children to test, and the scene was buzzing with excitement. Some children cried and screamed because they didn't pass, while some parents sighed inside. As for those children and parents who showed Xian grade qualifications, their expressions were mixed, both happy to have the opportunity to cultivate and worried about the not-so-exceptional qualifications. And when a child measured out the earth-level qualification, the entire square would erupt in cheers. As the test progressed, a little boy in plain clothes caught everyone's attention. His eyes were firm and his pace steady as he walked toward the crystal ball. The moment his hand touched the crystal ball, the light shot straight up into the sky and the dense celestial level light illuminated the entire square. Everyone was shocked by the light, and Su Xiaokun nodded his head slightly, revealing a look of appreciation. Then he said to Lin Nan, who was testing, "Bring him here." Lin Nan nodded and brought this heavenly qualification child over. Su Xiaokun then placed his hand on the boy's head. As a ray of spiritual energy entered the child's body, a glint flashed in Su Xiaokun's eyes. Not bad, not bad. This son has the potential to become an emperor. Su Xiaokun nodded. Do you have parents? Ineffective Sleepy asked. When the little boy saw Su Xiaokun's satisfied look, his heart burst with excitement. I'm an orphan, the little boy said a little timidly. Fear that Su Xiaokun is disliking it and won't accept it. And Luo Li stepped forward, holding the little boy's hand. What's your name, little one? The voice was sweet, and for a moment it calmed the little boy's tense body. I don't have a name. They call me Little Potato, the little boy said with embarrassment. Luo Li and Chu Qingyi, that flood of sympathy, like a flood breaking through the dike, looked at Su Xiaokun. I'll take this kid. Chapter 134, Going to the Ancient God Game. Su Xiaokun looked at Qingyi helplessly. Well, come back. As for the boy's master, I have another choice, Su Xiaokun said indifferently. Lori pulled the child to her side. Keep watching the test below. However, until evening, there was no more appearance of a person with heavenly level qualifications. There were 5 earth level ones that had managed to enter the ranks of the immortal cultivation techniques as well. Of course, subsequent qualifications at the metaphysical level are waiting in the wings. After all, the ones to be selected this time were surely all 1 in a million talents. If you really can't get it together, then you can choose some more people from within the Xian class. There was only one earth-level dragon elder, who was clearly a bit unconvinced. When we got back to heaven, we started calling people out in a big way. That was a good way to fill the dark prison with activity all of a sudden. Knowing that small potatoes are orphans, Su Xiaokun then kept him by his side. As of now, other than himself, who was more suitable to be his master? It was the demon monk Lin Nan. After all, his cultivation was there, and he had risen from the dead, and taught by him. Rather a good choice, Little Potato. From now on, you'll follow Master Lin Nan. He will teach you. Su Xiaokun touched Little Potato's hair with a strange feeling. Luo Li, on the other hand, quietly asked Chu Qingyi when she would be able to have a child. After all, looking at Su Xiaokun, he was still extremely fond of children. Under the discussion of the three, Su Xiaokun accepted Little Potato as his righteous son. Named Su Yun, the status was even higher, leaping to become the Dark Prison Saint's son. And this selection, surprisingly, lasted half a month. Of course this was all at the request of Elder Dragon for such a long time. It can't be helped to let him bring in people who are so poorly qualified. Maybe it was God's way of looking the other way. And on the last day of testing, he was directly assigned a young girl with heavenly level qualifications. This made Old Long's beard barely curl up to the sky. That guy saw how powerful Su Xiaokun was going to be, and how powerful he was going to be. But, in the end, when you do the math, it looks like no one on your side can really teach. There was no choice but to hand over this young girl named Chinsairu to Su Xiaokun, and Su Xiaokun threw it to Lin Nan to teach together. And the final spots have been set. A total of 88 people were selected from the Kingdom of Heaven, including 80 Earth-level qualifications and 1 Heaven-level qualification. The remaining 7 were Xian-level qualified, and Su Xiaokun would be better off picking in Kunlun. After all, the bottom is deeper on this side of the pond. A total of 120 ground-level qualifiers were selected. Of course, after some final deliberation, all felt that Kunlun's aura was superior to Heaven's. Solely Long Lao spread his 2 hands and gave them all to Su Xiaokun to manage. The old man is like a shopkeeper who doesn't care about anything. Of course, the resources that should be taken out. This dragon old man was not stingy at all. Final harmonized discussion. The three masters of Su Xiaokun and Gu Chouyue trained each of these 200 or so people. Of course Fong wanted to teach a bunch of them, but how could these kids stand the bursting breath of hell? Solemnly, Fong Wentian could only watch. The next few days, Su Xiaokun would occasionally instruct the two of them, Su Yun and Qin Sairu. But more than that, these two people's qualifications were truly unbelievable. After only 10 days he had already reached the qi refining stage realm. The rest of them, on the other hand, are just now getting started. Xu Qingyi was somewhat optimistic about this Qin Si Ro. Under the negotiation of the three of them, they even quietly took Qin Si Ro as their righteous daughter, become the virgin of the dark prison. Long Lao was not angry. After all, he was not qualified to be angry. Who let him all hand over people to Su Xiaokun? For the rest of the time, Su Xiaokun put down all the things in his hands. Accompanying the two daughters on a trip to the mountains was a good time, but a month is still relatively short. After all, tomorrow will be the day to leave for the unknown forest. Honey can not go? The two girls snuggled into Su Xiaokun's arms, their eyes full of reluctance. Su Xiaokun looked into the distance and patted the two women. Don't worry. In this world, the person who can hurt me hasn't been born yet. Honey, you don't have to lie to us. I noticed as soon as that tiger man appeared, the fluctuation of spiritual energy in his body that, much like you, Chu Qingyi said worriedly. Su Xiaokun also did not expect that this Chu Qingyi would be so observant and subtle. Still, it stroked both women's hair. No need to worry. I don't know how long this trip will take. It's okay if it's a few days, but if it's a few years, then who knows what will happen. So it's important to get the back end in order. The two women tilted their heads slightly, tears glistening in their eyes. But what if? Luo Li's voice carried a hint of trembling. Su Xiaokun gently embraced the two women into his arms and softly said, there will be no eventualities, and I am sure that when I return, you will be stronger. Moreover, in my world, you can cultivate in peace and improve your strength. Chu Qingyi bit her lip and said, then you must be careful, no matter what dangers you encounter, all with the thought that we're waiting for you. Su Xiaokun nodded and said, don't worry, for your sake, I will also come back safely. The night is quiet and deep. The three of them just snuggled quietly, enjoying the moment of peace and coziness. The light of dawn was creeping in, and the moment of departure had finally arrived. The two women's eyes were red and they tightly pulled on Su Xiaokun's coat. Su Xiaokun took a deep breath and smiled. Don't be sad, wait for me to come back. After saying that, he resolutely turned around and took a big stride in the direction of the unknown forest. The two women looked at his distant back, and the tears could no longer hold back their tears. Su Xiaokun had a lot of thoughts along the way, and he knew that this trip was full of unknowns and challenges, but there was not the slightest fear in his heart. He's going to explore this mysterious forest, searching for powers and opportunities that might be, for the people and things he guards. The unknown forest was filled with mist and eerie. Su Xiaokun cautiously moved forward and, always be alert to possible dangers around you. Suddenly, a low growl came from the distance, and Su Xiaokun stopped in his tracks and, the eyes became sharp. The coiled dragon baton instantly appeared in his hand. Only a huge monster appeared in front of us, with a huge body and sharp fangs that exudes a chilling aura. Su Xiaokun took a deep breath. His body's spiritual energy surged. Just as he was preparing to fight, the tiger man came out of the woods. Stand down, the voice faintly rang out, and then that huge beast, unexpectedly really retreated. Disappeared into the jungle. Come with me. The tiger man looked at Su Xiaokun with contempt. I really don't know how you, a weak ant, could be looked upon by that one. However, with this amount of strength you have, even if you go to the ancient god game, you'll still be hard to escape death in the end. Chapter 135 Entering the Ancient God Game. Listen to the tiger man mutter. Su Xiaokun was also speechless, as if it was so strong. However, when mentioning that person, Su Xiaokun was a bit puzzled. Listening to this was obviously chosen by the other side. Just as Su Xiaokun was wondering, the two had already arrived at the deepest part of the forest, and a thatched hut appeared before them. The decorations were quite elaborate, though there wasn't much modern technology, but it does have everything inside. And on the outskirts of the thatched hut, besides the tiger man, there were three other figures, and in front of these three stood an old man with a head full of white hair. When he saw Su Xiaokun coming, his eyes lit up slightly, then he said to Su Xiaokun, "It's been a long time, little one." This sentence rather confused Su Xiaokun. After searching his memory for half a day, he didn't find out who this old man really was. The old man froze slightly and looked at Su Xiaokun's puzzled gaze. "It seems that you have lost quite a few memories after so many reincarnations." While the old man was speaking, the three men and the tiger man, respectfully, the eyes revealed fear. But more than that, it was exciting. "Senior, this ancient god game, Why did you find such a weak human here? At this moment a middle-aged man said to the old man. The old man's eyes suddenly glazed over as he looked at the man who had spoken. Benna, do I need you to question my decisions? Bennett was taken aback by the old man, his fists clenched in a death grip. Inside, it's all resignation. Asterisk. But on the basis that you're the messenger of an ancient god. What's so great about it? When I get that treasure, it will be your death. Bennett growled in his mind, but his mouth was so respectful that he didn't even dare to fart. Su Xiaokun looked at the few people in front of him, except for the tiger man. The rest of them he couldn't sense any scent at all. If you say that they are all ordinary people, Su Xiaokun will definitely not believe it. Then it is. The strength of these people was too strong for him to feel. But this feeling was the last thing Su Xiaokun wanted to believe. The old man looked at Su Xiaokun and resumed his benevolent look. Little one, isn't it confusing why you were allowed to come to the ancient god game? Su Xiaokun looked at the old man and nodded. In fact, the minimum strength for this ancient god's game is to be at the god level. God level. Su Xiaokun was confused, knowing that the highest one currently knew was only the emperor realm. What the hell was this god level? Nice. The old man said with a smile and continued to explain to Su Xiaokun. There are some things that you should have forgotten, but it wouldn't hurt to tell you now. Currently, your strength is still weak, only at the emperor realm. When you reach the emperor realm you'll realize that there are higher realms up here, and one of them is the god realm, and the three before you are all in the god realm, and none of them are human, the old man said to Su Xiaokun. But, to be precise, they came out thanks to you. The old man looked at Su Xiaokun with a smile on his face. Thanks to me? This time Su Xiaokun was even more confused. Remember, the Tendo Pavilion? If you hadn't summoned the Heavenly Dao Pavilion, they wouldn't have come to this lower realm for this. What the hell? What the hell is a realm again? The realm you can understand is the divine realm, and the world you're in now is, well, the mortal world. The old man took great pains to explain. Then, I want to know why the mortal realm can't ascend anymore? Su Xiaokun looked at the old man with seriousness in his eyes. Oh, the games of the ancient gods. The old man spoke up, then looked away. They're finally here. And Su Xiaokun also looked toward the old man's gaze, but it didn't feel like anything. However, in the next moment, 5 more figures appeared in front of Su Xiaokun. One of the teenage-looking men looked at Su Xiaokun. Hey, little one, thanks for letting me out. Oh, this teenager touched Su Xiaokun's head. When Su Xiaokun wanted to knock the other party's hand away, he realized that he couldn't move at all. Another god-level powerhouse. In front of a god-level powerhouse. Even if it was the Emperor realm, it was all garbage-like. Don't say that Su Xiaokun is still only in Emperor realm right now. Su Xiaokun stared angrily at the teenager. Oh, the little guy has quite the backbone. The hand was then put away. Respectfully, he bowed to the old man before him. Elder, I'm coming. The old man nodded. Since everyone had arrived, it was almost time for the ancient god game to open. The old man then looked at Su Xiaokun. Little one, if you can survive the ancient god game, then the benefits will be enormous. Then the old man waved his palm. At once 2 passages appeared before the crowd. The god level ones enter through the right passage. The emperor level ones take the left passage. Though none of you can touch anyone. Little one, danger abounds everywhere inside the ancient god's game. The slightest inattention may lead to a fall. So watch out. The 8 people looked at Su Xiaokun, their eyes revealing envy. One must know that this emperor realm passageway was opened by the old man alone. Su Xiaokun didn't say anything but nodded. The 8 of them then walked into the god-level passageway. Only Su Xiaokun stood at the entrance of the emperor-level passageway and looked at it for half a day. And the tiger man's sultry voice came out. Kid, if you don't want to go, I'll go in for you. Just as he finished speaking, the tiger man was slapped by the old man and shut his mouth in fear. Su Xiaokun shook his head and directly entered the passageway. The darkness instantly engulfed him, and Su Xiaokun only felt a heavenly rotation. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange place. An eerie mist filled the surroundings, and a low growling sound was faintly heard. Su Xiaokun took a deep breath to calm himself down, cautiously moving forward, the ground slippery and muddy beneath his feet. There was a putrid smell in the air. As he walked, Su Xiaokun suddenly felt a powerful aura coming from behind him. He jerked around, but couldn't see anything. Just then, a huge claw poked out from the mist and grabbed fiercely towards him. Su Xiaokun dodged sideways and avoided the strike in a thrilling manner. He fixed his eyes on a huge monster that appeared in front of him. The monster had sharp fangs, and the skin on its body was as hard as rock. Su Xiaokun's heart tightened. What a big rat! Before Su Xiaokun could react, the huge rat once again came at Su Xiaokun. In a flash, the coiled dragon stick appeared in his hand and slammed it towards the rat's claws. For a while, Light flickered and spiritual energy overflowed. And this rat's claws were actually smashed down hard by Su Xiaokun. Then the big rat let out a miserable scream, and then disappeared into the mist. Just then, the old man's voice followed. This ancient god game will last for 2.5 years. Good luck to you all. Chapter 136, Mysterious Crystals. Not long after Rat disappeared, the fog that was originally so thick around there that it seemed like it couldn't be melted actually began to slowly dissipate. Su Xiaokun's taut nerves did not relax in the slightest because of this. He surveyed his surroundings warily. As the fog gradually thinned out, Su Xiaokun was shocked to realize that I can't believe I'm in the middle of a secret room. All around were walls made of mountain rocks, rough and cold, giving a depressing feeling. The chamber was estimated to be about 100 square feet in size, but in a space like this, but it was full of white bones, piled up like a mountain, shocking to the eyes. A strong putrid odor swept through Su Xiaokun's perception like a tidal wave. The sickening scent seemed to bore into every pore of his body, and the giant rat with the broken arm was nowhere to be found at the moment. Even if Su Xiaokun opened up his divine sense to the fullest and tried his best to perceive it, it could also only perceive a range of about a meter. In this limited range, the hiding place of the giant rat could not be detected at all. But, from time to time, there were chirping noises coming from all directions. It stung in the silent and deathly chamber. The voice seemed to be a devil's whisper, constantly ruffling Su Xiaokun's nerves. The cultivation level of the giant rat wasn't very high. It probably had the strength of a peak ferrying. However, in this bizarre and unpredictable environment, Su Xiaokun knew that even when facing an opponent of such strength, he must not take it lightly. Where did it go? Su Xiaokun muttered in a low voice. His brows locked as he searched the secret room with a torchlight gaze. His eyes quickly swept over every inch, not missing a single possible clue, because he realized there was no place to hide around him at all. This made the doubts in his mind grow stronger. Just as Su Xiaokun was fully focused on finding the giant rat's trail, the fog that had just dissipated a little bit was strangely present again. The mist seemed to be alive, and it came on strong, and, instantly, the entire chamber was once again shrouded in a haze. An ominous premonition surged in Su Xiaokun's heart, and he subconsciously tightened his grip on the stick in his hand. The body is tense and ready to respond to any unexpected situation. In an instant, a strong wind whistled and another claw came at Su Xiaokun in a harsh manner. The moment he felt the attack, Su Xiaokun reacted quickly and, without hesitation, he slammed his stick towards the claw. However, this strike struck a blank, and Su Xiaokun's heart couldn't help but sink. He knew well that in the misty chamber of every miss could put yourself in more danger. Su Xiaokun fixed his mind and tried to calm his slightly flustered state of mind. He told himself he had to stay calm to find life in this crisis-ridden environment. Listening carefully to the movement around him, he tried to discern the location of the giant rat from the jumble of sounds, but the chirping sound echoed through the mist, making it difficult for him to determine the exact direction. At this time, Su Xiaokun's forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat, but his eyes remained firm and sharp, moving his feet carefully, taking each step with the utmost caution. Afraid of triggering some unknown trap, the white bones around them loomed in the mist. As if telling a sad story of what once happened here. Su Xiaokun took a deep breath and focused his mind again, utilizing his perception to the extreme. Suddenly, he sensed a slight fluctuation coming from his left side, and he jerked around and, the stick in his hand swung away with a stern aura. However, it still didn't hit the target, only dispersing a mist. In his heart, he secretly grumbled. This giant rat was really too cunning and always manages to avoid his attacks at crucial moments. As time passed, Su Xiaokun's physical strength gradually depleted, but he didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. He knew that once he let his guard down, what awaited him could be a fatal blow. It was as if he was caught in a never-ending nightmare in this chamber of mists and white bones. Just when Su Xiaokun felt a bit overwhelmed, the giant rat attacked again. This time, the attack came even more swiftly, and Su Xiaokun only had time to dodge sideways. There was still a deep cut on his shoulder. Blood instantly stained his shirt. This rat is so mean? You know that my defense is hard to break through even a thunderbolt, Su Xiaokun muttered. In the next moment he decided to take the initiative and stop waiting passively for the giant rat to attack. Su Xiaokun began to move quickly through the chamber, the stick in his hand waving non-stop as he, trying to disrupt the giant rat and force it to show itself. With Su Xiaokun fighting hard, the situation finally took a turn for the better. The giant rat seemed to be shocked by his aura, and the frequency of his attacks slowed down slightly. Su Xiaokun seized this opportunity and concentrated on sensing all the movements around him. At last, in a single instant, he caught the giant rats. Without hesitation, he slammed his stick. Only a miserable scream was heard as the giant rat was hit by Su Xiaokun and fell heavily to the ground. Su Xiaokun took the opportunity to rush forward and prepare to give it a fatal blow. However, just as he was about to approach the giant rat, realized it didn't seem to be the same one at all to begin with, because the arm of this one was surprisingly robust, but the cultivation is the same. He then raised his panlong stick and slammed it into the rat's head. Instant brain fart. Just then, though, a rat's cry came through. Toward Su Xiaokun, he opened his bloody mouth. Just in time, Su Xiaokun's eyes were cold. The coiled dragon baton instantly stabbed backwards. It went straight through the giant rat's throat. And after killing the two giant rats, the thick mist completely dissipated at this moment. But just as the fog dissipated, a door hidden in the wall slowly emerged. However, just as Su Xiaokun was wondering, a six-pronged crystal stone fell to the ground. After picking it up and feeling it, I realized that in this crystal, surprisingly, the energy essence of this giant rat was hidden. This was followed by smashing another giant rat's head open. Apparently another crystal appeared in the hand. Looking at the fact that there was no longer any danger, Su Xiaokun held the crystal in his hand and drew out a little energy from it. And the moment this energy enters the body, Su Xiaokun was instantly swept away by this violent energy. This energy did not belong to his spiritual power, but was an energy that Su Xiaokun had never seen before. Feeling the energy that was wreaking havoc in his dantian, Su Xiaokun frowned slightly. "Refine me," Su Xiaokun bellowed. In an instant this berserk energy surprisingly began to turn into filaments and merged into the dantian. After absorbing this bit of energy, Su Xiaokun hadn't realized that at this time, he was already sweating profusely. It's as if it's been soaked. Realized that this is only absorbing a little bit of energy from the crystal. The consequences would be unimaginable if they were all absorbed. Just while refining that small portion of raging energy, Su Xiaokun's cultivation level had unexpectedly grown by a hair. Chapter 137, Sandfish? It was important to know that the current Su Xiaokun could only absorb the power of faith if he wanted to break through to a higher realm. This surprised Su Xiaokun. Although this energy was incomparably violent, but if it was absorbed little by little, it can also be a huge benefit to yourself. Only, if the rest of the people saw the scene of his, they would definitely call him crazy. This is the essence of a demonic beast. It can't be refined at all, but it's inlaid in the weapon. Rather, it boosts the damage of the weapon. Looking at the two crystal cores in his hand, Su Xiaokun decided to refine them both first before entering that mysterious door. After all, who knows what horrors exist behind the door? Being able to raise your strength a little bit more would be one more means to save your life. For the sake of safety, this Su Xiaokun even flashed his body and returned to his own world. It was only there that he felt at ease. Just as Su Xiaokun disappeared, the messenger of the ancient god, the white-haired old man appeared on this floor of the room. Helplessly, he shook his head. I didn't expect that he really collected the world fragments. It looks like there's no problem staying alive here. Thanks to that I was worried. After the words, the old man's figure disappeared into thin air, and Su Xiaokun had just entered into his world. It was felt by the two women. The figure appeared beside Su Xiaokun in a flash. "Husband, did you get into that ancient god game?" Chu Qingyi asked worriedly. "Well, then Su Xiaokun," said the thing in general. Then the crystals were taken out. The two women looked at it and just took out a sliver of their power. It became instantly manic. Frightened, he hurriedly dropped the crystals. And Su Xiaokun at this time a spiritual force struck into the bodies of the two women. That's what calmed both women down. "Honey, you said you could refine this?" Lu Oli said with some hindsight. Just now she could have almost been stirred up and shattered her divine sense. "Well, you guys don't worry, I've got the numbers." Su Xiaokun then began to cultivate under the watchful eyes of the two women. As the energy within the crystals continued to diminish, Su Xiaokun's aura was also climbing a little bit. However, when he finished absorbing a crystal, Su Xiaokun realized that it had taken 3 whole days. "Luckily, I have this world to myself. Otherwise, get a few more of these crystals, and before anything else, it's time." After 6 days had passed, Su Xiaokun completely absorbed it. The cultivation level was also stabilized at the late Emperor realm. Even Su Xiaokun did not expect that these two crystals would bring him such a great harvest. After greeting the two of them, the figure appeared once more in the middle of the ancient god game. Looking at the door in the wall, he took a deep breath and slowly walked in. As the scene changed, a desert appeared in front of Su Xiaokun's eyes. This time, however, the scene was surprisingly boundless. Even Su Xiaokun's forehead was flooded with beads of sweat under the hot sun. Didn't go more than a few steps when the sweat dripped down onto the desert. Only the sweat was absorbed by the desert in a flash. Then something seemed to appear writhing under the sand. When the dorsal fin appeared, Su Xiaokun gripped the pan-long stick in his hand. "Sandfish?" Su Xiaokun waited for the creature writhing in the sand and frowned slightly. In the next moment, a sandfish violently attacked towards Su Xiaokun. The speed is as fast as a cannonball. Raising the disc dragon stick in his hand, he slammed it towards the sandfish, but it flopped, and the cultivation level of the other party was surprisingly no weaker than Su Xiaokun already. Just as Su Xiaokun was feeling the other party's cultivation, suddenly, above the sandy ground, a dense dorsal fin emerged. There were thousands of them as far as the eye could see, and the dorsal fins were as bright and chilling as large knives, when the numbers are gathered to about the same size. At the same time, all the sandfish violently attacked towards Su Xiaokun, presented in a semi-curled state, just enough to expose the entire knife-like dorsal fin. Looking at the densely packed sandfish, Su Xiaokun had a moment of scalp numbness. With the first sandfish attack, Su Xiaokun violently swung out a stick, right up against the dorsal fin of the sandfish. Dang! With a metallic sound came. Su Xiaokun realized that the dorsal fin of this shark was, surprisingly, unharmed. The degree of hardness, surprisingly, was not inferior to the coiled dragon stick. This gave Su Xiaokun an idea. It just so happened that his own clan was still lacking in weapons to take out. It would be a good choice to collect these dorsal fins and use them as the clan's legacy. Su Xiaokun then took the lead in the attack. Toward the incoming school of sandfish it charged. The disc dragon stick in his hand swung wildly. From time to time, there was a metallic sound, but the school of sandfish remained unharmed. What the kind of creature is this? Su Xiaokun cursed and his figure began to retreat violently, and this group of sandfish was like a maggot attached to the bone, chasing after Su Xiaokun. But the good thing is, these sandfish don't have much intelligence. If not for this group of strong sandfish, they would have already chopped Su Xiaokun into pieces. However, that hardened armor was a headache for Su Xiaokun. Watching several figures explode towards him, Su Xiaokun bellowed, "Space! Open!" In an instant Su Xiaokun's own world was suddenly opened towards this group of sandfish. And this group of sandfish was just like, directly entering into Su Xiaokun's world. And Su Xiaokun's figure disappeared and appeared in his own world. Just as Su Xiaokun's figure appeared, this group of sandfish unexpectedly had attacked. But here Su Xiaokun was the absolute master. Set. As the voice fell, roughly hundreds of sandfish settled into place. That's when the reckless inspection began. The only thing I could see was that the group of sandfish looked nothing like sharks in the sea, but there was scale armor attached to the body, especially the blade on the dorsal fin that blew the hairs off. It took even more effort to remove a knife from a dorsal fin. Hold it in your hand and observe it carefully. The knife was in the shape of a half-moon, and although it did not have a hilt, it did not matter to Su Xiaokun. Then he covered his hands with spiritual energy, and with all his strength, however, he could only bend the knife slightly, but could not break it. When the hand was released, the knife returned to its original shape. Su Xiaokun was slightly pleased. It was then that all the knives were unloaded, and a rough estimate was that there were about 300 of them. It's a good thing these sandfish don't have much of an IQ. Otherwise, there's really no way to get it to slaughter in your own world. That almost perverted defense. Even I would have a hard time breaking it. Su Xiaokun shook his head and said, the sandfish was then untied, and without the knife, the shark quickly loses its life. After opening a few heads, Su Xiaokun didn't find, however, the presence of any crystals. Unbeknownst to me, the blade on the dorsal fin is the essence of the energy of the sandfish. Otherwise it wouldn't be so hard as it is. Chapter 138, Snubbing the Sandfish King. After restoring his spiritual energy, Su Xiaokun's figure once again appeared in the middle of the desert, and this group of sandfish even had the desperation to fly over when they saw Su Xiaokun. Afterward, Su Xiaokun continued to open the entrance to his world. Come as many as you can. I'll suck as many as I can. It was only after roughly 2,000 heads had been absorbed that the desert quieted down. After returning to the world and pulling all the knives off only then did Su Xiaokun continue to appear in the middle of the desert. After all, if sandfish live in their own space, I'm afraid it will bring unbearable disaster to ordinary people. Just as Su Xiaokun walked aimlessly above the desert, underneath that ground, surprisingly, it began to surge again. This time, however, the surge was immense. Su Xiaokun frowned and flew directly above midair, looking down on the grit that surges below this. About 2 minutes passed. 2 huge dorsal fins suddenly appeared in Su Xiaokun's eyes. The blade on that dorsal fin was even closer to 10 meters long, and both dorsal fins surprisingly belonged to the same sandfish. I suppose this is the king of the desert? Su Xiaokun muttered. Then a terrifying aura filled his eyes, and this breath, surprisingly, had surpassed Su Xiaokun. As this shark did not hide his cultivation, Su Xiaokun detected that this shark, surprisingly, had the cultivation of the Emperor realm. This was a shock to Su Xiaokun. Before he could react, a low, husky voice came through. Damned humans, Give me back my child. The huge head was like a locomotive, snapping, burrowing out of the sand, looking angrily at Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun's brows were furrowed. This kind of strength was completely beyond his ability to challenge. There was a difference of 2 whole realms, and it would still talk, obviously already having an IQ. Isn't this ancient god's game a pitfall? Su Xiaokun muttered. In the next instant, the Sandfish King's tail swept directly across. Su Xiaokun hurriedly raised his pan long stick to resist. The moment the tail came into contact with the coiled dragon stick, Su Xiaokun's figure was unexpectedly slapped out of the way. It felt like an ordinary person hit by a truck. All of a sudden the organs shifted. An unprecedented sense of crisis instantly surged to the forefront of his mind. How is this even a fight? While Su Xiaokun was thinking, the Sandfish King's second attack had already struck. Su Xiaokun subconsciously resisted. As a result, he was once again slapped away once again, completely defenseless. Lowly human, hand over my child and I will spare your life. The Sandfish King looked at Su Xiaokun, who was slapped away, and his eyes were filled with disdain. How the else is this going to be paid for? This Sandfish King's strength, in Su Xiaokun's opinion, had already half stepped into the god level. Su Xiaokun's brain was rapidly thinking about countermeasures at this time, but this Sandfish King did not give Su Xiaokun a chance to catch his breath. Then another tail attacked. This blow directly slapped Su Xiaokun on top of the desert. Sand mixed with blood and spurted out. Eyes glaring angrily at the Sandfish King. Want your child? Go to hell and ask for it. Su Xiaokun bellowed, raising his pan-dragon stick to take the lead in launching an attack towards the Sandfish King. In an instant, the coiled dragon stick grew to 100 meters long and smashed down directly towards the Sandfish King, while the Sandfish King's eyes were filled with disdain, not even bothering to hide. Griffin, you seek death. The Sandfish King spat out human smoke, then opened his bloody mouth. A huge vortex instantly took shape in the mouth. Then a huge suction force swept directly towards Su Xiaokun, and the stick smashed into the Sandfish King's body. Only a metallic sound came from it, unharmed. But Su Xiaokun was shocked and his tiger's mouth was numb. With this skill of yours, how dare you go wild? The Sandfish King then increased his suction, and Su Xiaokun's body, it also began to slide slightly towards the Sandfish King. ***** me for letting you suck. Su Xiaokun became furious and directly stabbed the pan-dragon stick towards the Sandfish King's mouth. I'll let you suck it up. Then the disc dragon stick grew rapidly, and the disc dragon stick was swallowed by the Sandfish King in one gulp. Get thicker for me, Su Xiaokun bellowed. Then the coiled dragon baton began to develop horizontally. It became thicker and thicker, and as it did, that suction force was gradually decreasing. Su Xiaokun's eyes lit up slightly. There's a show. Then he controlled the coiled dragon stick to keep getting thicker and longer, and this Sandfish King was like a bottomless pit, with no intention of stopping. It had been devouring Su Xiaokun's pan-dragon stick. No, this isn't the way to go. Then he looked at the Sandfish King and said, I'll give you your freedom, but how about a clean slate about your child? Su Xiaokun said. When the Sandfish King heard this, those huge eyes rolled. Obviously, he was considering whether what Su Xiaokun said was true or false. If it's true that in exchange for freedom from this hole, the child is to it, it really doesn't matter much yet. After all, there are thousands of eggs in a single spawn. If not for the limitations of this ancient god's game, with the reproduction ability of the Sandfish King, long ago, this ancient god's game was filled. Are you telling the truth? The Sandfish King stopped his suction. It directly spat out the disc dragon stick. I, Su Xiaokun, speak my mind. Su Xiaokun firmly looked at the Sandfish King. I still don't believe it. You must know that this game of the ancient gods has the will of the ancient gods in it. Even if I go out, I'll be obliterated. The Sandfish King said thoughtfully. Don't worry about that. As long as you trust me for once, I will surely set you free. Su Xiaokun looked at the Sandfish King with an old spirit. For the sake of freedom the Sandfish King could even give up his children. But at this moment he was contemplative. But seeing Su Xiaokun's confident appearance also didn't seem like a lie. Then spoke up. I can believe you once, but if you try to trick me, there are a million ways I could kill you. The Sandfish King threatened and chose to compromise for the sake of freedom anyway. Well then, I'm releasing my space now, so you don't resist my will. The Sandfish King listened to Su Xiaokun's words and froze slightly, then nodded. In an instant the figure of this man in fish disappeared into thin air. When it appeared again, it had already appeared in the middle of Su Xiaokun's world. Upon feeling the breath of freedom, the Sandfish King was obviously extremely excited. Ha ha, lowly human. I didn't expect you to actually release me. So, you go to hell. The Sandfish King opened his bloody mouth towards Su Xiaokun and bit over. And now it was Su Xiaokun's home turf. Just a slight smile. I was afraid you wouldn't come. The palm of his hand was then slightly raised. Ray, come on. a bolt of thunder directly struck the Sandfish King's body. The Sandfish King was immediately sent flying. The hardened scales, too, were blasted open at this moment. Chapter 139, 7 Injury Sword. No way. The Sandfish King was a little dazed as he felt the pain coming from his body. Incredulously looking at Su Xiaokun, he immediately launched another attack. No way? Su Xiaokun smiled faintly. Ray, come on. Spitting out 2 words lightly, another thunderbolt directly split the Sandfish King once again. And this time, surprisingly, a burst of roasted meat aroma came out. How? Is this your world? The Sandfish King recognized the reality and looked at Su Xiaokun. That huge body started to tremble. Oh, it's not bad. It's not chopped silly yet. This is indeed my world, and I am the absolute king here. Even a god can't escape death. Su Xiaokun said with incomparable arrogance. Impossible. Why would you have your own world with such a small strength? You know, even a god can't open it up. God? Is it powerful? Su Xiaokun smiled disdainfully. Now you are given 2 choices. Either die or make a contract with me. When I ascend, I will return your freedom. After all, the strength of the Sandfish King was a powerhouse with half a foot in the god realm. Don't take a free hitter for nothing. Diminutive human. You dream. Su Xiaokun smiled faintly. I hope that after a while, you will still be so arrogant. Ray, come on. Su Xiaokun once again summoned a thunderbolt and directly slashed the Sandfish King hard on the ground. The scales also began to show a crack as the thunder fell. One must know that in Su Xiaokun's world, there was no possibility for the Sandfish King to recover his power, so it could only consume vitality to repair the wounds on his body. The Sandfish King also didn't expect this tiny human to make a move at the drop of a hat. Still mad? Then Su Xiaokun waved his hand and instantly brought the Sandfish King into the thunder pool, locked it right in. The power of the Tao thunder crazily blasted on top of the Sandfish King's skin. Blood spurted out in a flash. And under such thunder, you don't even talk about repairing your injuries. It's extremely hard to even stay alive. After feeling the fall of endless thunder, the Sandfish King was also convinced. Kid, I was wrong. Let me out. Let's make a contract of equality. The Sandfish King roared. ***. Do you take me for an equal contract? If you had said, I might give you that chance. But for now, enjoy yourself. In the moment, said Su Xiaokun as he pretended to retreat. The Sandfish King was also struggling madly inside at this moment. Its noble bloodline would not allow it to submit to humans. But if it didn't, it would die. It doesn't want to die either. A short moment of reflection. Master, I am willing to submit. Su Xiaokun stopped his body and turned his head to look at the Sandfish King. There was a smug smile on his face. Geez, I told you so. If I had done that, wouldn't I not have had to get chopped? With a wave of his hand, Su Xiaokun directly yanked the Sandfish King out of the thunder pool, and the Sandfish King had long been drenched in blood all over his body by now. Then, a magic formation landed on top of Su Xiaokun's brow. As some time passed, this Sandfish King had already become Su Xiaokun's pet. The master-servant contract is complete, the Sandfish King said breathlessly. Su Xiaokun said as he looked at the Sandfish King's appearance. You don't have to be unconvinced, my word still counts. As soon as I ascend to a higher realm, I will return your freedom. But before that, if you dare to disobey me, don't say I'll directly destroy you. While uttering these words, Su Xiaokun prodded the formation bound to his soul. At once the Sandfish King howled miserably. Lord, Master, don't worry, I will never betray you. The Sandfish King hurriedly begged for mercy. Su Xiaokun nodded in satisfaction. Okay, let's get out. The figures of a man and a fish then reappeared in the middle of the desert. When the king of the sandfish was collected, that boundless desert, surprisingly, began to dissipate as well. Soon, a room of over 100 square feet appeared, and in the center of the room, another door appeared. But, there was a surprising altar next to this one. On the altar rested a weapon with a soft glow. What is it? Su Xiaokun looked at the Sandfish King and asked. Master, this is the 7 Injury Sword, which belongs to the inferior divine artifact level. Su Xiaokun nodded and picked up the 7 Wound Sword. Afterwards, he sensed it and realized that it still wasn't as strong as the coiled dragon stick in his own hand. It was estimated that the grade of one's coiled dragon stick was at least a top-grade divine artifact. Then the blood drops began. When Su Xiaokun's blood dripped onto the 7 Wound Sword, suddenly a message from the 7 Wound Sword was received. However, after understanding the information, Su Xiaokun was confused. This is a ING weapon? Although the name 7 Wounds Sword was overbearing, the weapon was surprisingly a reverse weapon. That is, other weapons can cause damage to humans, and this weapon is surprisingly capable of repairing human wounds. That is to say, as long as those in the God realm, and those below the God realm, are injured, as long as they are stabbed with a sword. Then you can recover from your injuries. If you can't recover, then 2 swords. As long as there is a breath in the air, then it can be recovered instantly. I don't think you should call it the 7 injury sword. From now on, let's call it the saving death and helping the wounded sword. Su Xiaokun muttered at this sword, and then the sword emitted a burst of light. As if you don't like the name. Then Su Xiaokun smiled at the Sandfish King. Come here, little sandfish, come and try. Looking at Su Xiaokun's lewd eyes, the Sandfish King was speechless for a while. However, with the master-servant contract in place, he could only stiffly come to Su Xiaokun's side. Then Su Xiaokun directly stabbed his sword within the Sandfish King's body without any obstruction. The moment the sword was drawn, the Sandfish King's lightning-struck injuries. Surprisingly, it was being repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. Another sword thrust followed. That injury was repaired even faster. In just a few moments, the injuries had been repaired as good as new. The Sandfish King is just a gatekeeper who guards the room. It's not clear exactly what the weapon really looks like. I didn't expect it to actually repair wounds, which was a shock. What's even more surprising is what has nothing better to do than to make such a weapon. And Su Xiaokun frowned slightly when he felt the spiritual energy in his body that had already dried up by half. Although this weapon could save lives, the amount of spiritual energy required was extremely large. He reckoned that if this Sandfish King was a god level, it was possible that one sword had drained one's spiritual energy. Solely put the weapon away, not daring to use it in a casual manner. The consumption is too great. He then meditated in place and began to repair the lost spiritual energy. After about half a day had passed, Su Xiaokun's spiritual energy had recovered as much as it could. But looking at the door in front of him, due to live the figure, he doesn't know if he should go down. After all, this second level had encountered the Sandfish King who had half a foot in the divine realm. The next layer was expected to show up god-level powerhouses, and it was impossible for a god-level powerhouse to have any hope of surviving at all. Su Xiaokun didn't think that, and also in lulling it into their world. Chapter 140 Sandfish King becomes a god. Perhaps he could see Su Xiaokun's doubts. A voice entered Su Xiaokun's ears. Little one, just enter the 3rd level without worry. There's no danger on the 3rd level. It's a place that specializes in providing rest. Of course, by analogy, floors 3, 6 and 9 are safe. This time, there are 10 levels in the ancient god game. I advise you to wait at the 3rd level until 2.5 years later and go straight out. Do not travel to the next level. Hearing such a familiar voice, Su Xiaokun knew that this was the old man outside. After hesitating for some time, Su Xiaokun finally stepped into the 3rd layer. Just as he reached the 3rd floor, he realized that there was only a table and a stool in the empty room. And there were fruits on the table that Su Xiaokun had never seen before. Su Xiaokun observed left and right and realized that there was no sign of any person or demonic beast. It was only then that he sat down reassuringly, picking up a piece of fruit and scrutinizing it. Do you know what kind of fruit this is? Su Xiaokun looked at the Sandfish King and asked. The Sandfish King nodded, greed in his eyes. However, they didn't dare to lie. After all, there was a master-servant contract. As long as the Sandfish King had the slightest bad thought, it would be immediately detected by Su Xiaokun. This is the Tao-breaking fruit. One of these can directly cross over from the Emperor realm to the God realm, and there are no side effects. What about these? Su Xiaokun pointed at the other fruits again. This is the porcupine fruit, which contains a powerful divine power that can raise your cultivation level after swallowing it. It's just that this porcupine fruit belongs to the existence of garbage in the higher realms. But here, yet it's a supreme treasure that has an absolute allure to those strong below the god level. Su Xiaokun nodded and looked at the Sandfish King, not expecting that it even knew about the higher realms, and was presumably from the higher realms as well. And the 2 remaining fruits, both of which have effects similar to those of the porcupine fruit. It's all used to enhance cultivation. The Sandfish King stared intently at the 4 fruits the only thing in his gaze was the extreme desire for the Tao-breaking fruit. Su Xiaokun was also thinking about whether or not he should give the Sandfish King this broken Tao fruit. After all, if the Sandfish King swallowed the Tao-breaking fruit, he would be able to become a god realm powerhouse. Maybe we'll even get another floor together. If we don't give it away, then it's only 2.5 years in this hole. You want this broken Tao fruit badly? Su Xiaokun said as he looked at the Sandfish King. Yes, master. As long as I can swallow this Tao-breaking fruit, I can reach the god realm. Once I reach the god realm, I'll be able to transform into a human body. In which case, we'll be able to go on to the next level and take a look around. Su Xiaokun nodded and played with the Tao-breaking fruit in his hand before throwing it to the Sandfish King. Eat it. If you are too weak, you are not fit to follow me, Su Xiaokun said indifferently. When the Sandfish King saw the broken Tao fruit that was thrown at him, he was instantly overjoyed, gratefully glancing at Su Xiaokun. without this Tao-breaking fruit, I don't know how long it will take to reach the god level. He then hurriedly retreated to the side and swallowed the Tao-breaking fruit in one gulp. And Su Xiaokun casually picked up a fruit and ate it. When the fruit was just in the mouth, it was only instantly transformed into a divine force that it quickly entered Su Xiaokun's body. And that cultivation level also began to surge madly at this moment. Late Imperial Realm. Peak of the Earth Realm. Ka-ching! With a crisp cracking sound, the cultivation level had risen to the Great Emperor Realm. When his cultivation had reached the Great Emperor Realm, Su Xiaokun did not feel the existence of the thunder tribulation. It puzzled him a little. Just then, the old man's voice came again. Little one, just eat without worry. There is no thunderbolt in the midst of this ancient god's game. But your cultivation will also grow. However, after you go out from here, you will face the baptism of thunderbolt. Su Xiaokun nodded. Another fruit was then thrown into his mouth. And that cultivation level of the Great Emperor Realm unexpectedly began to slowly rise again. This stopped when it was raised to the middle stage. Helplessly, he shook his head. I didn't realize that this fruit, as far as the first time you take it to enhance your strength, will be huge. And then the second time you eat it, the effect would be much less. The last porcupine fruit was then swallowed. And the divine power contained in this porcupine fruit was overbearing. In an instant, he pulled Su Xiaokun's cultivation to the late stage of the Great Emperor Realm. And it's steadily increasing. It slowed down until it reached the peak of the Great Emperor, Half-Step Emperor. When Su Xiaokun felt that huge energy, he suddenly bellowed, "Break me!" With the chains in his body loosening slightly, he instantly broke through to the Emperor Realm. When the cultivation level stabilized at the early stage of the Emperor Realm, that's what stopped it. However, there was still a lot of divine power left in the body. Su Xiaokun's heart was filled with joy as he felt this unprecedentedly strong power. He glanced at the Sandfish King, who was still in seclusion, before muttering in a low voice, I guess it's the reason for not having crossed the tribulation, that the cultivation level is unexpectedly unable to rise again. This breakthrough, it seemed like a short time, but Su Xiaokun felt that a long time should have passed. Just as Su Xiaokun was talking to himself, strong energy suddenly erupted from the Sandfish King's body. The moment was wrapped in a stream of air. After half an hour, the air currents dissipated. A teenager stood in front of Su Xiaokun, kneeling down towards Su Xiaokun. Thanks a lot, master. Su Xiaokun froze for a moment, then waved his hand. No harm done. Since you've transformed into human form, I'll call you little fish from now on. The Sandfish King nodded with an excited face. Then master, shall we go to the next level? If I'm right, the next level should be the world of fire. The gatekeeper inside has a cultivation level of roughly the early divine realm. The Sandfish King said thoughtfully. How do you know? Looking at Su Xiaokun's doubt, Little Fish explained. Most of us knew each other back when we were caught in the ancient gods game. And if you arrange them according to cultivation, it should be the flame monarch who guards the next gate. And in the next gate, perhaps, there will be the presence of divine essence. And what is the divine essence? The little fish kept saying fresh words, leaving Su Xiaokun a little confused. Divine essence is the crystal core left behind after the death of a god realm powerhouse. As long as you drop blood to slowly refine it, you can cultivate to the god realm. But as powerful as the divine essence is, once it absorbs the energy of the divine essence, then this person's cultivation can only stop at the god realm. If you want to upgrade to a higher cultivation level again, you can only do so by acquiring another higher level of divine essence. Fish explained patiently. Su Xiaokun frowned slightly, pondering the pros and cons of this. He was well aware that every step in this ancient god's game was full of unknowns and dangers. But again, the power of the mighty made his heart sing. Chapter 141, The Flame Monarch. The following is expanded for you to about 100 words with a fight plot and dialogue. Little fish, then, according to you, we should venture out to look for this divine essence or are you waiting for the right moment here? Su Xiaokun asked. The little fish pondered for a moment and replied, Master, with your cultivation nowadays, together with my assistance, there may be a battle, but the risk is great. Su Xiaokun's gaze was firm as he said, since we've come this far, backing down is not my style. Even if there's a mountain of daggers and fire ahead, we have to break through. The little fish nodded and responded, Master has this determination. Then the little fish is willing to go with you to the danger. Thus, Su Xiaokun and little fish walked toward the next layer of the world of fire that was full of unknowns and challenges. Just as soon as I walked through the front door, it was just as Fishy had said. The heat was overwhelming. The tumbling magma was like boiling hot water. From time to time, it splashed over towards the two Su Xiaokun. It couldn't do any substantial damage to the two men. But the heat, but it caused beads of sweat to rise on both men's foreheads. Then the beads of sweat were scorched by the heat, Damned humans, get out of here now or die. Only the flame monarch, in human form, was seen standing on top of the magma. A fiery red robe swayed like a flame. No, aren't you the little fish on the second floor? I didn't expect to break through to the god realm. The flame monarch looked at the teenager beside Su Xiaokun with doubt in his eyes. As a matter of fact, it was impossible to grow in cultivation to break through in the ancient gods game, unless it's recognizing the owner, with the help of a human. You actually recognized your master to a humble human? Oh, flame monarch, long time no see. Not bad. So what if I recognize the master? Likewise, I advise you to recognize the master along with it, so that master will take us out. Don't worry, master's ability I know. Little fish looked at the flame monarch with disdain. Ha, dream on. A lowly human doesn't deserve to have me recognized. It's just a junior from the emperor realm. Besides, all I have to do is survive 2,000 years before I'm out of this place. The flame monarch, perhaps having not spoken for too long, fell back on the little fish, but it didn't pay the slightest attention to Su Xiaokun, who was standing on the side. We've all been here for untold years. Do you still believe the words of the ancient gods? We're just a part of this game, and we won't be taken seriously at all. I reckon we've been long forgotten. Rather, why don't you hand over the treasures of this lair and then recognize my master as your master? After 2 years, we can naturally go out. Little fish convinced the flame monarch with the reasoning of not fighting if he could, but this flame monarch was oil and salt. Oh, the paths are different. For the sake of our acquaintance, take your master and get the hell out of here. The flame monarch waved his hand. Asterisk asterisk. Little flame, it's not good enough to talk to you properly, is it? Don't forget, old me is also in the god realm now. The little fish glared angrily at the flame monarch. Just a beginner in the god realm. Not worth mentioning. Just after the words were said, the flame monarch directly flung a fireball over. Holy, you're sneak attacking? The little fish froze and immediately swung out with a palm. Directly knocked the fireball back. Then the flame monarch opened his large mouth and swallowed the fireball in one gulp. Oh, you can do it, little fish. How dare you make a move against me? In an instant 2 long flaming whips appeared in the flame monarch's hands. Master, stay back and watch me clean him up. Little fish shouted. Su Xiaokun nodded his head and stepped back, while observing the battle situation with all his concentration, ready to step in and help at any time. Little fish's figure flashed as he rushed towards the flame monarch. The flame monarch swung his long whip, bringing up a blazing wave of wind that lashed at the little fish. Little fish sidestepped and dodged. His hands formed a seal, and a curtain of water appeared out of thin air as he mouthed the word, rushing towards the flame monarch. The flame monarch snorted coldly. Sculpture. He closed his hands and the water curtain was instantly vaporized. Little fish, don't dawdle with him. Fight quickly, Su Xiaokun shouted. The little fish responded. Yes, master. Only a powerful aura erupted from the little fish as its body glowed. Hands clenched into fists. A layer of blue light wrapped around his fists as he violently slammed them towards the flame monarch. The flame monarch wasn't willing to show weakness either, and danced his long whip to meet little fish's fist. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the 2 men each took a few steps back. Looks like you still have some skills, little fish, the flame monarch said. Cut the crap. I'll show you my power today. Little fish charged up again. The 2 fought back and forth. The flame monarch suddenly spewed out a stream of flame from his mouth. The little fish couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the flames. The clothes on his body instantly burst into flames. Little fish. Su Xiaokun's heart tightened. Little fish gritted his teeth and worked his divine power to extinguish the flames on his body. Master, I'm fine. At this moment, Su Xiaokun could no longer hold back, and with a movement of his body, he joined the battle. Flame monarch, suffer, Su Xiaokun shouted, and the coiled dragon stick in his hand came out in a smooth manner. Seeing this, the flame monarch's face changed slightly. Humph, an insouciant human. You're full of crap. Take a stick from me. The coiled dragon stick in Su Xiaokun's hand violently lengthened and slammed towards the flame monarch. The flame monarch frowned with a disdainful expression. Directly, he held the coiled dragon baton in one hand, and at this moment, little fish directly held the long dorsal fin blade in his hand and slashed at the flame monarch's arm. In a flash of cold light, the arm fell directly into the lava, and Su Xiaokun's pan dragon stick was drawn out in a smooth manner. Master, his defense doesn't work, Fishy said. Then once again, he raised his sword to slash at the flame monarch. You, little mongrel, you actually broke one of my arms. You seek death. The flame monarch took the pain and bellowed in the next moment. It instantly transformed into the body. A rocky beast with a fiery body presented itself. The huge head was like a small mountain, glaring angrily at the small fish. Die for me. Then a punch was thrown towards the small fish. Flame Monarch Huawei in the body. Although the strength and defense have become stronger, but speed is a hard sell. This one came down to a lonesome punch. Then a knife followed. Dang! With a sound, the long sword merely cut into the Flame Monarch by half a point, and then it was difficult to advance any further. Su Xiaokun frowned. The coiled dragon stick in his hand was once again large and long. It smashed towards the Flame Monarch's head, and this Flame Monarch didn't even bother to dodge, directly carrying Su Xiaokun's strike hard. Little trash! What can you do to me when I turn into my own body? Chapter 142 Great Battle Against Flame Monarch. Just as the Flame Monarch shouted out, the arm that had been severed had actually grown back. The little fish froze. No! Impossible! How can you still grow arms? Even Su Xiaokun looked at this scene incredulously. Oh, there's more than enough impossible things to go around. Go to hell, little mongrel. Only to see the Flame Monarch directly put his hands together and grab towards the little fish. And the small fish that froze was directly grabbed in the hands of the Flame Monarch. Die! As the Flame Monarch's hands exerted force, the little fish's body began to become twisted. There was a popping sound coming from the body. The little fish didn't dare to be careless in the slightest, and instantly transformed into its original body. Only 100-meter-long sand fish appeared in Su Xiaokun's field of vision. Damn! Careless! The little fish cursed, his dorsal fin behind him, shooting out in an instant, directly chopping at the Flame Monarch's head. After all, the long blade of that dorsal fin is the essence, especially when it changed into its original body. That strength increased exponentially. The two long blades intertwined with each other like a giant pair of scissors. Straight away, the Flame Monarch's head was cut off. The huge head dropped into the magma. Rubbish! With this much strength, how dare you call yourself a monarch? Little fish said as he looked disdainfully at the Flame Monarch whose head had been chopped off. Just as he turned back and flew towards Su Xiaokun, that Flame Monarch's head had actually grown. Fishy! Watch out! Only the head of the Flame Monarch recovered, and directly from the magma, a huge long knife was drawn. The whole body exuded a thick, fiery flame. It chopped towards the small fish, and the cocky little fish tried to dodge, but it was simply too late. It was slashed at by the Flame Monarch. Instantly, the flames wrapped around his entire body. As a scream came, the small fish's hard armor was unexpectedly cut out by the Flame Monarch's slash, and that flame was like a maggot attached to the bone, frantically searing the small fish's flesh. Asterisk. Why you can regenerate? The little fish's huge body trembled with pain. Unbelievably, he looked at the intact Flame Monarch. Oh, little mongrel, this monarch has said that he wants you to die. You won't be able to see tomorrow's sun, said in a knife attack, and Su Xiaokun didn't know what he was thinking at this time, looking straight at the Flame Monarch. However, Su Xiaokun realized that whenever the Flame Monarch was recovering his body, then the defense gets a little weaker, and now that the head is restored, then the current defense, Su Xiaokun estimates that it can also be opened. The coiled dragon stick in his hand then smashed directly towards the Flame Monarch's head, and now the monarch didn't take Su Xiaokun seriously at all. His attention was all on the little fish. As the disc dragon stick smashed down, the Flame Monarch's head, surprisingly, produced a crack. As expected, the Flame Monarch, on the other hand, was in pain. Directly abandoning the little fish, he raised his long flaming sword and slashed towards Su Xiaokun. Damn human! How dare you hurt me? The words were full of tyranny. The knife was clearly riveted. The flames of that blade, even the air around it, burned until it twisted and distorted. Su Xiaokun frowned. Instantly, he lifted the pan-dragon stick and fended it off. The moment the two weapons collided, Su Xiaokun's figure flew backwards. Then a mouthful of blood spurted out. I didn't expect a god-level powerhouse to be so powerful. He then chanted an incantation under his breath, and then the coiled dragon baton began to tremble. With the completion of the spell, that pan-long stick had unexpectedly turned into an immense and incomparable golden holy sword. Regulus, Su Xiaokun shouted under his breath. The figures of two huge arms suddenly appeared behind them. One held the Regulus sword in his hand. Die for me, Su Xiaokun shouted under his breath. Holding up a huge sword that was nearly 100 meters long, he chopped right at the Flame Monarch. The Flame Monarch's eyes changed. An unprecedented crisis was felt. Hurry up and fend it off. But nay, the speed of the Flame Monarch who had transformed into his body was simply no match for Su Xiaokun. Only a huge cold flash was seen. This Flame Monarch, hardened, was cut off, while the upper half of the body fell within the lava. A milky white bead appeared above the lower half of the Flame Monarch's body. Just as Su Xiaokun froze, the bead emitted a burst of light, rapidly repairing the Flame Monarch's body. I know, Little Fish yelled as he looked at the beads in the Flame Monarch's body. That's the resurrection bead. As long as the bead is there, this Flame Monarch will be resurrected indefinitely. As little fish said that, he directly slammed into the flame monarch's half-repaired body, without the slightest hesitation. And the flame monarch's body, which had just recovered a bit, unexpectedly, under this collision of little fishes, broken again. Master, quickly go and grab the resurrection bead, Fishy said anxiously, and as soon as little fish's voice sounded out, Su Xiaokun's figure disappeared in place. Toward the resurrection beads it grabbed, but the moment it touched the resurrection beads, this flame monarch unexpectedly formed a self-defense, directly bouncing Su Xiaokun out. Master, lend me your sword, Fishy said, and without even thinking about it, Su Xiaokun gave the regular sword to little fish. So did the little fish, and two arms suddenly grew out of his body. The regular sword was directly held in his hand. It slashed up towards the flame monarch's defense. This blow directly split a tiny gap in the defense shield, and Su Xiaokun's arm could just fit inside. Master, it's now! Su Xiaokun's head was a little bit, and he directly slammed his fist along the shield. Then the fist entered the flame monarch's body without any resistance. A handful of resurrection beads. While holding the resurrection beads, the flame monarch's body let out a roar. Once again, Su Xiaokun's figure was vibrated away, and just as Su Xiaokun flew backwards, cracks began to appear in the lower half of that flame monarch's body. Then in a moment, it turned into nothingness and dissipated into the magma. Without the support of the flame monarch, this magma also slowly disappeared into thin air, as a mouthful of blood spurted out from Su Xiaokun, sprayed directly on top of the resurrection beads. The resurrection bead, on the other hand, instantly turned into a ray of light and entered Su Xiaokun's body, rapidly repairing that injured body. Moments later, Su Xiaokun's body is back to its original state. Aside from that dried-up spiritual energy, there was no longer any physical harm. Feeling the constant stream of vitality that nourished his body, Su Xiaokun knew that this thing was definitely much more powerful than any artifact. So far, there was one more life-preserving card, and the little fish transformed into a human body and fell to the ground. The two just gasped for air. Then, two six-pronged crystals appeared in front of the two. Su Xiaokun felt incomparably familiar looking at that crystal. And yet, it's a little different. This is the divine essence? Chapter 143, The Mysterious Strongman. Yes, master. As long as one's strength reaches the emperor realm, one can refine the divine essence to become a god. Fishy explained. Do you think there's a possibility that it can be refined at the transitional stage? Su Xiaokun asked. That. I'm not sure. Just like that, the two of them restored the spiritual energy in their bodies with a word from you and a word from me. 3 days had passed in a flash of time. As for Su Xiaokun, both of them had recovered as much of their spiritual energy as they could. As for this fifth floor, the two men also conferred. It was estimated that a mid-grade god realm powerhouse would appear. Totally not the same concept of existence as it is right now. At first, Su Xiaokun also intended to refine the divine essence to become a god, but the thought was dropped at Fish's explanation. After all, once one passes through the divine essence to become a god, then one's cultivation will not advance an inch in this lifetime. After thinking about it, he decided to bring it back for the two girls to use. Wanting the two women to become gods independently, Su Xiaokun felt that it was somewhat unrealistic. The big deal was to slaughter a few more gods in the future when he was stronger. And the current cultivation levels going forward are the god realm, middle grade god, and upper grade god. Every level up, it was a qualitative leap. With their own side, one god realm and one emperor realm, it was simply not enough for a medium grade god to look at. So after some discussion, Su Xiaokun planned to end the trip. Automatically go out after 2.5 years and test it again when you're stronger. 2 years and more than 5 months later. 3 more days to go before the word gets out. Su Xiaokun made a bold decision to go down to the 5th floor to have a look. Although his cultivation hadn't grown in these 2 years, at least the realm had been thoroughly stabilized. As long as one was careful, the dog was on the 5th floor and might also gain an unexpected harvest. With that said, the two made their move, stepping directly into the 5th floor. And when we first got to the 5th level, which was actually pretty much the same as the 3rd level, there was still only one table, and a couple of stools. Instead, though, a teenager was made in front of this table, and the teenager had an uncontrollable excitement in his eyes when he saw the two enter, but in a flash it was hidden. Looking at the two men, he said, "Come sit down." Su Xiaokun and the two of them were also a bit puzzled, not knowing what it meant. Still, it was a hard walk, because even little fish couldn't sense the other party's cultivation. Su Xiaokun didn't think that the teenager in front of him was an ordinary person. That strength is absolutely extraordinary. It had even surpassed the existence of a middle-grade god. Sit down. What are you looking at me for? The teenager was extremely mild-tempered and had brought out a number of fruits to entertain. The little fish were shocked when they saw the fruit. This is the fruit of the Holy Spirit? Fish asked, looking at the fruit in front of him. Ha, I didn't expect that you, a little mongrel, would know quite a lot. Sit down, keep me company, and as long as you're not thinking about getting to the next level, stay here with me until the end of time, then you can leave alive, the teenager said with a light smile on his face. Su Xiaokun, on the other hand, sat across from the teenager and looked at the small fish and asked, "What is the fruit of the Spirit?" The teenager opened his mouth. "This fruit of the Holy Spirit, to me, is just an ordinary fruit, but for a middle-grade god, or someone below a middle-grade god, that's a great tonic. It only takes 2 of them to break through a small realm. Of course, if it's refining divine essence to become a god, it's not much use," the teenager took great pains to explain. However, speaking of this, Su Xiaokun's too cold sweat came down, knowing that this Holy Spirit fruit had a great allure to even a middle-grade god, and yet there was not the slightest temptation to the one before him. That proved that this teenager could only be an upper-grade god. Other people didn't know what the concept of a superior god was, but little fish did. A superior grade god, that was an existence that walked sideways in the higher realms. I didn't expect that this 5th layer would appear. If the other party were to make a move, Su Xiaokun, the 2 of them, would have no hope of surviving. A sneeze from the other side could spray the 2 into slag. For a while Su Xiaokun also regretted coming to the 5th floor, but it was a good thing that so far the other party had not been malicious, or else the moment he came down the 2 would be cool. Just as Su Xiaokun was thinking to himself, the teenager spoke again. Eyes looking at Su Xiaokun said, "I sense something familiar in you." Su Xiaokun froze, his brows furrowed, not knowing what the teenager meant. If there was something that could be looked at by the other party, perhaps it was only the resurrection bead that he had just obtained. "Oh, no need to be nervous. I'm not talking about the resurrection beads," the teenager said gently. Su Xiaokun was even more puzzled. He hadn't said that he had gotten the resurrection beads, but he was detected by the other party. Su Xiaokun only felt that he was just like a stripped naked person in front of the teenager. There are no secrets at all. The teenager sniffed at Su Xiaokun's body for a while. "Good, that's the thing. I didn't expect that your luck would be so unbelievable." The teenager looked at Su Xiaokun. "What the hell did you say?" Su Xiaokun was also annoyed to no end. "If I'm right, there's a world on you, isn't there?" the teenager said. "You know, this secret is only known by people on your side, and since this teenager knows that, obviously has some knowledge of the world." Su Xiaokun nodded. Since he was guessed out, there was no need to hide it. "And is there a great tree in the midst of your world?" The teenager's eyes popped up at the mention of the big tree, then flashed with a hint of greed. "There is such a tree? Why?" Su Xiaokun was vigilant in his heart. If the other party wanted to seize his world, then Su Xiaokun will duck in at the first opportunity. "Oh, you don't have to be so nervous, and don't think about hiding in the middle of the world. For others, you may have the ability to escape, but for me, as long as I want, you're not even qualified to run away." The teenager looked at Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun believed that what the other party said was absolutely true. "So what do you mean?" The teenager's eyes rolled. "Show me your world." Now it was Su Xiaokun's turn to be confused. "I don't know what the other side really means. You know, once you're in your own world, then Su Xiaokun is a juggernaut-like existence. Why, I'm not afraid." "What are you afraid of?" The teenager looked at Su Xiaokun with a smile. "Yeah, if he's not afraid, what am I afraid of?" Su Xiaokun then nodded to the teenager. "Then don't resist my realization. Hurry up, I get it." The teenager waved his hand impatiently. In the next moment, the 3 of them appeared in their world at the same time. When the teenager just came in, Su Xiaokun's world, unexpectedly, had signs of collapse. This really startled Su Xiaokun. "Ha ha, sorry, I forgot to collect my breath." The teenager laughed. The breath was then collected, which restored calm. Chapter 144 2 Women Become Gods. Although Su Xiaokun didn't say anything with his mouth, but the heart was extremely shocked. This teenager must be deliberately giving himself a hard time. "I didn't realize that my world, which was unbeatable, was so bad at the moment." The teenager then closed his eyes tightly and felt it. In the next second, the 3 of them appeared in front of the big tree. The young man walked up and gently caressed the large tree. "Yes, that's it." The teenager then turned his head to Su Xiaokun and said once more, "It seems that you are truly the chosen one. This ancient tree that has been lost for hundreds of thousands of years. I can't believe it's here with you." Su Xiaokun was a bit stunned, and was completely at a loss as to what the other party meant by that. "Little one, you don't have to wonder. You can't know the secrets here now. Remember, the existence of this tree in this world must not be told to anyone, or it will lead to murder." The teenager touched the large tree once more, before he said to Su Xiaokun with great interest, "Let's go." Then with a wave of Su Xiaokun's hand, the three of them once again appeared in the 5th floor. Then the teenager took out an ancient gongfu and handed it to Su Xiaokun. "This one's for you." Su Xiaokun also didn't know what the other party meant, but it was a bit confusing when it came to seeing the feats. Ancient god-splitting technique? It is? Su Xiaokun asked. Oh, the meaning is very simple. It means that after cultivation, you can have a bilocation. However, it is only when one becomes a god that one condenses a split body. This doppelganger, of course, is the same as the other you, and most importantly then, this alter ego, can cultivate on its own, the teenager said. Su Xiaokun's eyes were filled with shock. The bilocation could cultivate on its own? Oh, no need to wonder. The day you become a god, you must remember, take the divine essence that one has coalesced into, and fuse it into the split. That way you have two bodies, and even if one of them dies, then you can continue to survive in another body as well. And at most you can coalesce 5 doppelgangers. Each corresponds to the art of the 5 elements. That is, when you gather your first bilocation, the elements will descend from heaven and earth for you to choose from. Wind, water, wood, fire, earth. Only after condensing the 5 great bilocations will your main body be able to break through to the divine level, the teenager explained. Of course, every time you condense a split body, the cultivation level of the main body will drop to the emperor realm. Only when one cultivates to the god level again can one condense another bilocation. When you reach the god level, you will understand the reasoning behind it. Su Xiaokun nodded thoughtfully, as if he had understood, and as if he hadn't. But to be able to take out such a precious gongfu and give it to oneself, one also knows that the teenager in front of him that it's a friend, not a foe. Though I don't know why Xiaomi thinks so highly of herself. It must have something to do with the old man outside, or, perhaps, with the tree. Okay, it's about time. It's time for you to leave. The teenager looked at Su Xiaokun with a smile on his face. By the way, my name is Wang Shu. If you don't understand anything in the future, you can come to me. Just as the teenager had just finished speaking, Su Xiaokun's body began to dissipate. When it reappeared, the scene had changed to the front of the thatched cottage, and the old man looked at Su Xiaokun's stern smile. Little guy, got a lot of benefits. Su Xiaokun arched his hand. Thank you for your appreciation, senior. The old man waved his hand. It's all about your own opportunities. Just as he finished speaking, the figures of the remaining god-level powerhouses gradually appeared in front of him. But, there are only 5 left. The remaining 3 had obviously fallen in the ancient god game. And these 5, there was excitement and sadness. Senior, we will leave first. The 5 men clasped their fists at the old man. Well, the old man just nodded. When everyone had gone, the teenager's figure unexpectedly appeared in front of the old man. Said to the old man, Father. Su Xiaokun looked at all of this and was a bit confused, not expecting that this teenager was the old man's child. Ha ha, little one. Hello again. Wang Shu looked at Su Xiaokun and greeted him, and at the same time, in the sky, there were suddenly dark clouds. Su Xiaokun's strong spiritual energy also suddenly erupted at this moment. The old man looked at the sky. A low drink came out of his mouth. Retreat. With just one word, he actually chided back the thunderbolt. And Su Xiaokun's cultivation began to rise insanely again, until it reached the middle stage of the Emperor realm, and only then did it stop. Thank you, Senpai. Su Xiaokun looked at the old man and said, Okay, you go too. The next time the Ancient Gods game opens will be in 3,000 years. With the fall of the old man's voice, Su Xiaokun's figure had already appeared in the outskirts of the unknown forest. It was unimaginable that the old man's children were all upper-grade gods. Just how terrifying was that old man's cultivation? But after thinking about it, he still took the little fish and flew towards Kunlun. When passing through the kingdom of heaven, in passing, he glanced at Elder Dragon, and Long Lao had a mysterious face, as if he had some secret, so he didn't tell Su Xiaokun. He said that he would know everything when he returned to the ancient country. Su Xiaokun didn't bother to talk nonsense, and with a single movement of his figure, he appeared in the ancient country. However, after feeling it for half a day, he didn't detect any information from the 2 women. This made Su Xiaokun a bit puzzled. Then it was back into its own world. But after feeling it for a while, he still didn't feel the presence of the 2. This caused Su Xiaokun's eyes to go cold. Standing above the sky of the dark prison, when, just before trying to get back to the main peak, however, he was vibrated out by a terrifying breath. A god realm powerhouse. At the bottom of Su Xiaokun's heart, an ominous premonition rose. A punch was thrown towards the main peak, and Su Xiaokun's punch only opened up just a sliver of a gap in the main peak's protective shield. Just as Su Xiaokun was about to launch another attack, a giggle came from the main peak. Okay Lori, stop playing. Chu Qingyi's figure appeared at Su Xiaokun's side and wrapped an arm around Su Xiaokun's arm. Honey. The current Su Xiaokun was still in a state of confusion. Did you guys make this shield? Su Xiaokun looked at the two women incredulously. Luo Li nodded. What the heck? Honey, aren't we awesome? And a small fish off to the side realized what was going on and brought a small smile to the corner of her mouth. You became gods? Su Xiaokun looked at this with disbelief. I guess it kind of is. Chu Qingyi whispered. The two of them then released a domain, directly trapping Su Xiaokun within it. The sign of becoming a god. The realm of the gods. Su Xiaokun was slightly surprised. What's your situation? Haha hubby, we'll be protecting you from now on. Luo Li smiled playfully. Chapter 145, Brook. Then he told Su Xiaokun about what had happened. Hubby, remember the crystals the fishmen gave us at the wedding? Su Xiaokun nodded and suddenly remembered something. He then took out the 2 crystal cores he had gotten. Yes, is the one. Su Xiaokun then looked at little fish. What is this? The little fish was also confused. Actually, in the beginning, after absorbing the divine essence, we didn't feel anything, but as our cultivation increased, that divine essence was gradually refined by us, and the one I refined is the water divine essence. Sister Luo Li, on the other hand, is a fire divine essence, Chu Qingyi said, when Su Xiaokun was even more surprised, knowing the preciousness of this divine essence. It's amazing how easily the fishers were able to deliver it. For a while Su Xiaokun didn't know what to say. However, Su Xiaokun looked at the 2 divine essences in his hand. It's actually the same as what these 2 are refining. Same with water, same with fire. And this next time, the dark prison, surprisingly, had 3 more great god-level powerhouses. Its power, moreover, is above that of many nations. Of course, except for those god-level powerhouses hiding in the shadows. Su Xiaokun had thought of giving these 2 divine essences to the blood turtle, and the little Jiao Long respectively. But these 2 things, pressed, don't look like divine essence. Just when Su Xiaokun wanted to say something, suddenly a huge aura flew directly towards the dark prison, and the 3 great god-level powerhouses beside Su Xiaokun also released their auras, looking toward the flying man. This flying person, Su Xiaokun had seen it before. It's one of the 5 that's alive. When the man saw Su Xiaokun, a smile filled his eyes. Ha ha, little brother meets again. I'll introduce myself. My name is Brook, and I'm a mammoth in my own right. Today's cultivation level, on the other hand, is at the late divine level. Brook introduced herself. Su Xiaokun also did not understand the other party's intention and arched his hand. I don't know. What are you here for? Seeing Su Xiaokun being so direct, Brook's old face blushed. It was a little hard to tell as he rubbed the back of his head. Oh, just tell me what's up. Seeing the other party's hesitation, Su Xiaokun said, actually, I was going to ask what attribute the divine essence you got in the ancient gods game was. After holding her tongue, Brook then explained the reason for her visit. So it's the idea of hitting a god spirit. Luo Li said that she was going to go forward. She was now confident in her own strength. However, he was stopped by Su Xiaokun. Are you kidding me? 1 early, 1 late. It's not even a fight. Still, it said, 1 fire, 1 water. Brook's eyes lit up slightly. Could that? Give me the fire divine essence. Of course, I'll come up with something of the same caliber in exchange. Brook said hurriedly. Oh, Su Xiaokun raised his eyebrows. What do you want in exchange? Brook thought about it, and with a clench of her teeth, she simply took out a weapon. This is a mid-grade artifact I got in the ancient god game. How about for your divine essence? One must know that in the higher realms, divine essence wasn't worth as much as a medium-grade divine artifact. It's only in the secular world that things are rare. Su Xiaokun looked at the long sword in Brook's hand and was slightly moved. After all, he couldn't use divine essence himself, and his 2 daughters-in-law had already broken through to the divine level, much less use the divine essence, but the 2 of them were, for now, lacking a weapon, then thought for a moment and nodded. Available. However, I have one condition. Brook, hearing that there was a deal to be had, hastened to say, on what terms? You name it. Never hesitate to do whatever I can. In that case, my condition is to help me guard the heavenly kingdom and the ancient kingdom for 100 years. With this free fighter, Su Xiaokun was confident that he would reach the god level within 100 years. Brook didn't even think about it and just agreed. To a god level powerhouse, 100 years was just a snap of the fingers. Su Xiaokun then threw the divine essence to Brook, and Brook threw the medium artifact to Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun didn't look at it and directly put it away. I wonder, what do you need this divine essence for? I'm sure that with your cultivation level, this divine essence is no longer useful to you, right? Su Xiaokun asked. Brook fell back on a big grin. I just said that my essence is a mammoth. It was not easy to cultivate to the realm of a great emperor. and in the ancient god games of the last one, I got a lower grade divine essence by chance. That's what allowed me to break through to the divine level. Otherwise, with my qualifications, it's simply impossible to reach the god level, and unless I have an ancient god level bloodline, I won't be able to become a god in this lifetime. Now that I've reached the god level, but my children, and yet, he is barely able to reach the emperor realm, unable to go any further. This divine essence, too, is for my child. Su Xiaokun nodded. This world is getting more and more dangerous. Only a strong strength can have the capital to live. This time, I was also lucky enough to obtain a medium-grade divine essence. I'm planning to go back and impact the middle-grade gods this time. When I come out of the gate, I will definitely protect your two countries for 100 years. Saying that, Brook swore the heavenly Tao oath in front of Su Xiaokun and the others. This was what made Su Xiaokun and the others put their hearts down. Heavenly oaths, once sworn, must be fulfilled, or, in the lesser case, they will be haunted by nightmares, or, in the greater case, it was directly meted out by the heavenly Tao. After some conversation, Brook left in a hurry, and there was only one water divine essence left in his hand. This divine essence, Su Xiaokun intended that these few masters, whoever broke through to the emperor realm first, would be given to whom to use. After all, with their qualifications, it would definitely be difficult for them to step into the god realm in this lifetime. As for the middle grade divine weapon, Su Xiaokun handed it over to Luoli. After all, this little ninny likes to get into things too much. Keeping it is one more card to save your life. And Chu Qingyi didn't have any complaints. After all, Chu Qingyi's gentle character was, just get a handful for her when the time comes. As for the group of sandfish dorsal fins that Su Xiaokun had obtained, they were left in the dark prison as inherited weapons. Anyone who contributes enough can get it. And of course 1,000 handles were sent to Elder Dragon. After all, only when the two countries are strong can they work together to defend themselves against foreign enemies. Right now, these foreign god-level powerhouses hadn't done anything excessive yet though, but it's not guaranteed to launch an invasion against a major power someday. However, what surprised Su Xiaokun the most was, Su Yun and Qin Xiao. Surprisingly, they had all reached the Jindan realm, and the rest of those people were only at the foundation establishment stage. After arranging the minnows, it was only then that Su Xiaokun took the two women back to his world, because this place had a home that Luoli and Chu Qingyi had personally built, a home for just 3 people. After a night of lingering, Su Xiaokun's cultivation level was also hardened by the two women's strong divine power, pulling it to the late emperor realm. Chapter 146, The Snake God Tribe. After a night, Su Xiaokun's few people were in tranquility when their peace was broken by an explosive news. That was that Su Yun and Qin Xiao had actually had an accident in the Snake God Tribe. For no other reason. It was actually that the legendary Orochi and the mysterious 3 gods Taiyu suddenly descended upon the Snake God Tribe, and brutally captured Su Yun and Qin Xiao, who had gone on a training trip. Although Su Xiaokun, due to his focus on the ancient gods game, the relationship with Su Yun and Qin Xiao was not a close one, but at least he was the nominal godfather of the two. So how could he sit back and do nothing when such a thing happened? And when Luoli and Chu Qingyi heard about this, they were even more furious. Especially Luoli. She didn't hesitate to take out the weapon bestowed by Su Xiaokun, tightly gripping the sword in his hand. His eyes erupted with fire and he gritted his teeth. His grandmother, dare to touch my mother's people. See if I don't dismantle them. With that, he was ready to go to the rescue immediately. Asterisk. Daring to injure the people of my ancient kingdom. I think they've lived long enough. Was thinking of keeping them for the juniors to practice. I don't see the need for it to exist. Luoli was burning with rage, glaring at Su Xiaokun in front of her with a face full of anger. Su Xiaokun nodded with a grave expression on his face. He was well aware of the seriousness of this matter. Afterward, he motionlessly sent a voice transmission to the little fish, making a thorough deployment. At the same time, the blood turtle and little Jiaolong also moved on the wind, and they instantly transformed into behemoths. That huge body exuded endless majesty as it angrily stared in the direction of the snake god tribe. The blood turtle said sullenly, daring to lay hands on our people. This snake god tribe doesn't want to exist anymore. Little Jiaolong also chimed in. They must be made to pay a painful price. After all, the two of them were extremely fond of both Su Yun and Qin Xiao. This camaraderie drives them to prepare for battle without hesitation. And Lin Nan's eyes were even more crimson, as if his entire body was burning with a blazing fire of rage. He clenched his fists firmly. Master, it's not a gentleman who doesn't take this revenge. I've made all the preparations. Feel free to go on a killing spree at any time. At this moment, everyone was waiting for Su Xiaokun's order. Su Xiaokun squeezed out this one word from between his teeth. That voice was filled with determination and anger. So what if the other party is a god-level powerhouse? Past battles in the... It wasn't like he hadn't killed a god-level powerhouse before. Afterward, the crowd was like arrows off the string, flying towards the snake god tribe. Two small countries that would have been extinguished. Who would have thought that just with a small snake and an old woman dared to be so arrogant and domineering? A few minutes passed. The crowd stood imposingly over the snake god tribe. Below, on the other hand, two crude altars were piled up, and Su Yun and Qin Siyo were tied to them respectively. The two were covered in scars and looked to have been tortured to death. The sons of Es. All deserve to die. Luo Li's heart ached to the point of tears when she saw the miserable state of the two. Without hesitation, she turned her god's domain straight up to its maximum. It instantly enveloped the people below. Perhaps feeling that this wasn't enough of a relief, Chu Qingyi also unleashed a divine-level domain, chanting, "Let all these mother heirs taste our power." In an instant, two powerful domains overlapped and that terrifying power directly vaporized the patriarchs, void immortals, and true immortals below, instantly into blood mist. And just then, a guttural, male or female voice came out. Where did this weedy little god come from? How dare he act recklessly in my snake god tribe? Looking with the voice, I saw a middle-aged man and an old woman flying up. He glared angrily at Su Xiaokun and the others. Su Xiaokun frowned slightly and calmly analyzed. Mid-god level, early god level. Everyone be careful in dealing with it. Don't take it lightly. Just then, the little scaly dragon let out a roar of anger and it looked at the middle-aged man in front of it with disdain and roared. Don't look at the fact that his cultivation has a mid-divine level, but the other party is just an 8-headed snake in the district. How dare you be reckless in front of me? Facing the augur, the Orochi still felt the pressure from its bloodline. How dare a small snake from a district be so wild? The dragon said disdainfully, and the Orochi felt the pressure from the bloodline and looked at the augur in front of him. However, after sensing the other party's pitiful cultivation level, he mocked. It's just a feathery little scaly dragon. To crush you, all I need is a finger. What the are you doing blowing awesome with me? Jialong looked at Orochi angrily. Due to Luo Li's gangly aura, Jialong was also gangly at the moment. Then, it slammed its tail and swept it towards the Orochi, and Orochi calmly watched, as the tail was about to sweep in. Suddenly he reached out and grabbed the tail in his hand. Ouch! Let go of me if you can. The dragon didn't expect to be restrained so easily and shouted in annoyance. And right at that moment, Little Fish instantly struck out with a direct slash, said faintly under his breath, "Are you pretending to be your mom?" A huge blade on seemed to fill the sky and the earth, directly separating the two. Even with the cultivation of the middle stage of the divine realm, Yagyu Orochi also didn't dare to take this incredibly powerful slash hard. However, the remnants of the tribe have suffered. Under this blade, it directly split the snake god tribe in half. You seek death. Seeing this, Mikami Taiyu became enraged and appeared directly in front of the little fish. She slammed her palm down. That huge handprint, with a harsh wind sound, slapped right toward the little fish, and at the same time, little fish smoothly raised his sword upwards, only heard a click, directly split the palm print into two halves. Dead old woman, how dare you sneak up on me with this much skill? Little fish said contemptuously. Sanshin Taiyu was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that her strike, which had used at least 70 to 80% of her power, surprised that the other party had broken through so lightly. He was also a bit surprised in his heart, but his mouth was still strong. Kid, don't get cocky too soon. Lin Nan looked at the two God Realm powerhouses in front of him without the slightest hint of cowardice. Instead, he took the lead and said, "What the are you looking at? Just do it." With that, he charged ahead. For a while, the Blood Turtle, the Jiao Long, all joined in the battle. Chu Qingyi nodded at Su Xiaokun and said, "Honey, my god's domain can increase combat power." Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned. Then he felt a powerful force surging into his body. Instantly, it felt like the cultivation within his body began to grow by leaps and bounds. It was hardened to a half-step god realm. ******* me. Su Xiaokun waved his hand with a great momentum. In an instant, the rest of the man-beasts fought towards the two like a tidal wave. For a time, the heavens and earth trembled. The winds and clouds changed color, and a shocking battle unfolded. Chapter 147, The Great War begins. The strength of Su Xiaokun, who had elevated his cultivation, was even less than that of the three gods to milk. He held up his disc dragon stick and smashed it with vigor. "Old woman, suffer death," Su Xiaokun shouted angrily. In the face of many attacks, Mikami Taiyu had trouble defending herself for a while. However, the Orochi directly interrupted Su Xiaokun's attack. "Kid, your enemy is me." A huge figure suddenly appeared behind Orochi. It was a strange snake with 8 heads that looked extremely hideous and terrifying. Mid-god realm? How many chicken eights are you? Su Xiaokun let out a low gulp under his breath. The pan-long stick instantly turned into the Regulus sword. Today is the day you die. Su Xiaokun roared, and chopped towards the Yaki Orochi. And at this moment, Little Fish also held his twin swords and said loudly, Master, I'll come to help you. Together with Su Xiaokun, they killed the Orochi. With Chu Qingyi's boost, Little Fish's cultivation had also risen to the middle stage of the divine realm. It wasn't as strong as the Orochi, but it wasn't far behind either. With the Regulus sword, a sword pierced through the sky and instantly stabbed above the arm of the Orochi. Blood was also bared at this moment, and when Little Fish saw this, he directly waved his twin swords and shouted, Let you taste my power. A blade-on was formed and swept madly towards the Orochi. Yagyu's brow furrowed. Angrily, he roared, I didn't expect to be so stifled by 2 juniors. A furious cry ensued from his mouth. Death to all of you. Directly incarnated into the body, the nearly 100 feet long snake's body suddenly appeared. The 8 huge heads hissed at each other as if they defied no one. The dragon also felt the scene. Asterisk. What about comparing me to Wea? Directly roared out a gust of dragon's roar. And Orochi's aura weakened at that moment. The little fish wasn't spoiled for choice, and directly transformed into his real body and slammed into the head of the Orochi. Watch me smash you! Fishy shouted. Su Xiaokun looked at the huge and incomparable serpent in front of him. His hands directly joined together, and in an instant, a heaven-infusing shadow appeared behind him. But it's still impossible to see the whole picture. And at that moment, Su Xiaokun held up the Xian Yuan sword, just as if he were using his sword in the same way that it slashed up towards the Orochi. Go to hell! Directly toward one of the heads. Out of your depth. The Yamanano Orochi spits out human words. Directly 8 heads erupted a scorching flame towards the man and the fish. Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned. There was no way to retreat, so they directly launched an attack together towards the head that Little Fish had chopped away. In the blink of an eye, a knife slashed right through one of the snake heads, and with that, the snake's head fell off, smashing hard on top of the ground. It kicked up a cloud of dust. Roar! The Orochi hissed in pain. I want you to die. The rest of the heads turned directly toward the 2 men. Instantly a light shot out of his eyes. The 2 instantly pulled away and dodged straight through, and the flowers and trees below were unexpectedly petrified at this moment. Asterisk. Is that so sick? Su Xiaokun glanced at the petrified trees afterward. Then 1 man and 1 fish nodded. Su Xiaokun shouted, Again! In the blink of an eye, he circled around behind the big snake. Look at me! I'll give you a sword to open the heavenly gate. Su Xiaokun bellowed. Then the silhouette behind him directly raised the Regulus sword. It was swung towards the Yagyu Orochi. For a moment the entire sky, unexpectedly, was slashed open. It's as if the gates of heaven were literally opened, and the minnows were not to be outdone. Sword rain of sand. In an instant, the sand swords in the sky shot towards the Orochi, and Su Xiaokun's strike just happened to fall. It directly split the Yagyu Orochi in half. Ha, let's see how arrogant you still are. Su Xiaokun laughed out loud. On the other hand, on the side of the 3 gods Tai Milk, they were also being pressured by Luoli and the others. There was no way Chu Qing's field was too perverse, even if the 3 gods Tu Milk had been famous for a long time. Nor could he resist Luoli's gangster-like fighting style. There is absolutely no chapter and verse to speak of. Old woman, look at the sword, Luoli shouted. Mikami was too milky and didn't know how to dodge. He was also stabbed with several swords in a while and let out a gurgling scream. Ah, you bastards! Mikami Taiso screamed angrily. Lin Nan was like a madman, holding the dorsal thin knife given by Su Xiaokun. It was a complete fight for his life, with no regard for the injuries on his body. I'll fight you, Lin Nan roared. Blood turtles and scaly dragons, on the contrary, are much stronger, with thick skin, even if they are hit a few times. It's also irrelevant. And after the Orochi was split in half by Su Xiaokun, surprisingly, 2 bodies were bizarrely formed. 1 body with 3 heads and 1 body with 4 heads. Before Su Xiaokun could arrange it, the little fish directly chose to confront the 4-headed serpent. In comparison, the 3-headed ones are a little weaker. Kid, you've managed to provoke me. The 3-headed snake looked at Su Xiaokun as if sparks could spew out of his eyes. Asterisk, and you're pretending with me now? Su Xiaokun looked at Orochi with disdain. Today is your end. Su Xiaokun once again raised the Regulus sword and swung it towards the Orochi. Once again, a petrifying light shot out from the eyes of the Orochi, and in the next second, Su Xiaokun's figure unexpectedly disappeared. The 3-headed snake looked blankly at the disappearing Su Xiaokun, somewhat at a loss for words. and just as it was confused, Su Xiaokun's figure still appeared behind the three-headed snake. Die! The Xianyuan sword in his hand swung out violently, directly decapitated a head, and the three-headed serpent was in a paroxysm of pain, frantic hissing. However, while the head fell off, Su Xiaokun realized that the strength of this Orochi, surprisingly, it was much weaker, currently only demigod status. So it is, Su Xiaokun muttered, as long as there was one less head, then the cultivation would be reduced by 1 point. Directly wielding the Regulus sword once more, he chopped towards the other head of the Orochi. As for the Orochi, it was now completely no match for Su Xiaokun. Directly, he chose to become one with the body again. 6 heads once again appeared on the body of the Orochi. Kid, you broke my 2 heads. I will break you into pieces. The enraged Orochi, directly abandoning the small fish, flung a tail towards Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun frowned slightly, a contemptuous smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. The body disappeared once more, in front of the Orochi. My chow, where the are you? Orochi looked around for any sign of Su Xiaokun, and didn't find it. At this moment, the small fish had already rushed up with a knife. As the blade flashed, the Orochi once again dropped a head, and the cultivation level also dropped to the early stage of the god realm when this head fell off. Hey, little snake, look at your daddy. Chapter 148, Serpent God Tribe Destroyed. Su Xiaokun's figure suddenly appeared, just as Yagyu Orochi was getting angry. Su Xiaokun had already raised his Regulus sword and stabbed at the head of the Orochi, instantly stabbed out a hollow, and the head drooped and lost its life. Orochi, feeling his cultivation falling madly, for a while there was no courage to continue fighting. Turning around, he ran away, paying no attention to the pinned down Sanshin Taiyaki. The 3 gods 2 milk look. Good guy, really can said that the same life and death it? Hey, old hag, look at your mom. Luoli roared and directly pierced Mikami Tayo's chest with a sword. 2 mouths are worthy of 2 mouths. Even the way of talking is so breathless. Mikami Tayu, feeling the sharp pain coming from his chest, straight up raw, the sword was pulled out. Turn around and start getting ready to run too. And the little scaly dragon directly slapped it back with its tail. Luoli also did not bring a bit of ambiguity, and in a smooth manner, a sword slashed through the neck of the 3 gods Tai Milk. In this regard, the god of the Kinchi nation fell with a grudge, while Su Xiaokun and Little Fish were chasing after the escaping Orochi. The distance is also closing a little, just about to catch up. The Orochi suddenly let out a hiss. Layers of blood mist appeared around his body. That speed, surprisingly, surged away strangely. It directly turned into a stream of light and flew out. Instantly, the 2 Su Xiaokans were left behind, just when Su Xiaokun thought he couldn't catch the other party, only to see the sound of an explosion suddenly coming from the distance. Looking with the voice, I saw a teenager holding a huge hammer and it directly smashed the Orochi into mush. It was just a mere blow that killed the fleeing Orochi in seconds. Seeing the figure of the teenager, Su Xiaokun arched his hand. Thanks to Brother Tree. Yes, the visitor was none other than Wang Shu. Wang Shu waved his hand. No harm done. An Earth Divine Essence then appeared in Wang Shu's hand. Nah, here. Looking at the Earth Divine Essence, Su Xiaokun was not polite and directly collected it. After all, Wang Shu's father, but the one deep in the forest, want nothing. Brother Tree, how come you have time to come to my place? Wang Shu sighed. It's not because of you. My old man asked me to bring this to you. With that, he pulled out a bag of fruit and tossed it over as if it were trash. When Su Xiaokun opened the bag, he realized that it was all Holy Spirit fruits. That's got to be over 100, right? Su Xiaokun looked at Wang Shu in shock. Hey, I've got plenty of this crap. It's just that my old man wants you to become a god sooner. He has business for you, or I wouldn't have made the trip myself. To know that a Holy Spirit fruit would definitely cause a great war in this worldly world. This entire 100 or so pieces. Not to mention Su Xiaokun can become a god, together with the divine essence in his hand. Su Xiaokun was confident that he would be able to recreate a few more gods within a year or two. Then Brother Tree will thank Senior for me. I wonder, what does he have for me to do? Senior? Su Xiaokun looked at Wang Shu. This, I don't know. Anyway, when you become a god you will know. Okay, I'm leaving. It's so hard to get out of the ancient gods game. Might take a good look at the world. Wang Shu finished speaking and left, not caring in the slightest about the frozen Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun shook his head helplessly and flew back with the trembling little fish. However, when it flew back, Su Yun and Qin Si Ro had already been saved. As for the injuries, Luoli casually struck 2 spiritual powers and had recovered almost as much. When the 2 saw Su Xiaokun's figure, they couldn't stop their excitement either. You know, they had witnessed that big battle just now. The unattainable god in their eyes was hardened and had his head chopped off by Su Xiaokun. One was bleary-eyed. Godfather, Godfather, the two men called out. Su Xiaokun waved his hand. Alright, since it's fine, go back, and come out to practice later when you're stronger. Also, if you're going to experience the unknown forest, remember not to go deeper. Su Xiaokun gave an explanation and returned in triumph with the crowd. The snake god tribe completely disappeared in this battle. It also let Su Xiaokun know that the benefits of being strong, and it made him even more desperate to improve his strength. If it wasn't for Wang Shu's sudden appearance this time it would have really let the Orochi escape. Upon returning to the dark prison, Su Xiaokun called over his three masters, and Gu Qiuyu. In the middle of the hall stood all the patriarchs who had followed them. Su Xiaokun scanned the crowd. It was discovered that their cultivation hadn't risen much in the past 2 years or so. There was also some discontent in his heart. For a time, the dark prison hall was horribly oppressive. No one dared to be the first to speak. On the contrary, Luoli didn't care so much and directly sat on Su Xiaokun's lap. Okay hubby, don't boss this face, Luoli said playfully. For Luoli, Su Xiaokun was loving and speechless. Under the heavens, only she and Shu Qingyi dared to ignore Su Xiaokun's majesty. Do you want to become gods? Su Xiaokun opened his mouth. When the crowd heard this, their eyes popped out. Who does not want to become a god? Who does not want to be like Su Xiaokun, waving his hand to dominate the life and death of all beings? And to become a god, that means true eternal life. Looking at the hot gaze of the crowd, Su Xiaokun continued. I am now confident that you will become gods within 2 years, but there are only 3 spots. It couldn't be helped. Who let Su Xiaokun only have 3 divine essences in his hand at the moment? But what I want to say to you is that if through the divine essence one becomes a god, then the cultivation will stop like this in the future. If one chooses to become a god on their own, then there is still a lot of room for development in the future. As for what you choose, it's all up to you. Of course, I only have 3 divine essences here at the moment, but there's only going to be more later on. Each person has a chance to become a god. Su Xiaokun finished speaking no longer but looked at the crowd. Ancient Autumn Moon hesitated for a moment and walked out. Warden, I want a divine essence. Su Xiaokun looked at Gu Qiuyu and nodded. Who else? With the lead, Bai Si Hai, Yin Hongxue and the others also stepped out. We want to. When I said that, I blushed at the old face of the little kid who used to follow me around. Now it has the power to make a man a god. It's a little dreamy when you think about it. What about you? Su Xiaokun looked at Lin Nan. Master, I want to try on my own to see if I can become a god on my own. And if I can't, you can just give me the divine essence when the time comes. In fact, Su Xiaokun knew that it was simply impossible for Lin Nan to become a god on his own. After all, the technique he cultivated was only a little bit stronger than a martial artist's. It didn't reach the level of the immortal cultivation mind. Godfather, we don't want it either, Su Yun and Qin Siro said, because they were hopeful of becoming gods. Chapter 149, Su Xiaokun becomes a god. Looking at the crowd on the stage, Su Xiaokun had a decision in his heart. Patriarch Autumn Moon, you want to give this divine essence to Elder Fong, don't you? Su Xiaokun said indifferently. Ancient Autumn Moon nodded with a blush on her old face. Fong Wentian was a hell controller though, but at least it was also on Su Xiaokun's side, so it was not much of an idea. Su Xiaokun then took out 2 divine essences, and 4 Holy Spirit fruits, and handed them over to Gu Qiuyu. You are, after all, the patriarch of the dark prison, and it definitely won't do for your strength to be too low. Gu Qiuyu received the divine essence and Holy Spirit fruit, and her heart was tense. One must know that obtaining the divine essence, that would represent that one must become a god in the future. When she saw the Holy Spirit fruit, Gu Qiuyu was a bit puzzled. Warden, what is this? This is the fruit of the Holy Spirit. Your cultivation levels are too low to refine the divine essence. Only after absorbing the fruit of the Holy Spirit, one can reach the Emperor realm. After the Emperor realm, you can refine the divine essence to become a god, Su Xiaokun explained. He then took out another divine essence and 2 Holy Spirit fruits and handed them to Yin Hongxue. This is for you, and as for the rest of you, when I am in the process of getting the divine essence to be distributed, there's no need for anyone to rush. Yin Hongxue took the divine essence with a trembling hand and said thanks. Then a few more fruits of the Holy Spirit were taken out and distributed to those who didn't get the divine essence. This will at least allow their cultivation to become the Emperor realm. When all the people had been given heavy gifts, they retired. As for Su Yun and Qin Siro, they took the Holy Spirit fruit with the help of Su Xiaokun. The cultivation of the 2 of them had also jumped to the Yuanying stage. However, a large portion of the power of the Holy Spirit fruit in his body still remained, waiting to go back and slowly refine it. After refining it, it could also reach the transition stage. And in the next period of time, Su Xiaokun went all out to impact the God realm. In having the blessing of the Holy Spirit fruit, Su Xiaokun had used a dozen of them. Only then did he manage to reach the half-step God realm. It was only one step away from that God realm. And now the two women were completely out of Su Xiaokun's league. There's no way that this actual cultivated strength that. It's just a far cry from taking shortcuts. 1 month later, Su Xiaokun sensed that a breakthrough was imminent. The figure then disappeared above the Great Hall. The next second appeared on top of a mountain that contained terrifying thunder power, a full 81 thunder tribulations. The lightning tribulation of becoming a god was like extinction, tearing apart the surrounding space layer by layer, along with the spatial turbulence swept above Su Xiaokun's body. However, Su Xiaokun was indifferent. 80 thunderbolts in a row. Su Xiaokun passed through them as if they were child's play, and the main event was the last thunderbolt. Only Su Xiaokun's breath surged. The body was frantically running the ancient god-splitting technique. When the last thunderbolt fell, at that moment, Su Xiaokun's body trembled madly, and that from the deepest part of the soul, suddenly began to separate. Cold sweat flowed out in this moment. The veins on his head rippled. This soul separation was obviously extremely painful. About an hour passed. A figure surrounded by flames slowly appeared beside Su Xiaokun. Just the moment the figure took shape, a ray of divine light suddenly descended between heaven and earth. It shone directly on top of the split. Then a divine crystal slowly fell as well. The moment the divine essence and the flame split merged completely, the doppelganger's eyes snapped open, and a bolt of fire shot out in a flash. Even space was scorched and twisted out of shape. Then Su Xiaokun controlled the flame doppelganger and started fusing it towards his main body. For a moment the two bodies began to change without stopping. When the flames were absorbed as much as possible, Su Xiaokun also exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. After feeling his huge cultivation, his heart was very emotional. Now if they were to face Orochi, I believe that the two of them could at least go 50-50. As of now, Su Xiaokun's native cultivation was at the early stage of the Emperor realm. The God split, on the other hand, was near the middle of the early stage of the God realm. The figure then disappeared into thin air. When it reappeared, it was before the thatched hut, and as if the old man had known that Su Xiaokun was coming today, he was already standing at the door waiting, surveying Su Xiaokun. His eyes revealed a satisfied look. "Oh, little one, not bad," the old man said. "I wonder, why did the first doppelganger choose fire?" Actually, Su Xiaokun didn't know why he chose the fire system. "Maybe it's more like fire," Su Xiaokun said indifferently. "I don't know. What is it that senior has for the late generation to do?" The old man thought about it. "Actually, what you're being asked to do is about ascension." Ascension? Su Xiaokun froze. This could be something he had probed for a long time without a clue. "Nice." The old man nodded and continued. "When the heavens and the earth first opened, then 4 beings were born, and together they were in charge of the heavenly ascension. And these 4 great beings are the green dragon, the white tiger, the phoenix, and the xuanwu. As of now, you've taken in 2 semi-divine beasts on your side itself. All that's needed is to antiquate their bloodlines to create the green dragon and xuanwu. As for the remaining white tiger and phoenix, you will need to go to the Tongtian road to save them." "The road to heaven?" Su Xiaokun looked at the old man suspiciously. "Nice. In the ancient battle, the 4 divine beasts fell, but all left behind their descendants. Currently the 2 remaining descendants are in the middle of the road to heaven, struggling," the old man said with a sigh. "Then why choose me? I believe Wang Shu and you would be a better fit, right? After all, the cultivation levels are all stronger than mine." Su Xiaokun muttered. "Oh, little one, this matter is not for you. Only, you're still missing part of your memory. Only in the middle of the road to heaven will you perhaps find that missing memory. And of course, only your bloodline can save the next 2 divine beasts. Moreover, only those who have autonomously cultivated into gods can ascend the path to heaven." But, at this point the old man paused and didn't say any more. It made Su Xiaokun's heart that anxious. "But what? This? Forget it. When you go to the Tongtian road you will naturally know. You go back and get ready and come see me in 3 days. I'll open the door to the path to heaven for you. That's right, bring the blood turtle and the little Jiao Long along with you. I will help them awaken their bloodline." After saying that, the old man pointed towards Su Xiaokun's brow. 2 drops of essence blood surfaced. "It is? He, lending you 2 drops of essence blood for awakening their bloodline. Well, it's getting late, so off you go." The old man then waved his sleeve robe and Su Xiaokun disappeared into thin air. The tiger man, on the other hand, walked out from the old man's side and looked at the disappearing Su Xiaokun. "Elder, I'm ready too." Chapter 150, The Road to Heaven. After returning to the dark prison, Su Xiaokun told the 2 women about the matter. After all, facing them, Su Xiaokun couldn't hide it. Although the two women were very reluctant for Su Xiaokun to go to that path to heaven and save the divine beasts, but it can't be argued. However, it was a good thing that Su Xiaokun had a divine detachment. After some deliberation, the two women said, "Hubby, this time when we go to the heavenly path, why don't you leave your main body in the dark prison? One can keep us company. Secondly, even if the identity god has fallen, at least the main body is still there." Chu Qingyi said, "Well, that's what I thought." Su Xiaokun nodded. He then summoned his divine doppelganger. It could be said that both the bilocation and the main body had an independent consciousness. As soon as the two merge, then the memories merge as well. As long as they weren't too far apart, the two would have a sense of each other. Luoli carefully surveyed the fire god split. Dark smack. "Hubby, does he have that?" Luoli's greatly grinning voice almost didn't shock Chu Qingyi and Su Xiaokun to death. Obviously talking about the nightlife. "Ally. Both of them are me." Su Xiaokun looked at Luoli and slapped him on top of his arse. Luoli also rubbed her arse and blankly glanced at Su Xiaokun. "People are just saying that. Why are they so serious? But it's nice to have a diversion, eh? That way you have one to keep me company wherever you are." Luoli looked on with some envy. In the middle of these 3 days, Su Xiaokun's main body began to cultivate. As for the fire god doppelganger, he accompanied the two women as they swam in the mountains. After all, who knew what kind of dangers would be involved in setting foot on the path to heaven this time? The three also extraordinarily cherished their time together. 3 days passed in a flash. Su Xiaokun arrived in front of the old man early, and the tiger man appeared in front of Su Xiaokun. "Are you all ready?" The old man looked at the two. Su Xiaokun didn't expect that this tiger man would enter the road to heaven with himself. Didn't say anything though. And the tiger man's cultivation level, Su Xiaokun realized, was surprisingly the same as his own again. This, in turn, left Su Xiaokun somewhat speechless. Remember, above the road to heaven, you must support each other. Don't be jealous of each other, or you will be punished by heaven. Understand? The old man looked solemnly at the man and the tiger. "Especially you, tiger, put away your tantrums. If you can't save the two great beasts because of you this time, then I won't spare you." Hearing the old man say that, the tiger man winced. "Elder, don't worry, okay, all set. In a moment, when I open the heavenly road, you guys enter it at speed. There must be no delay. This you take." The old man took out 2 jade slips and gave them to the two men respectively. "This is the teleportation jade slip. If the mission is completed, crush it and you can return here. It can also be crushed when it encounters an irresistible danger to life." "Thank you, senpai." Su Xiaokun arched his hand. The old man said no more. Instead, he shot a spiritual energy into the air. A huge vortex appeared in the sky, and in the middle of the vortex, there was a ladder that could not be seen at first glance. "This is the stairway to heaven. You guys go quickly." At the same time the old man's voice rang out. The two of them flew towards the heaven ascending stairs. The vortex had also disappeared when the feet had just landed on the stairway to heaven, and in front of it was a staircase as far as the eye could see. One man and one tiger looked at each other, and one after another, they began to walk upwards, but with every step, that scene in front of him would follow, and when the 108th rung was climbed, the two were already on top of an ancient battlefield. The smell of blood everywhere. The ground was full of broken limbs. Living beings, remembering that it is not easy for you to cultivate, quickly retreat. Otherwise, I will obliterate you. A voice resounded through both men's minds. Shocked a bit. "Who are you?" Su Xiaokun looked at the sky with cold eyes. "I am the sky." The voice came from heaven. "Is the sky alive?" Su Xiaokun looked at the tiger man. Tiger man was also confused and didn't know anything. However, Su Xiaokun still arched his hand to the sky. "Elder, I have come this time, but I am looking for the white tiger in Phoenix. Just find us and we'll leave." Sky, after a long moment of contemplation, said, "You guys go. Those two little guys, they're dead. Even if we find it, we won't be able to bring it back to life. And don't even think about opening the Ascension channel. You guys, this world has been locked up. Even I can't break free." Su Xiaokun didn't expect that this day actually knew what the two came here for. But hearing that the white tiger and Phoenix were dead, Su Xiaokun was still a bit unconvinced. After all, the old man shouldn't lie to himself. "Oh, senior, live and let live. I saw nothing and categorically will not leave." Tendo froze slightly and let out an angry cry. "Get out!" The sound was like a thunderous explosion. Once again, the two men fell into a brief moment of vertigo. "Oh, what if I don't?" Su Xiaokun's eyes glazed over. "Go or die." The tiger man also became angry at this time. Asterisk 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 you. Are you playing chicken with me? If you were so ing good, You'd have shot us down a long time ago, and this time to push us around? This tiger man, too, has a rather explosive temper. But Su Xiaokun also thought of it. This voice that calls itself heaven, but has been nothing more than a verbal shock. Not really showing up to obliterate the two. I guess it wasn't the sky, but some dumb who was deliberately trying to scare the duo. Very good, very good. If I didn't have something to do and my real body couldn't come down, this heaven would have to kill you all. Tian also shouted angrily at this moment. Asterisk asterisk. Just a roar of incompetence. Let's go. The tiger man looked at Su Xiaokun and continued to walk towards the front. The scene changes to stairs again. Once again, the two men crawled in misery. No idea at all when it's going to end. However, when stepping onto the 500th floor, the scene began to change again. Thief God, why are you stopping us from ascending? As the voice came, Su Xiaokun looked over. Upon seeing the one covered in gold armor, there was a moment of confusion. That's me? No, is not right. That's Regulus. Is this the memory I lost? Su Xiaokun looked at the Yellow Emperor, but the Yellow Emperor couldn't feel his presence in the slightest. Instead, the sword points to the sky. Above the sky at this moment, a large face made of clouds appeared. Unexpectedly, he glared angrily at the Yellow Emperor below. Humble ants, presuming to challenge the heavenly Tao. Die. As the voice fell, the Yellow Emperor inexplicably flew out. And the split inside the body was struck out as well. And that doppelganger is Qi. Chapter 151. Under one blow, the Yellow Emperor, Qi, you have been seriously injured. And right at this moment, the four divine beasts suddenly appeared beside the two. The next time it directly transformed into the body. It attacked towards the giant face in the sky. This attack, however, seemed insignificant in front of the giant face. A tiny four, and they dare to compete with the sky. Die. Just another word spat out. The figures of these four divine beasts flew backwards at the same time. Are you kidding me? How is this going to play? This is simply an unbeatable existence. Thief God, by what right do you stop us from ascending? Qi stared at the giant face angrily. Griffin. The giant face looked at Qi with disdain. He then glared angrily at the four divine beasts. What? Who gave you the guts to betray me? Humph. Tendo, you don't have to tell me, it's useless. We, the four great divine beasts, are supposed to be in charge of the gate of ascension. With you it would have been well water. Why are you blocking us from opening the ascension gate? The four divine beasts stared angrily at the heavenly Tao. What does this heavenly Tao do that you still need to ask? As the words fell, the four divine beasts, surprisingly, began to vomit blood one after another. The body also began to tremble violently. And the phoenix, at that moment, chirped. Toward the giant face in the middle of the sky, a flame was spewed out. That power. Even Su Xiaokun felt palpitations now. This kind of flame might completely subverted Su Xiaokun's cognition. One must know that even the top-grade divine king tree was not this powerful. It was conceivable that these four divine beasts weren't weak at all. It was just that the heavenly Tao was too strong. When the flames touched the giant face, Tendo faintly spat out a word. Scatter. That raging flame had actually really disappeared between heaven and earth. And the Yellow Emperor and Qi both nodded. The moment was once again won. The Xianyuan sword in his hand was filled with golden light. Dog. Heavenly Tao. Even if I die, I will also fight for the people of the world. Only a golden light emanated from the Emperor now. And then it was surrounded by a burst of black gas. It was like being possessed. With a single sword strike towards the heavenly Tao, he chopped over. Overrate yourself. Tendo grunted coldly. Then a light shot out of his eyes. It directly penetrated Huang Di's chest. And Su Xiaokun also felt a pain in his chest at this time. But just as the Yellow Emperor was about to fall, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Huang Di. And this god figure, Su Xiaokun was familiar with it. That would be the old man deep in the forest. The giant face frowned while seeing the old man. It's you, Belair. The old man looked at the heavenly Tao with a faint smile on his face. Tiny heavenly Tao, if you dare to block the ascension, aren't you afraid of being annihilated by the laws? Beryl said as he looked at Tendo. Ha? Laws? Do you think there are still laws in this world? I tell you, Belair, this blue star continent, the fate is sealed. Even you can't change anything. Dry tongue. Belair swung a palm directly at the giant face. That giant face was instantly broken into pieces. Then not much later, it coalesced once more. And this time it was an angry look at Belair. Do you know the consequences of what you're doing? Tendo was obviously a little afraid of Belair in front of him. Consequences? Belair had just finished speaking and looked directly at the current Su Xiaokun. Little guy. I didn't expect you to actually step onto the path to heaven. You know, it's just a memory clip. How strong is this Belair? Surprisingly, he was able to discover himself through the memories of the distant past. It seems that the heavenly ways of the latter days have really collapsed. Beller looked to Tendo once more when he finished speaking. Oh, Tendo, the end is already predetermined. The future you will surely die. Even if I can't kill you today, I will definitely seal you up. Save yourself from wreaking havoc on the earth, said the man who looked at the 4 divine beasts. You leave behind a trace of your bloodline. The 4 divine beasts nodded their heads. A long brew ensued from their mouths, and each of the divine beasts spewed out a giant egg. When this is done, Belar nodded. Then the palm swung once more, only to see these 4 divine beasts suddenly turn into 4 elemental chains. Come out and take you. Beryl fled violently toward the sky. It directly grabbed the heavenly Tao that was hidden in the sky. Only the heavenly Tao was seen, transformed into a transparent humanoid object. You, if you kill me, aren't you afraid that this heavenly Tao will be completely abolished? And the big man behind me will never spare you. Tendo looked at Belair afterward. Oh, the people behind you? They can come here? Even if even one energy detachment were to descend, this world would be burst by energy in an instant, right? And I don't intend to kill you. Sealing you can still be done. The 4 divine beasts were then transformed into elemental chains that directly bound the heavenly Tao's body, and the heavenly Tao, with it, radiated a scream of misery. Beryl, do you know that if you do this, you will not be able to set foot in the higher realms in the future? As long as you dare to step in, then the big man behind me will definitely kill you. Oh, it doesn't matter. It's fine to stay here, Bilar said mockingly, then slashed his palm again, directly throwing the heavenly Tao into the void, and then looked at Su Xiaokun once again. Little one, it's up to you down there. And the Yellow Emperor, whose chest was penetrated by the heavenly Tao at this moment, also turned into a fragment, mending the broken sky. Su Xiaokun was once again in a daze at this moment. Who the hell am I? Su Xiaokun suddenly realized that he seemed to be, caught in a huge lie. One is not at all the reincarnation of the Yellow Emperor or Chiyu. Someone is behind all of this. As the memory world collapsed, the two reappeared on top of the steps. Su Xiaokun, on the other hand, was unable to return to his senses for a long time. Who I am? Who the hell am I? Su Xiaokun's eyes began to become hollow. The way of heaven? The Yellow Emperor? The 4 divine beasts? Bilar? One scene after another was constantly playing in Su Xiaokun's mind. Hey, Su Xiaokun, what's wrong with you? The tiger man shook Su Xiaokun's body. However, Su Xiaokun did not react in any way. Gave the tiger man a run for his money. It cannot see anything. Just suddenly found Su Xiaokun walking, and in the meantime, a chirp came through. The tiger man looked in the direction of the chirping. Is that you, little phoenix? Only the voice is heard, but not the person. Then a tiger's roar came through. For a moment, the tiger man's eyes also fell into a stupor at the sound of the tiger's roar. No one knows exactly what happened, and Su Xiaokun's body began to tremble. Like a walking corpse, he took one step toward the steps. Chapter 152, The Imprisoned Ancient Divine Beasts. Su Xiaokun, who was in an unconscious state, was oblivious to everything that was happening around him. At this moment, many mysterious cages silently appeared around him. These cages gave off an ancient and eerie aura. Within the cages, there were clearly blockades of divine and ferocious beasts that had already disappeared from the ancient times. They were imprisoned here, their breath shriveled. The power within Su Xiaokun's body, also in this mysterious and unpredictable atmosphere. Being mercilessly deprived of it little by the heavenly way in the underworld. Those imprisoned divine beasts and ferocious beasts, one by one, looked like they were already dying. Some of these weak divine beasts, whose life force had long since dried up during their long years of captivity, turned into white bones. The scene was miserable. At the same time, the world within Su Xiaokun's body was undergoing drastic changes that turned the world upside down. Those millions of civilians, their eyes were hollow and lifeless, as if they were being manipulated by some invisible force. They bowed down in reverence to the great tree in the world. It was like performing an ancient and solemn ritual. From within the bodies of these civilians, a thin white thread began to appear that. These thin threads converged towards the large tree in a steady stream. The power of faith was so great that the tree, which was not so lush, was, at the moment it trembled violently. The leaves of the tree, as if urged by some mysterious force, began to grow wildly. A new leaf sprouts quickly. Immediately afterward, along with the growth of the leaves, a single fruit began to appear on top of the large tree, and the great tree was, at that moment, radiating a holy and dazzling light. When a certain amount of faith is gathered, the branches and leaves of the great tree that, surprisingly, it began to extend towards Su Xiaokun's consciousness. When the tree branch touched Su Xiaokun, it instantly wrapped him up tightly. Su Xiaokun's entire body was like being wrapped in a huge green egg. Within this marvelous package, Su Xiaokun's consciousness began to greedily absorb the majestic power of faith coming from that big tree. Under the effect of this powerful force, the shackles that bound Su Xiaokun's body, surprisingly, a chain began to slowly disappear as well. In the meantime, that long-sealed memory, it also returned to Su Xiaokun's divine sense at this moment. As time passed silently, Su Xiaokun didn't know exactly how long had passed. When he opened his eyes once more, the expression on his face looked a little bleak and complicated. As the branches of the great tree began to recede slowly, Su Xiaokun's consciousness had completely returned to his body. At this moment, that look in his eyes became deep and profound, and it was as if it contained endless wisdom and vicissitudes, as if it had seen through the essence and truth of everything in the world. I can't believe it's, Su Xiaokun muttered, his voice filled with disbelief and emotion. Oh, Belair, you boys are hiding something from me. The corner of Su Xiaokun's mouth rose slightly, revealing a self-deprecating smile. But I'm still really weak right now. Su Xiaokun felt his cultivation level and frowned slightly. Late divine realm. This realm was far from enough for him who knew certain truths at this moment. And at the same time, the Tiger Man, who had been in a coma, awoke. He woke up, as if by some mysterious call, and, straightening up, he walked towards a cage not far away. And in the middle of the cage was actually a white tiger that was already dying. This white tiger, exactly one of the goals of this mission. The Tiger Man looked at the white tiger in the cage, his eyes revealing emptiness. Clenching his fist, he landed a punch with all his might. However, the seemingly ordinary but impenetrable cage only trembled slightly. Not even a crack appeared, and the white tiger, as if sensing the Tiger Man's breath, struggled to raise his heavy eyelids and a hint of surprise and hope flashed in his eyes, but it was only a slight lift before he fainted again due to his injuries. It was as if the Tiger Man had lost his mind at the moment, as if he were a mechanical. Punch after punch was thrown on top of the cage. Each punch poured out his whole body's strength, vowing to save the white tiger from this cage. Su Xiaokun looked at the Tiger Man's frantic appearance and gently waved his hand. A divine force struck into the Tiger Man's body. Under the influence of the divine power, the Tiger Man also gradually came to his senses. Looking at the white tiger in front of him, he froze for a moment. Little tiger, stand down. Su Xiaokun's voice came out leisurely. You won't be able to open it with your strength. The Tiger Man looked at Su Xiaokun with a displeased expression on his face. Boy, just like how strong you are. Su Xiaokun didn't pay any attention to the Tiger Man's provocation and questioning. With a steady pace, he walked to the front of the cage. Reaching out, he gently stroked the cage. Subsequently, a force of faith, accompanied by a powerful divine, toward the cage surrounded like a tidal wave. An incense stick of time passed, and beads of sweat rose above Su Xiaokun's forehead. And that originally impenetrable cage, under the effect of Su Xiaokun's power, once again Ku also became transparent. Then Su Xiaokun violently grabbed at one of the pillars and gently yanked. The entire cage instantly turned into dust and flew away, dissipating into nothingness. And the white tiger was near the end of his oil at this moment. The breath of life is as faint as a candle in the wind. Tiger, it's your turn. Su Xiaokun's voice was ambiguous and inscrutable. What do you mean? A bad feeling welled up in the Tiger Man's heart as he realized that there was something wrong with Su Xiaokun's condition. At this moment, Su Xiaokun's eyes were cold. It looked as if the soul had been taken over by someone else. What do you mean? The Tiger Man looked at Su Xiaokun and once again asked after him. Sacrifice. Su Xiaokun faintly spat out two words without the slightest emotion in his voice. It was as cold as the polar wind. The greatest use for which Balar has sent you is to sacrifice yourself and resurrect the white tiger. Su Xiaokun's eyes stared straight at the Tiger Man as he continued. If you had been slower, even if you had sacrificed, it wouldn't have helped. The Tiger Man fell into silence as he heard this. Who wants to die if they can live? This is true for both humans and orcs. It's all the same. However, after much internal struggle, a look of relief then crossed the Tiger Man's face. I see. The Tiger Man looked at Su Xiaokun and nodded slowly. Without hesitation, the Tiger Man took a claw and stabbed it right into his heart. Then, the still beating fresh heart was pulled out. Subsequently, from the place of the wound, streaks of blood shot out. These blood filaments quickly wrapped the heart in his hand. Chapter 153, The Sealed Heavenly Tao. Go! The Tiger Man hissed with difficulty. Then he saw the heart, which was actually suspended above the white tiger. And the threads of blood, too, began to wrap the white tiger tightly. As the blood laced with divine power fell, the white tiger, already dying, surprisingly, it began to tremble. The restoration of divine power was clearly felt. The heavy eyelids of the white tiger also suddenly opened at this moment, and a whimpering tiger whistle was emitted from its mouth. The voice was still weak, but it had taken on a life of its own, and the tiger man's body dried up quickly as his blood and divine power were extracted. His eyes, since the beginning, had been staring at Su Xiaokun. The thing I regret most is not fighting you one-on-one. If I have an afterlife, I hope you give me this chance. The tiger man looked at Su Xiaokun and said weakly. Su Xiaokun nodded. Don't worry, the opportunity will come. After Su Xiaokun finished speaking, the tiger man's consciousness began to gradually dissipate, and the white tiger's spirit was getting better and better. The injuries on his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, with a loud and clear tiger whistle piercing the sky. With one bite, the white tiger swallowed the heart that was hanging above his head in one gulp. When he felt the aura emanating from Su Xiaokun, the white tiger actually kneeled down respectfully. The white tiger pays homage to his master. Su Xiaokun nodded, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding cages, his eyes revealing exploration. Where's the little phoenix? Su Xiaokun looked at the surrounding cages, which held all sorts of strange and exotic beasts, but the only thing missing was the phoenix. Master, the phoenix should be in the sealed place of the heavenly Tao, White Tiger said after a moment of thought. After all, it has the ability to be reborn in nirvana, and the heavenly Tao wants to use its ability to get rid of the seal. Lead the way. Su Xiaokun's eyes condensed and he said decisively. The white tiger nodded and led Su Xiaokun up towards the higher strata. And I don't know how long I've been walking. A pavilion appeared in front of Su Xiaokun. Tendo Court? Su Xiaokun raised his eyebrows. This old man, he actually sealed the heavenly Tao here. So true. Su Xiaokun muttered secretly. A divine force struck up, and instantly the door to the heavenly Tao pavilion opened. As one layer crosses over, when stepping into the sixth layer, a rich, sizzling aura followed. The white tiger looked at Su Xiaokun and growled lowly. Master, is right here. Su Xiaokun nodded. Looking at the top of the gate in front of him, there was actually a phoenix engraved on it. It was better to say that it was engraved, but it was more like a mark scorched by the fire of the phoenix. Roar! The white tiger growled. Fine sensing ensued. About a few minutes later, this phoenix actually responded. The sound does seem extremely tinny though. When the sound of the tiger's whistle was heard, it came from behind the door once more. The same sound that had been heard at the beginning of the journey into the heavenly staircase. TSK, I didn't expect that, but I really let you find this place. The voice reached Su Xiaokun's ears. Then the door slowly opened. When you open it, it's a complete world of flames inside. The golden magma underground roared madly, and in the middle of the magma, there was a coiled dragon pillar. Above the pillar, on the other hand, a transparent person was bound. You're Tendo? Su Xiaokun said as he looked at the man on the pillar. Oh, good. I told you to back off. Why don't you listen? Tendo's voice was extremely disdainful, and at the feet of the heavenly Tao, there was actually a lotus of flame, and on top of the fire lotus lies a chicken. There was no semblance of hair on his body, only the bare flesh. The crimson flesh was as oily and shiny as a roasted chicken. Only the chicken, too, was now dying. At the sight of Su Xiaokun's arrival, in his eyes, there was a slight look of excitement. Just as he was about to speak, he was slapped unconscious by a palm manifested by the heavenly Tao. Kid, give me 3 more days and I'll be able to completely get rid of this seal. That's when you'll die. Feeling the phoenixes rapidly losing vitality, Su Xiaokun slightly frowned. He could sense that the phoenix had already nirvana'd many times and could not be on its way to the next nirvana. There was almost no energy left. It seems that old man, Belair, didn't give you too much of a hard time. Su Xiaokun stared at the heavenly Tao. When Tendo heard Belair's name, his body visibly trembled minutely. Who are you? Tendo formally sized up Su Xiaokun, realizing that the person's appearance was not in his memory, and the heavenly Tao was in charge of the affairs of this world. It was simply impossible for anyone to escape his probing, but it was as if there was a layer of fog on Su Xiaokun in front of him. It made it impossible for the heavenly Tao to see it at all. Who am I? I didn't expect that after billions of years have passed, my appearance has already been forgotten. Su Xiaokun said with an exclamation. That's right, you hadn't been born spiritually at that time. You are. It was as if the heavenly Tao knew something. But so what if you are? Nowadays, you only have the strength of a mere late stage of the divine realm, and you still want to kill me? You're still as cocky as ever. Little Tendo. Su Xiaokun smiled bashfully. Though my power is less than a billionth of what it was before, but it's still enough to exterminate you. Ha ha, Tendo laughed out loud. I am the way of heaven. Do you know what it means if I die? Tendo's voice was a little disdainful. Oh, but it's just the sky collapsing and the sea flowing backwards. Su Xiaokun said it lightly. but once the sky collapsed, once the sea flowed backwards, that would be proof that the creatures on the Blue Star continent would be completely dead. If you know the consequences, then you should know why Belair has the power to kill me, but it can only seal me here, right? Tendo still didn't believe that Su Xiaokun in front of him could kill him. Su Xiaokun looked at the heavenly Tao indifferently. He then squeezed out a drop of essence blood on his index finger and shot it directly at the dying phoenix. And as the phoenix came into contact with the essence blood, that huge surge of vitality was instantly released. In an instant, the heavily injured body was repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the feathers, too, began to grow slowly out of the skin. You actually got the tree of life. The heavenly Tao's eyes were wide open as he looked at Su Xiaokun incredulously. Su Xiaokun didn't say anything, but stared at the phoenix that was about to be resurrected. That space, which was already scorching hot, actually began to burst as the phoenix nirvana'd. It directly wrapped the phoenix in it. Kid, I don't care if you're him or not, and even if you are, then this divine tree of life isn't something you can have either. As long as you give me the God of Life tree, I will communicate with the people behind me. Maybe they'll release the Blue Star continent. 2. Chapter 154, Su Xiaokun's True Identity. The heavenly Tao looked at Su Xiaokun gruffly, and his body unexpectedly transformed into a solid body as well. It looked just like a youth of 17 or 18. Seeing that Su Xiaokun didn't speak, the heavenly Tao continued. Do you know that the person behind me is not comparable to a mere ancient god? To them, exterminating an ancient god is just a thought. So it is. Su Xiaokun nodded. Even so, they can come here? And, needless to say, I'll hit the higher realms sooner or later. They are ultimately nothing more than objects under my feet. Su Xiaokun's domineering aura flowed out at this moment. Ha! Don't say you're not an ancient god anymore. Even if you're an ancient god, do you think they'll let you grow up? Tendo looked at Su Xiaokun. That wouldn't be your concern. Just as Su Xiaokun's words had finished, the giant egg formed by flames suddenly bloomed with a blinding light, and inside, the phoenix began to chirp. Powerful voice. When the flames recede, the true form of the phoenix was suddenly revealed. Greetings, Master. Only the phoenix bent slightly and looked at Su Xiaokun with extreme respect. Su Xiaokun nodded slightly. Since the 4 great divine beasts have almost all been resurrected, then you can go to hell too. Su Xiaokun's eyes suddenly became cold. Because of the matter of the tree of life, he wouldn't let the heavenly Tao spread the word. Otherwise, it would truly be as the heavenly Tao said, and one would be obliterated before he or she could grow up. Unless, of course, one spends the rest of one's life hiding on the blue planet. Su Xiaokun then stretched out a hand. The chains that blocked the heavenly Tao were immediately absorbed within his body, and cultivation skyrocketed at this moment, directly to the realm of the middle grade gods. Tendo watched as the sealed chains disappeared. There was a wild burst of laughter. Ha ha, Your Excellency the Ancient God, thank you for unsealing me. So, please, Your Excellency the Ancient God, go to your death. Tendo's eyes glared. A huge energy swept towards Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun raised his eyebrows. A faint smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Knowing that I'm an ancient god, how dare you be reckless? Then dense inscriptions suddenly appeared around his body. It directly protected Su Xiaokun in it, and the attacks of the heavenly Tao were absorbed as much as possible. At this moment, Su Xiaokun's strength, when he absorbed this energy, surprisingly, the slightest signs of growth began to appear again. No way. You're only a mid-grade god even if you've broken through. Why can you absorb my heavenly Tao power? The heavenly Tao frantically looked at Su Xiaokun, then one heavenly power after another, just as if they didn't want money. Unleashed madly towards Su Xiaokun, and Su Xiaokun's cultivation level, after absorbing the power of the heavenly Tao, was also, surprisingly, he advanced toward the middle stage of middle grade gods. Go on. Su Xiaokun stretched his arms, and from his body came a cheerful crackling sound. No, not right. You're not an ordinary ancient god. The heavenly Tao stopped attacking, his eyes full of horror. You're the great god Pangu. The heavenly Tao recognized Su Xiaokun's true identity at this moment. Ha ha, tiny heavenly Tao. I didn't expect that you would still be able to recognize me. Not bad. I am the god of Pangu who opened up the heavens and the earth. You were originally created by me, even if your heavenly Tao power is strong. And that's just my sustenance. Tendo's body actually trembled. It's scared. Even when he faced Belair, Tendo was never afraid. Even if one is killed, then one is reborn. But Su Xiaokun in front of him was different. He was able to absorb the power of the heavenly Tao to grow his abilities. The god of Pangu was the originator of all things. Chaos is birthed. The power of the heavenly Tao, on the other hand, was evolved from chaotic energy. No, you can't absorb me, or else the entire Blue Star continent will be buried with it. The heavenly Tao looked at Su Xiaokun in horror, completely losing the aura he had just had. Little heavenly Tao, after absorbing you, won't I just create a heavenly Tao? Su Xiaokun wasn't worried about the threat of the heavenly Tao in the slightest. Come on, let me see just how far your power of the heavenly Tao can raise me. However, if there was a different upper grade god, Su Xiaokun might not be able to beat it. But nay, it was too restraining for the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao didn't have any power to fight back at all. No, I'll restore the door of ascension right away. The heavenly Tao was like a mole cricket at this moment, humbly praying for a chance to live. Oh, what did you do early? To take the world I created and make it what it is today. What use do I have for keeping you? Su Xiaokun said in a cold voice. Then the body violently erupted with a golden light, and that golden light evolved into several inscriptions. It directly wrapped around Tendo's entire body, as the inscription continued to absorb the power of the heavenly Tao, and Su Xiaokun's cultivation level was also growing by leaps and bounds at this moment. Late middle grade, medium peak, ka-ching, with a cracking sound coming from within. Su Xiaokun's cultivation had unexpectedly broken through to the upper grade god realm, and it's still rising sharply. And Tendo, by now, had become a child. The voice that came out of his mouth, too, became childish. Great God Pangu, I was wrong. Please give me a chance to make up for my mistakes. Tendo violently knelt in front of Su Xiaokun, but Su Xiaokun was not the least bit indifferent, continuing to frantically absorb the power of the heavenly Tao. Cool. I haven't felt this good since I was reborn. Su Xiaokun felt the abundant energy, that unprecedented power, and even more long sigh. Middle upper grade god, late superior god. When Su Xiaokun's cultivation soared to the peak of upper grade god, that speed surprisingly dropped. Tendo, on the other hand, turned his body into an egg after a scream. Does that not work? Su Xiaokun muttered. Then an even more intense golden light erupted within his body, as dazzling as the sun. Regardless of whether it was the phoenix, or the white tiger, all of them unconsciously closed their eyes at this moment. Toward Su Xiaokun, he knelt down, and the world within Su Xiaokun's body, unexpectedly at this moment also began to derive a heavenly way. But the look was just as softly glowing as the egg in front of him. Life force, give me a bet. As Su Xiaokun's voice fell, the divine tree of life within that body gave off a powerful burst of vitality. It directly wrapped the egg evolved by the heavenly Tao, and the egg evolved by that heavenly Tao was also frantically devouring the power of life at this moment. And so the time went on for a long time. Maybe it's a year, maybe it's two. Suddenly, on a certain day, layers of cracks appeared in this egg that the heavenly Tao had transformed into, and through the cracks, a newborn baby was surprisingly visible. That umbilical cord is rooted directly above the Tendo Pavilion. Chapter 155, Repairing the Gate of Ascension. Watching the eggshell shatter, Su Xiaokun withdrew his life force. With a gentle wave of his palm, he directly put away the eggshell, and the baby that was transformed by the heavenly Tao had skin that was surprisingly filled with stars. Opening his big blue-colored eyes, he looked at Su Xiaokun with unknown doubts in his eyes. Su Xiaokun's eyes froze. Why doesn't this just born cry? Then as soon as the infant was grasped in his hand, toward the star-filled skin, it was a direct and hard slap. Doesn't matter, in the slightest, if what's in front of you is an infant or not. That violent ringing sound resounded through the heavens, and the white tiger and phoenix on the side were both dumbfounded, curtly looking at Su Xiaokun. I did not expect that the master in front of me. I can't believe they even beat up newborn babies. As Su Xiaokun's slap fell, this heaven's path infant froze slightly, then howled. Well, is the way it should be. Su Xiaokun muttered to himself. With crying for about an hour, Su Xiaokun was a little distracted by the crying. Another slap directly above the ass. You're crying my ass. Shut the up. The heaven's way infant was startled, and hastily stopped crying, and the tears that hung from the corners of the eyes of the aggrieved, he looked at Su Xiaokun. Unbeknownst to them, while the heavenly Tao was weeping, a violent storm was raining down on the outside world. Well, good, quite obedient. From now on, you honestly give me the same day path, and let me know if you have any bad. Watch out for me to come back and beat you up. Su Xiaokun placed Tendo on the ground, and now the heaven's path infant, as if it could not speak, could only babble and gesticulate. Time to go. Then Su Xiaokun's divine power directly wrapped around the white tiger in phoenix. The next moment he appeared in front of Belair's thatched cottage. Belair, get the hell out of there. Seeing no reaction from Belair, he directly waved his sleeve robe and blew Belair's thatched hut into dust, and the woeful figure of Belair was revealed. What are you doing, you old man for old age? Su Xiaokun asked as he looked at the old red-faced Belair. Belair froze, then looked at Su Xiaokun incredulously. Is this all coming back to you? Crap. You, old man. Haven't taken advantage of me much, eh? Who told you to forget? Belair took on the appearance of a middle-aged man, which was somewhat handsome. Okay, stop chattering. My current cultivation, which has only just recovered a little, and this door of ascension, it's still up to you to run it together. Belair nodded. The blood turtle and little Jiaolong were then released. However, the blood turtle had now completely transformed into the ancient divine beast Xuanwu, and the little scaly dragon became a true five-clawed divine dragon. When the four divine beasts come together, the sky and the earth suddenly changed. Just a slight wave of Belair's sleeve robe was seen, and suddenly four altars rose out of thin air. You guys go up. Belair looked at the four divine beasts. The four divine beasts, without any hesitation, directly walked up. Should I call you Pangu now? Or Su Xiaokun? Whatever. Su Xiaokun said flatly. It's better to call you Brother Su. Looking at you now you don't match Pangu at all. Belair blankly glanced at Su Xiaokun. Lend you the power of the heavenly Tao. Belair gave a low gulp. Su Xiaokun directly struck the power of the heavenly Tao into the altar, and the four divine beasts on the altar were roaring at this moment, with the power of the heavenly Tao flowing through his body, violently. The four different colored pillars of light immediately appeared on the four divine beasts, straight to heaven and earth. The green dragon returns to its place. Belair let out a low gulp under his breath. Then the figure of the green dragon was seen flying directly to the east. Xuanwu returns to its position. Xuanwu flew directly to the north. The phoenix returns to its place. The phoenix unfurled that huge feather of flame and flew directly to the west. The white tiger returns to its place. Roar! With these three roars, the white tiger flew towards the south. And the next moment, the sky, that was full of dark clouds. Suddenly a seven-colored light was presented at this moment. As the seven-colored light continued to expand, above that sky, a door had actually appeared. Su Xiaokun, looking at the gate of heavenly Tao, said indifferently, going to the higher realms for a bit of fun, old man? When Su Xiaokun had just finished speaking, Belair's head shook like a rattle. Say nothing. If you want to go, you go. I'm not going. I'm all but a wanted man in the high plane now. Those old things, they can't wait to pull my skin off when they see me. Belair muttered. Oh, you're a lot more timid than you used to be. Su Xiaokun smiled and looked at Belair. You know, old me, I only have this body left. If I die again then I'll really die. Belair stared defiantly at the door to the ascension in the sky. Su Xiaokun was also slightly stunned. After all, Belair had 5 major ancient god bilocations, that after merging into one, the strength was quite terrifying, and could have killed Belair's man. Su Xiaokun could only think that it was so many. Nothing more was said afterward. When I've made all the other 4 elemental splits into gods, I plan to visit the higher realms. Just who is it that dares to seal the Blue Star continent? Isn't he afraid of being devoured by the laws? Poof. Belair grunted. This group of them, if they didn't have the constraints of the law, I think the Blue Star would have been gone long ago. Alright, old man, you don't have to complain. When I'm back to my peak, take you to kill the higher planes. Su Xiaokun had a resolute look in his eyes. Ha ha, then I'm counting on Brother Su. Belair looked at Su Xiaokun. Maybe he really had the ability to kill his way back up to the 9 heavens. Just when Su Xiaokun wanted to say something else, there was a slight glee in his eyes. Ha ha, looks like the day is almost here. Let's condense the wind identity god this time. Saying that, his body flew directly towards the dark prison, and Belair watched Su Xiaokun walk away before he cursed. You really are my old thatched cottage. After Su Xiaokun's identity god merged into the main body, the moment took over all the memories. I'm back. The main body that was about to prepare for a breakthrough suddenly said to Luoli and the two of them. The two of them froze slightly, then hugged Su Xiaokun. Honey, I knew it. You'll do it. The corners of Chu Qingyi's eyes were slightly moist, although Su Xiaokun awakened the memory of Pan Gu, but after all, he is also the man of 2 women. The love that is strong in that heart cannot be changed. Well, the door to the ascension, now, has been repaired. By the time I, the god of all identities, have coalesced, let's just set off to the higher planes and check it out. Su Xiaokun gently wrapped his arms around the two. The 2 girls nodded obediently. But, isn't it a good idea to have a baby before that? After all, the risks of the higher realms are still unknown, Luoli said with a small tongue. Chapter 156. Su Xiaokun has a daughter. Heir. Su Xiaokun looked at Luoli speechlessly, when he saw Chu Qingyi. However, he found the same color in Chu Qingyi's eyes. Okay. Su Xiaokun nodded. That higher realm, filled with peril, is actually quite good to leave a seed on earth. Su Xiaokun thought secretly. With the arrival of the thunderbolt, the sky, which was full of black clouds, upon seeing that it was Su Xiaokun, it dissipated at once. It can't be helped that this crossing is also controlled by the heavenly Tao. After sensing Su Xiaokun's aura, this heavenly Tao infant directly cancelled the thunderbolt, and Su Xiaokun's wind identity god had just inexplicably coalesced. However, with each additional detachment, that soul would have to face a tearing pain. Although Su Xiaokun had the memory of Pangu, the pain was irreplaceable. Up to this point, Su Xiaokun already possessed 2 great divine detachments. Putting all the bilocations away, he then transformed into a fire god bilocation. After all, fire is the strongest detachment right now. In the next period of time, Su Xiaokun didn't have much to do. Took 2 daughters on a trip around the world, because the current Su Xiaokun, besides the ancient god Bilar, was the strongest. The realm after upper grade god was ancient god. It is further divided into lower ancient god, middle ancient god and upper ancient god. The current Bilar is the upper level ancient god. If you wanted to ascend to a higher realm, you could do so as long as your cultivation reached the lower god. In other words, as long as Su Xiaokun wanted to, he could ascend to the higher realms right now. Su Xiaokun had thought of going to the ancient god game to get 2 higher leveled divine essences, but Belair was dead set against it. Directly, he took out 2 inferior ancient god grids and gave them to Su Xiaokun, and the 2 women's cultivation levels could only refine the lower ancient godheads at the moment. When he broke through to the lower ancient god, Belair would naturally offer the higher level godheads with both hands. This made Su Xiaokun not say anything. The 2 women had the power of Su Xiaokun's heavenly Tao added to them. The speed of the Lotus inferior ancient godhead was also strangely fast. After roughly only half a year, the 2 women's cultivation had surpassed Su Xiaokun's, became a lower ancient god. After that, the 3 lived a life without shame. 2 years later, Xu Qingyi was the first to conceive a child, and today is also the day of the Advent. With the addition of Su Xiaokun's heavenly Tao power, Xu Qingyi didn't feel any pain. Just give birth to the baby. It's a girl. What surprised Su Xiaokun was that this child had just been born, and actually possessed the cultivation of the Emperor realm. This surprised Su Xiaokun to no end. One must know that when one cultivated to the Emperor realm, it was only after how many times of life and death that one had reached it, and one's own child, surprisingly, was in the Emperor realm from his mother's womb. But the saddest of all belonged to Lori right now. Su Xiaokun also wondered, both equally caressing the 2. Luo Li's stomach still hadn't changed in any way, which all made Luo Li doubt herself. And during these few years, Su Xiaokun had once again condensed a water god split. Currently, only the earth and wood god doppelgangers were left to come out, but with the fruit of the Holy Spirit provided by Belair, Su Xiaokun had at most 4 years to. There would be confidence that all of the god splitters could be coalesced. The secular world, for Su Xiaokun, was completely out of threats to speak of. A few years of cozy living with kids and 2 women. It wasn't until the 6th year that all of Su Xiaokun's divine detachments completely coalesced, and the main body also crossed over to the god realm. Thus Su Xiaokun possessed 6 god-level divine positions, and the fire god bilocation. 2. When the rest of the body is godhood, it had already reached the realm of a half-step ancient god. Of course, to go further in, it would require going to a higher realm. And during these 6 years, Luo Li's stomach still didn't have any changes. Instead, it caused Luo Li to fall into a deep self-blame. Except, of course, for the fact that the belly hasn't changed, and that all the signs of that mean there's a pregnancy. This also made Su Xiaokun puzzled. Spirit, did you go and pluck Grandpa Dragon's beard again? Xu Qingyi looked at Su Ling grasping a handful of white whiskers in her small hand and asked with some anger. Mom, it was Grandpa Long who volunteered. Su Ling's childish voice was completely disheartening. As the 2 spoke, Su Xiaokun's figure slowly coalesced. Su Ling, when she saw Su Xiaokun, she directly hugged up. Those eyes were filled with tears straight away. Daddy, Mommy is mean to me. Xu Qingyi froze. This little guy changed his face fast enough. Su Xiaokun picked Su Ling up, his eyes filled with doting. Well, plucking is done. I'll let your Grandpa Dragon grow a few more in a while, so you can pluck enough. Yeah, I knew Daddy was the best. Su Ling then blankly glanced at Xu Qingyi. Hubby, Linger is letting you spoil her. Xu Qingyi looked at Su Xiaokun with some grudges. Kidding aside, Su Ling was the pearl of everyone's heart. Let's not talk about identity. One should know that Su Ling was 6 years old, and had his own divine doppelganger. Even if Elder Dragon wanted to get angry, he might not be able to beat Su Ling. One could only allow Su Ling to pull out his beard. The title of that little devil girl is even more of a crown. Okay, down to business. Su Xiaokun coughed, called everyone over. Even Ghost Emperor Feng Wentian was called over together. Looking at everyone's cultivation with the realm of upper grade god, Su Xiaokun was also quite emotional, though it was all the divine essence that was asked for from Balar. But there are connections that are not used for nothing. When everyone was gathered above the great hall, Su Xiaokun took out an ancient god gauge. In a few days I intend to ascend to a higher realm, but for the sake of the ancient kingdom, and the kingdom of heaven to prosper forever, I intend to make one of you an ancient god. In the beginning, Su Xiaokun had thought that he would make everyone an ancient god. However, Bilar said that this would be against the laws of heaven and might be probed by the enemies of the higher planes. So in addition to the two women, only one more godhead was given. The crowd. You looked at me, I looked at you, and no one spoke for a while, and even less people to fight over it. Husband, how about, let's see, giving the godhead to Lin Nan. Chu Qingyi looked at Su Xiaokun and said, and Lin Nan was a little stunned to hear his name. I didn't expect this heaven-breaking riches to fall on my head. Ancient gods. That's a realm that you can't even think about. One must know that in the entire Blue Star continent, aside from the two women, then only Bilar was an ancient god. Once one became an ancient god, one would truly be an invincible existence. After all, Bilar was a friend of Su Xiaokun. No one would think the two of them would turn against each other. Su Xiaokun pondered for a moment. Lin Nan, what do you think? The crowd cast envious glances, but none of them complained. Chapter 157 Water God Realm, Fire God Realm. Lin Nan arched his hand at Su Xiaokun, all at the master's pleasure, but in his heart, he was overjoyed. After all, becoming a god had once been his greatest extravagance, and nowadays it was unthinkable to become an ancient god. Fighting heartfelt excitement about the choices I had made. The reason why Lin Nan was chosen to break through to the ancient gods was because Lin Nan was decisive in killing. If you want to suppress foreign enemies, you really need to have such a decisive person. The rest of the people, who were still slightly kind-hearted, were unable to make it to Lin Nan's step. After making the arrangements, the two women decided that they would follow Su Xiaokun to a higher realm. The time was set for 3 days later, and this next time, Elder Dragon went on a rampage. This is a historic moment to witness the ascension. All countries, all invited. At this instant, even if the lands of the ancient kingdom and the kingdom of heaven were combined, it all feels so somewhat crowded. At the same time, Su Xiaokun also put Su Ling into his world. Oh, little Kunzi, I didn't expect it. It's only been a few years. You actually opened the door to ascension. Long Lao looked at Su Xiaokun, his heart filled with emotion. Ha, there's no need to rush, Elder Dragon. When I've established myself in the higher realms, when the time comes for you to ascend, you can come and join me, Su Xiaokun said with a smile. Ascending? I wouldn't dare. Old man, I'm used to it here. Don't worry about it, I'm here. Long Lao looked at Su Xiaokun, clearly not wanting to go after excitement. Aha! Su Xiaokun nodded and said if there is something irresistible, you can go to the depths of the unknown forest and find Bilar. I've already said hello. Elder Dragon's eyes lit up. He had heard Su Xiaokun say that the strongest person in this world was Bilar. If there was the shelter of Berar, then the heavenly kingdom and the ancient kingdom would be absolutely invincible. Looking at the sea of people below, Su Xiaokun also had a lot of excitement inside. And the dark prisons one by one even looked at Su Xiaokun with envy. Proud to be part of the dark prison. There's not much time. I'm leaving. Su Xiaokun looked at Long Lao. Elder Dragon nodded and flew to the side. And Su Xiaokun nodded to the two women beside him. Turn up the trim to the max. The auras of the two ancient gods violently erupted in a flash. And Su Xiaokun's half-step ancient god's breath, when released, surprisingly, they were still vaguely overpowering the two women. The heavens and earth were sensing the cultivation level of several people. And that sky suddenly shone down with 7-colored divine light. For a moment a gate slowly emerged. The mountains don't turn. The water does, so I'll see you all later. Su Xiaokun looked down below. His divine power wrapped around his voice and spread to everyone's ears. As the voice fell, the two women took Su Xiaokun by the arm and walked towards the door of ascension step by step. While standing in the doorway, the power from the divine realm was immediately felt. It instantly sucked a few people in. For a moment, the three were separated. When the figure reappeared, Su Xiaokun stood on top of an altar, and in front of them stood two men in armor. Looking at Su Xiaokun with caution in their eyes, Su Xiaokun looked at the two people in front of him. Their cultivation level was only at the middle grade god realm, opened his mouth and asked, "Where is this place?" The two men, finding that they could not feel Su Xiaokun's cultivation, thought that the opponent is playing from another realm. Hurrying to arch his hand, he said, "My lord, this is the fire god realm." Vulcan realm? Su Xiaokun looked at the two people in front of him with some doubt. Your honor doesn't know? The two looked at Su Xiaokun in surprise. For someone with such strength, they didn't believe that the other party would be ascending up. Much less would they believe that a god would be created in the lower realms without divine power. Su Xiaokun then released his divine sense. Suddenly, he realized that he could only cover a mere 10,000 meters or so. However, when releasing their divine sense, these two people, surprisingly, sensed Su Xiaokun's cultivation level. Upon realizing that the other party was a half-step ancient god, one by one, they trembled, realizing that a half-step ancient god that, the divine realm is said to be a particularly rare existence. None of them are the controllers of a party's power. As for the two women's side, the two of them unexpectedly appeared in the middle of an ascension altar. When the two women didn't see Su Xiaokun, they were a little confused for a moment. Where's the husband? Luoli looked at Chu Qingyi while two men in armor stood in front of them as well. The two women didn't know how to collect their breath. When they felt that ancient god's aura, one by one, they kneeled down in fear, shivering as they looked at the two women. What is this place? The two women looked at the kneeling guards and asked. Back to my lord. This is the water god realm. What is the water god realm? Luoli looked at the guard and asked. The guards didn't know how to explain it, and thought to themselves that they didn't know where the bumpkin had come from. Surprisingly, he didn't even know about the water god realm. However, it still trembled and said, back to my lord. This is the world opened up by Lord Water God. Isn't that like farting? Luoli was furious, and the cultivation in her body suddenly erupted violently. It directly shook the two kneeling men out, and they almost didn't fall in place. Duh! Lord, this is really the world opened by the water god. Well, ally, for now find the husband first. Unbeknownst to the two women, the two divine realms were not separated by a great distance. Rather, one needed to pass through the divine realm teleportation formation to reach another divine realm. If flying aimlessly, it's hard to fly without tens of thousands of years. Why don't we go to my husband's world, where we can at least meet, and it will be safe? Luoli offered. Chu Qingyi also nodded, and with a flash of light from the two women's rings, their figures disappeared into thin air. It appeared in the world of Su Xiaokun, and all this was seen by the two guards in front of them. Then they nodded to each other and flew off into the distance. That looked a bit urgent, and the two women didn't know how much mischief they would bring to Su Xiaokun by doing all this. Of course, Su Xiaokun also asked the two women's questions. The answer that was given was the world that Vulcan had opened up. However, Su Xiaokun was informed of the fire god's cultivation realm. Surprisingly, he was at the peak of the upper ancient god. Having mastered the fire laws, this was the only way to open up the fire god realm. And the vastness of the fire god realm's land was even more impossible to describe in numbers. I'm afraid that even a few hundred blue stars couldn't compare to a small half of the Vulcan realm. Su Xiaokun looked at the two, then flew off into the distance. He needed to find a place to cross over now. Raising his cultivation to the ancient god realm would allow him to better explore the fire god realm. But just as Su Xiaokun had just flown away, the two guards, as if looked at Su Xiaokun who flew away. Doesn't he know that it's impossible to reach the nearest city by flying in the divine realm? Chapter 158, Robbed? Fire god realm. The land is vast and sparsely populated, and after flying for an hour, Su Xiaokun then chose a hilltop to prepare for the tribulation. But before that, Su Xiaokun made a trip back to his world first. Upon seeing the two women, this put his heart down. Unexpectedly, this door of ascension had assigned the three of them to two places. Maybe there was some kind of slip-up somewhere. However, it was a good thing that people from the ancient god realm and this divine realm were relatively rare. This was something that didn't make Su Xiaokun worry too much, as long as the two women didn't take the initiative to cause trouble. With their cultivation levels, they could completely walk sideways in the divine realm. After the explanation, Su Xiaokun hurriedly returned to the fire god realm to prepare for the thunder tribulation. As the heavens and earth darkened down, that one thunderbolt struck Su Xiaokun's body. There was not the slightest bit of discomfort, and it was extremely easy to cross over. Moreover, Su Xiaokun realized that after reaching the ancient god, it wasn't simply a matter of cultivating divine power to reach a higher realm. Right now, he needed to comprehend the power of laws. To this day, I have no clue. But fortunately, with the memory of Pangu, Su Xiaokun chose the most difficult path. That's the law of creation. The laws of creation belong to the supreme laws. Unlike the elemental laws, above an ordinary ancient god, one only needed to comprehend one law. And in addition to comprehending the laws of the five elements, the laws of life and death were also to be comprehended in the laws of creation. However, it was good that Su Xiaokun had his own world, which already had a complete system of laws in it. It just takes time to sense it. After breaking through to the ancient god, Su Xiaokun's divine sense had grown from tens of thousands of meters to over 100,000 meters. This made him somewhat marvel at the power of the god realm. If it were in the mortal realm, it would already be possible to achieve divine sense to cover the entire blue star continent. Just as Su Xiaokun after the transmigration, had intended to enter into his own world. Suddenly a man flew in. The cultivation level was only that of a middle-grade god. When he saw Su Xiaokun, he revealed an evil smile. "Fellow Daoist, were you the one who transited here just now?" Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned, not knowing what the other party meant. Just looked at him and didn't say anything. There's no need to be nervous. Fellow Daoist, here's the thing. I just came. Make a robbery. The middle-aged man spoke softly and gently. Su Xiaokun thought he had heard wrong. What did you say? The middle-aged man repeated once more. Hello fellow Daoist. I just came to make a robbery. And please hand over everything you're worth. The middle-aged man, with his arms wrapped around him, looked at Su Xiaokun without a care in the world. Su Xiaokun glanced at his eyebrows. Just you? Growing up so big. Su Xiaokun is really the first time to encounter the robbery. To know, in the Blue Star. You're lucky if you don't rob others yourself. Oh, I certainly can't with me. But do you know who's behind me? Su Xiaokun also came to be interested at this time. I don't know. Fellow Daoist, what is the division? The middle-aged man looked at Su Xiaokun and continued. Listen carefully. I am a member of the Four Seas gang. If you are sensible, bring out your valuables. You should know that the leader of my Four Seas gang has the strength of a upper-grade god. The middle-aged man said with some pride. Su Xiaokun froze. This fire god realm, is it so unbearable? Even the upper-grade gods can stand on their own? Still, he said, fellow Daoist, I've just ascended up here, and I don't have anything of value on me. However, there is some cultivation. Why don't you take a look? Su Xiaokun had a teasing look in his eyes. Just ascended? Since that's the case, I won't make things difficult for you, so you can be my little brother from now on. How about we split it 1-9 when we rob the road? Sure, you 1 and I 9. Obviously this man didn't hear the words behind Su Xiaokun. Doubt you is still weirdly good, to the extent that you can still give me 10%. Su Xiaokun said with a smile. Our Four Seas gang has always been as such, but we are very friendly to newcomers. The man bragged to himself, but Su Xiaokun was releasing his cultivation little by little at this time. The lower gods, middle lower divine. Su Xiaokun wasn't in a hurry, and his strength was released little by little, and the man was dismissive. Going to go to the lower grade of God and, before the words were even finished, Su Xiaokun's cultivation level had already risen to the realm of a middle grade god. And, it's only a mid-grade god. How about this for the most? And a 30/70th split on what you grab? The middle-aged man said. However, after seeing Su Xiaokun's cultivation, which hadn't stopped and was continuing to climb, just a little confused already. On, the upper class gods? The man looked at Su Xiaokun in shock. Big brother. From now on you're my big brother. How about we split it 40/60ths? 6 for you and 4 for me? Even if Su Xiaokun had the strength of a upper grade god, he didn't believe it. Can over the Four Seas gang behind himself. After all, there were a lot of them. Su Xiaokun still looked at the man with a smile. The cultivation level directly climbed to the late upper grade god stage. Big brother, I just said it wrong. What if you 7 and I 3? Ka-ching. As Su Xiaokun's cultivation was released as much as it could be, directly the man in front of him, give the suppressed prostrate. Ancient god. Once the ancient gods came out. Not to mention that the Four Seas gang didn't have any ancient god realm powerhouses. Even if they did, they wouldn't dare to easily mess with them. Ancient god lord. 10%. 10% for you. The man had pissed himself. Su Xiaokun shook his head and faintly spat out 2 words. Hit the hijack. Air. It was the man's turn to be confused. Lord. I'm poor, have nothing. Su Xiaokun looked at the middle-aged man and said, who said I was going to rob you? Tell me the location of the Four Seas gang. Oh yeah, take out your storage magic treasure. I'll check it out. When he heard that Su Xiaokun had set his heart on the Four Seas gang, a cold sweat ran down his face. My lord. Here, tell you unknown. I will die. The man, taking his spatial ring out, unbound it, and Su Xiaokun nonchalantly put it away. If you don't tell me the location of the Four Seas gang, I'm afraid you'll die now. In fact, the real ancient gods, which will talk nonsense with this kind of small gods, when he dares to say, the first word would have been extinguished long ago. It's just that Su Xiaokun doesn't know this world very well and is short of a guide. That's what kept the bandits in front of them. Man, struggling violently within himself. You know, once you bring Su Xiaokun over, it would be okay if you killed the Four Seas gang leader. If it was just a matter of going over there and scavenging, then he didn't have to live. However, Su Xiaokun naturally would not simply scavenge the Four Seas gang. As a stepping stone, no matter what time it comes, even if one is powerful, then one has to have one's own forces, don't they? Chapter 159, The Berserks. My lord, as long as you keep me alive, I'll take you there. The man gritted his teeth and gave up. Oh, you're making a deal with me? Su Xiaokun frowned and immediately scared the man so much that he almost didn't become incontinent. That ancient god, on a regular basis, was a lofty existence, which one was not a party hegemon. He also didn't expect that he'd encountered such a tough guy in his first robbery. Now the bowels are green with remorse, secretly swearing that if he survives, he'll never be a bandit again. It's scary. I wouldn't dare. Alright, hurry up and lead the way. What if I'm in a good mood and leave you alive? The man looked at Su Xiaokun and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Yes, I'll show you the way. After saying that, the two just stood there, neither of them moving. Su Xiaokun looked at the man with a dumbfounded face. Come on, what are you standing here for? We're just going to fly there? The man looked at Su Xiaokun incredulously. Or what? The man was confused. My lord, this is 1,000,000 miles away from the Four Seas gang. It'll take us at least a year or two to fly there just like that. It's still a full-on rush. So far? Su Xiaokun muttered. Don't you have a flying machine, my lord? The man asked cautiously. A flying machine? What's that? An airplane? That thing's not as fast as me, is it? Su Xiaokun thought back to Blue Star's airplane. Looking at Su Xiaokun's puzzled face, the man became even more confused. Feeling like I've met an ancient god who doesn't know anything. Lord, I have a flying machine in that space ring of mine. Why don't you take it out and use it? The man said carefully. Su Xiaokun froze and took the ring out and threw it to the man. After the man reclaimed his master, went out on a boat. That's right, it's the kind of boat Su Xiaokun remembered. Is this the flying machine you were talking about? Su Xiaokun looked on with some disgust. Yes my lord, the man mentally muttered. His own flying machine, though of the lowest order, that was also saved up for hundreds of thousands of years to buy such a one. I didn't realize it hadn't been looked at by the other side. Still, the palm-sized craft was thrown into the air. Then, as the two watched, the craft grew violently larger. It's like a little wooden boat. Come along my lord. The man took the lead on the airship. Su Xiaokun nodded and followed and flew up. Under the urging of the man's divine power, the small wooden boat transformed into a stream of light towards the direction of the Four Seas gang. Just flew by. Is that fast? Su Xiaokun looked at the man suspiciously. After feeling it for a while, at most, it was only that much faster than the speed of a medium-grade god flying at full power. Lord, I have limited cultivation, and the fastest I can do is this, the man said with some embarrassment. Then you didn't say so earlier. Just put the divine power is here, right? Su Xiaokun said as he looked at the rudder. Yes my lord. The man had a belly full of bitterness. For s sake, if you don't say anything, do I dare let you drive the boat? Then Su Xiaokun took over the rudder in the man's hand. The moment the divine power was released, that speed skyrocketed and barely threw the man off his feet. That speed was more than a dozen times higher. This made the man sigh at the power of the Tao ancient god. However, he probably had no hope of stepping into the ancient god realm in his life, because being able to reach the realm of a medium-grade god was something he elevated up by refining his divine essence. Unless one subsequently had an ancient god gauge to refine, it was impossible to enter the ancient god realm in this lifetime. Of course the ancient god's divine lattice was in the divine realm. That was a rare existence. With Su Xiaokun's divine power boost, after estimating it'll take about a month to reach the Four Seas gang. During this month, although there were also some ungrateful ones who wanted to stop Su Xiaokun's ship, but Su Xiaokun only slightly released a little bit of the ancient god's aura. The gang immediately scattered in all directions. Eyes are almost at the Four Seas gang. The man's heart jumped to his throat, fearing that Su Xiaokun was backtracking. Then his own little life. It can be really unprotected. My lord, that hill in front is the headquarters of the Four Seas gang. Su Xiaokun nodded. On this journey, the two men, though they had scarcely spoken a word, but Su Xiaokun also knows that the other party is named Feng Jiakuan. Once in his own realm, he was also an invincible being, except that tired of the boredom, that's why he chose to ascend. I didn't expect that just as soon as I ascended, I would be robbed by the Four Seas gang. However, this kid's ability is not covered, and it is surprising that with a single froze from the Four Seas gang's little brother, a leap to become a military master-like existence. Otherwise, the head of the Four Seas gang wouldn't have gone through all the trouble of getting him a medium-grade divine essence. The headquarters of the Four Seas gang was similar to a small city. Feeling about it probably has tens of thousands of people in the gang as well, but most of them were just lower-grade gods. Su Xiaokun put the airship away. standing in the air above the Four Seas gang. However, no one had discovered Su Xiaokun's trail. Afterward, Su Xiaokun took a deep breath. With an evil smile on his face, he looked at Feng Jiakun. Then there was a violent cry from his mouth. Robbery! This voice nearly scared the piss out of the 10,000 people below. The sound was so loud that it almost didn't shock Feng Jiakun into an idiot. Which came over here looking for death? The people below looked at the two in the sky. When they saw that it was military master Feng Jiakun, they all shut their mouths. Although the strength of the military division was only medium grade, but I can't help that he's a popular person beside the gang leader. And the leader of the Four Seas gang heard the voice. Flying above mid-air, he looked at Feng Jiakun. You kids yell, don't you know I'm having a quickie? Su Xiaokun looked at the gang leader, who hadn't even lifted his pants, and froze a little. This person was surprisingly and uncannily familiar to him. Is it a coincidence? Or is it a diversion? And the person in front of him was none other than Bai Sihai. This bull God world. Su Xiaokun cursed. However, when Bai Sihai saw Su Xiaokun, it was clear in his eyes that he did not recognize him. Your name is Bai Sihai? Su Xiaokun looked at the gang leader and asked. You recognize me? Bai Sihai thought about it and didn't search for Su Xiaokun's memories. Then said, oh boy. Know my name much. Who are you? Same name, same surname, also ing look exactly the same. This is to let Su Xiaokun sum down. But still speaking, I'm here to rob you. Su Xiaokun raised an eyebrow, and there was something strange in his heart. It's kinda fun to rob your own master. Bai Sihai looked at Feng Jiakun. Where did you find S***T? Chapter 160, Bai Sihai? Feng Jiakun's intestines are now green with remorse. I didn't expect Su Xiaokun to be so direct. He didn't dare to say anything for a while. He couldn't afford to offend either end. Just looking straight at Bai Sihai, his eyes constantly signaling. What's wrong with your eyes? What are you blinking for? Bai Sihai looked at Feng Jiakun unhappily. Feng Jiakun had a look of hatred on his face. White gangmaster. I said. I want to rob. Bring me everything of value. Su Xiaokun looked at Bai Sihai and said. Boy, you got a fever? Do you know where this is? Four Seas gang headquarters. Bai Sihai looked at Su Xiaokun as if he was looking at. Gangmaster, take out everything of value. If you're late, the Four Seas gang will be gone. Feng Jiakun really couldn't hold it in and hurriedly said. Feng Jiakun, what do you mean? Is this about following outsiders against me? Bai Sihai looked at Feng Jiakun somewhat angrily. If it wasn't for the fact that Bai Sihai was more trusting of Feng Jiakun, I believe it would have been decapitated long ago. Before Feng Jiakun could continue speaking, Su Xiaokun's cultivation violently erupted. With that strong ancient god pressure, Bai Sihai directly couldn't withstand it and knelt down. Ancient god. Bai Sihai was startled, then looked at Feng Jiakun with a furious expression. And now Feng Jiakun, but did not dare to say a word, in case Bai Sihai dog jumped over the wall. It's not worth it to give yourself a stab in the back. Lord Ancient God, I wonder, are you here? Bai Sihai forced himself to hold back the pressure and looked at Su Xiaokun. Didn't I tell you? I came to rob. Su Xiaokun blankly glanced at Bai Sihai. Bai Sihai, would not believe that a mere Four Seas gang could make an ancient god powerhouse think about it. Unless, of course, someone has offended the ancient gods. Then he looked at Feng Jiakun with an angry face. What's the situation? Feng Jiakun didn't know how to explain. He couldn't say that he had robbed the ancient god. Solely closed both eyes and stopped talking. I'll give you an incense stick of time to hand over all your treasures. Otherwise, Four Seas gang, all die. Su Xiaokun's voice went ice cold as he looked at Bai Sihai. Bai Sihai's cold sweat flowed straight down. Ancient god lord, I really don't have anything of value here. Bai Sihai is still trying to struggle a bit. What was faced, however, was a much stronger pressure. A mouthful of blood gushed out instantly. My patience is limited. Su Xiaokun looked at Bai Sihai with cold eyes. Bai Sihai clenched his teeth. It seems that if we don't take something decent today, I'm afraid we won't be able to send this plague away. Then something seemed to come to mind. Straight away, he took out a golden-colored scroll from his spatial ring. My lord, this is the golden list of the heavenly Tao that I inadvertently obtained, and I know that my abilities are limited, unable to participate in the mysteries thereof. I now send this to your excellency. Bai Sihai, trembling, handed over the heavenly Tao golden list to Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun's eyes froze. With that, open it up and come. But realizing that there was nothing written on it, he said, you're fooling me with a piece of? Give me your space ring. Bai Sihai froze. I didn't expect Su Xiaokun to be so greedy. You know that's all the savings in your own ring. The wealth inside is definitely not a small number. Looking at the hesitant Bai Sihai, Su Xiaokun frowned. Why not? Saying that, Above Su Xiaokun's head, he directly condensed a huge palm with divine power. Toward the crowd below here it was ready to shoot. Bai Sihai looked at Su Xiaokun about to make a move and was so scared that he hurriedly took off his ring, and erased his mark. After all, as long as one's people are still around, the big deal is in reaccumulating wealth. Su Xiaokun took the ring and directly recognized it as his master, not giving Bai Sihai the slightest time to react. Bai Sihai didn't dare to resist, and looked at his treasure with fleshly pain and gave it away. That heart is dripping blood. There was nothing he could do, but in order to stay alive, he didn't dare to say anything now. The most annoying thing is that all of his bilocations have died out, leaving only his current body, and if he dies again, then there really isn't any chance. Su Xiaokun checked Bai Sihai's spatial ring. A flash of excitement crossed his face. I didn't expect that a mere upper-grade god would have such depth. That lower-grade divine essence was hundreds of thousands, and the middle-grade divine essence was more than 10,000. Of course, even the top-grade divine essence had a dozen of them. Su Xiaokun then took out a spirit crystal engraved with a flame marking. What is it? Feeling the intense fire elemental aura in his midst, Su Xiaokun was also a bit confused. Back to my lord. This is the common currency of the fire god realm. Su Xiaokun nodded. Looking at the piles of currency in the space, there was a pang of emotion in his heart. There are millions of these, right? Bai Sihai was like a deflated ball of leather, allowing Su Xiaokun to plunder him. My lord, I'm really running out of things of value. Bai Sihai sighed. Oh, Su Xiaokun smiled faintly. Good point. From now on, the Four Seas gang is mine. Do you have a problem with that? Su Xiaokun withdrew the palm print in the sky. The people below, on the other hand, all took a deep breath. The pressure given to them just now was just too much. Each one knelt on the ground, not daring to speak at all. My lord, this is a bit much, isn't it? Bai Sihai looked at Su Xiaokun and that disheveled aura swept away. Why don't you want to? Su Xiaokun's voice was once again icy cold. If the other person didn't look just like that cheap master of his, he would have slapped him to death a long time ago. How could it be his turn to talk such nonsense? My lord, cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. Aren't you afraid of the wrath of God for doing this? Bai Sihai glared angrily at Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun slightly froze and laughed out. Not bad, kinda got a backbone. In that case, you'll be hanging out with me from now on. The Four Seas gang, still managed by you, but I have just one request. Su Xiaokun thought about it and said. When Bai Sihai heard it, if he said that he was still the gang leader, it was not that he couldn't hang out with Su Xiaokun. After all, Su Xiaokun's strength was there. With Su Xiaokun as a backing, then his own Four Seas gang, the status will also rise. Maybe, it'll even wipe out the other gangs. After all, this kind of gang is, at most, the same as one's own cultivation level. Not a single ancient god sits on the ground. After thinking for a long time Bai Sihai said, My lord, what request you say, as long as it's not too much. Su Xiaokun nodded. It's simple. From now on, the Four Seas gang is renamed Dark Prison. I want the name of Dark Prison to resound throughout the entire Vulcan realm. Of course, as payment, I will sweep away all the gangs in this neighborhood. Chapter 161 Heavenly Dao Golden Ranking. Bai Sihai pondered for a while and could only agree helplessly. There's no way around it. If I don't say yes, my little life will be over. Instead, Feng Jiakuan followed suit and breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure of facing an ancient god realm powerhouse was just too much. After doing this, Su Xiaokun and the others came above the main hall. Tens of thousands of people, in unison, knelt on the ground, and no one dared to raise their heads to meet their eyes. Bai Sihai's voice wrapped in divine power said to the bottom, starting today, the Four Seas gang is officially renamed the Dark Prison. And, this, beside me, is the new controller, whom you may address as the warden. If any of you wish to leave, you may do so now. Bai Sihai didn't forget to glance at Su Xiaokun when he finished speaking. Seeing that Su Xiaokun didn't say anything, the people below looked at me and I looked at you, all struggling violently in their hearts. You have to realize that a large portion of this is forced to stay here by the Four Seas gang. However, being able to have an ancient god powerhouse as a backer, for a while, those who wanted to leave hesitated. After all, powerful sects wouldn't take in people like them who had risen up by refining divine essence. And since the small clans didn't have any ancient god powerhouses sitting around, even if they went, it would be in vain. After thinking about it, he finally decided to stay in the Dark Prison. These people don't have a good reputation either, and if they don't have something to fall back on, they'll probably be killed soon after they go out. Seeing that no one retorted, Bai Sihai's voice once again came over. Good, since you have no desire to leave. Then, starting tomorrow, we'll launch an attack on Devil's Hill first. Strive to destroy Devil Mountain in one fell swoop. Do you hear me? the eyes of the crowd froze slightly. A flurry of promises followed. After all, they had long looked at the people of Devil Mountain with displeasure, and the two gangs had quite a bit of friction over nothing, and as the cultivation levels of the previous leaders were all in the upper grade gods, they couldn't do anything to anyone for a while. It's not the same now, with the ancient gods in attendance. It's completely lopsided. After assigning everything, Su Xiaokun left Feng Jiakuan behind and roughly understood the matters of the Fire God Realm. Fire God Realm Lord. Fire God Ol. Cultivation currently at the upper ancient god Great Perfection Realm, possessing the three great divine splits. Fire, water, wind. Currently, both the fire detachment and the wind detachment had reached the Great Perfection Realm. The water system, on the other hand, was in the realm of the lower ancient gods. When the water system could also reach great perfection, then the fire god would be able to enter the higher realms of the God King realm, and the lowest standard of the God King realm. It is that one must have all three major elemental bilocations to reach great perfection in order to be able to do so, except for Vulcan. The strongest force, on the other hand, was the Thunder God Valley. Thunder God Valley. Thunder God Lei Sin himself is a strong thunder system great perfection. It also possessed the Earth system god detachment of an upper-level ancient god, ranked second in power. The third major force, on the other hand, was the Wind God Hall. Its hall master, Feng Man Lu, was also a powerful ancient god realm great perfection in strength. However, he didn't have a divine detachment, but the Wind God Hall had the presence of three great perfection powerhouses. Por is also a solid third. The other forces, on the other hand, were at most upper-level ancient gods, like a medium power. Usually having an ancient god was already impressive, and if Su Xiaokun wanted to go to the water god realm, he had to take the teleportation array that was run by the fire god in order to do so. For one time, it would cost almost 3 million Vulcan crystals to be able to do so. However, after ransacking the Four Seas gang, it was enough to teleport twice. As for this Heavenly Dao Golden List, it was a mission issued by the God King of a higher realm. You can't see the words now. That's because it's not time yet. By the time the quest opened, the Heavenly Dao Golden List, naturally, would be presented in its proper font. Su Xiaokun thought about it and first recovered the surrounding forces before going to look for the two women. Although they can meet in their own worlds, removing their own, then still, they can only appear in their respective divine realms. After understanding, Su Xiaokun brought his men and horses the next day and killed Devil Mountain, but it's not clear where Devil's Peak got the information. In just one day, I learned that the Four Seas gang had changed hands. Before he could strike, the leader of Devil Mountain, Chen Kinnan, directly chose to surrender. Respectfully, he handed over all the assets to Su Xiaokun, and then led all his men to join the dark prison. Of course, with Chen Jinnan and by Sihai's great publicity. Unexpectedly, the 6 surrounding forces had all chosen to surrender to the dark prison. This caused Su Xiaokun to cry and laugh a little. Would have thought that it would have taken a bit of fiddling, but I didn't expect such drama. When the 8 power leaders were all assembled, Feng Jiakuan, however, gave Su Xiaokun an offer. This proposal almost didn't make Bai Sihai angry. However, it was good that Su Xiaokun had denied Feng Jia Sleepy's proposal, and 8 parishes were established, each with their own people. After doing this, Su Xiaokun set foot on the road to the water god realm. However, before that, one needed to go to a nearby city and take a teleportation array to the fire god mountain. Then from the fire god's mountain, he would make a cross-border transmission array to the water god's realm. Within the Vulcan realm, it would only take roughly 10 Vulcan crystals to teleport, and now Su Xiaokun was in possession of nearly 100 million fire god crystals. It's also all down to the fact that the 8 powers are on the uptake. With the strength of an ancient god, Su Xiaokun walked smoothly along the way. However, when he had just stepped into the fire god mountain, he was stopped. With Su Xiaokun's cultivation, as soon as he exited the teleportation array, he was discovered by fire god Ol. At the same time a voice transmission entered Su Xiaokun's mind. Fellow Daoist, I wonder if I can show my face. Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned. The divine sense was then released. I just felt a strong cultivation emanating out. You're Vulcan? Su Xiaokun transmitted his voice. Oh, it's exactly me. I don't know. Is it possible to meet up? Vulcan was quite polite. Su Xiaokun was also full of doubts. After all, he didn't have anything to do with the fire god. Sorry, not now. Su Xiaokun decisively refused. He was now in a hurry to meet up with the two beauties. Vulcan paused and continued. Fellow Daoist, I'm sure the Heavenly Dao Golden ranking is on you, right? Vulcan asked. Su Xiaokun thought about it and didn't hide it. Nice. Something wrong with you? Su Xiaokun was a little displeased. There's no need to be angry, so you go ahead and get busy. I want you to come to my place within a month. Because the mission for the Heavenly Tao Golden Ranking is about to begin. Vulcan explained. The Golden List quest? How come I don't know about it? I am untalented and happen to have some relationship with the God King, so I know. Don't worry, I won't grab the Golden List. And, there's another piece of business I'd like to talk to you about. Vulcan's tone was very flat. This time, the mission in the Heavenly Tao Golden Ranking is quite extraordinary. A mission that comes only once in a million years, so to speak, and I hope you'll consider it solemnly. Chapter 162 Cracks in the Teleportation Formation? Su Xiaokun thought about responding. Available. He also wanted to know what was so good about this Heavenly Tao Golden List. It's amazing that even Vulcan can come to me. Then thank you, fellow Daoist. For the sake of our happy cooperation, this teleportation array will be opened for you for free. After saying that, Vulcan withdrew his breath. Sitting in the middle of the Fire God's Hall, a touch of joy appeared at the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect that this Heavenly Tao Golden Ranking would come to the ancient god's hands by mistake. Looks like it's going to be fun this time. With Vulcan's approval, Su Xiaokun was able to smoothly board the teleportation array to the Water God realm. Being able to save 1,000,000 Fire God crystals was a pleasure. Just after entering into the teleportation array, Su Xiaokun felt a little dizzy in his head. With the massive power contained within, those below the God realm could really be directly obliterated. After reacting for a while, Su Xiaokun came back to his senses. Looking at the colorful light around him, Su Xiaokun fell into deep thought. But just when Su Xiaokun didn't know what he was thinking, the entire teleportation channel suddenly shook violently. Then a crack appeared in front of Su Xiaokun. Asterisk? Such a coincidence? Su Xiaokun hurriedly stabilized his mind. The cultivation in his body was instantly released. And just then, that crack violently grew larger as it sensed the fluctuation of Su Xiaokun's aura. It directly sucked Su Xiaokun in. Even if one had the strength of an ancient god, they would not be able to resist this tremendous suction force. What day now? What the hell? At this time, Su Xiaokun, who was falling rapidly, shielded his body with all his might. The surroundings were so dark that even divine sense could not be released. Now Su Xiaokun was as blind as a blind man. One can only feel the endless sense of falling. The heart is not free from fear. It's like a bottomless pit. About an hour or two later, space lit up violently. Su Xiaokun's vision and divine sense also recovered at this moment. Touch. The sound. Su Xiaokun threw himself hard on the ground. It felt as if the organs had been displaced. Head spinning. It took a while to get up, and then he was ready to get up. But as soon as he got up, he was instantly suppressed by a mighty pressure. What man? Su Xiaokun's face was cold. He could not feel any breath at all here. Subsequently, he mobilized the divine power within his body, and only then did he barely manage to stand up. But as he stood up straight, the pressure was surprisingly heavier. Unconsciously, he bent over. What is this place? You realize I'm an ancient god? Surprisingly, you can't even resist the pressure of this place? Su Xiaokun looked around suspiciously. In addition to the dark black land, there is a black mountain. As the time passed little by little, that mighty pressure unexpectedly increased slowly at this moment as well. At first Su Xiaokun could barely arch his back. By now, Su Xiaokun could only crawl. It's like a big king-size hunk of, what is going on here? And every time Su Xiaokun climbed a step, he had to use up a large amount of divine energy in his body. After doing some calculations and climbing out a distance of about 1,000 meters, the divine power in his body was unexpectedly depleted. However, Su Xiaokun realized that there were some fragmented black stones on this black land. This stone could actually restore the divine power in the body. This made Su Xiaokun feel better. However, it was good to restore divine power when it was black like this. And it was accompanied by a little increase in cultivation. It was important to know that for every step an ancient god took to improve, they needed to comprehend a portion of the laws, and refining and absorbing this black stone could actually increase strength. That was unexpected. But then Su Xiaokun seemed to remember something. Could it be that the laws of earth can be comprehended here? Su Xiaokun muttered. It was directly switched to the earth god split. As for the cultivation level of the earth god split, it was only at the late divine essence stage, not even reaching the realm of a middle grade god. But the earth god doppelganger had just appeared. Su Xiaokun surprisingly felt that the pressure was surprisingly a little less. It can barely make it. Then he picked up another stone and refined it with his earth god detachment, only to see the palm-sized stone in Su Xiaokun's hand turned into powder at a speed visible to the naked eye. The earth god detachment then unexpectedly directly entered the realm of a mid-grade god. What the hell? Is this thing that amazing? Then Su Xiaokun got a bunch of these black stones and started refining them non-stop. It was only when he had refined it to the early stage of upper grade god that he stopped, for he felt that he could now barely walk upright. It seems that this is the earth world. It's probably the world opened by that great god. Although Su Xiaokun could walk upright, he couldn't manage to fly. Even running required a great deal of divine energy. Nightfall. The ground suddenly shook. It's as if there's a herd of creatures running around. It directly startled Su Xiaokun. One must know that one's own ancient god's detachment was completely useless here. The earth detachment was also only an upper-grade god. It's hard to walk, let alone fight. But luckily, there happened to be a cave nearby. Su Xiaokun hid in it. Just as Su Xiaokun's figure disappeared not long ago, a group of dark objects ran past. What the hell do I see? A bunch of stoners? Su Xiaokun hid in the cave and carefully observed. However, just as Su Xiaokun had just released a bit of his breath, the group of black stoners actually ran back. In unison, they stopped at the entrance of Su Xiaokun's cave. Yet. Su Xiaokun froze. This is all peak upper grade god cultivation? This group of stone people, although they were living creatures, did not have the slightest bit of intelligence, just sensed a stranger here and stopped here. And one of them, a stone man with a flower on his head, looked toward the cave. A fierce punch was thrown. You know, this stone man's fist, that was as big as 4 or 5 basketballs. The current Su Xiaokun took a hit. Even if he didn't die, he had to be seriously injured. Frightened, he turned and ran deeper into the cave. No desire to fight at all. The head of the stone man with the flower on top of his head tilted slightly. Sideways, he peered into the cave. Those big eyes were as black as a soccer ball. At the sight of the fleeing Su Xiaokun, he suddenly raised his fist again and slammed it on top of the cave. This strike directly caused the cave to start collapsing, and Su Xiaokun was also hit hard by the stone under the collapse. Su Xiaokun only felt as if he was smashed by a mountain, and directly came to a dog's mouth. It took a long struggle to move away from the removal of the palm-sized stone. I'm a horse? What is this mountain made of? Su Xiaokun looked on in surprise, but for just a moment, the stoner slammed his fist up towards the cave once more. Chapter 163, The Stone Man. Holy, will you stop smashing? Su Xiaokun quickly dodged the falling stones. It looked like a falling missile. Take a hit and get hurt. It made Su Xiaokun extremely wretched. Perhaps he heard Su Xiaokun's curses. The stone man with the flower on his head actually did stop. Just when Su Xiaokun thought it was safe, this stone man's arm suddenly stretched out. Toward the cave it began to stretch in. Asterisk. Su Xiaokun was startled and hurriedly ran towards a deeper place. However, it was as if the stoner's arms could be extended indefinitely. Keep chasing after Su Xiaokun. When it was realized that there was no road ahead, this stone man's hand grabbed towards Su Xiaokun. What the? Are you a worm? Can you stretch that far? You know, right now Su Xiaokun even struggles to jump up, not to mention evading the stoner's grasp. Haven't ducked twice yet. It was directly in the stoner's grasp, with a gust of wind in his ears. Su Xiaokun had been caught out by the stone man. Su Xiaokun was in the hands of the stone man, just like an adult grasping a rat. In a flash, the aura of a superior god violently erupted. The powerful divine power surprisingly made the stone man's hand loosen slightly at once, and the stone man sensed Su Xiaokun's struggle and directly tightened his fists. Asterisk. There was a sharp pain. At that moment it felt as if all the bones in his body were being squeezed and broken. Bean-sized beads of sweat poured out directly from his forehead. Yet, Brother Stone. I was wrong. No more struggling. The stone man shook his head, and the little flower on his head shook with it. Humans? The stoner's voice was a little hoarse, but just as the stoner had finished speaking, a group of smaller stoners behind him. There was a guttural roar. However, except for the one with a flower on its head that can talk, the others just roar blindly. Just be able to understand human language. Su Xiaokun asked with a crying face. Brother Stone, what are you arresting me for? I also came here by mistake. As long as you let go of me, how about I leave right away? Su Xiaokun looked at the stone man's huge head, and a burst of scalp numbness came over him. If this was outside, Su Xiaokun had the confidence to slap it to pieces. Nigh hot in this place, not to mention fighting, can pick a bit even if Su Xiaokun has the ability. Humans. The stone man didn't answer Su Xiaokun's words, but repeated the word human over and over again. You idiot. Su Xiaokun cursed. Then the stoner's words surprisingly changed. Human. Dare to curse me? Seek death. Su Xiaokun heart that aggrieved. Big brother, wouldn't you say something else? Just as he finished speaking, he felt more strength coming from the stoner's hands. Then they threw it in their mouths. At this instant, Su Xiaokun was scared and exploded. That's the closest you'll ever get to death. Just as Su Xiaokun was about to be thrown into his mouth, at once, all the bilocations were summoned, and the doppelganger who possessed the ancient god realm actually jumped directly onto the stone man's head. Smoothly, he grabbed the little flower growing on his head, As Su Xiaokun exerted his force, that little flower surprisingly just moved upwards just a little bit. You should know that Su Xiaokun had used all his strength. However, for that one moment, the stoners simply let go of his earthy detachment. Toward the fire doppelganger. He grabbed it, and Su Xiaokun was quick on his feet. Straight away, all the bilocations were put away. In the next instant, it turned into an earth-based doppelganger, and the earth doppelganger had just gripped the small flower. The stone man actually let out a gurgling scream, and aside from that, the little stone man wondered what was happening. One by one, they followed suit, and stomping his feet like crazy, that earth shook violently all of a sudden, and the stone man with the flower on his head began to crash right into the mountain in front of him. Asterisk asterisk. Don't call me when you're ing dying. Su Xiaokun fiercely exerted his force, and the earth divine power exploded. Straight away, the little flower was removed, and the stone man who was about to hit the mountain unexpectedly stopped at that moment. It was as if the body had lost its vitality, and the rest of those little stone men, too. When the big stone man lost his life, all of them froze in place, standing motionless. It's like being overwhelmed like a body without a head. So it is. After all this, his weakness is above this little flower. It was almost dawn. The stone man, who had lost his vitality, bizarrely grew a small flower on top of his head again. Then it slammed headlong into Kuroyama. Then he fiercely glared at Su Xiaokun. Then leading the many stoners, he quickly left the place. And Su Xiaokun, who was holding a small flower in his hand, had a feeling that he had been robbed of his life. Though by chance, he himself plucked the flower and got his life back. If he did it again, the stoner would be on guard. The little stone man was irrelevant to Su Xiaokun. Not much of a spirit after all. But the ones with flowers on their heads are possessing a spirit, though not much. But it wasn't something that Su Xiaokun could beat. Su Xiaokun looked at the small flower and only felt as if a burst of law power was coming from inside. Could this be an earth law? Su Xiaokun's face took on a joyful color. Afterwards, he hurriedly used his earth-type detachment and directly began to refine the small flower, and the power contained in this small flower. Even Su Xiaokun felt a palpitation. Only a tenth of it was refined. That upper-grade god's early-stage cultivation was so close to stepping into the middle stage. Su Xiaokun took a deep breath. Looking at the misty sky, he went straight into refining once more. When a petal's gone, surprisingly, there was a trace of the power of the law that entered Su Xiaokun's body. And the cultivation level also jumped to the middle stage of upper grade god. Su Xiaokun had an idea, estimating that if he refined it down, he might directly break through to the ancient god realm. Then one would have two ancient god doppelgangers, and that would be a step stronger. However, while the ideal is good, the reality is bone-chilling. Half a day later, Su Xiaokun completely refined the little flower, and the cultivation level had only reached the late stage. This is because the further back you go, the less divine power is contained in the flower. Instead, the more law attributes there are. Right now, although it was only at the late stage of the upper grade god's strength, however, possessing a portion of the earth laws, Su Xiaokun realized that he could actually run and jump. Can't do flight though, but at least, it can jump 100 meters or so. It's not so passive when it comes to stoners. The current Su Xiaokun really wanted to hurry up and run into the stone man. After all, it's got another little flower growing on its head. Su Xiaokun felt that if in obtaining two small flowers, the cultivation level would be able to break through to the ancient god realm. As the sky darkened, the earth surprisingly began to shake again. And Su Xiaokun also discovered that these stone people could only appear when it was dark. It will be gone at dawn. Chapter 164 Venus. I'm yet. And with a collar? Su Xiaokun looked at the three stone men rushing at the front, each topped with a small flower. The look looked weird and mysterious. He only felt a tingle in his scalp, and his eyes revealed a fear that was hard to hide. One stoner is enough to give him a run for his money. There's three of them all at once. How can we fight this war? You know, so far, only the Earth system god split can jump and walk normally, have some fighting ability, and the other doppelgangers are almost useless. In a situation like this, Su Xiaokun was simply in a desperate situation. Just when Su Xiaokun was at a loss, completely at a loss as to how to respond, suddenly a childish voice came out. Where are the humans from? Su Xiaokun subconsciously looked along with the voice. This look made him couldn't help but widen his eyes again. Exclaimed out loud. Main Nima? Red child? I saw a young man of perhaps 11 or 12 years of age, dressed in a red bellyband, and holding in his hand a lance. That look was exactly like the legendary red child. It was riding on a stone man, majestic and imposing. Ancient god? Su Xiaokun felt the cultivation aura emanating from the child's body and his face was filled with shock. Has this been practicing since ing motherhood? He muttered incredulously. Stop. The child's red tasseled spear pointed to the sky, and his voice, though childish, was full of majesty. Then, as if on absolute command, all the stoners neatly stopped, and the stone man, who had his little flower plucked by Su Xiaokun yesterday, glared at Su Xiaokun and a gust of angry roar came out of his mouth. Oh, the child raised an eyebrow slightly. You say he plucked the black stone flower for you? Yes, young lord, the stone man responded, his voice dull and thick. Then what the hell are you waiting for? Him for me. The child pointed at Su Xiaokun and said with a disdainful face. Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned and screamed in his heart. What the is this even a fight? I can't even fight 3 peak upper grade god stoners. Here comes another child from the ancient god realm. Play with your eggs UNEI. Without even thinking about it, Su Xiaokun turned around and ran. That speed was as fast as lightning, and he didn't even dare to return his head. The child frowned slightly and grunted. Asterisk asterisk? Trying to run away in my territory? The child then stretched out a palm directly. Then, right out of the 5 fingers, 5 black on shot out. The black aura was as swift as lightning, instantly enveloping Su Xiaokun's circumference. In the next moment, the black aura directly transformed into a pitch-black cage, and at this time Su Xiaokun only felt that the pressure in this cage was heavier than any predicament ever experienced. Not to mention breaking free, it's extremely hard to even move a little bit. It was as if there were 1,000,000 pounds of weight pressing down on them. Just when Su Xiaokun was full of despair and thought he might die here, the child suddenly beckoned. Bring me back. The stone man with the flower on his head grasped the cage directly in his hand, and with a heavy stride, it began to retreat like a tidal wave. When a group of stoners, walking into an incredibly dark cave, threw Su Xiaokun down without mercy, the group of stoners then retreated with them, and the cave was instantly quiet. Only the kid and Su Xiaokun are left, and the child's body, too, began to undergo a strange transformation at that moment. It turned out to be a small, shiny stone man with a full body of. Then he plopped down in front of Su Xiaokun. Eyes began to droop and seemed extremely sleepy. Humans, I'm telling you, I need to rest now. The child's voice carried a hint of lethargy. Don't you disturb my sleep or I might kill you if I'm in a bad mood. By the way, my name is Venus. With that, Venus was about to go into a deep sleep, and Su Xiaokun was full of confusion at the moment. Completely confused. However, immediately after a while, Su Xiaokun was still unwilling to give up and both hands were then placed on top of the pillar, trying to wrench it away. However, when Su Xiaokun used all his strength, the cage did not move at all. It didn't shake a bit. Venus looked up at Su Xiaokun and said contemptuously, if I set up a cage and let you break it so easily, then what the hell am I going to do? When he finished, he closed his eyes dismissively, and when Su Xiaokun saw that he couldn't break free, he crossed his heart and then took out his pan-long stick. It slammed up towards the cage. In an instant, an extremely strong pressure violently erupted, a force that was like a mountain of. Then Su Xiaokun was once again crushed by this pressure and slumped to the ground in a sorry state, and Venus opened her eyes in displeasure and snarled, Humans, I said, don't make a sound, or I'll kill you. Then, Venus spat out of her mouth a transparent object extremely similar to a slate, hanging directly above the cage, and this instantly made Su Xiaokun feel like he was struggling to even move a little bit. It was as if the body was completely imprisoned, and Su Xiaokun realized to his horror that he was unable to return to his own world. It was as if that connection to his world had been cut off hard. What the have I done to myself? Su Xiaokun complained in despair and directly punched the ground. Now it is estimated that it was also just a fist that could barely swing, but what good was that? Su Xiaokun looked at the Venus that had fallen asleep in front of him, and his mind was filled with thoughts. He doesn't know exactly why he's in such a desperate situation. It was also unknown what purpose this mysterious child called Venus had. All he knew was that his fate was completely in someone else's hands at the moment. And this feeling of powerlessness caused him immense pain and frustration. The cave was dead silent, with only Su Xiaokun's heavy breathing and Venus's slight snoring. Su Xiaokun tried to calm down and thought about a way to get out. Yet, in the face of this almost insurmountable dilemma, his mind was confused and can't think of any effective countermeasures at all. As time passed by, Su Xiaokun's mood became heavier and heavier. He didn't know how much longer he was going to be trapped in this cage, so he simply began to cultivate. Venus, on the other hand, narrowed her eyes and glanced at Su Xiaokun. There was a strange glint in his eyes, then went back to sleep, and Su Xiaokun didn't know how long he had been practicing. It was only when he was able to sit up that he slowly opened his eyes. A muddy breath was exhaled, then carefully looked at the sleeping Venus, then began to think of ways to break the game. Then he looked at the transparent stone above the cage. The stone, which kept emitting gusts of black aura, and extremely regular. Every time the black on was 1 point stronger. then the pressure in the cage would be 1 point greater. Chapter 165 Cultivation Breakthrough. Then, Su Xiaokun looked at Venus again. Only Venus's body seemed to be faintly erupting a tiny stream of air as well. It was as if that look echoed the frequency of the black aura emanating from that stone. When the stone gave off a black aura, and two gases erupted from Venus's body. As the stone emitted two black auras, a gas emanated from that Venus body. Could it be something to do with this? Su Xiaokun stared closely at this strange sight, and for a while, he was also in deep thought. He then decided to give it a try, and began to work this earthy divine power, following the example of Venus, and a gust of divine power began to emanate rhythmically around his body. When Su Xiaokun's rhythm, flush with Venus, that huge pressure that had been weighing on him had actually gotten really small. Su Xiaokun smiled faintly as a trace of joy surged in his heart. There's a show. But, just as he was rejoicing, the breath in Venus's body, suddenly and without warning, chaos began, and the mysterious stone, surprisingly, followed the chaos. Instantly, the pressure increased steeply in this moment. It was as if a heavy mountain had directly pressed down on Su Xiaokun's body. For a while, Su Xiaokun also had his hands full learning the changes in Venus' breath. Venus, however, snickered. That's my famous trick, little man. Wouldn't it be worthless if I let you just learn it? With a burst of blind work, Su Xiaokun's forehead was flooded with bean-sized beads of sweat. The aura emanating from Venus now was completely irregular and became disorganized. Could it be that I've misunderstood? Su Xiaokun was filled with doubts and eventually gave up cultivating helplessly. He then looked at the stone above him. The black aura emanating from the stone was only seen to have turned into a transparent gas. Looking at Venus again, the transparent gas emanating from her body turned an inky color. And that? Su Xiaokun's eyes widened, full of surprise. What is that inky gas? He sensed it carefully, trying to figure out the mystery, only to find that can't sense it at all. Could it be coloring the divine power? Su Xiaokun said to himself. The naive thought almost didn't wake Venus, who was pretending to be asleep, with a laugh. And Su Xiaokun was really as idiotic as try changing the color of your divine power to ink. However, after some time had passed, Su Xiaokun realized that it wasn't like that at all. One's own efforts are completely futile. Subsequently, Su Xiaokun's nature flared up. What is going on? The furious Su Xiaokun had completely forgotten that his life was still in the hands of Venus. It's just a way of venting your frustration and dissatisfaction. And Venus opened her eyes in displeasure at his noise and snarled. Damn human! You're making a lot of noise. If, however, you can withstand this blow of mine without dying, then I'll give you another chance to live. With that, Venus opened her mouth wide and shot out a black light directly. In an instant, that black light entered Su Xiaokun's body, and Su Xiaokun only felt that all the blood vessels and internal organs in his body, it was as heavy as lead. Almost unresponsively, he slumped to die. After saying these words, Su Xiaokun's consciousness actually really began to blur. The scene in front of me was also getting blurry, and Venus transformed into a child and looked at Su Xiaokun with a surprised face. No way? This human, so bad? Despite what she said, Venus released a hint of the power of the law that it directly wrapped Su Xiaokun in it. After carefully inspecting Su Xiaokun's body for a week, he then let out a long sigh. Fortunately, there's still breath left to die, Venus muttered in a small voice, then turned back into her body and went back to sleep. On the other hand, Su Xiaokun, who was in a coma, began to undergo great changes within his body. Those 5 viscera and 6 bowels and blood vessels were also at this time wrapped by the black mist as much as possible. As a little bit of time passed, Su Xiaokun's consciousness gradually awakened. When all the organs and blood vessels in Su Xiaokun's body turned black, Su Xiaokun snapped his eyes open. At this moment, his cultivation level had unexpectedly risen directly to a half-step ancient god, and the enormous pressure that had been plaguing him was surprisingly, at that moment, slowly diminishing. This black stuff, could it be the earth element? Su Xiaokun sensed every inch of his body in surprise. Even the skin of his entire body now revealed a strong earth elemental aura, and the laws of the earth system, surprisingly, also became clear at this moment. It was as if a whole new door of cultivation had been opened for him. Then, Su Xiaokun once again entered into cultivation. Venus looked at Su Xiaokun, her heart full of unhappiness. Are human bodies that good? Is cultivation that fast? Is comprehension that high? Then Venus continued to slumber. But this slumber, however, could not calm him in any way. The irritation in his mind was making him more and more angry, and even pretending to be asleep was somewhat impossible. Solely not sleeping, just staring straight at Su Xiaokun. And Su Xiaokun, who was caught up in his cultivation, simply couldn't feel Venus that same gaze. With the mobilization of the divine power in his body, the color of that divine power actually did turn black. Then, the mind went back to Venus spewing gas, then began to imitate it. And this time, when a few gases just appeared on Su Xiaokun's body, it's amazing how that pressure has actually gotten less. The current Su Xiaokun felt that without the control of this cage, one can even fly in this hellhole himself. Then the eyes were being looked at. He was taken aback by that look in Venus' eyes. "What are you looking at me like that for?" Su Xiaokun asked. Although Su Xiaokun didn't know what Venus wanted to do, but he could sense that the other party was not malicious. Instead, it seems to be teaching itself. "Who do I look at if not you? It was intended that you could stay here with me for tens of thousands of years. This is great. I guess I'll be lucky to stay with me for a few years." Venus transformed into the form of a child, puffing and beaming. "What do you mean?" Su Xiaokun's head was a bit short-circuited. "What do you mean? Think for yourself." Venus, now, was in a foul mood. If it wasn't for the constraints, he would have killed Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun was speechless. "I really don't know what I have offended the teenager in front of me. So can you let me out now?" Su Xiaokun asked as he looked at the angry teenager. ***, you want to get out of here. Figure it out yourself. Chapter 166, Gravity Cage. It's all. What with? Why are you so angry? Su Xiaokun looked at Venus, who walked out of the cave, and began to ponder again. Now, although the pressure was not reduced too much, but Su Xiaokun grasped the law of the movement of the gas. It has been possible to move around relatively freely. Yet the hard cage continued to look like an impregnable fortress. And no matter how hard he tried to make it, both still can't break free. Just in the next moment, Su Xiaokun seemed to remember something. I suddenly focused on the clear stone in the cage. The stone has always exuded an aura of mystery, and perhaps it is the key to breaking the ice. Then, Su Xiaokun reached out and took it in his hand. And as soon as the stone was in his hand, Su Xiaokun only felt a huge force violently yanking him downwards. The body instantly lost its balance and came straight to a dog's ass. ***, is it that heavy? Su Xiaokun couldn't help but burst out. You know, even if it's £1,000,000 or £10,000,000, for Su Xiaokun too, that's all small potatoes. But I didn't expect that I wouldn't be able to hold a palm-sized stone. Could it be this stone is a treasure? Such speculation surged in Su Xiaokun's heart. Unbeknownst to him, all of this was in Venus' eyes. Venus was so angry. She cursed in her mind. This damn human, how can he be so smart? You know, that stone is really a treasure like no other, so to speak. At this moment, being discovered by Su Xiaokun, how could he not be angry? On the contrary, Su Xiaokun, who was in the cage, was fully concentrated on scrutinizing the stone. Only the stone was crystal clear, and inside it seemed to have streams of light flickering in mysterious patterns looming. Su Xiaokun thought to himself that such a strange thing must be extraordinary. Then, Su Xiaokun gritted his teeth and squeezed out a drop of essence blood up, full of expectations of some kind of connection with the stone. However, the drop of essence blood landed on the surface of the stone, but it wasn't absorbed. It just slid down. Su Xiaokun frowned. Could it be that I misunderstood? Subsequently, Su Xiaokun tried releasing the earth divine power again. Dense earth-colored divine power surged out like a tidal wave, directly wrapping the stone in it. At once, the place where the stone and the divine power touched each other glowed faintly. There seems to be a reaction. Su Xiaokun was delighted in his heart and hurriedly increased the output of his divine power. The stone began to change little by little as it was wrapped in earth divine power. The light on the surface grew stronger. However, the speed of this refining was really not complimentary. How long will this take to refine? Su Xiaokun couldn't help but mutter. However, he also understood that there was no other way at this moment, and he could only choose to continue refining. Time passed by. Su Xiaokun's forehead covered with beads of sweat, and his face grew pale. Maintaining such a high intensity of divine power output was extremely exhausting for him, but he clenched his teeth, his eyes determined, and refused to give up. The change in the stone became more and more apparent as time went on. Some faint earth-colored lines began to appear on the originally transparent surface of the. It was as if it had fused with Su Xiaokun's earth divine power. However, every small step forward requires great effort from Su Xiaokun. Just when Su Xiaokun felt exhausted and almost couldn't support himself, the stone suddenly erupted with a powerful force, absorbing all of the earth divine power wrapped around it. Su Xiaokun was shocked, thinking that the refining had failed, but immediately afterward, the light inside the stone began to grow soft and steady, and slowly, he established a marvelous connection with Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun could clearly feel that his mind could enter the inside of the stone, explore the mysteries. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the stone contained an extremely large and pure energy within it, as well as some complex and profound law patterns. These law patterns echoed the Earth system laws he practiced. It instantly raised his understanding of the Earth system laws by a level. Su Xiaokun was excited and continued to explore the secrets of the stone in depth. He found that through this stone, he was actually able to mobilize the Earth elemental power around him. And it was several times more powerful than before. Just as he was immersed in this marvelous sensation, the stone suddenly glowed brightly and it broke free from Su Xiaokun's palm and levitated in the air. A ray of light then shot out of the stone and merged into the cage. A crack began to appear in the originally impenetrable cage under this light. Seeing this, Su Xiaokun was delighted in his heart, and once again, he revolved his divine power and slammed it towards the cage, only to hear a click. The cage finally shattered. Su Xiaokun regained his freedom, and he looked at the stone in his hand excitedly, knowing full well that this would be a great help on his future cultivation path. And Venus, on the sidelines, with a grim face and a remorseful heart. If he hadn't been instructed to do so, he truly didn't want to give the stone away. Su Xiaokun excitedly put the stone away, came to Venus. At Venus, he arched his hand. Thanks, brother, for the gift. Venus looked at Su Xiaokun with fiery eyes. Cut it out. It's just your luck. Venus transformed into a child. Release a gravity cage and I'll see. Venus looked at Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned. The same cage you used to keep me in? Venus blankly glanced at Su Xiaokun. Crap, you can already unleash a gravity cage now that you have a ice crystal stone. Venus was really, the more she thought about it, the angrier she got, but explained anyway. Su Xiaokun's heart was delighted. You know, if you can release this gravity cage yourself, then it's the same as having a major must-have skill. Totally tianka all the elemental gods except for the earth element. Subsequently, Su Xiaokun thought about the movements that Venus had put herself under control in the first place. Then he stretched out 5 fingers and instantly shot out 5 black lines. Directly a stone man with a small flower on his head was controlled in it, and the stoner looked at the skyfall cage. A puzzled look was given to Venus. Venus didn't bother with the stoner either. After all, some spiritually weak stone people were just randomly created by him. And the stone man at the sight of Su Xiaokun, suddenly it was tyrannical. Toward the cage there was a frantic crash, and Su Xiaokun mouthed the silent words, gravity, with 2 words spat out. The gravity in that cage increased violently. Straight away, the stoner was crushed to the ground. Ouch. Su Xiaokun laughed out loud. Let you ever bully me into coming here. At once, through the ice crystal stone, a pressure was released once more. The stone man, on the other hand, had the slightest crack in his body. And aside, Venus, with a flick of her palm, the cage dissipated into the heavens and earth. Well, you can get the hell out of here. Chapter 167 OS. The Water God. Venus said in an extremely upset mood. How am I supposed to get out? And where is it when you get out? Su Xiaokun looked at Venus and asked. You're so abrasive. Casually, he gently slashed his hand in the void. A tunnel was revealed. Alright, after you go in from here, it's the teleportation array you're writing. As for the location, where it was going, it's still going. Venus spoke impatiently. Get the hell out of here. Su Xiaokun nodded. Once again, he arched his hand in thanks. He then transformed into a stream of light and directly entered the tunnel. Just entered the tunnel at the same time. The next moment the figure appeared in the water god realm, and as soon as Su Xiaokun arrived at the water god realm, he felt that the power within his body began to explode. It looks like, is going through a thunderbolt. Su Xiaokun muttered and flew away into the distance. When found above an unoccupied lake, Su Xiaokun directly opened the transition. With the fall of the thunderbolt, the earth god detachment, the power of the earth law within the. Surprisingly, it began to spread. The power of the laws that had been pent up in the Black Mountain suddenly erupted violently. As a thunderbolt fell, Su Xiaokun's cultivation level had also climbed to the ancient god realm. But it didn't stop there. Due to having the backlog of laws, that cultivation level unexpectedly began to continue to rise like crazy. It was only when it reached the middle stage of ancient gods that it slowly came to a halt, and the thunderbolt was nearing its end. Su Xiaokun smacked his lips with intent. Unexpectedly, the strength of the Earth system's doppelganger surpassed that of the fire system. What a world! Then return to his world. Inquire as to the location of the 2 women. In getting the exact location, Su Xiaokun took out a scavenging ship. When you get on it, you directly push it with all your might. Set off towards the city of OSS, and the city of Oz, too, was named after the water god. Su Xiaokun estimated that it would take about 3 days of flying. Su Xiaokun had planned to take the teleportation array, but I don't know if I can use the fire god crystals that I looted in the fire god realm. Sojourner just flew straight to it. It's not too far after all. With the power to manipulate the earth god alter ego, Su Xiaokun arrived at AUS City in the evening of the next day. After communicating with both women, the three finally met in a small tavern in the city of Oz. After a bit of learning, it turns out that all currencies are surprisingly universal. This rather made Su Xiaokun, like a thug, ordered a table full of food. It couldn't be helped that the two women almost always spent their time in Su Xiaokun's world. Who let them come here without money? Then Su Xiaokun divided, one by one, 10 million fire god crystals. That's what pacified the two. Just as the three were chattering away, an untimely sound came out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is it so popular today? A young man, probably in his late 20s, looked at the overcrowded tavern and, cursing, and the tavern owner, on seeing the youngster enter, just walk up with an attentive face. Young city lord, why are you free to come over? The aged tavern owner, looking at the young city lord with a displeased face, did not dare to disobey in the slightest. Asterisk asterisk I can go wherever I want in this city of Oz. Is it even necessary to greet you? The boss was taken aback by the young city lord's tone. Hurriedly, he smiled. Young city lord, where are your words? Just before the boss could finish his words, then he glanced up at Su Xiaokun and the others who were eating on the side. Upon seeing the faces of the two women, eyes suddenly glowed green. It's like a hungry wolf that's been starving for a long time. Then he walked over, not even looking at Su Xiaokun. Two beauties, looking strange. The young city lord, with a piggy face, looked at the two women. You know, the god realm has the least shortage of beautiful women, but those were all illusions, and there were very few original ones like Chu Qingyi and Luo Li. And this young city lord is a notorious second-born ancestor, relying on the fact that his old man is the water god Os. It can be said that he has done nothing wrong in the city of Os. After all, the entire water god realm was owned by others. Luo Li glanced at the young city lord in disgust. Honey, what is this thing talking? Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned, puffed out a laugh. Is this, perhaps a person? It's ugly, but you can't say that about someone who isn't. Luo Li was originally a master who wasn't afraid of things, and has the strength of an ancient god himself. It was clear that he could not look at the young city lord in front of him who had the strength of a mere upper-grade god. Are you talking about me? The young city lord froze. I didn't think that there would be anyone who wouldn't give them face. Looking angrily at Luo Li. Very good. Little pussy, I will make you, in a moment, beg for mercy at my crotch. The young city lord cursed and said. However, just after he finished speaking, he was dumped by Chu Qingyi's unmoving slap. The figure flew directly backwards. All under the ancient gods are ants. Even if it was even an ancient god who had refined the ancient god grid, it was also not something that a district upper grade god could challenge. Asterisk asterisk. Ancient god? The young city lord was slightly stunned. So what if it's an ancient god? You all have to die. Honey, kill him. Su Xiaokun nodded. Kid, I don't care if you're some kind of young city lord or whoever. Your family, didn't they teach you the rules? Su Xiaokun did not even look at the young city lord. A direct slap was thrown out. The young city lord, instantly blood spurted out, but not dead. Don't look at Su Xiaokun just casually striking, but you should know that it was now an earth god split, with the strength of an ancient god in the middle stage. Normally speaking, the upper-class gods should have died a long time ago. Ha ha, good, very good. Since you know I'm the young city lord, you still dare to make a move. None of you will leave today, especially your two women. I'll insult them to your face. Into the Orcish insults, the young city lord said fiercely. Su Xiaokun's face went cold. If you don't die after receiving a slap from me, run away. How dare you threaten me? You seek death. Saying that, Su Xiaokun directly slapped another palm, only to see a sudden glow on the body of the young city lord. There were layers of water spray. Then the water mist transformed into a figure. Who dares to hurt my son? The voice was filled with majesty, and at this moment all the people in the tavern knelt down. Lord Oz, one extremely respectful, water god Os? Su Xiaokun glared angrily at the water god. You're the one who dared to hurt my son? Water god Os looked at Su Xiaokun. The voice was full of disdain. A mere mid-stage ancient god dares to wreak havoc in my AUS city. You will die today, Oz said. All in the same boat. Luo Li cursed. Asterisk 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 it. Hit the little one and the old one comes out. You really do have a good father who protects his children. Su Xiaokun looked at Os with disdain. It's just an energy projection in the district. Chapter 168, Beheading the Young City Lord. Saying that, Su Xiaokun did not hesitate and directly slapped out a palm. The powerful force instantly slapped that illusory projection apart. turning into bits of starlight that dissipated into the air. Soldiers come and go. Su Xiaokun's expression was cold, and his gaze was firm and fearless. Come to me if you can. His eyes, filled with disdain, looked straight at the dissipating projection of the. It was as if nothing in this world could intimidate him. Afterward, Su Xiaokun turned his head to look at the young city lord. This young city lord, who was usually arrogant and domineering, was doing wrong based on his father's power. Since you're such a douchebag, I'll have some fun with you. Su Xiaokun's voice was icy cold, as if it came from the 9 abysses, only to see 5 black ons violently appear between Su Xiaokun's 5 fingers. The black aura flickered like lightning in the darkness of the night, causing palpitations. Gravity cage. Su Xiaokun let out a low shout. Instantly a cage made of powerful gravity trapped the young city lord within it, and Su Xiaokun had only slightly released that earth divine power, a seemingly ordinary move that. The power is yet extremely amazing. This young city lord instantly felt an unbearable pressure, and his legs went limp, straight to his knees. Of course, this was not a voluntary act on his part, but the terrifying pressure forced him to do so. Kowtow to me and apologize. Su Xiaokun drank lowly, his voice filled with majesty. And this young lord of the city really has some backbone, despite the predicament he's in at the moment, yet still refuses to give in easily. You dream. The young city lord gritted his teeth and said angrily. The veins on that head were rippling, rooted and distinct, and I don't know. They were pissed off. It's still being pressed by a strong pressure. Su Xiaokun raised his eyebrows and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a contemptuous smile. Yeah. Afterward, Su Xiaokun stretched out a finger and pointed directly downward. That young city lord's head, under this irresistible force, violently knocked on the ground. Me chow. You. Before the young city lord could finish cursing, Su Xiaokun pointed down several fingers one after another. Every finger that fell carried a powerful force, and the young city lord's head knocked down violently with it. Instantly, blood flowed down from the young city lord's forehead, staining the ground red. His strong tone of voice became weak even at this moment. Me. No. Please spare me. I'll never dare again. The young city lord finally began to beg for mercy, yet his tone was one of gnashing of teeth, and it was clear that he was not convinced inside. He didn't believe that Su Xiaokun dared to kill him. After all, who let him have a good old man? His father was the mighty water god. Oh, is that your attitude to beg for mercy? Su Xiaokun said with anger, and there wasn't the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. Subsequently, Su Xiaokun violently increased the pressure, and the young city lord could no longer support directly on the ground, as if it were a lost dog, and the tavern owner came forward at that moment. Looking at Su Xiaokun, his eyes were filled with hesitation and fear. Hesitating for a moment, with a clench of his teeth, he said, "This lord, please also let the young city lord live." If the young city lord died in his tavern, then the owner probably wouldn't live long. Su Xiaokun glanced at his boss and said coldly, "Spare him? If, however, I am weak in cultivation, will you still plead for me? Cultivation is supposed to go against the grain, and whoever has the biggest fist is the hardest. I've got a big fist today. I can hold him. Tomorrow he has a big fist and he can hold me. You think he won't retaliate if I let him go?" Su Xiaokun's words came one after the other, with deep anger and questioning of the injustices of this world. The great lord, the boss's voice trembled. But his father is the water god. Multiple chicken steaks for the water god? Luoli looked at the boss with disdain. Her stunningly beautiful face was filled with anger at the moment. He will die today, Luoli said viciously. He then looked at Su Xiaokun, who nodded. Su Xiaokun directly increased the pressure once more, and this force seemed to crush the entire space. In this cage, even an ancient god couldn't possibly escape, not to mention the young city lord who was only an upper grade god. This time gravity fell and directly crushed the young city lord into a puddle of blood. The bloody scene was chilling, and the boss seemed to have aged a lot at this moment, his eyes filled with despair and helplessness. My lord, you are confused, but he has other doppelgangers. It's over. It's all over. The owner shook his head and staggered out. You guys hurry up too, in case the water god comes later. No one can run away. With that the owner walked out of the tavern and fled for his life without looking back. And Chu Qingyi looked at Su Xiaokun worriedly, her beautiful eyes full of concern. Husband. Su Xiaokun waved his hand, signaling the two women to rest assured. If this water god could come, he would have come long ago and wouldn't have just put down an energy projection. That means he can't come anytime soon, Su Xiaokun said, without the slightest bit of timidity in his eyes. In the world of cultivation, it's all about the weak and the strong. If you don't kill him today, then tomorrow he'll come and kill you. To be merciful to your enemy is to be irresponsible to yourself. After all, He also planned to take the duo with him and head to the fire god realm. It would be interesting to see what this Heaven's Path Golden Rankings mission was. With the young city lord making such a mess, Su Xiaokun and the others were not interested in eating. Start walking towards the teleportation array. Although there were quite a few people who came out to block it, but the highest strength was only at the early stage of ancient gods. It was simply no match for Su Xiaokun. Gravity released slightly and everyone slumped to the ground. And Su Xiaokun was safely riding on the teleportation array. After putting the fire god crystal into the teleportation array, that huge fire divine power directly brought the three of them, Su Xiaokun, into the teleportation array. As the light continued to flicker before his eyes, the three also managed to arrive at the fire god realm. When the trio's figures had just appeared in the fire god realm, a middle-aged man with long fiery red hair then appeared in front of Su Xiaokun. Ha ha, fellow Taoist, I really didn't misjudge you. Su Xiaokun looked at the man in front of him and had also guessed the general idea. I take it you are all the fire god? Su Xiaokun didn't look somewhat humble because the other party was a fire god. Instead, it was an imposing look at the other side. After all, who hasn't practiced up on their own? It was just that the Vulcan had been cultivating for a little longer than himself. How to give yourself enough time? Su Xiaokun could also reach the height of the fire god, or even higher. All nodded. Here, this is not the place to talk. Follow me. The Vulcan's figure then turned into a stream of light, flying towards the fire god temple. Chapter 169, The God-Slaying Battlefield. Mr. Oh, I wonder what the task of this golden list is. In the middle of the fire god's hall, Su Xiaokun said as he looked firmly and eagerly at the fire god sitting on the main seat. Instead, Vulcan changed the subject. You boy, I think highly of you. The Vulcan narrowed his eyes slightly, an appreciative smile on his face. I didn't expect that you would be able to make that water god guy suffer a big loss, though his son has other alter egos. But, mind you, you destroyed his autonomous cultivation alter ego. The fire god's tone contained both praise for Su Xiaokun and disdain for the water god. He's got people looking for you all over the world right now. However, it's a good thing that the Heaven's Path Golden Ranking quest will begin soon. The Vulcan's gaze became deep, as if he was thinking about something, and he has no time to worry about you. Su Xiaokun glanced at Ol suspiciously, the doubt in his heart growing stronger. He frowned slightly and said, Lord Vulcan, you haven't answered my question. Oh, brother, don't mind. Ol chuckled. I was already at odds with the water god, said the Vulcan. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. So, don't worry, I won't make a move against you. On the contrary, I will facilitate you. Strive to make that old man cut off his children and grandchildren. It's fun to think about, Ol said to himself, a smug look on his face. Hey, Vulcan! Luoli couldn't help but shout, her beautiful face filled with a dissatisfied expression. You still haven't said what this Heaven's Path Golden Rankings mission is. The fire god was rather fond of Luoli's big-hearted nature, and he shook his head with a smile. And no offense. Then he said, this time, the Heaven's Path Golden Ranking mission, on the other hand, is the Godslayer battlefield. Deicide battlefield? Su Xiaokun asked with confusion in his voice. Nice. The god of fire nodded, his expression becoming serious. This Godslayer battlefield, it opens every million years. Among other things, all the major god realms in there will participate, except for the 5 elemental god realm. Of course, there's also the thunder god realm, the demon god realm, and a whole host of other god realms. On the bright side though, it's a game made up of god kings. It's actually a game customized by the supreme god to clean up the numbers in the divine realm. Ol looked at the astonished Su Xiaokun and slowly said, Supreme god? It was the first time Su Xiaokun had heard that there was still the realm of the supreme god. Shock and disbelief were written all over his face. Nice. Vulcan's tone became heavy. This supreme god is the realm above the god king, an absolutely invincible being. It's even more of a realm that can't be cultivated to. Unable to cultivate? What kind of realm is that? Luoli muttered, her soulful eyes filled with doubt. This supreme god was originally birthed from the laws of heaven and earth. There is no gender, much less a human face. It's like the order of the world. Ol explained, his expression very serious. Su Xiaokun nodded and said thoughtfully, wouldn't it be that the highest realm of cultivation would only be up to divine king? You could say that. Ol nodded and continued, god kings are also divided into lower, middle, and upper, 3 categories. One who masters 3 of these laws is a lower divine king. Mastering 6 laws is a mediate god king, and the one who masters the super god level laws is an upper god king. This one is also the peak realm of cultivation. What is this super god level law? It was the first time Su Xiaokun had heard of it, and he asked curiously. The eyes were full of eagerness for new knowledge. Quite simply, the laws of the super gods, containing the laws of life, the laws of destruction, the laws of destiny and creation. Collectively, they are known as the four supramental laws. Of course, these four great super god laws can only give birth to one upper god king, and these types of superior god kings are collectively known as masters. That is to say, no matter in which divine realm, which supreme plane, it would only be possible to have four masters. To become a new lord, one must either find a new law of supramentalism, either that or one of the masters falls and inherits his mastership. Of course, it's all countless billions of years past. I've never heard of anyone being able to open up a new super god law out of it. At this moment, Su Xiaokun was the most shocked. He had been full of expectations of accomplishing something great by practicing the laws of creation, and it seemed that even if he cultivated himself, he would not be able to achieve the position of a master. But how easy is it to find another way to find a new supramental law? 2. It seems to be a little difficult again. Humph. Ol grunted, his face full of resentment and indignation. These so-called masters are merely relying on the fact that they were born earlier. What do you mean? Luoli was a bit confused as she blinked her eyes and asked with a confused expression. You think these four great masters, they cultivated themselves up? I'm telling you, wrong. Ol's voice raised a few points. Their detachment is only an ancient god realm great circle. It's just on the basis that, the four of them, they are the four creatures born at the beginning of heaven and earth. It's just a matter of getting the four great master bits and refining them. Juggernaut position? Luoli was even more puzzled as she furrowed her brows, trying to understand the mystery. The dominant bit is like a god's grimoire. After refining it, it automatically becomes a dominant. Ol explained. Asterisk. These people are so lucky, Luoli unavoidably complained, her face filled with envy and jealousy. Su Xiaokun was also confused. He had originally thought that the position of the sovereign was only obtained through arduous cultivation and exceptional talent, but it turned out that he didn't expect that it was refined up. What an injustice! Shaking his head helplessly, he felt a pang of loss in his heart. However, the mindset was quickly adjusted. I thought to myself, since people are beings born at the beginning of heaven and earth, then luck naturally counts as part of the achievement. Though he himself has not had such luck, but it is possible to make a name for yourself in the divine realm with hard work and intelligence. Su Xiaokun took a deep breath, said, since that's the case, it's all the more important for us to perform well in this Godslayer battlefield. Strive for more opportunities and advancement. Luoli also clenched her fists and said, that's right. We can't be influenced by the birth of these masters. We have to fight on our own strength. Ol nodded. Good. It's good to have that kind of determination. However, this Godslayer battlefield isn't that easy to deal with. You know, even if I go in there, there's a risk of falling. Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned. I didn't realize that as strong as Vulcan's life was in danger. The god of fire looked at Su Xiaokun. In fact, having you all come to the fire god realm is also because I have selfish motives. As long as you pass through my fire god realm to the Godslayer battlefield, then it's someone from my side of the fire god realm. Chapter 170, From the Divine Realm, Back to the Secular World. Su Xiaokun nodded. The Heavenly Tao Golden List was taken out. Between the originally empty Golden List, the font also surfaced at this time. The Godslayer battlefield will open in 1 month. With this Golden List, you can carry 10,000 people in. Su Xiaokun looked at the golden ranking, then looked at Ol. Vulcan, I'd like to ask what this carrying 10,000 people means? The god of fire took the golden list in Su Xiaokun's hands. It's fine. This golden ranking of yours belongs to the general's golden ranking, and you can carry 10,000 people into the Godslayer battlefield. When the battlefield opens, this golden list changes into a golden medal. When the time comes, you'll be able to take these 10,000 men into battle. Saying that, the fire god returned the golden list to Su Xiaokun, and then he took out his heavenly list and said, this is the heavenly ranking. I can carry 100,000 people into the battlefield, and mine is the imperial insignia. That is, you will become my subordinate when you enter the battlefield from the fire god realm. Vulcan said with a smile. Su Xiaokun didn't care about who he became a henchman for. After all, he intended to break in on his own. However, this quota of 10,000 people, Su Xiaokun gave it to the fire god. After all, although he had bandit forces, they were all weaklings. Even if they were allowed to go, they would be cannon fodder. And Su Xiaokun only wanted 4 slots, 1 to keep as a backup. The remaining 3 were for himself and Chu Qingyi with Luoli. The Vulcan was slightly amused by this. I wonder, could there be a reward for this Godslayer battlefield? Su Xiaokun looked at the fire god. Vulcan laughed. Of course there's a reward. As long as you gather 100 generals' medals, you can have a chance to meet the master, and make a request. As long as it's not outrageous the Lord can oblige. Vulcan continued thoughtfully. Of course, most people would choose to ask the master for a master divine weapon. Aside from the supreme divine artifacts, that would be the sovereign divine armament, which is the topmost of the top. Of course, even the 4 sovereigns don't necessarily have 3 supreme divine artifacts. Su Xiaokun nodded. As for what he wanted, he hadn't really thought about it. So, let me ask, is it possible to get the Lord to help resurrect mortals? Su Xiaokun looked at the fire god because he wanted to resurrect his parents. If you resurrect a mortal, you need to find the Lord of Life. I think, however, that it might be a little difficult. After all, mortal souls are extremely fragile and do not belong to the divine realm. If the soul still exists, then of course it's no problem. If, however, the mortal soul is gone, then even the Lord of Life can't do it, Vulcan said thoughtfully. In fact, as early as a long time ago, Su Xiaokun had asked Feng Wentian to search for his parents' souls, but in the end there was no sign of any of them, and they never even came to hell. Su Xiaokun had also guessed that perhaps the soul was too weak and had already gone up in smoke. Perhaps the souls of the parents exist somewhere. Oh, then thank you, Vulcan. Su Xiaokun arched his hand and said, since that's the case, then the remaining spots on my side will be filled by people from the fire god side. In a month's time, I'll be here on time to meet you. Vulcan nodded. Su Xiaokun then took the 2 women and headed to his own force, the bandit den, the dark prison. Of course, before parting, the fire god gave Su Xiaokun a fire god order. With this token, you can write any teleportation array for free. Of course, it is possible to return to the secular world. After returning to the fire god realm's dark prison, Su Xiaokun realized that not much had changed. Instead, these people were surprisingly united, which gave him a hint of relief. After discussing with the 2 girls, Su Xiaokun and the others intended to return to the secular world. Go visit your family. After all, 1 day in the divine realm, 1 year in the mortal realm, and roughly 30 years had passed by now. One night later, Su Xiaokun also wondered, treat both women the same way yourself, but Luoli has been unable to get pregnant. Although it could be felt that there was a small mass of energy within Luoli's body, but always in the formative years. Solely, the next day, he took the 2 women to ride the teleportation array and arrived at the land of ascension. Of course, it also left the earth god split in the dark prison of the divine realm. After all, the strongest thing right now was the earth god split. Encounters as long as one didn't encounter a superior ancient god, then there was nothing that couldn't be solved. When the time comes to reach the land of ascension, the 2 guards, when they saw the trio, were visibly stunned. 3 ancient gods? Rushed to salute respectfully. I don't know which realm the 3 lords are going to. Luoli blankly glanced at the guard. The Blue Star Continent. The guards checked, then looked at the trio in surprise. My lord, if the god wants to go to the mortal world, he needs to pay 10 billion Vulcan coins, and only into the mortal realm where one has ascended. Otherwise the energy of the ancient gods will burst the mortal realm. The guard explained respectfully. Su Xiaokun didn't say anything. Instead, he took out the fire god order. This is okay? When the guard saw the Vulcan order, straight away, he knelt down. My lord, you have the Vulcan order. So of course you can, and all fees are waived. Su Xiaokun nodded. The 3 then stood on top of the altar. When a crack appeared in the sky, the figures of the 3 teleported in with them. When it reappears, the dark prison of the secular world, also known as the ancient kingdom of Kunlun, above the sky, there was suddenly a fierce wind. Electricity flashed and thunder roared, and the black clouds were so dense that it was like the end of the world. And Su Xiaokun's 4 masters, and the late autumn moon and the others, flew into the air together. Is this going to be a change? The late autumn moon said as she looked at the sky. Nope. Feng Wentian, who had the strongest strength, had a touch of joy on his face. I sense an extremely familiar aura. Feng Wentian smiled mysteriously. Couldn't stop the excitement on his face. Mysterious breath? And the next moment, 2 beastly roars came from the sky. The voices are those of the green dragon and the Xianwu. Then a divine aura suddenly descended from the sky. The moment went straight to the sky, and the massive divine power contained within directly shattered the surrounding space, and with a wave of Feng Wentian's palm, all of them were instantly guarded. Then he saw, in the curtain of light, 3 extremely familiar figures appeared. Warden. Several people were confused. In particular, Wang Bo, who was now the lord of the country, was feeling Su Xiaokun's aura, not even caring about official business. He flew directly towards the dark prison. When the figure of Su Xiaokun was seen, Wang Bo was in old tears. You should know that he had been the head of the country for Su Xiaokun for decades. Seeing it now of course fills me with complaints. Boss, you're finally back. Wang Bo looked at the sky and muttered. Chapter 171 Ancient Gods Game 10th Level. When Su Xiaokun landed on the main peak, and peace returned to heaven and earth, when he saw Bai Si Hai, a strange glint flashed in his eyes. Oh, everyone else is still missing. Wang Bo walked up with a big grin. Boss, I thought you didn't want me. You hurry up and change someone else to be the lord of the country. I won't be. I want to be free. Wang Bo looked at Su Xiaokun with a snotty nose and tears. Not bad? All of you have reached the upper grade god realm. Su Xiaokun nodded in satisfaction. Su Xiaokun could also guess something. With these people, it's hard to become a god, let alone become a superior god. It must have been the divine essence sent by that old man Berar. Su Xiaokun then violently released his divine sense. Directly, he saw Su Yun and Qin Siyo who were practicing in the unknown forest. Gee, isn't that nice? These two people had actually cultivated to the middle grade god realm. Yo, Pangu, you're actually willing to come back? In fact, at the very first moment Belar felt Su Xiaokun's aura, just didn't have the heart to say anything, but when he felt Su Xiaokun's divine sense, this is when he said, rolling. Su Xiaokun transmitted his voice. Thanks. Even though Su Xiaokun didn't indicate it, Belar knew what it meant. Promised you'd take good care of them. Surely I can do that. But it looks like your kid is doing well in the higher realms. The two chatted with each other. Belar then asked Su Xiaokun to come to his place after he was done with his work before stopping the transmission, and both Luoli and Chu Qingyi returned to their respective homes. After all, we haven't seen each other for decades. It would be a lie not to want to. After seeing that the family is alive and well, there is the knowledge that at that time Fong asked the sky to really put the name in the book of life and death was crossed out. The two old men, on the other hand, are living at ease. Chu Tianlong, the old man, since he got his immortality. I can't believe I found a honey. I didn't realize that at that age, I had a son. Currently the son is also in his 20s and is helping to take care of this Chu Tianlong's business. When receiving Chu Tianlong's message, this son, surprisingly, was flying to get back. To know Chu Qingyi's name, that was a godlike existence. Who doesn't want to meet the true god? However, upon seeing Chu Tianlong's son, Chu Feng, Chu Qingyi glared fiercely at Chu Tianlong. Old man, how do you expect us to discuss seniority? Luoli looked at Chu Tianlong with dissatisfaction. Chu Tianlong smiled awkwardly. With Chu Qingyi's position and status nowadays, calling a man who was more than 20 years younger than himself uncle? That's clearly inappropriate. However, Chu Feng was big-hearted, taking a closer look at the legendary Chu Qingyi, then flopped down on his knees. God, gods, a living god, give me your blessing. Chu Feng was just like kneeling down and worshipping Chu Qingyi, and the situation was similar on Luo Li's side. Luo Tianxiang also got married and had children. This was something that made Luo Li somewhat uncomfortable. After all, he could have been married to Su Xiaokun a long time ago, but there was a delay in getting pregnant. However, in the meantime, Luo Tianxiang told Luo Li a fact. That is that Luo Li was not born to Luo's mother, but was picked up in the forest. As for who the biological parents were, it was never known. But for Luo Li, who had a big heart, it wasn't too much of a concern. After all, it was the person in front of him who had raised him, and that was enough. And after Su Xiaokun explained some things, his figure appeared in front of Belar. What do you want with me, old man? Su Xiaokun looked at Belar with displeasure, and Belar was looking at Su Xiaokun as if he had no heart. How's it going? How's life in the god world? Belar looked at Su Xiaokun with a cheap smile on his face. Then Su Xiaokun recounted his ascension to the fire god realm. Even more so, he spoke about the Godslayer battlefield, and Belar frowned. Obviously knew about the Godslayer battlefield. You said this Godslayer battlefield. I did have the honor of attending it once. As for the reward you mentioned, that's true. Getting the common soldier's medals can also be rewarded handsomely if you get 10,000 of them together. Belar said. No one knows when this Godslayer battlefield has been there since. There are quite a few relics in there as well. And of course there are both dangers and opportunities. Maybe you'll find a way to become a master in there. One can cultivate one's own avenue. Belar looked at Su Xiaokun with a grave expression. Su Xiaokun also nodded. What did you call me for? Su Xiaokun looked at Belar suspiciously. Actually, I called you here to open the ancient god game for you alone. Because at the very top of the ancient gods game, there is something that you must get. This will be of great benefit to your future cultivation. As for what it is I don't know, because I'm just a keeper too. Belar explained. Doesn't the door to this ancient god's ruins still need a few thousand years to open? Su Xiaokun looked at Belar suspiciously. Che, the gate of the ancient god ruins was originally under my control. I can open it whenever I want. Belar smiled sinisterly. But, this time, not only are you going in by yourself, and, One of your girlfriends, Luoli. She's going in too, Belair said mysteriously. What do you mean? You'll find out when you get inside. This ancient god game has 10 levels. You know that. At the 9th floor, the appearance of Luoli will be needed. Of course, there won't be any danger in that. As for this 10th floor, whether it's dangerous or not, I don't know, Belair said. In that case, tomorrow. Su Xiaokun thought about it and said, could be. Come here tomorrow and I will personally open the door to the 9th floor for you. Su Xiaokun looked at Belair suspiciously. I don't have to break in layer by layer? No need. Belair glanced at Su Xiaokun without a good look. You're an ancient god. What are you doing bullying those weaklings? Su Xiaokun nodded thoughtfully. The figure then appeared in Luoli's home. Since Luoli's home was right next to the Chu family, the moment Su Xiaokun appeared, he was discovered by Chu Qingyi and the others. And Chu Feng was just like a little cutie. Just like that, pestering Chu Qingyi at every turn, afraid that it will be gone in the next second. But when he heard Su Xiaokun's arrival, this Chu Feng went straight to Su Xiaokun. Even Chu Qingyi was hung out to dry. If Chu Qingyi was a true god that Chu Feng had seen, then Su Xiaokun is the existence of myths and legends. After all, whether the kingdom of heaven, or the ancient kingdom, got to where it is today, that's all thanks to Su Xiaokun. Chu Feng could recite his legendary story backwards and forwards. Chapter 172, Su Ling. At the time Chu Feng saw Su Xiaokun, it was surprising that he didn't dare to come forward for a while. Instead, he knelt straight down not far from Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun was instantly confused when he took a look. Then he looked at Chu Qingyi. What's going on here? Chu Qingyi was speechless. This is Chu Tianlong's son. Chu Qingyi's pretty face reddened. Shame on you. Shame on you. What the hell? Chu Tianlong's son. Su Xiaokun looked at Chu Tianlong, who was following Chu Feng, with some strange colors in his eyes. Chu Lao, you're really a treasure. Su Xiaokun didn't know what to say, and Chu Tianlong's old face turned red, not daring to say anything. After all, without Su Xiaokun, there would be no prestige for his Chu family right now. It could be said that the Chu family's prestige in the Celestial Kingdom had already surpassed that of Elder Dragon. Little Koan, you're back. Chu Tianlong looked at Su Xiaokun awkwardly. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Luoli, on the other hand, walked up to the front and took Su Xiaokun's arm. Hubby, I can't believe I'm a sister-in-law. I'm old. Luoli looked at Su Xiaokun with a complaint. What do you mean? Then Luo Tianxiang walked out, with a teenage child in tow. What are you waiting for? Isn't this the god you read about every day and want to see? Luo Tianxiang looked at his child and said. Then he respectfully bowed to Su Xiaokun, and Luo Tianxiang's child, pressed, didn't dare to look directly at a deity that only existed in legends. Frightened, he went straight to his knees. Su Xiaokun was also speechless. There was no way, even if more than 10 years had passed, the influence is even stronger than before. Then he could only helplessly help the two kneeling men up. Come on, you two, there's no need for that. I was, and am, human. It's just, well, luck. Then he took out 10 lower grade divine essences from his pocket. I don't have much of a meet and greet. Consider this a meet and greet gift. The crowd was all too aware of what this divine essence was. Each one had green eyes, but no one dared to go forward. Su Xiaokun, one of them was given to Luo Tianxiang's son. Then he gave Luo Tianxiang another one. This you take. I've improved the energy inside. You can drop your blood and refine it now, so that you can all become gods. Although the divine power inside is relatively mild, it will take 10 years to refine it. Luo Tianxiang received the divine essence with a trembling hand. You know, even if Luo Tianxiang was a martial arts nerd, currently, he had also only reached the realm of an earthy mortal, and was unable to raise his level in the slightest. Who wouldn't be jealous of being able to become a god? Quinn, thanks. Luo Tianxiang solemnly thanked him. Alright, you also follow me for a while. Just serve your country well in the future. Luo Tianxiang nodded. The rest of that divine essence, give it to your son. Hey, forget it. Su Xiaokun suddenly thought of something, took out some more divine essence. Since you all honor me so much, I won't be mean. Then the two families gave 20 divine essences a family. You are free to choose who you want to make a god, and there is no need to ask me. Of course, all of these divine essences could be robbed by Su Xiaokun. Even if he were to make him a million or so gods, it would be extremely easy. Too many gods, though, is not a good thing. Su Xiaokun didn't want to, breaking the rules of the world. And Luoli and Chu Qingyi, looking at Su Xiaokun, both nodded. How could they not know that this was all done by Su Xiaokun in order to put their minds at ease? Brat, have you forgotten me? Old man. Elder Dragon's figure appeared above the sky. The voice still held some resentment. Just like a little spiteful woman looking at Su Xiaokun. Ha ha, what are these words from Elder Long? It's not that I didn't have time to visit you. Su Xiaokun smiled and looked at Elder Long. Then he took out 100 more divine essences. He then took out the lower, middle, and upper 3 divine essences and handed them over to Elder Dragon together. And the dragon old man didn't even know what politeness was. Put it away straight away. The 3 divine essences were then directly refined by dripping blood. Although the strength of the dragon elder was not bad, it was all added by the national fortune of the dragon. There is no cultivation in itself. This all of a sudden, one could become a superior god, and that would surely be a pleasure to the extreme. By the way, Elder Dragon, in order to prevent the flooding of god-level powerhouses, these 100 divine essences, I hope you choose carefully. Su Xiaokun said seriously. Don't worry brat, old me. I've been the head of the country for almost 100 years. I still don't know this point? The dragon old man was quite truthful, and after obtaining the divine essence, he directly disappeared. Although, by refining the divine essence, the cultivation level could not be refined in. However, in this world, how many people can cultivate into gods? For the most part, it's still all about technology. After dismissing the crowd, Su Xiaokun brought the 2 women into his world. At first, Su Xiaokun wanted his daughter to go to the world and walk around directly, but this little guy didn't. He just liked to stay inside Su Xiaokun's world, because there, she was the true queen that the world looked up to. All had cultivated the 5 great diversions, and all had also become upper-grade gods. The speed of cultivation, even Su Xiaokun sighed in awe. Moreover, Su Xiaokun's world had already derived its own heavenly Tao. The aura, it wasn't too much worse than the divine realm. Moreover, this Su Ling even established his own dynasty. It's a big deal to be an empress, and the population of the world has expanded to, well, nearly 10 billion. It's already a real world, so to speak. Spirit. Su Xiaokun's mind moved and directly brought Su Ling to himself. Su Ling looked at Su Xiaokun and hesitated for a moment. Dad? Mother? Yikes. Lin Yang. I missed you guys. Su Ling, now a big watery girl. That look was in no way inferior to Chu Qingyi and Luo Li, or even had. However, although in Su Xiaokun's world, Su Ling was honored as a female emperor, the list of people who have pursued it is even longer, but none of them looked good. There's no way around it. Who made his old man too good? So good that there was no one she could look at. Swore that he would not marry until he found a man stronger than his father. But where the is going to find that? Just kidding. Su Xiaokun is the main character. As the author, I would love to let Su Ling be single for the rest of her life. That said, Su Ling, too, was currently a bit tired of being invincible. When he heard that Su Xiaokun was going to participate in the Godslayer battlefield, he decisively signed up. And this spot for Su Xiaokun was originally intended to be given to Su Ling as well. And Su Xiaokun discovered a problem. Although Su Ling possessed the same number of detachments as Su Xiaokun, however, these doppelgangers of hers, once merged, surprisingly possess strength not weaker than that of an ancient god. Even when added together, they could rival the middle stage of an ancient god. This was something Su Xiaokun hadn't expected. Chapter 173, Luo Li's Inheritance. After one night, Su Xiaokun led Luo Li to the depths of the unknown forest, and Belair had been waiting here for a long time. When the two were seen, they were also greeted with smiles. However, his gaze lingered on Luo Li's body for a moment longer, not so much in color, but with an intriguing smile. Now that we're here, let's get going, Belair said as she looked at the two. It then flew towards the Sea of Deep Specters. Upon arriving over the Deep Spectre Sea, Su Xiaokun and the others looked at Belair suspiciously. How come the passage changed places this time? Belair smiled slightly. This 9th layer, and the entrance to the 10th layer are in the middle of this ocean floor. With that, he dove headfirst into the sea. Su Xiaokun followed closely behind with his arm around Luo Li. Once at the bottom of the sea, 2 rusty pillars were found. Then under Belair's divine power, a vortex appeared in the middle of those 2 pillars. Then looked to the 2 men. Go inside. As for what's in here, I'm not really sure. It's a blessing or a curse to be left to God. Su Xiaokun nodded and flew in with Luo Li. When the light flashed, the two had appeared in an ancient hall. Looking at the vicissitudes of dissatisfaction, at least hundreds of thousands of years, Su Xiaokun guessed. However, Luo Li's heart at this moment, it seemed as if there was a call. Staring straight at an altar in the middle of the main hall, and the wall behind this altar has a mural. There is a lifelike fox painted on it. In looking back, he realized that the fox actually had 10 tails. Surprisingly, there was one more tail than the legendary 9 tails. This is the 10-tailed sky fox. Su Xiaokun mused under his breath. You have to know that 9-tailed is only a demon fox, while 10-tailed is a celestial fox. and the two are worlds apart. Its strength was such that it could even surpass the 4 divine beasts, and when Luoli saw the mural, a red light shot out directly from within the eyes of the mural. It disappeared into Luoli's beautiful eyes, and Luoli also lost consciousness at this moment. Su Xiaokun frowned at the changes in front of him. Don't dare disturb it in the slightest. At the same time, above Luoli's forehead, she was actually vaguely flooded with the mark of the 10-tailed sky fox. This, Su Xiaokun looked at Luoli in surprise. Could it be that she is a descendant of the 10-tailed sky fox? Su Xiaokun simply couldn't believe his eyes. One must know that the two had known each other for so long, and had never even noticed a trace of demonic aura on Luoli's body. Completely ordinary. But, Luoli checked out the pregnancy, but the stomach is slow to move. Obviously not an ordinary person's physique. Is Luoli not a body of pure desire? Rather, heavenly demon body? Su Xiaokun thought back to the scene he had with Luoli. The more I think about it, the more incredible it seems. And just as Su Xiaokun fell into deep thought, Luoli suddenly let out a miserable scream. Ah! The scream tore at his heart, obviously subconsciously. And behind Luoli, the shadow of a tail unexpectedly began to emerge. Su Xiaokun's heart clenched. At this point, he didn't dare to make a move at all. And as if Luoli sensed it, Su Xiaokun's entanglement. It was extremely difficult to say. The old husband. I'm fine. I can. A scream followed once more. The voice was agonizing. At the sound of Luoli's voice, Su Xiaokun also stabilized his mind. This might be a test for Luoli. If we can break through this test, it might just take off. As he spoke, all of Su Xiaokun's bilocations flew out of his body. The 4 great doppelgangers, plus 1 main body, directly stood in a pentagonal stance. A protective formation was instantly formed, directly enveloping Luoli. As an hour passed, one of Luoli's tails had begun to solidify, and the mark on his forehead solidified a little bit. Su Xiaokun estimated that it would probably take most of the day as well. But, Luoli let out a hiss with each additional tail. However, that breath also began to climb in knots as the tail appeared. One must know that the current Luoli had the strength of an early-stage lower ancient god, and even after having 2 more tails, he had directly reached the late stage of the lower ancient god. And for that matter it doesn't stop there. When the 3rd tail appeared, Luoli had already become a mediate ancient god. One must know that Su Xiaokun's fire god split was currently only a lower ancient god. This elevated strength surprised even Su Xiaokun beyond measure. It's comparable to refining the godhead. However, Su Xiaokun also doubted. This Luoli itself is the ancient god that refines the god frame to become. And yet, I don't know why I can continue to raise my cultivation level. As a few hours passed, Luoli had already grown 6 tails by now. And the strength. It had already reached the terrifying upper ancient god realm. Su Xiaokun was completely confused at this moment. You know there's 4 tails back there. If it grew all the way out, it would probably be easy to reach the divine king realm. Is this Sky Fox even this perverted? Su Xiaokun, even if he had the memories of preparing Pangu, it was also rare to hear about the 10-tailed sky fox. After all, from ancient times to the present, the 10-tailed sky fox, even in the legend, has only appeared once, when the local 7 tails appeared. Surprisingly, it took on a dark golden color, and at this moment the cultivation violently erupted, directly disintegrating Su Xiaokun's fully supported defense in an instant. And Su Xiaokun was also vibrated out by Luoli's pressure at this moment. In the next moment, the cultivation level directly broke through to the Divine King realm. One had to know that the minimum standard to reach God King was only for the 3 ancient gods' great perfection god branches to be able to do so. I didn't expect Luoli, a god splitter no less, to break through to the God King realm. Puff! Su Xiaokun sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. There was incredulity in his eyes. The early stage of the God King is actually this strong. Then, damn it, if all 3 of the remaining ones appeared, wouldn't their strength be able to reach a mediate God King? Or a juggernaut? This hard work of one's own cultivation is not even worth the inheritance? Just as the 8th tail silhouette was just beginning to manifest, Luoli's body, unexpectedly, began to become transparent, and the body was filled with stars, as bright and dazzling as the Milky Way. This is the laws of greatness. Su Xiaokun's mood could not be expressed by shock right now. Ali, what kind of law did you actually get inherited? Su Xiaokun looked at everything in a daze. We agreed to grow together and you, instead, went straight to the top. When the 8th tail is completely solidified, Luoli's cultivation has reached the late stage of lower God King. Even with the little bit of pressure that was being emitted right now, Su Xiaokun needed to do his best to resist it. Otherwise, they would be torn to pieces by this pressure. What have I married? Su Xiaokun cried out in his heart. Chapter 174, Luoli becomes a juggernaut? It can't really be a juggernaut, can it? Could it be that what Luo Li has mastered is a new super god level law? Is there anything else in this heaven and earth but fate, destruction, life, and creation? Su Xiaokun muttered. For a while, he was also in a daze, and as the ninth tail began to appear, Luo Li's body violently erupted with a burst of golden light. That golden light was filled with the power of endless laws. The current Su Xiaokun only felt that Luo Li might sneeze and he would fall on the spot. I didn't expect that the first god king I met would be my own wife. With the release of the law, Su Xiaokun except for the fire god split, the rest of the doppelgangers plus the main body, their cultivation surprisingly began to skyrocket along with them. And what with the water laws, the wood laws, it's amazing that under Luo Li's drive, it's like it's natural to understand. The cultivation level was also breaking through rapidly, and when Luo Li's ninth tail solidified, suddenly, Luo Li's body began to break apart inch by inch. This scene startled Su Xiaokun, but then, as the skin shattered afterward, a brand new body emerged. It was as pink as a newborn baby. The mere closure of her eyes was beautiful. Su Xiaokun swore that even in the god realm, and the mortal realm, it was impossible to have such a stunningly beautiful woman. Even Chu Qingyi's appearance would become dull at this moment. Medium god king. Su Xiaokun's eyes were as wide as bull's eyes. One must know that right now. Other than the sovereign, Luo Li was definitely an invincible existence. And a tail. Is it really possible to reach the master realm? Su Xiaokun began to babble. But as the ninth tail took shape, all of Su Xiaokun's bilocations had unexpectedly broken through directly to the early stage of ancient god at this moment. However, the main body was stuck at the point of a half-step ancient god. Couldn't go any further. Su Xiaokun looked at his cultivation level and then at Luo Li. People just pull and pull a little bit. It's enough for Su Xiaokun to become an ancient god. However, the 10th tail, which was now only the appearance of this one shadow, was slow to solidify. This was somewhat puzzling to Su Xiaokun. Luo Li, on the other hand, kept her eyes tightly closed. For a moment, all of the auras were surprisingly all converged at this moment. Su Xiaokun also sighed slowly at this moment. If Luo Li continued to release the pressure, I'm afraid, Su Xiaokun would really fall here. I don't know how long it's been silent. Luo Li suddenly let out another hiss. As the hiss passed, the 10th tail, surprisingly, began to grow slowly, and that realm, which had already reached the middle god king realm, had actually begun to climb again. I wouldn't dare. It won't really become a master's existence, will it? Just as Su Xiaokun was shocked, the entire hall unexpectedly began to tremble. With increasing intensity, suddenly a pillar of light filled with law elements directly enveloped Luo Li's entire body, and the cultivation level had unexpectedly reached the late middle god king stage. For that matter, the tail is only half grown. Really, am I really going to witness the birth of a juggernaut? And as the pillar of law light fell, Su Xiaokun, in addition to the main body, all of the bilocations, the cultivation level unexpectedly opened up to climb once again. Median ancient god, late median ancient god. With a pop, the four great doppelgangers had unexpectedly entered the upper divine king at the same time. And for that matter, it didn't stop there. Su Xiaokun's breath was still climbing non-stop in knots. As his breath climbed, the power of the laws that Su Xiaokun had mastered, surprisingly, they were also surging towards the peak at this moment. One must know that nowadays, all of Su Xiaokun's split laws had reached their peak. Then it will directly become a median god king. If, however, another juggernaut could be exterminated, then Su Xiaokun would become a juggernaut-like existence. Of course, it would certainly be best if a new master position could be opened up. However, the current Su Xiaokun has some regrets that he has placed the earth god detachment in the god realm. If it can be brought together, then the benefits are undoubtedly huge. But to reach this point Su Xiaokun was also satisfied. But just as the 10th tail was about to take shape, Luo Li's stomach unexpectedly followed the big asterisk. It's not going to be a baby, is it? Su Xiaokun was stunned by his own words, and Luo Li's face showed beads of bean-sized sweat, obviously in unbearable pain. When the 10th tail had completely coalesced into shape, Luo Li's strength had unexpectedly reached the terrifying great circle of median god king, just one step away from achieving the position of master. And just as all 10 tails were forming, that spreading power of the laws unexpectedly began to tyrannize again, directly slapped Su Xiaokun into the wall. Even his chest was shattered by this violent force of laws. However, it was good that Su Xiaokun possessed the resurrection bead, or else it's really cool. Just as the power of the law tyrannized, these 10 tails were surprisingly still slowly merging into one, and Luo Li's cultivation began to increase by a fraction again, marching towards the master position. And Su Xiaokun was under the power of this law. All of the doppelgangers other than the main body had reached the upper ancient god great perfection realm. As long as Su Xiaokun wanted to, he could really achieve the position of God King right now. But now Su Xiaokun is clearly not satisfied with the status quo. Rather, he was thinking that after he reached perfection together with the Earth God split, let's see if we can exterminate a juggernaut and gain his position. When the 10 tails are completely united, Luo Li's cultivation had already reached the realm of the sovereign, became an invincible existence at the pinnacle, and that bulging belly was flattening out at the moment. As Luo Li was honored as a master, the tyrannical power of the laws also dissipated at this moment. Luo Li also exhaled a mouthful of muddy breath. There were many more inherited memories in his mind. When all the memories are fused, it was only then that Luo Li slowly opened her eyes. A bright starlight shot out directly from that beautiful eye. The breath was then collected. Only then did he glance at the extremely wretched Su Xiaokun. A raised eyebrow. Who are you? Luo Li's tone was really like looking at Su Xiaokun as if he was looking at a stranger. And Su Xiaokun was also stunned by this scene. Ali, you don't recognize me? Su Xiaokun pointed at himself. Puff. Luo Li didn't hold back her laughter and shakily laughed out. Forget it, stinky husband, so unamused. Hashtag UN%. And, Su Xiaokun looked at Luo Li speechlessly. Ali, you've become a master. Are you still that naive? Luo Li smiled sweetly. What's wrong with the juggernaut? That's also your daughter-in-law. You'll never get rid of me in your life. Su Xiaokun looked at Luo Li, and for a moment he was also in a trance. I'm afraid that no one in this world can match Luo Li's looks. Okay, hubby. From now on, it's me who will protect you. Oh. It's a real sense of protection. Oh. Chapter 175 Entering the 10th floor. Su Xiaokun nodded breathlessly. Not to mention, it's really becoming protected now. Don't forget you can still offend the water god. But even if Luo Li didn't make a move, the current water god was no match for Su Xiaokun. Vulcan, that's more than enough. Ali, I want to know, what super god level law you inherited? You should know that there are only a total of 4 major super god laws now. Luo Li's eyes blinked as she thought about it. Guess, I dish. Su Xiaokun had black lines on his head, but in his heart, he was very pleased. Even if Luo Li had become an invincible existence, that's still his Su Xiaokun's woman. Okay, not to tease you, my law is the law of time. Luo Li smiled slightly. With a slight movement of his fingers, suddenly Su Xiaokun froze in place. Time stopped for a moment in the entire space. Then in a slight movement, the time limit was lifted, and Su Xiaokun was just like a nobody, not even knowing what had just happened. Feel that, husband. Feel what? Su Xiaokun looked at Luo Li with a confused expression. I just stopped time. What? Su Xiaokun was even more confused. Maybe it was to match Lori. Just had a flyby. Never mind where the flies came from. The author arranged it. Carrot. Only to see Luo Li slightly move her fingers once more. The fly actually did stop in mid-air. Lifelike. Su Xiaokun looked at everything in front of him in confusion. You can't even touch a fly with your hand without it feeling anything. Luo Li said thoughtfully. I can manipulate all of time if I want to. However, although the laws of time belong to the super god level laws, they are not the strongest. Instead, the law of creation is the strongest. Only, there's someone else now. Luo Li then continued. When one becomes a juggernaut, one can feel the presence of the rest of the juggernauts. But, I have some memories. There are a lot of transcendental laws in this world. Only 2 weak. Just for example, the laws of space, the laws of order. These are all super divine laws. But even that is not in anyone's control. And I realized that the world is not at all what Vulcan said it was. In addition to the 4 great masters he spoke of. And these juggernauts. It's what I just said. The Space Master, the Order Master, and the Yin and Yang Masters. It's just that these lords are the weakest lords. They're even below me. Su Xiaokun nodded, not expecting that there were so many masters. I guess it's normal that even Vulcan isn't sure. So how much can you rank the laws of time? Lori thought about it. It should come in 3rd. That good? Su Xiaokun said in surprise. Well, I'm just weak on offense right now. If, however, I had a stronger attack, 1st place wouldn't be so difficult. After all, I can manipulate time, and whoever it is can't escape it. Su Xiaokun nodded. Is there no law beyond these people? Then, Lori thought about it. There is. The strongest law in the world, an invincible existence. Lori took a detour. Su Xiaokun was clueless and asked anxiously. Luo Li said in a mysterious manner. Okay, hubby, I know you're in a hurry. That's the law of power. This law of power is also known as the high law of power. Once in control, you can break everything with a single punch. Even those 4 great masters are no match for a single punch. Su Xiaokun muttered. The high laws of power? Su Xiaokun fell into a daze. The power is easy to understand and so unintelligible. Let's not forget that the four great masters, all of them had lived for an unknown number of years. That's a creature from the beginning of heaven and earth. None of them have worked out the laws of power. On your own? Okay, hubby. Luoli saw Su Xiaokun's confusion and said, I'm here with you, and part of my inherited memories speak of the high laws of power. I'm not organized right now, though. I'll help you when it's time to get organized, Luoli said. After hearing that Luoli actually had this part of her memory, Su Xiaokun's confused eyes gradually took on a glow. Thanks, stinky husband. What's the point of saying thank you to me? Saying that, he kissed Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun smiled faintly. Well, it's time to go to the 10th floor. After Luoli obtained the inheritance, the passageway to the 10th floor was opened, and Luoli took Su Xiaokun on her arm and stepped directly into the 10th floor. When entering the 10th floor, only to find that the room was small, but there was a coffin in the center. Am I in trouble with the coffin? Su Xiaokun looked at the coffin speechlessly. However, this coffin was wrapped in layers of law power. Even someone as strong as Luoli couldn't break it. This law power is so strong. Luoli looked at Su Xiaokun and said. Su Xiaokun nodded. A step towards the coffin followed. When Su Xiaokun just approached the coffin, in an instant all the bilocations were knocked out. Only the main body remains, and Su Xiaokun controlled the doppelganger to lean forward. However, it was found that it was impossible to take a step 3 meters into the coffin. Only the present is allowed to come close. Though puzzled, he gently stroked the coffin. All of a sudden the power of that law was as if it had come to life. It instantly wrapped Su Xiaokun in it, and Su Xiaokun's consciousness began to fade away. At the end of the disappearance kept Lori away from the coffin. The being then involuntarily opened the coffin, and when it was opened, there was no imaginary body present inside. Instead, there's a small plaque. Others don't know what this little tablet is, but Luoli, who had inherited memories, was clear about it. This is the master position. Luoli looked at Su Xiaokun with wide eyes, and Su Xiaokun also extended his hand to the position of the Lord, borrowing the lordship as if it were alive. It flew directly into the dantian of the main body. It then began to refine on its own. Of course, that half-step ancient god's cultivation, surprisingly like a flood, directly buying into the cultivation of a god king. As the law continues to spread, Luoli's heart was alarmed. The body was getting restless too. This is the law of everything. One thought for all life. One thought for all death. This is actually one of the supreme laws, the law of everything. Luoli scorned from the bottom of her heart as she watched Su Xiaokun's cultivation gradually increase. The deeper that fear from the soul. At first, he was thinking of helping Su Xiaokun become a power master. Now it looks like is not needed. Chapter 176 Su Xiaokun achieves the position of sovereign. With the passage of time, Luoli only felt a pressure from the ancient times that kept spreading, and the cultivation of Su Xiaokun's main body had unexpectedly reached the middle stage of divine king, and at the same time, the rest of Su Xiaokun's detachments also fell into a coma, and now the world inside Su Xiaokun's body was changing along with it. Inside, time flows, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, and the people in the midst of the world have become, surprisingly, sometimes dead and sometimes resurrected. This is a group of people who, 1 minute, are having a nice dinner with their families, and the next minute, they're dying en masse, and then in the resurrection. Of course, this was all done subconsciously by Su Xiaokun. During this time, a stream of memories also began to pour into Su Xiaokun's mind. The current Su Xiaokun was unable to control his body though, but he knew everything that was going on around him. After feeling the memories brought about by the master bit, Su Xiaokun was shocked. As it turns out, this seat of dominion originally belonged to him. The Blue Star Continent, on the other hand, was once even more beyond the existence of the divine realm, a supreme realm. Su Xiaokun, like the other masters, was a creature from the beginning of heaven and earth. Su Xiaokun, on the other hand, was a creation-level Pangu emperor. Even the current creation master was Su Xiaokun's former bilocation. However, this bilocation was surprisingly affected by the creation bit and possessed autonomous memories. Trillions of years ago, he united with the rest of the masters and knocked Su Xiaokun out of his master position. It couldn't be helped. Su Xiaokun was too strong at that time. One person has 2 supreme lord positions, and this even has the participation of this supreme god. One must know that the supreme god was merely a manifestation of the rules of heaven and earth, and would even go so far as to exterminate a sovereign. One could imagine just how strong Su Xiaokun was at that time. However, it was good that Su Xiaokun's soul was strong enough, hardwired to be preserved by the union of the supreme god and all the lords. A scene of memories kept rolling, and Su Xiaokun's violent aura began to spread. Even Luoli, who had already become a master, couldn't endure the violent aura. The breath was laced with, well, eternal hate. Even Luoli followed the tyranny. Hubby, what the hell happened to you? Luoli murmured and looked at Su Xiaokun, filled with heartache, because he had never seen Su Xiaokun exude such a great amount of hostility. And Su Xiaokun's cultivation had unexpectedly climbed to the realm of a mediate god king at this moment. Suddenly, the entire 10th floor of the ancient god game had unexpectedly begun to show channels of cracks, and within the crack, a destructive aura comparable to that of extinction unexpectedly appeared. Su Xiaokun then snapped his eyes open. Instantly a hostile aura shot out. It directly turned the ancient god game into nothingness completely, and the bodies of both Su Xiaokun had appeared in the middle of the seabed. Ha ha, very good. Old me. Memories dusted off for so long. Now at last I know thoroughly what it's all about. And the ancient god game turned out to be the one used by Belar to confuse the eyes of the god realm by preserving Su Xiaokun's master position. Belar also felt Su Xiaokun's hostility. The cultivation level in the body suddenly went from the upper level of ancient gods and began to rise like crazy. Ha ha, boss, are you finally going to recover? Beryl looked in the direction of the deep spectral sea with a look of excitement. Is it time to kill the supreme being? Belar muttered, and in the next second his figure disappeared into thin air, and Su Xiaokun's expression was extremely hideous. The breath in his body also exploded violently at this moment, instantly reached the master, and surprisingly, the aura of this juggernaut began to climb again. It was only when it reached the mid-level lord that it slowly came to a halt. Luoli also understood at this moment. It turned out that masters actually had realm divisions as well. The 4 major masters on the surface were all intermediate masters. Abe, Su Xiaokun violently bellowed, and Belar's figure appeared in front of Su Xiaokun. Ha ha, boss, you finally come back to life. Belar excitedly transformed from an old man, directly into the form of a teenager. And, Belar's cultivation, surprisingly, has also reached the realm of the lower master. Hard work. Su Xiaokun nodded toward Belar, and Belar, with watery eyes. Boss, as long as you can be resurrected, it's all worth it. Belar hugged Su Xiaokun as soon as she could. And aside, Lori looked at Belar with some disgust. Bibi, let go of me. Sister-in-law, don't be like this. Since you and the boss have both recovered their former memories, then shouldn't we kill our way up to the supreme god realm? Bella rubbed her palms together excitedly. Su Xiaokun looked at Luoli. His eyes were touched. Luoli's main body was, on the other hand, the only divine beast in heaven and earth, the 10-tailed sky fox, realized that the only is the inability to be in any realm, any world. In finding out about the second 10-tailed sky fox, when Luoli was still a young body, she followed Su Xiaokun's side, until it took human form. Pursued Su Xiaokun for tens of thousands of years, it finally came together. However, when Su Xiaokun fell, Luoli in order to help resurrect Su Xiaokun. It could be said that Su Xiaokun had Luoli's company in each of his lives. Reincarnation of 10,000 lives, Luoli accompanied 10,000 lives. Even more so, he dug up his own dominion with his own hands and gave it to Belar for safekeeping, only to accompany Su Xiaokun in his reincarnation. But fortunately, in the 95,000th reincarnation, Su Xiaokun finally, in this life, regained the master position. Su Xiaokun looked at the two. Thanks. Not too many words, but no all understand. This thank you contains all. Then looked to Belar. Xiao Bei. As for killing the supreme god realm, we still need to wait. With our current strength, we can't even behead a supreme god. Everything that ever happened, I know, was stabbed in the back by the supreme god, Su Xiaokun said, putting back all of his detachments. A random detachment was then mobilized. After all, the supreme god was everywhere. In case we find out about Su Xiaokun's trail, it's likely that it will simply obliterate it. So, what should we do? Belar looked at Su Xiaokun. It's simple. Hunt the juggernaut first. I already know everything about this, and I believe that it won't take long for even the supreme god to submit to. Belar flinched slightly. Ha ha, that's my boss. The boss whose dominance crowns the world. But, boss, your name in this life is pretty bad. Why don't we, just change the name back to what it once was? Belar said. Su Xiaokun shook his head. There's no hurry. Now it's their turn to sniff around. Su Xiaokun looked into the void as if, directly, he could see through it. And at that moment, a trace of fear flashed through the heart of the creation master. Looking downwards, he happened to confront Su Xiaokun, but after a moment it shook its head. Oh my good self, what can I do even if you are resurrected? Nowadays, I have more than one master position. Chapter 177, Planet of the Moon. Then this Godslayer battlefield. But it doesn't allow people above God King to participate. Are you still going? Belair looked at Su Xiaokun. Go, why not? I just became a master. There are still 5 major bilocations that have yet to become masters. And this time I intend to gather 100 medals and meet this Life Lord first. What's the point of seeing that piece of? Belair blankly glanced at Su Xiaokun. You are now the master of all things. The master of life can still be ranked below you. You know. Su Xiaokun looked at Belair faintly. And Su Xiaokun also wanted to resurrect his parents in this life. Although Su Xiaokun had achieved the master of all things realm, but could not resurrect his parents. For such things can only be done by the Lord who rules over life. Okay, you pack up and go to my world. I intend to bring my world into line with the blue planet. Push the blue star continent back into the position of the supreme god realm. Su Xiaokun thought about it and said, but, boss, it seems like connecting the 2 worlds seems hard to do now, right? Su Xiaokun thought about it. This way. First establish the ascension channel in my world. Let those who ascend in the future come to my world. My world, though, has not yet reached the state of the divine realm. However, since my essence has become a master, it's only a matter of time before my world becomes a divine realm. And in my world, you don't have to be afraid of the old guys coming in for revenge. Belair nodded. The figures of the 3 then disappeared into thin air. The 2 were brought directly into their own world. And the principal body is entering the world. The world has suddenly changed. Surprisingly, the area began to keep getting bigger. And the aura inside slowly began to convert into divine power. Then Su Xiaokun waved his hand. And at once, the great tree, full of vigor. Surprisingly, he flew directly in front of Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun then stroked the trunk of the tree. The tree had, surprisingly, turned directly into a young girl. And the young girl directly knelt down towards Su Xiaokun. Master, long time no see. Su Xiaokun waved his hand. But Belair froze in place. Belair had long known that there was a tree in the middle of Su Xiaokun's world. Bibi, what are you looking at? Have you forgotten about me? Belair looked straight at the young girl, caught up in the memories. After a long time. That's what the playful one said. Fong, long time no see. Fong looked at Belair for a moment. With one hand, he grabbed Belair's ear, then screwed hard. Little Bibi, you've got some nerve. Not even a daughter-in-law? Fong looked at Belair angrily. Daughter-in-law. Boss is watching. Fong gave Belair a blank look. That's when he closed his hand. Well, you guys are catching up later. Little Fong, since you have also awakened, root your roots into the endless void. Xiao Fong's eyes lit up when she heard that. Boss, are you thinking? Su Xiaokun nodded. Just feel free to take root in the void. As for the other masters who dare to intercept, just give me a direct. Fong nodded fiercely, rubbing his palms together. Boss, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. A terrifying aura then spread out directly. That breath, it is not even weaker than a master. But she is not a master. Instead, it's the tree of the world. Her roots can take hold anywhere if she wants them to, and can constantly siphon off the divine energy of this other world to nourish himself, and their own world. With Fong on board, Su Xiaokun's world, once again, began to expand rapidly. It was comparable to the size of the Vulcan realm. But even then, there's no sign of stopping. Su Xiaokun then took Luoli out of his world, and then looked to the sky. I seem to have forgotten about you. Su Xiaokun murmured a sentence, and immediately his figure disappeared in place. Ali, go wait for me at Chu Qingyi's place. I'll be right there. Luoli nodded and returned to the Chu family. And when Su Xiaokun's figure reappeared had appeared on top of a ragged planet. There are potholes all over that. It's like an ancient battlefield. Old boy, the time has come to use you. Su Xiaokun violently stomped his feet on this planet. The whole planet trembled with it. Then the extremely weak figure of an old man dressed in rags manifested. Lord, Lord! The old man hunched over and bowed down towards Su Xiaokun. And Su Xiaokun looked at the old man with a slight frown. I didn't realize that you had weakened to this state. Master, as long as I can wait for your appearance, hold me even if I die. So what? The old man's eyes were filled with endless unwillingness and excitement. Little moon. Su Xiaokun's palm gently patted Xiaoyu. This small moon, on the other hand, is the heavenly Tao of the planet of the moon. However, this planet of the moon, when Su Xiaokun fell, it also followed the dead silence. The once aboriginal people ran away and died, leaving only one Tendo still struggling to hold on. Don't worry, in no time you'll be restored to your former glory. That's right. This planet of the moon is the supreme realm that Su Xiaokun once opened up. Then Su Xiaokun violently erupted his own power of all things. It instantly wrapped Xiaoyu up, and Xiaoyu's body was as straight as a javelin at that moment. Koyuki, this time I'm going to fuse you into my new world. Would you like to? All at the master's command. A hint of excitement showed in Xiaoyu's eyes. as the power of all things continued to be released. Xiao Yu's tattered body began to gradually come to life. Then that pale face was rapidly becoming younger, and the entire planet of the moon, at that moment, revealed a bit of life, especially those small flowers and grasses, which also grew gradually. Ready? Xiao Yu only felt her body filled with strength and nodded fiercely towards Su Xiaokun. I'm ready, master. Su Xiaokun also nodded. Then from Su Xiaokun's dantian, a burst of star river power violently erupted. A new layer of the continent appeared in a flash with itself as the point of origin, and this continent, surprisingly, began to expand at an extremely rapid rate. Then it began to merge with the moon to planet, and at this time the continent above, surprisingly revealed a population of 10 million people. These people looked blankly at the pitch-black sky wondering what had happened, while Xiao Fang and Valar appeared at Su Xiaokun's side. Boss, is this a fragment of the once supreme realm? I didn't expect that this heavenly Tao would still be alive. Beryl looked at Tendo. It's been a long time. Little Tendo. Chapter 178 Integration of the Blue Star Continent. Koyuki nodded. It then turned into starlight and directly merged into the new world, and the world within Su Xiaokun's body began to divest itself. That area was comparable to dozens of Vulcan worlds, and there was even a large tree in the middle of it, sticking its roots directly into the void. And even the Fire God realm and the Water God realm had branches of Xiaofeng. Boss, so far, I can only along with the Water God and Fire God realms, but with the nourishment of the two great divine realms, I'm sure it won't take long it will be possible to fuse those two small god realms, Fong said. Su Xiaokun nodded. Since this is the case, a root stem is divided and connected to the Blue Star Continent. Fong nodded. With the roots of Little Fong taking root towards the Blue Star Continent, that Blue Star Continent actually began to tremble, and the people in the Blue Star Continent thought it was an earthquake. One by one, they hid above the clearing. The good thing, though, is that it didn't collapse houses and other facilities. There were no casualties either. When it's all done, Fong spoke again. I estimate that 10 years will be almost enough to completely fuse several worlds together. Su Xiaokun nodded. As several worlds began to connect, that derived heavenly Tao, also by the small moon constantly eaten, and the little moon is becoming more and more complete. Almost, I will leave my body here to guard the founding of this new world. Su Xiaokun said indifferently. You'll stay here for now. Su Xiaokun looked to Berar. Belair nodded. Su Xiaokun's figure then disappeared once more, appearing in front of Chu Qingyi, Luoli and the others. While Chu Qingyi saw Su Xiaokun, her heart was a little bit unfavorable, not so happy. What's wrong, Cyan? Su Xiaokun said softly. The old husband, Ali can even help you now, and I can't help you with anything. Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned, wrapping Chu Qingyi in his arms. Xingyi, don't blame yourself. Guarding you was originally the duty of being a man, and you just need to look beautiful. I'm responsible for the power, Su Xiaokun said, a powerful aura unconsciously radiating from his body. As for Chu Qingyi, she nodded her head obediently, as if she were a little bird, snuggled into Su Xiaokun's arms. Yes, what more could one ask for with such a powerful man? If one had chosen to withdraw from the marriage in the first place, like the other women. Empty bar. Never forgive yourself in this life. I didn't realize that. It was only because of one of his own cares that he brought himself to unrivaled heights. I'm sure those women would be remorseful if they were still alive. Wouldn't they? Chu Qingyi thought back to the scene where they met, hugging Su Xiaokun even tighter, as if he would run away the next moment. Su Xiaokun also patted Chu Qingyi, and Luoli, even if she recovered all her memories, and not jealous either. After all, she has long accommodated Chu Qingyi. Hubby, wait until we turn around and slaughter a few masters. How about letting Qingyi become a master as well? Luoli blinked her big eyes at Su Xiaokun. You're a master now, but you still can't change your killing-loving nature. Su Xiaokun said, but he'd been thinking that for a long time. This time, there should be a master snooping around behind the scenes in the Godslayer battlefield. When the time comes, we'll get one dead first, Su Xiaokun said, as if mastery was such a trashy realm. Alright, pack up. Let's get ready to head to the Fire God realm. The two women nodded, then summoned Su Ling over. As a result, Su Xiaokun found all of the Su Ling's doppelgangers, along with the main body, had unexpectedly become upper ancient gods. It then made it so, because, when Su Xiaokun became a master, the bloodline of the divine position, Su Xiaokun, naturally awakened. Directly jumped up to become an ancient god. This caused Su Xiaokun to be a little pleased. Let's set out for the god realm. Su Xiaokun's palm slightly stretched out, directly tearing through space. 1 foot in the door. Then the figure appeared in the fire god realm once more. The figure then flickered and returned directly to the dark prison in the fire god realm. And one of the two guards watching over the ascension said, "What the hell just flew past?" The other guard said as he looked into the distance, "You're blind, aren't you? I don't see anything." Then proceeded to receive this one orc woman who had ascended up. That perfect figure that, let the guards love it, a burst of stuck oil. But this orc woman didn't dare to say anything, though in the worldly world she was an invincible being. But when they came to the divine realm, they were all at the bottom of the heap. And who, like Su Xiaokun, ascended to be a upper grade god. Each and every one of them was a lower grade god. And there were even half-step lower grade gods who dared to ascend. After returning to the dark prison, Su Xiaokun trapped fused the fire god split into his body, transformed into a wind god detachment. After all, right now, the fire god split's cultivation level was only a median ancient god. The rest had long since ascended to the level of ancient gods. In the middle of the month, Su Xiaokun's several great divine detachments kept switching. The elements are all intertwined. He also wanted to see if he could create laws of power. That, although with Luoli helping out at the side, but Su Xiaokun was still a bit confused. However, the benefit was that it hardened the fire god split to the realm of an upper ancient god. At this point, all of the god splitters had stepped into the upper ancient gods, and the fire god also sent someone, ahead of time, to receive Su Xiaokun to the fire god palace. When he felt Su Xiaokun's cultivation level, the fire god was completely confused. I didn't expect that it had only been less than a month, but his cultivation level was second only to his own. But it didn't say anything. He, Brother Su, really is the chosen one, Vulcan said respectfully. I'm ready for all of them this time. 3 days from now, it will be the time when the Godslayer battlefield opens. Let's go in together then. Su Xiaokun nodded. However, it looked towards Luoli. Then he said, "Do you think the Lord will descend to the Godslayer battlefield?" Vulcan thought for a moment. It should, but most of it will come down near the end of the Godslayer battlefield. So it is. Su Xiaokun nodded. In this way, it was at least known that this Godslayer battlefield could hold the energy of the Lord, otherwise it's really hard to tell. However, this Godslayer battlefield, for Su Xiaokun, was just a walk in the park. What kind of juggernaut would attend? It's a total one-sided slaughter. But of course the Most High God watches this one all the time. That was why Luoli couldn't make a move at all, and she couldn't even display her power. However, it doesn't matter. Dad, this is Vulcan? Su Ling blinked her big eyes as she surveyed the Vulcan. He is the opener of this fire god realm. So weak. Su Ling was not at all accustomed to the Vulcan, but rather embarrassed the Vulcan to be able to gouge out a 3-room apartment. But they didn't dare to get angry. After all, they still needed them to help them get more resources. Chapter 179, Entering the Godslayer Battlefield. To put it bluntly, Vulcan had his own little agenda. He just didn't know that the current Su Xiaokun had already become a master-level character. His calculations are destined to come up empty. The fire god, on the other hand, couldn't see through Luoli's cultivation, but he didn't think much of it. At most, he thought there was a feat to hide his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, Luoli had also become a master. Time passes in a flash. 3 days later, the Vulcan led an army of more than 100,000 people and set off towards the designated entrance. After seeing the token, Su Xiaokun and the others also smoothly entered the god-slaying battlefield. As soon as they entered the battlefield, Luoli, Chu Qingyi, and Su Ling pinched their noses. The strong scent of blood inside made the trio a little uncomfortable. Everywhere was filled with crumbling samples. The ground was full of white bones, emitting a ghostly aura of moroseness. And the crowd moved forward about 100 miles or so. A patch of tents appeared, and above the tent fluttered a banner of flame. Su Xiaokun looked at the Vulcan. So this is your side of the camp? Vulcan nodded. How come I don't see any other side of the camp? Su Ling pinched her nose and looked into the distance. Oh, yes. This Godslayer battlefield is an extremely grand region, not in the least bit smaller than my fire god realm. And the distance between each power is vast. Just in case several forces join together to besiege one. Su Xiaokun nodded. I'm afraid it's not very good to run into people in such a large territory. Is it? Vulcan smiled slightly. Toward the distance only. There will be a river before the forces of each side. That's also the only sole exit from your own side of the force. By standing on the other side of the river, you can naturally wait for the enemy to come out. Su Xiaokun released his divine sense and realized that there were really several rivers that were at the border. Only, on the other side of the border, it is impossible to feel that it was as if there had been an invisible chop. Not Brother Su. How many people are you planning to take with you this time? The fire god looked at Su Xiaokun and asked. Su Xiaokun said after pretending to think. Man, I don't need it on my end for a while. Too many people instead would disrupt my plans. The Vulcan revealed a trace of imperceptible demeanor between his brows. Then Willie nodded. If, on the other hand, you run into something you can't solve, you can back out. This great war will last 10 years, and within 8 years, the major powers have constraints. It is not permitted to launch a general attack toward the main camp. There are only the last 2 years to launch a general offense. Su Xiaokun nodded, not realizing that there were this many Daoan here. And, if you choose to play the field, it's usually the strongest people who choose to travel alone. Brother Su should be prepared. Right. There are 3 kinds of medals in the middle of the battlefield. The one that says Emperor is the highest ranked medal, which is the Emperor's medal. The second is the Gold General's medal you're holding. And finally there is the ordinary medal, which will have the word soldier written on it. The color of the medals will be different for different camps. Toward the Vulcan camp we belong to, then naturally it would be the red medal. Vulcan said and took out a small soldier badge. It does have the word soldier written on it, and it's red. Su Xiaokun nodded. And the general's medal, which is Su Xiaokun's, has a general written on it, and on the outside is a symbol of a flame. It's good to differentiate. When he was almost done understanding, Su Xiaokun left the Vulcan camp with the 3 of them. Vulcan, on the other hand, revealed a dangerous smile. It is important to realize that medals for gifts are not used for enemy troops, even if they are from your own side. As for Su Xiaokun's strength, the god of fire didn't put it on his mind at all. Now it's just a matter of letting Su Xiaokun make the first move. When the final battle was almost over, the god of fire would have made his own move to snatch Su Xiaokun's medal. Those that make it to the battlefield are basically the presence of some cannon fodder. Vulcan didn't care how many people would die on his side. With the departure of Su Xiaokun, fly towards a river first. When he saw the river, Su Xiaokun realized why the river was the only exit. Turns out, it wasn't much of a river at all. Instead, it was a river of destruction made up of spatial turbulence. And there's only that little bit in the middle that can accommodate people going out, as long as one is caught in the turbulence, let alone an ordinary god. Even the ancient gods were at risk of falling, except for the god king. Of course, after observing the terrain, Su Xiaokun then took the 3 of them and found a cave to hide in. After all, it was only now that we had just entered the Godslayer battlefield. Most of the forces were making their deployments, and very few would be the first to come out like Su Xiaokun. When a few people came to the cave, Shu Qingyi said indifferently, in the middle of this battlefield, it shouldn't be as simple as the fire god said. Luo Li nodded along. Instead, Su Ling was the same as the former Luo Li. Grinning broadly, he looked at a few people. What are you afraid of? With Lin Yang here, come one to kill one, come a pair to kill a pair. Spirit waved her fist full of concern. Su Xiaokun frowned. Since Ali was able to enter the battlefield, the other side must have had a master-level character enter the battlefield as well. Only, it's not clear if it will come out. Furthermore, why would this battlefield allow a master-level powerhouse to enter? These are all things to consider. At the moment, we don't have to worry about the ones below the masters. I'm afraid that someone will come out and slaughter them by posing as a master. After all, this game, in fact, the ultimate goal of it's to reduce the number of people in the midst of the god realm. Su Xiaokun analyzed it and said. Luo Li and the others also nodded. Su Xiaokun hadn't brought the Juggernaut's main body in, and if anything, he really ran into the Juggernaut. Then it could only be Lori who would go into battle. This was extremely unfavorable to Su Xiaokun's side. And now, although Su Xiaokun knew about the laws of power, he hadn't even touched the entrance. It was hard to say when he would become a god king. This is not good. That is not good. So what should we do? Su Ling muttered. Oh, there's really no need to take it so too personally. It's only 100 generals' medals in the district. Su Xiaokun took out a bottle of wine from the space and said as he drank it, with Linger's strength, she can completely walk sideways in the early stages. Saying that, Su Xiaokun used his soul power to condense into a soul seal and handed it over to Su Ling. Because this little ninny has been jumping at the chance to make a splash for a long time, completely not inheriting Chu Qingyi's bland nature. On the contrary, this character was very similar to Luo Li. Su Xiaokun even wondered if it was born of Luo Li. Su Ling excitedly took the seal. Su Ling knew that this meant that Su Xiaokun had agreed to her going out to play alone, and Luo Li was speechless. One was also condensed and handed over to Su Ling. You know Su Ling is the jewel in the palm of your hand. In case something happens, not to mention Su Xiaokun, even Lori could have given the other guy a dry pin. Chapter 180, Have you met a robber? Su Xiaokun then released the coiled dragon stick from its owner and handed it over to Su Ling, and told how to use it, and change into Regulus. Su Ling happily took over the disc dragon stick and played with this for a good period of time. That's what made it recognizable. Due to the bloodline, the coiled dragon stick did not reject Su Ling's divine power at all. It was refined with extreme ease. After doing so, Chu Qingyi barked some instructions. Only then did Su Ling rush out impatiently. It was only now that Su Xiaokun and the others weren't worried about Su Ling's safety. After all, as long as she doesn't bully, it's a burn. Don't mention the soul imprint given by Su Xiaokun. Even if it was the seal given by Luo Li, once it was crushed, it contained the full force of Luo Li's strike. Even if they were facing a god king, they could still be shaken back. Moreover, as long as the seal was broken, Su Xiaokun and the others would instantly appear by Su Ling's side. Luo Li looked at the departing Su Ling and shook her head, then said, I heard the fire god once say that there are quite a few relics in this battlefield. You say, shouldn't we go find a relic to play with as well, in case we can get a master position? Then Sister Qingyi, too, can become a master. Qingyi blushed and glanced at Luo Li. Well, Su Xiaokun nodded. He thought the same thing. But just as a few people were chatting, luck is just that good. A crack unexpectedly appeared on the stone wall in the cave. The trio froze slightly. Luo Li and Chu Qingyi gave Su Xiaokun a thumbs up. Hubby, you have no one else to turn to for this luck. Su Xiaokun nodded awkwardly. A divine force was then struck. It directly turned the cave into ashes. Instead, an ancient box appeared in Su Xiaokun's hands. Hubby, open it up. Su Xiaokun nodded and released a trace of divine sense. After realizing that there was no danger, then it will be opened. And surprisingly, there was a map lying inside, and half a jade pendant. Treasure map? Luo Li brought the map over. Found this map, just half of it. And, what good is half a sheet? Luo Li disliked the map and gave it to Su Xiaokun. And Su Xiaokun took a closer look. Though this is a half sheet, it is the top half. That is, we can check out the neighborhood first. Maybe we'll find the second half. Well, the three of them then followed the map's guidance and began to search for the treasure. When almost halfway through the flight, Su Xiaokun, however, was stopped. Looking to the other side, it says soldier in his chest and it's still a blue medal. Su Xiaokun knew that this was someone from the water god realm. Luo Li looked at the person who was blocking her way. The word spat out disdainfully from his mouth. Get out! And this man from the water god realm was slightly stunned. When he saw Luo Li's stunning face, his eyes were filled with greed. Ha ha, you two beauties. I wonder where to. Want some company? The man looked at Luo Li playfully. Totally didn't put Su Xiaokun in his heart. You seek death. Luo Li shouted angrily. With him? The man pointed at Su Xiaokun. It's just an upper-level ancient god. To know. Su Xiaokun didn't release his breath. The other party could actually feel it. Obviously the strength is above Su Xiaokun. But looking at the medal on the other person's chest, it just said the word soldier. Su Xiaokun fell into deep thought, obviously not believing that the other guy was just a soldier. Could it be? Su Xiaokun thought of something. When Luo Li heard that someone dared to look down on her man, she was about to strike right away. He was then stopped by Su Xiaokun. After all, it was too early to expose the strength of the sovereign. Otherwise it wouldn't be so simple for his side to get the medals together again. Get lost, Su Xiaokun said indifferently. Although it was possible that the other party's strength would surpass his own, but it wasn't taken to heart. After all, he didn't believe that he could have the strength of a god king. Ha ha, the man laughed out loud as if he had heard some joke. A mere upper-level ancient god dares to speak out of turn. Then I'll kill you first, before having some fun with these two beauties. Saying that, he slapped his palm towards Su Xiaokun. And at this moment Su Xiaokun felt the cultivation of the other party. Half-step god king. Su Xiaokun directly raised his palm and met him. A furious aura erupted. The two each took a step back. Not bad, to be able to receive this random slap from me. It seems to have some strength. Saying that, he once again attacked towards Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun frowned. You're not a soldier. Soldier? Oh, it's just medals. But get yours. Then I'm a little closer to redeeming the treasure. The man said as he attacked Su Xiaokun. And Su Xiaokun smiled faintly. Gravity cage. In an instant the man's body was falling madly. Straight away, he was locked up in a pitch-black, unbelievable cage. Instantly slapped on the ground. Dusty. There was a shock in the man's eyes. What's your relationship with Venus? The man struggled frantically in his cage, but it didn't help. Don't look at the other party who was so much higher in cultivation than Su Xiaokun. But even if it was him, he would never be able to break the gravity cage. Su Xiaokun frowned slightly. You know Venus? Men, too, did not expect that Su Xiaokun would Venus's famous stunt. Otherwise, if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't have dared to go forward. The man looked at Su Xiaokun somewhat timidly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You told me you were a Venus. How was I to know? You know Venus. In fact, the man doesn't even know Venus. But Venus's famous stunt that. And yet not many people don't know it. After all, Venus had been in the last Godslayer battlefield. That had been a great killing spree, and had become famous from it. And behind Venus, it's a juggernaut. However, the Su Xiaokun did not know. If you want to rob someone, be prepared to be robbed. Su Xiaokun said indifferently. Now, please, take out your spatial ring and unrecognize it. Otherwise, you will die today. Su Xiaokun's voice went ice cold. He didn't care if the other man recognized Venus. But just as the gravity cage was just released, a teenager riding a stoner then sensed this familiar aura. At the time of Su Xiaokun's robbery, Venus' figure appeared in front of several people. Ha ha, kid, long time no see. Venus looked at Su Xiaokun with an excited face. After all, Su Xiaokun was also considered half a disciple of Venus. Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned. Why are you in here too? What? This Godslayer battlefield isn't run by your family. I can come if I want to, Venus said. Then looking at the gravity cage in front of him, he thought for a moment and said, not bad, to have cultivated the gravity cage to such an extent. It seems like you haven't been lazy lately, Venus analyzed. Then with a gentle wave, Su Xiaokun's cage instantly dissipated, and the man gasped as the gravity disappeared. Chapter 181, Goodbye Venus. Thanks, Venus. Venus frowned. You know me? Oh, who doesn't know the great name of Venus? The last Godslayer battlefield. But you got all the good stuff, even more so. With a handful of gravity cages, even divine kings were given detention. The man arched his hand. How did I not know I was so famous? Venus pointed to herself. But just because you know me doesn't mean I'll spare you. Hand over your medallion and I can spare your life. And don't try to fool me with a broken soldier's medal. Su Xiaokun looked at Venus incredulously. He just realized that Venus could even suppress a god king, and that strength is at least a god king. I didn't realize that such an inconspicuous child was a divine king, Su Xiaokun thought secretly in his heart. I thought that I could get away with meeting the Venus man, but I didn't realize that Venus was also here to rob the place. Cut the ink and hand over the medallion or die. The stone man under Venus growled towards the man. A tremendous amount of gravity directly slapped the man onto the ground. Su Xiaokun looked at the stone man with some surprise. You know, the other party can generate gravity without casting gravity cage. This is something Su Xiaokun can't do. I didn't realize it, but I still underestimated Venus' strength. I'll pay. The man gritted his teeth and took the general's medal from his ring and handed it to Venus. Oh yeah, the ring is unrecognized and given to my brother, Venus said as she played with the medallion. The man looked at the two men, not daring to resist in the slightest. Then the ring was recognized, and after Su Xiaokun had examined it, it was only then that he nodded in satisfaction. In that case, go away. I won't kill you if I said I wouldn't. Venus glanced at Su Xiaokun. Don't worry, he won't kill you either. The man nodded reassuringly, and instantly ran off into the distance. Instead, Venus gave a wicked smile, patting his mount, Stone Man. The stone man understood and spat a black mane directly at the man. It instantly penetrated the man's brow, and being there, another man deep in the camp spat out a mouthful of blood. Asterisk. Venus, you lied to me. The man cursed frantically, realizing that the loss of a bilocation would undoubtedly be a huge blow to him. After doing this, Venus then looked at Su Xiaokun. Don't you look at me like that. That's how it is in this Godslayer battlefield. Either you kill me or I kill you. Su Xiaokun nodded. Besides, I didn't kill him. Venus then continued. Team up? Venus looked at Su Xiaokun. If Su Xiaokun could join her side, then it's simply a sweeping presence. Su Xiaokun nodded after thinking about it. After all, Luo Li's cultivation of the Dominator realm couldn't be exposed yet. Teaming up with Venus is also a good option. Ha, very good. Then this medal is mine. I'll give it to you when it kills one. How about we just split it? Su Xiaokun didn't say anything, just nodded. After all, with Venus's strength, she could have left herself completely alone. And frankly it's Venus's good intentions. Venus then turned to look at Luo Li. Juggernaut? Venus frowned. Su Xiaokun's heart thumped. You know, as long as the Juggernaut doesn't reveal his strength, there wouldn't be anyone at all who could detect the scent of the Juggernaut. Whereas Venus was able to find out. It was clear that Venus was hardly simple. See, not a few people are nervous, Venus said with a wave of her hand. Nervous as hell. My old mom is also a Juggernaut, so I naturally know the scent of a Juggernaut. It's well hidden though, Venus explained. Su Xiaokun nodded in relief. I didn't realize that behind this Venus was the presence of the Lord. I wonder, which Lord is behind you? Venus said as she thought nothing of it. My mother's Juggernaut bit you may not have heard of. After all, she's rarely in view. He is the Gravity Master. Gravity Master? Su Xiaokun didn't expect that the law of gravity was also a super god-level law. But think about it and let it go. You should know that the gravity cage is the signature stance of our Ice Crystal Beast clan. It's simply impossible for an outsider to learn. If it weren't for my mother asking me to give you gravity crystals, just how could you possibly learn? Venus explained. Only then did Su Xiaokun realize that the original gravity cage was actually able to appear in this way. I don't know. Auntie knows me? Su Xiaokun asked. After all, no one would help themselves for no reason. I don't know. My mom just told me she owes someone. So let me teach you about gravity cages. Su Xiaokun nodded helplessly. Secretly, he made a note of the favor. The big thing is to fall back and regret it. Oh yeah, do you have this? Venus pulled out a map. And a jade pendant. Such a coincidence? Luoli directly snatched the map, and then took out Su Xiaokun's map, which just happened to make a picture. Venus was full of concern for Luoli's snatch. After all, you can't beat it even if you care. It doesn't help when two maps are combined into one. It's amazing how the lines have changed up there. Su Xiaokun smiled helplessly. I thought I'd find half the way there by following the line up there. I didn't realize that the line had changed again. Venus looked at the complete map, and then at Su Xiaokun. You kid. What unbelievable luck. You should know that this version of the map was obtained only after participating in 6 Godslayer battlefields. You got it on this visit? Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned. 6 times? Then wouldn't you be over 6 million years old? Venus nodded. What's so surprising about that? And, more than 6 million years. It's just as well that you haven't reached the Dominator realm yet. Luoli mocked. And, little girl, what do you know? Do you think it's that simple to open up new laws? How many hundreds of millions of years have passed without reaching the realm of a god king? I've only reached divine king in 6 million years. I think it's pretty good. Lori listened breathlessly to Venus' explanation with some amusement. But think about it. After all, he had taken a shortcut to get up here. If he really cultivated himself, he really wouldn't be able to compare to Venus. Then Su Xiaokun asked, this map, do you know what's in it? Venus shook her head. I don't know, but I heard my mother say that it might hold a seated lord. Maybe there will be a juggernaut bit. But these are just guesses. Chapter 182 Water God's Camp. As soon as he heard Su Xiaokun was a little nonplussed. Isn't a master an invincible existence? How can he still be sitting down? Doesn't he have an eternal lifespan? Venus said thoughtfully. I don't know about that. Maybe he's seriously injured. Su Xiaokun nodded. The one that could injure a juggernaut could only be a stronger juggernaut. Alright, never mind that. We'll see if we don't go and have a look then. Venus said. On the other hand, Luoli on the side was excited. Hubby, if we can get the master position, then Sister Chingy will be able to become a master. Lori didn't care about Venus on the sidelines. Even Luoli was a bit embarrassed. After all know the importance of the master position. There were only a few masters in all the heavens and all the worlds combined. Venus, however, didn't even change her expression, not caring in the slightest about the dominant position. Su Xiaokun looked at Venus. Ali is this kind of nature. Don't mind. Venus shook her head. It doesn't matter. The master position is not something I want per se. What's the harm in giving it to you? However, if there really is a master position, I can give it to you, but I have one request. Venus said thoughtfully. Su Xiaokun's eyes were happy. You can just say whatever you want. Venus nodded thoughtfully. Right now I haven't thought about it, and when I do, I'll tell you. Su Xiaokun secretly thought that if he could get a master position in then your own side is the 3 great masters. Totally horizontal, said the man looking up at the map. It's not too late. Let's go over there first. I see the coordinates of this map. It's not very far from here. Su Xiaokun sensed the surroundings and looked at the map again and said. And Venus said. This map, if I'm right, should be in the water god realm. The river you see painted above should be the entrance to the water god realm. Venus pointed to the map. Su Xiaokun's heart moved slightly. Oh, the water god realm? It's quite the grievance. Su Xiaokun muttered. Why do you have a grudge against the water god realm? Venus said. There's that bit of beef. I killed the water god's son. Su Xiaokun said lightly. This might be a bit of a bad idea. Venus sighed in an old-fashioned way. This water god is explicitly but only a few of his bilocations are stock god great perfection. But in reality, his essence, too, is a lord. Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned, but the heart didn't fluctuate much. After all, his own essence was also a master, plus Luoli, 2 masters on his side. Big deal. Control the body into the battlefield. Venus looked at Su Xiaokun's chesty look and said nothing more. A few of them flew right toward the map's guidance. There was no sign of anyone along the way in, and just when he reached the river of turbulence, Su Xiaokun stopped his figure and looked at Venus. Isn't it said that it is impossible to enter a hostile camp until the very end? Venus glanced disdainfully at the river of turbulence. Che, those are rules for the weak, and I want to go where no one can stop me yet. With that, he stepped into the only passageway of the river of turbulence with one foot. As the figure disappeared, Su Xiaokun and the others followed. That frenzied aura raged on, but it was never possible to penetrate the only entranceway. Of course, if inadvertently touched, 10 deaths under that strand of God. As a few people entered, as soon as he stepped into the water god realm's camp, he was stopped. Hostile camp, please retreat quickly, or kill without pardon. The 4 guards, looking at the incoming 4, had some surprise in their eyes. I didn't expect that someone would dare to barge into the camp when this had only just begun. This was definitely looking for death, and Venus is not used to these people. With a slight grip of the 5 fingers, these people were instantly turned into blood mist. The voice was then wrapped in divine power and spread throughout the water god realm. I, Venus, entering the water god realm on business today. If you dare to obstruct, kill without pardon. The voice was overbearing, without a trace of emotion, and when the voice had just entered the water god realm, the water god flew towards Venus with the 2 men, and upon seeing Venus and the others, the water god first froze slightly, obviously seeing Su Xiaokun. The killing of his son could not go unavenged, but he did not take offense in Venus's presence. The water god arched his hand at Venus. Ha ha, young Master Venus, long time no see. The smile on that face was like a blossoming asshole, making Su Xiaokun feel a little nauseous. Instead, Venus looked at the other 3. The cultivation levels of the remaining 2 of these 3, besides water god OS, were surprisingly at the early stage of the divine king realm. This made Su Xiaokun believe Venus' words. It is really possible that this water god's essence is a lord, or else the high and mighty god king that. How could it be swayed by a water god? Oz, why are you trying to stop me? Venus looked at Oz, not giving a damn. Oh, young Master Venus is joking. For you to step into my water god's camp, I, as an emperor, have to do my duty as a landlord, don't I? Oz doesn't believe that Venus is here to play, but the water god knows that wherever there's a Venus, then there will definitely be heavy treasures coming out. Each one of them had a calculation in mind. No, I have business to attend to, and if you dare to stand in the way of don't blame me for making you lose 2 god kings. Venus glanced disdainfully at Oz. Oh, young Master Venus, how dare we stop you, please. With that, the water god stepped aside, watching a few of them fly off into the distance, and the 2 men on the sidelines looked at Oz and said, Master, is it possible to just let them leave like that? Oz gave the speaker a cold-eyed look. I've told you several times not to call me Juggernaut. Besides, this Venus has come to my land, and thinks that we're sure to have a heavy treasure out here. You sneak up on me and tell me immediately when you're deep again. The man nodded and his figure flew towards where Su Xiaokun and the others were. Humph, killing my son's original body and still daring to step into my territory. Just let you live a little longer. If something hadn't happened to my Juggernaut essence, all of you would be dead. Oz muttered indignantly, then returned to his home base. And all the way to the flight. This map when a few people stepped into the camp of the water god. Surprisingly, it changed course again. Looking at the transformed route, Su Xiaokun pointed ahead. About 100 miles or so should be the ruins. Venus frowned. There are dogs. The figure then stopped. Instantly the aura of the god king within his body violently erupted. Chapter 183, The Mysterious Ruins. Venus then made a slight fist into the void. All of a sudden, the space in front of him unexpectedly became distorted. Then inexplicably a stream of blood appeared. Then the figure hidden in the void revealed itself. Venus looked at the void. One of the 2 men next to the water god just now. Oh, does Oz want to die? I can't believe they sent you to follow me? Venus looked at the god king in front of her with disdain. Brick then said to Su Xiaokun, I'll give you one first. The god king grinned. Then they were ready to do it. And the god king's face instantly turned green as he heard Venus' words. Lord Venus, I am doing all this at the behest of the water god. Please spare my life, the man said respectfully, but he didn't believe he could escape from Venus. Let's not talk about the fact that Venus was higher in cultivation than herself. Even if not as high as his own cultivation, that hand of his, the gravity cage, that was an existence that belonged to the peerless at the same level. Spare you? You should have expected certain death when you chose to follow me, said Venus as she directly cast gravity cage. The man was directly suppressed in a cage. In an instant, this god king felt as if his blood had stopped at this moment. That pressure can't even get up. Su Xiaokun looked at the gravity cage in front of him. He didn't think he could make it that far. At least not right now. A deep look at Venus. If he himself didn't touch the Juggernaut's main body, He really wasn't a match for Venus. Su Xiaokun secretly compared them, and the whole man was spitting blood from his mouth and begging for mercy. But Venus had increased the gravity in the cage. The man's body also began to become twisted under this gravity. Even breathing has become a luxury. Asterisk. Venus, you and I had nothing against each other. You made me do it. The man saw that Venus had no intention of sparing herself. Only the body began to erupt in bursts of energy fluctuations. Venus raised an eyebrow. Trying to blow yourself up in my hands? Dream on. Then a huge God King aura directly erupted from Venus' body. And the man who was preparing to blow himself up suddenly felt that all the functions of his body had actually stopped at this moment. Not to mention blowing himself up. Not even moving a finger. A horrified look at Venus. I didn't realize that I couldn't even explode myself in front of him. Then Venus raised her palms to the sky. A huge black palm print was formed in the sky. Go to hell. Venus let out a low gulp under her breath. Then the palm print fell violently. The man's body was directly slapped into a bloody mist. Then a divine lattice floated out. It exudes a strong water elemental aura. Then after Venus had done this, she handed over the water god go to Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned. I didn't think I'd give it to myself. This. Su Xiaokun hesitantly looked at Venus. So, here, say yes. Saying this, Venus threw the water god grid to Su Xiaokun. You don't have to look at me like that. I'm here purely for fun. Venus said with a smile. As for this kind of God King grid, I have plenty of it. Venus waved her hand full of concern, and Su Xiaokun received the God King grid and put it away. Just because he can't use it now doesn't mean he can't use it for himself. As for Chu Qingyi, Su Xiaokun still wanted to give it to Chu Qingyi after getting the master position. Go. After Venus saw Su Xiaokun put away the godhead, she set off once more, and this time, although there were a lot of people, none of them dared to go forward. The highest realm was only an ancient god, and Venus didn't even keep her breath along the way. It made these people from the water god's camp, one by one, suffer. That strong gravity directly suppressed those who saw it all the way to the ground, like the kind of ordinary lower grade gods, upper grade gods, and so on. It was directly crushed into a blood mist by gravity, guided by the map. Su Xiaokun and the others also quickly arrived at the place of the relics. And on the other side, in the water god's base camp, a man ran quickly to the water god, straight to his knees. Lord Juggernaut, you must avenge me. This Venus actually obliterated my god king's detachment, the man said with a sniffle. The water god frowned at the man. You know, this man is a great hand at hiding his breath. It's amazing that all of them can be spotted by Venus. Looks like Venus, his mom, didn't give him a good move down. The water god also said with some envy, but said to the man, don't worry about it. I'll help you retrieve your divine king grid. Only after receiving the water god's approval did the man stop crying and retreat, while the other man on the side looked at the water god and said, my lord, do you really want to help him snatch back the divine king's grid? Cut. The water god said as he looked disdainfully in the direction the man had disappeared. He has no use for him anymore. Even if I get the divine king grid, I won't give it to him. Both of them had a sinister smile in their eyes, and Su Xiaokun and the others had just stepped onto the location of the ruins. It was then realized that it was a rocky plain, and among them were these huge stone statues carved with human silhouettes. A few people took one more look at the map and got another confirmation that this was the place. Venus seemed to remember something. These giant stone statues, they should have a regular arrangement. This relic can only be opened if these gargoyle statues are aligned. Su Xiaokun walked to a giant stone statue and reached out to touch it. A slight frown followed. There's a faint power of law in here. If I feel good, it should be a fire law. And Luoli walked up to a giant stone statue. This one is a wind law. Venus looked at the gargoyle statue in front of her. This one of mine is fire. And then he looked at the other gargoyle statues. Each of the gargoyle statues then had an alcove in the ground, exactly where the gargoyle statue was placed. Only, the positions of the gargoyle statues were disrupted. In that case, let's arrange them according to the distribution of the 5 elements first and see. Venus said thoughtfully. A few people then moved. It was placed according to the position of earth, water, fire, wind and wood. When all the stone statues fall into place, suddenly 3 more idols emerged from the ground, and there was no fluctuation of law in these 3 idols. A few people thoughtfully began to observe the newly appeared stone statue. Then there were 3 stone statues in pieces, each of which seemed to be holding something in its hand. Only the grip was gone, and the stone statue in the center has a big round hole in its chest. Su Xiaokun looked at the round hole with some inexplicable familiarity, then brought out his general jade pendant. Venus took hers out as well. At the point where the two become one, the size just matches. Su Xiaokun nodded to a few people. The jade pendant was then placed in the chest of the stone statue. Chapter 184 Unlucky Venus. As Su Xiaokun placed the jade pendant into the chest of the stone statue actually moved in a weird way, and the four just stood in the middle. Suddenly, a light shot out from the eyes of all the stone statues, connecting the dots to each other. Then the earth began to emit a tremor, and various kinds of weapons gradually appeared in the hands of those three stone statues. While the weapon is being molded, the silhouettes of the four also disappeared into thin air, and as the four disappeared, the stone statue returned to its original position. Then a large face appeared in the void. Ha! Turns out it's here. Then the giant face disappeared, and the figures of Su Xiaokun and several people appeared in a large hall. It was gloomy all around. Even if a few people have strong strength, it could only barely perceive the distance of a few meters around it. And just when a few people were at a loss for words, a fire snake suddenly came at the several people. In this instant, the entire hall was also illuminated by the fire snake, and Venus frowned. Straight away, he took out his weapon, a long knife. It exuded a strong aura of dominance. This is the Master God artifact, Su Xiaokun whispered. The fire serpent then blasted right at Venus, and Venus started fending it off straight away. As soon as the weapon in his hand made contact with Venus, Venus's figure suddenly flew backwards. A mouthful of blood spurted out in a flash. Venus, Su Xiaokun called out, and Venus's somewhat weak voice came out. Bah! I'm fine. Venus got up on her stomach with difficulty, and a big burn on his chest. But it's a good thing there's an armor to protect her, or else this blow wouldn't have killed Venus even if it hadn't. It's also bound to be seriously injured. Venus came to a few people with a frown on her face. This strike definitely has the strength of a master. Venus analyzed. Su Xiaokun also nodded. One should know that the armor Venus wore were all sovereign divine artifacts. Could it be that there really is a seated lord in here? Luo Li muttered faintly. On the other hand, Chu Qingyi was protected by Su Xiaokun. It's possible. Su Xiaokun thought about it, and Venus spat out a mouthful of old blood. Asterisk. All dead. And such a strong attack. Venus cursed. Then just as Venus had finished, another fire snake came at Venus. I dare you. Why is this attack coming after me? Venus shouted breathlessly, rushed to the side to avoid it. However, this fire snake was just like using spirituality, directly bypassing Su Xiaokun and the others. It continued to blast towards Venus. As an explosion appeared, Venus was once again slapped out of the way. Asterisk. Venus cursed again. Then another fire snake began to coalesce. Scared, Venus shut her mouth. Although he had a sovereign artifact to protect his body, then it's also expected to fall if it doesn't last a few times. After Venus shut up, the fiery serpent, surprisingly, began to dissipate as well. Venus then felt safe and continued to try to curse. But just as he was about to open his mouth, this fire snake unexpectedly began to coalesce again. Asterisk. Venus hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand, not daring to say a word. The eyes signaled Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun and the others were also crying and laughing. Luo Li, in particular, looked at Venus strangely. Why do I get the feeling that this juggernaut just seems to have a crush on you? Venus blankly glanced at Luo Li, but didn't dare to speak. A silent protest. Su Xiaokun slowly walked forward, but it was held in a death grip by Chu Qingyi's small hand. It was important to know that the God King realm Venus had a sovereign artifact protecting her body and was still injured, and Su Xiaokun had no hair, so he couldn't resist at all. Luo Li then took the lead and walked in front of Su Xiaokun. After all, Luo Li could have the strength of a master, and even if this fire snake attacked, Luo Li also had the confidence to resist. But Su Xiaokun is not at ease. After all, they are all his own women. How could they be in the least bit of danger? Then Su Xiaokun pulled Luo Li back and shook his head, and then gave a firm look. Seeing that they couldn't stop Su Xiaokun, both women gave up. One by one, they then followed Su Xiaokun's side. At least, even if there is danger, we can still do it together to die not. At that moment, a figure flashed past, directly blocking the front of several people. A speechless face looked at the three. That means, I'll do it. All your lives are precious. Venus was helpless as a human shield. Just as a few people had just moved forward a few hundred meters, suddenly two huge stone statues appeared, and behind the stone statue was a gate. As soon as the four of them stepped 10 meters into the stone statue suddenly moved. The huge blade in that hand slashed towards the several people, and Venus raised her long sword in a desperate attempt to fend it off, but it was directly slapped away. My day. Venus also got on the temper. Damn. They all think I'm a bully, don't they? Venus stared angrily at the idol. Then just as Venus's voice appeared, only 4 fire snakes began to coalesce. It's coming, Venus. *** mud horse. I'll fight you all. Then Venus directly raised her long blade and directly released the super strong gravity. The fiery serpent unexpectedly changed direction under Venus's gravity. Venus smiled slightly. Asterisk 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 and let you guys look down on the little man. The fire serpent, which had changed direction, smashed towards the two stone statues, and the stone statue, as if it were sane, visibly froze slightly. Then the blade slashed up the fire snake, and the fire serpent was splintered by the stone statue. Venus laughed out loud. Fight! Fight! Fight among yourselves! As the voice fell, more fire snakes began to coalesce, and Venus isn't afraid anymore. Controlling gravity, he hardened all the fire snakes and changed their direction. One by one, it blasted at the body of the stone statue, and the stone statue acted as if nothing had happened to it at all. Just dropped some old dust. But the stone statue's eyes were glazed over. Look at Venus. Seeing your dad? Venus is not used to stone statues either. This stone statue raised its sword and was ready to slash Venus, but the crowd found out. This stone statue couldn't even leave a distance of more than 10 meters. This in turn made Venus even more frantic. The fire snake around them was as if it didn't want money. Frantically, they converge under the Venus taunt, and then it was blasted on top of the stone statue under the control of gravity. It went on like that for I don't know how long. Venus was also a little out of her depth. Slowly closing his mouth, he stopped talking and quietly recovered his cultivation. Su Xiaokun pondered, a little bit closer to the stone statue, and just as he stepped 10 meters in, he was greeted with a blow from the stone statue. Su Xiaokun's figure quickly stormed back. It was just barely dodged. Chapter 185, The Water God Appears. What the? If it stays like this, won't it be impossible to get the treasure behind the door? Su Xiaokun looked at the stone statue and cursed angrily, watching carefully the stone statue's every move. One must know that the fire snake was no less strong than a master strike, but surprisingly, he was unable to hurt it a bit. Venus cursed and walked over as well. What do you think you're doing setting up such a powerful defense when you're already dead? Venus said as she looked at the stone statue in front of her. Just as a few people were observing, Chu Qingyi's body began to tremble involuntarily. The expression also became a bit wooden. The crowd, who were fully concentrated, did not notice Chu Qingyi's change in the slightest. As Chu Qingyi let out a scream, the crowd was stunned. It was then that Chu Qingyi's body began to emit a dense green-colored light, and Su Xiaokun frowned at Chu Qingyi's change, just wanted to go up and check it out. It was then stopped by the only shred of sanity left in Chu Qingyi. The old husband. It's like, he's calling me. Chu Qingyi pointed at the stone door. Su Xiaokun looked at the somewhat mute Chu Qingyi. Could this be your legacy? And Venus was a little surprised. Under the shock of the crowd, Chu Qingyi slowly walked towards the gate, and the greenish-colored light emanating from his body was becoming more and more prevalent. When Chu Qingyi walked within 10 meters of the stone statue, it was found, surprisingly showed no signs of attack. Instead, he looked at Chu Qingyi as if he was making a salute. When Chu Qingyi's hand was placed on the stone door, the two stone statues suddenly moved. Xing-yi, watch out! Su Xiaokun shouted. However, the stone statue didn't attack Chu Qingyi, but instead helped Chu Qingyi push open the door. As the door was pushed open little by little, a strong aura of laws emanated from inside as well. Just as Su Xiaokun was about to step forward, only to be cleaved back by the stone statue once again, Chu Qingyi looked at Su Xiaokun and shook her head. Rest assured, then turned and entered behind the stone door. And in the meantime, inside the room, surprisingly, a few more people teleported in. Among them, there were as many as 6 divine kings. At the head of the group was OS, the water god. Thanks a lot guys. Su Xiaokun frowned at the water god. Venus, on the other hand, looked at the water god with disdain. Get out. The voice was flat, not caring in the slightest about the other's expression. The water god, on the other hand, was playfully looking at a few people. Oh, you have to know how to share a good thing. Since this is in my water god realm territory, it's not too much to ask for me to pick the treasures inside first, right? The water god doesn't give Venus the slightest bit of face. Oz, have you lived long enough? Venus looked at the water god and said in a cold voice. The water god smiled slightly, looking at Venus with disdain. Oh, if this were in the past, I might have scorned you, but there are master bits inside this relic. If I get it, I'll kill you even if your mom shows up in front of me. The water god could now be said to be bloated beyond belief and not in the least bit spoiled for Venus. You seek death. Venus directly shot out a gravity cage, instantly enveloping several people in it. And surprisingly, these people were not crushed by the gravity of the gravity cage. Instead, it's like nothing. Can't you change your tactics? The water god looked at Venus with disdain. Venus frowned at the item in the water god's hand. Where did you get the gravity crystal? You mean this rock? The water god took the stone and simply dissipated Venus' gravity prison. Borrowed it from your mother. Of course, the water god spoke nonchalantly. No. No way. There's no way my mother would give you a gravity crystal. You know that's an essence of life. A bad feeling rose in Venus' mind. And Su Xiaokun also looked at the crystal in the water god's hand, obviously much larger than the one Venus had given herself. But what Su Xiaokun was more worried about now was Chu Qingyi behind the door. It was obvious that Venus couldn't pose a threat to the water god right now. The water god then looked at Su Xiaokun. There was a hint of anger in his eyes. Su Xiaokun, is it? The water god looked at Su Xiaokun indifferently. It's really a narrow road. Are you ready to die? Ha! It's true that what kind of son you have is what kind of father you have. Su Xiaokun looked at the water god with disdain. With the same ancient god great perfection realm, it was obvious that Su Xiaokun was not afraid. Rather, the 6 god kings around him were a bit tricky. A message was then sent to Venus. How many can you pick? Venus looked at Su Xiaokun and faintly stretched out 5 fingers. Su Xiaokun nodded slightly. You stop 4 or 5. I'll take care of the rest. After the two had just finished their transmission, Venus took the lead in the offense. Pulling out his sovereign divine artifact, he slashed directly at the water god. Su Xiaokun, on the other hand, pulled Luoli to the side, signaled Luoli not to make a move unless he was on the verge of life and death. Luoli also nodded. A direct attack followed towards the remaining few, and the god of water saw Venus coming. Eyes flickered. The body suddenly changed to a color. How dare a little god king make a scene, said the man who met Venus directly. When the two just collided, Venus stifled a grunt and her body flew backwards. Median god king? Venus looked at the water god incredulously. Oh, kinda have you got some eyes. Saying that, he slapped his palm directly towards Venus, and Venus thought of something. Cracked up. Then several fire snakes suddenly appeared. Toward Venus it attacked. Just in time, Venus' figure violently exploded toward the water god once more, and the fire serpent came into view at that moment. The water god froze slightly, instantly caught in Venus' grasp. The two switched places directly. The fire snake, on the other hand, blasted directly at the water god's body. The water god stifled a grunt. Only a green-colored battle armor was revealed. Juggernaut divine armor, Venus muttered. Then once again, he broke into song. Instantly 5 or 6 fire snakes arrived in a flash. Even if it was as strong as the water god, it was still madly covered by this fire snake. Mind you, Venus is doing this as a complete fight for her life. On the other hand, Su Xiaokun's side was directly facing a siege from the 6 great god kings. In just a few moments, he was cornered. Su Xiaokun looked at the several people with cold eyes. The gravity cage then violently enveloped several people. Of course, only Vulcan had the crystal, not the others. It was also difficult to break free from Su Xiaokun's bonds in a short period of time, and it was even more unlikely that the water god would give them the crystal. After all, once it was given to them, then Venus could control the water god. Vile, let us go if you can. One of the controlled men growled loudly. And how could Su Xiaokun give the other party a chance? Chapter 186, The Inheritance of the Chu Family. Directly putting his hands together, a huge gravity came directly towards the 6 people, and the 6 of them were even more powerful at the Divine King realm. In just a few moments, it directly broke free of gravity. The body, however, remained in the cage unable to escape, and Venus glanced at Su Xiaokun's battle. He directly threw Su Xiaokun a sovereign divine artifact. You're too low to hurt them. Use this. Su Xiaokun didn't make any pretense and directly dripped blood to recognize the owner. In an instant, the sovereign divine artifact erupted with powerful energy, and the 6 were slightly stunned. Started blasting on top of the cage as hard as he could. The corner of Su Xiaokun's mouth moved slightly, holding the master artifact given by Venus. He slashed directly at one of them. It was like cutting tofu. It directly chopped off the man's arm. Su Xiaokun was secretly shocked. I didn't expect that this sovereign divine artifact would be so strong. The person who had his arm chopped off, on the other hand, was in a cold sweat. Backed up instantly. Just kidding, he's not daring to come forward at all right now. Then, one of them directly pulled out his divine weapon. With a soft sword, he slashed wildly towards the cage, and the cage gradually became weak under this chopping. Su Xiaokun frowned, looking at the weapon in the opposite hand. Although it was no match for a sovereign divine artifact, but it was also his original treasure. The God King's artifact, sovereign divine artifacts, and divine king artifacts, were not something that could be crafted. Even if a juggernaut is just holding a blade of grass, as long as it's been baptized by the power of the juggernaut for a long time, it slowly evolves into a master artifact as well. Of course the same is true for the God King's weapon. With the man's last sword slash, Su Xiaokun's gravity cage dissipated at once. The crowd that had gotten free took out their own innate artifacts one after another. Towards Su Xiaokun, he greeted him, and Su Xiaokun, in a flash, released another gravity cage. Only, this time, it allowed the soft sword-wielding God King to get away. Su Xiaokun also had no time to be bothered with the controlled God King. Instead, he directly carried the sovereign divine artifact and slashed towards the soft sword divine king. The God King was slightly stunned. The aura of his body erupted violently. It directly shook Su Xiaokun out. That strong? Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned. Then the gravity crystal was brought out. It was set directly on top of the sovereign divine artifact. Then that weapon, directly radiating a strong gravity. Instantly, the pace of the God King who was about to attack in front of him was slowed down a bit. Just this little gap between. Su Xiaokun instantly raised his sword and charged forward. When their weapons collided, Su Xiaokun still fell back. It couldn't be helped. The suppression of strength was still a little hard to overcome with just one weapon. Little man, this sovereign divine artifact, it doesn't suit you. Bring it to me, said the soft sword God King, once again attacking towards Su Xiaokun. And once again, Su Xiaokun increased the gravity. This time the divine sword in the God King's hand was slightly deflected. It was directly dodged by Su Xiaokun and Chu Qingyi who was behind the door. In this moment, a seated skeleton was found. In the dantian of the skeleton, there was a master bit. In the first instance, Chu Qingyi didn't go to take the master position. Instead, he knelt down to the skeleton. I don't know who you are, though, why have you guided me here? But, after all, I need your juggernaut position. So, please take a bow from me. Saying that, Chu Qingyi kowtowed 3 times. Sincerely incomparable. Just as Chu Qingyi finished kowtowing, a white light that, it directly shot into Chu Qingyi's brow from the skeleton's empty eyes. And Chu Qingyi, at that moment, also fell into a coma. In the mind, the deepest part of the divine consciousness, an old woman appeared in the divine consciousness. Looking at Chu Qingyi, the Chu family, has it fallen to such a state? The old woman shook her head inside. Instead, Chu Qingyi looked at the old woman with long snow-white hair in front of her and asked suspiciously, "You are?" The old woman said with some regret, "I'm just a soul fragment. And in life, the lord of the sun and the moon." "The sun and moon lords?" Luo Li asked suspiciously. "Not bad. Our Chu family, for all generations, has had a master position as an inheritance. Only when it came to my generation, I was besieged by a group of masters. There's no choice but to hide in this Godslayer battlefield. I didn't expect that I wouldn't end up escaping and end up falling here. It's just that I didn't think it was possible to still be on the verge of my soul's demise, and to run into someone from my Chu family." Chu Qingyi's eyes were slightly saddened as she listened to the old woman's words. Maybe it was infected by the old woman. "You said the Chu family? What does that mean?" Chu Qingyi asked. After all, he was only born in the worldly world, and was not even close to the divine realm at all. "I don't have time to explain these things to you. The pieces of my soul will soon dissipate. Now, you bring out my dominion." And the blood drops recognized the owner. Chu Qingyi nodded, then regained a trace of her sanity. According to the old woman, the dominant bit was taken directly from the skeleton's buttocks. Then a drop of essence blood landed on top of the master position. With the fall of the essence blood, the dominant bit transformed into a stream of light that, it appeared directly in Chu Qingyi's dantian. And Chu Qingyi's aura began to climb at this moment. The old woman flew out of Chu Qingyi's consciousness. Looking at Chu Qingyi, he nodded. "Little girl, our Chu family, the only sign is a head of gray hair. That's the way it is at birth. And the Ruyue mastery bit can only be refined by someone from our Chu family. Even if someone else got it, they wouldn't be able to refine it. It's a legacy. More than that, it's a favor granted to us by the Most High God, because the Supreme God owes our Chu family one thing. That's why." The old woman told a little of what had gone before, and Chu Qingyi's eyes were tightly closed, as if she couldn't hear the old woman's words. However, the body's aura was gradually huge. Directly from a lower ancient god, he climbed to the peak of the upper ancient god realm. With the passage of time, the old woman nodded in satisfaction. "It's kind of like I didn't do the Chu family any favors. At least this master position is back in the hands of my Chu family." And now the one who had changed the most belonged to Su Ling, who was in the Godslayer battlefield. Su Ling's aura, too, began to climb upward along with the knots. Even she didn't know what was going on. The cultivation level was also heading towards the realm of the God King. Puff! A sword into the body. Su Xiaokun was instantly penetrated by the soft sword God King, through his shoulder. And the cage that controlled the remaining 5 great God Kings was also injured when Su Xiaokun was. "It's getting a little weak." These 5 God Kings were slightly stunned and directly struck out with their full strength. Instantly shattered the gravity cage. Chapter 187 Luo Li's Power. Venus, who fought the water god as well. That means treasure is even more endless. It caused the water god to have a fit. There was no way that one's strongest sovereign essence, who had something going on in the outside world, could not come over at all. Otherwise, the Venus in front of her wasn't enough for the other to slap. The water god, on the other hand, looked at the 5 who had escaped and shouted, "Finish off Venus first." The 5 flew directly towards Venus at the sound of the water god's voice. That assortment of weapons appeared directly in his hands. Toward Venus it slammed wildly, and Venus's eyes, too, grew wild. Crimson these eyes, they suddenly changed into the body. A huge ice crystal beast appeared directly in front of the crowd. With a roar, the gravity of that entire space increased violently. The water god looked at Venus with disdain and directly took out the crystal in his hand. When the crystal appeared, Venus's gravity was only slightly reduced. But when Venus exploded into breath once more, the crystal became surprisingly useless. Only Venus's back kept erupting with various colors of gas. And the next moment, the weapons of these weapon-wielding 5 slammed down on top of Venus' body. There was a crunching sound, but Venus was not even grazed. Roar! Hissing once more, the men felt the massive gravity of it directly froze several people in place, and Venus turned her head to look at Su Xiaokun. Help! Su Xiaokun didn't talk nonsense and directly slashed at the soft sword god king. And this god king, in order to resist, his body quickly exploded back. In this mere blink of an eye, Su Xiaokun held up the sovereign divine artifact and it directly slashed towards one of the 5. These 5 people, however, wanted to resist, but that speed was extremely slow. It was obvious that it was impossible to resist Su Xiaokun's slash, and Su Xiaokun lived up to his expectations by slashing down towards one of the juggernauts. It directly split the body of one of them into 2 halves. As for this god king, he didn't even let out a scream as the god king grid fell to the ground. Very well, continue. Venus spurted out a mouthful of blood. Obviously using this move was extremely loaded. Are you okay? Su Xiaokun asked with concern. Don't mind me. Go ahead and kill them. I can't move to release this move. Su Xiaokun nodded slightly. It slashed directly toward the second man. In just a split second's effort, the second person was also split in half. Just as Su Xiaokun was about to slash at the third person, the soft sword god king instantly raised his sword and stabbed over. Don't you dare! The soft sword god king was burning with rage, knowing that these people were all his mentors and brothers with deep feelings, and Su Xiaokun simply didn't care about his behind. A direct slash once again slashed at the third man. The third person's godhead followed suit and fell. Honey! Luoli let out a cry of surprise, and the aura within her body violently erupted. That juggernaut realm cultivation directly shook all of them, except for Su Xiaokun, out of the room. And that soft sword god king was even locked by Luoli's divine sense. The body suddenly turned into nothingness. You seek death. Asterisk 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 any man who dares to touch me. Luoli angrily clenched her silver teeth as she flicked her sleeve robe. At once, including the water god, all the people he brought with him turned into blood mist. Just one strike, killing the god king in seconds. And the water god's detachment within the base camp suddenly spurted out a mouthful of old blood. One should know that the water god had brought 2 doppelgangers to the ruins. However, he was directly seconded by Luoli. Fuck! Why didn't anyone realize that was even a juggernaut? Are you all dead? The water god looked down at the crowd below in exasperation. One must know that the water god now had a total of 4 doppelgangers left. 2 of them were destroyed by Luoli at once, and currently there was only 1 master body left. And now the watery god split. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I want you all dead. The water god's veins rippled and he directly contacted the main body. As for the water god's main body, after the 2 established a connection, it flew directly towards the God Slayer battlefield's teleportation array, and Su Xiaokun looked at Luoli and smiled helplessly. It's still exposed. However, Venus was so shocked by Luoli's aura that she almost didn't pass away on the spot. Big sister, can you not include me in your next strike? If I didn't have more protective treasures, I would have really been shocked to death by your aftershocks. Venus looked at Luoli with some grudges, and Luoli didn't care about Venus and directly helped Su Xiaokun up. Honey, are you okay? Su Xiaokun sighed. I'm fine, except, it seems like the big battle is coming forward. Saying this, Su Xiaokun also contacted his own body, and after receiving the signal from his bilocation, the main body also stepped onto the teleportation array to and from the Godslayer battlefield. Of course, at the same time, the lords of the various realms frowned. I can't believe she showed up. The figures then disappeared. Ha ha, my good principal. I didn't expect your woman to be exposed. It's time to meet. The Genesis Master then followed suit and disappeared into thin air, just as Venus complained. A sudden freeze. Then he took out a jade gem from his pocket, directly crushed the jade gem. At once the likeness of a beautiful woman appeared in front of the crowd. What do you want from me, ma'am? Venus gave the beautiful woman a blank stare. Instead, the beautiful woman's eyes saw Su Xiaokun. When Su Xiaokun saw the beautiful woman, the memories deep in his mind suddenly appeared before his eyes. It's you! The beautiful woman looked at Su Xiaokun and nodded slightly. Elder brother. Long time no see. What the? Venus looked at her mother in confusion. You call him senior brother? Then I'm not his nephew? Venus pointed to herself, feeling a little bad. The beautiful woman didn't bother with Venus. Instead, he looked at Su Xiaokun and said, Senior brother, they are all out. Su Xiaokun nodded. Of course he knew who she was talking about them. What's coming will always come. Su Xiaokun's expression did not fluctuate. Wait for me, the beautiful woman said thoughtfully. Mother, what are you talking about? Venus was head over heels in confusion. Only then did the beautiful woman look at Venus. Venus, notify the main body and enter the Godslayer battlefield. Venus looked at her mother's extremely serious expression. Nodded. He, senior brother. This little guy, in essence, is also a master. Oh. Let us, this time, completely eradicate those people. Just let senior sister accompany you and challenge this damn supreme god. Actually, you could have come without it. Su Xiaokun said in a low voice. These are things that would have been none of your business. There's no need to get yourself involved. Chapter 188, Chu Qingyi's inheritance completed. Elder brother. Before was that I was already pregnant, so I had no choice but to choose to run away from the battle. That made me feel guilty for the rest of my life. So this time I'll fight alongside you no matter what I say, said the beautiful woman, revealing a look of grief. The bits and pieces of what happened back then were always present in her mind. It can't be erased. Su Xiaokun looked at the beautiful woman and actually did not blame her in his heart. Aina. Su Xiaokun nodded. Aina then dissipated before the eyes of the crowd, and at the same time, Chu Qingyi's inheritance was nearing its end. The strength had also reached the terrifying upper divine king realm, commonly known as the sovereign. She inherited a lot of memories from this moment as well. The white hair, too, began to change its eyes constantly. From white silk, little by little, it transformed into green silk. As of this moment, there was one more person besides Su Xiaokun's master, and after Chu Qingyi inherited the lord. Slowly, he opened the door. When Su Xiaokun saw, after Chu Qingyi came out, and the mind dropped its tension. At the same time, feeling that powerful aura, Su Xiaokun was also confused. I didn't expect that the two lovers that I found had an ancient inheritance. It's time to say no. Luck is really good. Chu Qingyi nodded toward Su Xiaokun. Hubby, I'm a juggernaut now too. Saying that, he hugged Su Xiaokun, and Su Xiaokun also lightly caressed Chu Qingyi's green silk. It's good to be okay. The two then separated. Then he saw Chu Qingyi stretch out his palm and directly took the two stone figures at the entrance and put them away. Hubby, these two stone men can be our family once the most proud masterpiece it, although, with the strength of a master, it doesn't have any spiritual intelligence. However, it's still okay to use it against the enemy, and I now know the way to control it. Su Xiaokun nodded, which brought back in his memory that mysterious and ancient race that, the Chu clan. The Chu clan, born and bred, has a unique position of dominance, and, even more impressive was the ability to create humanoid weapons second only to the master. It was a treasure that many masters could only dream of. Perhaps the fact that the Chu clan was able to exterminate their clan also had something to do with this humanoid weapon. After all, mastering this kind of technology was something that every master didn't want to see. Venus, on the other hand, was looking at Su Xiaokun with a somewhat different gaze. I say, you're lucky enough. So two extremely beautiful women for you to find, Venus said with a scowl. Alright, when the battle is over, I'll find you a female as well. Su Xiaokun looked at Venus and said sincerely. Venus, however, is dismissive. Che, the one who can match me hasn't been born yet. Right, what do we do down there? Listening to my mother, I feel, the Godslayer battlefield. It may change. This will be the most massive of all battles. Su Xiaokun nodded. Of course he knew. Now the Godslayer battlefield was no longer something that ordinary gods could participate in. Still, he looked to his side of the manpower. Chu Qingyi, Luoli, Venus, Aina plus herself, and the two major sovereign realm stoners. One side has a full 7 masters. In a real fight, the winner is unknown. Su Xiaokun thought secretly. In fact, Su Xiaokun did not, in fact, put the master too much on his mind. After all, no matter how strong a master was, he was still a human being, whereas the supreme god was different. It is the order of heaven and earth. From ancient times to the present, there has never been anyone who could beat the supreme god. It could be said that even peak masters were like ants in front of the supreme god. There wasn't even the slightest hint of a comeback to be had. After the people deliberated for a while, They decided to go out of the ruins first to see the situation outside. When the crowd had just appeared outside the ruins, just above the sky in the distance, a pillar of light composed of laws unexpectedly appeared. And these pillars of light exist in just about every power. This is the Lord descending, Venus muttered. And Su Xiaokun also looked at these pillars of light, not expecting these people to come so quickly. One had to know that his own detachment would probably not arrive at the Godslayer battlefield for another day or so. And Venus was looking at the pillars of light a little speechless. How many ING masters are here? I don't see this much on a regular basis. My doppelganger is hiding in the void rift. It will probably take another day to arrive. Su Xiaokun nodded. These people, probably either were in the middle of the Godslayer battlefield a long time ago, or they were observing nearby. Now our appearance has completely disrupted the deployment of these masters. Although Luoli and Chu Qingyi had hidden their breath, but there is a sense between the masters, especially since Chu Qingyi had just achieved the dominator position. There was no telling how many people wanted to take it for themselves. After all, one Chu Qingyi could withstand multiple masters. Although it was hard to create a master stoner, it was hard to resist the landlord's family. Just as a few people were talking, within this sky, there were two figures hidden, but no one could spot them. These two silhouettes, with expressionless faces, stared at the place where Su Xiaokun was. Then they nodded at each other and dissipated. Just as the two figures disappeared, the entire Godslayer battlefield began to shake violently. It's like an earthquake. As a little bit of time passed, this Godslayer battlefield unexpectedly began to shrink. It probably shrunk to about the size of Blue Star and stopped continuing to shrink. But in the middle of the space, there was suddenly more film, and Su Xiaokun coldly watched what was happening. It was followed by a casual stroke into space, and the space was surprisingly motionless. One must know that in the Godslayer battlefield just now, Su Xiaokun was still able to slice through space, but right now, it's impossible to make it that far. This is the realm of the highest gods. Venus looked at Su Xiaokun and said grimly, and Luoli also used all her strength to make a stroke into the air, although a little crack appeared but it was repaired as good as new immediately afterward. A helpless smile followed. That's as far as I can go. Su Xiaokun nodded. The strong spatial Chengdu here is no longer comparable to an ordinary god realm. Just now, it should have been the supreme god who stepped in and fortified the Godslayer battlefield into the supreme god realm. Su Xiaokun said, it seems that the supreme god already knows of my existence. The crowd nodded as well. Now Su Xiaokun is nothing to hide. It was all known that Su Xiaokun had once had trouble with the supreme god, and this time on the battlefield of Deicide. Look out! Supreme God, definitely want to put Su Xiaokun to death. But you guys don't have to worry too much. After all, the current Supreme God doesn't dare to make a blatant move against me yet. Su Xiaokun analyzed, but is afraid of the Supreme God playing crooked. Chapter 189. Venus said, what do you mean? Luoli looked at Venus, and in her beautiful eyes, it was as if she had guessed something. Oh, I'm afraid this Supreme God doesn't speak of martial virtues. If the Supreme God, given to the other side, hands a supreme divine artifact, then what the hell are we playing at? Just wait to die. Su Xiaokun frowned, for he knew that Venus was not empty. Maybe this Supreme God really dares to do so. After all, the Supreme God was just a rule illusion and didn't care about that. Then, this Supreme God is too lackluster, right? Lori muttered. Cut. This group of sand sculptures is inherently inhuman. Venus said, disgruntled. Okay, you guys, stop complaining. Can't you see that where we are has been separated? Su Xiaokun sensed this surrounding. Not bad. Just as the Supreme God realm was taking shape, the Water God realm, surprisingly, was divided, split right in half, and where Su Xiaokun and the others were, not far away, a long river of turbulence had unexpectedly appeared. Clearly, Su Xiaokun now represented a separate camp. This Supreme God, he's so damn good at this, Venus said as she sensed it. It's amazing that we have 12 long rivers of turbulent fields here, obviously surrounded by other forces. Although Su Xiaokun was surrounded, the place was also as big as several provinces. Incoming, Chu Qingyi said indifferently. Then just as Chu Qingyi had finished speaking, a beautiful woman's figure appeared in front of Su Xiaokun. I wasn't late, was I? Senior. Su Xiaokun's eyes lit up. Just right. Whoa, old lady, you're really here. Venus, like an unweaned child, went straight for Ina with a hug. Ina also stroked Venus' head lovingly, then said, Senior brother, did you, by any chance, not get the Master of All Things position? After all, Ina wasn't particularly aware of Su Xiaokun's situation right now, and Su Xiaokun smiled. Really can't keep anything from you. My own body, on its way in. By the way, is Belair here yet? Ina asked. Su Xiaokun shook his head. I didn't inform him. Grass. This Belair, to live in the world until she dies. Ina cursed. Little Ina. You're having fun scolding me. A teenager with a blade of grass he picked up somewhere in his mouth. Watching Ina give a blank stare. Can I not come to something this big? Just circled a couple of stupid dogs. Or I would have been here earlier. Bilar looked at Ina. Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned. What brings you here? Ha ha, boss. Just kidding. The entire secular world, now, has been fused successfully. Although it's still not up to the Supreme God realm, it's still 7 or 8% of what it looks like. And, this time, I was forcibly thrown into this place by the Most High God, Belair said. It's still haunted by the thought of what just happened. The Most High God? Su Xiaokun looked at Belair incredulously. Yes, at first I wondered how it didn't just kill me, but I'll know when I get here. In our world, the Supreme God didn't go all out to wipe me out. If it obliterates me, then it will cease to exist, Belair explained. Su Xiaokun nodded. My world, it seems, has become exclusive, not under the jurisdiction of the Most High God. This matter was a good thing for Su Xiaokun. That way no one can hurt his friends and family. Belair glanced at Su Xiaokun. Good thing that almost all of the masters have now been thrown into the middle of this Godslayer battlefield. In the outside world, that ancient god is an invincible existence. Su Xiaokun nodded. And, in our world, there are already ascension channels. There are also many outsiders who have ascended to our world. This was somewhat puzzling to Su Xiaokun. After all, ascension from other worlds should go to several major god realms. Ascending to his own world. I'm afraid, there's someone pushing for all of this. However, Su Xiaokun didn't say anything to the crowd. Although there were no buildings in Su Xiaokun's camp right now, but with the strength of these people, tall buildings and halls would rise up in minutes. And in one of the largest halls, Su Xiaokun sat at the top. The rest sat down. Look at Su Xiaokun. Senior brother. What do you think we should do next? Isn't it time to be proactive? After all, we belong to an encirclement now, and all the forces are eyeing us. And the Godslayer battlefield out there has long since lost the rules of the past. It's even more united now, Ina said. Su Xiaokun thought about it. I'm guessing that it's the Supreme God, who has issued a new mission. And that mission, I suppose, is to exterminate us. The crowd frowned. This Supreme God is a little too shameless, isn't it? Belair cursed. Just as a few people were saying one thing to each other, the two main doppelgangers flew in. One is of Venus and the other is of Su Xiaokun's own body. Just as the two fused into their bodies, Su Xiaokun's aura surged. It immediately overshadowed the auras of all the masters below. And the people below also involuntarily knelt down towards Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun then hurriedly withdrew his chi. A slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. 5 doppelgangers flew out of his body at once. And the strength of these doppelgangers were all at the half-step God King realm. Only the being becomes the master. Su Xiaokun, however, now had a bold idea. Belair, on the other hand, looked at Su Xiaokun's 5 doppelgangers and took the lead. Boss, boss, the rest of your 5 great doppelgangers, all became masters. What will become of it? The crowd sucked in their breath when they heard Belair's words. 6 dwellings in one. It's scary to think about. One must know that the strongest ones so far were only 2 master splitters. 6 lords in one is still truly appalling. Su Xiaokun arched his eyebrows, glanced at Belair. You kid, you always guess what I'm thinking. And Luo Li and Chu Qingyi walked out. Hubby, I'm willing to give you the Dominion seat. The 2 men had immense determination in their eyes. And right after someone takes the lead, the remaining few, too, catered. Belair in particular screamed the loudest. Boss, I'm up for it. And there are exactly 5 of them down there, with 5 dominant positions. Though Venus was a little hesitant, she saw her mother step up to the plate. Venus yawned as well. Hey, I'd love to. Although Venus was lethargic, she didn't see any flinching. Chapter 190 Night Attack on the Water God. Su Xiaokun looked at the crowd, and for his own sake, he was even willing to give up the master position. The heart was also touched, but said, all right, sit down, all of you. There are still many more masters in this Godslayer battlefield. Don't need you guys yet. The crowd's eyes lit up. While it lasts, they haven't come together as a group yet. We can hunt in secret. More than that, I dare not say. I reckon, before they unite, we should be able to handle 2 or 3 juggernauts. Su Xiaokun said analytically. The crowd also suddenly realized that Su Xiaokun was playing this calculation, and the crowd was all over the place. But, Ina said after a moment's thought, just be afraid. The Supreme God will oversee us and not let us kill the Lord. No, Su Xiaokun said with certainty, the current Supreme God doesn't dare to do that yet, though I don't know what constraints are behind them. But personally, not for a while. Otherwise, How could I have had any respite back then? Beryl and the others nodded. But even if they don't strike directly, then a little backstabbing. It's not something we can fight against either. I mean if you, senior brother, have achieved mastery in all 6 bodies. Still, if there's no supreme god strong, then we could really lose all of us. Su Xiaokun thought about it and said, "It's okay. I've got a retreat for you guys." The crowd dropped their hearts when they heard there was a way back. There began to be a flurry of reckoning about which juggernaut to start with first. How about, I'll see about starting with the water god. He's got a juggernaut seat, too. If my guess is correct, it should be the law of death, one of the laws of the super gods, also known as the death juggernaut, Belair said. After all, it looks like Belair has been hiding from her enemies in the world. In fact, Belair was even investigating a lot of things in secret. Death Master? Su Xiaokun thought for a moment. Is it that trash who only dared to hide behind and watch the battle back then? Nice, Belair said. This OS is hiding deep enough. Su Xiaokun exclaimed. Then let's take him first. Anyway, his son proper is dead by my hand. Let them reunite and reunite. The crowd also nodded. This time, do we just go all out and take it down straight away? Or how do we get it? Venus looked at Su Xiaokun with an excited face. Killing a master. That's something you can't even think about. Although there were strengths and weaknesses of the masters, but that could all have balanced constraints. Now that Su Xiaokun is taking the lead, then what the hell about the bull ***** balance constraints? As long as you get the other party dead, in refining the sovereign bit, wouldn't the world be balanced just the same? You guys stay in position for now. This time, I'll just go with Ali and Chang'e. After all, Spirit is still in the outside world. The crowd was a bit uneasy, but they didn't dare to disobey Su Xiaokun's order. Luoli, on the other hand, was all excited and ready to do battle. You know she's been holding back for a long time. On the other hand, Chu Qingyi looked at Su Xiaokun, her eyes filled with gratitude. In that case, we'll set out after dark. You guys let me know first thing. I'll leave all the bilocations behind and only send out the main body. Su Xiaokun gave an explanation and then led the 2 women out of the hall. After all, to go to the land of the water god, one needed to take stock of the situation as well. The reason for bringing Chu Qingyi with him was because Chu Qingyi could manipulate the 2 sovereign stone men. Then it would be the equivalent of sending out a full 5 masters on their own this time. As for Luoli, she was the Time Lord, and as long as she could control the Death Lord for an instant, then Su Xiaokun was sure to kill him. Deep night, Su Xiaokun took the 2 women and secretly set off again towards the water god realm, and just got to the river of turbulence. Su Xiaokun frowned. I didn't realize that the other party was quite careful. Surprisingly, even the entrance is arranged with God King level guards. However, Luoli directly waved her palm. Time suddenly stood still in the entire space, and Su Xiaokun, the 3 of them, just walked in with a big grin. When out of the river of turbulence, Luoli once again froze several guards in place, and just as a few people approached, the water god's voice suddenly rang out. Oh, friend, since you've appeared, don't be so underhanded. As a juggernaut, isn't being so careful a little, well, sorry for the juggernaut's name? The water god, who was covered in black aura, stood in mid-air. It was night, but to God it was no different than day. The 3 great masters coming to visit the water god's camp really look up to me. The water god, who was incarnated as the Death Lord, indifferently looked at Su Xiaokun and the others. His eyes slightly froze when he saw Su Xiaokun. I didn't realize that you were even a juggernaut. I said, why aren't you afraid of me, and killed my son's original body. Su Xiaokun hadn't wanted to hide, only that he didn't want to scare the snakes. Still, it was discovered by the Death Lord. I take it you're not here as guests? The Death Lord scanned the 3. What the are you wasting your breath for? Old lady, just came to take your dog's life. Luoli cursed and looked at the Death Lord. Don't tell me, it's the look of a man who needs to be beaten. It reeks of disgust. Haha, very good. The Death Lord smiled faintly. If I had known that you would take me on, how could I have been unprepared? Everybody out. As the Death Lord's voice fell, 3 more figures appeared around him at once. Su Xiaokun frowned. Lord of Life? Only to see a stunningly beautiful woman with bare feet, standing in mid-air, looking down at Su Xiaokun. Everything, long time no see. Obviously this everything, is the name that Su Xiaokun used to have? Are you sure you want to be on the side of the Death Lord? Su Xiaokun looked at the Life Lord with cold eyes. It was important to realize that the Life Master could have always been a neutral master, did not choose to join either camp. I wonder how this Death Lord was able to pull in the Life Lord. The remaining 2 masters looked at Su Xiaokun. There was excitement in his eyes. One must know that Su Xiaokun was once known as the #1 person in the divine realm. No one can match it. Now it was on the opposite side of Su Xiaokun. How could he not be excited? Who are you two? Again? Su Xiaokun coldly looked at the remaining two great masters. Oh, Lord of all things, I am the Lord of Light, said. 8 feathered wings suddenly appeared behind him, much like the Western Lord God, and the other said, I am the Dark Lord. The words were few, but in his eyes was that hot battle intent. Another Western Lord God. Su Xiaokun also didn't expect that this Death Lord could actually shake to the Western God position. Chapter 191. Death Lord, what a great face. Luoli looked disdainfully at the 4 masters in front of her, and Chu Qingyi was ready to fight at any time. At that moment, the Death Lord spoke. Gentlemen, this is not the place to fight. Please also follow me. Luoli frowned and grunted coldly. What? Can't spare those shrimp soldiers of yours? Originally coming here to do battle, Luoli wasn't going to spoil the Death Lord. To the bottom was a palm wave. At once, the strong power of the sovereign, like a raging wave, directly leveled the ground below, and the 100,000 or so men that the Death Juggernaut brought with him. Instantly, they all turned into blood mist under this terrifying force. Even the dozen or so Divine King Realm powerhouses among them were exterminated to the point that there was not even a dregs left. Alright, there's no need to worry now. Luoli glanced at the Death Lord. You! The Death Lord looked at Luoli with violent fury, his eyes almost spewing out fire. "The!" yelled, "You wicked woman!" Seeing that the Death Lord was about to make a move, Su Xiaokun directly blocked in front of him and said with a mocking gaze, "Your opponent is me." Su Xiaokun looked at the Death Lord with cold eyes. The laws of everything within his body exploded violently. This force of law was like a brilliant starlight, directly shaking the Death Lord back a few steps. The Death Lord's eyes froze as he muttered, "I didn't expect this law of everything to be so strong." And right at this moment, Su Xiaokun gave the 2 women a voice transmission. "Xing-yi, release the Juggernaut Stone Man and go intercept the Life Juggernaut. I believe that the Life Master, even if she is in the Death Master's camp, she won't take it lightly." Chu Qingyi nodded silently and responded, "Okay, I understand." Turning to the Lord of Life, he said, "Please, the Life Master." 2 nodded and followed Chu Qingyi to the side. And when Chu Qingyi saw how cooperative the Life Master was, he directly summoned 2 Master Stone Men. "Let them play with you first. Go!" As Chu Qingyi said that, he controlled these 2 stone people and attacked towards the Life Lord. And the Lord of Life, for a moment, was indeed all defense and no offense. And Luoli directly chose to confront the Dark Lord, instantly pulling the battlefield apart. Chu Qingyi, on the other hand, chose, and the Bright Lord joined the fray. Su Xiaokun looked at the Death Lord with disdain in his eyes. Said the man, "If this is your bottom card, then you can go to hell." The Death Lord's brows furrowed as he drank. Surprisingly, it's someone from the Chu clan. Su Xiaokun, you're hiding it so well. The Death Lord, who had thought that he was winning, also had to face up to the battle at this moment. After all, the battle was unfavorable to his side. The fact that the Life Master could come to the Death Master's camp was entirely because she owed the Death Master a favor, only said to help hold one down. But now, in terms of numbers, on his side, he was kind of down, and the Death Lord didn't believe that he could decapitate Su Xiaokun. Still, the mouth said, "In that case, let's settle the old and new scores together today. Avenge the murder of your son." "Not together." Su Xiaokun smiled faintly and directly took out the sovereign divine artifact that Venus had given him. In a loud voice, he said, "I'd like to see how much skill you have." After all, Su Xiaokun had just become a master and hadn't had time to cultivate his weapons. After all, cultivating a sovereign divine artifact would take at least 10,000 years. The Death Sovereign, looking at the sovereign divine artifact in Su Xiaokun's hand, a hint of an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, openly and wildly. "Ha ha, Su Xiaokun, today you will surely die. Your dominant position, it will be my bag in the end." Just as he finished speaking, he saw the Death Lord, surrounded by a dense aura of death. It was as if the terrifying aura came from the 9 sepulchral abyss. Then a pitch-black scythe appeared in his hand. As soon as this scythe appeared, the entire space started to collapse a little bit. It was as if it couldn't bear the power of this evil supreme artifact. As soon as the Death Juggernaut's weapon was brought out, whether it was the light, or the darkness and the Life Lord, they were all confused. The Light Lord exclaimed, "How is this possible? A supreme divine artifact." The Dark Lord also murmured, "The Death Lord actually has this kind of treasure." The Life Lord, on the other hand, was silent with a frown on his face. "A supreme divine weapon. That's a weapon that only a supreme god can forge." Su Xiaokun's brows tightened and he said in a deep voice, "As expected, I knew that this supreme god, won't let me off that easy. So what if it's a supreme artifact? Looking at you, you shouldn't have completely refined it yet. So what?" The Death Lord smiled faintly. "Enough killing you. said the Death Lord figure violently killed towards Su Xiaokun, the aura of death, under the augmentation of the supreme divine artifact, unexpectedly climbed directly to its peak. It had even surpassed the aura of a peak sovereign. Death scythe, the Death Lord bellowed, only the scythe in his hand, violently cutting through the void. A black light sped out like lightning. That strong barrier of the supreme divine realm was actually like paper under the swing of the death scythe. Unbearable and instantly ripped apart, and Su Xiaokun's body violently exploded back, drawing a long trajectory in the void. At that very moment, Su Xiaokun's chest, surprisingly, a deep wound was cut out by the death scythe. On top of that wound, it was surprisingly glowing with a thick deathly aura that was constantly eroding his body. Su Xiaokun gritted his teeth and said, even if that's the case, you don't want to have your way. Even if Su Xiaokun, who had strong recovery power, even with the resurrection bead's boost, neither can heal the wound. Supreme divine artifact, it truly lives up to its name. Su Xiaokun stared tightly at the Death Lord without the slightest bit of fear in his gaze. The Death Lord, holding a scythe, looked down at Su Xiaokun and mocked. Did you ever think this day would come? Back then, I could only secretly watch the battle. I didn't think that there would be a day when I would be able to defeat you, right? The Death Lord laughed madly, his laughter echoing through this void. It was filled with endless mockery and smugness. Su Xiaokun's eyes gradually took on a hint of playfulness and said, do you seem to be very confident? Che, by this time, you still don't forget to act like a pussy. The Death Lord looked at Su Xiaokun with disdain in his eyes. Then the mouth murmured, let you know no. The law of death. Why, it's a super god level law. Death spreads. As the Death Lord's voice fell, that pitch black, incomparable death aura suddenly skyrocketed, like a raging black wave that, in all directions it began to spread. Everywhere it goes, it turns black. All life was swallowed up by this terrifying aura of death, and the space was dyed black with this deathly aura. It was as if the whole world was plunged into endless darkness. Chapter 192, The Fall of Two Great Masters. Su Xiaokun's gaze condensed, his hands quickly formed seals, and he mouthed the words. I only saw a light golden glow rise up around me, forming a shield that, trying to block the ever-approaching aura of death. However, the erosive power of the chi of death was extremely powerful. The pale golden light was in contact with the aura of death the moment it came into contact with the aura of death. The light gradually dimmed with the sound of ZZ. Su Xiaokun's brows furrowed as he shouted, the power of all things, break for me. A powerful force erupted from his body. The gradually approaching aura of death was temporarily forced back by a few points. Seeing this, the Death Lord snorted coldly, dying struggle. Then waving the death scythe in his hand, a black light shot out from the scythe. Straight towards Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun's figure flickered, avoiding the fatal blow, but the black light struck the space behind him. A huge void crack was instantly created, and a powerful suction force came from it. Su Xiaokun, suffer death. The Death Lord swung his scythe once again, and countless black streams of air transformed into sharp blades. It shot towards Su Xiaokun in an all-encompassing manner. Su Xiaokun's hands danced and manipulated the energy around him, forming a huge vortex. As soon as those black sharp blades entered the vortex, they were churned to pieces by the powerful force. Humph, a bit of skill, worthy of being the master of all things. The Death Lord's eyes flashed as he folded his hands together and mouthed the words. That death chi instantly condensed into a huge black demonic claw and grabbed towards Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun took a deep breath as the power in his body surged out in a steady stream. At the same time, a dazzling light shone from his body, and that light directly wrapped around the sovereign divine artifact. Watch me cut off your demon claws. Su Xiaokun flew up and waved his sovereign divine weapon. It collided with that huge black demonic claw. For a time, light and darkness were intertwined, and the entire space trembled with the impact of the powerful energy. Bang! With a loud bang, the sovereign divine artifact and the black demonic claws froze against each other, bursting out countless sparks. The Death Lord's face was grim as he increased his power output. That black demonic claw gradually gained the upper hand, suppressing the sovereign divine artifact. Su Xiaokun clenched his teeth, his forehead veins rippling, and roared, "Drive for me!" Suddenly, the power within his body erupted once again, and the sovereign divine artifact shone brightly for a split second. The black demon claws were instantly cut off. The death juggernaut suffered a backlash and took a few steps backward. *******. The Death Lord stabilized his stance, his eyes revealing a hint of madness. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Raising the death scythe once more, he mouthed a complex incantation. The death chi of the entire space was madly converging towards the Death Lord. The light on the death scythe grew darker and deeper. Su Xiaokun felt an unprecedented pressure and looked at the Death Lord with cold eyes. Come on, Let's see which one of us dies first today. The light on Su Xiaokun's body also became more brilliant. It was as if they were going to fight this endless darkness to the end. The death juggernaut wielded the death scythe filled with terrifying power and slashed down towards Su Xiaokun. Without flinching, Su Xiaokun raised his sovereign divine weapon to meet him. Boom! With an earth-shattering roar, the collision of light and darkness triggered a huge energy storm. The surrounding space instantly shattered, creating a chaos. Both Su Xiaokun and the Death Lord were shaken out by this powerful force. Su Xiaokun's body tumbled in the air a few times before he could barely stabilize himself. A trace of blood also spilled out from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were filled with crazy fighting spirit. The Death Lord wasn't doing well either. His face was a bit pale and his breath was disorganized. Su Xiaokun, today it's either you die or I die. The Death Juggernaut charged again. Su Xiaokun wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth and laughed. Then let's see who can have the last laugh. The two were locked in a fierce battle again. It was as if this void had become a life and death duel arena for them, and every collision shook the entire world. Luoli and Chu Qingyi looked at Su Xiaokun's battle. Worry also radiated from his eyes. Husband, go for it, the two women murmured in their minds, and the Dark Lord and the Light Lord watched as the two women were distracted. A strong force instantly erupted, directly shaking the two women out. Fighting us and still dare to be distracted? The Dark Lord looked at Luoli with disdain. Vile! Luoli cursed. Then a mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth, and Chu Qingyi is also, with a mouthful of blood spurting out. The eyes were dead set on the Light Lord. It seems that he must be dealt with as soon as possible. The two women nodded at each other from a great distance. The two laws' auras then erupted violently. Time remodeling, yin and yang reversal. Both of them chortled at the same time, only to see that the yin and yang matched the time, and actually started to really go backwards. The two super god-level laws melted into one at this moment, and the figures of the Lord of Light and the Lord of Darkness. Surprisingly, I started to regress to a minute ago without control. You know, that's a minute that's enough to change the tide of battle. Time cage. Luoli let out a low gulp. The palm of his hand instantly cut through the void. Directly a cage made of light directly enveloped the two great masters. Honey, the two women bellowed. And Su Xiaokun's early divine sense had long been locked onto the two women's bodies. When the call is heard, the figure violently disappeared in front of the Death Lord. Holding up the radiantly emitting sovereign divine artifact, he slashed towards the two sovereigns of darkness and light. All is silent. Su Xiaokun let out a low gulp from his mouth. The blade slashed above the two men's heads with it. There was a crunch straight away. And the Lord of Light and the Lord of Darkness, it was as if they had been foolishly. There were still Su Xiaokun's attacks falling. With the unleashing of the silence of all things, the bodies of the two great masters unexpectedly began to rapidly age. From a middle-aged man, he instantly turned into the look of old age, and the master artifact in that hand, while the two great masters were aging. Surprisingly, the heads of the two men were chopped off hard. You're despicable. The Death Lord, looking at the two great lords who were about to fall, had red eyes. How could they not expect that Su Xiaokun's center of gravity would be on them? And even if he wanted to rescue him, it would certainly be too late. One could only humanly let Su Xiaokun behead the two. With the fall of their heads, the Light Sovereign and the Dark Sovereign completely fell. The two major dominant bits, too, floated in the air. Su Xiaokun was quick on his feet and directly pocketed the juggernaut position. Don't you dare! That's mine! The Death Lord bellowed. The body rushed towards Su Xiaokun, and Luoli and Chu Qingyi were also breathing heavily. It was obvious that the skills released just now had consumed quite a lot. Honey, watch out! Seeing the Death Lord appear, Luoli directly blocked in front of Su Xiaokun. Chapter 193, Luoli falls. And Su Xiaokun now, it was simply too late to react. Only the scythe of death was seen violently slashing through the void. The huge shadow of the scythe slashed down towards the resisting Luoli, and Luoli's body violently erupted with an intense light. Time remodeling. One must know that casting time remodeling, that consumption was enormous. After casting it a second time, even Luoli was at the end of her strength. Ally! Su Xiaokun hissed as he looked at Luoli, who was blocking his way. Redness in his eyes was unmistakable. No! No! Su Xiaokun desperately tried to fend off the death scythe, but it's still a step too slow. This death god scythe, which directly penetrated through time remodeling, instantly slashed at Luoli's chest. With the stroke of the death scythe, Luoli's chest directly penetrated. Ally! Chu Qingyi's body trembled. Even she couldn't come in time to help fend it off. Puff! Luoli's mouthful of blood spurted out, and the blood was surprisingly laced with a strong scent of death. At first glance, it looks like it's been eroded, and Luoli's body, too, fell downward with it. Su Xiaokun now also came to Luoli's body and directly hugged Luoli. The old husband. Told you I would protect you. I did it. Luoli looked at Su Xiaokun extremely weakly. The pupils also began to slowly lax. No, Ali, don't you say anything. I will save you. Ahem. Another mouthful of blood gushed out, while blood kept gushing out from the bone-searing wound on Luoli's chest. A white dress, too, was dyed red with blood at this moment. Old husband, I know I can't. So, you must live. I don't think I ever told you that. I love you. At the very end of the sentence, Luoli's pupils were already lax, and the Time Lord bit, surprisingly, was slowly flying out of Luoli's body. Su Xiaokun's eyes were crimson at this moment, and that hair was also turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Qingyi's eyes were incomparably angry. That head of green silk and white silk began to change back and forth, and the entangled Life Lord, seeing this scene, sighed. No, I won't let you die. Su Xiaokun, who had fallen into madness, violently erupted that strong force of all things within his body, instantly sealing Luoli's mastery bit within her body. Do it all. Su Xiaokun put away Luoli's corpse, gently patting Chu Qingyi to back off. Chu Qingyi's eyes contained anger, but he still took a step backward. It directly killed the Life Lord. The Lord of Life also shook his head, and Ben struggled to fend off the two great Lords of Stone. Now it was time to fend off Chu Qingyi, obviously a little out of his depth. Me want you die. Su Xiaokun gritted his teeth and said word by word. Instead, the Death Lord looked at Su Xiaokun with disdain. Just you? Su Xiaokun's eyes seemed to be filled with fire. With every step, a piece of space collapsed. That strength was actually comparable to the Death Lord who possessed a supreme divine artifact, and the Death Lord frowned. When 3 steps are taken, the space beneath Su Xiaokun exploded violently. The spatial turbulence inside crazily tore apart Su Xiaokun's body. In an instant, blood spilled from the skin in silky streams. A palm was then stretched out, directly penetrating through space. Old buddy, are you there? Su Xiaokun's long, blood-red hair flowed. The hoarse voice pierced through the void at this moment, and in the void of the distant past, it was as if a timeline had been traveled. Surprisingly, he gave Su Xiaokun a response. Lord, only a rusty stick was actually erected in the middle of ancient space and time. It's like a coiled dragon stick, but it wasn't. Upon sensing Su Xiaokun's call, the stick actually trembled. Straight through time, it flew towards Su Xiaokun's hand, and Su Xiaokun's hand in the void, violently clenched. The stick was pulled out at once. At the same time the stick appeared. That space is starting to collapse. That day the moon began to run out of light. Then time stopped too. As for the Death Lord, his body was unexpectedly unable to move. Of course, only the mouth and eyes still move. Terrified, he looked at the stick in Su Xiaokun's hand. Supreme artifact, Death Lord. Cold sweat ran straight down his face. No, you're not a supreme artifact. The supreme artifact doesn't have that much power. What the hell is this? The Death Lord couldn't stop trembling, and if he hadn't been frozen in time, I'm sure they're all pissing themselves right now. Su Xiaokun looked at the stick in his hand. The eyes were filled with familiarity. Back then, it was because of this stick that the Supreme God was threatened. Before being insidiously obliterated by the Supreme God, the young figure of Su Xiaokun, who was holding the stick, also began to slowly age at this moment. In no time at all, it was like an old man. Your ability to devour life is still so strong, Su Xiaokun said indifferently, not caring in the slightest about his nearly dried up life force. He then turned his head to look at Chu Qingyi. Xingyi, go back. My essence is about to fall, Su Xiaokun said flatly, and the Chu Qingyi in stasis suddenly moved. Honey, listen, I still have altars, and they are me. Su Xiaokun sat down seriously. A passageway was directly opened and Chu Qingyi was thrown in. Watching Chu Qingyi's departure, Su Xiaokun hung a sinister smile. One thing, return. A low gulp escaped his mouth. Instantly raised the stick in his hand, toward the death guard, and it slammed, and the death juggernaut couldn't dodge it at all. Horrified eyes, hissing under his breath. No, I was wrong. Spare me. I will never dare to be your enemy again. The hissing of incompetence. With the fall of the stick, there was no flashy burst of energy. Instead, it fell flat. The body of the Death Lord, on the other hand, unexpectedly began to turn into bits of starlight. And aside, the Lord of Life, the vitality in the body was also quickly drained away. It directly surged into Su Xiaokun's body. The Life Lord looked at Su Xiaokun unwillingly. No words came out of his mouth. She brought this on herself. But a look of, relief was on his face. With life taken away, the Life Lord's body also gradually turned into debris. 2 master bits, floating in mid-air. And Su Xiaokun's body, too, is being devoured by this weapon. the body also gradually began to become transparent, and the weapon fell with it, plugged right into the ground. And those two dominant bits, at that moment, were also being used by this inconspicuous stick, absorbed in the body. As the light of the stick tightened, once again, it's just a plain old iron bar. This battle was won badly. Chapter 194, Su Xiaokun's main body will fall soon. And after the Great War, Chu Qingyi stepped out from within the spacetime tunnel that Su Xiaokun had opened. There was sadness in his eyes. The crowd was seeing Chu Qingyi's appearance. There was a flurry of walk-ups. Was going to go up and ask about it. But seeing Chu Qingyi's sad expression, no one spoke for a while. Instead, Su Xiaokun's doppelganger walked out of the Great Hall and looked at Chu Qingyi. Sing-yi. Chu Qingyi froze a little when she saw Su Xiaokun's doppelganger. He then hugged Su Xiaokun. Those tears kept slipping from their eyes as well. Husband, is it true that Ali has fallen? Su Xiaokun was also silent, with a sad look on his face, a slow sigh. I'm not sure. After all, in the end, Su Xiaokun's main body sealed Luo Li's mastery bit within his body, but it is hidden in the space of the body, and Su Xiaokun couldn't mobilize the space of his body at all right now, except of course the instance can be resurrected. Otherwise, even Su Xiaokun's doppelganger couldn't do anything about it. The crowd heard Su Xiaokun's words. All knew how tough this fight was going to be. Sifu. Aina came forward and looked at Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun sighed once more, a face of dishevelment and vicissitude. The vitality absorbed by the main body, along with the doppelganger, looked much older. It looks just like an older man in his 40s. You should know that Su Xiaokun used to be but only looked around 20 years old. Boss, what the hell is going on? Bilar clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh and blood slid down his fists. He could feel Su Xiaokun's sadness that came from the bottom of his heart. Then Su Xiaokun told the crowd what had happened. The crowd was confused. This Death Lord, what makes him able to mobilize the Life Lord? This Life Lord, isn't it neutral? Aina said indignantly. And this damn Supreme God. Surprisingly, he gave the Death Lord a supreme divine artifact. I think Venus stopped in mid-sentence. The current situation is very unfriendly to us. Aina analyzed. We lost a lot in this battle. Although we won, we lost 2 major masters, and the master position, and we didn't get any of it. The same as, all of a sudden, 6 master positions disappeared. Currently, on our side, there are only 4 masters left. Me, Venus, Bilar, and Chu Qingyi. Unless it's a sneak attack on the rest of the masters, we don't have any chances to speak of. Aina looked at Su Xiaokun. And how could Su Xiaokun not know that the current situation, it's just that one's own body is alive or dead, and there's no way to get in touch with it. For the time being, let's compare fronts for a while. I will still continue to try to practice lineage my own body. Su Xiaokun said in a deep voice. Especially you. Be honest with me lately. Su Xiaokun looked to Bilar. He knew that this kid, Bilar, would definitely sneak in and avenge himself, or seek out other juggernauts and take away their juggernaut position. Bilar clenched her fist in death. And after hearing Su Xiaokun's words, that fist was clenched even tighter. But then it sighed and unclenched its clenched fists. Boss, I got it. Su Xiaokun nodded. Now you deploy your defenses. In case of a sneak attack, this matter, I believe that it won't take long for it to spread throughout the entire Godslayer battlefield. The crowd nodded. After all, with the presence of the Supreme God, this news had already been distributed to the major powers. Instead, Vulcan was sitting in his main seat, slightly lost in thought. A few large golden letters floated in front of him. I didn't expect that this brother Su is actually a lord. Then he shook his head and looked at the floating juggernaut bit in his hand, and directly a drop of essence blood flew up and began to refine it. And the forces of the water god. 2 transparent figures appeared in front of the rusty stick. That back to basics aura was just like an ordinary person. The faces looked at each other without expression. Just got on it and was about to pick up the stick. Instead, he was shaken out of his hand by a ray of light. One of them frowned. It seems like we must wait until all of his doppelgangers are dead before we can take it. The 2 figures then dissipated in front of the stick, and after Su Xiaokun dispersed the crowd, started a retreat on his own. For half a month in a row, Su Xiaokun was trying to contact the main body. It was hard to produce a trace of connection, but feeling the extremely weak breath of life in the main body, it's like a little flame that shakes. It was as if it would go out at any moment. The doppelganger wouldn't dare try to wake up. As for Chu Qingyi, she just quietly stood guard outside Su Xiaokun's door. Emoji mute. Boss. Bilar's voice suddenly appeared in the silent room. Chu Qingyi looked at Bilar with a frown and stopped him. He hasn't come out of seclusion yet. Just wait. Chu Qingyi's voice was a bit icy, and Bilar was also startled by Chu Qingyi's icy coldness. He then nodded and sat quietly, waiting quietly for Su Xiaokun to come out of the gate. And at the sound of Belaire's voice, Su Xiaokun stepped out of the room. Look at the two men. What is it? Su Xiaokun said as he looked at Belaire. Boss, is there any contact from the main body yet? Su Xiaokun nodded. Contacted. But can we survive 3 days? It's still an unknown. Su Xiaokun said truthfully. The two men lit up, but when they heard the words that followed, they all froze in place. The only one who seemed to have something to say was Belaire. Hubby, did this body? Well, Su Xiaokun looked at Chu Qingyi and said, the life breath of this body is now as a small flame. The slightest breeze can fall at any time. Su Xiaokun didn't hide anything. So, can you control the body and take out the master position? Luo Li looked at Su Xiaokun. No. I tried to contact the main body just now, but that flame of life, almost went out when the essence sensed my presence. Even I wouldn't dare to make contact now. And aside, Belaire thought for a moment and said, I have something to say. I don't know if I should say it or not. Chu Qingyi heard it. Say, what time is it? If you know something, say it quickly. Belaire nodded. Actually, boss, you can summon Little Fong over. Su Xiaokun glanced at Belaire. We're in the middle of a battlefield, and I can't contact the outside world, but I have a way. I have a bilocation that happens to be in the outside world that I can contact. Belaire said. Actually, you're a method I've thought about. However, you should know that Xiao Fong is the world tree, and she is unable to enter the middle of the battlefield. Chapter 195, The Great Summoning Technique. This, I know. She has the rules that prevent her from coming in, but it will allow her to root the rhizome deeper. It's difficult, but not impossible to do. Belaire said analytically. You mean with the Great Summoning? Su Xiaokun brought a hint of color in his eyes. If this really worked, Fong's rhizome could connect to that stick. It would be possible to channel a constant flow of life force. You know, Xiao Fong, but she has the ability to extract the life force of other worlds to use it for herself, or others use it. However, that cost was extremely large, especially since Su Xiaokun's main body was still a powerful existence amongst the masters. It was estimated that it would take at least 1 continent or 2 continents to extract all the life force. If that happens, there will be no living thing on the extracted continent. Of course, a continent equals a world. It was absolutely inhumane. Belaire looked at Su Xiaokun with some uncertainty and said, Boss, I just contacted Fong. She has roots that have connected to the water god realm and the fire god realm. At your command, she extracts the life essence of both worlds. I think these 2 essences of the divine realm should help your essence to die. Once Chu Qingyi heard that Su Xiaokun's main body could be resurrected, there was an extra trace of color in his eyes. That's it. Chu Qingyi directly clapped. She doesn't give a about anyone else right now. One must know that in this world of cultivation, it was meant to be the strongest. The weak feed on the weak. Su Xiaokun frowned. But this great summoning technique requires at least 5 masters to cast it at the same time. It is only then that the root of the world tree can be summoned. And we only have 4 masters at the moment. Su Xiaokun analyzed. And, once the great summoning technique is used, it cannot be aborted. Otherwise, once it's interrupted by the outside world, then to the 5 masters, the damage will be immense. There may be a risk of falling. After all, Su Xiaokun had already lost Luo Li and no longer wanted to lose Chu Qingyi. Chu Qingyi also knew Su Xiaokun's worries. Hubby, don't worry, I'll be fine. Now, the first task is to think how to find a master in. Just as a few people were studying it, Aina appeared in front of Su Xiaokun with a person. And when this person just saw Su Xiaokun, he directly hugged him. Su Xiaokun also gently stroked the visitor. Spirit, Daddy. Su Ling looked at the pale Su Xiaokun, tears sliding in her eyes. Daddy, I know all about it. Lin Yang, will she ever come back to life? Su Ling looked at Su Xiaokun with tears in her eyes and then looked at her mother. That, I don't know. When Su Xiaokun heard Luo Li's name, a stabbing pain went through his heart. Su Ling suddenly said after a long silence, Father, let me try this 5th one. Su Ling left Su Xiaokun's embrace. You? Su Ling nodded. Then within his body, a strong aura violently erupted. That aura wasn't in the least bit inferior to that of a sovereign. Juggernaut? Su Xiaokun looked at Su Ling in surprise. Su Ling shook her head. I'm not a juggernaut yet and haven't found my target. But hasn't Father forgotten that all of my split cultivation levels can be stacked? When I injected the energy of all my bilocations into my main body, my cultivation level was just enough to rival that of a master. Su Ling explained. Only then did Su Xiaokun come to a realization. Still, it's an internal struggle. Then said, no, it's too dangerous. Daddy, honey, boss, senior. Several people looked at Su Xiaokun at the same time and said, we are not afraid of danger. If you won't let us use the great summoning, we, then, can only sacrifice our dominion to you, Ina said. The crowd nodded at the same time. Su Xiaokun looked at the firm gaze of the crowd and took a deep breath. You guys. Su Xiaokun's tough and incomparable character. Surprisingly at this moment tears also rolled in the eyes. Thanks. There weren't too many words, but the gratitude was beyond words. Well, don't even wax lyrical. We should take advantage of the fact that, for the time being, they don't dare to make a move against us. Bring Elder Brother's essence back to life. Otherwise, once we let them launch a general attack, then we'll really have wasted our efforts. At that time, whether it's you or us, it's hard to escape death, Ina said. The crowd nodded along. Yes. Su Xiaokun spat out a word and began to make arrangements. Bilar, use your bilocation to inform Fawn to enter the void. Bilar nodded. Su Xiaokun then drew a formation directly in the air. The intricate patterns made one feel some trembling from the soul at first glance. Give this formation to little Fawn. Let me know when she's done carving, and I will also carve formations on top of the battlefield on the water god side. Yes boss. In this time, Su Xiaokun's disheveledness swept away. Shu Qingyi looked at Su Xiaokun and revealed a pleased smile. That's it, my husband. As each day passes, finally, after half a month, Belair found Su Xiaokun. Boss, Fawn's side is all carved up. Su Xiaokun nodded. He then arranged for the crowd and set off towards the water god battlefield, and at the same time, two transparent silhouettes once again appeared in the sky. Looking at the pace of Su Xiaokun and the others, he then shot out a message from his fingertips and then disappeared, and Su Xiaokun and the others came into the water god battlefield. Also, no one has dared to come to this deep water battlefield so far, Belair said. Su Xiaokun, on the other hand, began to carve formations with the stick as the center. Xing-yi, transmit the power of the sovereign to me. Su Xiaokun's forehead was glistening with beads of sweat. Knowing that this was only less than half of the painting, the divine power in the body was then drained. Shu Qingyi nodded and placed her white jade hand on top of Su Xiaokun's shoulder. After feeling the infusion of energy, Su Xiaokun carved once more. As the phalanx continued to improve, there was a surprisingly terrifying aura emanating from that. When the last stroke is done, Su Xiaokun fiercely said to the 5 people, toward the formation, channel your sovereign power. Remember, always do it. Balance. No one can have too much dominion power and live too little. The crowd nodded in unison. The 5 of them then extended their palms toward the formation and began to infuse it with the power of the sovereign. In an instant, 5 colors of sovereign power converged in the formation, and the inscriptions engraved in the formation were being lit up one by one at this moment. Chapter 196, Vulcan appears. Su Xiaokun frowned as he watched the formation continue to be lit up by the power of the sovereign. Inside, however, there was something indescribable. That's a bad feeling. It certainly wasn't because of the formation. Rather, I'm afraid of being interrupted. Just as Su Xiaokun was thinking, a voice suddenly appeared in the sky. Ha ha, Brother Su, long time no see. Su Xiaokun's brows furrowed into a Chuan character. Vulcan? Ha ha, Brother Su, how come you've aged so much after not seeing him for so many days? The god of fire looked at Su Xiaokun from above. You became a juggernaut? Su Xiaokun looked at the fire god. Ha ha, not bad, or thanks to you. Otherwise, how could the Most High God reward me with a sovereign bit? Su Xiaokun looked at the Vulcan thoughtfully. I see. You actually sold your soul to the Supreme God. You know, to ask for something from the Supreme God, it was either a quest issued by the Supreme God, either that or sell your soul to the Most High God. Obviously, Vulcan was the latter. Oh, so what? Juggernaut. What a massive power. Weren't you once a juggernaut? It's so well hidden. The Vulcan looked at Su Xiaokun with a smile on his face. But, I advise you, stop using the great summoning technique, or don't blame me for thinking of old times. The Vulcan's voice went ice cold. Daddy! Su Ling glanced at Su Xiaokun. He then stretched out his other palm and shot a bolt of energy directly toward the fire god, shooting out a bolt of energy. And Vulcan, with a slight movement of his body, directly dodged it. Right at this moment, due to Su Ling's distraction, the energy released at once was not in balance with everyone else's. That engraved inscription unexpectedly began to gradually recede, and the crowd spurted out a mouthful of blood at that moment. The law backfired. Spirit, keep your mind steady. You don't need to worry about this side, Su Xiaokun hurriedly said, and Linger stabilized her mind, not daring to be distracted again. Ha, Vulcan, just you deserve it? Su Xiaokun mockingly looked at the fire god, not putting him in the slightest bit of mind, but that's just scratching the surface. After all, right now, Su Xiaokun's 5 major detachments only had the strength of a half-step god king. It was simply no match for Vulcan. Brother Su, with the current you can't fight against me. If you know what's good for you, stop it now. They can't even split up to help you right now. Su Xiaokun is also trying to stall as much as possible. However, at the sight of the formation, decadence was evident in his eyes. You know, this great summoning technique. It takes a day to take shape. Su Xiaokun didn't believe that this fire god could blow a day's worth of power with himself. A transformation of the body followed. The earth god split became dominant. Gravity cage. Su Xiaokun directly launched his attack towards the fire god first. The Vulcan's figure froze slightly, letting the gravity cage fall. He didn't even bother to dodge it. Double the gravity. Su Xiaokun let out a low gulp. At that moment, the fire god in the cage, his body was directly pressed down by gravity. Vulcan struggled hard to get up. I can't believe how powerful you are. Vulcan had a surprised look on his face, while Su Xiaokun's brows were furrowed. He didn't believe that his gravity cage was any good. Boring. The Vulcan's aura exploded with a bang, instantly breaking free of the gravity cage. You, of all people, are not amusing. I'm so cooperative with you and you're so serious. The fire god looked at Su Xiaokun with contempt in his eyes. Never mind. It's time to say goodbye after talking to you so much. If there are any last words, you can say them. Though, I wouldn't listen. Saying that, the fire god lightly threw down a fireball towards Su Xiaokun. While Su Xiaokun looked at the fireball, his body was unexpectedly unable to move. It turns out that the difference between an ancient god and a lord is actually so great. Su Xiaokun was instantly bruised. Spirit, lend me your weapon. Su Ling, without any hesitation, directly threw the coiled dragon stick to Su Xiaokun. As for Su Xiaokun, when he received the pan dragon stick, he directly smashed it towards the fireball in the air. With both in contact, Su Xiaokun's hair instantly turned into nothingness, and the skin began to tighten with the burn. The body instantly transformed back into a fire god split. That's only slightly better, but only a little. Then the hair of the fire god doppelganger was also scorched clean. The skin was also crinkled with burns, hurriedly transforming into the water god doppelganger again. But after resisting for a while, it was the same as the previous diversion. Just like that, Su Xiaokun's veins rippled as he frantically resisted the falling fireballs. As the doppelganger continued to transform, the fire god's fireball, too, began to become smaller and smaller, and Vulcan glanced up with an eyebrow. Not bad, to actually receive a casual strike from me with the strength of the ancient god realm. I have nothing to do anyway, so I'll play along. Then the fire god turned toward Su Ling and threw down a fireball. She's your daughter, isn't she? And I'll see how you save it. This was followed by another fireball thrown down towards Chuqingyi. This one is your woman, right? I'll see what you really choose. Su Xiaokun managed to fend off the first fireball with great difficulty, but the sight of his two favorite women was stark red in his eyes. Your ing mean? Su Xiaokun directly released an alter ego and flew towards Su Ling. Split? Let's see how many doppelgangers you have. Saying that, he threw out 3 more fireballs, shooting them towards each of the 3 people in the formation. Vile. The 5 of them cursed angrily at the same time. The Vulcan, however, was very appreciative of the expressions on the faces of those below. Be angry. The angrier you are, the happier I am. Vulcan laughed heartlessly, and Su Xiaokun's 5 doppelgangers escorted the crowd as much as they could. There was a flurry of fending off the falling fireballs, but with only 1 detachment. It was obviously a bit difficult to resist. Just touched the fireball. Su Xiaokun's entire body began to burn, turned into a living, breathing fireman. Honey, Daddy, Senior, Vulcan, Mudblood. Belar cursed at the Vulcan, but they also simply couldn't disperse a bit of their divine power right now, otherwise it will be a lost cause. Turned into a fireman Su Xiaokun, in order to not let the crowd worry, froze without saying a word, and the smell of burning flesh spread through everyone's nose. Vulcan, you shall not die. Belar was almost in a frenzy, and the hearts of the people were angry at the fire god to the extreme. He couldn't wait to eat the Vulcan alive right away. Vulcan looked at the crowd indifferently. You demons, blame the Most High God. It is they who will put you to death, Vulcan said, and Su Xiaokun's flesh was now almost scorched clean. All that was left was a skeleton wrapped around the entrails. Can't even tell it's a person, but still fought to fend off the fireball. It was good that the fireball resisted when Su Xiaokun turned into a skeleton. Husband, Daddy, Boss. Chapter 197, Unsealing the Seal. Su Xiaokun's 5 major detachments had all become skeletons, and that look was extremely creepy, but it was not a fall. Instead, he used his divine mind to send a message to the crowd. Don't worry guys, with me here, no one will be able to stop you. After all, Su Xiaokun's flesh had been scorched clean. The sound is not coming out. Proposed? Ah! Vulcan! I swear! I will eat you alive. The Lar cursed angrily. As for Chu Qingyi and Su Ling, how could they not be in the same mood? The Vulcan, however, was extremely perverted as he looked down at the people below. Ha ha, Brother Su! It's Brother Su! I'll see how you can block it down there. The Vulcan looked at the long delay and immediately shot out 5 spears formed by flames. Powerful. Not something that could be compared to the small fireball from before. Daddy! Honey! The people below were distraught. Instead, the formation was now a third short of starting to take shape. Looking at the flaming spears shooting towards the 5, Su Xiaokun took a deep breath. Instantly all the bilocations crossed their arms, because bones are the hardest part of a person, directly forming 2 layers of bone defense. He instantly rushed up to the flaming spear. Dang! When the spear touched Su Xiaokun's bones, directly chopping off both of Su Xiaokun's arms as much as possible. However, cackling sounds emanated from Su Xiaokun's mouth, as if laughing, because he managed to change the position of the flaming spear. However, the 5 doppelgangers' 10 arms are broken, and with the next attack, it was clear that Su Xiaokun was no longer able to resist. Vulcan frowned. All this and still resisting? This time, I will do my best to represent my respect for you. The Vulcan's face turned grim, mouth's silent recitation, killing reincarnation. Su Xiaokun froze in place. So, you got the slaying master bit. As the Vulcan's voice fell, a huge roulette will appeared in Su Xiaokun's eyes. That huge roulette will exuded a thick aura of blood. The aura of killing was so strong that it even infected the crowd below. The anger in one's heart zoomed out. And just then, Aina bit off her tongue in one direct motion. At once, an essence of life shot out of his mouth. It landed directly in the middle of the formation, and the formation suddenly sped up at this moment. The crowd looked at Aina and instantly laughed as well. One after another, they bit off their tongues and released their native essence into the formation. To know the essence of life, it was an overdraft of life and belonged to the sacrifice of blood. Su Xiaokun watched the crowd defy life and death. A pitch-black aura suddenly appeared in those empty eyes. The 4 great doppelgangers merged into one in the next instant. Then a skyrocketing demonic aura began to climb upward. Thank you all, Su Xiaokun said hoarsely and dryly. That dense demonic aura was actually slowly catching up with the aura of the master. Seal open. My heart goes to the devil. Then a huge shadow suddenly appeared behind Su Xiaokun. And this shadowy figure, surprisingly, occupied the entire heaven and earth. As the demonic shadow takes shape, a segment of ancient demonic language emanated from the mouth of the silhouette. That demonic language had actually affected the fire god's mind. Vulcan froze. No way. Who the hell are you? Feeling the terror of that demonic sound, the fire god unconsciously took a step backward, and the killing wheel that had just been condensed unexpectedly began to dissipate under the influence of the demonic sound. When the crowd saw Su Xiaokun, who was wrapped in black gas, their hearts burst with worry. No one knew how Su Xiaokun managed to be so powerful. Even more so, no one knew that apart from the world tree, there was even someone who could not cultivate the sovereign bit. And yet, it rivaled the strength of a juggernaut. In fact, all of this was because Su Xiaokun had an ancient demon sealed inside his body, an ancient demonic god long extinct. It was also Su Xiaokun who had sacrificed the 5 major bilocations to awaken them, and the Dao shackle in the body that was once sealed, also at the same time that Su Xiaokun sacrificed, slowly disappearing. However, the price of unlocking the seal is that Su Xiaokun may never be able to recover the split. The fire god looked at Su Xiaokun and his body involuntarily trembled. That majestic demonic aura made him feel an unprecedented pressure, and the shadow behind Su Xiaokun became more and more solid, as if he wanted to break free from the bonds of this world. Su Xiaokun's eyes were pitch black as he indifferently looked at the fire god. It was as if he was looking at an insignificant ant. In the next moment, it directly transformed from demonic energy into a huge demonic blade. On top of that demonic blade, the black lines flickered with a bizarre light. It was as if it contained endless evil power. It slashed towards the Vulcan. This blade would directly split the entire space in half, and Vulcan chanted the spell once more, killing reincarnation. The huge bloody wheel reappeared, with an endless aura of killing. It directly met the demonic blade. The moment the two collided, the entire space was thrown into chaos. The powerful energy impact caused everything around them to turn into nothingness. However, the demonic shadow behind Su Xiaokun was protecting the crowd and the formation. That's all that's left of consciousness. Both Su Xiaokun and the fire god were shaken backward by this destructive force. Su Xiaokun's body was shaking in the void, but his eyes were still filled with a demonic aura. Feelings are also disappearing a little bit at this moment. The fire god, on the other hand, was pale and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Su Xiaokun, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. the fire god said through gritted teeth. Su Xiaokun looked at the fire god with a cold smile, and his voice turned into a demonic sound at this moment. It's only just begun. After saying that, Su Xiaokun once again urged his magic power, and the light of that magic blade increased even more. And the god of fire wasn't willing to be weak either, manipulating the killing wheel with all his might. The two sides were locked in a fierce stalemate, with neither side refusing to budge a step. At this moment, the crowd below was nervously watching the fight. That everyone's fate was tied to Su Xiaokun at this moment. Chu Qingyi clenched her hands, silently praying in her heart that Su Xiaokun would be victorious. For his part, Belar was furious and couldn't wait to get up there and help. Su Ling's eyes were filled with worry, tears welling up in her eyes. It was as if time had stopped during this intense exchange. Su Xiaokun and the fire god were both putting their best foot forward in an attempt to cut each other down, and the array of people converging below, under the sacrifice, it also began to emanate a strong aura. When the last corner of the inscription was filled with energy, the formation suddenly glowed brightly. Then a tree branch, directly extended out from the formation. It wrapped right around the stick. In the next moment, that huge life force directly surged into the stick, and Su Xiaokun's main body within the stick was feeling the huge vitality. The piece of the meteoric flame of life began to bloom like a lotus flower. The life force was also climbing up. Chapter 198 Ancient Devil. Seeing the branches of the world tree made the crowd feel as if they were deflated, lying on the ground, and Belair struggled to get up, looking at the two people entangled in the sky. Straight away, he pulled out his own weapon and dove into the fight, and the crowd, too, struggled to rise. Using what was left of his master power, he controlled his body and began to fight. Vulcan saw that the momentum was gone and wanted to leave, but the demonic Su Xiaokun didn't give him a chance at all. Ancient demon heaven's sealing finger. As Su Xiaokun's voice fell, in that void, an immense and incomparable finger suddenly appeared, wrapped in a dense demonic aura and the power of flames. It pointed upwards towards the fire god, and the Vulcan felt an unprecedented aura of death at this moment. The power of the sovereign in his body was just like moneyless as it surged out wildly. Directly, he began to burn his essence blood, trying to escape. Belair looked, trying to run, dragging his heavily injured body. He hugged directly on the Vulcan's body. Get thee outta here! The fire god was furious, and now he didn't dare to have any hesitation at all. The fire was so intense that it shook Belair's body right out of the air. And us! Aina yelled. Law of gravity, heaven and earth cage. A pillar of pitch black light shot up into the sky. Venus! Aina yelled. Venus nodded. Prosperity is over. Sure a hell. At once a ghost, like a stern spirit, crawled out of the ground, frantically pouncing on the Vulcan. The Vulcan, on the other hand, was also struggling madly, pouncing on one of the night ghosts, and then the Vulcan exterminated one of them. But it can't be helped by the sheer number of them. The Vulcan's power of dominance was also pretty much consumed by this constant stream of severe ghosts, and Iona's heaven and earth cage directly enveloped the fire god. The enormous gravity that followed directly bound the Vulcan fiercely in the center. Then Su Xiaokun's ancient demon heaven sealing finger was also directed towards the fire god directly on top of his body. The next moment, under the combined efforts of the crowd, the Vulcan's figure began to slowly dissipate. No! I've only just become a juggernaut, the fire god roared with unwillingness. Then his body turned into nothingness. Only one juggernaut bit remained, falling below. The crowd watched the Vulcan's disappearance and breathed a sigh of relief. However, Chu Qingyi and Su Ling were staring at Su Xiaokun in death. Su Xiaokun's consciousness was now like a starburst, as if it could disappear at any moment. Then an earth-shattering hiss emanated from Su Xiaokun's body that had become a demon, and then a wave of the palm of his hand, directly vibrating the crowd. All of them flew out. The crowd also spurted out a mouthful of blood. Daddy! Su Ling shouted. Daddy! I'm Linger! Su Ling cried as she hugged Su Xiaokun. As for Su Xiaokun, his body obviously paused when he heard Su Ling's voice. Chu Qingyi shouted immediately afterward. Hubby! I'm Qingyi. At the sound of Chu Qingyi's voice, Su Xiaokun's body began to tremble. A hoarse voice came out of his mouth. Spirit! Xingyi! Ah! No! You guys get out of here! I'm going to lose control of my body. Su Xiaokun briefly regained a bit of divine sense. Straight away, the two men who were holding themselves were sent to the ground, and Su Xiaokun whacked his head frantically, trying to suppress the demonic aura. But the silhouette behind Su Xiaokun revealed a wry smile. Little one, give me your body and I will avenge you. Magic sounds surrounded Su Xiaokun, and Su Xiaokun's head seemed to be about to explode at the moment. A frantic roar. Get out! Get out! As Su Xiaokun's voice gradually weakened, that demonic aura unexpectedly began to surge, and the Su Xiaokun body in the stick was feeling the strong life force. A slight movement of the fingers. Shasta's eyes snapped open. Instantly transforming into a stream of light, he appeared directly in front of the crowd. Daddy! Su Ling quickly ran to Su Xiaokun's main body and hugged Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun nodded and looked at his demonic doppelganger in the air, his brows furrowed, and the main body, too, began to emit a hint of demonic aura. Dad! You! Su Xiaokun put Su Ling aside. Hard work, I'll take care of the rest. Then, with his feet stepping on the void, he took one step at a time to walk up to the soon-to-be demonized doppelganger, and the closer they got, the more intense the demonic aura emanating from the main body became. Little by little, consciousness began to erode as well. Su Xiaokun shook his head. A mere ancient demon spirit body. How dare you make a scene? Su Xiaokun coldly looked at the huge silhouette, and the ancient demon shadow, upon seeing Su Xiaokun's main body, revealed an excited smile. Yeah, what an excellent body to have 6. This time, I will definitely surpass the master. The ancient devil exuded an eerie smile. All of a sudden, from within the ancient devil's body, a black demonic chi shot out. It wrapped towards Su Xiaokun's main body. Devour me? Just you deserve it? The palm of his hand was then slightly extended. The stick that was stuck in the ground and wrapped in the world tree actually trembled. It flew directly into Su Xiaokun's hands. As soon as the stick was in his hand, it began to crazily devour Su Xiaokun's vitality again. But with the replenishment of the world tree, it could barely be utilized. Then Su Xiaokun directly gently waved the stick in his hand, directly dispersing the demonic energy shot by the ancient demons. The ancient devil was slightly stunned. What kind of weapon is that? The ancient devil looked at the stick in Su Xiaokun's hand incredulously. Some scruples. Oh, you don't deserve to know its name. Because, right now, I don't deserve to know its name either. What Su Xiaokun said was true, although the current him could barely use it, but not strong enough to call it by name. Ancient devil, you should have died back in the ancient times. You should be satisfied to have your spirit body live until now. Saying that, Su Xiaokun raised the stick in his hand once more and smashed it directly towards the ancient devil. And as the ancient demon sensed the stick's aura, that demonic aura actually gradually began to decrease. Raising the long blade that was illuminated with demonic chi, he went hard on Su Xiaokun's stick. The two just touched. The ancient demon's long sword was directly reduced to nothingness, and Su Xiaokun didn't stop there. It directly smashed up towards the ancient devil's body. Since the ancient devil's body was controlling Su Xiaokun's doppelganger, the two were now at a node of equilibrium, and there was no way to avoid it. Lumpy took a solid hit. That demonic aura also became thin under the stick. As for Su Xiaokun's doppelganger, half of his sanity was restored at this time. Ancient demon was now truly afraid. No, don't kill me. I can make you my master. The ancient devil watched as most of his demonic aura was dispersed with just one stick, and even the thought of resisting it also disappeared without a trace at this moment. Chapter 199 3 Great Dominant Positions. Unbeknownst to him, Su Xiaokun, after wielding this stick, the palms of his hands were hidden behind his back and kept trembling. The vitality that had just been restored in his body was also nearly consumed. If he were to swing a stick, I'm afraid that Su Xiaokun would really die. But the desired effect was achieved. Oh, Su Xiaokun raised his eyebrows. Holding his stick up, he pointed it at the ancient devil. How do I know that you'll actually sink or swim? And, I'm not going to allow another ticking time bomb in my body. So go to hell. Saying that, Su Xiaokun pretended to be ready to smash the ancient demon. An ancient demon's cold sweat instantly ran down his face. It didn't know that Su Xiaokun was completely bluffing. Then from within the forehead of the ancient devil, a black aura shot out violently. And this black aura had actually become an ancient inscription mark. It was directly imprinted in Su Xiaokun's forehead. And Su Xiaokun closed his eyes, then controlled his soul to make a seal with it. Finally a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Nice. Ancient master-servant contract, Su Xiaokun said indifferently. The stick was then stuck in the ground once more. And still, the life force of that world tree kept pouring into the stick. The current Su Xiaokun only needed a single thought if he wanted the ancient demon to fall. But now with the ancient demon as a spirit body, Su Xiaokun could then use its energy at any time. Done with that, Su Xiaokun controlled the doppelganger and merged into his body. Then said to the bottom, Fong, give me the life force. Then the world tree heard Su Xiaokun's call. A branch was separated and directly wrapped around Su Xiaokun. That constant stream of life force began to repair. Su Xiaokun severely injured 5 doppelgangers, and Su Xiaokun landed on the ground. Then, when the split was almost repaired, he directly took back the ancient demon. Then he bowed to all of them. This time, thank you all for opening the grand formation for me with all your might. Otherwise, I wouldn't have survived. The crowd was a polite one. Venus walked over to Su Xiaokun and gave him a jab. Just an ordinary punch. Of course, I'll call you bosses from now on. 2. He then took out the fire god slaying Lord Bit and handed it over to Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun took it over, and then took out 4 more master bits, respectively, the water god's death lord position, and the light lord's light lord position, the dark lord position, and the life lord position. In one fell swoop, a full 5 mastery bits appeared in Su Xiaokun's hands, and the crowd got excited. Senior brother, due to a blessing, we have finally put together the 5 major dominion positions. In this way, all of your bilocations can become masters, Ina said excitedly, and Su Xiaokun nodded. However, right at this moment, the ancient demon unexpectedly flew out from Su Xiaokun's body. Master, Su Xiaokun nodded. Of course it could come out, all authorized by Su Xiaokun. Otherwise it simply cannot come out of the body. Say it, the ancient devil said. Master, it's best not to absorb all of the 5 master bits you're holding right now. Su Ling walked forward and directly pinched the ancient devil's ear, not being the least bit spoiled. What did you say? And the ancient demon didn't dare to resist at all, silently enduring the severe pain. Said, in fact, Master, your essence is already the master of all things. To be even more powerful, it's best to control the detachment and refine one life lord bit, one death lord bit. The rest is not recommended. The ancient devil said weakly. Why? Shu Qingyi asked. Actually, the lord to the west, though, is very powerful, but after all, it's a Western thing, not suitable for us to refine, even if they are refined. At best, they are just multiple master doppelgangers, and their strength cannot be stacked. But if one can refine, create, and destroy each of the remaining 3 bilocations, the Destiny Lord bit, it would be better that way. As to how strong it will be, I don't know. After all, the ancient devil had lived for an unknown amount of time, and it was natural that he knew a lot of crooked ways. What about the killing master bit? Belair asked. This slaying sovereign bit, it's just a lower sovereign. It's not much use to want it. Refining it, it would be better to find someone trustworthy to give it to him, and it would be an additional aid. Ancient devil explained. Su Xiaokun felt the soul of the ancient devil. It was discovered that the ancient demons were not lying. Moreover, these sovereign bits that the ancient demon was talking about could all be upper sovereign bits, and one's own position of master of all things is also a superior master. Perhaps it was true that the only way to better utilize the power was to refine the master bits of the same level. Su Xiaokun nodded. Afterwards, he pulled out 2 detachments and directly refined the life sovereign bit and death sovereign bit. The doppelganger was then put away and allowed to slowly refine. In this way, Su Xiaokun possessed 3 major upper mastery positions. The strength even surpassed his once peak self. Su Xiaokun looked into the distance and faintly exhaled. Looks like it's still necessary to exterminate the 3 of you. Then Su Xiaokun looked into the void again. Someone spying on me? And the 2 transparent figures that were in the middle of the space hurriedly dissipated. Su Xiaokun then shook his head, thinking that he had gotten nervous. Then he led the crowd and built a large hall around the stick. After all, the stick, which was connected to Fong's root, once destroyed by an outsider, then Fong will get hurt too. Solely set up camp in the same place. One day later, Su Xiaokun's injuries were repaired as much as possible. Shu Qingyi then came in front of Su Xiaokun. Husband, Sister Ali, can you still be resurrected? Su Xiaokun had already placed Ali, at this time, on top of the bed made of laws. This is still the method taught by the ancient demons. It says that this will better warm the bodies of those who have died. Su Xiaokun gently stroked Luo Li's hair. With a slow sigh, he said, I don't know, do you think Xiaofang's life force can save Ali's sister? Su Xiaokun shook his head. I communicated with Feng. Ali's divine sense has been extinguished, even as far as the power of life is concerned. At most, it will ensure that the body has a constant stream of vitality, and yet it is not possible to bring the divine consciousness back to life. Shu Qingyi sighed and looked at the lifelike Luoli. It's like being there quietly asleep. Is there, really, nothing that can be done? Shu Qingyi was a bit unwilling, but why would Su Xiaokun not want to save the day? However, Su Xiaokun had also inquired about the ancient demon, but the ancient devil gave Su Xiaokun a suggestion. That is, please the supreme god of life. It might be possible to save it. You know, the supreme god of life, though with the extra word life in front of it, and yet it's still just a law without feelings. Moreover, Su Xiaokun was in trouble with other supreme gods. It was even more unlikely that this would heal Luoli. Chapter 200. So, what should I do about Sister Alii? We can't just watch her fall asleep like that. Shu Qingyi looked at Su Xiaokun with tearful eyes. The current Su Xiaokun was also out of options. Unless Su Xiaokun could cultivate to the realm of the supreme god, there was no way to save Luoli. It would be undoubtedly a fool's errand to say, kidnap the supreme god of life. Su Xiaokun then took out a thick tree trunk from space. It is? Chu Qingyi looked at the tree trunk in Su Xiaokun's hands and was somewhat uncertain, but there was a strong aura of life emanating from it, which made Chu Qingyi guess what was going on. This is one of the main trunks of the world tree. It was given to me by Feng. Use this to create a coffin that will nourish Luo Li's life breath. If we really can't find a way to resurrect, Ali can at least keep her flesh intact, Su Xiaokun said grimly, subsequently controlling the power of the law. Directly the thick trunk was made into a fine coffin. Luo Li was then placed in it. Then he took out the resurrection bead in his body and warmed Luo Li's body together. Under the watchful eyes of the two, Su Xiaokun took a deep breath and put the coffin lid on. Then it was stowed away in its own space. Belair, Aina, Spirit, Venus, come here, you guys. Su Xiaokun's divine sense spread to everyone's ears. After receiving Su Xiaokun's message, in an instant everyone came to Su Xiaokun's front. How's it going? Got a countermeasure? Su Xiaokun scanned the crowd. Aina took the lead. If what the ancient demons say is true, I suggest that we now find 3 people to refine the remaining master bits first. That would give us a lot more help. Su Xiaokun looked to Berar. What do you mean? Belar looked at Su Xiaokun and scratched his head. Boss, I think Aina has a point, but I think the best person for the moment would be Spirit, said Belar as he glanced at Su Ling. Me? Su Ling pointed at herself incredulously. Aha. Belair continued. It's a little impossible to transfer people from the outside world right now. After all the major powers are now eyeing us. Once you enter a newcomer, the first thing you do is get grilled. If it's on our turf that's fine, if it's someone else's turf, then our people will surely die. Su Xiaokun nodded. What Belair said, Su Xiaokun had also considered. Then Belair spoke again. According to my investigation, this Supreme God mission is to execute you, boss. The quest rewards a supreme artifact. And, Belair said after a moment, and a juggernaut bit. It's still said to be the upper master position. The crowd sucked in their breath after Belair finished. This supreme god is bloodthirsty. Venus muttered, drawing instant displeasure. I'm telling the truth. You have to know that the supreme divine artifact is already a top divine artifact, and it's impossible for it to be any stronger than that. Except, of course, that weapon of the boss's. I really don't know where you got it from. Moreover, the upper sovereign bit, that's even more of a peak god bit. There are only a few spots in total, so hell knows where the supreme god is getting them. As revealing as Venus was, the crowd knew that it was the truth. And there is a heavy reward. Shifu, your doppelganger from the ancient times must be thinking of ways to deal with you now. After all, fusing you would be the same as fusing 3 upper masters. And there's no side effects. It can be fused in a flash. Aina looked at Su Xiaokun, and Su Xiaokun was in deep thought. You guys, who to target first this time? If the Supreme God's mission is true, that proves that there are still a lot of people who don't have Supreme God artifacts. Of course, he must have that nice doppelganger of mine. That ancient doppelganger of yours? It's the creation master, right? Venus asked. Su Xiaokun nodded. That's pretty tough. The Genesis master, but the strongest master in the world, Venus said with some headiness. I think, let's take the destruction juggernaut first. Although his strength is second only to the creation master, it's better to hold him than the destiny master, Aina said as she analyzed it. This master of fate, single-handedly controlling the wheel of fate, is so bizarre that a careless, it might just hit. Belar nodded back. But the Lord of Destruction, however, has this supreme divine artifact in his hands? It's also a tough nut to crack. However, boss, how much longer will it take for those 2 of your doppelgangers to fuse the sovereign bit? Belair asked. Su Xiaokun's body moved, and instantly 2 doppelgangers appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The crowd couldn't help but nod their heads as they looked at the strong aura of dominance emanating from them. Almost half a day is enough, Su Xiaokun said, but it doesn't feel like the cultivation level has increased much. Ancient demons were then summoned. The ancient devil looked at Su Xiaokun and respectfully said, Master, what is it? Then Su Xiaokun said his doubts. Ancient devil said thoughtfully, I think, it would have to get together 6 major dominant positions before it could explode out. After all, there has never been anyone, ever, who has been able to obtain the 6 upper master positions. Su Xiaokun nodded. He then took out the slaying master bit and handed it over to Su Ling. Linger, refine this and see if the strength will stack. Su Ling nodded. After all, Su Ling's perverted physique, even Su Xiaokun had to avoid it. If Su Ling can really stack, then, after refining the remaining 2 sovereign bits, that strength was absolutely terrifying. Maybe Belair was right. The best person for the job at the moment was Su Ling. Su Ling then summoned a doppelganger and directly fused the slaying master bit into his body. Daddy, I'll go down first. In about 2 days I'll be able to completely refine it, Su Ling said. He then arched his hand at Su Xiaokun and Chu Qingyi and prepared to refine it with all his might. She was also desperate to help her father. In that case, for now, let's target the Fate Master. 2 days later, after Spirit's fusion is successful, let's see what the effect is. If it stacks, wait a little longer. If you can't, then prepare to attack the Master of Fate. The crowd nodded. One by one, they retreated. And once again, Miss Su took out Luo Li's coffin. Stroking the lid of the coffin lightly, he muttered under his breath. Ah Li, just wait. Soon I'll level these mother ******** ing juggernauts. Don't worry, even if I put my life on the line, I will let you be reborn. Chu Qingyi looked at Su Xiaokun, tears slipping from her eyes. The Supreme God. Ha! Chapter 201, Su Ling and the Destruction Master. 2 days are very short, like a white horse passing by in a flash. With his astounding talent and great strength, Su Xiaokun, having completely refined the 2 upper master bits, his aura became more and more unfathomable, as if he had become one with heaven and earth. And Su Ling was not to be outdone, successfully refining the slaying master bit. The moment the power of all the doppelgangers was perfectly combined, the powerful aura emanating from Su Ling's body had unexpectedly really increased significantly. Nowadays, even if Ina and Venus teamed up, they could only be inferior in front of Su Ling. This shocking scene left everyone in awe. This pair of father and daughter were simply perverted existences, with talent and strength far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Subsequently, Su Xiaokun handed over the light and darkness lordship to Su Ling. Even though this is the divine position of the Western Lord God, Su Xiaokun's heart is inevitably a little worried. I wonder if this move will lead to any unexpected changes. However, under Su Ling's stubborn insistence, Su Xiaokun could only choose to believe in his daughter's choice. 3 days later, Su Ling managed to completely fuse these 2 mastery bits. Amazingly, her hair had turned half black and half white. As if night and day were intertwined. However, the strength it displayed left everyone jaw-dropped and convinced. Even if Su Xiaokun had deployed his 3 great sovereign branches to fight Su Ling, it was still no match for Su Ling either. Of course, unless Su Xiaokun picked up that mysterious and powerful stick. If he wanted to defeat Su Ling, it's almost impossible to do. Of course, a master with a supreme artifact, for Su Ling too, still an unknown challenge. However, Su Xiaokun had once fought with the Death Lord who possessed the supreme divine artifact, knowing full well that even if his strength was not comparable to that of a sovereign who possessed a supreme divine artifact, it wouldn't be too far off. After the congregation was fully prepared, the crowd resolutely embarked on their journey to the land of the destruction juggernaut. As soon as the few people stepped into this mysterious and dangerous realm, they were keenly detected by the destruction sovereign. The Lord of Destruction, as his name suggests, was like the embodiment of destruction. Looking at the crowd with cold eyes, there was disdain and anger in his eyes. What? A few of you are taking me for a soft touch? The voice of the destruction sovereign seemed like a roar from hell, filled with endless majesty and fury. The terrifying aura of destruction emanating from its body was as if it were substance. It made Chu Qingyi and the others feel unspeakably oppressed. Don't you fart. Since we've taken on the Supreme God's mission, what's wrong with us coming to kill you? With an equally fiery temper, Balar looked straight at the Destruction Lord without fear and roared. The Lord of Destruction raised his eyebrows, and the anger in his eyes grew even more as he glared angrily at Balar. Very well, you bereaved dog. Have you forgotten how you escaped from me back then? Balar was exposed, but her face did not blush, and she did not show the slightest hint of shame. What? If you're any good, you're still letting old me get away? You! The Destruction Sovereign was completely enraged by Balar's provocation, and without saying a word, he directly swung out a palm. That terrifying power of destruction instantly transformed into a raging torrent of. It swept directly toward Balar. Its power was so strong that it seemed as if it was going to tear apart the entire space. And Balar just stood there, with that same disdainful look still on her face. Directly extending a middle finger at the Destruction Lord. You bit me? Balar looked at the Lord of Destruction with disdain. It was as if he didn't even put this heaven-destroying strike in his eyes. The moment the Destruction Sovereign's destructive power was about to hit Balar, Su Xiaokun waved his sleeve. What seems like a glib gesture contains an infinite amount of power. That terrifying destructive force instantly dissipated into nothingness, as if it had never appeared. What? Everything you want to try with me too? The Destruction Sovereign looked at Su Xiaokun and said, his eyes filled with provocation. And before Su Xiaokun could speak, Su Ling stepped forward and blocked in front of him. A mere piece of trash is not worthy of my father's hand. Let this lady try you. Su Ling's voice was clear and firm, full of confidence. Su Xiaokun didn't say anything. He also wanted to see just how strong Su Ling had become. Oh, dead girl, you have a big mouth. I'll see what happens to your father when you die later, the Destruction Sovereign said viciously, and with that, his figure directly retreated violently, instantly pulling away from Su Ling. Su Ling didn't hesitate and followed closely behind, his eyes flashing with a hot battle intent. The battlefield was instantly drawn out, and the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. The two confronted each other as if time stood still in the moment. In the next moment, the Pan-Dragon stick suddenly appeared in Su Ling's hand. I only saw Su Ling chirp out, waving her Pan-Dragon stick, and it swung toward the Destruction Juggernaut's head. The wind of the stick whistled, carrying an unrelenting momentum. Flowery fists with fancy footwork. The Destruction Master looked at the incoming Su Ling with disdain, and with a wave of one hand, the power of destruction surged out once again, turning into a wave of darkness that swept towards Su Ling. Su Ling's figure flickered, nimbly avoiding the destructive force. The disc dragon stick in his hand danced even more swiftly, as if a dragon had come out of the sea, and his momentum was like a rainbow. Each strike contained a powerful force that shattered this space. The Lord of Destruction was also not willing to show weakness. His hands were constantly waving, and the power of destruction was like a dense rain of arrows that it shot towards Su Ling in an overwhelming manner. Su Ling's body was like a ghost, weaving freely through this terrifying attack. The coiled dragon baton in his hand struck the Destruction Sovereign's defenses from time to time with loud bangs. The battle between the two grew more intense, as light and darkness intertwined, and the collision of forces caused the entire space to start collapsing. The crowds around us were nervously watching the thrilling duel between the don't even dare to take a breath. Su Ling suddenly leapt high into the air, and the coiled dragon stick in her hand blossomed with a dazzling light as she bellowed, "Eat this lady's stick!" With that, he ruthlessly smashed down towards the Destruction Lord. The Destruction Sovereign's face changed as he folded his hands together, fully resisting this astonishingly powerful strike. There was a loud bang. Light and darkness erupted in an instant. The powerful impact caused the surrounding crowd to retreat. As the smoke dispersed, Su Ling and the Destruction Master were still standing in the same place. There was a sizzle in both of their eyes. That eruption of battle intent was even more unrivaled. "Ha ha, little girl, it's me who looked at you a little. I'll do my best to strike next." With that, the Destruction Lord directly reached out and thrust his hand into the void. A long, nearly transparent sword was pulled out. Supreme artifact. As soon as that weapon that emitted strong power appeared, the entire space shook with it. It was as if it would be crumbled by the force at any moment. Chapter 202, Su Ling's defeat. I didn't realize that you really have a supreme divine artifact. Su Ling stared solemnly at the Destruction Lord. "Oh, little girl, this is a Destruction Supreme artifact. It was made for me. Watch out." The Lord of Destruction was originally a martial arts fanatic, especially when dealing with opponents who were almost as good as each other. Will give each other enough respect. It was obvious that Su Ling had gained the respect of the Destruction Master, and Su Ling's aura climbed once again at this moment. The energies of the three great masters' detachments directly fused together. At first, it was also just two sovereign bilocations merging. The corners of the Destruction Lord's mouth moved slightly. "I didn't expect you to hide your strength. I guess I'm really blind, but I want to know how you climbed up the ladder of strength. Mind you, with my supreme artifact in hand, it's 50-50 with even Genesis, and you don't have a supreme divine artifact, and your aura, surprisingly, is not weaker than mine in the slightest." The Destruction Sovereign looked at Su Ling full of doubts. That's an Achilles heel for a martial arts nerd. In addition to relying on the weapon commission, now that he saw that Su Ling's cultivation could still increase without the supreme divine weapon, how can one not be impressed? Su Ling indifferently looked at the Destruction Lord. "You will die today, so there's no need to know." And the Lord of Destruction faintly stared, then laughed out loud. "Fine, if you die, don't blame me for studying your body. Hooligans." Su Ling's anger pressed the root of the ocean. Lifting the coiled dragon baton, he smashed it towards the Destruction Lord, and the Destruction Lord's eyes instantly went cold. The hard disc dragon stick slashed up, when the two just collided. That Destruction Supreme Divine Artifact had easily chopped the disc dragon root in half, and that terrifying destructive power didn't stop in the slightest, continuing to chop towards Su Ling. Su Ling's eyes went cold. "How dare you damage the weapon my father gave me? You pay me back." Su Ling droned out, swinging out a palm. He directly met the power of destruction. A huge explosion appeared in a flash, and the space in a radius of 1,000 meters suddenly collapsed. Su Xiaokun instantly protected everyone with the power of all things. This ninny, unexpectedly so strong. Su Xiaokun looked at the two who were battling each other. Surprisingly, it was a tie. One must know that the Destruction Lord was holding a supreme divine artifact. This if Su Ling was allowed to refine a sovereign bit, that Destruction Sovereign would definitely not be its opponent. Spirit is so scary. Chu Qingyi looked at Su Ling with palpitations. I didn't realize that the daughter born to the two was ridiculously sick. The crowd looked at Su Ling in the sky. He also looked at Chu Qingyi and Su Xiaokun, and his eyes were as if he was looking at a monster. Neither man got the upper hand in the next few rounds. The Destruction Sovereign, however, slightly pressed Su Ling by a very small margin. Come up with a stunt. At this rate, you're bound to lose, the Lord of Destruction said. You're not cut out for a protracted battle. Actually, the Lord of Destruction was right. Su Ling did consume a great deal. On the contrary, the Destruction Sovereign had the support of a supreme divine artifact, and his consumption wasn't that great. Su Ling nodded. Good. Let's let one strike decide the winner. With that said, the two's figures once again retreated backwards. Su Ling's lips moved slightly, mouth full of words. Feather of light. Only Su Ling's back suddenly radiated a holy light. 12 feathered wings appeared out of thin air behind them, and were accompanied by a huge angelic silhouette that, holding the holy sword of light. It's not over yet. Then the mouth murmured again. Darkness descends. At once the whole world dimmed. Another terrifying aura burst out violently. Once again, a demonic silhouette with demonic horns appeared behind him and manifested itself. Holding the sword of darkness in his hand, he pointed straight into the void. Death spreads. Su Ling's mouth once again daintily drank. That terrifying aura of death blended directly into the darkness, and the Destruction Sovereign's brow furrowed as a hint of fear grew in his heart. Good, strong enough, the Lord of Destruction bellowed. Destroy the sky and destroy the earth. That supreme divine artifact then followed suit and erupted with a powerful destructive force. Space began to collapse once more. At this moment, the heavens and earth were shaking, simply unable to withstand the destructive power of the Destruction Sovereign. Come on, girl, let's see who gets the last laugh. And when Su Xiaokun saw this, his pupils suddenly shrunk. Linger is in danger. Then he saw the two major shadows behind Su Ling, holding huge swords, directly splitting the heavens and earth apart, accompanied by the destructive power of thunder. It slashed up against the Destruction Sovereign's supreme divine artifact. The next moment the space around the two instantly turned into nothingness. Even recovery is impossible. When the two just touched, a mouthful of blood spurted out from the Destruction Lord, and Su Ling sprayed several mouthfuls of blood in a row, and her figure flew backwards. Then Su Xiaokun disappeared into thin air. The next second directly held Su Ling in his arms. Looking at Su Ling, who was covered in blood, Su Xiaokun's heart broke, and Su Ling's aura was if anything at the moment. With extreme difficulty he opened his mouth and said, Daddy, I lost. Shame on you. Su Ling was then too weak and fell into a coma, and with a wave of Su Xiaokun's palm, he immediately cut through the void. A branch extended out and directly wrapped Su Ling in it. A steady stream of life force rapidly repaired this Su Ling's injuries. After doing this, Su Xiaokun looked at Su Ling and gave him a thumbs up. Linger, you did a great job. You're a proud parent. Leave it to me next. Su Xiaokun's body slowly floated in midair, and the Destruction Lord's injuries were also extremely severe, but at least they were much stronger than Su Ling. What? Do you want to take advantage of the situation? Everything. The Destruction Lord looked at Su Xiaokun icily. Su Xiaokun's eyes were cold. Hurt my daughter, and you shall die. Saying that, Su Xiaokun was not accustomed to the severely injured Destruction Lord. The figure suddenly dissipated in place. Directly toward the Destruction Sovereign, he swung out a vicious punch. The Destruction Lord's eyes were eager. Straight away, the supreme divine artifact was placed across his chest, and Su Xiaokun's fist blasted on top of the supreme divine artifact. A moment of light moves forever. The Destruction Juggernaut flew backwards once more, and then blood spewed out as if it didn't need any money. But once again, a strong battle intent hung in his eyes. Ha! Not bad for a martial arts nerd. At the end of his strength, he still has such a strong battle intent. To honor you, I will kill you with my strongest blow. The Destruction Lord looked at Su Xiaokun with disdain. Just you? Even if I'm seriously injured, at least I still have the supreme divine artifact. What are you going to kill me with? What about? Su Xiaokun's eyes were eloquent and his mouth was silent. Everything is born. All things perish. All things are one. With the fall of the voice, Su Xiaokun violently erupted with a strong force of all things, and that power of all things directly transformed into silky thin threads and exploded towards the Destruction Lord. Chapter 203. At this moment in time, the entire heaven and earth suddenly became shrouded in gorgeous light, just like the most beautiful scenery. Everything is revived. That radiant light, soft and warm, as if it could soothe all wounds. Fill the whole world with life and hope. The light seemed like a mysterious force from the distant past, gently brushing over every inch of flowers, plants and trees are instantly energized, and in the next instant, what had been a scene of all things reviving turned into a hellish and bizarre one. A creepy, eerie aura filled the air. The world, which had just been full of life, was instantly shrouded in darkness. and cold currents surged around the. It was as if it wanted to devour all life. That silk thread was also in this fantastic scene, directly wrapping around the Destruction Lord. These threads were as if they were alive, rapidly and precisely coming towards the Destruction Lord. It was then that the Destruction Lord reacted, but it was already too late. That dense, thin line of everything. Already the roots were inserted into the body of the Destruction Lord. A look of pain appeared on the Destruction Lord's face as he struggled madly. However, those thin threads felt like they were deeply rooted in his body, and the Destruction Sovereign frowned and directly waved the supreme divine artifact in his hand. The sharp blade sliced through, instantly severing those thin threads, but after severing these thin threads reconnected as if they were attached to the bone. The Lord of Destruction's eyes widened, his eyes glazed over, and he roared with rage as the supreme divine artifact in his hand kept swinging, once again attempting to cut through these annoying threads. With the unleashing of Su Xiaokun's power of all things, the Destruction Master's vitality surged violently towards Su Xiaokun at this moment. The unbelieving Lord of Destruction violently erupted with the power of destruction, and in conjunction with the supreme artifact of frantic waving, wherever the destructive force went, space was torn apart, and a black crack appeared in the air. It was as if it was going to swallow the whole world. However, that thin line, even if it was chopped off, could still be regenerated indefinitely. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 3, and it keeps splitting. In the end, it actually wrapped the destruction juggernaut firmly into a sphere. This sphere was like a huge cage, trapping the Lord of Destruction tightly within it, madly devouring life. The power of the Destruction Sovereign was constantly being cut down, and his aura was becoming weaker and weaker. And at that moment, the Destruction Sovereign, unable to hold back any longer, directly roared out. That angry roar seemed to break through the bonds. The voice was filled with despair and resignation, and the once unstoppable master of destruction that, now it is in such a predicament. Wielding the supreme artifact, he directly chopped a slit in the shell, but then it was quickly healed. The destruction juggernaut fought with all his might, trying to break free from this terrifying bond. If it was the Lord of Destruction in his heyday, he could certainly free himself, but now it's just the end of the day and a dying struggle. The strength was draining away, and the body was becoming weaker and weaker. In a little bit of passing of the vitality, the sphere also began to gradually shrink. The supreme artifact was then stripped from the sphere, and then the sphere gradually became the size of a palm. Su Xiaokun then waved his palm. The power of all things was collected with a wave of the palm. That powerful binding force instantly disappeared. Then a juggernaut bit that emitted an aura of destruction floated in the air. Su Xiaokun then detached an alter ego and directly integrated the Destruction Master bit into his body. Su Xiaokun felt a powerful force surging into his body, and his aura strengthened once again. Do it all. With a wave of his hand, Su Xiaokun raised the Destruction Sovereign's territory to the ground. A powerful force erupted, instantly reducing the originally magnificent buildings and bustling scenery to nothing. All that's left is desolation. The earth crumbled, the mountains collapsed, and the former splendor was instantly reduced to nothing. 2 days later, the Destruction Master bit was successfully fused by Su Xiaokun. That strength was a touch stronger. At this point, Su Xiaokun alone possessed the 4 upper sovereign bilocations. The power reached a new level, leaving the crowd in awe, and Su Ling, who was seriously injured, also recovered as before at this moment. Su Xiaokun handed over the supreme divine artifact of the Destruction Master to Su Ling. After dropping the blood and recognizing the master, Su Ling's strength has doubled again. This time, if he were to face the Destruction Sovereign in the face, Su Ling had the confidence to obliterate him, provided of course that the opponent didn't have a supreme artifact. Boss, who should we get next? Belair came forward and looked at Su Xiaokun with anticipation and fighting spirit in his eyes. Destiny rules, Su Xiaokun said after a moment of contemplation, eyes firm and ready for the next battle. The crowd also nodded in agreement, though the skills of the Master of Hot Destiny are tricky and varied. However, compared to the Creation Master, the Destiny Master was considered a weaker existence. Like these 4 top-level masters, they generally disdained the company of others, so they all kept to themselves. This made Su Xiaokun and the others happy and comfortable. They didn't have to worry about facing the combined attacks of many masters, and only needed to focus on dealing with the enemy in front of them. After resting, the crowd began to fly towards this place of the Fate Lord. As usual, a few people had just appeared in the territory of the Destiny Master. The Master of Destiny was a stunningly beautiful woman, with a face value not inferior to Chu Chengyi's. Her skin was like snow, her eyes were like stars, and her brows were full of charm. That shapely figure was more than enough to keep people from moving their eyes. There are even more admirers who have fallen for him, but rumor has it that he is still single. It's as if the being is an androgynous creature who doesn't give a damn about love affairs. She stood there like a blooming poppy, beautiful but full of danger. Upon seeing Su Xiaokun, the Destiny Master said with a smile on his face, "Master, long time no see." The voice was soft and flirtatious, but it carried a hint of imperceptible indifference. "Why do you think you're coming back if you've run away?" The Lord of Fate cocked his head slightly, suspicion and mockery in his eyes. "Do you really think that you can resist the Supreme God?" The Master of Destiny's tone was filled with condescending disdain, as if Su Xiaokun's behavior was incomparably stupid. A few people were dumbfounded and didn't understand why the Destiny Sovereign called Su Xiaokun his master. However, Su Xiaokun opened his mouth. "My good apprentice, Master of Destiny, are you quite happy in this position?" Su Xiaokun's voice was filled with sarcasm and helplessness. He, that's still thanks to the Master's reward." The Fate Lord laughed, but there was no trace of gratitude in his laughter. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to become a master in my life." A hint of smugness flashed in the eyes of the Destiny Lord. The Fate Sovereign that was truly a smile, a living, breathing creature of heaven and earth, makes the heart grow fonder. Chapter 204, Confrontation between Master and Disciple. But now in the eyes of the crowd, it was so hateful and vicious. "Oh, you deserve it." Su Xiaokun fell into deep memories. Once, in order to help his only disciple to achieve the position of a master, Su Xiaokun can be described as thrilling. After countless life and death battles, through the trials and tribulations of 9, repelled countless powerful enemies. He nearly fell in every battle, but Su Xiaokun never retreated. "Just so I can make my protégé's dreams come true." This was what completed the quest issued by the Supreme God back then, and the quest item was the Fate Master bit. Unexpectedly, after giving it to his disciple, but was betrayed instead, along with the major masters to surround themselves. The last sword that he himself was hit by was still stabbed by this good disciple himself. That painful memory filled Su Xiaokun's eyes with complex emotions. Gripped by his heart, he looked at the Master of Destiny, with both the once master and disciple in his mind. Again, there is the anger and pain of betrayal. Spirit Creek. Su Xiaokun screamed in pain. Spirit Creek. What a familiar name. It seems like no one has really called me that since I became a juggernaut. Lingxi was also caught up in her memories, but immediately afterward, the beautiful eyes gazed at Su Xiaokun. "Master, Master, I didn't expect you to hide the Master of all things bit. I've had a hard time finding it. You used to love me so much. Why don't you even leave me the Master of all things position?" As Lingxi spoke, the breath in her body began to gradually erupt and become somewhat chaotic. She thought she wouldn't have any more emotional turmoil in dealing with the man she once was, but she had muttered the position of Su Xiaokun in her heart. Everyone thought that Lingxi was androgynous and had no feelings, but unbeknownst to her, she had feelings that, when Su Xiaokun fell, he also died along with him. But so what? Who can endure in the face of great power? Even if it's a kindred spirit, she would not hesitate to cut it off either. "You're still insatiable." Su Ling looked at Lingxi with anger and disgust in her eyes. Lingxi looked at Su Ling and felt a familiar aura. "Oh, Master, I didn't realize you were living quite happily. I can't believe I even have a daughter. I suppose she is your lover." Lingxi pointed at Chu Qingyi. Instead, Su Xiaokun blocked in front of Chu Qingyi, fearing that Lingxi would directly strike at Chu Qingyi. Other people didn't know how strong the Master of Destiny was, but he, Su Xiaokun, was familiar with it. The current her might even be able to do it, to the point of killing Chu Qingyi in seconds. Seeing this scene, a stabbing pain ran through Lingxi's heart. "It's still really gracious. What about the Master who once nursed me in his arms like this growing up?" Lingxi smiled to herself. Su Xiaokun coldly looked at Lingxi without any words, but his eyes were filled with killing intent, because she just had thoughts of killing Chu Qingyi. This was something that Su Xiaokun could not tolerate. Just as Su Ling was about to go forward, he was stopped by Su Xiaokun. "Spirit, her to me. It's time to end our feud after all this time." Su Ling clenched her silver teeth and nodded as she retreated. "You protect them." Su Xiaokun gave an explanation, randomly slashing through the void. "Come with me into the void rift. I don't want to hurt innocent people in your place," Su Xiaokun said, and Lingxi frowned, as if relieved, and smiled faintly. "You are still so merciful." Then following Su Xiaokun, he disappeared in front of everyone's eyes and stepped into the void rift. When the two had just stepped into the crack, the furious destructive aura in that void swept over like these two, and the two were oblivious, facing off against each other. "Master, are you willing to kill me?" Lingxi lightly caressed the hair on her forehead. The look was beautiful. A holy radiance also emanated from Lingxi's body. Su Xiaokun's fist was clenched fiercely within his sleeve robe. "Master, as long as you give me the Master of all things position, I swear that I will treat you as I did before. In love with you, protect you." In fact, from the bottom of her heart, Lingxi didn't want to make a move against Su Xiaokun. because the sword that was stabbed out at that time was to this day a hurdle in her heart that she couldn't get past. Let bygones be bygones. This time, let's end it once and for all. Su Xiaokun sighed, and his clenched fist slowly loosened and released. With Chu Qingyi by his side and Luo Li, what more could he ask for? Lingxi's voice suddenly went ice cold. Master, are you really going to kill me? Su Xiaokun looked at Lingxi, whose moods were changing erratically, without any emotional fluctuations. But the more Su Xiaokun was like this, the more Lingxi's heart ached. What's done is done, and neither of us can change the past, so let's leave it at that. Su Xiaokun then made a gesture of please. That meant letting the other party make a move, as a return of the master-disciple bond that had once existed, and Lingxi may have been so enraged that she was. A direct palm slapped hard on top of Su Xiaokun's chest. The powerful force of destiny directly vibrated Su Xiaokun out. A mouthful of blood gushed out, and Su Xiaokun's expression became cold at this moment. From this moment on, you and I are severed, Su Xiaokun said indifferently. And once again, Lingxi, who heard these words, was stabbed hard in her heart. Ennui. Master, you make it sound so easy. In that case, then you're going to die. Lingxi's expression began to become twisted. Destiny deprivation. 4 words came out of Lingxi's mouth. At that moment, Su Xiaokun only felt as if something had been stripped from his body. Then he transported the power of all things and frantically resisted the deprivation of the power of fate. But this power of fate was as if it was pervasive, and there was no way to resist it. Su Xiaokun frowned slightly, and instantly a destructive aura violently erupted. It directly shook the destiny deprivation apart. Lingxi's beautiful eyes froze. Oh, my good master, what a great surprise you've given me. I didn't expect that the Destruction Lord would even let you destroy him. I was underestimating you a bit. Wheel of Fortune. Lingxi gave a petulant cry. A huge roulette wheel suddenly appeared behind him. Supreme artifact. Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned, knowing that the spirit stream at that time did not have this thing. A pitch-black scythe then appeared in Su Xiaokun's hand. It exuded an aura that was no weaker than the Wheel of Fortune. After seeing the weapon, Lingxi was even more shocked. My good master, I didn't expect that the Death Lord would let you destroy him as well. Now, you actually have 3 major master detachments all by yourself. It really makes my disciple look at you in a different way. Although Lingxi said so on her lips, there was a slight retreat in her eyes, because in this battle, she was bound to lose. However, if she wanted to leave, I believe that even Su Xiaokun couldn't stop her. Still, he took the lead and wanted to see just how strong Su Xiaokun was. Chapter 205, The Battle Continues. Reincarnation of Fate. Lingxi drank delicately from her mouth. The Wheel of Fortune that emerged behind that body began to rotate at a rapid pace. Above the wheel, mysterious runes flickered with a strange light, as if they contained endless mysteries. Instantly, a huge vortex took shape, and a powerful suction force erupted from it. In a moment, it had actually absorbed all of the raging energy from the void rift. Those raging energies were like raging torrents, madly surging into the vortex, but it failed to stop the vortex in the slightest, and Su Xiaokun's body was slowly pushed by this huge suction force. His clothes were also rattling in the wind, but his figure was still as stable as Mount Taishan, as an aura of ancient vicissitudes emanated from the vortex. It was as if it had traveled through endless time and space. With the heaviness and mystery of age, Su Xiaokun held the death scythe and directly swung it towards this void. At once a huge aura of death, mixed with the power of destruction, like a storm of darkness, like this vortex just swept over, and when the two touched, the vortex unexpectedly began to tremble violently. It was as if they were suffering great pain and resisting tenaciously. Lingxi's beautiful eyes frowned as a trace of gravity flashed across the delicate face. Master is still really powerful. Then Lingxi bit the tip of his tongue, and immediately a stream of essence blood was sprayed directly on top of the Wheel of Fortune. And the Wheel of Fortune, when it sensed the essence blood, suddenly shone brightly. It was as bright as the blazing sun. That originally trembling vortex had actually stabilized at this moment. And that huge suction force was even several times stronger than before, and that vortex was directly dyed blood red by Spirit Stream's essence blood, like a bloody abyss. Exudes a chilling aura. Su Xiaokun's body, too, was rapidly moving towards this vortex. However, his expression remained calm. Only a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. What's your problem? Su Xiaokun shook his head inside. Then the breath climbed violently, and the power of the 4 great masters was immediately intertwined. That terrifying aura seemed to be able to tear apart heaven and earth. The vortex was directly hardened and forcefully reversed. Very good, very good. Master is really master. As usual, hiding deep enough, Lingxi said aloud, with both admiration and resentment in her eyes. I didn't realize that you actually possessed the 4 great masters' bilocations. There was a hint of surprise and jealousy in his voice. It seems like today, there's a real possibility that I'll fall here. There was a hint of self-deprecation in Lingxi's tone, but more than that, it was firmness and determination. Lingxi then, surprisingly, began to split as well. From within his body, another doppelganger instantly flew out, similarly exuding a strong aura of mastery. Su Xiaokun frowned slightly, secretly surprised in his heart. This is the Qi Master? Master, you are getting stronger all the time. Can't I get stronger? Lingxi chanted, her eyes filled with stubbornness and unyieldingness. Qi luck deprivation. Then Su Xiaokun felt that the qi in his body really started to converge towards the spirit stream. One must know that Su Xiaokun's qi was quite outrageous. He had traveled all the way, and with his amazing luck, he had repeatedly turned dangers into opportunities. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to achieve the 4 great master split so quickly. However, now it was being deprived by Lingxi little by little. He could feel his own power gradually being weakened. However, Su Xiaokun was not worried. Instead, his gaze was firm and calm. It seems you're still so fond of plundering. Good. Then I'll give you a good one. Then Su Xiaokun was gradually wrapped in a layer of pitch-black demonic qi. That demonic aura was so thick that it seemed to devour all light, enveloping his entire being in it. It looks incredibly evil and mysterious. And Lingxi's qi deprivation also began to absorb the demonic qi emanating from Su Xiaokun at this moment. That demonic qi was constantly pouring into Lingxi's body, causing her breath to become a bit chaotic as well. Just as Su Xiaokun merged with the ancient demon, the ancient devil suddenly laughed madly. Ha ha, master, this ninny is so beautiful. The ancient devil's laughter was deafening, carrying a sense of wantonness and fanaticism. Then the monstrous demonic aura instantly swept towards the spirit stream. That demonic aura was like rolling black smoke, covering the sky and carrying an endless sense of oppression. Reaper's scythe? Ha ha, good stuff. The scythe of death was originally a weapon of darkness, and was more in tune with the ancient demons. Ancient demon took the death scythe and swung it twice with ease. The sickle blade sliced through the void, bringing up a sharp whistling sound that, directly, Lingxi's qi deprivation was chopped into nothingness. Little ninny, let your demon ancestor try you. The ancient devil's voice was full of provocation and disdain. Lingxi looked at the demonic ancient devil and her brows tightened once more, and uneasiness welled up in his heart, but he still forced himself to remain calm. What are you? Ancient demon didn't pay attention to Lingxi, but instead carried the death scythe and directly slashed over. The movements were as swift as electricity, carrying an unstoppable momentum. Lingxi is clearly being pressed right now. After all, Qi Fortune sovereigns were not combat-type sovereigns by nature. There is no way to fight back against close combat. Lingxi could only keep retreating and dodging, trying to avoid the ancient demon's attacks. Lingxi hurriedly took back the Qi split. Then he controlled the Wheel of Fortune and fended off the attack of the ancient demon. The Wheel of Fortune radiated an intense light and collided with the ancient demon's attack. There was a loud roar. Humph, little girl, just you want to block me? The ancient demon scoffed as he attacked. Lingxi clenched her teeth as sweat soaked her forehead. Master, are you really willing to kill me? However, as if he couldn't hear, Su Xiaokun allowed the ancient demon's attacks to become more and more violent. Each strike contained a powerful force, making it gradually difficult for Lingxi to support herself. Su Xiaokun flew and retreated from the demonic aura. On the sidelines, he let the ancient demon frantically swing its spirit stream. The heart remained free of excessive fluctuations. Master, Lingxi hissed as she tore her heart out. Su Xiaokun indifferently looked at Lingxi without making any moves. And when the ancient devil didn't receive Su Xiaokun's order, it was definitely a deadly move. Not the least bit compassionate. Little girl, your opponent is me. The ancient demon exuded an eerie smile and directly slashed through Lingxi's chest with a scythe. The snow-white flesh was exposed. That blood spurted out with it. But the ancient devil was not mesmerized by the beauty. Rather, it's killing you while you're sick. Destiny's end. After Lingxi was injured, he once again sprayed out a mouthful of essence blood, and his figure violently exploded back. Straight away, he pulled away from the ancient demons. A dainty cry escaped her mouth. Then the Wheel of Fortune, surprisingly, began to reverse just like the vortex. Chapter 206 Lingxi's Concealment. That vortex, unexpectedly, appeared with layers of destructive thunder power. Even the ancient demon had stopped his form by now, carefully observing Lingxi's movements. Then, the reversed Wheel of Fortune actually began to merge towards this vortex. That once huge suction force, unexpectedly at this moment, violently turned into an impact force. Instantly, the ancient demon's figure was vibrated away. As the ancient demon fell, that fateful final chapter began to strip the ancient demon of its consciousness, wanted to take possession of it. Once the ancient demon was deprived, it meant that the fate was in the hands of Lingxi. And Su Xiaokun frowned. Come back. With a low gulp from his mouth, the ancient devil's figure instantly dissipated, and Su Xiaokun raised his fist and violently slammed it towards the Wheel of Fortune. Boom! The sound of the Wheel of Fortune surprisingly did not pause for a moment. Instead, it directly absorbed Su Xiaokun's energy, and Lingxi looked at Su Xiaokun and said, Master, it's useless. Destiny's final chapter. Once it's running, even I can't bring it to a stop. Su Xiaokun frowned slightly. Looking at the vitality that was gradually being stripped from Lingxi's body, he asked, Your weapon, why did it deprive you of life? Lingxi smiled sweetly, as if it had once been the same. Master, this meeting with you, I had no intention of returning alive. This Destiny final chapter is my strongest strike, but the price is a sacrifice of life. Of course, it won't stop until the enemy is completely decimated it. Otherwise it would have drained the life out of me in a steady stream. In fact, whether it's you or me, we've all been counted by the Supreme God. A bad feeling rose in Su Xiaokun's heart. What do you mean? At this time, the fate of the final chapter also swept up Su Xiaokun, began to deprive the power of life little by little. But Su Xiaokun was completely unconcerned, his eyes dead set on Lingxi. Master, actually, killing you was not my intention. Spirit Creek shed a tear. That stunningly beautiful face was filled with endless remorse, said Lingxi as he spurted out a mouthful of blood, directly took the initiative to offer his life breath to the Wheel of Fortune. On the other hand, Su Xiaokun's life flow had slowed down. Su Xiaokun didn't know what to say. Master, I don't have much time. In fact, do you think that the Most High God would let anyone around you live? When you fell, the Supreme God had his eye on me. I have no choice but to hide it a little bit, because I can't let the Supreme God and take away my Master of Destiny position, because I never betrayed you from start to finish. The Master of Destiny position is always reserved for you. Hearing this, Su Xiaokun froze in place as if he had been struck by lightning. Are you trying to clean yourself up? Su Xiaokun's icy cold eyes gradually melted a little. But still, I don't believe what Spirit Creek said. Master, you're confused. The Supreme God will not allow a powerful existence, especially you, because you snatched the Hongmeng Bell. Su Xiaokun was like a bolt from the blue. The Hongmeng Bell? Nice. That weapon you once had. Do you know why you can't use it for long? Su Xiaokun shook his head. Because that's the hands of the Hongmeng clock. The Hongmeng Bell is a Hongmeng supreme treasure that transcends above the supreme gods. Once you have complete control of the Hongmeng Bell, then that means that the supreme gods are all like babies before you. They can be destroyed with their hands. Su Xiaokun's mind exploded with a bang. Are you telling the truth? I'm dying. Why would I hide it from you? The Hongmeng Bell, but it was birthed from the Hongmeng Qi, and the supreme god is nothing more than a law illusion. The two are simply incomparable. Spirit Stream's voice came out as a hissing growl. Back then, the Supreme God found me and asked me to sneak up on you, and I didn't. But the Most High God threatened me that it would take matters into its own hands. You should know that the Supreme God himself has taken action. Then there's no way you could have survived. Master, much less will it reincarnate again. Lingxi had fallen into a frenzy, and that plump body was rapidly drying up at the moment. It directly fell into Su Xiaokun's arms. The Wheel of Fortune, on the other hand, began to emit a powerful light. Just as Lingxi wanted to say something, two transparent figures suddenly appeared in the void. Lingxi looked at the other with wide eyes. Supreme High God, Lingxi exclaimed. And Su Xiaokun turned around to see the two transparent people. The Supreme God looked at the two without a trace of emotion in his voice. Oh, fate. I didn't realize that you still chose to betray me. Supreme God, you think you can control it all. But I'll tell you this, as long as there is a day when my old lady is around, you will never think of harming my master. Lingxi suddenly broke free from Su Xiaokun's embrace. The body at this moment was as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. It's obviously at the end of its rope. The Wheel of Fortune, on the other hand, was as if it was full of energy, emitting a terrifying aura. Su Xiaokun also looked at the Supreme God. Everything, hand over the hands of the Hongmeng Bell and I will spare your family. The Supreme God looked at Su Xiaokun. You dream. Before Su Xiaokun could speak, Lingxi directly roared out. Supreme God, originally a law born of heaven and earth, and you secretly gave birth to a spirit. Su Xiaokun was once again shocked by Lingxi. The laws give birth to spiritual intelligence. What a crock of this is. The Supreme God looked at the two with an expressionless face. I'm only going to say this once. Unrecognize the Hongmeng clock pointer or you will be destroyed in spirit and soul. Asterisk 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 you. Lingxi cursed angrily. Then grabbing Su Xiaokun's arm, his palm violently slashed through the void, directly threw Su Xiaokun out. Master. Live. This one's for you. Lingxi then directly peeled off his dominant bit, handed over to Su Xiaokun, and Su Xiaokun didn't even react before he was thrown out. Then Lingxi, by virtue of his chi split, directly shouted angrily, "Supreme artifact! Bomb me!" Then the energy-filled Wheel of Fortune exuded a powerful and destructive aura. Then Lingxi's expression was soft and tender as she looked at Su Xiaokun's direction and said, "Master, I still love you." As the voice fell, the Wheel of Fortune violently exploded. To know that the supreme artifact exploding is no joke, even the supreme god had to avoid it. One could only see the supreme god's brows furrowed as his figure instantly disappeared. As for Lingxi's body, at this moment, it was suddenly covered by the fluctuations of the divine artifact's explosion. Even the Chi Master position within his body was blown to smithereens. Right when Su Xiaokun just came out, instantly evacuated the place with everyone. Then the explosion came, hard and fast. It directly blew the entire Destiny realm to smithereens. "Lingxi!" Su Xiaokun shouted angrily. Then the aftermath swept directly to Su Xiaokun, and Su Xiaokun and Su Ling instantly braced their defenses. In just a few moments, he was blown away. Chapter 207, the crowd goes to their deaths in exchange for a ray of hope, with a mouthful of blood spurting out as if it didn't need money. Still, father and daughter fought to resist. But if there is the slightest slackness, the person behind that person will surely die. With a few energy fluctuations coming in, Su Xiaokun's father and daughter resisted with extreme difficulty, and then Su Xiaokun led everyone to quickly fly towards this creation master's world. Don't dare to pause in the slightest, because he couldn't live up to the moment of time that Spirit Stream had traded for. Then the Destiny Master bit, too, merged into an altar. The crowd that fled along the way had no idea what was going on. With a dumbfounded face, he followed behind Su Xiaokun. "Boss, you've been injured now. It's not suitable for you to go to the Genesis Master's territory right now." Belair flew up and held the staggering Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun frowned. "Run, or we all die." Su Xiaokun almost growled out, tears in the eyes. "All mysteries are solved. The originator of all is the Supreme God. It was the Supreme God himself who destroyed what was once good, simply because of that pointer of the Hongmeng clock." Chu Qingyi could feel the sadness in Su Xiaokun's heart. For a moment I didn't know what to say. Silently, he assisted Linger to follow behind. Just when he had just appeared in the boundary river of the Creation Master realm, two transparent figures suddenly blocked the path of Su Xiaokun and the others. Everyone stopped at this moment, looking at the transparent man in front of him. A bad feeling rose up in Bilar and Ayane's minds. "To the Supreme God," Bilar exclaimed. When Chu Qingyi heard this name, her body involuntarily trembled. One must know that the current Su Xiaokun could still be short of a sovereign bit before he could break through. And after the breakthrough, it was not really known if he could over the Supreme God. The Supreme God looked at Su Xiaokun indifferently. "Everything. One last chance. Hand over the pointer and I'll spare your family and friends." Su Xiaokun looked at the Supreme God with endless anger in his eyes. "You, think. Oh, toast to toast. It seems that Lingxi's death hasn't knocked you deep into the abyss yet." The Supreme God looked at Su Xiaokun with cold eyes. When he heard Lingxi's name, Su Xiaokun's heart felt as if it had been hit hard by a sledgehammer. His face paled with pain, and his lips were trembling. "The Most High God, I, Su Xiaokun, hereby make an oath. You will be completely exterminated." As Su Xiaokun made his oath, a thunderclap suddenly exploded in the sky. This is a sign that the oath is established. If the oath could not be done, then Su Xiaokun would be obliterated by the oath. However, the Supreme God was looking at Su Xiaokun with disdain. "Since you choose to die, then let your friends die with you." Just as the Supreme God had just finished speaking, Bilar suddenly erupted with a strong aura that shot up into the sky. Then he resolutely walked to Su Xiaokun's body and protected him behind him. "Boss, this life can still follow you, is my greatest happiness. Take care of Fong for me." Belair looked at Su Xiaokun. A tear slipped down and then he violently threw Su Xiaokun towards the Creation Mastery realm. "Self-destruct," Bilar cried out, his body suddenly expanding. And at the same time, Aina stepped forward. "Elder brother, senior sister help you." Then the huge energy instantly gushed out, once again sending Su Xiaokun flying. "Aina, be willing to die. Venus, be willing to die. Chu Qingyi, willing to die. Su Ling, willing to die." All of them erupted with a terrifying aura at once. "Daddy, honey, boss, senior, cheer up, be sure to live," several people said at the same time, and then a tear slipped from the corner of their eyes, and Su Ling directly manifested 6 bodies. Looking at Su Xiaokun, who was about to enter the Creation Mastery realm, he said, "Father, in my next life, I'll be your daughter again." At this time, all an unprecedented aura of terror spread violently. Even the Supreme God was slightly moved. No! No! Spirit! Xing-yi! Babe! Sister! Su Xiaokun watched as silhouettes after silhouettes exploded and turned into blood mist. In this moment his heart died completely. He hated it. He hated his incompetence. Hate yourself for not being able to protect those around you. Father, don't let us die in vain. Father will avenge Spirit's death. Yes? Linger smiled sweetly. And then, all of her detachments began to explode. And Chu Qingyi looked at Su Xiaokun. Honey, you must live. Remember, you are the favorite man in my life. Boom! Chu Qingyi's body exploded with the sound. And the aftermath of the explosion directly shook Su Xiaokun into the creation mastery realm. Su Xiaokun was covered in blood, dragging his heavily injured body, kneeling down. No, don't! One by one, their closest relatives have died in front of them. No matter who it was impossible to take such a blow. In an instant, Su Xiaokun's hair turned white. Oh, long time no see. The creation master, looking at the incomparably disheveled Su Xiaokun, said blandly, and Su Xiaokun acted as if he couldn't hear. A single tear kept slipping down. A scene of explosions that kept coming back to mind. My name is Chu Qingyi, and I recognize this marriage contract. Ha ha, boss, you finally recovered your memory. I'm Belair. Daddy is the best in my daughter's heart. Hello, my name is Luoli. Can I be your tour guide? A scene from an experience. From initial acquaintance to acquaintance, and then to love each other. It's like a slideshow that keeps coming up. The creation master looked at Su Xiaokun with a frown on his face. It was because Su Xiaokun's body unexpectedly began to produce huge energy fluctuations, and this energy fluctuation, even the creation master felt deep scorn. Revenge! I want revenge! I want you to die! What a ing world! What a ing piece of juggernaut! What a ing piece of supreme god! Death to all of you! Suddenly, Su Xiaokun roared up to the sky. The 5 doppelgangers in the body, one after another, manifested from the main body. All of the bilocations had hair as pale as paper at this point, and at this moment the 4 sovereign bilocations, their bodies were actually slowly still transparent. Then Su Xiaokun violently turned his head to look at the creation master. My good diversion. Return. The creation master, looking at Su Xiaokun, his eyes turned into a hollow state little by little, and when awakened again, the eyes were exactly the same as Su Xiaokun's. Then, from the space, the Genesis sovereign took out a sovereign bit. Exudes a terrifying aura of power. Chapter 208 This game of chess. I played. This game. I played. Su Xiaokun's eyes violently exploded with a light. All of the bilocations then began to erupt with a strong aura of an upper master. Lord of death. Lord of life. Lord of destruction. Lord of everything. Lord of destiny. Master of creation. Then, Su Xiaokun looked at the power lord position in the hands of the creation lord. Directly let the other doppelganger absorb it. It was absorbed in a flash. And the creation master nodded at Su Xiaokun. Han, my mission is accomplished. In the next moment, the 2 great supreme gods also walked into the creation sovereign realm. Looking at Su Xiaokun, he was just about to make a move. It was then vibrated away by the breath of all the masters erupting. Then the 6 doppelgangers began to become illusory. It then transformed into an unknown breath that merged into Su Xiaokun's body. And these 6 splitters also suddenly disappeared at this moment. When all the master bits, at this moment, actually began to merge. No! Stop him, one of the supreme gods said. However, Su Xiaokun's surroundings emanated a strong transparent protective boundary. Even as a supreme god, one could not break it. It's over. It's all over. The 2 supreme gods left no stone unturned as they frantically struck Su Xiaokun's defense. Even the entire Godslayer battlefield was reduced to nothingness under the joint efforts of the 2 supreme gods. And Su Xiaokun just sat quietly with his knees crossed and his eyes tightly closed. Then, a burst of 7-colored light began to ripple from the body. It looks extremely soft, and the 7 master bits in Su Xiaokun's body, unexpectedly at this moment, turned into a ball of gas. Just at this moment, Su Xiaokun's breath suddenly disappeared. Just sits there like a rock, but there was no breath. I don't know how much time had passed, but the supreme god didn't even have the slightest intention of giving up, unceasingly attacking Su Xiaokun. Su Xiaokun snapped his eyes open. The pupils were deep and exuded an aura that transcended the distant past, as if they could see through the past and the future. Then slowly rose, put away the protective boundaries. The 2 great supreme gods, seeing the shields disappear, were overjoyed, and with their supreme artifacts in hand, toward Su Xiaokun it slashed, and Su Xiaokun's head tilted slightly. Stretching out 2 fingers, he directly clamped the 2 supreme divine artifacts. He now had only one thought. as if he could destroy the supreme artifact without having to exert any force. And the next time, Su Xiaokun's 2 fingers moved slightly, the 2 supreme divine artifacts turned into powder in an instant. Instead, the supreme god froze in place. People, can a mortal body really cultivate to the realm of a supreme god? No. His power, it has already surpassed the supreme god. The 2 supreme gods decadently stopped their attacks. No matter how they attack, it could not hurt Su Xiaokun. And Su Xiaokun's head of white hair. Surprisingly, he didn't even move his hair. The supreme god is no better. A finger was then stretched out, and it nailed the supreme god's forehead, and the supreme god couldn't even move at all. Just like that, he watched Su Xiaokun's finger fall. Then the supreme god's figure turned into nothingness. There wasn't even a scream. You, too, die. Su Xiaokun waved his sleeve robe. The 8 figures hidden in the deepest part of the room suddenly exploded in place. Thus, the 10 supreme gods were wiped out by Su Xiaokun with a single strike. Aoi, Alai, Spirit, did you guys see that? The supreme god is also so untouchable in my hands, with the Godslayer battlefield reduced to nothingness. Su Xiaokun's figure was also caught up in an unknown world. It's not a big world, but it was filled with the aura of Hongmeng and chaos. This is the primordial origin chi? Su Xiaokun looked at the 2 types of origin chi, then reached out and fused the 2 types of origin chi. Then a being was born that transcended the energy of the origin. Just ask for your Hong Chaos Chi. Subsequently, it was as if this Hong Chaos Chi understood Su Xiaokun's words, crazy surging into Su Xiaokun's body, and then all the breath in his body evolved into the aura of Hong Chaos. Even Su Xiaokun's cultivation level had once again soared to an unknown realm at this moment. The palm of his hand made a slight move. At that moment, Xiaofang's figure appeared in front of Su Xiaokun. Master. After Xiaofang felt this Hong Chaos Chi, that cultivation level of the master realm unexpectedly soared directly, after a time, as if saturated, and the breath, as of the supreme god. This, Xiaofang was shocked as she felt her own cultivation level. Could it be that it is really possible to cultivate to the supreme god? But with the cultivation here, there was no way for Xiaofang to disbelieve. You will grow the body here, Su Xiaokun said indifferently. Then with a wave of his palm, out of nowhere, a lush green land appeared, and without further ado, Xiaofang rooted his essence directly above his apprentice. As of this moment, the entire Hong Chaos space had its first heavenly tree. Boss, Belair and the others, can they still be resurrected? Because Belair had a doppelganger on Fang's side. She knew everything. Su Xiaokun nodded. The palm of his hand once again made a move towards the void. A golden list appeared, and next to the golden list, a golden pen appeared. Su Xiaokun looked at the empty and wordless golden list and picked up the golden pen to write down a few words. Patriarch, Su Xiaokun. Ancestral tree, fangirl. At the fall of the name, Xiaofang's main body violently erupted with an intense golden light. Strength second only to Su Xiaokun. Let's call you Hong Chaos Golden List from now on. The golden list was then put away. Then his hands went deep into the void. With one hand, he yanked out the Hongmeng clock. Subsequently in a call, this Hongmeng clock's missing hour hand appeared in Su Xiaokun's hand. No longer does it feel like it used to devour life. When Su Xiaokun loaded the hour hand into the Hongmeng, tick-tock, tick-tock, the Hongmeng clock unexpectedly turned on its own. Su Xiaokun then gently flicked the pointer. In the next moment, the spatial scene unexpectedly began to change. To be precise, time had actually begun to rewind wildly. First of all, Su Xiaokun adjusted the time to when Lingxi was about to detonate the supreme divine artifact. Master, why are you back again? Come on. Lingxi looked at Su Xiaokun with tears in her eyes. Su Xiaokun gently didn't say anything and gently stroked Lingxi. All the vitality returned to Lingxi's body once again. Ha ha, 10,000 things. How dare you come back? Hand over the pointer and I can spare your family. The 2 supreme gods said mockingly, and the corner of Su Xiaokun's mouth moved slightly. The palm of his hand clenched in the void. The figures of the 2 supreme gods turned into nothingness. Lingxi, on the other hand, was confused. Master, you killed the supreme god in seconds? Su Xiaokun nodded. Tough luck. Spirit Creek. After hearing Su Xiaokun's words, Lingxi's belly full of bitterness turned into aggression. Endured everything with the title of deception. Chapter 209, A Chapter of Happiness, Grand Finale. Su Xiaokun swept Lingxi into his arms, letting Lingxi cry. Hold me tight. Su Xiaokun said compassionately. Aha! Master. Lingxi nodded obediently. Then the huge Hongmeng bell once again appeared in front of Su Xiaokun. Then the hands continued to turn. And once again time flowed backwards. Until, before Luo Li blocked that blow for herself, Su Xiaokun directly embraced Luo Li into his arms. Ali, I'll do it. Su Xiaokun looked at the several masters in front of him. A direct hit. At once, all the lords, along with the lord's bits, disappeared without a trace. As for Chu Qingyi, she looked at Lingxi in Su Xiaokun's arms. The expression was a little unkind. Luoli seemed to have discovered something as well and directly broke free from Su Xiaokun's embrace. Hubby, won't you explain? Who is this woman who has suddenly appeared? Su Xiaokun was slightly stunned, looking at the two women with endless love in his eyes. A finger was then pointed at the foreheads of the two women. A large pile of memories immediately flooded into the two women's minds. When the two women realized that so much had happened, they were shocked and looked at Su Xiaokun. Especially Chu Qingyi felt the fear that she felt before she blew herself up, and she still had palpitations in her heart even now. Not caring about Lingxi on the side, he directly hugged Su Xiaokun, and Luoli also wrapped her arms around Su Xiaokun. Hubby, thank you. Luoli left a tear behind. He didn't dare to imagine how Su Xiaokun had gotten through these experiences. Honey, you did it. You really have become an existence beyond the Supreme God. Chu Qingyi weeps with joy. A few people cried for a long time afterward. That's what stopped it. This time, even, well, Spirit Creek, we recognize it. Luoli was back to her big grin. Say, do you have any other women left? Chu Qingyi pinched Su Xiaokun's waist. Su Xiaokun pretended to be in pain. Nope, absolutely nothing. Su Xiaokun pretended to surrender, causing the three women to laugh. Well, two sisters, master. Call what master? Call hubby. This negative man, so hard on you. You'll give him 100 sons to bore him to death, Luoli said as she pinched her waist. Su Xiaokun, Lingxi and Chu Qingyi had a head full of black lines. This Luoli is Luoli, speaking out of turn. Still, Spirit Creek said, old husband, that stunningly beautiful face, just like a reddish apple, made people want to kiss it. And Luoli, that was really very eye-catching, directly pushed Su Xiaokun, just kissed Lingxi on the face. Well, from today we are family O. From now on, we three sisters, we're going to give our husbands a whole bunch of kids. Watch him for us. The three sisters nodded at the same time. Su Xiaokun was also speechless, not expecting that between women, they would become acquainted so quickly. Unbeknownst to them, they were receiving all of Su Xiaokun's memories and knew how difficult it was for Lingxi. Okay, let's go back. The three women nodded. Su Xiaokun then stepped out with one foot and directly returned to his own territory. When the crowd saw the four people in the sky, Belaire's brow furrowed. Isn't that Lord Destiny? Belaire said with a bit of a grimace. When Su Xiaokun saw the people below him, his heart was indescribably happy. It's all still there. That's nice. Su Xiaokun then waved his hand once more and everyone recovered all their memories. Spirit Creek was also admitted. After all this is a shocking chess game played by Su Xiaokun. Boss, do you think this Godslayer battlefield will continue? You know, they are all masters now, and can control the life and death of all creatures. To them, this battlefield is just a game. Let's go, battlefield, and let them get on with it. The power of Hong Chaos then wrapped around the crowd and returned to the Hong Chaos space. Old boss, how come I broke through as soon as I came in? Someone feels that way. Su Xiaokun smiled faintly. Then I'll ask you to take control of the rules and order of the 10,000 realms from now on. The crowd was so excited that all of them became like the Supreme God at this moment. Thus, the Supreme God also possesses feelings. 10 years later, the heavens and the worlds were fused into one continent by Su Xiaokun. And underneath this continent, many lower realms were created by Su Xiaokun for cultivators to cultivate in. Ascension. After all, the rules can't be broken. And in the middle of this decade, Su Xiaokun took the three girls and traveled all over the place. Eventually, secluded on a world that was as inferior as the once blue planet, the technology there is rampant. And Su Xiaokun is also deliberate. After all, the former blue star had become an existence in the Supreme God realm. In this way Su Xiaokun pretended to be an ordinary person and lived an ordinary life. With a cry, Su Xiaokun's taut nerves loosened up. That's right, Su Xiaokun became a father again. And sons and daughters. This was all due to Luo Li's supervision. However, once this child was born, his strength was surprisingly comparable to the highest god. This was the power of the Hong Chaos Chi. At this point, a beautiful woman and a middle-aged man, one holding a child, walked out. Call grandma, call grandpa. End of book.